Chapter 1. Half an hour has passed, and he hasn't made a sound. I think he must be lusting after Immortal Yan's beauty. What kind of person is Immortal Yan? She wouldn't have anything to do with such an ordinary man. A pair of hands softly massaged Li Lanxiu's temples. A woman's soft voice said, yes. Who knows where that rogue boy came from? How can he compare to young master? Li Lanxiu opened his eyes. The mountain breeze brushed against his face, and in the distance, green mountains were enveloped in white clouds. He gazed at the beautiful scenery before him, the wind blowing on his face, cool and comfortable. It was a very real scene, not a dream. After a while, the unfamiliar memories in his mind gradually became clear. This was Zitai Peak, one of the 12 peaks of Chongxian sect. Chongxian sect, one of the 4 great Taoist sects in the world. In the lands of the 3 realms and 9 provinces, there are demon cultivators, Taoist cultivators, and also monstrous evils disrupting the world, as well as ghosts causing trouble. Some familiar place names reminded him of the setting he had once read in a novel. Li Lanxiu raised his hand to touch his cheek, feeling the cold metallic mask, a green-faced, fanged mask that felt rather sharp. Suddenly, he sat up from the reclining chair. Zitai Peak of Chongxian sect, same named Li Lanxiu, along with the additional detail of wearing a mask, wasn't this the unlucky cannon fodder from that Invincible Flow novel on Shijian? In the novel, the protagonist Chu Yu was exceptionally talented, a rare genius in cultivation, starting as an outer disciple of Chongxian sect. After experiencing numerous adventures, he ascended to the peak of the world by stepping over countless corpses. Li Lanxiu touched the mask without saying a word. The maid guessed his mood and cautiously said, young master, don't believe in rumors. You are a celestial being from above. That little fornicator is just a pretty face. How could Immortal Yan look upon him? The memories in Li Lanxiu's mind were still unclear, so he looked at the maid and asked, pretty face. Spit. I spoke incorrectly. The maid Miaosu quickly corrected herself and hastily said, his looks aren't better than. Her gaze met Li Lanxiu's green-faced, fanged mask, her complexion turned pale, and she lowered her head, afraid to continue. Everyone on Zitai Peak knew that Li Lanxiu didn't allow others to talk about his appearance. Previously, several disciples on Zitai Peak had been gossiping, saying that when Li Lanxiu was young, his face was disfigured in a great fire. Afraid of people seeing his hideous face, he always wore a mask, but in reality, his face was even uglier than the mask. When this comment reached Li Lanxiu's ears, those disciples were strung up and beaten until their skin split open. Had it not been for the plea of his elder brother Chu Xian, Li Lanxiu would have cut out their tongues as a warning to others. Li Lanxiu walked towards the mirror stand inside the room. The frame of the hanging copper mirror was empty. He sat in front of the mirror stand and undid the silver hooks behind his ear holding the mask in place. Suddenly, the 2 maids widened their eyes in horror, staring as he took off the mask. Sitting with his back facing them, they could only see him taking out a small copper mirror from the drawer, seemingly confused as he let out a The reflection in the copper mirror was his own face. In his previous life, he had died of illness, his face during the last few months had been emaciated and pale, devoid of any color. This body was similar to how he looked during his healthier years. Because it belonged to a practitioner, its skin was cold and translucent, with deep black eyebrows and eyes. He pinched his cheeks and was satisfied that his original face hadn't been changed. He put on the mask and turned around to ask, continue. What do you mean by pretty face? Miaosu hurriedly lowered her head and said, yesterday, young master caught a lecherous thief in Weiqing. Some people saw him walking together with Immortal Yan. Immortal Yan showed special favor toward him. This must be false. How could Immortal Yan show favor to an ordinary person? Li Lanxiu remembered, the original body had a betrothed wife since childhood, Su Shiyao, the pride of the sect, beautiful as a celestial being. There was a sect called 7-Star Tower in the cultivation world. Its disciples were spread across the 9 provinces and 3 realms, specialized in uncovering secrets and oddities. There wasn't any information in the world that couldn't be obtained through 7-Star Tower. From major rankings of cultivation prowess to minor lists of beauties in various sects, everything was covered comprehensively. Su Shiyao was identified by 7-Star Tower as the first beauty of the cultivation world. No one who had seen Su Shiyao opposed this ranking. Her beauty was indisputably genuine. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, she exuded a chilling, proud aura. Her character was quiet and taciturn, completely detached from worldly affairs. In a power fantasy novel like this setup sounded exactly like Long Outyan's woman, someone that cannon fodder shouldn't be able to reach. One of Chu Yu's passive skills was making any woman with the slightest allure develop feelings for him, from saintly girls on the highest platform to female ghosts of the underworld, all of them would feel inexplicably moved upon meeting him. Even Su Shiyao couldn't escape that feeling. When she saw Chu Yu, it was as if she were seeing an old acquaintance. Involuntarily, she paid attention to him and wanted to become acquainted. The original body liked Su Shiyao immensely, viewing her as his soon-to-be wife, going crazy over her, obsessed beyond reason. Could his short temper handle this? Li Lanxiu arched an eyebrow. Based on what the 2 maids had just said, he guessed the progress of the plot. Where is he? Miaosu looked up bewildered, he's currently in the dungeon. He has been locked up since yesterday and still refuses to confess, remaining silent like a stone. Another maid, Baozhen, said, Master just sent someone to whip him. Our men used an iron whip that can shatter stones, but his bones are hard, he didn't make a sound even when almost beaten to death. He must be guilty of thievery, so he's pretending to be mute. Master is kind-hearted to interrogate him, but this fellow behaves as if we're bullying him, like the dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to appreciate kindness. Li Lanxiu fell silent for a few seconds, calmly accepting the fact that things had already happened. Since it had happened, he should consider how to resolve the situation and save his life. How could there be a good ending for someone who dared to vie for a woman with long outyan? The original body was from a renowned cultivation sect. His father, Li Yanbi, was the master of Zitai Peak and a famous swordsman of great renown. Compared to Chu Yu, who bore blood-soaked grudges and remained relatively unknown at the moment, they were one heaven apart and one earth away. In the book, the original body made only a few appearances, each time behaving arrogantly and acting oppressively. Later, Chu Yu repeatedly embarrassed him. The original body became enraged, desperate to kill Chu Yu. In the end, he was blinded, his tongue cut out, his cultivation abilities stripped, his limbs rendered useless, and imprisoned in a dim pharmacy, where blood holes were dug into his body to grow herbs. A cultivator's body is precious, the herbs grown absorbed theft the energy and possessed excellent medicinal properties. The herbs grown on him could also replenish his own energy endlessly, providing a never-ending source of medicinal plants. As for why Chu Yu hadn't made him deaf, it was simply because it was fun. Having sexual encounters with the woman he loved in front of him while he couldn't move or die was more torment than anything else. This level of amusing torture would be rare in the world. Li Lanxiu's previous life ended with illness, passing away due to long-term sickness, now borrowing the original body to live again. To inherit this body's fate meant Li Tingbai was his father, and Zitai Peak was his home. For the sake of their family's future and survival, he couldn't wait to die. Flattery and clinging to Chu Yu's favor. Sending opportunities and treasures in servile submission for survival. Too disgusting. Rather than live this way, he preferred dying immediately. According to the novel's storyline, Chu Yu's luck would soon turn up. Tomorrow marked the beginning of Li Lanxiu's miserable lifetime. Today, he decided to meet Chu Yu. On the other side of Zitai Peak. Big brother Chu Xian was grinding cinnabar in his cave residence, with a copper-gold 3 purities bell tied to his waist. The bell chimed softly by itself, despite no wind. He unhooked the bell and heard a female voice say, Sage, Master wants to see that handsome young man. Chu Xian continued grinding the cinnabar while holding the mortar. Oh. He hasn't settled his anger yet, wanting to handle it personally. I don't know, but Master appears calm. The pestle paused for a moment, and Chu Xian looked up with a face solemn as water. I understand. He returned the 3 purities bell to his waist and finished grinding a portion of cinnabar before walking out of the cave, where several white-robed disciples of Zitai Peak waited. Chu Xian sighed and said, Let us take that young man to see my younger brother. In the midst of clouds and mist stood a palace. Hanging lanterns decorated the eaves, illuminating the area as bright as day. Chu Xian stopped and turned around to glance back, noticing a speck of black ink amidst the white robe, as if a brushstroke of divine artistry from Chinese ink painting. The dark robe clung tightly to the lean yet tall figure. Despite being battered and bloody wounds blurred the flesh, the thick smell of blood wafted strongly in the air. Had this been any ordinary person, cries of pain would have echoed through heaven and earth, and they might have been rolling on the ground. But Chu Yu's expression remained calm, his eyes low and closed, hiding his gaze. Chu Xian pulled out a jade token from his pocket and inserted it into a small square hole on the door. After a moment, the 2 sides of the door opened automatically, revealing the interior brightly lit by luminous pearls. Red silk curtains fluttered with the breeze. Li Lanxiu reclined lazily on a throne bed, holding a book and flipping its pages, flanked by 2 beautiful maids offering tea plates. His sleeves hung loosely over his inner clothes, untied, revealing a clearly defined collarbone. His pitch-black hair was loosely tied with a glowing band, with a peacock feather hanging down. One bare foot rested on the footrest, treading on scattered garments, with a golden anklet adorning the ankle. Li Lanxiu glanced at Chu Yu indifferently, then turned his head back to flip another page in the book. Come here, kneel before me. Chapter 2. Chu Yu's eyes were closed. The young man had a straight nose and thin lips, with an attractive face. He was neither angry nor restless. Li Lanxiu put down the book and picked up the folding fan on the table. The sound of the fan bone falling into his palm was crisp. Several disciples in white rushed forward, 2 of them holding Chu Yu's arms, while the others kicked fiercely at his knees. The youth was slim, but these disciples were tall and strong. Even under their intense pressure, he remained unmoved. Enraged by embarrassment, one disciple locked his leg with a move like restraining a horse with reins, forcefully pressing him to kneel. The scene was not pleasant. Chu Xian's gaze fell on the open collar of Li Lanxiu's shirt, pausing for several seconds before forming a magical seal with his hand and waving it forward. The golden talisman transformed into a giant tripod, pressing against Chu Yu's back. The young man staggered a step, his tall back bending, refusing to kneel. Chu Xian pressed down harder with the seals formed by both hands, forcing his knees downwards, nearly touching the ground. With both arms supporting the ground, veins bulged from his wrists as he struggled hard to uphold his precarious dignity, unwilling to kneel before Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu glanced up, prompting several disciples to harshly kick at the youth's knees. Again, Chu Xian's hands pressed downward, and the weight of the talismans crushed the boy's back. A thud echoed as the young man's knees crashed onto the ground, solidly kneeling. The folding fan struck crisply in Li Lanqiu's palm, amusing him as he found the nature of this son of destiny quite interesting, preferring humiliation over surrendering. Lift your head, look at me. Chu Yu hung his head motionless until someone helped lift it. One disciple who suffered earlier grabbed his high-tied hair tightly, forcing him to raise his head. Dark pupils stared at Li Lanqiu. The eyes are the gateway to one's soul, revealing subtle emotions that words cannot express. In those eyes, there was no hatred, no indifference, no disdain, only calm blackness. Li Lanqiu held the fan, gently tilting his chin upward and speaking slowly, cheap bones. He doesn't respond to soft treatment, only to hardness. Needs discipline. Chu Yu glared at him, trembling as his body was pressured but still unyielding. Chu Xian stepped forward, bowed his head apologetically. Young friend, the woman you met in Weiqing the other day is Su Xian, my junior brother's yet-to-be bride. My junior brother regards Sister Su as his Dao companion. Hearing Sister Su had fallen in love with you at first sight, he became so furious that... He paused briefly, looking apologetic and embarrassed. Things have come to this point. You should explain clearly to my junior brother. If you and Sister Su are truly fond of each other, perhaps my junior brother can make the best out of this situation. You talk big standing upright. Lady Yan isn't even your fiancée, how dare you speak for our master? Bao Zhen's face turned pale in anger. Miao Su hurriedly pulled at her sleeve and addressed Chu Xian. The marriage arrangements of master have been set by Elder Su and the mountain leader. It is within their power if they wish to create a match between two. It must be their decision to determine this. Li Lanqiu tapped Chu Yu's cheek with the bone of the fan. I'd actually like to facilitate things for you, would you let me? This action was filled with contempt, akin to treating someone like a courtesan in a brothel. Chu Yu frowned deeply, his eyes darker. Chu Xian enjoyed a prestigious reputation in the Chongxian sect. Being handsome, righteous, and valiant, everyone admired him. Li Lanqiu, being ugly and having a good father, caused trouble daily, gambling and debauchery included, all matters which Chu Xian cleaned up after countless times. The disciples of the Zitai Peak saw it all, they were tired of Li Lanqiu. Today, even the girls acted arrogantly towards them, showing what true arrogance looked like. What mongrel barking senselessly? Your master should call, senior brother, upon lowering himself. Yet acting as a maid, you see yourself as noble. Who said we're willing to do something for your master? The gambling debt your master owes has already been repaid by senior brother, 3,000 spiritual stones. How many tasks did senior brother complete to pay that off? If not for senior brother saving your life, where would you be today? Chu Xian raised his hand, and instantly all his disciples fell silent. He slightly bowed to Bao Zhen. Lady Bao Zhen speaks reasonably. This matter was poorly considered on my part. Turning to his own disciples, he seriously reprimanded them. If speech is impure, the heart will also become corrupted and it becomes difficult to understand the way. Haven't I told you before? Be cautious with your words and act prudently. Now apologize to Lady Bao Zhen. The disciples who spoke earlier obediently lowered their heads to apologize. With a quick turn of his wrist, Chu Xian produced 2 snow powder pills in his hand, tossing them toward Miao Su and Bao Zhen. These 2 lipstick pills are gifts of gratitude, thanking the 2 of you for enlightening me. After dispensing the medicine, he singled out the disciple among the crowd who publicly exposed Li Lanqiu's secret and raised his voice openly. The loss of 3,000 spirit stones was due to my momentary excitement during a bet, and it has nothing to do with junior brother. Do not believe rumors in the future. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xian turned toward Li Lanqiu with a slight nod of his head. His eyes inadvertently swept over the bare feet, and they darkened momentarily. Younger brother, please forgive me. This operation was seamless and thorough. Li Lanqiu looked at Chu Yu and closed his eyes with a smile. No problem. Chu Xian was Master Li Tingbai's first disciple, accompanying him for over 130 years. Their relationship was akin to father and son, but the original body always felt that Chu Xian wanted to take his father away, so he kept opposing Chu Xian by various means. However, this explosive-tempered opponent's method was too dumb. Every time they opposed each other, it gave Chu Xian a chance to climb higher by stepping on their heads, accumulating immense support, unshakable. Chu Xian stepped forward, unwillingly moving aside from Chu Yu. Younger brother, he has no grudge against you. You've hit him and made him kneel. Haven't you let off enough steam? With a wave of his hand, the disciple pulling Chu Yu's hair immediately let go, retreating into the crowd behind him. The metallic sheen of the fan trailed down Chu Yu's nose. Li Lanqiu played idly with his handsome face. Big brother, he tried to flirt with my fiancée-to-be. I really can't let this go. Chu Yu didn't evade, silently staring at him. Bao Zhen spoke swiftly. Immortal, don't bother persuading anymore. Our master wants his life this time. If you have any feelings, just help him collect his corpse. All the disciples' expressions were filled with disdain, hatred, and anger. Li Lanxiu had a narrow mind, taking advantage of his power to bully others, making Chu Xian seem much more upright and selfless in comparison, even more like Li Tingbai's biological son. Chu Xian continued patiently. Cultivators spread benevolence and virtues. Only those who possess great virtues are able to receive blessings. Younger brother, why not sow good causes and reap good results? Ah, senior brother Chu Xian is truly remarkable. That's what all the disciples thought inside. This dandy young man Li Lanxiu used to do the opposite of whatever Chu Xian said, always causing trouble for him. Even the 3,000 spiritual stones debt, Li Lanxiu hadn't started the gambling match, his intention wasn't in the gamble itself, but just to create trouble for Chu Xian. When the elder brother kindly advised, Li Lanxiu's killing intent only grew stronger. It was pitiful how this young man had to bear such misfortune without cause. Li Lanxiu waited for these words. Fine, if you give 5,000 lower-grade spiritual stones to save his life, I will let him go. Chu Xian hesitated, his tongue tying up. 5,000 spiritual stones. Li Lanxiu earnestly gazed at him. Big brother, practice kindness, sowing good seeds and reaping good fruits. The disciples' faces displayed an array of colorful expressions. Are you asking for 5,000 lower-grade spiritual stones? Chu Xian recovered his composure. Within the sect, the reward for a single task was about 300 lower-grade spiritual stones. 300 stones divided among the team members left them with only 50 or 60 stones each. Li Lanxiu had suddenly lost 3,000 in a single bet due to impulsiveness. Wasn't 5,000 stones too much? It would take several years of completing tasks to accumulate such an amount. Li Lanxiu glanced at the storage bag hanging at Chu Xian's waist. Brother, since you can lose 3,000 in a moment of excitement, surely 5,000 for a life won't feel expensive? This is a live human life. He emphasized the urgency in his tone. You must leave Purple Platform Peak today, otherwise the following events wouldn't be triggered. If senior brother Chu Xian insisted on being righteous and formal here, then this was the cost of showing off in front of him. All the disciples' gazes converged on Chu Xian. Chu Xian found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. Having acted pompously and sternly moments before, if he refused to pay the price now, it would contradict his earlier stance. He smiled magnanimously, unhooked the storage bag, and tossed it to Li Lanxiu. Younger brother, there are 3,400 lower-grade spiritual stones inside. The rest I will send someone to deliver tomorrow. Li Lanxiu reached out to catch it and placed it on the flower table. Thank you, brother. Chu Xian pinched the magic seal. Suddenly, the massive weight of the tripod disappeared from Chu Yu's back, leaving his spine which was desperately holding firm to collapse. He fell forward abruptly, hitting his nose against something cool and taut. A strong scent of Guangxi aromatic wood invaded his nose, sweet and cold. It eventually mellowed into a fine lactating fragrance. Before his eyes, slender white feet appeared, smooth and delicate, with fine blue veins shimmering faintly. A small brown mole marked it, as though blemishing an otherwise perfect piece of brocade silk. Li Lanxiu propped up his violently rolling Adam's apple with his toes, lifting him slowly. Chilling resentment gleamed in Chu Yu's eyes. You already know how to kill me. In his heart, Li Lanxiu said this for him. Li Lanxiu lowered his gaze, glaring at Chu Yu kneeling on the ground as though looking at a stray dog. He slid his toe downward, lightly pressing on the undulating chest. Chu Yu's eyes became even colder. Li Lanxiu poked his chest gently with his toe, then suddenly smiled, kicking him lightly. Who do you think you are, some mongrel, daring to look at me directly? Chu Yu stood up, lowering his eyes to glare at him intently. Li Lanxiu pulled out a silk handkerchief from Yao Su's waist, bending over to wipe the blood stains from the bottom of his foot carelessly. Raising his head again, his face was frosty. Aren't you going yet? Chu Yu turned around and walked a few steps, lightly hit on his back, continuing his steady pace and walked out of the hall without hesitation. Li Lanxiu's glance fell on the carpet and the silk handkerchief, and he said in annoyance, so dirty. The original body had already offended Chu Yu. Given Chu Yu's character, offering his fiancée as a peace offering would be seen by Chu Yu as an act of selling his wife to preserve his own honor, the kind of spineless coward who deserved to be slain. If Li Lanxiu were to take a step back, avoiding conflict, and persuade Master Li Yanbi to leave Chongqian's sect with him. In the near future, the name Chu Yu and his legendary story would be known by everyone across the 9 continents. His followers would spread far and wide. There would always be people wanting to curry favor with Chu Yu by offering Li Lanxiu's head. Under the heavens, there would be no place for him to hide. As for killing Chu Yu to end it all once and for all. Wasn't Chu Yu the son destined by fate? Could someone marked as a mere cannon fodder ever kill him? Attempting that would only make Chu Yu grow stronger through adversity, more resilient through every failed assassination attempt. The outcome would be even worse than what had happened to the original body. No matter which way he chose, it was a dead end. Not only would he lose his life, but his death would be utterly meaningless. Li Lanxiu refused to pick any of these paths. He wanted to live. Not just to survive meekly, but to live magnificently, passionately, and freely. The dignified explanation. Li Lanxiu intended to become the wielder of Chu Yu, this invaluable blade. To put it bluntly, Li Lanxiu wanted Chu Yu to serve him like a loyal dog. Chapter 3. A detached residence outside Weiqing. The early morning mist enveloped the small courtyard. The sky was just beginning to brighten when a man with a refined appearance stood at the door, gazing at the dim and hazy road ahead. Frost had settled on his clothes, indicating he'd been waiting for quite some time. Inside the house sat a group of silent assassins who had been trained by the Crown Prince of Dongyue personally, bound together like brothers. 6 months ago, while the Crown Prince was away from the court, the Grand General seized the opportunity to lead his troops in an assault on the palace. In one night, he annihilated all members of the Chu family, claiming the throne as the new emperor. Though the emperor of Dongyue was known for his virtue and governance and deeply loved by his people, many civilians resisted the new emperor, hoping the Crown Prince would return to clear the chaos and reclaim the imperial throne. Thus, so long as the Crown Prince lived, the legitimacy of the new emperor's position remained unstable. With heavy bounty, the new emperor dispatched numerous killers in pursuit of the Crown Prince, intent on resolving this threat. The leader among the assassins took a cloak and draped it over the shoulders of Master Zhou. "Sir, please take care of yourself." Master Zhou's gaze was filled with concern. "Has your group discovered any trace of His Highness?" "No one in Weiqing has seen His Highness. I've already dispatched scouts. If they find His Highness' whereabouts, they will rush back to notify us." The assassins had to stay hidden, not drawing public attention in their search within the city. Master Zhou sighed deeply. "His Highness, although young, is composed in nature. He wouldn't leave without warning. Something must have happened. If anything should happen to him." Interrupting what Master Zhou intended to say, the leader consoled him. "Sir, His Highness is divinely protected. Nothing bad will befall him." "Indeed." Master Zhou gave a bitter laugh, turning toward the eaves. "Being born with the respect of a true ruler, heaven must protect His Highness, ensuring that no harm comes to him." As these words faded, Qiyu ignored Chu Xian's suggestion to use magic for quick transportation and instead descended down the perilous Sitai Peak on foot, returning to the temporary detached residence. Master Zhou hurried out, a wave of relief washing over him upon seeing Chu Yu. However, his expression changed instantly as he noticed the severe whip marks all over Chu Yu's body. "What has happened to you, Your Highness?" Chu Yu entered the bedroom, stripping off his blood-soaked clothes. "No need to worry." Knowing the prince's calm character, Master Zhou retrieved the medicinal ointment and placed it on the table. "Your Highness should apply the medicine first. I'll wait outside." Once alone, Chu Yu removed his robe. On his back, the wounds from the whiplashes were grotesquely torn open, making a ghastly sight. Yet he calmly instructed, "Pack up. We're leaving Weiqing immediately." Master Zhou looked sternly. "Did Your Highness encounter any assassins?" Chu Yu shook his head, speaking very lightly. "Just ran into a bit of trouble." Li Lanxiu didn't seem like someone who kept promises. If they let him go once, they could capture him again. Master Zhou understood the severity of the situation and commanded the team leader to prepare everything. They couldn't linger here any longer. Moments later, the group disguised themselves as an escort convoy and set off on the journey. As daylight gradually sank below the horizon, the distant Weiqing blurred from sight. On the desolate rural roads, they occasionally encountered a few scattered households. The heavens grew darker, the clouds thick and oppressive like heavy lead blanketing the sky. Lightning split the night sky, followed by peals of thunder. A heavy storm was imminent. To avoid being pursued, they chose paths rarely traversed by others rather than the main highways. Chu Yu, wearing a bamboo hat with its brim lowered low to conceal half of his face, rode his horse amid the convoy. Journeying alongside him was Master Zhou, hesitating before speaking. "Your Highness, there's something, perhaps I shouldn't say." Gripping the reins tightly with one hand, Chu Yu guided his horse forward. "What is it that cannot be said, sir?" Master Zhou looked at the fresh wound seeping through Chu Yu's arm and felt anguished. "You are the sole heir of the Chu family. Countless citizens of Dongyue are awaiting your return to cut down the wicked ministers and rid our country of traitors. You cannot risk anything." Words like this, Master Zhou had spoken too many times on the path of exile. As the Crown Prince's teacher appointed by the Emperor himself, he had been by Chu Yu's side since Chu Yu was 4 years old, teaching him to read and write. Over 11 years, they had developed a deep bond akin to father and son. Precisely because of this close bond, Master Zhou's entire family had suffered under the 9-clan punishment enacted by the new emperor. Only Master Zhou survived. Chu Yu made no explanation, only replying briefly, "Very well." Master Zhou, passionately instructing his student, declared, throughout history, great achievers were not only men of extraordinary talent but also possessed unwavering determination. Either one makes a capable person. Possessing both qualities makes one a king. You, Your Highness, are the king among kings. All the difficulties you endure are the destined trials of a true king. These hardships are the price to becoming a king. Full of knowledge and passion, Master Zhou talked incessantly, discussing endlessly throughout the trip. The rumbling thunder approached. Just as the first drop hit Chu Yu's sleeve, the heavens opened up, and rain poured down from the skies. On the mountain trail, all sounds vanished amidst the sound of the heavy rain. Suddenly, the convoy ahead stopped. Through the drops of rain, a faint metallic ring echoed, indicating that the guards in front had drawn their swords. Not far away stood a group of dark figures, swallowed by the darkness. The instant lightning flashed, Chiyu saw countless black-clothed figures lying in ambush all around, their eyes like wolves or tigers fixed on the convoy. Unlike the killers they had previously encountered, these were well trained. In the pouring rain, not one of them moved, blocking the way forward like ghosts. Whoever can bring the crown prince's head will be rewarded with 30,000 taels of gold by his majesty. A hoarse voice cut through the storm, breaking the silence. Black-clothed assassins attacked from all sides, their swords and knives flashing coldly in the heavy downpour. The sharp sound of weapons scraping was piercing and unbearable, blood and flesh flew everywhere in an instant, with cries of anguish echoing non-stop. The team leader was surrounded by several black-clothed men, his long sword swirling in the wind. However, he was outnumbered, eventually pierced through the chest by a blade, suffering serious injuries. Chuyu's expression remained cold and composed. Trained in martial arts since childhood, he was no weak scholar. Drawing his sword, he swiftly decapitated a black-clothed assassin. Quickly thereafter, he leaned sideways onto the horse's back, evading a knife aimed at his face. Kicking the horse's abdomen forcefully with both feet to gallop ahead several steps, he grabbed the reins and turned his body again to take advantage of the assassin's momentary confusion and killed him. Master Zhou fought with his sword while shouting out for the team leader, watching as one after another loyal guard fell beside him. A trace of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. "Highness, sir, flee quickly." Seriously wounded, blood gushing from his chest, the team leader still fought fiercely to protect Chuyu, striving against several assassins with everything he had and roaring loudly. Chuyu narrowed his eyes, giving Master Zhou's horse a hard kick on its rear, sending the horse charging out. He closely followed behind, cutting his way out with his blade, aided by several guards who opened the path at the cost of their lives, holding off enemies at all costs. Chuyu glanced back once. The battlefield was bloody and grim. He recognized friends battling courageously in the rain, their fallen bodies being washed away by the torrential rain, mingling blood and mud flowing across the ground. With such generous rewards, there would surely be brave souls seeking fortune. To cultivators, the gold might not mean much, but to ordinary people, it was a great temptation. More black-clothed men surged forward, the splashing mud from galloping horses creating a loud, frantic rhythm. These black-clad assassins were like hounds, clinging tightly to their prey and not letting go. Riding through the heavy rain, they hurried on, the pitch-black night seeming endless without a hint of dawn. Up ahead, broken branches revealed the dilapidated eaves of an old temple. Beneath the eaves hung red lanterns, looking as if someone had lit a lamp that stood conspicuously bright amidst the gloom. Suddenly, Master Zhou's horse collapsed, struck by a flying arrow. Its forelegs bent abruptly, throwing him off. Chuyu yanked hard on the reins and rushed back to Master Zhou. "Sir." Tumbling through the muddy earth, Master Zhou scrambled up, grabbing his sword, and turned to shout furiously, "Your Highness! Run!" In that brief moment, the black-clothed men caught up. Master Zhou was attacked by several of them, receiving a deep stab to his abdomen, blood spraying everywhere. Using his last ounce of strength, he lunged toward one of the assassins, pinning him forcefully to the ground. Third lesson, your heart must be ruthless, ruthless towards yourself, ruthless towards others. Only the merciless become true kings. Highness, survive. Master Zhou's voice echoed through the rain. Fury burned fiercely within Chuyu, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. He forced himself to suppress the urge to fight back and charge straight to the rundown temple with the lantern. Rainwater mixed with blood dripped down his sharp jawline. The deep anger in his eyes boiled over, faint crimson lines gradually spreading on his cheeks like snakes curling and twisting, ultimately converging into an ancient mystical talisman at his brow. As the rage intensified, the talisman grew clearer, glowing with an eerie red light, as if it possessed life. At this moment, Chiyu thought only of Master Zhou's death, unaware of the changes happening within himself. A peculiar sensation of hunger started brewing inside him, as though he hadn't eaten for days. Arriving outside the temple, he leapt off his horse. The sensation of hunger increased, like some dormant power awakening, yearning to devour something to satisfy the craving. His vision blurred, staggering several steps before falling into a filthy muddy puddle. Agonizing pain radiated from both new and old wounds, bringing him slightly back to consciousness. The mysterious talisman on his face disappeared quickly. Pulling himself out of the mud-soaked puddle, battered and disheveled, he stumbled clumsily into the temple. Inside the temple, it was brightly lit with incense candles. On the lotus pedestal where the statue of Buddha should have been sat a person instead. Clad in a spotless white robe, his black hair adorned with a single peacock feather, he held an iron fan in hand, sitting high above, staring at the masses with condescension. His exposed skin was flawless, crystal clear like fine jade. Yet, his face wore a grotesque ghost mask, his chin slightly lifted. Beneath the jawline was a faint scar, a soft pink mark scattered on the skin, resembling a love bite. At first sight, Chuyu turned without hesitation and bolted towards the temple entrance. Li Lanxiu sat on the altar, lightly scoffing as he asked, "Hey, do you want me to save you?" A horde of black-clothed men rushed into the courtyard of the dilapidated temple. Seemingly wary of the masked stranger who appeared on this stormy night in the desolate mountains, none of them dared to enter the temple. They glared at Chuyu like ravenous wolves. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Chuyu had no choice. He closed his eyes, calmed the turmoil within him, then opened his eyes again, his tone calm but resolute. What's the price? Li Lanxiu was unexpectedly impressed by Chuyu's intelligence. Eyeing this bedraggled figure like a cat toying with its prey, he said, "You will become my slave." Chapter 4. Slave. Chuyu gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out distinctly. As the crown prince of a nation, one who was second to none and above 10,000 others, when had anyone dared to repeatedly humiliate him like this? The leader of the black-clothed men waved his hand, throwing a round red ball into the temple. As Chuyu ducked his head, he suddenly locked eyes with Grand Tutor Zhou's lifeless gaze. Grand Tutor Zhou was in the prime of his life, his entire family was implicated and exterminated because of Chuyu. For the past half-year, he toiled tirelessly for Chuyu's benefit, premature white hair sprouting early. Mud clung to his face, obscuring his true features at first glance. A loyal minister who served Dongyue with utmost dedication and sacrificed everything, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. Chuyu knelt down on one knee, closing Zhou's eyes respectfully. The words spoken by Zhou still echoed clearly in his ears. "Your Highness, survive." He turned around, locking eyes with Li Lanxiu's smug gaze. A fleeting wave of suppressed humiliation flashed across his face before he composed himself and said calmly, "All right." Li Lanxiu lifted a hand, gesturing downward as if summoning a dog, come to me." Chuyu clenched his fists inside his sleeves but walked over slowly. The rainstorm intensified, and the black-clothed men outside lost their patience. Their leader stepped over the threshold and entered the temple. They saw the young man on the altar open his fan under the bright candlelight illuminating its frame. A sharp light flickered momentarily. The seasoned assassin, leading his group for years, had an intuitive sense that the person before them should not be trifled with. He shouted loudly, "Retreat." Yet Li Lanxiu's fan struck faster than his command, the slicing sounds like arrows snapping from taut strings, dancing gracefully like petals scattered by celestial beings. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed rhythmically amidst the heavy rain, pang, pang, pang. The courtyard, which had been crowded moments ago, became instantly empty, save for the sprawled corpses on the ground. Each corpse bore a fine red line around its neck. Chuyu's pupils contracted slightly, astonished at the sight of the bodies lying everywhere. Then, taking a deep breath, his gaze gradually darkened. Wiping away the rainwater and bloodstains from his face casually, he said, "I owe you once." Having witnessed such a massive disparity in strength between mortals and cultivators, Chuyu remained calm and held himself confidently in equal terms. This composure and self-assurance were much appreciated by Li Lanxiu. Here was someone with backbone and integrity. Worthy indeed of being the fated son. After scanning him over briefly, Li Lanxiu raised his chin and ordered, "Go clean yourself outside, then come back." It didn't take long before Chuyu returned, washed spotlessly clean in the rain. His clothing neat and tidy, his thin, solemn face pale, his lips faintly colorless, yet his angular features still retained handsomeness. Despite having fallen so far, every movement and gesture still carried an air of royal dignity. Li Lanxiu descended from the lotus platform and sat leisurely atop the shrine. "Kneel before me." Chuyu looked at him for a few seconds before lifting his robe and kneeling slowly on one knee. "Bow your head," commanded Li Lanxiu as he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy in his palm. It formed a transparent talisman. Chuyu grew wary, asking, "What is this?" Li Lanxiu smiled deeply, "It's a slave seal." Not a pleasant word by any means. Chuyu tensed immediately. Li Lanxiu explained methodically, "The slave seal is the mark of a slave. With it, a slave cannot harm their master. If you attempt to kill me, you will die before I do. And if I want you dead, all it takes is a thought. A slave with a slave seal belongs to their master body and soul. No dignity, no self-respect. Kill the master's order, and they must obey without question, nothing more than domesticated beasts kept by their masters." Li Lanxiu could have planted the seal secretly, pretending to befriend Chuyu first. Instead, he chose to explain it explicitly, enjoying the process of humiliating the chosen son. Chuyu suddenly regretted agreeing too easily and realized he'd been tricked. Li Lanxiu placed his hand lightly on Chuyu's neck, stroking it twice. In a lazy, almost hypnotic tone, he urged, "Be good, don't make me feel your regrets." Suppressing his shame and fury, Chuyu bit his lip. Li Lanxiu's hands were cool, like delicate thin ice, revealing a glimpse of snowy white wrist where his sleeve had pulled back. The wrist bones were small, dainty, and intricate, with greenish-blue veins faintly visible under translucent skin, so fragile it felt like you could snap it with ease. Chuyu wanted nothing more than to break it. Li Lanxiu infused spiritual power into Chuyu's neck, planting the slave seal. This kind of seal can only be placed by a higher cultivation practitioner on someone of lower cultivation. Should the recipient's cultivation surpass that of the caster, the slave seal would become ineffective immediately. Otherwise, this supernatural object would let one control the life and death of a stronger being through the seal alone, causing chaos throughout the cultivation world. Li Lanxiu's current cultivation level was at the initial stage of golden core. Thus, until Chu Yu reached golden core, they could play together harmoniously for some time. The talisman fused into Chu Yu's neck, transforming into a small fresh red stamp bearing Li Lanxiu's name. Li Lanxiu's fingertips rubbed against the seal, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. As the master of the chosen son, this feeling was exhilarating. Chu Yu kept his eyes low, enduring the humiliation as best he could. Being too close, Li Lanxiu's scent and presence were inescapable, creating an almost stifling warmth. "What is your name?" Li Lanxiu grasped Chu Yu's chin and lifted it, asking knowingly. Chu Yu pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, took a deep breath, and replied with 2 words, "Chu Yu." "I don't like that name." Li Lanxiu scrutinized Chu Yu, noting the young man dressed in dark robes, his face clouded with gloom. "From now on, I will call you Xiaohe." Chu Yu stared at him and said calmly, "I have a name." Li Lanxiu pinched his cheeks tightly, lowering his head to draw nearer, his grotesque mask nearly touching Chu Yu's face. "What was that?" Chu Yu stared back without flinching. Li Lanxiu felt the pressure increase as Chu Yu tightened his jaw as if trying to tear flesh from his cheek. He could guess what Chu Yu was thinking, a proud prodigy reduced to slavery. How could he endure such disgrace? Yet only vengeance for his family and kingdom fueled his spirit, urging him to bear this shame and humiliation as any true man should. Ah, this was far too entertaining. Li Lanxiu's fingers gradually tightened, mingling Chu Yu's physical pain with inner disgrace. His pitch-black eyes remained cold and unyielding. The more Chu Yu resisted, the greater Li Lanxiu's strange excitement grew. With a light laugh, he let his fingertips glide gently across Chu Yu's face, reducing the distance between them while sensing Chu Yu's breathing grow more rapid. "From this moment forward, you belong to me." Li Lanxiu whispered slowly, word by word. Chu Yu suppressed all his emotions, staring fixedly at the scar-like mark on Li Lanxiu's neck, secretly measuring the force required to snap his throat. Li Lanxiu had enjoyed himself immensely, stepping out the door and flicking his fan into a massive flying device, a cold iron sword fan, which he gracefully mounted. A protective spell kept his garments dry from the rain. Seated on his fan, Li Lanxiu showed no signs of leaving. Chu Yu removed the outer cloak of the black-clothed men, wrapping Zhou Taifu's head respectfully before stepping outside under the rain to depart. He returned after burying Zhou Taifu at daybreak. Li Lanxiu beckoned to him with one finger, "Climb up. Let's go back to the sect." Chu Yu leapt onto the fan, sitting cross-legged behind him, closing his eyes to meditate and rest. The cold iron fan swiftly pierced through the water curtain of the waterfall, enveloping everything in mist. This process, known as cleansing dust, washed away all earthly grudges, marking the official entry into the immortal sect, separating from worldly affairs. After cleansing, they approached the entrance to the outer hall, where Li Yanbi's old friends served as elders, enjoying frequent drinking parties on Zaitai Peak in the past. Being an elder in charge of the outer sects was a lucrative position. Every May, the Zong sect opened its gates to recruit new talents in Weiqing. Candidates would be tested for their spiritual roots and climb the steps of reflection. Afterward, they'd study basic cultivation techniques in the outer sect. Half a year later, during the grand ceremony, those passing the examination would enter the inner sect and select a master from among the 12 peaks. Rules were rigid, but people flexible. Cultivation depended most crucially on spiritual roots. Disciples blessed with heavenly spiritual roots were often picked by various peak masters even before entering, requiring negotiations with the outer elders, who inevitably benefited greatly. Li Yanbi, upright and proud of his swordsmanship, despised such corruption, leading Bai, the elder of the outer sect, to look down on him. Years ago, a war with the demon sect wiped out many talented disciples of Zaitai Peak, leaving it struggling and falling into disrepair. The sect annually came in last place during competitions, earning further disdain from Bai. Descending from his fan, Li Lanxiu climbed the steps of the treasure hall. The interior was open, displaying countless treasured artifacts on multiple shelves, while beautiful servant boys and girls bustled around. Chu Yu followed closely behind, not daring to look around. Elder Bai slept soundly in the arms of a young woman, attended by a handsome boy massaging his legs, living a carefree and indulgent life. Approaching the desk, Li Lanxiu smiled, "Elder Bai, how've you been?" The boy serving Elder Bai dropped his jaw in shock. How dare anyone speak to the powerful elder so casually? Elder Bai abruptly opened his eyes. Seeing Li Lanxiu's face hidden beneath the Noah opera mask, his expression froze briefly before laughing heartily, "Young master. What brings you here?" These old foxes always excelled at superficial pleasantries. Li Lanxiu sat in the chair before Chu Yu. "I've brought someone here. He will be an outer sect disciple." Elder Bai scrutinized Chu Yu, detecting no cultivation from this youth, merely an ordinary person who had entered the immortal sect with composure and grace, a rarity indeed. "This is your..." Elder Bai hadn't heard of Li Lanxiu having any friends, his reputation was so tarnished that disciples within the sect avoided him altogether. Li Lanxiu didn't answer, saying faintly, "I recommended him to join the sect." Chu Yu looked at him with surprise, his eyes flashing with a complex emotion before regaining calmness. He didn't believe Li Lanxiu was so benevolent. Recommending entrance into the sect was an unwritten rule of Chongxian sect. The vast continent of Zhouzhou was home to countless small and large cultivation sects. Although Chongxian's sect was one of the four major Taoist sects, compared to Lingyun's sword sect, the best sect in the land, or the wealthy Shuyuan sect, which had ties to powerful cultivation families, it could only compete with Ivna's sect, which admitted only female disciples. People naturally aspire higher. If a cultivator possessed superior spiritual roots and excellent talent, their first choice would inevitably be Lingyun's sword sect or Shuyuan sect. Could Chongxian's sect idly watch others thrive while they were left behind? Thus, the resourceful peak masters used all kinds of methods, sending disciples across the continent of Zhouzhou to search for young individuals with exceptional spiritual roots. Once selected, recommending them into the sect directly meant becoming disciples under their respective peaks after learning basic techniques in the outer sect. However, these disciples usually possessed top-tier spiritual roots, or at least dual spiritual roots. Elder Bai, stationed in the outer sect, had seen many prodigies over the years and could tell whether someone had wisdom roots and potential just by looking at their eyes. Chuyu may have had an elegant demeanor, but he didn't look like someone with wisdom roots at all. Elder Bai smiled warmly. "Young sir, I know you're worried about the upcoming sect trials and competitions. Your Zaitai Peak has nowhere to go but Shichon. But you don't need to rush this way. Tell your father to humble himself a little. Out of past friendship, I'll send him a few talented disciples." Among the 12 peak masters, all except Li Yanbi had given gifts to Elder Bai: pills, cultivation manuals, beautiful companions, divine artifacts, and more. He accepted bribes to facilitate connections between the masters and favored disciples, merely going through motions during the annual apprentice ceremonies. Li Yanbi refused to give even a penny. Not only did he refuse gifts, but when he saw Elder Bai, he scowled coldly, finding him distasteful. Elder Bai, too, despised Li Yanbi, haughty, righteous, considering himself clean while looking down on everyone else. Cultivation wasn't merely about fighting and killing, human relationships and tact were equally important. After living for several hundred years, Li Yanbi still didn't understand this truth. It was only fitting that he had a useless son who was now being humiliated by his old rival. Li Lanxiu found no patience to argue, his smile fading as he said coolly, "I recommend him to join the sect. Hurry up and light the soul lamp for him." Elder Bai's face soured, thinking no amount of kind words could change such stubborn fools. He would see how much disgrace Purple Altar Peak would bring to the sect during the upcoming trial. He ordered his disciple to fetch the soul lamp, which was formed from special flames. Once a drop of blood was integrated, it linked directly to the life force of the disciple. If the person died, the lamp would extinguish. Once the lamp was lit, it marked formal entry into Chongxian's sect, officially becoming an outer sect disciple. Li Lanxiu turned to look at Chu Yu, speaking coldly, "Complete your foundation building within a month, or, you'd better not stay alive." "So that's why." Chu Yu responded with a blank expression, simply saying, Li Lanxiu had not whispered secretly. Elder Bai could also hear this. The latter couldn't help laughing inwardly. A renowned genius within Chongxian's sect's inner sect took 3 years to complete foundation building. Foundation building within a month? Utterly laughable. Pure arrogance. Chapter 5. Li Yanbi held a brush pen, leaning over to paint on the Xian paper. A flower stand held a small jar of pigments, cinnabar red, malachite green, pearl white, all personally ground by Chu Xian, who presented them one by one before the master for Li Yanbi's painting. Chu Xian held the ink-washing basin with both hands. Younger brother has already calmed down. That young man's life is safe. With a vigorous stroke of his brush, Li Yanbi replied, "Elder Su raised a fine daughter. Initially, this marriage was something he begged me to agree to, and I consented only reluctantly. How could little Su girl ever match Lan Xiu?" Lost in thought, Chu Xian remarked, "Younger brother is beautiful, elder sister Su doesn't reach even a fraction of his beauty." This statement was audacious indeed, as Su Shiyan was recognized by the 7-star tower as the first beauty of cultivators. Yet Li Yanbi found no fault in it. He set down his brush, snapping his fingers, instantly drying the ink on the scroll. If his looks were merely average, then I would have been more at ease. Isn't it good that younger brother is so handsome? Chu Xian took the finished brush from him and carefully cleaned it in the ink-washing basin as if he were a serving boy. Li Yanbi turned to look at him, 300 years old at the separation stage, eternally youthful with striking features and piercing eyes. "Chu Xian, what do you think about Lan Xiu's aptitude and character?" Lifting his head, Chu Xian smiled and said, "Younger brother is naturally kind-hearted, lively, and full of energy. As for his talent, at such a young age, he's already reached the initial stage of golden cord cultivation, truly intelligent." Li Yanbi maintained an unmoved expression while observing him. Having spent over a century together, how could Li Yanbi not know that he was pulling his leg? Kind-hearted? Intelligent? None of these words had any connection to Li Lanxiu. After a brief pause, Chu Xian stated, "Younger brother has a fiery temper, is indulged and willful, but fundamentally not bad. His aptitude is rather ordinary, neither excellent nor terrible." Li Yanbi gazed at him with penetrating insight. "Tell me the truth, I won't blame you." After a moment of silence, Chu Xian confessed, "Younger brother is arrogant, mischievous, and streetwise, only reaching the golden core stage thanks to the pills given by our esteemed master." As for spiritual roots, if he weren't the master's son, he probably wouldn't even be eligible for the inner sect. There's no need to be so blunt, Li Yanbi said, his expression strained. It was one thing to know privately that his son was a failure, quite another to hear it directly from his disciple. Despite everything, he's still my son. Even as useless as he might be, he's still a piece of heartwood. He took a deep breath. If Lan Xiu were just mediocre, then it wouldn't matter. But as my son, if he neglects his cultivation and loses himself in love for the Su family's girl, this shows. He lacks ambition. This was something Chu Xian had noticed long ago, a fact known throughout Zhongshuan sect. Li Lanqiu was an utterly ambitionless fool. As the only son of Li Yanbi, he could be mediocre, he could behave poorly, but he couldn't lack ambition. Ordinary people without ambition can live out unremarkable yet peaceful lives. But the Tao is ruthless, if one does not advance, they fall behind. A cultivator without the resolve to face death and pursue the Tao inevitably becomes stepping stones for others on this path. Li Yanbi sat down, propping his forehead. I cannot protect him forever. If I should die. Master, Chu Xian interrupted with furrowed brows, speaking firmly, the master will surely survive the calamity and ascend to immortality. Li Yanbi gave a faint smile filled with resignation. If he had an average appearance, he could at least become a carefree wandering cultivator. But now, since he looks like this and has no ability to protect himself, isn't he simply asking to be bullied? Chu Xian hesitated slightly, trying to say something. Master was putting it gently. Both Taoist and demon cultivators have techniques that involve pairing with beauties. All sorts of licentious demons have their own secrets, why wouldn't they desire cultivating with a beautiful person to reach great bliss? This is why I let him wear a mask, to avoid ill-intentioned people thinking of him too much. After saying this, Li Yanbi closed his eyes and sank into contemplation. Suddenly, Chu Xian's expression changed. His gaze became unfocused, as he revealed a jade tablet received today. Elder Qi sent over the trial documents for this year's sect trial. 10 disciples from each peak will go under Lin Zhen's command to Changming World. Li Yanbi showed little interest. Let you handle it. 100 years ago, there was a bloody battle against the demon sect where all the outstanding students from Purple Terrace Peak perished, resulting in a severe lack of talent. Li Yanbi despised dealing with lowly figures like Dean Nan of the South Hall, leading to Purple Terrace Peak declining generation after generation. Now, the only decent disciple worthy of mention was Chu Xian. Therefore, whoever from Purple Terrace Peak attended the trial made little difference. Chu Xian alone couldn't carry the burden anyway, and the 12 peaks would still end up at the bottom. Just another loss of face, another opportunity for former colleagues, once beneath him, to ridicule him. Li Yanbi had grown numb to it. Just as Chu Xian was about to leave, a Taoist child entered respectfully, announcing, Summit Lord, Immortal, young Master Lanqiu has arrived. Upon hearing this, the worried clouds on Li Yanbi's face dispersed, replaced by a beaming smile. Go fetch a fox fur robe for him. Don't let our son get cold. Li Yanbi's cave residence was located at the farthest depth of Purple Terrace Peak, beside a 1,000-year-old cold spring. Within 100 zhang of the cave, a chill permeated, piercing the bone with icy coolness. Li Lanqiu dislikes the cold and would never come near unless he wanted to ask Li Yanbi for permission to boss Chu Xian around. Chu Xian sat down, waiting to see Li Lanqiu cry and beg his master. With a fox fur cloak draped over his shoulders, Li Lanqiu entered, his lips quivering as he struggled to call out, Father. Li Yanbi immediately pulled him into an embrace. Who bullied my child? Tell father, and I'll handle it for you. Nestled in the warm embrace, Li Lanqiu felt a wave of affection. In the original story, Li Yanbi and his family's power served as the beginner's package on Chu Yu's path to advancement. According to the original storyline, early this morning, Qi was still receiving lashes on Purple Terrace Peak when Master Shui from Thousand Mechanisms Peak led a group of disciples to their location. Among them was Su Shiyan, whom the previous body admired deeply. Su Shiyan accused the previous body of bullying mortals, which was disgraceful behavior for a cultivator. Master Shui acted righteously by intervening and publicly reprimanded Li Yanbi for failing to discipline his son properly, allowing Li Lanqiu to act recklessly. To protect the previous body from punishment according to sect rules, Li Yanbi had to bow to his greatest rival and release Chu Yu, setting the stage for a predictable revenge scene. After Chu Yu left Chongxian's sect and joined Grand Tutor Zhou's party, Master Shui, worried about possible retaliation from Li Lanqiu, secretly followed to protect him. Witnessing Chu Yu being ambushed by assassins, Master Shui once again intervened at a crucial moment. These two rescues cemented a close bond between Master Shui and Chu Yu, leading to Chu Yu's induction into the outer sect. Humiliated in public, the original could not let go of his anger when he heard that Chu Yu had become an outer sect disciple. How could he swallow this? He burst into the outer sect, challenging Chu Yu before everyone present to a half-year pact. Li Lanqiu swore to defeat Chu Yu so thoroughly at the upcoming sect trial that he would kneel and beg for mercy. Being only at the initial stage of gold core cultivation, this was clearly taking advantage of Chu Yu, who was still immortal. But Chu Yu possessed a rare talent in cultivation unmatched in the world. At the sect trial after half a year, the original suffered repeated losses under Chu Yu's hands. Desperate and furious, he resorted to foul play, only to be slapped away by Master Shui. Master Shui stepped forward to uphold justice, crushing the hand Li Lanqiu used to launch a hidden weapon beneath his foot. So vicious at such a young age. Today, I'll execute heavenly justice and cripple one of your hands. How could Li Yanbi stand by and let his beloved son be harmed? He humbled himself once more to his mortal enemy, pleading tirelessly to spare the original's hand. Yet the trouble wasn't over. The surrounding disciples despised and looked down on the Li father-son duo, treating Li Lanqiu like trash. Su Shiyan rushed to Chu Yu's side, weeping piteously in a display of innocence and vulnerability. This image replayed endlessly in the original's mind day and night. After some rest, growing increasingly infuriated, he concocted a despicable plan, drugging Su Shiyan with aphrodisiacs, intending to force a relationship. At that moment, Chu Yu descended from heaven like a hero saving the damsel, cruelly severing all of his tendons on the spot, rendering him powerless. Furthermore, before his very eyes, Chu Yu undressed and laid with Su Shiyan to counteract the drug, engaging in a passionate encounter that seemed extremely pleasurable. Bereft both physically and mentally, the original collapsed, becoming a waste ever since. Driven by paternal love, how could Li Yanbi endure such an insult? Ignoring all counsel, he alone wielded his sword to kill Chu Yu. By then, Chu Yu had become a direct disciple of the sect leader, the destined prodigy of Chongqian's sect, the pride and hope of the entire sect. To challenge Chu Yu was tantamount to betraying the sect. Even a fierce tiger cannot overcome a pack of wolves. Despite Li Yanbi's sword shining like a rainbow, he was no match for Chongqian's sect's protective great array, ultimately suffering a humiliating defeat. Considering Li Yanbi's past contributions to Chongqian's sect, killing him was unjustifiable. Hence, he was imprisoned in a pitch-black immortal subduing tower. The line of cultivators in the Li family didn't end with Li Yanbi, they were bound by tradition to rise or fall together. To avenge the Li father-son duo, members sacrificed themselves one after another, providing Chu Yu with experience points akin to the tale of the 7 brothers rescuing Grandpa. Because of Chu Yu alone, over 100 Li family cultivators perished, erasing their existence from the continent forever. Upon hearing this news, Li Yanbi lost all hope and took his own life within the immortal subduing tower. Li Lanqiu's memories of Li Yanbi were filled with warmth. With the early loss of his mother, Li Yanbi raised him alone, serving as both father and mother. He taught him reading and writing, combed his hair with a sword-wielding hand, narrated stories of heroes from distant lands. The original, indulged from a young age, was always arrogant and unruly, pulling Chu Xian's hair to force the older brother into acting as his horse, tearing apart relics given by Chu Xian's late mother for amusement, forcing Chu Xian to bark like a dog and punishing him for poor imitation. No matter how much trouble he caused, shedding a single tear would render the tough-as-iron Li Yanbi utterly soft-hearted, forgiving him without a word. Li Lanqiu had never experienced parental love in his past life. Now, nestled in Li Yanbi's arms, he finally tasted the long-desired familial affection. Father. What is it? Li Yanbi asked humorously, why does it sound like you're so aggrieved, Lanqiu? Are you still upset? Chu Xian, go grab that lad. Li Lanqiu shook his head. I've heard Elder Qi sent this year's trial letter. Whom do you plan to select for the trial, father? Li Yanbi turned to Chu Xian, I'm discussing with Chu Xian. Whom would Lanqiu recommend? Chu Xian gave Li Lanqiu a mocking look. The paralysming realm was full of danger. Given the current cultivation level of the disciples on Purple Terrace Peak, entering it would be akin to walking into death. He wondered who had offended Li Lanqiu to deserve such a cruel method to be put to death. Myself. Li Lanqiu intended to enter Theming Realm for trials. Theming Realm was the first instance in the original story where Chu Yu leveled up rapidly and greatly enhanced his power. Alongside this, he had a fleeting romantic encounter with the Holy Maiden from the Jade Maid sect. Innumerable precious materials were gathered, securing the top spot in the trials, showcasing his glory and becoming an exemplary figure among the younger generation. Just as he returned from the trials, he attended a grand ceremony witnessed by 10,000 people, becoming a disciple under 1,000 Mechanisms Peak as Master Shui basked in triumph. 1,000 Mechanisms Peak henceforth soared like a tiger gaining wings, using this opportunity to become the top peak within the sect. However, the disciples of Purple Terrace Peak suffered heavy casualties. During the subsequent sect competition, they embarrassingly ended up without any usable contestants, turning them into a laughingstock. Both Li Yanbi and Chu Xian were momentarily startled. Was Li Lanqiu recommending himself to participate in the sect's trial? Li Lanqiu, who never did anything serious and only indulged in eating, drinking, and playing, was actually volunteering for the sect's trial. Surprise came too suddenly. Li Yanbi scrutinized him up and down, warning him, Lanqiu, the sect trial isn't something for you to fool around with. That's right, junior brother. Chu Xian suppressed his laughter, half threatening and half coddling as he said, Theming Realm is teeming with demons and monsters, filled with piles of white bones, covered in toxic miasma. Just touching it could corrupt junior brother's handsome face. It wouldn't be amusing if you really turned into an ugly wretch. Li Lanqiu gave him a cold glance and thought to himself, go to hell. He looked at Li Yanbi and said, I know participating in the sect trial means entering places more dangerous than dragon dens or tiger lairs. There's absolutely no room for fooling around. Li Yanbi felt both joy and worry. He was pleased to see Lanqiu finally resembling his son, unafraid of life or death while pursuing the Tao, yet worried about his mediocre cultivation skills which might leave him unable to protect himself in theming realm. Father, I am your son. If the father is a hero, the son will also be brave. Since you are as solid as tempered iron, I can't afford to be mere rusty copper. Li Lanqiu's tone lost its usual softness and laziness. Clear and resonant, with rising and falling intonations, he excelled at persuading all sorts of people. Li Yanbi's heart surged with emotion, and his eyes sparkled faintly. Well said. Father agrees. Li Lanqiu paused briefly, capitalizing on the momentum to add another request. There's one more thing I'd like to ask. Please cancel my engagement with Su Shiyan. Li Yanbi had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Li Lanqiu had adored Su Shiyan so much, following her around like a wagging tail begging for favors. Li Yanbi couldn't stand it but couldn't dissuade him. The more he tried to advise against it, the more determined Li Lanqiu became. Unbelievable, today he finally understood. What a double joy. Chapter 6. In just a moment, Li Yanbi looked at Li Lanqiu differently. He had always thought this child lacked ambition, but now he realized that he had underestimated Li Lanqiu. For what ordinary men would deem an immense shame and disgrace, Li Lanqiu didn't appear the least bit upset. He spoke of it as if it were a trivial matter, not worth mentioning, showing his inner strength. He sighed with relief and said with emotion, "Good, everything you've said, I agree with." Li Lanqiu hugged his arm, "Thank you, father. But you must also promise me one thing." Li Yanbi's expression turned serious, gravely saying, "You must protect yourself in the Transmigrated realm and return intact." Li Lanqiu nodded vigorously, "I promise." Li Yanbi smiled and adjusted his fur-lined collar for him carefully. "It's too cold here. You should go back." Li Lanqiu smiled again, nodding, "All right." Chu Xian hadn't seen the drama he had hoped for. He also couldn't understand the scene playing out right in front of him. After several days, he found himself unable to figure out exactly what younger brother intended to do. The Transmigrated realm was no joke. It could cost lives, but would his cowardly younger brother really risk his own life to show off? Li Yanbi then turned to Chu Xian and grinned, "Chu Xian, your master has some words for you." Chu Xian understood clearly. Li Yanbi's mood was as good as it could possibly be. Ever since the master mother passed away, their master had never been this happy, as if the clouds had finally cleared and the moon shone bright again. Being the leader of one peak, Li Yanbi had quite a few valuable treasures envied by others that could help Li Lanqiu survive in the Transmigrated realm. Just moments before, to avoid squashing his ambition, he hadn't entrusted them to Chu Xian. Having received the treasures entrusted to him by Li Yanbi, Chu Xian stepped out of the cave mansion, where a vast expanse of peach blossoms bloomed brightly outside the cave entrance. Li Lanqiu sat on a huge bluish rock, idly tearing at a peach blossom in his hand. Chu Xian stared directly at him, from his fearsome mask down to the faint red scar on his neck. This scar was peculiar, it only showed when he held his chin high, looking down on people. It carried a strange and subtle allure, both chilly and inviting. With a flick of his wrist, Li Lanqiu discarded the peach blossom and jumped off the rock. "Where are my spirit stones?" "I thought you were waiting for me, junior brother." Chu Xian laughed leisurely, "Turns out you were waiting to collect a debt." "Isn't it all the same?" Li Lanqiu retorted. Chu Xian glanced back at Master Li Yanbi's dwelling, quickly forming a small soundproofing seal with his hands to ensure that their conversation wouldn't be overheard by the master. Then he looked at Li Lanqiu, "No, it's not. If you were waiting for me, I'd be very pleased. If it's just about collecting a debt, I'm not pleased." Li Lanqiu cared nothing about his feelings and gave him a sidelong glance. "Big brother, you aren't thinking of reneging on your debt, are you?" Chu Xian untied the Qinquan bag at his waist and took out 2 medium-level spirit stones. "May I ask junior brother a question?" "What is it?" Chu Xian asked, "Why does junior brother want to enter the Transmigrated realm?" Li Lanqiu smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes. "Can big brother not see through me?" Chu Xian hesitated for a moment. "I am glad for master." Li Lanqiu wasn't ready to completely ruin their relationship yet. If Chu Xian acted behind his back in the Transmigrated realm, there would be no defense. He curled his white jade-like finger. "Come closer." Chu Xian instinctively leaned closer, only to watch as he lifted a corner of his mask, revealing soft and inviting lips. The curve at the corners of his mouth looked like a blade carrying enticing scents, as if softly whispering. "What a good dog slave." Chu Xuan's heart tightened suddenly, anger and humiliation rising again, but this time accompanied by a secretive sense of pleasure. Chu Xian was originally rescued by Li Yanbi from a small mountain ravine, where his family was so poor they clanged like bells. His elder brother feared that he would take his share of their 2-acre estate and offered him during the village river god sacrifice. It was a life doomed to die. Li Yanbi descended from the sky, sword in hand, slaying the river god. Seeing Chu Xuan's decent appearance and sharp intelligence, he took him back to Zitai Peak and raised him as a disciple. A life once destined for death became a leaping koi dragon. Chu Xian, the name given by Li Yanbi, his original name was Dog Slave. When Li Yanbi recounted Chu Xuan's story to the original self, hoping the latter would sympathize with Chu Xian and stop bullying the older brother. The original self only remembered the name, dog slave, often using, dog slave, to humiliate Chu Xian. Every time these 3 words were uttered, Chu Xuan's face turned ferocious, unable to maintain the demeanor of a good big brother. Chu Xian suddenly turned his face toward Li Lanxiu, their eyes locking. Li Lanxiu took the spirit stones in Chu Xuan's palm and placed them in his own Qianquan bag. With such a loyal dog slave as my big brother, I am also glad for my father. Junior brother calls so melodiously, could you call again? Chu Xian softly asked, a tremble of excitement present in his voice. Li Lanxiu, a straightforward man, didn't understand the complexity in his mind and snorted lightly, big brother is truly worthless. Chu Xian licked his lips and lowered his voice, I want to be junior brother's dog slave. Li Lanxiu arched an eyebrow with no courtesy, do you deserve it? What use was there for a treacherous dog, one that schemed to turn on its master? Chu Xuan's face turned cold as he took a step back and looked at him. Alright, junior brother is reasonable. With those words, his elegant younger brother concluded their conversation by calling forth his flying fan in an ethereal manner and floated away like a celestial being. Chu Xian returned to the cave mansion, retrieved the trial invitation from the sect, and wrote down the 3 characters, Li Lanxiu. The letter instantly lit up, turning the ink-black characters into golden inscriptions within it. He pulled out an embroidered handkerchief from his chest, holding it delicately in his hands to play with. The smooth silk embroidery featured cranes and auspicious clouds, white with streaks of brown blood stains. This embroidered handkerchief carried a scent of a woman's powder fragrance. Chu Xian carefully identified the smell, picking up a hint of refreshing one incense amidst it. Raising it to his nose, he closed his eyes and indulged himself in a delighted sniff. Younger brother, why are you so cruel and foolish? Yet why do you have a face that can bewitch countless people? At the same time, outside the southern courtyard gate, the residence of outer disciples was simple and unadorned. A room contained 4 beds, a wooden table, chairs, and basic daily necessities. Upon entering the sect, Chiyu received a grey Taoist robe. His 3 roommates had joined the sect a year earlier, all were already in the early stages of foundation establishment, well versed in the affairs of the sect. Among them, a thin young man named Gu Yunzi, who was 1 year older than Chu Yu, had finally found someone his age. Hence, Gu Yunzi was very amiable towards Chu Yu. Chu Yu removed his wide robe and changed into the outer disciple Taoist robe. Sitting beside him, Gu Yunzi counted with his fingers as he introduced the figures on various peaks within the sect. Yingqi Peak has the strongest overall strength. Lian Shixiang has achieved initial success in the Yuan stage, mastering a divine sword technique. Then there's Qianji Peak, where Brother Jiang is a heavenly spiritual root, only 20 years old and already at the initial stage of Yuan, none surpasses him in the sect. Moreover, Brother Jiang hails from the Jiang family, which is associated with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the largest merchant in the cultivation world. You'll gradually learn more about it. The round-headed senior, Tisked several times with evident admiration, Brother Jiang is my idol. Only a person like Brother Jiang deserves Elder Sister Yan. Mentioning Elder Sister Yan's name made Gu Yunzi blush. Elder Sister Yan is the daughter of the Enforcement Hall Elder and the first beauty acknowledged by the 7 Stars Tower. They say she's stunningly beautiful. The round-headed senior sighed deeply, it's such a pity about Elder Sister Yan. Chu Yu slid his arm through the sleeve of the Taoist robe, just about to fasten his belt when Gu Yunzi suddenly gave a startled cry, ah! What's that on your neck? The others looked over to see a square red seal-like mark on Chu Yu's neck side, seemingly bearing some words. Before they could make out what it said, Chu Yu quickly pulled up his collar to cover the mark on his neck. Pressing firmly on the mark, Chu Yu acted as if nothing happened and said, it's nothing. None of them had seen or heard of a slave mark, and their cultivation level wouldn't allow the use of spirit power to place one on them, so no one thought much about it, continuing their previous conversation. Chu Yu tore a piece of fabric from his dark robes and wrapped it twice around his neck to hide the disgraceful mark Li Lanxiu had left on him. Gu Yunzi, with excitement in his tone, stood up and said, I admire most Senior Li of Zitai Peak. There's a trial tower in 7 Stars Tower with 9 floors. Senior Li reached the 5th floor, earning him the title of True Swordsman. Senior Li has a son, fiancé to Elder Sister Yan. The round-headed senior's expression turned furious as he disdainfully remarked, That's precisely why I find Elder Sister Yan unfortunate, having her exquisite beauty wasted on cow dung. Blushing red in his ears, Gu Yunzi argued heatedly, Brother Li is only in the initial stage of gold core cultivation, though not matching Elder Sister Yan's, he is certainly no cow dung, right? I never said his cultivation is low. Haven't you heard? He wears a ghost mask every day, emitting an ominous aura. They say he looks uglier than his mask, the round-headed senior sneered coldly. Another senior chimed in agreement, the most beautiful flower paired with an ugly monster, isn't that exactly a case of flowers inserted into cow dung? If he's not an ugly monster, then why would he beat people to death when they talk about his appearance? It must be because he's shamelessly hideous. Being a fervent admirer of Li Yanbi, Gu Yunzi couldn't bear to hear anyone disparage Li Lanxiu, becoming agitated as he protested, Senior Li is peerless in beauty, how could his son be an ugly monster? If he's not an ugly monster, why does he wear the mask every day? Yes, Gu Yunzi, if his face isn't hideous, why does he keep covering it up? Being less articulate, Gu Yunzi stammered but couldn't form coherent sentences, glancing helplessly toward Chu Yu. Junior brother, tell me, is brotherly handsome or ugly? Chu Yu was flipping through a book on breathing techniques, not even glancing up as he said, I have no interest in whether he's handsome or ugly. Gu Yunzi was so enraged that he couldn't find any words to counter. As the sun dipped westward at noon, aside from personal cultivation, the outer disciples also had to take care of various menial tasks, such as chopping wood and cleaning halls. The four were assigned to clean the largest martial arts training square. It stretched 100 paces long, paved with green stone slabs, making it grand and spacious. With such a large area, 4 people wouldn't be able to sweep it all. Therefore, 2 groups had been allocated for the training square by the steward. While sweeping, Chiyu adjusted his breathing, practicing the techniques described in the book. The leader of the other group wasn't wearing a Taoist robe but was dressed in luxurious silk clothing. His looks were rather plain, yet his demeanor was overbearing. They arrived late and, once there, just sat on the chairs in the training square, pulling out their teacups to drink leisurely. The round-headed senior approached them with a broad smile, bowing humbly as he asked, Young Master Zhou, you've arrived. Young Master Zhou ignored him completely, gripping a small teapot and sipping tea from it. Upon standing up straight and looking around nervously, the round-headed senior laughed and said, Young Master Zhou, the square is so large, we'll need until tomorrow to finish cleaning. Could we possibly trouble your 2 friends to help us? One of young Master Zhou's lackeys slapped the round-headed senior across the face with a backhanded strike, causing him to spin several times before landing on his bottom. Chu Yu carefully observed the situation. Gu Yunzi leaned closer to him and whispered an explanation, Young Master Zhou never does any work, his tasks are always done by others. We've helped them countless times already. Whoever gets paired with him is just out of luck. On the other side, young Master Zhou poured his tea onto the round-headed senior, sneering disdainfully, what audacity. It's already a favor for me to let you do my work, don't misunderstand this generosity. You despicable ones, many would fight for the chance to work for young Master Zhou. You dare to refuse such a good opportunity. His 2 henchmen began punching and kicking the round-headed senior. Clutching his head, the elder cried out repeatedly for mercy, too scared even to retaliate. With a reluctant look, Gu Yunzi grabbed Chu Yu's sleeve and turned away, whispering, you shouldn't lose control. Young Master Zhou has powerful backing. Chu Yu frowned slightly as he stared at the kneeling elder who was begging for mercy, muttering under his breath, this bullying has gone too far. Isn't this our reality without backing? Gu Yunzi sighed deeply, patting Chu Yu's shoulder. Stay far from young Master Zhou in the future. You've just joined the sect and can't provoke him. His uncle is an internal affairs official on Zitai Peak. Chapter 7. The position of a steward for internal affairs was minor, merely a servant to assist disciples in their cultivation. But because they were servants of the inner sect, all those who had any connection with them, like young Master Zhou, could bully those outer sect disciples who had no backing, treating them worse than weeds. After bullying Roundhead's senior brother, young Master Zhou and his group left without a care, leaving the large sparring ground for the few of them to clean. Once they were far enough away, Guiyunzi helped Roundhead's senior brother up, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his face. Grimacing from pain, the elder brother cursed, it's just because his uncle is a steward. He only bullies us because we have no one influential behind us, what's so great about that? You'd better keep quiet. Guiyunzi looked around cautiously. The elder brother scrambled to his feet, wiping his face resentfully as he said, it's all my uncle's fault for not being useful. If I had such an uncle, I'd like to see who dares to bully me. Guiyunzi sighed, I also wish I had a patron within the inner sect, then I wouldn't be bullied. Chu Yu, don't you want a patron? He turned to Chu Yu, who was still sweeping, seeking agreement. Chu Yu stopped his actions, picked up the elder brother's broom and handed it back to him, saying indifferently, we must finish cleaning the sparring ground before dawn or we will miss tomorrow's morning lessons. For a moment, the elder brother had nothing to say and quietly continued sweeping. No one pursued the question Fong Chu Yu hadn't answered. Being an outer sect disciple meant having a life as fragile as wild grass. Didn't everyone long to have someone influential within the inner sect as a protector? If there was a great figure from the inner sect as a patron, they would proudly display it for all to see. How could anyone imagine that some might view this as a disgrace, trying hard to conceal it instead? At the back hall of Li Lanqiu's residence, there was a spiritual spring. The water flowed from the spiritual vein, carrying a bit of Earth Mother essence, abundant with spiritual energy. Bathing in it replenished one's vital essence and expanded one's qi si dantian. This was specially arranged by Li Yanbi for the original body, which had an inferior foundation. With 5 elemental attributes commonly seen in the sect, it was mediocre talent. The spiritual force in the original body's qi si dantian was sparse. Eating countless supplements pills was akin to drawing water with a leaky bucket, where the speed at which spiritual force entered the body was slower than the rate it dissipated. In the end, only a trickle of spirit power remained in the qi si dantian. Every night, the original body would bathe in the spiritual spring pool. Li Lanqiu naturally followed this routine. He dismissed the attending maidservants, removed his mask and placed it on the side table. Lying lazily against the edge of the pool, he closed his eyes in deep thought. Regarding the matter of breaking the engagement, the sooner the better. First, he disliked Su Shiyang. Second, he was not the destined one and didn't have the destiny to enjoy such blessings. In the original book, Su Shiyang held a unique place among the vast harem of Chuyu, not just because of her beauty but also due to her relationship with another beauty, making them sister flowers. Her sister was also a member of the Chongxian sect but not an ordinary disciple. This secretive relationship was unknown to outsiders. Had it not been for Li Lanqiu knowing the plot of the original book, he wouldn't have guessed that Su Shiyang's good sister was Bai Zhenchuan. Bai Ying, the only true disciple of the sect master, second in status only to the sect master within the sect. Everyone knew Bai Zhenchuan had profound cultivation, reaching the peak of transformation realm at 300 years old, truly a prodigy. But no one had ever seen him, even unsure whether Bai Zhenchuan was male or female, what they looked like. Su Shiyang, after years of accidentally stumbling into Bai Ying's cave, discovered a shocking secret. Bai Zhenchuan was actually a white dragon. This story had much background, roughly concerning how the sect master dared greatly, adopting a dragon as a disciple and secretly bringing him back to the sect to proclaim him as a true disciple. Although dragons are among divine beasts, fundamentally they remain beasts in a world where humans and demons take separate paths. Hiding such a demon-like creature within the sect would cause significant scandal if revealed. Once exposed, it could tarnish the reputation of the Chongxian sect and lead to severe criticism towards the sect master. However, Su Shiyang did not make it public. Instead, she became Bai Ying's only friend, sharing everything with each other as close as sisters. Therefore, when Su Shiyang and Chuyu formed a bond, Bai Ying was uneasy in trusting her good sister to an unfamiliar man. Transforming into a woman, Bai Ying went to test Chuyu's worthiness. Test upon test led Bai Ying herself into this situation. Alongside Su Shiyang, they both ended up in Chuyu's harem as sister flowers. Compared to the aloof and cold Su Shiyang, Li Lanqiu liked Bai Ying more while reading the book. Bai Ying embodied the perfect fantasy of a man. Without needing to elaborate on the beauty of the dragon clan, Bai Ying was naturally pure and innocent yet retained an evil demonic nature. With a particularly broad-minded heart, Bai Ying accommodated all of Chuyu's women, never feeling jealousy. Within the harem, when disputes arose, Bai Ying acted as the peacemaker, a perfect supportive partner. But if it were merely as a supportive partner, it wouldn't qualify as a perfect embodiment. A crucial point, Bai Ying's true identity was the Demon King. The king of 10,000 demons, the lord of the demon realm, all the demons in this world must bow before Bai Ying. This was the reason Li Lanqiu cited for breaking the engagement. In this world, besides Chuyu, no other man was destined to enjoy such blessings without risking death by the Demon King should they dare entertain thoughts about Su Shiyang. Li Lanqiu casually untied his hair ribbon, letting his jet black hair drift into the hot spring water. He picked up the wine from the small table and took a sip as he tilted his head back. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing all the lights and plunging the surroundings into semi-darkness, with only the faint glow of the spirit water in the hot spring remaining. Li Lanqiu's heart stiffened. He quickly stepped out of the spring pool, grabbed his outer robe to wrap around himself, and carelessly put on his mask. In the pitch blackness, a suffocating silence began to spread. Faint sounds came from above the beams, as if something massive was slowly crawling. Shadows moved in the dim corners, as though countless cold eyes were staring at him. The icy chill grew heavier, as if invisible hands were gently touching his skin, sending waves of cold down his spine. Li Lanqiu narrowed his eyes, sensing a malevolent presence gradually getting closer. The light outside the door went out, and looking out of the window revealed an impenetrably dark landscape. When he opened the door, the room and the maids had disappeared, leaving him in a forest shrouded in thick mist. The surroundings were full of sticky darkness, with faintly visible distorted tree shadows and drifting ghostly flames. Behind him, the hot spring had vanished. From the dense fog emerged ear-piercing laughter, like sharp hooks pulling against his auditory nerves. As he walked, he tightened his belt. Beneath his feet lay piles of white, brittle bones, crunching under his bare soles. A strong stench of decay permeated the air. What a powerful illusion. Every detail was astonishingly realistic. If not for his calm focus and recollection of what just happened, he might have thought he encountered ghosts. No one else in Chongxian sect could create such a realistic illusion or dare act so brazenly under the nose of Li Yanbi. It would have been better if the marriage had ended later. He collected himself. The scenery around him became increasingly bizarre. Twisted tree shadows resembled monsters, the floating ghostly flames coalesced into a pair of giant blood-red eyes hovering above him, coldly overlooking him. Li Lanqiu's lower legs felt suddenly cool as ghostly hands rose from the ground, gripping his ankles and trapping him in place. Having just bathed, he hastily exited the pool, now only wrapped in a thin outer robe which stuck to his tall, lean body. His narrow waistline was sharply defined, clothes outlining two taut arcs, resembling drawn bowstrings filled with a supple beauty. His damp black hair hung loosely over his shoulders, framing his gaunt face. His uncovered skin below the mask was pale and fine, akin to high-quality white jade. The invisibility of his face added an air of mystery, almost enticing. In the darkness, those blood-red eyes glinted like the gaze of death, slowly scanning him top to bottom. "Are you Li Lanqiu?" Its voice was low and soft, indeterminate between male and female, imbued with an eerie charm. At its utterance, bone-chilling cold rushed down Li Lanqiu's head, as if he'd plunged into an ice cave in the coldest winter, numbing every part of his body. This body couldn't withstand the overwhelming demon aura, and his knees buckled, forcing him to kneel among the pile of bones as he breathed shallowly. Unfamiliar with his fragility, the red eyes hadn't expected even a Jin Dan period cultivator to be suppressed this severely. The ghost hands imprisoning his legs loosened, sliding upward along his calf to grab his arms and lift him. The ghost hands caressing past his knees pulled his robes up, exposing clean and delicate calves where faint bluish veins were visible. Due to the half-kneeling posture, a rosy blush colored his knees. His skin, touched by the icy-cold ghost hands, quivered slightly. Amidst the terrifying atmosphere, a peculiar allure arose. The ghost hand abruptly paused and swiftly retracted. After a long pause, the voice of the red eyes spoke again, saying dispassionately, "You don't need to know who I am. I want you to release Chu Yu and dissolve the engagement with Su Shiyan." Chapter 8. Li Lanqiu looked up straight into the blood-red, giant eyes. An inescapable sense of oppression spread throughout his body, leaving him speechless. The blood-red giant eyes gradually lowered, and icy, soft tentacles floated around Li Lanqiu's body. A chilling demonic aura brushed against his face. A ghostly hand emerged from the dense fog, grabbing his neck. The blood-red eyes moved closer, and the hard, smooth scales by its lips pressed against Li Lanqiu's body. "Do you think I dare not kill you?" Li Lanqiu wanted to cough but couldn't. Beneath the mask, two translucent eyes glistened black with moisture. The blood-red eyes stared deeply into his, too close for comfort. The damp, fragrant scent of his post-bath body was intoxicating as the long tentacles slid unconsciously over him. Li Lanqiu only felt an itchy sensation. With both hands, he tried to pry off the ghostly hand around his neck, striving to regain the right to breathe. The tentacles slid from his wet hair down to his ankles. The master of the blood eyes sniffed him from head to toe. The pitch-black pupils of the blood-red eyes suddenly contracted sharply, as if just realizing what had been done. A deep voice resounded again, "Do as I say, or next time we meet will be your end." As the words fell, the blood-red eyes and the ghostly hand disappeared simultaneously. The surrounding illusion shattered, leaving Li Lanqiu standing in the well-lit room of the hot spring pavilion, as if nothing had happened. He touched his neck and took a deep breath, the fear of being stared at by the great demon slowly fading away. "Bai Ying." He whispered softly, grateful that they were already divorced. The further this great demon stayed away from him, the better. Even if this woman was beautiful like a celestial fairy, he lacked the good fortune to enjoy her. Such blessings of having multiple wives would be better left for Chu Yu to enjoy. In a secluded area of the Zhongshuan sect, night descended quietly. A white dragon, resembling a falling Milky Way, descended from the sky. Its scales gleamed coldly under the darkness of night. Its beauty illuminated the dark night like light from another world. The dragon's beauty was fully on display, snowy white mane shimmered like silver threads moving gracefully with the wind, soft and light. Two noble dragon horns stood high above. It landed before a white-clad young girl, silencing the clamorous forest instantly. Not even insects dared to chirp. Su Shiyan frowned and asked, "Young Master Bai, did you go to find Li Lanqiu?" Bai Ying disliked sect disputes and rarely left her cave unless necessary. "Aren't you trying to call off the engagement?" The white dragon coiled its body, carefully grooming its mane with its claws. "I set up an illusion for him." Su Shiyan sighed, "Did he agree?" Bai Ying narrowed her eyes, a hint of peculiar light in her pupils. "He has great courage." Su Shiyan was surprised and puzzled. She knew Li Lanqiu to be timid, and Bai Ying's illusions could terrify him to the point of losing his soul. Bai Ying's dragon claw adjusted the tentacle-like whiskers, saying coldly, "He's determined to marry you." Su Shiyan nodded helplessly, "He's used to bullying others, Chu Yu will likely suffer." Bai Ying's crimson pupils blinked slowly. Lazily she said, "He is truly disgusting." Disgusting, she emphasized lightly, seeming to have some underlying meaning. Su Shiyan hesitated to interject on behalf of Li Lanqiu, "We grew up together since childhood, his nature was originally not bad. But due to his burns, he started wearing a ghost mask, and since then, his temperament has worsened." Bai Ying was quite confused. Su Shiyan's eyes flashed briefly with pity, "If you ever see him again, under no circumstances should you mention his face." Bai Ying's gaze flickered, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, she leaned close to Su Shiyan. Every time facing those blood-red eyes up close, Su Shiyan always felt instinctive fear, forcing herself to smile weakly. Bai Ying abruptly changed the topic, "If Chu Yu knew you broke the engagement for him, wouldn't he be madly in love with you?" Su Shiyan's expression became uneasy. Her snow-white face flushed red, "We've only met once, the divorce has nothing to do with him. I hope Li Lanqiu spares him so that no innocent person gets dragged into my affairs." Truly. Bai Ying looked at her critically. Su Shiyan took a deep breath and said earnestly, "My heart belongs only to the great Tao. Matters of love would only hinder my cultivation." She paused, suddenly asking, "Young Master Bai, and you? Do you prefer men or women? Dragon clans are born and raised by heaven and earth, without distinction of gender." Buying always appears as a dragon, never transforming into human form, hence why she asked this question. 10 days after Chuyu entered the sect, he faced the first assessment for outer sect disciples. The assessment was set up in the plaza before the grand hall. Early in the morning, a huge black stone was brought out. Its surface was as smooth as silk, glowing faintly inside as if river water flowed within. The disciples took turns stepping forward to touch the stone, infusing it with their spiritual energy. The black stone could sense the amount of spiritual energy in the disciples' dantian and chi-si, thereby judging their progress in cultivation. For this evaluation, a celestial master sat upon the grand hall's throne along with an elder from the outer sect. The celestial master was dressed plainly, whereas the elder was adorned in rich garments, followed by a retinue of young attendants, projecting an air of authority. When Chuyu appeared on the square, there was a ripple of excitement in the crowd. Several pairs of lustrous eyes glanced at him, accompanied by faint giggles. Golongzi and Round Master had come with him, all youthful men. As they walked beside Chuyu, none of the girls even spared them a glance. Golongzi sighed several times enviously, staring at Chuyu's face. Younger brother Chu, since you arrived at the outer sect, I realized there are so many female cultivators in the outer sect. Heaven is quite unfair. While the wide robes looked ordinary on others, when worn by Chuyu, they accentuated his handsome demeanor and pure elegance. With a few loops of black bandage around his neck, he exuded an aura of cold aloofness. Chuyu focused intently on the black stone, completely ignoring the flirtatious glances being thrown his way, entirely uninterested in reciprocating. This scene caught Zhou Xiao's eye, and he became increasingly irked. Zhou Xiao was considered top-notch among the outer sect disciples, with an uncle in the inner sect, yet countless male disciples flattered him while no female cultivator had ever paid attention to him. Female cultivators avoided him like a plague whenever they saw him. Zhou Xiao clenched his teeth in anger, his face turning red as he grabbed an attendant and asked, "Did you investigate his background?" "I did. This guy seems to have been recommended, but we don't know which peak he belongs to." The attendant responded cautiously. Zhou Xiao tightened and then relaxed his fists, dissatisfied yet powerless, only managing to bully the weak. Most of the people in the square had dispersed, and it was finally Chu Yu's turn to take the test. Over these 10 days, he had been practicing hard, meditating day and night. He could feel abundant spiritual energy surging in his dantian and chi-si. A servant whispered a reminder from behind, and the elder of the outer sect lazily lifted his eyelids for a look, his face showing a subtle smile. Chuyu bowed respectfully to the celestial master on the stage, then raised his hand, pressing his palm against the black stone that had been touched countless times today. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his spiritual power into the stone. Immediately, a torrent surged within it, growing higher and higher with a splash-splash sound until it stopped just short of a line. The elder's smile froze on his face, as he abruptly sprang up, looking astonished. The celestial master remained calm, casually asking, "Ninth level of refining chi. You're almost ready to lay the foundation. I haven't seen you before, how long have you been cultivating?" 10 days. The elder's trembling voice answered, rushing forward to grab Chu Yu's hand and meticulously inspecting his palms, finding no sign of cheating. The crowd was astir. Jiang Jusi, the most talented disciple within the sect with an extremely rare spiritual root and as the young master of the Jiang family, having access to an inexhaustible supply of superior pills, took 3 years to progress from refining qi to the completion of laying the foundation. And now, Chuyu reached the 9th level of refining qi in just 10 days. What did that mean? It meant that Chuyu could likely advance from refining qi to the full establishment of the foundation in less than a month. Such a speed of cultivation was terrifying, surpassing everyone's imagination. Below the stage, the disciples buzzed with chatter. Zhou Xiao's eyes turned red with jealousy, nearly spitting blood. If Chuyu was merely favored by the female cultivators, he could endure his jealousy, but Chuyu's exceptional talent made him truly envious. The celestial master couldn't hide his astonishment, murmuring, "Impossible." The elder stared blankly at Chuyu, unable to fathom how a youth who had no signs of cultivation 10 days ago could reach the 9th level of refining qi today. Unless, Chuyu had practiced cultivation before, something the elder had overlooked. With his keen insight, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed traces of cultivation. It must be Li Lanqiu setting a trap, inside and out, leaving him utterly defeated. What a Li Lanqiu! What a sinister plan! Relieved, the elder sneered and let go of Chuyu's hand. His eyes might err, but the black stone would not. If during the next inspection, Qi was still at the 9th level of refining qi, how would Li Lanqiu continue his act? As for the other possibility, the elder gave it no thought. If there were truly someone in the world who could cultivate to the 9th level of refining qi in 10 days, it would be an extraordinary genius, with limitless prospects, destined to bring glory to the sect in the future. Would such a person encounter Li Lanqiu? White Elder didn't believe Li Lanqiu had that kind of capability. Chuyu pressed his thin lips together slightly. He believed he wasn't an ordinary individual, yet he hadn't expected to cause such shock. Li Lanqiu wanted him to complete the foundation laying process within a month, or else take his life. But now it seemed he wouldn't need a month. Would Li Lanqiu be frustrated that he couldn't use this opportunity to take his life? Zhou Xiao grabbed the collar of a servant and growled, I don't care whose man he is. I need an excuse to beat him up. The servant was so frightened that he almost lost his wits. He stammered, we can't afford to provoke him. It's beyond our ability. Zhou Xiao tapped the servant's head with his finger and scolded impatiently, what are you afraid of? My uncle works for young Master Li, beat him up first and if any trouble arises, let young Master Li deal with it. This. We need an excuse to hit him, right? The servant said nervously. Zhou Xiao looked at Chu Yu, noticing the black bandages around his neck, his eyes twinkling mischievously, hiding something so conspicuously. There must be some dirty secret on his body. The attendant immediately understood what Zhou Xiao implied, speculating aloud, it must be scratches left by his lover. Zhou Xiao nodded in agreement, coldly smiling as he stared at Chu Yu and said, he has made such a big splash today. I will make sure his reputation hits rock bottom. Chapter 9. The master returned from his shock, his face showing wild joy. The sect had produced such a genius of heaven-defying talent, and he needed to immediately report this matter to the hallmaster within the inner sect. He stepped down from the platform to get a closer look at Chu Yu, but an elder stopped him with a sneer on his face, this person shall remain in the outer sect. Let me observe him for some more days. They were all old foxes. How could the master not know what kind of person the elder was? He earnestly persuaded, this is a serious matter. If his cultivation speed is as fast as this, then he must possess an exquisite spiritual root. He will definitely be a pillar figure for our sect. The underlying meaning being, you can't let personal enmity affect the future of the sect. The elder glanced at Chu Yu and laughed disdainfully. You don't need to bother yourself with this matter. Authority outweighs everything else. The master was helpless, only bitterly advising, Elder, you're being confused. Such a spiritual root we both have seen, none can match his potential. If he doesn't have the celestial root, then it has to be the innate sword bone. The elder slightly paused. Innate sword bones were rare talents in the cultivation world since ancient times, and each one was a towering figure of their era. If Chu Yu truly possessed an innate sword bone, concealing it would be viewed as abusing power for personal revenge. With the current eagerness for talents in the inner sect, if they pursued responsibility, the elder would have trouble handling the situation. He composed himself, choosing to believe his own intuition, coldly laughing, if the higher-ups blame me, let them come find me. I'll shoulder the responsibility. Having said that much, there was nothing else the master could say. He walked to Chu Yu's side, sighed regrettably, and left with his head hanging low. The crowd in the square was still whispering and discussing. Everyone looked at Chu Yu as though he were a monster. When he stepped off the stage, everyone backed away. Zhou Xiao came out from the crowd and loudly said, Brother Chu, please wait a moment. Chu Yu stopped his steps, raising his eyebrows ever so slightly, Big Brother Zhou. Zhou Xiao bowed politely to him, looking around at everyone and smiled gently. Young Brother Chu, I see your exceptional talent. Would you care to spar and let me have a taste? Everyone's expressions were vivid. Zhou Xiao had been in the outer sect for years, already having completed the foundation stage cultivation, just a step away from entering the golden core stage. Chu Yu was merely in the 9th level of refining qi. This was clearly a case of bullying, trying to make Chu Yu lose face before everyone. Chu Yu cast a cold glance over him and briefly replied, I'm not interested. Zhou Xiao's smile grew broader, raising his voice to ask, what? Are you afraid? Why should Brother Zhou make it difficult for a newcomer? Asked Guiyunzi, stepping forward to advise. Zhou Xiao ignored him with a contemptuous glance, paying no heed to such a minor annoyance, continuing towards Chu Yu, saying, it seems young Brother Chu really is scared, running away with your tail between your legs. Chu Yu's gaze held a hint of mocking amusement. He walked away cleanly and decisively. With steady and composed mind, he wasn't the inexperienced young man who'd be baited by mere provocation. Chu Yu, the elder, stroking his sage-like beard, said to the crowd, sparring is an essential part of cultivation. Why don't the two of you have a go, giving everyone a chance to observe? Chu Yu glanced at him, pausing his gaze on him for a few seconds, then turned to Zhou Xiao and lifted his hand, please. His gestures were graceful and proper. Zhou Xiao seethed with resentment, drawing his sword. Weapons show no mercy. If I hurt you, may brother forgive my rudeness. With those words, he surged forward with his sword aimed straight for Chu Yu's neck. Chu Yu sidestepped swiftly, retreating a few steps while reaching out to grab the sword hilt on Guiyunzi's back, let me borrow this sword. In an instant, the crowd only saw a flash of snowy light. He drew the sword, threw it up, and steadily caught it with the other hand. Then, he smoothly flicked the blade upward, deflecting Zhou Xiao's downward strike seamlessly in an elegant flow. Zhou Xiao squinted his eyes, realizing that this boy actually had something about him. Though he wasn't particularly intent on the duel, he couldn't lose in front of everyone, especially not to someone merely in the 9th layer of refining qi. What would become of his reputation? He began displaying his best skills seriously, thrusting his sword toward Chu Yu once more, aiming directly for vital points. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. Chu Yu's movements were agile and swift, and his swordplay rapid and powerful. Zhou Xiao didn't gain even a single advantage against him, instead, he had suffered a few setbacks. All were shocked by this scene. Although Zhou Xiao might be brash and arrogant, his abilities were genuine, considered outstanding among outer sect disciples. Now sparring with a new disciple, yet finding himself at a disadvantage, who exactly was this Chu Yu? Guianzi worried aloud, Brother Chu usually wields a knife, and this sword doesn't suit him well. Everyone understood. Even without skill in using a sword, he could still put Zhou Xiao at a disadvantage. If he used a knife, Zhou Xiao would have lost even more embarrassingly. Zhou Xiao initially intended just to give him a lesson, but now found himself compelled into a killing intent. He wielded the sword in one hand while pulling out a bronze bell with the other. The sound of ding-ling-ling filled the air. People standing nearby heard it and their minds involuntarily wavered. Chu Yu squinted and momentarily paused, then immediately spun around to dodge the flying sword blade. However, the sharp edge had already reached his neck, cutting through the bandage wrapped around it, revealing a corner of a bright stamp mark. This is a slave seal. Zhou Xiao shouted loudly, ecstatically announcing to everyone, he has a slave seal on him. Upon hearing these two words, Chu Yu's expression suddenly turned dark. He stepped forward in haste, tilting the sword upward, flicking Zhou Xiao's sword away with great force. The sword slipped from Zhou Xiao's hand and landed with a ding sound on the stone floor. Zhou Xiao instinctively raised his hand to block, his smile frozen on his face. He felt a cool sensation at his wrist, warm liquid splashing onto his face. The hand that just held the sword was severed neatly at the wrist, falling to the ground, its fingers twitching as they opened. Eh! A shrill scream pierced the air. Chu Yu remained expressionless, wiping the blood off his face with 2 fingers pressed together, his boot tip stepping down on Zhou Xiao's twitching fingers, slowly grinding them for a moment. The square grew silent except for Zhou Xiao's wailing cries. Weapons show no mercy, getting injured during sparring was commonplace. Everyone found this unsurprising, but Chu Yu's act just now was obviously intentional, it was retribution for Zhou Xiao exposing his slave seal. Whose slave is he? Is it something so secretive? Could he be an insider planted by the demon sect? Otherwise, how could his talent be so good? Zhou Xiao is one of Master Li's people, his severed hand will certainly stir up trouble later. In an instant, a storm of discussion arose in the crowd, voices overlapping ceaselessly, wave after wave. With the victory decided, Chu Yu stood with crossed arms holding the sword, faintly nodding his head as he said calmly, my thanks. Zhou Xiao had never endured such pain before. Clutching his bloody wrist, he screamed angrily, my uncle works as a steward for Master Li, and I have Master Li backing me. You dare to cut off my hand, just wait and see what comes next. Master Li will not let you off. Chu Yu returned the sword to Guianzi, indifferently saying, as you wish. Guianzi was so scared that he lost all composure, grabbing Chu Yu's sleeve and pleading, you should quickly apologize to Zhou Xiao. He really is Master Li's man. If you offend Master Li, what will become of you? Yes, Brother Chu, don't be reckless just for a moment of pride. We can't afford to anger Master Li, Yuan the elder brother furrowed his brows anxiously, following along with the plea. Other disciples began whispering amongst themselves as well, their words filled with awe and fear for Li Lanqiu. Master Li is the only son of Elder Li, known for his strange temper and ruthless methods. Angering him is certain doom. That's true. I heard that a disciple once commented that Master Li looked ugly and got suspended and beaten near death. And last time, a novice unintentionally offended Master Li, ended up being punished to dig in forbidden mines for 5 years, ultimately losing his life. Everyone knew these stories about Li Lanqiu thoroughly, each tale causing their voices to drop lower, eyes reflecting deep anxiety. The elder watched the scene with an intriguing look, suddenly coming up with an idea. He descended the steps and asked loudly, Chu Yu, who placed your slave seal? Did this person force it upon you? If it was done against your will, speak up, and I will uphold justice for you. Everyone listened in confusion, unsure of the elder's intentions. Chu Yu understood the underlying meaning clearly, staring intently at the elder with calmness. The elder appeared righteous, brushing his duster in hand. You can trust me, I've always been impartial and won't tolerate anyone abusing power to oppress others or bullying the weak to tarnish the reputation of our sect. He almost explicitly named Li Lanqiu without actually saying it. Chu Yu seemed moved, lowering his eyelids as if in deep thought. The elder approached him, smiling gently and said, if you feel that my position isn't high enough to help you achieve justice, there's also Master Xue from the Thousand Mechanisms Peak. He's an old close friend of mine and wields immense influence within the sect. He will surely support you. Chu Yu looked at him, raising his hand to pull aside the black bandage around his neck, revealing the complete form of the slave seal on his neck. A vivid red small stamp, bearing the clear inscription, Li Lanqiu. All the surrounding disciples showed faces full of shock, Guianzi almost dropping his jaw, followed by murmurs spreading among the crowd. That's a slave seal left by Master Li. So Chu Yu is actually under Master Li. With Master Li as his patron, no wonder Chu Yu advances in cultivation at such a miraculous pace. Indeed, Master Li truly possesses extraordinary insight to claim such a genius as his slave. Attitudes towards Chu Yu transformed instantly. Just moments ago, some feared him while others accused him of being a spy. Now they regarded him with admiration and respect. Being chosen by Master Li, Chu Yu indeed stands out. A person worthy of Master Li's notice must be remarkable indeed. Zhou Xiao's jealousy distorted his features, his eyes fixated on Chu Yu's neck. A mix of envy and fear churned inside him, envious that Chu Yu had the honor to be a slave to Li Lanqiu, such a great fortune, why didn't it fall onto him? And fear came from knowing the methods of young Master Li. Having offended Chu Yu now meant he would surely answer to Li Lanqiu. A faint voice in the crowd voiced its objection, the elder's meaning just now was, did young Master Li force Chu Yu to become his slave? Can this be? Being a slave to young Master Li is so advantageous, people would fight for it, there's no need to force someone. The elder nodded with satisfaction as Chu Yu surprisingly displayed propriety, emanating a burst of spiritual energy to silence everyone. In an instant, the square became dead quiet. The elder swept his gaze around and asked solemnly, Chu Yu, I ask you. Did Li Lanqiu force you to accept the slave seal? The entire square erupted in murmurs. Whether Li Lanqiu had forced Chu Yu to accept the slave seal wasn't crucial. What mattered was that the elder asked this question publicly before all witnesses. One of the sect rules stated that coercion or disregard for another's consent when imprinting a slave seal was strictly forbidden. If violated, punishment beyond mere physical suffering awaited, including 10 years of mining labor in a desolate land. The elder was exposing Li Lanqiu's breach of sect rules openly. Everyone involuntarily looked at Chu Yu, who raised his hand to press against the slave seal at the side of his neck and replied lightly, I did it voluntarily. The elder stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Was his implication not clear enough just moments ago? Chu Yu slightly tilted his head towards the elder, knitting his brows in confusion, asking, what did you mean just now? The elder realized then, he'd been played by Chu Yu, his young but deeply scheming mind outwitting them all, acting skills comparable to their seasoned elders. His plan to disgrace Li Lanqiu had failed, instead revealing his own ulterior motives. The crowd could hear clearly that, as the elder of the outer sect and a relative of Li Lanqiu, he hated Li Lanqiu so much that he fabricated accusations, truly disgusting. Fine. 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 Enraged, the elder gave a cold laugh, glaring at Chu Yu and saying, what a loyal slave indeed. Go tell your master I'm waiting to see how he wraps up this show. Chu Yu crossed through the crowd with composure, heading in the direction of his residence. Admiring glances fell upon the bright red slave mark on his neck. It seemed they weren't looking at a slave seal but rather proof of glory. Guianzi hurried behind him, shouting joyfully, you're young Master Li's slave, we've got our backing now. No one will dare bully us anymore. Yuan the elder brother's face brimmed with delight as he closely followed Chu Yu, finally able to walk among the crowd with his chest puffed out. Young Master Li's vision is indeed keen, anyone he selects is bound to be exceptional. Chu Yu gaining young Master Li's favor is truly extraordinary luck. Under the cover of his long sleeves, Chu Yu clenched his fists tightly. Prominent veins stood out on his knuckles and wrists, his fingers whitening under pressure, enduring pain to an extreme. No one comprehended this humiliation. The humiliation bestowed by Li Lanqiu. Chapter 10. The armory on Zitai Peak was filled with all sorts of items, pills of various ranks, manuals of advanced martial arts, and weapons. The high-level martial arts manuals were recorded on true intent jade slips. A practitioner only needed to place the jade slip against their forehead to understand the martial arts and insights inscribed within. A true intent jade slip could only be used once, rendering it useless afterward, so they were incredibly precious. Disciples were not allowed to touch them without the peak leader's permission. Pills were categorized into superior, medium, inferior, and supreme grades. In recent years, Zitai Peak had failed to secure good rankings in sect trials and competitions, resulting in limited pill allocations from the sect. There were very few superior and supreme pills available. It didn't matter much anyway, as the current generation of disciples on Zitai Peak varied greatly in quality, with not even one having a celestial spiritual root. Giving them superior pills would be like offering beef to a cow chewing on peonies, an utter waste. Li Lanqiu entered the armory, followed by two beautiful maids. He casually strolled around the armory, occasionally taking down manuals of martial arts from the treasure cabinets and handing them over to the maids behind him. He stopped at a tightly closed iron door, lifting his chin and ordering, open. The armory supervisor obediently took out the key and unlocked the door. As the lights turned on inside, dazzling rays of light and boundless spiritual energy radiated through the room. Inside were stored the true intent jade slips and superior, supreme pills. Li Lanqiu selected two true intent jade slips, one for cultivation techniques and the other for knife methods. What ordinary disciples dreamt of, the supreme pills, he took 3 bottles of them and casually tossed them to the maid behind him. His gaze fell upon the weapon rack. Most cultivators wielded swords, whose techniques were elegant and ethereal, aimed at refining the mind and body, slaying demons and exterminating monsters. Swordlight reflected grace and refinement during battles. On the other hand, knives were born for killing, possessing too much killing intent that hindered cultivation. Therefore, few cultivators chose knives. Li Lanqiu picked up the knives from the weapon rack, testing each one in his hand, either too light or too heavy, none suited his preference. Is young master going to practice knife methods? Miaosu asked curiously. Li Lanqiu shook his head with a faint smile, placing the knives back on the weapon rack and wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Take these back. The armory supervisor held a pen and ink, carefully documenting every item Li Lanqiu took. The deeper he wrote, the more his eyebrows furrowed. Li Lanxiu had taken superior-level martial arts manuals and pills, suitable only for those who completed their foundation establishment stage. Clearly, they weren't for himself. Which disciple was so lucky to receive such favor soon after completing their foundation? As Li Lanxiu was about to leave the armory, a messenger disciple hurried over, reporting what had happened outside the gate and how an outer gate elder accused him falsely. After hearing the report, his eyebrows slightly raised. Chu Yu's cultivation speed was faster than in the original book. Judging by this, he would complete his foundation within a month. The reason was predictable. The crown prince being enslaved, a figure destined for greatness couldn't bear such humiliation, turning his disgrace into strength. However, Chu Yu's reaction pleased Li Lanxiu. Smart enough to know who the true master is, loyal dogs don't bite people randomly. In the original story, Chu Yu forged his first sword himself. He accidentally obtained a piece of devouring soul crimson Xian iron in a sex spirit goods market, which he forged into a treasure blade. This blade accompanied Chu Yu throughout most of his leveling up journey until it eventually retired later on. Now, Li Lanxiu intended to present this blade as a reward to Chu Yu. Elder Su from the enforcement hall was in seclusion. During this time, various matters of the hall were handled by the deputy hall master. On the day Elder Su emerged from seclusion, shocking news struck him like a bolt from the blue. A few days prior, Master Li sent over a letter. Since Elder Su was in seclusion at the time, the letter did not reach him. Upon breaking his seclusion and opening the letter, he was left dizzy by the 3 words, divorce agreement. This marriage was painstakingly negotiated by Elder Su. Years ago, Master Li saved his life, and he had nothing to repay him with but his beloved daughter, marrying her off to Li Lanxiu, becoming sworn in-laws with Li Yanbi as repayment for the kindness. Elder Su immediately visited Zitai Peak. Master Li Yanbi was a gentleman, treating guests with tea. The 2 old friends had a long chat. No matter what Elder Su said, Master Li stood firm. The marriage alliance could not be forced, so Elder Su returned home dejected. When he returned to his residence, he pushed open his daughter Suyen's room. Su Suyen sat quietly inside, holding a scroll in her hand. Upon seeing him, she got up and greeted him with a nod. Father. Elder Su sighed, looking anxiously at her. Suyen, how are your cultivation skills progressing? Su Suyen put down the scroll. Everything is proceeding smoothly, father, there's no need for you to worry. Elder Su nodded approvingly but hesitated for a moment before finally asking, father was in seclusion recently, but did you hear about the letter received from Zitai Peak? Su Suyen nodded, yes, I saw the letter. It was written to father by Master Li. Elder Su sighed heavily again and handed her another letter. This is the letter from Master Li. Su Shiyang took the letter and carefully read through its contents. Upon lifting her head, a look of joy appeared in her eyes. This is a divorce agreement. Yes, Su Elder sighed with a bitter smile. Su Shiyang, relieved from years of waiting, revealed a rare smile. Thank you, father. You should thank Lanxiu then. Su Elder sighed deeply, still finding it hard to believe after hearing Master Li Yanbi himself recounting, it was Lanxiu who proactively proposed the divorce to you. Su Shiyang stood frozen for a moment, suddenly glancing at the bronze mirror on the dressing table, whispering telepathically, you truly scared him. Su Elder seemed to remember something else, looking at her and asking, did you encounter that young man in Weiqing earlier? I heard his name is Chu Yu, right? Word has it that he's causing quite a stir in the outer sect. Chu Yu. In the outer sect? Su Shiyang had been practicing secretly, she knew nothing about what was happening within the sect. Su Elder spoke with deep meaning, Lanxiu recommended him into the outer sect. I've heard that within 10 days, he reached the 9th level of qi refinement. What an extraordinary talent. Su Shiyang came back to her senses after being shocked, once again casting a glance at the copper mirror as she whispered telepathically, he talks about how bold this young man is, but you must have utterly frightened him. Otherwise, why would Li Lanxiu recommend Chu Yu to enter the sect? After sizing her up, Su Elder laughed meaningfully, if you like him, bring him to meet me. Now that your marriage contract is void, it's just perfect. Father. Su Shiyang cut him off, earnestly saying, he truly possesses remarkable talent, one rarely seen. However, now that I've regained my freedom, all I seek is to be completely devoted to making greater progress in the Taoist arts. Su Elder found himself speechless. Su Shiyang saw Su Elder out, then returned to her room where she sat in front of the dressing table. With a gentle touch on the bronze mirror, ripples spread across its surface, reflecting mountainous waters and revealing a white dragon resting by a river. She waved the divorce agreement at Bai Ying and said, thank you, Bai Jinchuan. Li Lanxiu ended the engagement, and Chu Yu is safe. Bai Ying's blood-red eyes flickered as it leaned its nose closer to the water, let me see your divorce agreement. Su Shiyang placed the document next to the mirror, her heart filled with restrained joy, had you not used your illusions to intimidate him, how could he have let go so easily? He truly fears you, he didn't just release Chu Yu but also recommended him to join the sect, you terrified him. Bai Ying stared at each line of the divorce agreement, its gaze fixed on the date at the bottom. Its lips curved slightly, with the flexible tendrils around its mouth curling upward, you shouldn't thank me, you should thank Li Lanxiu. Su Shiyang stopped, confused as she looked at it. Bai Ying squinted its eyes, its face half covered by snow-white fur revealing indiscernible expressions. Even before I constructed my illusion, he had already cancelled the engagement. Su Shiyang looked at the date, which she remembered arriving early that morning from Zitai Peak. But since Su Elder had been in seclusion, they hadn't seen it until now. It was him, who voluntarily wanted to dissolve our engagement. It had nothing to do with you, she muttered. Bai Ying fell silent for a moment, then slowly added, not only that, the matter of Chu Yu is also unrelated to me. Realization struck Su Shiyang. She bit her lip, bewildered as she asked, but, why? Why indeed? Bai Ying's bloodshot eyes carried a hint of amusement, cheerfully responding, it seems I did scare him quite a bit. Otherwise, why wouldn't he explain in the illusion? Su Shiyang couldn't agree more. Even though she'd known Bai Ying for many years, when facing the great demon close-up, the primal fear deep in her soul persisted. Being someone with a heavenly spiritual root, her reaction was like this, how much worse it must have been for Li Lanxiu. Bai Ying paused briefly, then chuckled lightly, I should probably meet him again and apologize. Apologize? Su Shiyang's delicate expression faltered. It was hard to imagine Bai Ying apologizing to anyone. Bai Ying's forked tongue shimmered brightly and long, resembling a snake's tongue, evil and bizarre as it gently licked over its sharp teeth. His skin feels soft and warm, and smells good. From head to toe, he smells wonderful, he must taste good. Su Shiyang knew it occasionally ate wicked people as food, yet hearing such words made her shudder all the same. Li Lanxiu didn't deserve this. Do you really intend to eat him? She seriously questioned. Bai Ying emitted a low rumble in its throat, as if swallowing saliva. Since I misunderstood him, naturally I should properly apologize to him. Su Shiyang suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Lanxiu. Although Bai Ying was a great demon, it followed the same natural Taoist principles as them and rarely revealed its demonic nature. Aside from its appearance, she was almost unaware that Bai Ying was an unfathomable great demon. But now, Bai Ying's demonic nature was fully exposed without any reservation. Chapter 11. Bai Ying severed the connection with Su Shiwan. It lowered its head, and in the water's reflection, blood-red eyes were revealed. As it narrowed its eyes in thought, its pitch-black vertical pupils contracted into thin lines, exuding an abnormal sense of coldness. It looked at its own reflection, using its claws to comb the snow-white whiskers by its mouth, trying to make this dragon face look a little friendlier so as not to scare Li Lanxiu again. After several attempts, it gave up. It tried another approach, lifting its head slightly and emitting a low, deep dragon roar, the sound waves rippling out like ripples across the jungle. At the sound of the dragon's call, birds nearby flapped their wings simultaneously and flew toward the riverside where the dragon was stationed. Countless birds gathered, darkening the sky as they circled around Bai Ying, numbering in the thousands. Its gaze swept over the flock of birds. Its claw flicked through the air, selecting a plain little cloud sparrow, one of the common birds often seen in the Zhongshuan sect, unnoticed wherever it flew. The small cloud sparrow obediently landed on its claw. Bai Ying lifted it up and blew out a breath, dragon chi wrapping around the sparrow like fine threads. Instantly, the sparrow transformed, its beady black eyes glinting with a newfound vitality, becoming an elemental spirit. Bai Ying quietly issued instructions. The sparrow then spread its wings and took off, disappearing into the horizon. Outside the apprentice quarters, Chu Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. His eyes closed, he focused, forming hand seals, while within him, the spiritual force flowed ceaselessly, akin to rushing rivers, flowing between meridians. After several days of intense cultivation, his spiritual energy had reached a critical point within his dantian. Just a slight opportunity would allow him to break through to the 9th level of chi condensation, advancing into the foundation establishment stage. He concentrated intently, controlling the flow of spiritual energy. As more and more energy gathered, Chu Yu's body grew warm, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His light shirt clung to his youthful and lean frame, showing the contours of his thin muscles. His dantian emitted bursts of heat. He took a deep breath, gathering his strength into a single mass and forcefully struck it into his dantian. Boom! A gentle ripple of spiritual energy spread through the room. Chu Yu broke through the final barrier, achieving breakthrough from the 9th level of chi condensation, stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Junior brother Chu, you've established your foundation. Gu Yunzi exclaimed in joy, for just days ago Chu Yu had been at the 9th level of chi condensation. In such a short span, Chu Yu had advanced into the foundation establishment stage, an unprecedented case in the history of the Zhongshuan sect. Chu Yu opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power within him. This power was indeed formidable, but it was still insufficient. Seeing his composed expression devoid of any sign of joy, Gu Yunzi asked curiously, are you not happy about having established your foundation? Chu Yu shook his head without answering. Establishing a foundation was merely the start. There was still some time left before reaching the perfect mastery stage. Li Lanxiu wanted to kill him but wouldn't give him a swift death. Instead, it was like being played with by a cat toying with a mouse, giving him hope only to snatch it away, intending to torment him until exhausted. Now, Li Lanxiu's hopes had come to naught. He eagerly anticipated, looking forward to meeting Li Lanxiu again, seeing the astonished yet disappointed look on Li Lanxiu's face, which would be quite worth savoring. Chu Yu stepped out of the door. In the middle of the night, Gu Yunzi asked, "Younger brother, where are you going?" "I'm heading to the waterfall to temper my body." He turned toward Gu Yunzi, the other two senior brothers still sleeping, their rooms pitch black, with only the light here still on. Gu Yunzi was stunned speechless. Without discussing how difficult it was to temper oneself under the waterfall, who could have just established their foundation, hadn't even had time to celebrate, and was already rushing ahead to the next step without wasting a moment. He genuinely admired those with unwavering willpower. "We're going to the immortal goods market tomorrow to buy some elixirs. Do you want to join us?" Since starting cultivation, Chiyu had never seen an elixir. He nodded his chin slightly. "I will go with you." The immortal goods market was an internal trading market of the Zhongshuan sect, offering all sorts of magical herbs, medicines, magical artifacts, and elixirs. Compared to the 100 treasures pavilion of the sect, the immortal goods market operated freely. Disciples could save up only a few hundred lower-grade spirit stones after cultivating for years, making the high-quality elixirs and treasures in the 100 treasures pavilion unattainable. The streets of the immortal goods market were wide, lined with pavilions and buildings, bustling shops full of immortal teas and fruits doing brisk business. As Chu Yu and Gu Yunzi entered the immortal goods market, beforehand Gu Yunzi had inquired around to know which vendor offered the cheapest elixirs. Leading his group through various twists and turns, they arrived at a small stall by the street corner. "A sharp eye each of you, everything here is top-notch elixirs and cultivation manuals." The stall owner glanced over their outer robes worn by external disciples, smiling falsely. Chu Yu focused on the elixirs displayed on the stall, picked up a bottle, and sniffed it open. Cheap herbal scent stung his nose. Unlike the demeanor of an ordinary external disciple, the stall owner carefully inspected him once, then grinned and introduced him. "You must be in the foundation establishment stage, right? I have perfect primordial cultivation pills suitable for you. Gather energy, focus spirit, cultivate essence and purify vital essence with the righteous yang power. Here, there are also spirit-stabilizing pills and meridian-opening pills suitable for you." Following the man's finger, Chiyu examined each item, and indeed, they were all the pills he currently needed. Seeing his interested gaze, the vendor continued, "This bottle of low-grade Peiyuan pills costs 300 lower-grade spirit stones, and this Ling Ding pill." Upon hearing the price, Chu Yu's expression turned slightly grave. He hadn't expected ordinary low-grade pills to be so expensive. He glanced at a cultivation manual nearby. The vendor said, 800 lower-grade spirit stones, only one copy available. You won't find anything cheaper in the immortal goods market. Gu Yunzi could not help but exclaim, "That's so expensive." The vendor became impatient, sarcastically saying, "These are all high-quality pills and precious manuals. I doubt you outer disciples can afford them." A few inner disciples walked by, laughing loudly after hearing the vendor's words. "If you can't even afford pills and manuals, what makes you think you belong in the immortal goods market? These items are commonly used by us inner disciples. Save your money." Their group looked embarrassed, their faces pale, but they all knew their place and dared not retaliate. Chu Yu remained calm under pressure and politely said to the vendor, "Sorry for disturbing you." They left the stall and sat down at a tea house on the street, ordering a few cups of tea. Still feeling somewhat humiliated, Gu Yunzi whispered, "Younger brother Chu, these inner disciples are far too arrogant." Pouring himself a cup of tea, Chu sipped it calmly and said, "It doesn't matter. They're right, we truly can't afford these things now." Meanwhile, on the Qianji Peak, the high-pitched cries of cranes echoed within the crossing platform array, accompanied by the melodious chirping of orioles, as a magnificent flying boat encircled by 100 birds descended from the sky. Standing on the boat was a man dressed in fine silk robes, with a handsome face that radiated an air of vigor and pride. The curve of his eyes hinted at an aloof arrogance, giving off the impression of someone untouchable and high above others. "Senior brother Jiang is back." Someone below the platform exclaimed in surprise, creating a stir among the disciples who lifted their heads to look up at the man on the deck. As the flying boat slowly landed, a staircase descended from the heavens. 2 rows of beautiful maidservants descended gracefully, holding pipas and yaekins, each one a beauty fit for the celestial realm. Had they been born in the mortal world, their appearances would have earned them noble marriages. But in the Jiang family, they could only serve as musicians. Jiang Jus was the last to descend the stairs, his elegant silk robes fluttering in the mountain breeze. With steady steps, he moved forward, completely ignoring the countless admiring gazes directed at him as he strode confidently ahead. New disciples of Qianji Peak, who had never seen Jiang Jus before, were intimidated by the grandeur of his entrance. "Senior brother Jiang. Who is he?" "The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Jiang family." Someone gently provided a hint. The new disciples looked astonished. "Senior brother Jiang is from the Jiang family of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce." Among those seeking the Tao, no one was unfamiliar with the name of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. If one wanted to buy something with spirit stones outside the sect's immortal goods market, the immortal shops of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce spread throughout the 9 states continent. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce possessed countless treasures and divine weapons. As long as one could pay the price, there was nothing unavailable. Truly rich enough to rival a nation. These big spenders had been operated for years without anyone daring to exploit them because the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce belonged to the Jiang family. The Jiang family was a renowned cultivator family, deeply established over centuries. Countless heroes and talents had emerged from their ranks. With both wealth and power, they deservedly held the title of the premier lineage among cultivator families. Senior brother Jiang is the nephew of the Jiang family patriarch, not some obscure branch. The disciple who answered was visibly proud, adding, "Senior brother Jiang has even spoken to me." The news of Jiang Zhu's return spread quickly across the Qinji Peak. He was a favored disciple of Elder Shui, born into extraordinary circumstances and possessing rare innate talent as a top-grade spiritual root. Even at a young age, he had already reached the initial yuaning stage, unmatched among the younger generation of Chongxian sect. Several disciples familiar with him were discussing something passionately when they noticed Jiang Zhu. Their faces flushed with excitement, they gathered around him as if they had found their great savior. "Senior brother Jiang, you're finally back. If you don't hurry, our junior sister Su will be bullied to death." Jiang Zhu stopped in his tracks, frowning disapprovingly. "What's wrong with Yen?" Su Shiyan was the pride of Qinji Peak, admired by countless disciples, yet none dared to cross any boundaries due to Jiang Zhu standing in their way. It was widely known that Jiang Zhu regarded Su Shiyan as a treasure, serving as her loyal protector against any disrespect. Privately, everyone thought that Jiang Zhu and Su Shiyan made a perfect celestial couple. If it weren't for Li Lanxiu stepping in between them, they would undoubtedly be a divine pair. "It's Li Lanxiu." The disciple clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "How dare he ask for a divorce from junior sister Su? Isn't our junior sister Su good enough for him?" Others chimed in, exaggerating the situation, "That ugly guy, how dare he propose a divorce to junior sister Su? Totally lacking discernment. We just saw his frost-cold iron fan flying towards the immortal goods market. We were about to teach him a lesson, will senior brother Jiang join us?" Jiang just maintained a calm expression, pausing briefly before responding, "There's no need. I need to go see junior sister Su." The disciples looked disappointed, without Jiang Zhu's support, they felt unprepared to face Li Lanxiu. Jiang just chuckled softly, "With Li Lanxiu's abilities, all of you together are more than enough to handle him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Encouraged by his words, the disciples' spirits soared as they responded loudly, "Yes. Senior brother Jiang." Chapter 12. A group of disciples from Qianji Peak were sitting at a tea house by the roadside, drinking tea and chatting idly. One disciple stood at the edge of the street looking around and said confidently, "I didn't see wrong. It's absolutely Li Lanxiu. I saw him flying towards Xianhua Market. Our sister Su is acknowledged as the first beauty by Qixing Tower. It's his blessing for 8 lifetimes that she condescends to consider him. Humph, let's see how we'll fool with him after he dared to provoke sister Su. His father may be Tai Zhongzhenzhen, and we can't beat him, but can't we just tease him for fun?" Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, speaking indignantly as if they wanted to peel off Li Lanxiu's skin right away for Su Shiyang's revenge. The street-side disciple suddenly raised his voice, "I see him. He went down the right street." In the tea house, each disciple of Qianji Peak laughed with ill intentions, getting up and rubbing their hands together before leaving. Once the group left the tea house, the outer disciples sitting in the corner glanced at each other and all looked toward Chuyu. The tea house was small, and they had heard the previous conversation between the disciples of Qianji Peak loud and clear. "When gods fight, how dare small fish like them say anything?" Chuyu took a sip of tea from his cup, put down the teacup, and got up, saying, "Let's go take a look." Li Lanxiu came for the Shihun Qi Xian Tai. Shihun Qi Xian Tai appears as an ordinary iron block on the surface, entirely black, with a tinge of red visible under the sunlight. There's a rumor that in the ghost realm there's a Yuming river, people must cross it after death to enter the ghost realm. There's a ferryman who rows the boat back and forth daily between the two realms. The stone placed under the boat, which has been immersed in the Yuming river for a long time, constantly undergoes washing by the grievances of departed souls, eventually transforming into the Shihun Qi Xian Tai. This thing is eerie. As a stone, it exudes coldine energy, feeling like holding ice in your hand. Once forged into blades or swords, upon contacting flesh and blood, it sucks life force, turning it into its weapon qi. The more blood it sees, the stronger the sword or blade forged from the Shihun Qi Xian Tai becomes. After walking around the Xianhua market once, Li Lanxiu quickly locked onto the target. An old man with white hair, dressed in tattered clothes and appearing disheveled, sat by the roadside. In front of him, on a ground stall, was a square piece of black iron. A sign beside it read, 5,000 spirit stones, no returns. There are many deceitful merchants in the Xianhua market, but this one was overtly fraudulent. Li Lanxiu approached the stall, bent down, and began carefully examining the black iron. Within its pitch-black appearance, faint traces of red could be seen. The old man glanced over at his fine clothing and eyes lit up instantly. He extended 5 fingers and said, "Esteemed sir, you have good discernment. This iron costs only 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones." Li Lanxiu held a fan in one hand and picked up the black iron with the other, casually weighing it. Not bad. The esteemed sir might be unaware, but this stone is formed from the essence of heaven and earth. For 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones, you'll gain much more than what you pay for. The old man hadn't even finished his sales pitch when a flash of light appeared before Lelancio, and a cascade of spirit stones poured down from above. In an instant, they piled up into a small mountain of spirit stones, shimmering with silver, radiating immense wealth. Lelancio put away his storage bag, rubbing the black iron in his hand. "I'll take it." Guffaws broke out all around. "Ha ha 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 ha. 5,000 spirit stones for a worthless piece of junk iron. Lordly truly spends generously. Lordly normally stays holed up like a turtle hiding its head. How would he know that this old man is a scammer? This rock has lain here for years without any buyers, and today it finally sells thanks to Lordly. He probably thinks it's a treasure. Heh, I almost couldn't stop laughing earlier. Finally, he paid with those spirit stones." From behind Lelancio, the loud laughter came as the disciples of Chenji Peak had been following him for quite some time, making wagers through sound transmission whether he'd fall for the scam. Sure enough, Lelancio fell for it. The old man turned pale. Who didn't know the name of Lordly? There wasn't another in Chongxian sect. When those around heard this, they wanted to laugh but dared not. Lordly was not someone to trifle with. Each individual struggled, blushing furiously. Lelancio turned around to face the crowd, scrutinizing them. The unrestrained laughter abruptly ceased. The Nuashi mask on his face looked fierce and terrifying, red-faced with fangs, resembling a demon. Just a glance was unsettling. "You're laughing at me?" He tilted his head, asking icily. The leader, slightly older and having traveled extensively with Jiang Jiushi, seeing much of the world, said, "What? We can't laugh at you. Lordly, this isn't Sitai Peak. No one here worships you." Lelancio had long noticed the group trailing him since entering the Xianhua market, so he decided to play with them. He tilted his chin upward. "You're picking a fight?" The leading cultivator spoke solemnly. "We saw you being scammed and kindly informed you. Don't falsely accuse us." "Was I really scammed?" Lelancio shot a suspicious glance at the guilty-looking old man and asked, "Truly?" The old man broke into a sweat out of fear and dared not admit, "No, I absolutely did not deceive Lordly." Lelancio nodded. He did not deceive me, so you're the ones picking a quarrel." You, the leading cultivator had no way to justify himself. Before they could even tease him, they were already accused. Lelancio held his fan, lightly tapping the palm of his hand with the fan's handle. According to the sect rules, what is the punishment for unjustified provocations? The ringleader would receive 20 lashes from the whip, while accomplices would be sent to the cold mountain mine to do hard labor for 49 days. The disciples of Tianji Peak repeatedly paled in face, but the leader managed to force out, "We weren't born scared. Naturally, someone will administer justice impartially at the enforcement hall." "That's right. Come with us to the enforcement hall. We haven't said anything at all. What can the enforcement hall do to us?" Upon hearing that it might lead to the enforcement hall, the stall owner was scared witless and was about to confess everything when suddenly someone whispered softly, "Big brother, Elder Su of the enforcement hall shares a life and death bond with Lordly of the Peak." The leading cultivator only remembered that Lelancio had a powerful father and forgot he also had an influential ex-father-in-law. If the matter really reached the enforcement hall, wouldn't it still be determined by the word of Lelancio alone? He immediately smiled. "Lordly, I've offended you earlier. Please don't bear a grudge, don't bother calculating with us." Lelancio tilted his head and looked at him. "You have angered me, and now my good mood is gone." "Then, Lordly, what do you want?" The leading cultivator fished out a few lower-grade spirit stones from his pocket and offered them reverently. Lelancio didn't even glance at those spirit stones. "You angered me, and now I need to be happy." "How can you be made happy?" the cultivator asked, confused. Lelancio held the fan's handle with one hand, using its tip to tap under his mask's chin. "Slap your own face then." All present showed signs of hesitation. To slap their faces in broad daylight was utterly disgraceful. If Master Shui learned that they had been slapped by Lelancio, Shui's whip could probably kill them many times over. After a bit more mutual staring, the leading cultivator closed his eyes, gave up, moved closer, and said, "Lordly, hit me if it makes you feel better." Lelancio chuckled softly, using his fan to flick the other's cheek. "Me hitting you? Daydreaming on a grand scale." It seemed as though being slapped by him was regarded as an immense favor. The junior disciples of Tianji Peak were daydreaming in the daylight. But the hand gripping the fan handle appeared pale, fine, delicate, and clear like flawless jade. Beneath the ghostly mask, a pair of captivating eyes was revealed, with eye corners slightly lifted in an enchanting manner, brimming with soft laughter, as if spring returned after snow melted, extraordinary beautiful. None of the junior disciples of Tianji Peak stepped forward to refute. "So who should slap?" "Do it yourself, until I'm satisfied." After saying this, Lelancio sat down on the chair of a tea house by the street side, waiting to see the show. Humiliated deeply, the leading cultivator turned red-faced with anger. To slap oneself was demeaning, trampling self-respect underfoot. This Lordly truly knew how to humiliate people. Yet, there was nothing he could do. While slapping his own cheeks here might escape Master Shui's notice, being beaten by the enforcement hall whips was unavoidable. Shui's private whipping was far more frightening than the official one. The cultivator hesitated as he raised his hand. Slap. A loud slap landed on his own face. Li Lanxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing at the disciples behind with his fan. Don't just stand there. Join in and slap together. I don't have time to wait for each of you individually. With one initiating the humiliating act, the rest found it less difficult. As soon as the disciples started, the sound of slaps echoed consecutively. Young faces were filled with humiliation and endurance, hands flying around in self-slapping gestures. Onlookers erupted in a roar of laughter. The disciples' faces burned bright red, yet they dared not resist. Li Lanxiu observed earnestly, pointing at the disciple who was faking it, put more effort in. Your face isn't turning red. When called out, the next slap caused half of his face to turn red and swollen. The others no longer dared to pretend, they slapped their own faces with all their strength. In no time, the young disciples of Tianji Peak had faces that swelled like pig heads. Li Lanxiu picked up the teapot, poured a cup of green tea. He slightly lifted a corner of the mask, chuckling softly as he took small sips. Underneath the grotesque mask lay a handsome jawline and lips of rich color, full and luscious. His ever-upturned lips emitted a sense of seductive beauty. What are you looking at? Continue slapping. His tone was mocking and malicious, yet his looks were mesmerizing to look away from. Malicious. This was the thought almost all the disciples shared simultaneously. Yet, they couldn't quite hate him. His laughter was simply too beautiful, the slight curve of his lips tantalizing like hooks that tugged at their hearts. Even as he laughed so hard that his body trembled, his voice remained soft and lazy, leaving an almost intoxicating sensation in their ears that made their bones go numb. Watching him laugh with such joy, the sting of the slap on their faces seemed strangely satisfying. They had never felt this way even when facing Su Shiyan. It was as though successfully making him laugh uncontrollably gave them an indescribable sense of accomplishment. The sound of slaps grew louder than before. The more Li Lanxiu laughed, the louder the sound of their hands striking their own faces became. Gradually, he found it dull, suddenly stopping his laughter. Boring, get out of my sight. The disciples of Tianji Peak were almost left wanting more. Li Lanxiu rested a finger beneath the edge of his mask, stood up, and looked upward toward the tea-house balcony on the second floor across from him. A few grey-robed outer sect disciples stood there. Upon seeing him look their way, they hurriedly hid behind a pillar, all except for one who remained unmoving. Chu Yu stared down at him, his expression unchanging. Li Lanxiu's lips curled upward this time, directing his smile only toward this individual as he slightly tilted his chin. The scar below his snow-white neck, resembling a kiss mark, briefly revealed itself. It was as if you were asking him, do you find it appealing? Chapter 13. The junior disciples of the outer sect were so frightened by his laughter that they dared not show their heads while hiding behind the pillars. When Li Lanxiu floated away on a sword made of cold iron dust, Gu Yunzi's face turned red with envy as he looked at Chu Yu and said, young master Li treats you very well. Chu Yu leaned against the railing and glanced down at the tea-house where Li Lanxiu had been sitting moments before. Is that so? The surrounding junior disciples of the outer sect hurried to chime in, isn't this proof enough? The several senior brothers from the Thousand Mechanisms Peak, who are all talented youths, were mocked by young Master Li like dogs, yet only for you did he smile gently and greet warmly. I've heard that young Master Li's temperament is unpredictable. What I just witnessed certainly confirmed that. But when he smiled at you, it was like the spring breeze blowing kindly upon your face. You truly have great fortune. Gu Yunzi added seriously, although young Master Li is unpredictable and played the other senior brothers like puppets, his smile towards you was genuine. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and gave a faint smirk. His tone remained unchanging. Is that so? Gu Yunzi nodded vigorously, absolutely. With half-folded arms, Chu Yu walked down the staircase. Taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around to glance lightly at the stunned group of people, a slight smirk playing on his lips, lifting his chin. Let's go. There was a rare glimpse of youthful confidence and self-assurance in his demeanor which doesn't often grace his features. Gu Yunzi scratched his head, wondering if Chu Yu's mood was actually quite good. A line of disciples from the Thousand Mechanisms Peak had hit themselves until their faces swelled up like pig heads. Too ashamed to show their faces around the Divine Goods Market anymore, they fled back to the peak, crouching here and there to hide their shame. Amidst the lush greenery of the mountain woods stood a small pavilion where two figures stood. Jiang Jusi was staring intently at Su Shiyuan, captivated. Shiyuan, has the matter of breaking off the engagement disturbed your tranquility? Su Shiyuan maintained a cold demeanor but nodded slightly in reply, thank you for your concern, my peace comes from within. No one can disturb it. Satisfied, Jiang Jusi took out a delicate little box from his storage ring and handed it over to Su Shiyuan, saying, I found this by chance during a visit to the 13 islands of the Eastern Sea. It reminded me of you. Inside was a long, slender immortal ribbon, pure white like frost or snow, crystal clear, radiating a gentle light. This ribbon, handwoven by sea demons deep within the eastern seas, would enhance a cultivator's charm and bearing when worn, making a beauty even more enchanting. Su Shiyuan looked up at him, saying, thank you, senior brother. Jiang Jusi's gaze locked onto her steadfastly, his feelings direct and without pretense, though not promiscuous, there was depth to his look. Su Shiyuan turned her head slightly, keeping her tone polite but distant, asking, senior brother, did you have a smooth journey on this expedition? Jiang Jusi drew his gaze back, looking far into the mist-covered mountains. All went smoothly. After traveling across countless rivers and peaks, I still find the scenery at the Thousand Mechanisms Peak the most beautiful. This blue mist wrapped around the Emerald Hills is truly exquisite beyond compare. Though he spoke of the scenery, it seemed directed towards her. Su Xiuan kept her expression calm, giving no response. Suddenly, Jiang Jusi's brows furrowed sharply as a group appeared, returning via flying swords under their veiled hats through a secluded back path, acting suspiciously. These were precisely the disciples who had gone earlier to deal with Li Lanxiu. Jiang Jusi stepped out of the pavilion, folding his hands behind his back, and eyed them coldly. Once they descended before Jiang Jusi, their leading cultivator, Qi 7, greeted with a bow, "Brother Jiang." Jiang Jusi swept his eyes over the entire group, his face growing grave as he asked, "What happened to all of you?" Silence ensued for a few seconds. They hesitated to speak. Then Qi 7 stepped forward, recounting everything that happened at the Divine Goods Market. Others began interjecting, adding complaints and grievances in their own voices. Li Lanxiu is truly cruel-hearted. The harder we fought, the happier he seemed. Senior brother Jiang, his mere smile left me bewitched. I bear no grudge towards him though. Once I complete my golden core, I will challenge Purple Terrace Peak and erase this humiliation. Let's see if he can laugh then. Jiang Jusi's expression grew colder and colder. As a disciple of Thousand Mechanisms Peak, how could they suffer such humiliation publicly under broad daylight? It was not just their shame, it was a disgrace to Thousand Mechanisms Peak that they had been so insulted by a person like Li Lanxiu, a known wastrel. With a flick of his shoulder to the right, a sharp, resonant whistle of a sword echoed like the shrill sound of leaves being blown. Jiang Jusi swiftly unsheathed a blade from his right shoulder and swung it forward. A flash of icy circular light swept past everyone's heads, causing the veiled hats to drop simultaneously. The group's battered and bruised faces revealed were horrifying to behold. Jiang Jusi returned the sword to its scabbard, letting out a chilling smirk. "Good work, Li Lanxiu, turning you lot into such a pitiful state. Senior brother Jiang, please do not tell our sect master." Qi 7 knelt abruptly with a loud thud. All the other disciples followed suit, begging on their knees before Jiang Jusi, imploring him not to inform realm scholar Shui. If word reached him, they'd be beaten to death. Su Xiuan, upon hearing that it was for her sake to settle scores, frowned deeply. Seeing their appearances, she shook her head with a sigh and then flew away on her sword. Jiang Jusi narrowed his eyes, his gaze slowly scanning over everyone. "You've truly disgraced the Thousand Mechanisms Peak completely." He stood there with his hands behind his back, muttering softly, "Disciples under our master have been toyed with so effortlessly by Li Lanxiu." "Brother Jiang, we had no choice," one disciple said hesitantly. "Li Lanxiu is devious and clever, we couldn't outwit him." Jiang Jusi gave him a sidelong glance, nearly laughing out of irritation. "You went and provoked Li Lanxiu without even having a strategy. Stupidity like this will be your doom." Q7 pleaded, "Brother Jiang, we realize our mistake. Please don't inform the peak leader." Jiang Jusi remained silent for a moment, speaking in a low tone, "I'll take care of tidying up your mess, but if you embarrass us again, I won't go easy on you." Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, standing up to thank him. As Q7 stood up, a disciple suddenly tugged at his sleeve, his voice trembling, "Senior brother, this cloud sparrow looks familiar." A few cloud sparrows perched on the tree branches looked identical. The disciple stared at the sparrow, continuing nervously, "I think it's the one from the Divine Goods Market that sat on the roof tiles. It followed Li Lanxiu here, and now it's been following us." The others looked blankly at each other. Jiang Jusi tapped his finger on his forehead, "All of you return and rest, recover properly before venturing out again." Once all the disciples left, the bells around Jiang Jusi's waist rang. Scholar Shui wanted to see him. So, he took flight towards Scholar Shui's residence. Scholar Shui was originally named Shui Wuzhou, who used to be a servant holding horses for Li Yanbi before joining the Taoist sect. Hundreds of years ago, Shui Wuzhou obtained good fortune and achieved enlightenment, changing Wuzhou to Wuzhou. Their complicated relationship could not be explained in a word. If there was the greatest grievance, it would be about how Shui Wuzhou once left disciples of Purple Terrace Peak to die, watching them get slaughtered by the Red Sect of the Demon Sect. Ever since, they'd become enemies. Shui Wuzhou sat in meditation on a mat when a junior disciple entered to report, "Master, senior brother Jiang has arrived. Bring him in." Among all his disciples in the Thousand Mechanisms Peak, Shui Wuzhou only held one in high regard, his prized student, Jiang Jusi. Jiang Jusi bowed upon entering the hall, rising and saying, "Master." Scholar Shui presented a letter regarding the sect trial. "I've summoned you for 3 matters. First, you must participate in the sect trial." Jiang Jusi indeed intended to do so. The Sangming world opens once every 100 years, offering rare opportunities for performance. "Thank you, Master, for trusting me." Scholar Shui nodded approvingly, "Excellent. What I admire most about you is your decisiveness." Jiang Jusi asked, "What is the second matter?" Scholar Shui descended the steps. "Recently, I divined about the sect's future and got an ominous prediction." He pulled out a yellowed prognostication book, pointing to a section, "Come take a look." "What does this omen mean?" The prognostication book was Scholar Shue's treasure, capable of foreknowledge 500 years ahead and backward. Any ancient text appearing in it would come true. Jiang Jusi approached to read the ancient writing. If this sun remains, the willow shall fall several times, peaks collapse several times. His brows furrowed as he gazed steadily at Scholar Shue, saying slowly, the oracle indicates that if someone lives, the sect shall face insurmountable challenges and total devastation. Scholar Shue nodded, closing the prognostication book. That's the second matter. Indeed, he didn't outright lie, just redirected the prophecy from the fate of the sect to his own. Jiang Jusi's expression turned grave. Is this person a disciple of our sect? Scholar Shue looked outside, letting out a long sigh. Purple Terrace Peak, Li Lanqiu. Jiang Jusi blinked, immediately understanding what the second matter was. Taking a deep breath, Scholar Shue made his decision. Li Lanqiu will also participate in this trial. I want you to kill him in the Tsangming world. Killing fellow sect members is a great offense, causing Jiang Jusi to frown. Knowing his thoughts, Scholar Shue spoke slowly. Li Lanqiu abuses power, does nothing but evil deeds, tarnishing the reputation of our sect. Eliminating him now removes a potential future disaster for the sect. If not introduced into the sect by recommendation, tested for spiritual roots, measured for bones, walked through the trials of conscience, and these were mandatory paths to becoming a formal disciple of Zhongshuan sect, then one could not be considered a legitimate disciple. After pondering, Jiang Jusi replied, he is not my sect brother, but as a cultivator, my practice is about upholding justice, not murder. Scholar Shue met his eyes directly, reciting calmly, Li Lanqiu intimidates others using power, commits all sorts of atrocities, harming the sect's reputation. Now while he has yet to reach greatness, removing him ensures the removal of a future calamity for the sect. After pondering for a long while, Jiang Jusi said indifferently, if Li Lanqiu meets an unfortunate demise in the Tsangming world, it will be a just punishment. Shui Wujiong approved with an and added, do the job cleanly. Master, rest assured. With Li Lanqiu's level of cultivation, Jiang Jusi could easily kill him. Shui Wujiong smiled kindly. The third matter is about a disciple on Purple Terrace Peak who is still in the outer sect. He should enter the Tsangming world. Jiang Jusi glanced up at him, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Shui Wujiong suppressed his annoyance and explained, a few days ago, I divined my future path, and the omen indicated purple energy comes from the east. If I seize this opportunity, I will ascend to the Dragon Gate, achieving success in everything and having all my wishes granted. He paused, his face turning somewhat dark. I sent Shi Yan to investigate. In Weiqing, from Dongyue Kingdom, there was only one person matching the omen, this disciple. He was supposed to be my chance for good fortune, but for some reason, he ended up tangled with Li Lanqiu and has now become an outer sect disciple under Purple Terrace Peak. Does Master want him to join your sect instead? Jiang Jusi understood. Within the sect, there was a high regard for respecting masters as teachers for life once disciples entered their door. For hundreds of years, despite strict rules set by the sect, incidents where a disciple betrayed their master were extremely rare. Such betrayal would mean placing their lives fully under the control of their master, whose decisions determined their survival or death. Shui Wujiong knew that Li Yanbi despised killing, so he patted Jiang Jusi on the shoulder and earnestly said, if you help fulfill my wish and kill Li Lanqiu, I will arrange your marriage with Shi Yan, allowing you to have the beauty as your wife. Jiang Jusi froze, then raised his eyebrows and replied, Master, it's unnecessary. I don't have feelings for senior sister Su. Shui Wujiong was surprised, for everyone on Qianji Peak knew about Jiang Jusi's admiration for Su Shiyan. He watched silently, using it as a reward before asking, oh. Do you intend to pursue her yourself? I treat senior sister Su like my own younger sister, and there is absolutely no romantic attraction between us. Jiang Jusi declared firmly. Shui Wujiong scrutinized him closely. Among all the female cultivators on Qianji Peak, why do you only treat Shi Yan like a younger sister? Jiang Jusi hesitated briefly, then calmly answered, because your disciple admires beauties. In this world, some people love books, some love jade, while I admire beauties. However, it doesn't mean I'm lustful. I treat beauties as though they were precious jade, hating to see them tainted with dust, preferring not to possess them, but simply enjoying their elegance. Jiang Jusi spoke naturally as if it were just another ordinary matter. Shui Wujiong chuckled and let it pass. All right, since you're not interested in marrying Shi Yan, after accomplishing the mission, I will reward you with techniques and elixirs. Thank you, Master. Jiang Jusi nodded respectfully. Chapter 14. The Skylark landed in front of Baiying, puffing out its fluffy chest and recounting today's events in detail. Baiying lay in the river water, propping its white dragon head with its claws, listening absent-mindedly to Li Lanqiu's trivial daily affairs, until the Skylark said, the disciples of Qianji Peak followed behind Master Li intending ill. Only then did Baiying lift its head, narrowing its eyes at the talkative Skylark, signaling it to speak faster. The Skylark vividly narrated what happened afterward, how cleverly Li Lanqiu had defused the situation and how the disciples of Qianji Peak reaped what they had sown. Baiying's head slumped again, its long tail swaying gently back and forth, its half-open eyes filled with mockery and laughter. I followed them back to Qianji Peak, and I also accompanied Jiang Jusi to meet with realist Shui. The Skylark recounted all that it had heard within the Grand Hall of Qianji Peak. When it finished, it inclined its head respectfully, awaiting the commands of the Demon King with great reverence. Bai Ying's tail stopped swaying, its expression growing increasingly solemn. It sat up and gazed toward the direction of Qianji Peak, muttering softly, "Willows have fallen, peaks have crumbled." After finishing, it chuckled as if finding something amusing, saying, "Xue Wujin is truly lacking in insight." Realist Xue held the books of prophecy as his most treasured possessions, believing that divinations represented the will of heaven, but now he intended to defy heaven's decrees. Does this not mean he no longer trusts in heavenly principles? If he believes humans can overpower heaven, why does he still trust in heaven's will? This is truly self-contradictory. To act against the heavens, disrupting the balance, is sure to bring about calamity. On the Zitai Peak, the halls were brightly lit, the thin silk curtains swaying with the wind. Several graceful dancers twirled in elegant postures. The incense from the brazier ascended like a faint mist, covering the brocade carpets littered with petals. On one side of the hall, musicians played stringed instruments while others drummed. As the beats grew more urgent, the dancers spun faster and faster, their waists twisting in captivating motions. Behind the curtain, Li Lanxiu could be seen reclining on a soft mat. In one hand, he held a wine glass, and with the other, he tapped a slow beat on his knee, watching the dance with an air of indifference. His boots lay scattered around the couch. One bare foot rested on a footrest, the golden bracelet around his ankle jingling softly as he moved, emitting a gentle glow. Suddenly, the candles inside the lanterns flickered simultaneously, and the grand doors of the palace creaked open soundlessly, as though something unwanted had entered uninvited. Li Lanxiu propped his cheek with a raised hand, his eyelids growing heavier by the moment. The scene before him blurred, and he drifted off into sleep unknowingly. In the foggy depths of his dreams, there came a clear sound, gulp. It seemed that a colossal presence was nearby. His body shivered with cold, yet he could not force his eyes open, waves of drowsiness crashing over him like tides. He slept deeply. Bai Ying chose not to disturb him with a frightful illusion this time. Those within the hall merely felt a chilling sensation on their bodies and shut the windows and doors to continue their revelry without noticing anything unusual. The white dragon's massive head almost touched the ceiling with its horns. Leaning forward carefully, it sniffed with its nose, the tiny scales beneath moving slightly as it smelled Li Lanxiu. His scent was pleasant, not overwhelming but soft and warm, subtle and lingering. Lowering its head, the dragon nosed the bare feet resting on the footrest, following the fragrance from the toes up towards the hairline. Apart from the exposed foot, Li Lanxiu was dressed formally today. Moreover, his face was hidden behind a mask, making the smell of his body less apparent than that fateful day. Not satisfied with only smelling from the foot to the head, the dragon extended its tongue, letting the forked tip glide smoothly past crossed collars, teasing the strands of hair away from the neck, finally touching the side of his neck with a lick. So fragrant and tender, it tasted so good. Its bright red tongue glided over Li Lanxiu's neck, leaving it wet and warm, its breath hot and heavy. The whiskers of the dragon scratched the delicate skin, quickly turning the pale expanse of his neck into an appetizing shade of pink, appearing lustrous and transparent. Even in his dreams, Li Lanxiu felt uncomfortable, furrowing his brows slightly and turning his neck to avoid the persistent licking. The dragon's throat rippled violently, restraining the urge to turn his neck forcefully. Instead, it directed its attention curiously to the mask, using its tongue to raise the edge of the mask slightly. "Wouldn't it be nice to see your true appearance?" It gently lifted the corner of the mask, realizing that the lower half of his face looked nothing like the terrifying visage described by Su Shirin. The white dragon replaced his mask, stepping back to create some distance, speaking softly, "You are not a despicable or evil person, I misjudged you last time." After these words, it paused for a moment. Li Lanxiu's neck was licked wet, leaving his previously clean skin marked with fine red spots from the dragon's whiskers. His dark hair was scattered chaotically across the mat, his collar disheveled, exposing his clavicles, a look as though he had been dishonored. Its claws searched over itself, then suddenly plucked out a scale. Blood seeped from where the scale had been detached. This scale looked exactly the same as the others on its body in terms of luster and size, but for some reason, it was easy to tell the difference at a glance. It gently flicked its wrist, and the dragon's scale landed on Li Lanxiu's chest. "My apology to you. Wear it, and it will ensure your safety and peace in the Tsangming world." After saying this, it disappeared. Li Lanxiu suddenly heard the sound of drums and music. When he opened his eyes, the dance and song were still ongoing. Miaosu was holding a wine pot, refilling the cup on the side table with wine, smiling as she asked, "Has the young master awakened? How long have I slept?" Li Lanxiu supported his temple as he sat up from the bed, feeling as though he had just had a dream. Miaosu made a quick estimate, the length of one tune. Li Lanxiu touched his neck, where there remained a subtle tingling sensation caused by whiskers brushing against him. He felt the damp, warm touch that was slippery, raising an eyebrow. It seemed like no mere dream. He reached into his robe and found indeed a shimmering silver dragon scale, about the size of an adult's palm, very sturdy, resembling a sharp blade. In the original book, Bai Ying had once given Chuyu a dragon scale as a token of their pledged love. The scales of the dragon clan were indestructible, impervious to weapons, water, and fire. They had once saved Chuyu's life in a crucial moment, and now this world treasure had fallen into Li Lanxiu's hands. He played with the dragon scale in his palm, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly as he couldn't quite understand Bai Ying's mindset. Truly, women's hearts are unfathomable like the depth of the ocean. There were only 7 days left until Chu Yu's 1-month appointment with Li Lanxiu. In the quiet forest of the outer sect, Chu Yu sat cross-legged on a rock, hands forming seals, concentrating on the flow of spiritual energy within him. Spiritual energy gathered in the sea of Qi and Dantian, gradually forming a stable vortex. Hu. With a low exhale, Chu Yu opened his eyes, his internal spiritual energy surging powerfully and abundantly, having reached the full completion of the foundation building stage. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy rushing forth like floodwaters, filling his whole body with powerful energy. He abruptly stood up, clenching both fists tightly, feeling the almost explosive strength within him. His clearly defined knuckles trembled slightly, a result of overuse yet also restraining excitement. Chu Yu walked to the stream nearby, scooped up a handful of stream water, splashing it onto his face. The reflection in the water showed a calm expression, while the slave mark on his neck appeared fresh and glaringly red. He stared at the words, Li Lanxiu, his gaze sharp and cold, seemingly wanting to carve this flesh off his body. For some unknown reason, he suddenly thought of Li Lanxiu's smile from that day. His gaze softened slightly, and he smirked lightly. He got up, adjusted his clothes, did not return to the residence of the outer sect, and instead turned toward the ferry platform of the south court. There, small flying boats for rent could take disciples to various places. After paying a lower-grade spirit stone, Chu Yu was soon sent to the Zitai Peak. At the ferry dock, there were guard disciples who, upon seeing his outer sect robes, frowned irritably and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" As expected, Chu Yu calmly stepped down from the boat and loudly said, "Chu Yu, come to see Master Li." Thinking that the guard disciple would find fault with him, but unexpectedly, upon hearing this name, all signs of irritation vanished from the guard disciple's face, and he revealed a kind smile, "Ah, you're Chu brother. Please come in." Chu Yu slightly hesitated, remaining calm as he nodded, "Thank you." The guard disciple led him inside the Zitai Peak, introducing the beautiful scenery along the way. Soon, they arrived before Li Lanxiu's palace, and the guard disciple smiled and said, "Chu brother, I don't have the right to enter here. Let me send a nameplate for you, please wait for a moment." He slipped the identity jade badge into a small opening in the palace gate, and after a while, the gate opened and a beautiful maid came out. The guard disciple quickly lowered his head, "Miss Miaosu, this is Chu Yu." Miaosu had met Chu Yu before, she glanced at him and smiled sweetly, "Master told us half a month ago that you would come these days, and indeed you have arrived." Chu Yu's heart sank slightly, and he furrowed his brows. "Lord Chu, please follow me." Miaosu bowed her head respectfully and turned towards the palace interior. "Master instructed me that if you came, I should present you with a grand gift first." Chu Yu followed her. He cared less about the grand gift than about how Li Lanxiu knew he would come. Miaosu guided him into a study, took down an elegant box from the treasure cabinet, and unveiled it before Chu Yu. Inside the box were 2 translucent true intention jade plates and several bottles of high-quality medicinal pills, as well as cultivation techniques from inner disciples. Chu Yu stared at the treasures in the box. Guru Gugunzi had once mentioned the true intention jade plates. They were the most rare resources in the inner sect, available only to the most talented disciples. He also knew the value of high-quality medicinal pills. Even the inferior ones could sell for 300 lower-grade spirit stones in the immortal goods market, so a bottle of high-quality medicinal pills would be 10 times more valuable. Miaosu smiled and said, "This is the young master's gift for you, congratulating you on breaking through to the full foundation building stage. Here, 2 true intention jade plates, one is a knife technique, and the other is a cultivation method." Chu Yu extended his hand and lightly touched the true intention jade plate. It was smooth and cool to the touch. He restrained the impulse to place the jade plate against his brow center right away, drew back his hand, and said in a deep voice, "I want to see Li Lanxiu. The young master is currently receiving guests." Miaosu's expression turned slightly difficult, then she glanced at the slave mark on his neck and smiled faintly, "But since you belong to the young master, you're more precious than the guests inside. You can see the young master whenever you wish." Chapter 15. The spacious hall was elegant and tranquil, with layers of light silk curtains hanging down from the dome. They swayed gently with the breeze, resembling white mist and creating an ethereal ambience. A few guests were seated on chairs, with maids behind them holding pitchers of divine liquor. The scent of 100 flowers wine filled the air. In the center of the flower hall knelt a ragged man. His knees, exposed to the bone, hit the ground heavily with every bow, and blood flowed freely as his forehead struck the floor with a resounding thud. Chu Yu entered the flower hall, glanced at the man, and looked toward Li Lanxiu sitting on the throne. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Li Lanxiu reclined lazily on a soft couch, his head resting on the legs of a beautiful maid. The couch was covered in white fox fur, spilling to the floor. The maid's head was lowered, whispering something into his ear. He twirled a strand of her black hair around his fingers and whispered back closely. Not knowing what was said, but evidently it wasn't proper, as the maid bit her lip, blushing. Chu Yu also understood it wasn't anything commendable. Miaosu ascended the steps, carrying a wine pot before him, ready to pour him a drink. He suddenly stood up, grasped Miaosu's wrist tightly with one hand, lifted the edge of his mask with the other, tipped the wine pot towards his mouth through Miaosu's hold, and drank. The wine trickled from his moist lips, flowing down his fine jawline and splashing onto the mask. He didn't seem to care, lazily lying back on the maid's lap after finishing. Chu stared at him for a while, silently criticizing him as dissolute, then turned away coldly. Inside the hall, the man had no idea how many times he had bowed. Finally standing up straight, he raised both hands high and said, "Young Masterly, I have bowed all the way from the foot of the mountain to here. I only ask that you grant me entry, giving me the opportunity to cultivate." This man was from a collateral branch of the Li family, whose ancestors had interacted with Li Yanbi generations ago. Hoping to enter Chongxian's sect based on this connection, they could only beseech Li Lanqiu now, praying he would be merciful. Li Lanqiu, slightly drunk, sneered and said, "Do you deserve it?" The man's face went pale, yet he didn't give up, repeatedly bowing with fervor. "I am willing to pay any price, I only beg you for your assistance." Chu Yu felt disheartened inside. For the mere chance to be recommended for entry, ordinary people would degrade themselves like this, just to obtain Li Lanqiu's favor. Li Lanqiu lazily sat up, listening to Miaosu's words, casting a glance toward Chu Yu. That man crawled like a dog on the ground, reaching the steps and kneeling beneath them, knocking his head against the floor. "Young Master Li, please. From this day forward, I will belong to you." Before he finished speaking, Li Lanqiu kicked him in the chest, sending the man flying off the steps to land on his back. His face drenched in blood, looking pitiable. Li Lanqiu smirked down, amused by the man's plight. Laughing until his shoulders shook, his drunken voice carried across the room. "Xiaohei, come here." He waved Chu Yu over with a downward turned wrist, as though calling a dog. Chu Yu glared at his hand but stepped onto the steps and walked beside him. Li Lanqiu leaned into the warm embrace of the fragrant maid and beckoned Chu Yu closer with a curling finger. Chu Yu bent down cautiously near him, the shadow beneath his arched brows darkening like a wolf about to bare its teeth. Li Lanqiu gently touched his face, caressing this stern and handsome countenance. Chu Yu caught a whiff of alcohol wafting from him. The touch of the hand upon his cheek was delicate and cool, almost like rewarding commendation. Li Lanqiu's hand slid down to his nape, pressing him closer. Chu Yu intended to remain stiff but, meeting his moist and hazy eyes, found himself inexplicably lowering his head, his lips almost touching the mask. "Esteemed guests." Li Lanqiu looked at those seated in the great hall and introduced, "This is Xiaohei, my subordinate. I've introduced him within a month, and he has already achieved perfection in building his foundation." As he spoke, he patted Chu Yu's face. Amid stunned murmurs, everyone gazed at Chu Yu, who returned the attention with a dark scowl directed at Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu ran his fingers over the slave mark on Chu Yu's neck. "He is a prodigy destined for greatness. Only someone of such caliber deserves to be mine, do you understand?" Below the steps, the kneeling man's face turned gray with despair as he stared at Chu Yu. Chu Yu's throat visibly worked as if parched. "Please leave, esteemed guests." Li Lanqiu waved dismissively, throwing a glance at Chu Yu before raising his chin imperiously and saying, "You stay." Chu Yu stood straight and exhaled a hot breath. The man below was dragged out by the attendants. Just before leaving, he screamed hoarsely, "Young Masterly," soon silenced by a covering hand. Miaosu brought a long box and placed it on the table. Li Lanqiu took out a sword from it. Its sheath was slender, approximately 2 fingers wide. He tossed it casually to Chu Yu. "It's a gift for you. Try it, see if it feels right." Chu Yu was slightly startled as he took the sword into his hands, pulling it out an inch. The blade was narrow and long, its entire body pitch black. Strands of crimson blood could be seen seeping through, and holding the hilt gave off a sense of coldness that spread up from his wrist. A fine sword. He caressed the blade lovingly, unable to let go. This peculiar piece of black iron he had seen before. Li Lanqiu bought it in the spirit goods market for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, which got him mocked by the disciples of Qianji Peak. This incident happened half a month ago, so it seemed Li Lanqiu had originally bought it to forge this sword for him. Chu Yu paused for a moment before asking quietly, "Did you know all along that I would complete my foundation within a month?" Li Lanqiu nodded, adding nonchalantly, "What else? Aren't you known as the legendary sage body meant for cultivation?" Chu Yu pressed further with a confused look, "Why?" Li Lanqiu replied indifferently, "Because I see potential in you." Chu Yu's initial passion cooled as he gazed at Li Lanqiu deeply and complexly, his eyes traveling from the mask down to his neck, while he clutched the sword hilt tightly, the bones of his fingers standing out clearly. Li Lanqiu savored his gaze, seeing within it determination, fierceness, moved emotions, and something else he couldn't quite place. The son of destiny tasted this flavor for the first time. Like a trapped beast, unable to kill and unable to hate, 2 words describe it: frustration. After a long silence, Chu Yu calmed himself and said simply, "Thank you." Li Lanqiu sat up and looked at him with a grin, saying, "I want you to sign up for this trial session." Chu Yu had just such an intention and responded affirmatively, "All right." Li Lanqiu disliked looking upward at people and beckoned Chu Yu closer with a gentle flick of his slender fingers. Chu Yu bent over and drew near. Only then did Li Lanqiu say, "Don't worry. You're mine, and I will protect you." Chu Yu felt stifled by his scent, his breathing slightly rapid, lost in thought he asked, "What?" "I'll protect you." Li Lanqiu repeated softly. In this trial, 12 inner peaks would each send 10 disciples, elite fighters all. Among them were 2 at the beginning stage of Yuaning level, Elder Lian from Yingqi Peak, whose swordsmanship was unparalleled, renowned inside and outside their sect, and Jiang Zhosher from Qianji Peak, a youthful hero rising rapidly. There were also dozens who reached Jindan completion, and countless others in the Jindan phase. Amongst the disciples within the sect, they secretly placed bets on who would win between these 2 figures. None could imagine an outer sect disciple taking the lead. From everyone's perspective, a full-fledged outer sect disciple like Chu Yu wanting to survive in Songhai realm indeed needed someone powerful backing him. Chu Yu's earlobes tinged red faintly, maintaining a calm expression as he said, "No need, I can protect myself." Li Lanxiu turned his head and locked eyes with him, gently advising, "Don't force yourself, outside, strength is everything." He didn't mock harshly but instead seemed kindly like a good master, yet Chu Yu sensed subtle mockery hidden within. "You are still very weak. Without my protection, you won't survive this test." Straightening his posture, Chu Yu stared intently at Li Lanxiu, his voice resonating firmly and clearly as he declared, "Not necessary, I Chu Yu do not require it. I will rely solely on my own strength to excel in this trial and become the strongest." Indeed, this was the self-confidence possessed by a son of destiny. Li Lanxiu smirked slightly, unperturbed as he retorted, "Fine, I'll watch you." On this day, when Chongxian sect's trial commenced, radiant light illuminated the immeasurably vast inquiry square, appearing resplendent with jade and gold. Above the square floated irregular floating islands, 13 in total, representing each peak of the sect. On these islands stood green mountains and clear water, ornate buildings of carved beams and painted rafters stood tall, a magnificent display. In the center of the square stood a massive mirror several dozen meters long and wide, as clear as crystal glass, reflecting every detail. Disciples of the inner sect, dressed in their respective peak robes, stood on the floating islands of their corresponding summits, whispering among themselves. An elder from Yunshui Hall acted as proxy master in the absence of the Grand Master, stationed on the central floating island, his eyes scanning over the entire square. "Younger generation." The elder called out, his voice loud like a ringing bell, echoing across the entire square, "Today is the annual sect trial day of Chongxian sect, a selection process for elite cultivators. We expect you all to give your best and bring glory to our sect." As soon as he finished speaking, there came a chorus of responses, disciples shouting in unison, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Elders of Yunshui Hall arrived by flying swords, traveling to each floating island, presenting every disciple with a palm-sized heart protection copper mirror. These mirrors function similarly to recording stones, only that the hanging heart protection mirrors worn around disciples' chests were interconnected with the giant mirror in the square, allowing those in the sect to observe everything within the mirror's range. Li Lanxiu carried few belongings on him, just one dust-cold iron fan, and he hid the dragon scales gifted by buying under his clothes without letting any trace show. Li Yanbi tenderly stroked his hair with reluctance. "Lanxiu, be careful, your elder brother will handle everything." Chu Xian, standing aside, grinned and chimed in, "Master, rest assured. I will take good care of my junior brother." Li Yanbi patted his shoulder, his face full of worry. He didn't expect Li Lanxiu to excel, it would be enough for him to return alive. The disciples of Zitai Peak looked dispirited, as if covered by a heavy shadow. In contrast, Qianji Peak was bustling with excitement. Shui Wuju beamed confidently, exuding an aura of success. His disciples were also radiant and self-assured. Jiang Zhosher, clad in white and wielding a sword, possessed an ethereal grace. He glanced over the members of Zitai Peak and then fixed his gaze on Li Lanxiu. The ghost mask was grotesque, but the exposed skin was smooth and flawless. His tall and well-proportioned figure contrasted starkly with the mask. Seemingly aware of being observed, Li Lanxiu lifted his eyes briefly, meeting Jiang Zhosher's gaze. His eye corners curved upwards, as if he were smiling. Jiang Zhosher felt a sudden leap in his heart and instinctively returned the smile. Shui Wuju turned to him, his tone brimming with pride, "Jia thought, this trial is Qianji Peak's hope resting on you. You must spare no effort to take the lead and not let your master down. Master, please rest assured. Your disciple will not fail." Jiang Zhosher shifted his gaze back, answering firmly. Chapter 16. Sangming Realm is located in a valley on the Zhozhou continent, surrounded by towering mountains that pierce the clouds. A massive flying boat hovered above the boundary. Around it, a rays shimmered with pale blue light, separating Sangming Realm from the outside world. The immortal master stood at the front of the flying boat, his sleeves fluttering as he looked down at the disciples below and announced the rules for this trial. "Disciples, this trial will test your cultivation, wisdom, and perseverance." He held a scroll in his hand, unfurling it. "There are many rare magical herbs within Sangming Realm. Whoever can collect these herbs and return them to the sect will be awarded corresponding points. There are also various demon beasts and monsters here. Killing demon beasts and extracting their demon pearls can also earn you points." The immortal master paused, speaking solemnly, "The most important goal of this trial is to slay the Black True Lord Jiao." Upon hearing this, all the disciples' expressions changed greatly. A creature called Jiao wasn't just any monster. A snake takes 500 years of cultivation to transform into a Jiao, meaning this one must have been cultivating for at least 500 years. Among the monsters the disciples had encountered, ones with 100 or 200 years of cultivation were already at their limits, ferocious creatures requiring an array of dozens of people to subdue. This 500-year-old Black Lord Jiao, whether self-proclaimed or honored by other demons as True Lord, which was a title used within the Taoist sects, could only be attributed to highly powerful figures. The head of Chongxian sect himself had the esteemed title of Plum Snow True Lord, calling someone True Lord carried great weight. This Black True Lord Jiao must not be an ordinary monster, it had to be a major fiend. The Immortal Master continued, Black Jiao is the most powerful demon in Sangming realm. Whoever can slay the Black Jiao and retrieve its demon pearl will take the lead and become the ultimate winner of this trial. The disciples of Jitai Peak were already low on morale. Upon hearing about this major demon, Black True Lord Jiao, they turned pale with fright. Li Lanxiu cast a glance at the outer sect disciples on the lower deck of the flying boat, spotting Chu Yu standing there, upright and handsome, quite conspicuous among them. He remembered this part of the story vividly. Sangming realm opened once every 100 years, not just for Chongxian sect's trial but also for trials conducted by 3 other sects. Before encountering Chongxian sect's disciples, Black True Lord Jiao had already devoured a large number of cultivators, growing more savage and unbeatable, causing great distress to everyone. When the Chongxian sect disciples couldn't stand up against the Black True Lord Jiao and scattered, Chiyu fell into an ancient tomb where he met a solitary holy maiden from the Yuna sect. While exploring together for an exit, they mistakenly entered the tomb of a former leader of the Hehuan sect. The only way to leave the tomb was to indulge in amorous acts within it. At this time, Chiyu was still naive and inexperienced, far from becoming the character he would later transform into. As a righteous person, the holy maiden gradually developed affection for him. They spent a month wrestling in the tomb before finally fulfilling the tomb owner's wishes and leaving. Snakes by nature are lustful, and Black True Lord Jiao was the embodiment of such desires. He was cruel and perverted, obsessed with beautiful women. That holy maiden of the Yuna sect was so breathtakingly beautiful that how could he possibly let her go? Lord Jiao made a grand effort to forcibly marry her, declaring war on anyone who dared touch the woman destined for him. Even though he was a great fiend, such audacity would ultimately lead to his complete demise. The Immortal Master drew his sword and inserted it into a mechanism. The formation trembled slightly, and the entrance to the boundary slowly opened. A pillar of light descended from the sky, leading into the boundary. The end of the light column was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see what lay beyond. The trial begins. With the Immortal Master's announcement, the flying boat landed. The lower deck was crowded with dusty-looking outer sect disciples, who eagerly watched the inner sect disciples' elegant white robes sway in the breeze. The eyes of the inner sect disciples scanned the crowd. Whenever their gaze locked with someone, that person immediately stepped forward, joining the inner sect disciples into Sangming realm. Since no servants were allowed during the sect trials, this was an opportunity for outer sect disciples to attach themselves to someone stronger. Simply serving as a servant could secure a patronage, quite the worthwhile deal. The Immortal Masters overseeing the trial turned a blind eye. As Li Lanxiu descended the steps, countless hopeful gazes fixed upon him. He halted his descent and looked toward the crowd. Several outer sect disciples immediately volunteered themselves, Young Master Li, I wish to serve as your servant. Please allow me to accompany you. My cultivation may be humble, but my determination is steadfast. I will do my utmost for you. Young Master Li, if you will permit me to join you, I'll brave fire and water for you. Li Lanxiu tilted his head and lazily swept his gaze over the crowd, as if waiting for someone. An elegant, striking youth emerged from the crowd, walking calmly towards Li Lanxiu. He stopped in front of him and bowed slightly. Envious glances from the crowd shifted to Chu Yu. To everyone's astonishment, Li Lanxiu extended a pale, long-fingered hand to him. The illusion mist forest ahead causes hallucinations. Hold my hand. Chu Yu gave him a sidelong glance, pinching his fingertips lightly, maintaining a restrained physical contact. Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow, as if showing disdain. But he truly resented him. Chu Xian, as the team leader, led the way with his disciples walking into the shimmering light. The moment Chu Yu stepped through the light, the sunlight dimmed before his eyes, and the surroundings immediately changed as though entering another world. The lush green mountains and fragrant birdsongs transformed into a forest shrouded in mist. A damp scent filled the air, the ground covered with thick black-green moss. Towering trees rose to the sky, their trunks wrapped in swaying vines while their abundant branches stretched out like massive umbrellas, blocking the sun from above. The illusion mist forest emitted chilling coldness. Chu Yu glanced around. At the instant of entering Sangming realm, Daoist Chu Xian and the disciples of Jitai Peak vanished entirely into the dense white fog. He slightly lowered his gaze to find a delicate, warm hand allowing him to pinch its fingertips. The sleeve cuffs were embroidered with intricate silver cloud patterns, and Li Lanxiu strolled safely beside him. In the misty haze, Li Lanxiu's face appeared indistinct. With a lazy tone, he said, "Hold my hand tightly, don't let go. The illusions here trap cultivators." Everyone hadn't disappeared, they were merely caught within the hallucinations created by the white fog. Chu Yu clutched the chilled fingertips, remaining alert, gazing at the foggy surroundings where the path was blurred ahead. "Did you practice the sword techniques recorded in the Jade Sutra?" Li Lanxiu asked. I did. The techniques and the heart method in the Jade Sutra are marvelously exquisite. Come ask me if you have any questions. Thank you, sir. They exchanged casual words and hadn't walked far in the white mist when Chiyu suddenly found his grasp empty. Li Lanxiu had withdrawn his hand. Startled, Chiyu reached forward but gripped nothing. Li Lanxiu. There was no sound from anywhere around. The forest fog grew thicker, and Li Lanxiu didn't seem the kind who'd enjoy this sort of joke. He turned his grip on the knife behind his back and cautiously stepped forward. A soft chuckle echoed nearby. Little Black, I'm here. Chiyu looked toward the sound, spotting a figure emerging from the white fog, slowly approaching him. As Li Lanxiu approached, he embraced Chuyu's neck, pressing his body seamlessly against him, supple as if without bones. He leaned close to his ear and asked, Chuyu, would you like to see what I look like? Chuyu's breath tightened, every muscle in his body tensed as he sternly said, let go. Li Lanxiu released one arm and removed the ghost face mask from his face. Amidst the dense white fog, Chiyu saw his gaunt outline drawing closer, his elegant nose and plump lips gradually becoming clear, yet unable to discern the full face. His lips parted slightly, revealing his red mouth and white teeth, lightly exhaling. Then, unexpectedly, Li Lanxiu suddenly untied his sash and began, removing his clothes in front of him. Chuyu's expression turned severe. This was not right. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he demanded, what are you? In just a few moves, Li Lanxiu opened his white inner robe, his collarbone shining like polished white jade, fine and almost translucent, faint blue veins running underneath. Chuyu bit hard onto his tongue, maintaining clarity in his mind. Before him, Li Lanxiu's shirt was partially unbuttoned, hanging off his arms like silk scarves, exposing his slender shoulders, the slightly protruding shoulder blades appearing fragile, blending with the collarbone in smooth lines, the texture delicate and glossy, resembling a sculpture carved from white jade. Do you not want to try? Li Lanxiu leaned closer, his hand sliding down Chuyu's robe. Just before making contact, Chiyu sharply inhaled and coldly muttered, sorry. He abruptly drew his sword, slashing at the illusion before him. The illusion let out a sharp, pained scream and dissolved into wisps of black smoke within the fog. Chuyu's chest heaved violently as he stared straight ahead, though his eyes seemed somewhat dazed. Why would such things appear in his illusions? Chapter 17. Behind Li Lanxiu, a powerful force surged forth, the sound sharp and urgent, like a whip about to fall on his head. He withdrew his hand from Chuyu's palm, took out his fan and slashed forward. In the moment that the light broke through the mist, a wrist-thick emerald green vine was severed into two pieces. In this brief moment, he had lost his amulet. Rustling sounds came from all around him as the vines on the ground undulated like rising green waves, quickly rushing toward him. Li Lanxiu furrowed his brow. He truly loathed these vine-like things. They were dirty when they clung to his body, nauseating. With swift steps, he leapt into the air, unfolding his fan smoothly before closing it again. The ribs of the fan transformed into gleaming silver light, cutting down vast amounts of vines. More vines emerged from the soil, attacking him like locusts. He chopped away at countless vines in succession, gradually feeling the strain of dealing with them. His physical foundation was too weak, the spiritual energy within his Qi and Dantian insufficient. At the instant when his spiritual energy was completely depleted, a vine silently coiled around his ankle from behind, abruptly pulling forward, dragging him down from the air. Before he could even reach the ground, more vines seized the opportunity to pounce, wrapping around his wrists and ankles, firmly entrapping him. Li Lanxiu struggled several times but found the vines only tightening further. His complexion slightly turned pale, nausea welling up inside him. The vines dragged him toward the depths of the mist. A massive ancient tree stood deep within the forest, its old trunk cracked with two long thin green eyes staring eerily as he was dragged closer. When he was brought to the tree demon, the ancient tree extended an emerald green branch that gently brushed over him, sniffing him like. The two green eyes suddenly widened as a hoarse voice said, I can smell your fragrance, so sweet, flesh. Li Lanxiu turned his face in revulsion. His Yunjin boots had gone missing somewhere, leaving his bare feet encircled by thick green vines looking white and delicate, his nails smooth and lustrous, beautiful as if crafted from fine porcelain. The tree demon stared greedily at him, murmuring, you smell so fragrant. Your flesh must be delicious. Gathering the last remnants of his spiritual energy, Li Lanxiu strained against the binding vines, the tender and fine skin on his wrists and ankles turning red from the pressure. The tree demon swept his whole body and paused at his mask, controlling the vines to pull it away. Li Lanxiu tilted his neck trying to evade, but the vines pushed his face back as though small hands. The tree demon extended newly grown bright green vines that gently caressed his face as if savoring the moment, someone as beautiful as you, it's too pitiful to eat. I won't consume you, why don't you stay here with me? Li Lanxiu felt as if his stomach churned violently. He'd rather die than endure such humiliation. With furrowed brows, he cursed in a low voice, disgusting. Go away. The tree demon narrowed its eyes viciously, the vines sliding down his face and reaching the overlapping collar of his robe. Just as the vines were about to enter under his collar, the delicate feelers touched something cold and hard. As if burned, the vines sharply contracted, and the tree demon's leaves rustled loudly falling off its lush branches. The surrounding white mist violently churned, as if screaming silently. A formidable pressure from the dragon clan emanated from the scale, its aura making surrounding demons tremble, akin to witnessing the highest being in their hearts. Fear and shock flickered in the tree demon's green eyes as its dry, raspy voice grew shrill. "You're the person, of the Demon King." The vines instantly released Lilancio, and the old tree demon swiftly vanished into the trunk, its green eyes disappearing without a trace. The fog rapidly dissipated from around Lilancio, revealing a wide ancient path. As the fog cleared, the air became fresh. Trees along both sides of the ancient path retreated 3 steps back, no longer obstructing his way. Lilancio picked up the mask on the ground and placed it back on his face. The ghostly mask appeared ferocious, revealing only his pitch-black ink-like eyes. Would those disgusting things get away with it? He gathered spirit energy in his palms, infusing it into the cold iron fan, swinging its surface to release a beam of icy light that fiercely hacked at the root of the huge tree. Ah! The tree demon let out a heart-wrenching scream, like being castrated, as dark green liquid gushed out of the wounded cuts. Satisfied, Lilancio fondly stroked the scale against his chest, tucking it deeply inside his clothing and pressing tightly. He originally thought Bai Ying's scales were impervious to blades and fire, but they could also instill such fear in demons. Jiang Jusi specifically chose to enter the Transming realm behind Zitai Peak. Determined, he quickly dispelled the illusory fog and found the ancient road out of the fog-covered forest. A clear stream twisted and flowed between the valleys, its cool waters resonating like plucked strings, while faraway green mountains stretched continuously, their peaks layered with lush greens. A slender figure sat on a stone by the stream, hunched over and doing something unknown. His disheveled hair hung into the water, swaying like aquatic plants, yet he seemed completely unaware. Jiang Jushi suppressed his presence, his spiritual awareness spreading around. He detected no other cultivators nearby apart from the 2 of them. This was a rare opportunity. Once inside the depths of Transming realm, Lilancio would be inseparable from his teammates. Then, any action against him could harm innocence, a situation Jiang Jushi wished to avoid most. He flipped open the chest guard mirror and quietly drew his sword from behind, silently approaching Lilancio's back. With one swift motion, he swung his sword down at Lilancio's neck. The sharp edge of the sword came within an inch of Lilancio's neck when suddenly Jiang Jushi's gaze was drawn to a pair of hands reflected in the stream. The hands appeared abnormally long and pale in the water. At that moment, they spread out with elegant fingers curving gently as small fish swam around them. His wrists were delicate, with fine lines flowing smoothly. There were faint red marks curling around his wrists, resembling signs of abuse that provoked Jiang Jushi's curiosity. Slightly distracted, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Lilancio noticed someone behind him and turned instantly. Jiang Jushi quickly retracted his sword and nonchalantly said, "Junior brotherly, this is Jiang Jushi from Qinji Peak." Renowned far and wide, Lilancio pulled his hand out of the water and wiped it dry with a handkerchief. "Brother Jiang, nice to meet you." Jiang Jushi only then noticed that Lilancio was barefoot. He glanced and swiftly averted his eyes. "Younger brotherly, did you encounter the tree demon in the illusionary mist forest?" Lilancio nodded briefly, unwilling to elaborate further on the repulsive experience. Thoughtfully, Jiang Jushi remarked, "This tree demon has been here for hundreds of years, rarely has it attacked cultivators. Otherwise, the Dao sect wouldn't have left it until today. Why would it attack junior brother?" Lilancio pondered for a second and furrowed his brows slightly. That tree demon had mentioned something about him being very fragrant. Jiang Jushi glanced at Lilancio's mask and hesitated before saying, "Younger brotherly, Transming realm holds many peculiar dangers. We're fellow disciples of the same sect. Why don't we travel together?" "Thank you, brother Jiang, but it's unnecessary." Lilancio stood up and said courteously. After a quick deduction, Jiang Jushi asked, "Junior brotherly, are you waiting here for your contract slave?" Lilancio simply replied with a perfunctory, "Mm." Jiang Jushi draped his robe aside and seated himself on a nearby boulder, casually chatting, "This place is fraught with danger. I'll wait with you, junior brother." Lilancio arched an eyebrow at him and decided to just let him wait. They didn't have to wait long as Chu Yu emerged from the illusionary mist forest. Seeing Lilancio, Chu Yu's expression shifted slightly. His Adam's apple moved a few times before he said, "Masterly." Lilancio beckoned him closer and briefly recounted his encounter with the tree demon. Chu Yu approached cautiously, keeping a certain distance. He glanced at the red marks on Lilancio's wrists and ankles, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you injured?" "It's just a minor wound." Lilancio watched him mockingly. Wasn't he some kind of terrifying creature? Why was Chu Yu avoiding him so much? Could it be because during the illusion Chu Yu had slashed him several times out of hatred, feeling remorseful after waking up? Jiang Jushi scrutinized Chu Yu. The person selected by Shui Wujia was indeed exceptional, truly a young prodigy. Though he knew better, he still asked, "Is this person junior brother Li's contracted servant?" Chu Yu cast him a glance and coolly stated, "Chu Yu from Zitai Peak." Lilancio crossed his arms and assumed a posture expecting a show. Originally, Jiang Jushi admired Su Shi and ended up as a rival to Chu Yu, which led to nothing good. Jiang Jushi was backed by the influential Jiang family from Sea High Merchant Guild. After his incident, the young master of the Jiang family took care of the situation, originally intending to avenge him. However, they became close friends with Chu Yu instead, and the matter of revenge quietly dissolved. Ah, junior brother Chu, this is Jiang Jusher. I've long heard of your extraordinary talent, and meeting you now, it's clear you are indeed remarkable. Jiang Jusher spoke with genuine sincerity. Brother Jiang flatters me. Chu Yu's gaze once again lingered on Li Lanxiu's red marks, his expression somewhat complex. Li Lanxiu said teasingly with amusement, I hear that brother Jiang is a top student of Qianji Peak, having reached the initial stage of the Yuan baby realm, and wielding unparalleled sword skills. Jiang Jusher smiled slightly, his appreciative look towards Chu Yu deepening. Just empty fame. Younger brother Chu truly deserves to be called a genius. Scholar Shui had assigned him a third task, recruit Chu Yu to become a disciple of Qianji Peak. For this, he first needed to befriend Chu Yu. Only then would his words carry significant weight. After breaking free from the hallucination, Chu Yu's emotions were unsettled, leaving him uninterested in idle chat with Jiang Jusher. Thus, he remained silent. At this time, two cultivators emerged from the mist of the illusionary mist forest. One was Chu Xian from Zitai Peak, dressed in white, exuding charm and wit. Another figure, older in age with an air of solemnity and superiority, carried a sword wrapped in cloth on his back. This was Lian Jianqing from Yingqi Peak, one of the two famous cultivators renowned alongside Jiang Jusher from Chongxian sect. Chu Xian teased Li Lanxiu upon seeing him, younger brother, how did you manage to lose your shoes? Li Lanxiu shot him a sidelong glance and lifted his chin slightly, saying, senior brother, aren't you going to introduce us? Chu Xian said, this is senior brother Lian from Yingqi Peak. We met outside the illusionary mist forest and decided to travel together. Lian Jianqing gave a polite bow toward the group without much emotion in his tone, Yingqi, Lian Jianqing. Jiang Jusher was already familiar with Lian Jianqing as they were both celebrated heroes who admired each other's abilities, and they quickly stepped aside to exchange pleasantries. Chu Xian took out another pair of boots for Li Lanxiu from his storage ring, along with a box of ointment. Approaching Li Lanxiu with a soft smile, he said, junior brother, apply the medicine first. Sitting on a large rock by the stream, Li Lanxiu casually asked Chu Yu, how many levels have you mastered in knife techniques? Level 10, Chu Yu answered calmly while narrowing his eyes at Chu Xian crouched before him. Chu Xian carefully applied the ointment to Li Lanxiu's ankle, supporting his foot gently. The tips of his fingers lingered on the smooth skin momentarily, then meticulously massaged the cream into the red marks with great tenderness. His actions were gentle and cautious, stroking them back and forth. Lowering his gaze, Chu Xian tried to hide the intensity of his feelings as his motions became more delicate and hesitant, as though he would lose control if any extra force was applied. Li Lanxiu nodded, unsurprisingly impressed by the rapid progress. Calmly, he asked, and the cultivation techniques? Chu Yu, still fixated on Chu Xian's movements, responded somewhat irritably, level 10. Jiang Jusher watched intently as the ointment shimmered like a layer of subtle luster, making Li Lanxiu's skin appear smooth and translucent. The golden hoop around his ankle glimmered faintly with every slight movement, drawing attention. Humph. So pampered, even such a minor injury requires the senior brother to apply medicine. Lian Jianqing furrowed his brow, speaking softly under his breath, looking at Chu Xian who now seemed so humble and subservient. With a sigh, Lian Jianqing continued, would a person this honest and loyal simply allow himself to be mistreated by Li Lanxiu? Chapter 18. Jiang Jussi smiled faintly without a word, these beautifully polished and graceful feet were like flawless white jade. If this was humiliation, Li Lanxiu could come and humiliate him, and he would not fight back. Chu Yu frowned and turned his face away, looking to the side. Chu Xian's hands weren't doing anything improper, but for some reason he felt it was annoying. After applying the medicine on Li Lanxiu's ankle, Chu Xian conscientiously helped Li Lanxiu put on his shoes and socks. The senior brother acted as if he were Li Lanxiu's servant, even Jianqing's eyebrows knitted at the sight. Chu Xian held Li Lanxiu's wrist, touched the red marks on the wrist bone, Li Lanxiu pulled his hand back, took some ointment, I'll do it myself. Jiang Jussi glanced around at everyone and lightly coughed, saying, that Sanming realm is full of danger, our meeting here is destined. Since we're disciples of the same sect, why don't we temporarily form a team, to have someone watch each other's backs? Senior brother Lian nodded in agreement, both Chu Xian and Jiang Jussi were reliable people. Chu Yu wasn't as powerful as the rest yet, but his natural talent was said to be extraordinary, with an unlimited future. Chu Xian asked with a smile, what does younger brother Li think? Li Lanxiu thought about it for a moment, He Zhao Xinjuan had formidable power. Before Chu Yu broke through the seal, if they encountered him, there'd be no way to retaliate. But with senior brothers Lian and Jiang Jussi around, they might buy some time when encountering He Zhao. He gave a light smile, sounds good. Seeing that all three agreed, Jiang Jussi asked Chu Yu, younger brother Chu, would you like to fight alongside us? Chu Yu glanced at him, silently nodding once. Jiang Jussi smiled and clapped his hands, saying, in that case, let's all work together, fighting against enemies hand in hand. Senior brother Lian's expression showed slight displeasure. Both he and Jiang Jussi were the standouts from their respective peaks, leadership in team missions was naturally expected of them. With his words, Jiang Jussi was positioning himself as the team leader. He seized back control of the conversation, saying, let's continue moving forward. It's dangerous here, we shouldn't stay too long. Please wait a moment, seniors. Li Lanxiu spoke up, having applied the ointment on his wrist. From his storage ring, he took out a map and spread it on a flat boulder. We are currently at the edge of the Phantom Mist Forest. Not far from here is a medicinal herb growth area. Everyone approached to look at the map. Chu Yu picked the spot farthest from him. Each person carried a map issued by the sect, outlining the approximate locations of dangerous zones. Li Lanxiu's map was filled with personal notes and markings, making it clearer and more intuitive than the sect-issued version. On the map, not far from their current position in the canyon, was marked a medicinal herb growth area. Jiang Jusi examined the map. Li Lanxiu had also circled potential regions where demon beasts could appear. Little brother Li, how did you know about these? Senior brother Lian and Chu Xian looked toward Li Lanxiu, equally curious about this question. Li Lanxiu shot a glance at Chu Yu, then countered by asking Jiang Jusi, I've heard, senior brother Jiang, your skill of turning the sword intangible and using your body as its sheath, where did you learn it? This was Jiang Jusi's signature move. The sword became invisible behind him, seemingly transforming his own body into the sheath. Only when he unsheathed it could others see his sword. Its secrets couldn't be shared with just anyone. Jiang Jusi understood what Li Lanxiu meant, smiling slightly while gazing at those handsome eyes of his. Alright, then let's go to that place together. Li Lanxiu scanned over the group, pulling out a cold iron fan. The tip of the fan tapped on the medicinal herb canyon. We will divide into 3 groups to act. Xiahe, you head to the west region of the canyon to gather Guai Mu Tongxin grass. Senior brothers Jiang and Lian, the 2 of you take charge of the eastern region. Here lies the most precious flame heart lotus and dragon blood vine fruit, hence it is the most perilous. We entrust this task to the 2 of you. Senior brother Chu Xian, you and I will go to the northern region to collect xianin flowers and purple orchid hearts. The tip of his fan glowed softly as it pointed along the map, calmly issuing orders as if this were second nature to him. Senior brother Lian wanted to argue but, opening his mouth, found nothing to counter with. Chu Xian watched him with a half smile, his eyes probing. This was the Li Lanxiu Chu Yu knew well, who stated evenly, alright, I'll ensure the mission is completed. Jiang Jusi glanced at him before shifting his gaze to Li Lanxiu. Guai Mu Tongxin grass was the favorite food of gold pupil spiders. Places with Guai Mu Tongxin grass often harbored gold pupil spiders. Compared to the east, Chu Yu's designated west region was more dangerous. Meeting Jiang Jusi's gaze, Li Lanxiu tilted his head, lifting his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like he was asking, my slave, I can use you however I want, are you unhappy? Jiang Jusi internally agreed with what Xue Wujiu had said about Li Lanxiu being ruthless, not false at all. Meaningfully, he said, younger brother Chu, be careful. Chu Yu slightly bowed his head, thank you, senior brother Jiang. The group passed through dense woods, ahead suddenly opening up into a deep canyon with no visible bottom. On both sides of the canyon were steep cliffs. The rocks were dark red, exuding a sinister aura. The valley was shrouded in mist, faintly revealing a few herbs that emitted a soft glow, growing in the cracks of the cliffs. At the entrance stood a stone tablet, engraved with ancient runes that seemed to warn intruders of danger. As they were about to begin their mission, elder brother Lian cleared his throat, ready to give an important speech to reclaim his position as team leader. But then a lazy, relaxed voice rang out. We need to complete this task within 3 hours and regroup at the stone tablet. If you encounter any danger, safety comes first, immediately retreat. Everyone understand? Li Lanxiu finished speaking, sweeping his gaze over the group. Chu Yu responded calmly, understood. Chu Xian smiled slightly, looking directly at Li Lanxiu. Understood. I'll protect junior brother well. Jiang Jusi had nothing to say, if he'd given the order, it would have been no different. Understood. Elder brother Lian, pressed by the situation, could only agree, understood. All of them wore talismans on their chests. In the hazy mists of the Phantom Mist Forest earlier, these talismans hadn't revealed anything clearly. Now, the scene was projected onto a large mirror at the questioning square of Chongxian sect. Floating above the square were 13 floating isles, surrounded by swirling spiritual energies and elegant cranes. Disciples from each peak sat on their respective islands, staring intently at the mirror as they watched the battle unfold. Zhang Elder from the Cloudwater Hall, who now acted as the temporary sect leader, sat alongside the masters of various peaks and elders. Their expressions were vividly diverse. Zhang Elder smiled and asked, which disciple of the Zitai Peak is this? That's my son, replied Li Yanbi, calm but with pride gleaming in his raised eyebrows. The elder looked amazed before laughing again. He truly resembles you. An attendant walked up to him and whispered a few words into his ear. Zhang Elder's face changed drastically, he was confused yet honored and surprised. He adjusted his robes and stood up, addressing everyone present on the floating islands. Bai Zentruan has just sent a command, he will come and watch with us later. Bai Zentruan. Everyone was stunned, the various masters and elders were all over 300 years old and had never seen Bai Zentruan personally. They'd only heard snippets about this person from the sect leader, acknowledging that such a figure existed. No one had expected to see this legendary individual today. Why is Byzentruan here to observe? Someone asked aloud, voicing everyone's shared doubt. Zhang Elder appeared deep in thought, looking toward the large mirror in the square. He speculated, I suspect Byzentruan finds one of the participants in the Transmigrated realm trial intriguing. These words prompted widespread conjecture among the crowd. The most popular candidates for this trial were undoubtedly Lian Jianqing and Jiang Jusi, both exceptional in their own ways. No one knew which of them caught Byzentruan's attention. Meanwhile, the tree spirit remained standing amidst the white mist of the phantom mist forest, its underground root-like tentacles stretching out like countless arms, spanning hundreds of zhang. Its ultimate goal was a solemn palace deep within the Transmigrated realm. Unlike human races, demons rarely refined their lairs. A mere cave could suffice for them to proclaim themselves rulers. However, this palace was exquisitely crafted, resembling the temporary palaces of imperial human rulers, decorated intricately and grandly designed. The main hall was filled with captured cultivators, their hands bound with iron chains, pale-faced and terrified as they stared at the surrounding demons. A tiger-headed demon grabbed one of the captives, sharp fangs flashing. Before the cultivator could scream, his head was severed, falling into the tiger demon's mouth. It chewed violently, blood splattering everywhere, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Another demon beside it wasn't far behind. Its claws tore into the prisoners' stomachs, pulling out bloody hearts to devour with great relish. High upon a throne sat the Black Python True Lord. Unlike the other demons inside the hall, who retained some semblance of their demonic traits, he was handsome with a regal bearing, wearing a magnificent black gold brocade robe and crowned with a jeweled diadem. Before his throne lay an intricate stove, beneath which burnt brown-red charcoal. On the stove roasted translucent slices of meat, so thin they were akin to cicada wings. The fat sizzled as the pieces crackled audibly. True Lord surveyed the dining habits of the demons below with disdain, pausing his white jade chopsticks mid-air. How crude! How crude! Such an elegant act as having a meal should not be performed so rudely. The demons beside him, eyes glued hungrily on the roast meat, drooled incessantly, True Lord, what is elegance? With graceful precision, the True Lord picked up the roasted slice, dipped it into spices, and placed it elegantly onto a porcelain dish, offering it to the nearby demon. Try it. In one bite, the demon swallowed the piece whole without even chewing properly, shouting vaguely through a full mouth, delicious. Delicious. True Lord chuckled softly, leaning leisurely back against his throne while tapping lightly on the armrest. This meat was carefully cut from a cultivator. There are only 4 parts worth taking from a single cultivator, the plum blossom meat from the shoulders for its tenderness, the buttock tip for its smooth texture, and the neck area for its juiciness. What about the 4th piece? The 4th part. The Divine Lord delicately picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the roasted meat, closed his eyes to savor it, and after swallowing, he said, is the tender new flesh that grows from his fresh wounds, it's the freshest. This is what you've just eaten. The demon looked up at him with admiration in its eyes. The tree spirit extended its root-like tendrils from beneath the ground into the hall, undulating until they reached under Black Python True Lord's desk. The dark tip of the tendril split open slightly, saying, True Lord, I have urgent news to report. The True Lord, holding a handkerchief, meticulously wiped away the dirt that the tree spirit had brought onto his desk. Speak. The tree spirit recounted everything it had encountered with Lelancio without missing a detail, trembling as it added, he carries the rebellious scales of the demon king on him. A dragon has forbidden scales, touching them means certain death. Could it not be terrified of having touched the dragon's forbidden scales? Black Python True Lord fell silent for a moment before suddenly sitting up straight with keen interest. You said he was exceedingly beautiful. Chapter 19. Chuyu followed the rugged trail deeper into the canyon's end. The air deep inside was cold and humid, with grayish smoke swirling all around. It had been 2 hours already, and his chinkuan pouch was filled to more than halfway with Guei Mu Tongshin grass. This type of grass was entirely dark purple, its leaves long and narrow, the edges slightly curled, giving off a faint odor of decay. Upon closer inspection, the roots of the herb tightly gripped the rocks like infant hands, an appearance both eerie and unsettling. Chuyu stopped before a dark rocky wall where some cracks in the dimness held a few Guei Mu Tongshin herbs. He smelled a sharp, foul stench. He pulled out a glowing stone and tossed it into the gap between the rock walls. As the light flashed, a pair of giant golden eyes appeared from the crack, their vertical pupils contracting against the sudden light. Chuyu's long, strong fingers tightened on the hilt of his blade as the owner of those golden eyes slowly revealed itself. A colossal gold-eyed spider crawled out. It was about half the height of a person, covered in jet-black carapace. Its mouth dripped with sticky venom, its thin legs slicing white marks onto the rocks as if they were steel blades. The human and the demon stared at each other for several seconds. Demons craved human flesh, humans lusted after demons' pearls. The gold-eyed spider pawed at the ground, unable to restrain its greed any longer, letting out a low growl and lunging ferociously toward Chuyu. Chuyu's black pupils glanced upward. Unperturbed by fear, he felt an inexplicable excitement. With one swift movement, he raised his knife. Just as the spider's mandibles neared his head, he drove the knife diagonally straight into its body, cracking open the shell and plunging directly into the gold-eyed spider's belly. The spider didn't even feel the pain immediately, only realizing that it couldn't summon enough strength to bite off the delectable head before it. Then, it heard a plop, the knife withdrawing from its belly as black sludge splattered on the rocky floor. On closer inspection, there was moving flesh and blood within the sludge. It turned out to be the spider's internal organs. Z. The gold-eyed spider opened its mandible, emitting a high-pitched wail akin to a dagger piercing through the eardrums, making everyone nearby anxious and disturbed without cause. However, the face before it remained emotionless, showing neither retreat nor distance but rather coming closer to its body. The gold-eyed spider felt as if its internal organs were being churned violently, like a hand stirring inside its stomach. The squelching sounds of blood and meat told the spider that it wasn't just imagination, it indeed felt a hand probing inside its stomach, searching for something. Enraged and terrified, the gold-eyed spider stretched its huge mandible to snap down at the face mere inches away. However, instead of tearing into human flesh, it bit down on a thin and sharp black blade. Or, to put it better, the blade bit it back, relentlessly absorbing its vitality. That blade acted like a voracious demon, eagerly feeding on its life force. Wanting to retreat with the blade still in its jaws, Chiyu twisted his wrist, driving the knife obliquely into its upper palate, splitting its mandibles into two halves so it could no longer close its mouth. From the moment the gold-eyed spider saw him until its dying breath only passed briefly, Chiyu's elegant expression hadn't changed once, except when his hand finally clasped the demonic pearl inside the spider's gut. He allowed himself a shallow smile. Simultaneously, he muttered something incomprehensible to the spider. This will surely make him laugh. Chiyu extracted a bloody round object. He wiped it clean with a kerchief, revealing a murky brownish-black demon pearl since this spider was unevolved. He slipped it into his chinkun pouch, retrieved his knife from the spider's jaws, and stepped closer to gather more goe mutongshin herbs in the crevice. The sky gradually grew gloomy, the red moon rising in the heavens. Chiyu walked toward the canyon entrance's stone marker, pausing not far after taking a few steps. In the thick, dark night, numerous pairs of golden eyes gleamed from every direction. The earlier wailing call of the gold-eyed spider had attracted its companions. They had been lying in wait, ready to spring their trap upon him. He calmly gripped the hilt behind his waist, relaxed and composed, his mastery over the sword techniques recorded on the True Intent Jade Scroll now perfected at the 10th level. These spiders provided an ideal opportunity to practice. Taking a step forward, Chiyu found the golden-eyed spiders encircling him slowly. He moved swiftly and agilely, weaving through the horde, slashing cleanly and effectively at them while retreating towards the canyon's entrance. As the agonized cries echoed, one after another gold-eyed spider fell, while more kept converging on him. In the darkness of the night, the glimmering of golden eyes was omnipresent, as if stepping into a treasury filled with gold. Endless, Chiyu murmured, furrowing his brows slightly, his breathing somewhat rapid, a chilling resolve filling his eyes. Just then, retreating to the base of a steep cliff, he spotted under the crimson moonlight a tall, graceful figure standing by the edge of the cliff. A red wide-sleeved robe draped elegantly over brocade white clothes, accentuating the slim waist bound with a sash, evoking an image of a beautiful spirit haunting beneath the red moon. Lilancio lazily leaned against the edge of the cliff, his peacock feather hanging from his ink-black hair shimmering with starlight, as if he were enjoying a good show while watching Chiyu battle amidst the spider horde. Chiyu raised his head and glanced at him briefly before swinging his knife forcefully to knock down a golden-eyed spider that had leapt at him. At first, Chiyu could still handle the spiders without a scratch, but when the spiders were desperate, they would start spitting silk. Once his blade was stuck in the sticky silk, several bloody wounds would appear on his body. After a long while, the last spider fell to the ground, its corpse layering over countless others, covering the ground. The air reeked of blood. Chiyu planted his sword into the ground with one hand and knelt on one knee, exhausted. He hung his head, panting heavily, drops of sweat and blood trickling down his sharp jawline. A pair of cloud-patterned boots appeared before his eyes, stepping lightly over the corpses. The crimson robes fluttered gently in the night breeze, like swaying mandara flowers. The person crouched before him, lifting his chin with delicate and cold hands, taking out a white silk handkerchief from the sleeve to gently wipe the sweat and blood from his face, every movement gentle and meticulous. "How did you end up like this?" Lilancio's voice carried a tinge of indulgence, as if he truly didn't know how this had happened. Chiyu narrowed his eyes and stared at him, gripping the handle of his sword tightly. The faint light in his eyes flickered occasionally, as if waiting for something. Lilancio softly wiped away the blood on his cheek, caressing it with his fingers and praised softly, "Chiyu, you've done well." He called him Chiyu instead of Little Black. This name made Chiyu's fingers gripping the sword tremble slightly, and he licked the blood off the corner of his mouth, then took out the demon pearl from his chinkun pouch. His blood-stained hand, riddled with small wounds, extended it towards him. The subtle tremor in his wrist betrayed a ripple of emotion, yet his face remained calm and composed. Lilancio pinched the demon pearl between his fingers, and a soft laugh escaped his throat. "This is more like it." Chiyu lowered his head, gazing at the ground, the corners of his lips curling into a pleased smile. Lilancio stood up and gestured toward him, "Come, extract all the demon pearls here." On their way back to the canyon entrance's stone marker, they encountered 3 individuals who had come rushing to check on them. Upon seeing the 2 of them, their expressions varied greatly. Chiyu's robe was soaked in blood, with fine scratches on his cheeks, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Li Lanxiu, however, was neatly dressed, only his snow-white boots bore some blood stains. Chu Xian scanned both of them and stepped forward, asking worriedly, "Younger brother, are you all right?" Li Lanxiu nodded and said calmly, "No harm." Jiang Zhoushi only looked at Li Lanxiu, confirming his safety before turning to Chu Yu, his eyes showing a hint of sympathy. "Brother Chu has been injured quite badly." Chu Yu simply replied indifferently, "Just minor injuries." Lian Shixiang shook his head inwardly, thinking that young people these days have too much pride, refusing to admit weakness even after being injured so severely, boasting and stubbornly claiming that their wounds were mere trivialities. Back in the main square of Zhongshuan sect, everyone was paying attention to the trial mirrored in the great mirror. Suddenly, a faint ripple passed through the sky. A streak of silver light descended from above. Gradually fading away, everyone looked up and saw an extraordinary silver-haired man arrive by sword flying. His hair was tied high, his face cold and handsome, with an aura of authority emanating from his brows. Clad in a flowing white robe, he seemed detached and elegant, like an immortal. With a glimmering of his sword light, he landed on the floating island in the center of the square. The peak masters and elders rose respectfully, looking solemnly at the silver-haired man and addressing him formally, White Chinchuan. This title soon spread across the entire square. Disciples turned their gazes toward the floating island where he stood, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence, murmuring, "He is White Chinchuan." Elder Shen took a step forward and said, "The arrival of Elder White Chen is truly an honor for me." Bai Ying's gaze swept over the crowd, pausing momentarily on Li Yanbi before turning to Elder Shen, his voice indifferent, "There's no need for formalities. I am merely here to see the progress of the trials." In the Qianji Peak, where Master Su Shiyan resided, her disciples huddled together, chattering animatedly, "So this is what Elder White Chen looks like. If I looked like this, I'd flaunt myself around the sect every day. Elder White hasn't shown himself for 300 years. This sudden appearance couldn't be for senior brother Jiang Zhoushi. That's not necessarily true. It could also be for Lian Shixiang. Sure. I think it's for immortal Lady Yan. Even though Elder White is extraordinary, isn't he still a man? And which man doesn't love beauty? Su Shiyan's icy expression cracked ever so slightly. She was less interested in why Bai Ying had suddenly appeared or whether he was indeed male. What truly intrigued her was who exactly Bai Ying had come for. As someone disinterested in the sex affairs, Bai Ying had no knowledge of either Jiang Zhoushi or Lian Shixiang. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought flashed through her mind. Could Bai Ying have come here this time to see Li Lanxiu? If it were before, she wouldn't have entertained such an idea, but the Li Lanxiu in Sangming realm was very different from the previous one. She suddenly understood why Bai Ying said Li Lanxiu was likable. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling like she was going crazy. Su Shiyan shook her head, trying to drive away the absurd thought. For some unknown reason, however, the images of Bai Ying and Li Lanxiu kept intertwining in her mind, making her feel somewhat bashful. Chapter 20. A group of them followed the map and gradually ventured deeper into the Sangming realm. The verdant trees grew more lush, and towering mountains flanked both sides of the road, their peaks piercing the clouds like celestial giants. Strange and peculiar demonic beasts kept appearing, but fortunately, none of them had awakened intelligence. A few in their group had remarkable cultivation skills, so they were able to handle them with ease. One day, as they entered a lush and dense forest, a heavy putrid stench filled the air, mixed with sharp blood smells that were unbearable. Li Lanxiu wore a mask, yet even this could not stop the smell from nearly making him nauseous. He squinted and looked into the distance. Deep within the forest was a white mound. Above it, what appeared to be a large black beehive was swirling. Upon smelling the odor, the expressions of the group varied. The smell of decaying human corpses is distinct from other scents and easily recognizable. This potent smell indicated at least dozens of people had died. Only cultivators from various sects could enter the Sangming realm. Even if they weren't from the Zhongshuan sect, they still belonged to the Daoist sect, which stirred feelings of empathy in everyone. As they walked further into the depths of the forest, the white mound became clearer. It was actually a pile of corpses, all wearing the robes of disciples. At the bottom, the remains were reduced to chewed bones, those higher up were covered in mangled flesh, as if gnawed by some ruminating creature, then spit out. On the top layer, freshly dead bodies were surrounded by countless flies buzzing about. Li Lanxiu flicked a spell forward, scattering the insects. Dead or alive, one should maintain some dignity as a human. Chu Yu stepped closer, bent down, and pulled out an arm from the corpse. The robes of the deceased were white but different from the style of the Zhongshuan sect. They had purple edges around the sleeves and silver embroidery of the Big Dipper on the corners. The uniform swords were narrow, with handles similarly marked with the symbol of the Big Dipper. Jiang Zhoushi sighed heavily. These are all disciples of the Lingyun sword sect. Lian Shixiang's face showed sympathy. Why would the disciples of the Lingyun sword sect die here? To enter the first sect in the world for cultivation, each individual in this pile had excellent spiritual roots and was 1 in 10,000 talent, yet now they had died in such an unfortunate place, indeed lamentable. Chu Yu drew a sword and lightly tapped its edge. There's no blood on this sword. They didn't even have time to draw their swords before they died. Among the demon creatures in the Sangming realm with such power, only the Black Dragon True Lord possessed such strength. Upon hearing this title, Li Lanxiu glanced at the pile of corpses, his eyes narrowing slightly. This arrangement was too orderly, too refined, not something that seemed done carelessly after a meal. Both Jiang Jusi and Lian Shixiang's expressions turned grave. Among the sects, they were the ones who had received high expectations to slay the Black Dragon True Lord. After seeing the bodies of the Lingyun Sword sect disciples, they understood just how terrifying the Black Dragon True Lord's abilities truly were. Even the prodigies of the esteemed Lingyun sect couldn't even draw their swords and were killed instantly upon meeting him. How could they too hope to stand against the Black Dragon True Lord with their own strength? It seemed the possibility of any one person killing the Black Dragon True Lord was incredibly slim. Only the sect's demon-slaying formation could possibly subdue him. As everyone pondered their respective thoughts, a faint groan suddenly broke through the silence. Help me. Li Lanxiu looked over, seeing a pale hand emerge from the pile of corpses, grabbing onto Chu Yu's arm closest to it. Chu Yu furrowed his brow, gripping the hand tightly, and forcefully pulled out half the figure of an unremarkable-looking youth whose face was smeared with blood, his shoulder half-eaten, exposing white bone. Chu Xian moved forward to help, working together with Chu Yu to drag the youth out of the pile. Despite the horrifying wound on his shoulder, the youth did not seem to have other external injuries. Leaning against Chu Xian, the youth, whose face was deathly pale, couldn't stop trembling. His choked sobs asked, "Are you people from the Zhongshuan sect?" Lian Shixiang immediately supported his arm, asking earnestly, "We are disciples of the Zhongshuan sect. Are you from the Lingyun Sword sect? Could it be that you encountered the Black Dragon True Lord?" "What True Lord?" The youth clenched his teeth and said bitterly, "That old demon, he eats without batting an eye, does he deserve the title, True Lord?" Jiang Jusi stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Which peak of the Lingyun Sword sect are you from? It's not that I don't trust you, but the Sangming realm is fraught with many deceptions. Please forgive my inquiries." The youth let out a bitter laugh, lifting his finger to point toward the pile of corpses. "We were all disciples under the immortal Zhou from Cooling Peak. These are my elder and younger brothers." Jiang Jusi stepped close to Li Lanxiu's side, whispering discreetly, "I've met the Zhou immortal from Cooling Peak, he exists. What do you think, brother Li?" Li Lanxiu's gaze swept over the youth, who also stared at him, his nose quivering slightly, seemingly trying to control himself from reacting to a certain smell, or perhaps on the verge of tears. His eyes remained fixed on Li Lanxiu's mask before shifting to his neck, chest, waist, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A soft chuckle escaped Li Lanxiu's throat as he approached the youth and extended a hand to support his arm. "Don't you remember me?" Chu Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to act at any moment. The youth immediately leaned against Li Lanxiu, his eyes fixed intensely on him. His nose twitched even more violently as he gulped repeatedly, seemingly swallowing saliva. Of course I remember you." At this very moment, the scene was projected onto the giant mirror in the questioning square. The spectators outside held their breath, observing every frame shown in the mirror. Seeing the miserable state of the Lingyun sect's disciples, the Daoist sect disciples felt both indignation and fear. This man is so pitiful, all his fellow disciples are dead, yet Li Lanxiu still refuses to heal him and keeps interrogating him. What a tough life. To survive something like that is surely a sign of future good fortune. Why does Li Lanxiu seem so alluring? Though we cannot see his face, watching him for a long time quickens one's heartbeat. After this disciple said these words with flushed cheeks, the people beside him grew unhappy and retorted, "It's because you can't see his face, which is why your heart beats faster. If you saw his face, your soul would scatter." "That's true. He always wears a mask, he must be hideous underneath it 9 out of 10 times. You shouldn't say that. Beauty lies within, not just skin deep. His grace and demeanor wouldn't make him ugly. Shall we wager on it? I bet he's an ugly brute." As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples became excited and took out spirit stones to participate in the bet. In no time, the table was surrounded so tightly no one could get through. Disciples from other peaks who heard about this fascinating bet also rushed over to join. Bai Ying's divine scent spread across the square, gathering every word without omission. Alone, seated on a precious sofa, his aura was frosty and severe. The elders and peak masters respected him in their hearts and did not dare approach easily. He showed no concern for the other disciples of Zhongshuan's sect but kept his gaze on one figure in the giant mirror until the boy appeared, causing his eyebrows to crease as he muttered something softly. Elder Shen stood a few steps away and asked, "True transmission Bai, do you have any instructions?" Bai Ying focused on the boy clinging to Li Lanxiu, slowly saying each word, "He is the Black Dragon True Lord." Elder Shen jumped in surprise, raising his voice, "This person truly is the Black Dragon True Lord." These words quickly spread throughout the questioning square. Everyone gasped, focusing their attention on the picture within the mirror. He's actually the Black Dragon True Lord. What is he doing disguised like this? Is it possible he infiltrated the team with sinister intentions? Bai Ying shifted his focus back to Li Lanxiu, watching his every movement, frowning slightly as if troubled by his own limitations. Inside the large mirror, Li Lanxiu patted the youth's back soothingly, saying gently, "A few years ago, when you and your elder brother went on a cultivation journey, we once met briefly in Wei City. Never expected to meet you again today." The boy sniffed closer toward his neck. The tree demon had only told him how beautiful Lelancio was, but didn't mention how fragrant he was. He'd never smelled such a wonderful aroma before, making him unable to control himself and wanting to tackle him down and inhale his scent thoroughly. But he couldn't do that. The human disguise he wore forbade him from acting impulsively, so he feigned innocence and asked, "Could you help me find some disciples for my sect? My master will surely thank you greatly." Leolancio's hand slid gradually down the youth's spine until it rested on the nape of his neck, pulling him close into his embrace. He sensed the trembling body inside his arms. To others, it seemed like the youth was frightened, but he knew better. It was excitement, unrestrained excitement. "Do you recall the day we met by chance in the tavern, where we drank several jars of fine wine? Do you remember?" 3 jars. The youth questioned him with confusion. Lelancio tightened his grip around the youth's neck and glanced at Chuyu, nodding slightly. In a flash, the black blade plunged deep into the boy's chest. The pupil of the youth contracted sharply as he struggled fiercely. From his body, a wisp of black smoke wriggled out and dispersed swiftly in the air. The hollow human skin then slid off Leolancio's arms and fell to the ground. Laughter resounded from all sides, laced with mockery and sarcasm. "Such a venomous beauty." The voice of the black dragon true lord echoed in the dense forest, "I bear no grudge against you, I merely came to take a look. Yet, you attempted to kill me." Lelancio pulled out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped his hand that touched the human disguise, unconcernedly saying, "You deserve to die." The laughter of the black dragon true lord suddenly softened, laced with a trace of playful mockery, "Anyone who dares insult me shall be devoured. But as for you, never mind." Chapter 21. The words were spoken very intimately, with an obvious flirtatious undertone. Chuyu sheathed his sword, muttering coldly in his heart, "Old demon." Jiang Jiushir's gaze fell on Leelancio's mask, reminiscing about the phrase, "What a venomous beauty," and raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. Leelancio continued to wipe his fingers delicately, without raising his head, responding indifferently, "You should have died anyway, and now even more so." Black Dragon True Lord burst into laughter, his laughter encircling the few of them as if it was omnipresent. He laughed, "Good. Let me see what you look like, whether you are worth dying for." Just as the words faded, the dense forest where they were suddenly darkened, as if an invisible giant hand had covered the sun. A black gold ring descended from the sky. The ring was colossal, enveloping them all within its circumference. Thick black smoke billowed around the ring, and the inscribed runes flashed with faint golden light. As Black Dragon True Lord began chanting the Taoist spell, the ring's golden light grew brighter while the surrounding black mist thickened and could not be dissipated. It slowly enclosed toward them. On the square of inquiry, the disciples held their breaths, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the image inside the large mirror, beginning to chatter. Leelancio actually dared to deceive the Black Dragon True Lord. He wouldn't know this is the Black Dragon True Lord, would he? "It's not just deception," he said, "should die twice. Black Dragon True Lord insists on seeing his face. How absurd. What kind of treasure is that? Never seen before. Would it possibly kill them?" Buying had remained calm throughout, watching the images in the mirror, her brows slightly furrowed as she muttered lowly, "Teleportation ring." Elder Shen was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. Where is the Black Dragon True Lord going to teleport them to? Li Yanbi's expression turned urgent, clutching tightly at the armrests of his chair, unable to settle down. Inside the grand mirror, the black fog rapidly spread out, forming a huge formation that completely enshrouded them. The air was saturated with an intense demonic energy, as though being under the vigilant gaze of a great demon lord, causing everyone to feel bone-chilling cold and preventing them from focusing. Chuyu swung his blade to strike at the rune-inscribed symbols on the ring. A resounding buzz echoed as the blade was deflected away by the ring. The immense counterforce split a small bloodline through the palm holding the sword. Leelancio's frost-chilled iron fan danced around the black circle. The others naturally refused to sit idly and be trapped. Neither blades nor spirit-energized treasures managed to stop the array magic of the black circle. The black fog was so thick it was as if they were shrouded in midnight darkness. Occasionally, when the fog thinned momentarily, glimpses of glowing golden runes flickered rapidly, while the ground beneath their feet subtly trembled. Seeing no point in wasting spiritual power anymore, Leelancio simply swished his skeletal fan, sending the fan bones back into the core of the iron fan. In the darkness, someone retreated next to him, gently pressing their hand against his mask, speaking in a low voice, "Be careful, old demon." Leelancio snorted softly, "Take care of yourself." Startled, Chiyu hesitated a moment, withdrawing his hand, his fingers tightly gripping the hilt of the sword behind his back. Suddenly, the golden runes went out, the black mist gradually dissipating. In its place, came the melodious sound of a harp playing, the sound of trickling spring water flowing alongside sweet giggles and fragrant breezes rushing toward him. He closed his eyes then reopened them to find himself facing an expansive cave adorned with several delicate pavilions and terraces. There were artificial hills and streams, including a small waterfall cascading downward, pooling green water at his feet. A group of fair-skinned young men and women played in a pool, draped only in gauzy fabric, nearly naked with their white skin exposed. Each one possessed a fluffy fox tail dangling behind them. One of the fox demon maidens had just swam over, prostrate beside the edge of the pool, her fox-like eyes shimmering with seduction. She tugged at the hem of Li Lanqiu's robe, sniffing deeply at his scent. Exalted immortal has traveled far. Why not rest here for a moment? Li Lanqiu didn't see the other companions. Scanning the cavern, there were 7 or 8 entrances of varying sizes. Their situations were probably similar. It seemed they had been sent to a fox labyrinth by the Black Dragon True Lord. Leaning down, he lifted the chin of the fox demon with his elegant pale fingers, asking, "Where is the Black Dragon True Lord?" The fox demon looked curiously at his mask, sniffing intently. "How could I ever meet the True Lord? This place is to entertain his esteemed guests. Exalted immortal, don't you wish to play with me?" Lowering his eyelids slightly, Li Lanqiu pinched the fox demon's chin between 2 fingers, saying, "Why would we find amusement alone? Go call your companions." Wide-eyed, the fox demon darted back into the pool to inform the other foxes. Several heads gathered together bobbing, occasionally glancing at Li Lanqiu, seemingly discussing something. Li Lanqiu walked over to a stone platform under one of the pavilions, arranged with some lush potted plants. There, a boy was playing the qin, noticing Li Lanqiu approach and smiling openly at him. He sat down next to the boy, his arm winding around the boy's back as if he were going to embrace him, but instead, he lightly plucked at the qin strings. "What tune are you playing?" The fox demon's face flushed red as it leaned in and sniffed his scent. "It's a melody of our fox clan. Does the immortal gentleman like it?" Li Lanqiu nodded, his fingers idly plucking the strings. As his fingers slid along the strings, his arm gradually closed, naturally drawing the fox demon into his embrace. The fox demon pressed its nose to his neck, lying on top of him while breathing deeply and whispering adoringly, "Immortal gentleman, you smell so good." Li Lanqiu let it be, continuing to pluck the strings with his fingers. The fox demons in the pool all leapt onto the shore, smiling as they surrounded him. On the square of Chongxian sect, the disciples watched this scene in disbelief, sparking murmurs throughout the crowd. Li Lanqiu is indulging himself amidst the fox demons. He has always been this type of person. Entering the fox demon's den is like a rat entering a rice vat, he must be reveling in joy. His fellow traveling brothers remained so calm, resisting the seduction of the fox demons. Only he succumbed to their enchantment. What a disgrace to Master Li. Why does our sect have such lustful individuals? On the floating island, the elders exchanged complex glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Li Yanbi sat upright, his demeanor stern and resolute as he declared coldly, "My son must have his plan." His personality was known for being straightforward and dignified, not tolerating any impurity. Although the other elders privately mocked Li Lanqiu's indulgence in the allure of fox demons, they refrained from speaking openly out of respect for him. "Yes." The only one to speak up was Xue Wujia, who smiled brightly as he said, "I've watched Lanqiu grow up since he was young. I believe he is definitely not that kind of person." This statement drew laughter from several elders who had friendly relations with him. Was there really anything else to say about whether Li Lanqiu was or wasn't that type of person? The way he fawned over Su Shiyan was enough proof that he was certainly a hedonist, so it came as no surprise that he would fall prey to the charm of the fox demons. An elder of the outer sect observed Jiang Zhoushi's mirror and intentionally praised, "There must be a teacher worthy of his student. Zhoushi is truly a man of integrity," remaining unmoved in the presence of the fox demons. "He indeed carries the mannerisms of Master Xue." Xue Wujia smirked faintly, feeling quite pleased and satisfied as he looked at Zhoushi in the mirror. He grew more fond of his disciple with every look, except for one thing. Jiang Zhoushi hesitated to take action against Li Lanqiu. This greatly displeased him. Li Yanbi gave a cold snort, gazing into the mirror as he stated, "Master Xue, my son doesn't need your belief. Whatever Lanqiu does, there must be a reason behind it." Xue Wujia inwardly chuckled. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly heard a cool voice interject, "Master Li's words are indeed correct." The assembly of elders and sect leaders were startled because this sentence came from Bai Ying. Since Bai Ying had begun observing the battle, he had only conversed briefly with Elder Shen and never spoken with anyone else. This was his first utterance, and it was to defend Li Lanqiu. Xue Wujia felt irritated but restrained himself due to Bai Ying's status, deciding not to say more. In the mirror, Jiang Zhoushi pushed away the fox demon, pulling out his sword in a swift movement that pressed against the demon's throat. "Get out of my way." The fox demon's flirtatious expression instantly turned fierce, its pupils vertical like those of a snake, and its lips tore apart to reveal sharp fangs. It emitted a deep hiss. The other fox demons also revealed their true forms, snow-white skin turning crimson, fingers transforming into sharp claws, beautiful tails standing stiff with bristles resembling steel needles. After all, foxes are carnivores. If these beings couldn't satisfy their beastly instincts through play, they would devour Jiang Zhoushi. Jiang Zhoushi's sword flickered in an instant, a flash of cold light as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had dealt with the surrounding fox demons. Exiting the cave, it didn't take long before he encountered Chu Yu, Lian Shixiang, and Chu Xian. Together, the group embarked on a journey to trace Li Lanqiu's whereabouts. Li Lanqiu found himself drowning in the soft pleasures provided by the fox demons. Every time a fox approached him, they displayed similar expressions, fox eyes slitted seductively, lips parted slightly, noses twitching faintly, as though under some spell of intoxication. He leaned his head on the bare shoulder of the fox demon strumming the qin, cradling another fox demon seated on his lap who nuzzled into his hair. 2 more fox demons crouched on his back, inhaling deeply near his neckline, and within moments, his entire body was covered by these demons, leaving no empty space. Other fox demons who couldn't find spots squatted beside him, untying his boots and taking them off. One fox demon undid his braided hair, allowing the jet black strands to slip gracefully through its fingers. Fox demons nearby offered him wine and fruits, while a bolder one lifted his mask. He let out a soft chuckle, causing that fox demon to obediently stop, stroking the exposed part of his chin and lips. Lilanchio's cheeks were lean, his narrow jawline extending to a smooth arc under the chin, lips resembling soft rose petals in undulating waves. The sharp corners of his mouth slightly curled upwards, displaying rosy lips against white teeth, perfectly like snow on a rose. The fox demon's fingers slid along his chin and touched his tender lips, unable to help but tremble all over. "Immortal gentleman, are you also skilled in the art of seduction?" Lilanchio seemed confused about what it meant. Half closing his eyes, he leaned closer to softly ask, "What do you mean?" The heart rate of the fox demon quickened immediately, turning red-faced and tongue-tied as words failed him. The fox demons nearby grew increasingly audacious. They loosened his sash, running their fingers through his waist beneath his clothes, teasingly caressing his skin while some moved close to his chest. Removing his protective mirror gently, they sniffed near his neckline. Lilanchio appeared to enjoy it greatly, making no attempt to stop them, tipping his head back to sip the wine the fox demons offered him. He was surrounded by almost naked fox demons, immersed in debauchery as if floating in an ocean of wine and meat. A group suddenly burst into the cave, catching this exact moment. Chuyu stiffened instantly, scanning the fox demons sprawled over him with coldness. Filthy fox spirits. Jiang Jiushi focused on Lilanchio's face, his gaze slowly mapping out the curve of his jawline and lips, his look oddly mirroring that of the fox demons lounging on Lilanchio's body. For once, Chu Xian's rare smile vanished. Stepping forward he asked, "Little junior brother, aren't you having a grand old time?" Seeing the intruders, the fox demons didn't show fear. Instead, they whispered things into Lilanchio's ear. Lilanchio fondly petted the bushy tail of the fox demon nestled in his arms, listening briefly before indulgently saying, "Alright, I'll ignore him." Chu Xian glared at that particular fox demon, evident anger coloring his tone. "Junior brother, Black Dragon Immortal isn't here. We need to find our way out." Jiang Jiushi's eyes grazed his open collar, finding it, very pale, pristine as jade, calmly and properly speaking, "Younger brotherly, the caves here wind 9 bends and 18 turns, forming a maze-like labyrinth. If we can't find a way out, then Black Dragon Immortal will return." The hand of a fox demon slowly wandered inside Lilanchio's clothing. Just as it began entering, there came a sudden sound, "tsng." He turned around to see a black-clad youth half draw his sword from its scabbard, a pair of pitch-black and cold eyes staring at the hand. Terrified by Chu Yu's gaze, the fox demon broke out in cold sweat, pulling its hand back forcefully. Back at the discussion square, upon seeing this scene through the giant mirror, the disciples were all stunned, whispers rising continuously. Lilanchio lies among a heap of foxes, mesmerized by the charm of the fox demons. Where is the dignity of a practicing Taoist? It's utterly disgraceful. What is he doing? How could he be so deeply ensnared while the other elder brothers have resisted? He remains tangled up with these fox demons. Why does it seem like it's the fox demons who've fallen for younger brotherly? Look how they view him like a god, exactly who's using magic on whom. Doesn't anyone notice how handsome younger brother Li's chin and lips are? How could he possibly be ugly? He's definitely a beauty. No way, I must revise my bet, I'm now betting on his beauty. Buying gazed at the huge mirror intently, her fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, narrowing her eyes as if displeased. Elder Shen noticed her expression, realizing the image in the mirror might not sit well. He asked cautiously, "Miss Bai, Lilanchio is young yet still influenced by the fox demon's charms, it can be excused." Buying glanced at him, faintly smiling with lifted lips before muttering offhandedly, "A bunch of silly foxes." Elder Shen didn't grasp her meaning until looking at the mirror and soon understanding everything. In the fox's den, Lilanchio suddenly dropped his smile, gripping the chin of the fox demon who offended Chu Yu and harshly interrogating him, "Why did you make him angry?" I don't know," the fox demon trembling slightly, forcing a smile to please him. Lilanchio pushed it away, standing up and adjusting his sleeves, boring beyond measure. The fox demons appeared tense, fearing he would leave, never to let them smell his aroma again. One of the fox demons timidly asked, "Immortal gentleman, are you leaving?" Lilanchio remained frostily cool, "You upset me. This place is boring anyway. Why should I stay?" The fox demon opened his tear-filled eyes quickly. Nearby, one hit upon an idea and quietly suggested, "Immortal gentleman, if you'd come with us, we could lead you to the sacred realm of the spirit foxes, it's really quite fun." Lilanchio tilted his head for a brief consideration, disinterestedly asking, "Fun?" "It's true." The fox demons hurried to chime in together, explaining animatedly, "Our treasures and arrays are all within the sacred realm of the spirit foxes, and there are even items belonging to the true lord there. You'll surely adore it, immortal gentleman. Allow me to take you there." Lilanchio reluctantly nodded, "All right, lead the way. I'll take a look." The fox demons joyfully led Li Lanxiu towards the spirit fox's sacred realm, with not a single fox sparing a glance for the group standing nearby. Chu Yu stared at his back, surrounded by the fox demons, turning his head to avoid brushing against a passing fox demon, his grip on the sword hilt tightening further. Lian Shixiang was dumbfounded. He had lived over 300 years and had never seen such a spectacle. It was always the fox tribe that toyed with humans. When had a human ever been able to play the foxes like puppets in the palm of their hand? Perplexed and utterly baffled, unable to think of an answer, he asked Jiang Zhoushi beside him, "What's going on? Has Junior Brotherly put a charm on these foxes?" At this moment, Jiang Zhoushi's spiritual heart was in great disarray, leaving him no time to bother with Lian Shixiang. Chapter 22. Li Lanxiu followed the fox demon through a labyrinth of twists and turns. Along the way, the fox demon opened several hidden doors before finally entering the sacred fox realm. The expressions on the other few people were varied as they journeyed onward. Chu Yu held the hilt of his sword behind his waist, staring at the fox demons that clung to Li Lanxiu. His eyes were dark and enigmatic, reflecting faint glimmers in a dimly lit tunnel. He looked like a wolf lurking in the night. Why was he so fixated on this? He narrowed his eyes, slightly perplexed. Li Lanxiu was both benefactor and adversary, smart, cunning, and someone he respected deeply as a powerful rival. But now, this rival was being touched by a group of fox demons. How could such lowly, filthy creatures dare? He hadn't even touched them. The dark gleam in Chu Yu's eyes faded, his fingers loosening their grip on the hilt of his sword. The previously murky darkness in his gaze cleared, revealing an eye with distinct black and white pupils. Upon reaching the spacious and bright sacred fox realm, a faint smile curved the corner of his lips, pulling at one side of his dimple cleanly and sharply. The other three had mixed emotions. This fox den was crisscrossed with countless secret passages and mechanisms. If they had tried to find a way out themselves, they would likely have met the same fate as the disciples of Lingyun sword sect, ending up as meals for black python Jinjuan. At the square of inquiry of Zhongshuan sect, a white crane stretched its wings over the floating island, tilting its head back and letting out a high-pitched cry, the only sound breaking the silence in the square. The disciples had been silent for a long time, their expressions vivid and varied. Those who initially thought Li Lanxiu was ensnared by the fox demon felt a kind of discomfort on their faces now. Did Li Lanxiu charm the fox demons instead? The look in those fox demons' eyes is entranced, they seem ready to cling to him and lick him. They don't resemble foxes but dogs. He didn't even remove his mask, just exposing his chin and lips, yet he's managed to mesmerize these foxes. No wonder Black Python Jinjuan went through great lengths to see what he looks like. I want to see what Li Lanxiu really looks like too. How good he is at playing with fox demons. These foxes are completely charmed by him. Why did I think he was so dumb before? On the central floating island, the various sect leaders and elders exchanged equally astonished glances. Unlike the younger disciples, they had all experienced the allure of fox demons firsthand. Without some self-control, one could easily be devoured down to the bone. They worried quietly. Should Li Lanxiu truly fall prey to the fox demons and do something disgraceful, how could elderly Yanbi ever show his face again? However, none of them expected the unexpected turn of events. Li Lanxiu ended up taking control of the fox demons instead. Li Yanbi's tight expression slowly relaxed. Ignoring the glances cast his way from all sides, he said faintly, "My son has gone too far." This left Shui Wujiao grim-faced. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen Jiang Zhoushi looking at Li Lanxiu with an odd expression. He remembered well that Jiang Zhoushi loved beauty. Shen Changlao was utterly baffled. Walking up to Bai Ying, he asked, "By senior disciple, why is the fox demon behaving like this?" Bai Ying stared intently at Li Lanxiu in the giant mirror, his narrow and prominent nose twitching slightly as if savoring a scent from the past. Monsters act according to their wills. There's no reason why. Leaning back casually against his chair, whispers and murmurs from the square continued to drift into his ears. It's too late to change our bets now. The bookie's really ruthless. If betting on Li Lanxiu being handsome had originally paid off at 100 to 1, it's now dropped to 20 to 1. But still, 20 to 1 is profitable. Let's go, let's all place our bets. You better not fight me for it. More people are betting on his looks, so the bookies will drop the odds again. Bai Ying rested his forehead with his finger, frowning slightly before turning to Shen Zhanlao and asking, "Senior Shen, isn't this situation inappropriate for Zhongshuan sect's reputation?" With the elder ignoring some youthful antics up until now, after speaking, he immediately sent a supervisor down to inform the disciples, "Attention, disciples. This square is a place for cultivation, you must not create noise or gamble. Or there will be severe punishments." As Bai Ying's focus returned to Li Lanxiu, his tongue moved slowly inside his mouth. What foolish fox demons, they're quite lucky. The sacred fox realm was a secluded paradise with a towering stone platform at its center. It was covered in glowing runes of an array, fluctuating with spiritual energy, indicating it was a portal connecting to the outside world. Extending outward from the platform were carved hands resembling Avalokitesvara holding the treasures of the fox clan, glittering pearls, fox pelts. It was dazzling to behold. The fox demon closely trailing behind Li Lanxiu introduced these items in a coquettish voice, "Esteemed immortal, this pearl was plucked directly from the crown of the Sea Dragon King by the true lord. Don't you find it beautiful? Li Lanxiu gave a disinterested nod. Seeing that he was unhappy, the fox demon hurriedly crawled up to his ear and flattered him. True Lord's original form is a snake. It took 500 years of cultivation to transform into a Jiao dragon, and if a Jiao wants to become a true dragon, it requires 1,000 years. That's why True Lord despises the dragon clan the most and loves bullying those powerful dragons. Li Lanxiu's eyebrows lifted slightly, showing a bit of interest. The fox demons, seeing his expression, felt uneasy and rushed forward to offer their treasures in a scramble. Esteemed immortal, this is the most precious fox fur from our clan, extraordinarily soft. Please touch it. This nine-tailed fox pelt not only keeps you warm but also strengthens your body. This jade pendant is a protective treasure that can ward off evil spirits and demons. You must take it. Li Lanxiu lazily glanced at the circle of spirit-imbued treasures. He seemed accustomed to such displays and didn't show much interest. The fox demons became anxious and pressed closer, eyes full of hope as they begged, "Esteemed immortal, please take all these treasures. Only you are worthy of possessing them." Li Lanxiu, reluctantly, nodded, putting away the treasures from the fox clan into his storage ring before casually asking, "Just now you mentioned the True Lord." The fox demons, realizing he had taken an interest, began chatting incessantly about the Black Python True Lord, their stories overlapping in a cacophony of voices, spilling all the secrets about Black Python True Lord's past achievements and misdeeds. Finding the tale tiresome, Li Lanxiu yawned and looked towards the jewels on the stone platform. Are these just part of what he kept here? The fox demon gave a sly grin and whispered, "All of True Lord's treasures are inside his cave." Cave? Li Lanxiu's voice rose slightly, indicating renewed interest. Upon hearing about the location of Black Python True Lord's den, everyone grew more alert. To top the sex trial, killing the Black Python True Lord was essential, and discovering his hideout could cut the effort significantly. Intent only on pleasing him, the fox demon revealed where the True Lord's cave was located, but another fox quickly silenced him with a hand over his mouth, signaling that it was a secret. Li Lanxiu chuckled softly, stroking the fox demon's head, "If you cannot say, then don't." Charmed by his gentle gestures, the fox demon struggled free from his companion's hand and said, "True Lord's cave lies 100 miles south of here, amidst the wind mist region. It's quite beautiful there." Lian Shixiang quickly noted down the address, his admiration for Li Lanxiu growing. Chu Yu stood leaning against the wall with one arm holding a knife, his eyes closed, quietly waiting until Li Lanxiu finished. Jiang Jusi gripped and released a talisman intermittently in his palm. This talisman, given by Xue Wujiao, could kill any cultivator beneath Jiang Jusi's level without a sound. It was Xue Wujiao's trump card. The talisman carried a cool energy infused with Xue Wujiao's power, but suddenly Jiang Jusi clenched it tightly. Looking up, he saw Li Lanxiu slightly tilting his head, admiring the treasures on the high platform, the curve of his jaw resembling a pristine crescent moon, while a faint red mark on his neck was half revealed. As a scion of the wealthy Jiang family of the Four Seas Guild, Jiang Jusi had seen countless beauties come and go. He possessed an extraordinary resistance to charm, even refusing the first beauty of the cultivation world proposed by Master Xue Wujiao. Yet upon meeting Li Lanxiu, his defenses crumbled as if under a spell. He couldn't tear his gaze away. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jusi murmured softly, "Master, I do not believe Li Lanxiu is a wicked person, there must be a misunderstanding." With a sudden grip, he crushed the talisman in his hand, saying resolutely, "I have failed my mission. Upon returning to the sect, I will submit myself to any punishment from you, Master." After finishing admiring the fox's treasures, Li Lanxiu turned to look at the array on the teleportation platform. The fox demons exchanged looks nervously, their black eyes darting around. One fox carefully suggested, "Esteemed immortal, if you stay, all the treasures in this sacred fox realm will belong to you. Wouldn't it be good if you stayed?" Li Lanxiu moved his gaze toward the group of foxes. "Do you wish me to remain?" They all nodded fervently. Pausing briefly, Li Lanxiu responded gently yet coldly, "However, staying here wouldn't make me happy. I do not enjoy being controlled by others. If I live like this, I'd rather die." The foxes froze momentarily, immediately becoming agitated. Their instincts told them how serious Li Lanxiu was when he said, "rather die." They crowded closer, urgently pleading, "Esteemed immortal, please don't say that. If you stay, we'll do anything for you." Unmoved, Li Lanxiu remained silent. The foxes looked at each other, weighing their options. Finally, a fox worked up the courage to ask, "If Esteemed immortal leaves, would you ever return?" Li Lanxiu shook his head slightly. "No." This response was cold-blooded to the extreme, not even bothering with deceit. The fox demons looked at him with eyes full of reluctance, a few sniffled pitifully, yet they all took a step back together, making way for the steps leading to the teleportation dais. Li Lanxiu turned around and looked at them, his chin raised as he signaled that they could leave. Lian Shixiang hesitated wistfully over the treasures of the fox tribe, stepped onto the high platform, stood in the center of the array, activated his spirit power, and then disappeared. Chu Xian followed afterward. When walking beside Li Lanxiu, he said with an ambiguous smile, "The fox tribe likes you so much, little junior brother, why don't you stay and become a son-in-law by marriage?" After saying this, he suddenly leaned closer to Li Lanxiu, sniffing his collar, then said loudly in front of all the foxes, "You reek of cosmetics, little brother, go take a bath." Li Lanxiu shot him a disdainful look, signaling with his eyes that he should scram quickly. As soon as Chu Xian left, Jiang Jusi walked past Li Lanxiu, clenching his fists tightly. Without looking back, he stepped onto the high platform, activated the array, and left. The Spirit Fox Sacred Realm now only had Chu Yu and Li Lanxiu left. Leaning against the wall, Chu Yu smiled sharply. Young master goes first, I'll cover the rear. Li Lanxiu scanned him once before stepping onto the teleportation array and leaving. The foxes watched him with lingering affection, surrounding the high platform and gazing up longingly as he disappeared. Immersed in sorrow due to the departure of their delightful immortal master, the foxes were abruptly plunged into darkness when a tall figure stopped before them. This friend of the immortal swept his gaze over the foxes, selecting the one who had earlier put his hand inside Li Lanxiu's clothes to caress him. Chu Yu gripped the wrist of the fox demon tightly, focusing on the touch of the skin of his palm, as if feeling something specific. The fox demons giggled coquettishly, assuming he was a man of virtue impervious to their charms but stayed behind intending sensual pleasure. So, they thought, he was just a hypocrite. The fox that Chu Yu touched laughed loudly as Chu Yu lowered his head to sniff his palm. Apart from a strong, dirty smell of powder, there was no other scent. Would the immortal like to stay and play? The fox boldly reached out to touch his face, but before his fingers could reach Chu Yu's cheek, a cold flash appeared before him. A white and jade-like arm flew up, drawing a curve in the air, and landed on the platform with a bang. Chu Yu sheathed his sword, leapt onto the platform, planted his sword in the middle, and a drop of blood from the tip of his sword struck the glowing golden floor of the array. He then disappeared without uttering a word. All these events occurred within a blink of an eye. The teleportation array in the Spirit Fox Sacred Realm led to a lush green mountain stream. Surrounded by mountains and water, it looked like a picturesque landscape. By the creek nearby, a group of people waited for Chu Yu. Li Lanxiu knelt down to wash his hands in the clear creek water, his slender figure casting a neat shadow. Kneeling beside him halfway, Chu Yu played with the flowing stream water. Master, that old fiend will surely cause us more trouble. Let him come. Li Lanxiu welcomed the confrontation. Only if Black Python True Lord sought their trouble would Chu Yu fall into the ancient tomb, where he was destined to meet the holy maiden of the Jade Women sect. Then, according to the original storyline, they would have their passionate union, indulging in lovemaking. Once the Black Python True Lord set his eyes on the holy maiden, determined to force her into being his bride, that would mark the end of Black Python True Lord. Turning his head toward him, Chu Yu said, Master remains composed even in peril, you must have everything under control. Li Lanxiu unexpectedly glanced at him, surprised. You know how to speak such words. Chu Yu lowered his head slightly, seeming bashful, and chuckled, taught by Master Zhou before he passed away. Chapter 23. Li Lanxiu hesitated for a moment, remembering his late teacher. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief and nodded, saying, Master Zhou is truly regrettable. Chu Yu's expression seemed lost in the memories of the past. Master Zhou often said to repay kindness, and I have always kept it in mind. Li Lanxiu glanced at him, pausing slightly at his sleeve, then stood up and said, Very good. Chu Yu looked up at him, obediently asking, Young master, do you have any orders? Li Lanxiu looked at a few people not far away and said coldly, Let's leave this place first. We will talk about our matters later. Chu Yu lowered his eyes to look at the edge of his sleeve, where there was a small bloodstain, fresh and red. It was the blood of the fox demon. He rubbed it with his fingertips and washed it off in the stream water. The group traveled in the opposite direction of Black Dragon Lord's cave residence. The Black Dragon Lord was too powerful, their abilities alone were insufficient to harm even his surface. They needed to meet with the other disciples of Chongxian sect, gather everyone's strength to form an anti-demon array before the cave, then determine victory or defeat against the Black Dragon Lord. As twilight fell, they arrived at a dilapidated mansion by the mountain. Overgrown weeds surrounded the place, a few dead trees swaying in the wind. The stone lions in front of the gate had long been eroded by time, their shapes blurred. A white feather ribbon was tied around the neck of one of the lions. Su Chuan glanced and looked toward the mansion and said, This is the mark of sect disciples. The main hall, despite its ruinous state, was filled with disciples of Chongxian sect. Li Lanxiu saw that all the disciples from Zitai Peak were among them, thus setting his mind at ease. Upon seeing the group enter, the disciples all stood up and bowed. Brother Su Chuan, younger brother, one disciple saluted with a bow, revealing joy on his face, You've also arrived here, just in time to join us. Su Chuan observed the tattered robes of the several disciples and asked solicitously, Are you injured? That disciple sighed and said, We encountered a demonic beast and almost lost our lives. Fortunately, we were rescued by the priestesses of Ivna's sect. This place is rampant with demonic beasts, we found a temporary refuge here, but we still need to be vigilant at all times. On the side, Jiang Jusi and elder brother Lian both met disciples from the same peak, gathering together to greet each other. Li Lanxiu drew out a cold iron fan from his storage ring, holding it without so much as a glance at Chu Yu, Follow me. He walked out of the main hall, and Chu Yu followed calmly behind. Li Lanxiu pushed open the door of a room in the backyard. Several threads of dust floated and dispersed. He stepped inside, standing in the middle of the room, raising his chin slightly. Chu Yu stepped over the threshold and turned around to close the door. Li Lanxiu took off the heart-protecting mirror from his chest, made seals, and cast a soundproof barrier. He didn't want others to hear while he scolded his pet. Chu Yu stared directly at him, candidly admitting, that is the blood of a fox demon. I chopped off one of the fox demon's arms. Li Lanxiu's gaze swept down his body from head to toe, opening his mouth softly and lazily. Take off your outer robe, kneel down. That hand has touched you. Chu Yu stared at him, his voice slightly lower with traces of discontent. What mistake did I make? Li Lanxiu gripped both ends of the fan in his hands, still maintaining an indifferent posture. Take off your outer robe, kneel down, don't make me say it a third time. Chu Yu's eyes darkened, staring intently at him without blinking. After a brief standoff, he finally moved his fingers, unfastening his garment, taking off the outer robe and tossing it aside, revealing a thin inner shirt. The teenager's body was tall and straight. Beneath the inner shirt, muscle lines flowed smoothly, broad shoulders without looking bulky, a smooth and tight chest, abdominal lines clearly defined but not exaggerated. His wounds from fighting the golden-eyed spider hadn't healed completely yet, with a few glaring red scars contrasting sharply with his skin color. Chu Yu slowly knelt down, keeping his spine very straight, still glaring coldly at Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu held the fan handle with one hand, looking him over once and asked, do you feel resentful? Chu Yu tightened his jaw, responding indifferently, if young master wishes to punish me, why bother with words? Li Lanxiu had expected his reaction, observing him and asked, how have your days been at the outer sect? Chu Yu's lips quivered faintly, lowering his eyelids as if realizing what he was about to say. Li Lanxiu's voice stayed calm and steady, narrating, I assume your days haven't been easy, because in this world, power is used to bully the weak. In the outer sect, it is inevitable for you to endure some humiliation. He paused for a moment and then asked word by word, do you think it is right? Chu Yu looked at him, lips slightly pursed, answering, it is not. Good. Li Lanxiu nodded and asked again gently, since it is not right, how are your actions any different from those people you look down upon? Chu Yu clenched his lips tighter, offering no counterargument. Li Lanxiu gripped the fan and lifted his chin, saying, you must understand, your blade should not be unsheathed easily. Venting anger on someone weaker than you is not the act of a true strong person. Chu Yu stared at him, deep in thought. At this moment, Li Lanxiu was very patient, gently explaining to him, you should realize that you are stronger than anyone else, so you need to understand compassion and restraint. Know when to act and when to stop. He raised the fan and lightly tapped Chu Yu's cheek, your blade should be aimed at those who are more powerful than you, not at the weak. Do you understand? After a moment's reflection, Chu Yu obediently replied, I understand. Li Lanxiu lightly nodded, good, extend your hand. Chu Yu slightly startled, realizing what he intended to do, a rare expression of embarrassment showed on his face, no. During his childhood, Grand Tutor Zhou taught strictly and often punished students by striking their palms, but as the crown prince, even if he made mistakes, it would be the study companion who suffered the punishment for him. Li Lanxiu held the cold iron fan, lightly tapping against his own palm, looking down at him from above. Chu Yu gazed at him for a long while, breathing becoming increasingly rapid, his chest rising and falling, finally he slowly extended his hand. Li Lanxiu glanced at his palm, and with a flick of the cold iron fan, struck it with a slap, instantly reddening a large area of skin. Chu Yu's fingers trembled slightly, he straightened his back, tensing his arm to suppress the trembling of his fingers. Li Lanxiu raised the fan and said calmly, look up, look at me. Chu Yu looked at him, under the high arched eyebrows, black pupils filled with gloom and depth. Li Lanxiu bent over, approaching his face, and with the hand not holding the fan, lightly touched his cheek, asking softly, shall I strike you 10 times? What do you think? Chu Yu's breath was full of the refreshing and cold scent from him, he turned his face away to avoid him, young master may proceed as you see fit. All right, count them. Li Lanxiu swung the fan and struck again, sneering and saying, count. If it were just slapping the palm, Chu Yu felt like he was being treated as a child, somewhat insulted, but counting seemed to bring a strange and indescribable emotion. His palm burned with pain, growing more complicated emotionally, he muttered, 1. Li Lanxiu struck again with the fan, intensifying the pain in Chu Yu's palm. His voice became hoarse as he continued counting, 2. With each blow of the fan, a mixture of burning pain and an odd tingling sensation intertwined within Chu Yu, creating a blend of suffering and shame. He strived to control and ignore the unusual feelings, accepting the punishment calmly. Li Lanxiu deliberately controlled the force, speed, and rhythm of the fan, sometimes striking hard enough to make Chu Yu's palm bleed, and other times landing light taps that barely caused any pain. The main goal was to keep him guessing whether the next blow would be excruciating or just a gentle caress. After a few strikes, Chu Yu broke out in a thin layer of sweat. The damp clothing clung to the long, solid lines of his back, revealing faint white scars. Li Lanxiu was like a dignified statue responsible for rewarding the good and punishing the evil, the pleasant smell from his body saturating the air. Chu Yu's earlobes turned red in secrecy, his eyes fixed on Li Lanxiu shining brightly. His gaze landed on the small red mark below the slender, snowy neck, his tightly pressed lips moist, his breathing accelerated. 6. Each strike on the palm increased Chu Yu's heartbeat fractionally, the latent heat growing accordingly. Li Lanxiu lifted the fan again, and Chu Yu instinctively tensed his body, waiting for the next fall of the fan. But the fan fell lightly, almost painless, the icy metal brushing against the burning palm, yet the suspenseful stimulation quickened his breath even more. Lelancio let out a soft chuckle, glancing at his appearance which seemed to be consumed by desire. Can you still count clearly? Chuyu responded in a barely audible voice, clearly. Lelancio curled the corner of his mouth into a teasing smile, staring at him, the fan falling once more. Chuyu's breath came faster, a layer of fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. He tried to maintain composure, unable to ignore the increasingly intense fire within. When the 10th strike landed, Chuyu's thighs quivered slightly, his physical reactions no longer entirely concealable. Despite all this, his back remained upright, his deep eyes fixed on Lelancio, the pent-up longing evident in them. Lelancio put away the fan, looking at his battered palm, his elegant white fingertips lightly touching. Does it hurt? Chuyu clenched his hand tightly, his tone calm as he asked, may I stand up now? Leelancio's eyebrows tilted slightly, and the tender tone from before grew cold. Spread out your hands. Chuyu gritted his teeth, spreading out his hand, exposing the red and bleeding palm. Lelancio bent down and leaned towards Chuyu's hand, lifting the corner of his mask to gently blow. The refreshing breath mixed with a pleasant scent from him, alleviating the stinging pain in Chuyu's palm. His dark pupils contracted, and he raised his eyes. Leelancio's eyes were just an inch away, lowering their gaze. The sharp lines at the corners of his eyes slightly curled upwards, revealing a natural yet cold and charming demeanor. When they lowered, it appeared docile. A docility completely different from his usual self. Lelancio looked up and asked softly, does it still hurt? Chuyu clenched his palm, the pain helping to clear his mind. It doesn't hurt anymore. Leelancio's gaze swept downward, inwardly surprised by the tsk sound. No wonder this was the destined child who could have so many fleeting romantic encounters, surpassing ordinary people in this aspect as well, truly gifted. He stood up straight, laughing lightly. If you dare to offend again, I will punish you while wearing a breastplate, letting everyone in the sect see. What do you think? Chuyu's calm expression stiffened for a moment, his lips tightened. After a long pause he said, it won't happen again. Lelancio nodded in satisfaction and glanced downward once more. Tidy yourself up before coming out. Chuyu lowered his eyelids for a glance, his breathing instantly becoming rapid and disordered, hastily pulling over his robe to cover himself. At this moment, Prince Chuyu wished he could die from embarrassment. Chapter 24. Although He Jiaojinjuan was a demon, he appreciated elegance. The tree spirit said that Lelancio was an incredibly beautiful person, and if such a beauty were to be taken to his lair and scare the group of demons who fed on raw meat and drank blood, it would ruin the atmosphere. Hence, out of respect for Grace, He Jiaojinjuan had other plans. With compassion in his heart for beauty, he transported the person not to his own den but to the relatively elegant fox cave instead. After killing the cultivators from Lingyun's sword sect, He Jiaojinjuan finally made his way to the fox cave. As soon as he walked into the cave, passing fox spirits lowered their heads and hurried away, not even daring to glance at him. Unhappy, he grabbed the neck of a passing fox spirit. Why do you look so flustered upon seeing this, lord? The fox spirit turned pale with fear and stammered, I need to pee. Holding the neck tightly, He Jiaojinjuan asked with a smile, have you treated my beauty well? The terrified face of the fox spirit went ashen. He left. What? As He Jiaojinjuan tightened his grip, the face of the fox spirit started turning purplish green, almost unable to speak. Just as he was about to strangle the fox spirit to death, he waved his hand and threw the fox spirit aside like a rag doll. The fox spirit crashed heavily against the rock wall with a dull thud. He then roared, how did you let him escape? If you can't explain this properly, this lord will eat all of you. His eyes grew dark and deep as he spoke, with hints of black scales appearing on his cheeks, looking exceedingly terrifying. Rubbing his chest, the fox spirit replied carefully, our master didn't seem happy staying here, he disliked being restrained. For his happiness, we let him go. He Jiaojinjuan was momentarily stunned, filled with both anger and surprise. You let him go? Our master said living like this was worse than dying. We didn't want him to die, so we let him leave, the fox spirit answered cautiously, not understanding why He Jiaojinjuan couldn't comprehend. He Jiaojinjuan gave him a curious glance, then strode towards the deeper part of the cave, pushing open the heavy stone door. A huge memory crystal floated in mid-air, emitting a soft blue light. Upon touching the memory crystal, scenes of Lelancio and his companions entering the cave played before his eyes. He Jiaojinjuan ignored the others, focusing solely on Lelancio. That tree spirit had lived for thousands of years in the Phantom Mist Forest, witnessing countless cultivators stepping inside, among whom were no lack of beauties. But only Lelancio caused the tree spirit to marvel at his beauty. He still remembered how the tree spirit described Leelancio's looks, a kind of secret fervent desire that could stir up lust even in the tree spirit, making him extremely curious about what Lelancio looked like. He Jiaojinjuan studied every movement of Lelancio. Indeed, his posture was graceful, his body long and proportionate. His waist, cinched by a belt, was slim and delicate. Every step seemed lazy yet light, as if walking on clouds. Gradually, his anger subsided, replaced by a faint smile as he watched Lelancio cuddling with the fox spirit playing the zither. When Lelancio fell into the sweet haven of the fox spirit, half unveiling his mask while surrounded by the sniffing foxes, his smile deepened, completely free of annoyance. If someone was charmed in such a way, it was understandable. He Jiao Jinjuan meticulously examined Li Lanxiu in the memory crystal. Fox spirits had already removed his boots and belt, letting his pitch-black hair spill down freely. Occasionally visible was the peacock feather amidst his hair. Reclining against one fox's shoulder, several foxes crowded around him, sniffing him, and yet his demeanor remained leisurely and serene. His slightly raised chin was very white, whiter even than the neighboring fox spirits renowned for their beauty, finely smooth and clear, conveying an air of haughtiness without being repelling but rather intriguing. He Jiao Jinjuan closed his eyes slightly, rubbing his nose with his fingertip, recalling the scent from Li Lanxiu's body. His throat tingled a little, and a burning restlessness rose from his abdomen. Opening his eyes again, watching Li Lanxiu in the memory crystal, he took a few steps back and sat down, unconsciously crossing his legs in the black golden robe, which transformed into a massive, dark, sturdy snake tail shimmering coldly. The snake tail swayed repeatedly on the ground, displaying evident signs of restlessness. Its tip sometimes curled and unfolded, rubbing against the ground continuously. His eyes subtly began to redden, as if approaching a state of demonic possession. At the same time, in the dilapidated manor where Li Lanxiu and his companions were located, when the disciples of Chongxian sect heard they had discovered He Jiao Jinjuan's hideout, everyone became ecstatic. Their primary mission was to eliminate He Jiao Jinjuan. Lingyun Sword sect and Luyun sect had both suffered tremendous losses at the hands of He Jiao Jinjuan and failed to kill him. If the demon-subduing formation of Chongxian sect managed to subdue He Jiao Jinjuan, wouldn't that bring great renown? A disciple looked admiringly at Jiang Jusi and praised, "Senior brother Jiang is truly impressive. We have accomplished nothing since entering the Cangming realm, yet senior brother Jiang has already discovered the lair of that demon." Jiang Jusi glanced toward the main hall. Li Lanxiu was nowhere to be seen. He shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with me, it's all the merit of junior brother Li." "Junior brother Li? Li Lanxiu?" the disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Jusi smiled faintly without speaking. A disciple from Qianji Peak walked over and whispered something to him secretly. He nodded, and the two of them moved outside the estate to a secluded, uninhabited area. The disciple opened his heavenly bag of holding, showing him the gathered medicinal herbs and spirit beads extracted from demons, smugly saying, "Senior brother, I've already tallied it up. Among our peak, we are ranked first in both medicinal herbs and spirit beads collected during this trial." Jiang Jusi nodded slightly. "You've done well." The disciple put away the heavenly bag of holding and asked, "Senior brother, did this mission go smoothly for you? Did junior brotherly drag you down?" Jiang Jusi's brows furrowed slightly as everyone's impression of Li Lanxiu seemed skewed. He said, "Junior brotherly never dragged me down, on the contrary, he helped me greatly." The disciple paused, then whispered through their private channel, "Senior brother, our master gave early instructions, I am to assist you in completing this important task." "What?" Jiang Jusi remained outwardly composed, but he had his suspicions. The disciple edged closer to him, lowering his voice even more confidentially, "My mission this time is to help you eliminate Li Lanxiu. If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me." Jiang Jusi's face turned cold as he looked back at the main hall of the estate. "Does master not trust me?" "Our master trusts you deeply, but with so many people around this time, he is concerned about your convenience. He has instructed me to act opportunistically. If it is inconvenient for you to take action." The disciple paused here, a fierce expression appearing on his face, "I will sacrifice myself for justice and remove this blight from the sect." Jiang Jusi gazed at him, smiling lightly and patting him on the shoulder. "There's no need for you to take action, I'll make my own decision regarding this matter." "Good. I'll follow senior brother's every command," the disciple replied. Jiang Jusi walked back toward the estate. As soon as he turned away, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Chu Yu, looking sullen, emerged from the rear chamber. In the main hall, disciples were chatting noisily among themselves. He chose a spot farther away and sat down. Closing his eyes, he noticed the faint streaks of blood on his palm resting on his knee and flipped it over to avoid seeing it. The surrounding sounds were chaotic. Someone joked and laughed, saying, "In the Phantom Mist Forest, I encountered a breathtaking beauty who wouldn't let me leave. I had the same experience too. That beauty seemed tailor-made to fit my heart's desire, not only beautiful, but also willing to wash hands and cook for me. Amazing. I'm different. I saw my little junior sister. Normally playful and mischievous, she pouted and coaxed me affectionately in the Phantom Mist Forest. It was such a wonderful feeling." Chu Yu glanced at the speaker and asked mockingly, "Almost what, senior brother?" The senior brother smirked meaningfully, slowly saying, "Why, naturally, having some fun, of course." Several others burst into laughter together. Chu Yu glanced at him, shifting his gaze elsewhere with an expression of apparent derision. Seeing himself disdained, the elder brother defended himself, "In the prime of my youth, physically normal, I'm not a monk, so encountering a beauty, naturally I would feel drawn to her. I don't believe you've ever been without impure thoughts yourself." Clutching his hand tightly on his knee, Chu Yu felt a prolonged pain in his palm and momentarily fell silent before replying, "You're right. Perhaps it was because Li Lanxiu smelled pleasant, or maybe the atmosphere was subtly affecting things. No, these were just excuses, he was just a teenager after all, so any reaction would have been natural and understandable. It meant nothing. Relaxing his tense jaw, Chiyu quickly returned to being calm and composed as usual. At this moment, someone joined the conversation among several seniors, speaking earnestly. Looks like none of the seniors know the secrets of the Phantom Mist Forest. What's so mysterious about the Phantom Mist Forest? This person chuckled, leaving the audience in suspense. In the Phantom Mist Forest, 1,000 people see 1,000 illusions, and each person experiences a different hallucination. Do you know why? Chiyu looked at the person intently, wondering why he had encountered that version of Li Lanxiu in the Phantom Mist Forest. The person lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously, because what appears in the Phantom Mist Forest reflects the deepest desires buried within our hearts. The greedy see wealth, the lustful see lust. Nonsense. Chiyu shook his head and spoke up, rising calmly and deliberately asking, as a cultivator of the Tao, how can you spread such baseless rumors? Not angered, the man chuckled and looked at him. These words aren't mine, I'm merely repeating what others have said. Could it be, junior brother, that you saw half-naked beauties in the Phantom Mist Forest? Chiyu shot him a cold glance, picked up the knife on the table, and left in large, brisk steps. After several days, the air of Fengyan was filled with mist, the mountains clear and the water beautiful, resembling a fairyland on earth. The disciples of Chongxian sect gathered in an open valley. More than 100 inner sect disciples and hundreds of outer sect disciples were silent, obeying the commands of their immortal master. Heavenly girdle, earthly fiend, form your arrays. The disciples quickly acted as directed by their master, taking their positions. The flags in their hands shone brilliantly as spiritual power gathered in the air, forming silver pillars of light that pierced into the clouds. Heavenly Girdle Sword Array. The Sword Array team held long swords and stood at the north of the formation. Their sword chi crossed and intertwined, creating invisible barriers. Earthly Fiend Lightning Array. The Lightning Array team stood to the south, holding lightning rods while chanting spells. Lightning crackled and thunder roared, intimidating all directions. Heaven and Earth Reversal Array. The easternmost group formed the Heaven and Earth Array, holding heavenly and earthly rulers. Within the array, the spiritual energy reversed as if heaven and earth had flipped, causing temporal disarray. 8 Desolations Demon Locking Array. To the west, the Immortal Master held one end of the demon locking chain, which extended like a great snake throughout the array's corners. From above, one could see the demon locking chain form a giant bagua symbol emitting powerful gung qi, binding all demons and spirits. The demons under Black Python Lord noticed the silver light pillars piercing the sky and rushed from all directions. The sword-wielding disciples engaged them in battle. Li Lanxiu swung his fan, its bones flickering like meteors, piercing straight through the demons he faced. Waves of demons kept coming, but the Black Python Lord himself remained unseen. The disciples didn't dare to slacken their guard. It seemed likely that the Black Python Lord simply didn't care. The array is complete. At the command of the Immortal Master, the disciples exerted all their strength. The heavenly and earthly arrays, together with the reversal of heaven and earth and the 8 Desolations demon locking array emitted bright light, lighting up the heavens. The arrays merged into a colossal barrier locking down the distant cave of Black Python Lord firmly. Any demon that stepped within the boundary of the barrier would be instantly obliterated, like being tossed into a cauldron, exploding into vibrant sprays of blood. As more demons died, the disciples' confidence soared, shouting loudly, Black Python Lord. Come out and meet your death. You depraved demon. What kind of lord? You're nothing but an old turtle. Do not hesitate, come out and die. Suddenly, black fog surged from the palace like a massive flood spreading rapidly across the valley. The once bright skies darkened immediately, resembling a twilight sky. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged within the fog, followed by a tall, imposing figure. Black Python Lord wore a black gold robe, with golden runes flashing delicate lights around him. He walked casually across the fog as though he were strolling leisurely. What a grand gathering. At this moment, back at the square of inquiry of Chongxian sect, Elder Shen abruptly stood up, startled and exclaimed, something is wrong. Chongxian sect investigated various information before setting Black Python Lord as the ultimate target for trial. Black Python Lord was indeed powerful, considered a top-ranking demon. But the demon-slaying array of Chongxian sect was no joke. Together with Jiang Jusi and Lian Jianqing's combined forces, they had an 80% chance of subduing the Black Python Lord. Yet, as soon as Black Python Lord revealed himself, Elder Shen immediately sensed something amiss. His eyes turned scarlet red, clearly demonstrating an explosive growth of demonic force, surrounded by an agitated and homicidal aura that far exceeded what the Chongxian sect's array could handle. He turned his head, looking towards Buying beside him for help. Buying stared thoughtfully at the situation, his expression subtle as he slightly pressed his lips. He's in heat. Elder Shen was taken aback. During a demon's in-heat period, demonic force surges dramatically, making their temper even more volatile. After pondering for a moment, Elder Shen said, not long ago, disciples from Lingyun's sword sect saw him, and he wasn't. Buying paused momentarily, his voice turning cold and hard, each word falling like ice shards, because someone triggered his in-heat phase. Who? Elder Shen asked in astonishment. Buying gripped his finger bones tightly, white and slender fingers tensing to near transparency as he silently focused on the giant mirror. In the mirror, with Black Python Lord's raised arms, the black fog swelled like tidal waves, rushing towards the barrier. The barrier's light trembled violently, then dimmed. Despite every disciple's best efforts in maintaining the formation, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming demon power. Black Python Lord laughed loud and deep, as the black fog condensed into a towering vortex, akin to an apocalyptic beast hovering overhead, blocking out the sun. It then collided fiercely with the barrier. Boom! An enormous explosion shook the ground. The barrier shattered in response, its light dissipating into stars. Disciples were thrown far by the intense shockwave, falling heavily to the ground. The Taoist master standing within the formation flew away at a distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. The black fog swirled around everyone, like a noose tightly coiled around their necks. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of Lord Black Python. Life or death hung on Lord Black Python's single thought. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at the true Lord hovering above the black fog. His gaze swept across the crowd as if searching for someone. In no time, his gaze locked onto one person, and he declared loudly, "I do not intend to kill today." The disciples weren't relieved, instead, they grew anxious. When had this unpredictable great demon ever been so kind-hearted? The Taoist master asked cautiously and loudly, "What do you want?" Lord Black Python waved his sleeve and pointed at the figure he yearned for day and night, saying brazenly, "I want her to be my wife." Chapter 25. The mountain wind blew, causing the array banners to flutter loudly. The surrounding disciples were all secretly looking at Lilancio, whispering quietly, "Black Python True Immortal is going to marry Lilancio." Did I hear that right? I saw it clearly just now, Black Python True Immortal was definitely referring to Lilancio. Is this demon out of his mind? Lilancio is a man. Yeah. Young Master Li won't be forced into marriage, will he? Lilancio's hand paused on the iron fan for a moment. To think someone wanted to marry him. It was nothing short of a daytime dream. He slightly raised his chin and said, "Do you even deserve me?" Chuyu stared intently at Black Python True Immortal shrouded in black mist, his tightly clenched jawline showing extreme tension, while one hand gently pressed on his shoulder. He turned his head slightly. Lilancio's fingers, white and slender, slowly patted his shoulder, indicating to him not to lose his composure. Black Python True Immortal shamelessly scanned his figure with his eyes, blood red swirling within them. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, "This lord unworthy of you." Lilancio softly snorted with derision. Though the crowd couldn't see his face, they could hear his mocking laugh, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Lazily, he replied, "Yeah, you're unworthy. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Although Black Python True Immortal was a demon, he held dominion over a region as a powerful great demon, controlling a realm and, in human form, was quite handsome. In the demon world's mating game, he was considered highly sought after. Yet, when mentioned by Lilancio, he became no more than an absurd toad imagining impossible dreams. Black Python True Immortal hesitated briefly in his laughter, then erupted again in anger, "If this lord does not deserve you, then who in this world deserves you?" At this moment, the floating island of Chongxian sect grew somber as all the elders and sect leaders showed grave expressions. The moment Black Python True Immortal's audacious words left his mouth, Bying abruptly stood up, his face dark and ominous, fixedly staring at the mirror where Black Python True Immortal appeared. Li Yanbi broke into a furious scolding, "You despicable lecherous thief! How dare you insult my son?" Shui Wujiu felt a hidden shock inside him. What kind of charm did Lilancio possess that could make even Black Python True Immortal fall under his spell? With a sour look, he inwardly shouted angrily, "Rebellious disciple! At such a perfect opportunity just passed, why didn't Jiang Jusi take advantage of the chaos to kill Lilancio?" Now that Lilancio had become the center of everyone's attention, there would no longer be any chance to act. Shen Elder observed the situation reflected in the giant mirror as if understanding something. Walking to Bai Ying's side, he asked, by true transmission, could it be that Lilancio provoked Black Python True Immortal to? Bai Ying ignored him completely, instead intently focusing on the large mirror. Hearing Black Python True Immortal's inquiry, he momentarily froze, his eyes revealing subtle flickers. In the large mirror, Lilancio tilted his head thoughtfully for a few seconds before carelessly saying with a smile, "Anyway, it's not you." His speech was slow, with a sticky undertone at the end, like the arrogance of someone who looks down upon others, or even like a coquettish anger. Black Python True Immortal's anger had been transformed into lust by this point. Without even seeing his face, he already yearned to enter the bridal chamber with unbearable itchiness. Oh. Could it be him? Black Python True Immortal's gaze landed on the youth in black robes standing beside him. The young man's deep-set eyes were sharp like knives, as if trying to pierce through his flesh. Chuyu momentarily froze, then heard Lilancio say, "What if it's him? Dare you compare with him?" Chuyu turned towards Lilancio, his eyebrows arching as mysterious light flickered in his eyes. Black Python True Immortal laughed heartily, nearly rolling over from hilarity. The swirling black mist around him rapidly rolled about as he pointed rudely at Chuyu and questioned disdainfully, "Him? Him being your person? This lord could crush him with a finger." Lilancio did not respond, merely smiling faintly at him. Their gazes met, landing on his moist and glossy dark eyes. Black Python True Immortal became even more impatiently eager, cunningly asking, if this lord wins, will you marry me? No regrets. All right. Li Lanxiu quickly agreed. Chu Yu didn't have time to stop him, lowering his voice solemnly to ask, if I lose, are you truly willing to marry this old devil? Li Lanxiu looked at him calmly and reached out to touch his face, you won't lose. He believed in Chu Yu more than Chu Yu himself did. Chu Yu had already witnessed Black Python True Immortal's power, before whom he had no real fighting chance. With a complex expression, Chu Yu stared at Li Lanxiu and gravely said, thank you, master, for having so much trust in me. Black Python True Immortal's face revealed delight as he examined Chu Yu closely. Having consumed many Taoist cultivators, he somehow vaguely sensed that Chu Yu was unusual, different from ordinary practitioners. Nevertheless, he was still a 500-year cultivated great demon. Regardless of Chu Yu's exceptional talents, Black Python didn't place him in his regard. Come on, boy, let this lord see what tricks you've got. Li Lanxiu leaned close to Chu Yu's ear, whispered something inaudible. Chu Yu's pupils slightly widened as he remained stunned for several seconds before finally replying, all right. Upon finishing his sentence, he turned his face, his gaze resolute and severe. He drew out his sword and leapt onto the black mist, rushing straight toward Black Python True Immortal. The long blade tore through the pervasive black mist, revealing streaks of fresh crimson on the otherwise dark knife. Through the haze, Black Python True Immortal caught a glimpse of Chu Yu's cold and deep-set eyes. The corner of his mouth curled with ferocity, indicating he was seething with anger and intent to kill Black Python True Immortal with a single slash. Eager to proceed with the wedding, Black Python didn't have the patience for a prolonged duel. He manipulated the black mist into forming a giant hand reaching toward Chu Yu. However, this insignificant kid that Black Python dismissed as no threat maneuvered through the mist like a specter, appearing one moment and vanishing the next, catching Black Python off guard by attacking him from behind. With scales as his armor, Black Python remained impervious to attacks from ordinary cultivators' weapons. However, Chu Yu's blade carved an unmistakable scar across the usually impenetrable form of Black Python. Frustrated after being toyed with multiple times, Black Python soon lost all patience. As an enormous demon in a frenzied state of bloodlust and sexual excitement, the crimson hue in his eyes intensified. Blackened scales became visible on his cheeks, his towering frame rising dramatically out of the foggy mist. Everyone looked up in awe. From within the mist shone the glistening scales, a colossal serpent figure loomed, its massive body resembling a towering sky-reaching pillar. Compared to it, Chu Yu was so insignificant that he barely equaled the size of Black Python's red vertical pupil, a speck of dust, perhaps. Truly just as Black Python had said before, he could crush Chu Yu with a finger. This is his true form, someone exclaimed in shock. Disciples tilted their heads upwards, awestruck by the monstrous figure that dwarfed them all. Many felt chills run down their spines, trembling to their knees and prostrating themselves onto the ground. As Black Python's tail suddenly swept forward, tremors shook the earth violently, causing the entire valley to tremble beneath his imposing power. A fierce wind whipped up rocks like hailstones falling from the heavens, crashing onto the ground with dull thuds. Panicked disciples clutched their heads and screamed as they scattered every which way. Who could possibly fight against such a force? All thought simultaneously. The sect should not have assigned such a challenging task. Could there really be anyone in this world who could defeat Black Python True Immortal? Take care of yourself. Li Lanxiu. Do not panic. Set up the array, cried the master, trying to restore order amidst the chaos, though his voice grew feeble and tiny under the gale. Suddenly, the colossal serpentine body plunged downward towards Chu Yu with incredible speed, startling Chu Yu enough that he froze in place. Lifting his face upward, Chu Yu stared at an ever-expanding abyssal maw opening before him, the skies obscured in shadowy blackness. Just as the blood-red, lengthy tongue lunged at him, Chu Yu slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Black Python's tongue flicked out, directly engulfing Chu Yu whole into his belly. Brother Chu. The other disciples screamed in horror, seeing this happen caused morale among them to plummet drastically as they ran around aimlessly like headless flies. Amidst the black fog, the pair of crimson eyes locked onto Li Lanxiu, constricting pupils radiating a sinister aura, his image resembling the vengeful spirits known as the Azuras of Hell. Li Lanxiu raised his head slightly, maintaining his composed demeanor while eyeing the gargantuan python directly. Swiftly cutting through the crowd, Black Python charged towards him without regard for anything else. Frightened screams erupted from the surrounding disciples, but as he approached closer, the monstrously sized serpent began diminishing quickly in size. Once not far from Li Lanxiu, he reverted back into human form wearing a black and gold robe that draped gracefully over his handsome features unmatched in beauty. He stepped towards Li Lanxiu slowly. Halting a few steps away, the true immortal smiled and remarked, "Both my parents passed early, I have never married or taken any concubines. When can we wed?" Li Lanxiu's gaze swept over him once, seemingly lost in thought about something. Approaching closely, Black Python smelled the pleasant fragrance emanating from Li Lanxiu and involuntarily drew closer, burying his nose into the alabaster neck nestled snugly beneath Li's chin, sighing contentedly, Li Lanxiu shot him a sidelong glance, gently turning his face away, asking curtly, "Do you truly intend to marry me?" "Of course." Hooking a mischievous smile, Black Python fixed his gaze upon Li Lanqiu's elegant neck, noting the faint red scars that only seemed to inflame his desires more. Whispering into Li's lily-white ear, he said suggestively, "I yearn to bring you to our bridal chamber now." No sooner had he finished speaking than a resounding slap rang out, shocking everyone nearby. A loud slap landed on Black Python's cheek, turning his head forcefully to one side, leaving vivid red fingerprints marking half his face. Having lived 500 years, Black Python had endured countless strikes from swords and blades but had never experienced an open-handed slap, and certainly no one dared strike such a powerful demon lord. Slightly stunned, Black Python scrutinized Li Lanqiu closely again. Indeed, those hands were exquisite, skin fine as white jade, joints slightly rounded with a soft pink hue akin to peach blossoms. Long, delicate fingers exhibited gracefulness and elegance. As Li wiped his palms leisurely with a handkerchief, as if he had touched something unsanitary, the motion revealed tender inner palms. Their whiteness and luminosity accentuated detailed etchings resembling elaborate patterns delicately carved into precious jade. Due to slapping Black Python earlier, faint red tingles marked the centers of his palms. Looking at his hand, the stinging sensation on his face turned into an itchy numbness, accompanied by a faint sense of comfort. Unable to resist, he moved closer to Li Lanqiu and teased with a smile, "Your temper is truly fiery. Just saying entering the bridal chamber made you slap me. If I say, mating with you." Before he could finish, another slap landed on his face. He could have dodged this time, but after a moment's thought, he didn't, taking the hit squarely. Li Lanqiu glared coldly at him, seeing his anger rising slightly, then softly chuckled and said, "If you dare show that thing in front of me, I'll castrate you." Black Python Immortal knew Li was bold, but he hadn't anticipated her being so audacious. To avoid getting slapped again, he created some distance between them before mockingly saying, "Perfect, as your excellency has two options. Should one be lost, perhaps you'd endure less suffering." Li Lanqiu swept him with a piercing gaze, probing and curious, yet tinged with mockery. Gently, he beckoned Black Python closer with a slight flick of his fingers. Not being a fool, Black Python understood well enough that approaching would only invite another slap. Yet inexplicably, he leaned in again, followed by the resounding sound of slap. This slap struck his face, both painful and pleasurable. The disciples hid far away, unable to hear their conversation. When Li Lanqiu slapped Black Python for the first time, everyone shivered from head to toe with terror. A capricious demon like Black Python, who would believe he sincerely intended to marry Li Lanqiu. After all, getting slapped publicly must mean Li wanted to flay and roast him alive. Unbelievably, nothing happened. Not only did Black Python willingly endure the second slap, but he eagerly sought out a third. On the floating island of Heavy Sect, Chongxian's sect, elders exchanged complicated looks, communicating silently through exchanged glances. Just moments ago, the questioning square had been filled with passionate resolve among sect disciples who, despite being publicly ridiculed by a demon boasting of marrying one of them and devouring a fellow disciple, had remained determined not to back down. How outrageous! Such an arrogant beast absolutely could not be forgiven easily. Disciples clamored to sign up for trials, once more embarking on expeditions to eradicate the monster, reclaiming honor for their sect in full retaliation. At that very moment, the atmosphere suddenly turned very delicate, silence engulfing the crowd until someone finally said, don't I feel like Black Python True Immortal is actually enjoying getting slapped by Junior Brother Li? Junior Brother Li's hands are indeed beautiful, the palms turning completely red, this Black Python True Immortal truly despicable. Not just his hands are exquisite, his eyes shimmer with moisture, his jawline and lips equally attractive. Whiting smirked faintly, having initially worried about Li Lanqiu being forced, but now his mind was at ease. However, how could such a vile creature take so much pleasure from being slapped? After slapping the left cheek, they offer the right, it was sheer disgrace befitting demons. In the distance, an enthusiastic melody arose, drums beating and cymbals clashing as Black Python's subordinates slowly carried a floral sedan chair forward. The flower sedan was jet black, adorned at its four corners with red lanterns, the flickering candlelight casting a red glow. Carrying the sedan were four black-robed white apes walking with precise steps, their faces painted with two round red patches, their grins stretching wide from ear to ear. Behind the sedan followed a group of armored demon soldiers holding spears, still bearing traces of blood and meat on their lips, bits caught in their hair. How terrifying, a disciple whispered nervously. Another bit his teeth angrily, why should Junior Brother Li marry this kind of demon? Jiang Jusi stood in the crowd, pale as paper, aimlessly muttering, Junior Brother Li is doing it for us. Suddenly silent, the crowd realized that if the exorcism array had succeeded, how would Master Li Lanqiu, being a disciple of the Dao sect, end up marrying a demon? Within the sect in days past, inner sect members didn't particularly like the domineering Master Li, but now they found themselves depending on Master Li's protection just to survive. The sedan stopped in front of Black Python Immortal and Li Lanqiu. Black Python bent over, half-heartedly lifting the curtain, smiling ambiguously and inviting, please step into the sedan, madam. Hold on. Just as Li Lanqiu was about to bend and enter the sedan, a familiar voice came from behind. Chu Xian tightly gripped his sword in hand, smiling gently while addressing Black Python Immortal, I am Lanqiu's elder brother, on such a joyful occasion, shouldn't you offer elder brother a cup of wedding wine? Oh, it's the elder brother. Please. Black Python Immortal lightly waved his sleeve, gesturing him to proceed. Lelancio entered the sedan, the curtain lowering, followed by another voice, "True Immortal, I am also his elder brother. Could I possibly drink a cup of wine with you?" Outside the sedan, Jiang Jusi slightly bowed with a smile. Black Python swept his gaze over Jiang Jusi and Chu Xian, nodding in agreement, telling his demon soldiers and sedan carriers, "These two are guests, not food. Be sure not to eat them." Lelancio was directly sent to the boudoir of Black Python True Immortal. The inner chamber was lavishly decorated, with a carpet on the floor made from some unknown beast's pelt and various elegant chairs and beds arranged around. Little demons busily moved in and out, hanging red silk to celebrate within the room and sticking auspicious red characters onto mirrors, making it look quite formal. The little demon guide took him into a side room within the boudoir, where a milky white hot spring bath steamed and emitted wisps of mist. A little demon presented a tray before him, bowing slightly. On the tray was placed a bright red brocade wedding gown. "Madam, this was ordered yesterday by the True Immortal from the Silkworms. Do you like it?" After speaking, the little demon twitched its nose, staring at him with fascination. Lelancio loosened his sash with both hands, taking a slight glance, then walking toward the edge of the hot spring pool to undress. The little demon took out the wedding gown and unfolded it. The gown was crafted from exceptionally fine silk, almost transparent in its lightness. The red fabric shimmered with a gentle glow under the light. It was tailored to fit snugly without extra adornments, except for a leather belt at the waist. This narrow, soft red leather belt, studded with tiny golden bells, would accentuate his curvaceous waist when fastened. A pair of red embroidered shoes was produced next, with elegantly hooked toes. "You can take off your mask, we have prepared a veil for you." Another little demon picked up the remaining veil from the tray. The red gauze veil was as thin as cicada wings. After finishing their statements, they placed the wedding gown, shoes, and veil on the flowered table, leaving the room reluctantly. Not long after, Black Python True Immortal returned to his boudoir. Among demons, he was relatively gentlemanly and did not barge in for an indulgent view. However, his heart itched irresistibly, and he stood outside the hot spring room, calling aloud, "Madam, may I catch a glimpse?" Silence lingered inside the room for a while, until Lelancio responded, "Fine." Black Python True Immortal pushed open the door and entered. At the entrance stood a floral crystal screen, behind which thick mist spread, and the sound of running spring water flowed continuously. Lelancio stood facing the pool, his black jade-like hair casually tied back, a few strands dripping down. His hands were currently fastening the leather belt of the wedding gown, asking, "What is it?" The damp silk fit snugly over his tall, uniform figure. The slim leather belt cinched perfectly, defining his delicate yet strong waist. Black Python True Immortal stared transfixed, the red wedding gown highlighted a patch of skin behind his neck glowing with brightness. Looking down further, the curvature beneath his narrow waist revealed round and firm hips, stirring the demon's blood lustfully. He breathed in deeply, relishing the humid aroma in the air, his throat rolling repeatedly as a strange hunger rose from his abdomen, akin to days of starvation without eating people. "Your Highness, when do you wish to hold the wedding ceremony?" Lelancio turned to look at him, only for Black Python True Immortal to realize that instead of his ghost mask, he wore a veil. The thin red gauze set off his pale, delicate face, creating a vivid visual impact. His facial contours were graceful and refined, his slightly tilted head even more exquisitely cold, resembling a beauty carved from snow and jade. Unconsciously, Black Python True Immortal stepped toward him, raising his hand to lift the veil and take a clear look. Lelancio retreated a step to evade, casting a glance at him, "In 3 days." At that moment, seeing each other clearly in the bridal chamber was enough. Black Python True Immortal's heart raced. 3 days he could certainly wait, but longer would be unbearable. Lelancio shot him another glare, then passed by him to exit the room. The footsteps outside grew quieter and farther away, gradually diluting the alluring fragrance clinging to Leelancio's body within the hot spring room. Black Python True Immortal's mind kept recalling that fleeting glimpse earlier. He knelt down by the bath pool, reaching a hand through the still warm water Lelancio had just bathed in, imagining it caressing his very skin. His eyes flared red, bending over to bury his face in the hot spring, drinking mouthfuls of the water as though starving, thirstily swallowing great gulps of it. Until a faint laughter broke the silence. Black Python True Immortal raised his head from the warm water to see Lelancio standing behind him, tilting his head and mockingly questioning, "Did it taste good?" Wiping his mouth, the True Immortal fixed an intense stare on him and muttered, "Better than any elixir of immortality the True Immortal has ever drunk. Would you like to drink again?" Lelancio approached him, bent down and locked eyes with him, teasing and playful like a mischievous child who'd found an entertaining toy. Unable to help himself, Black Python True Immortal leaned closer, murmuring, "Yes." Lelancio glanced at the nearby flower stand, picking up a jade bowl and pouring a ladle of warm spring water on his face. Before the True Immortal could open his mouth, another splash of water drenched his face, water getting into his eyes and nose, choking him repeatedly. Yet, he enjoyed the sensation, laughing while coughing. Water continued to splash incessantly, Lelancio obviously not feeding him water but rather torturing him through the water game. Black Python True Immortal seemed to derive immense joy from this torment, staring at the indifferent expression on Li Lanxiu's face, his lips curling upward widely in amusement, finding it impossible to stop laughing. Li Lanxiu grew tired of playing and tossed the bowl aside, standing up to look down at him from a higher position. Do you like it? Yes. He Zhu really stared at him shamelessly, nodding while smiling. Li Lanxiu had returned to retrieve his clothes but unexpectedly encountered this scene. Were all monsters so perverted? 3 days later. A few tables of banquets were set up in the grand hall. Gold and silver utensils sparkled with luxurious brilliance, dishes held bloody meat chunks, even wriggling hearts. Blood wine poured from the jars gave off a pungent odor. Chu Xian and Jiang Jusi sat among a group of demons and fiends. Around them, rough-haired heads sat in a circle, each long clawed hand reaching into the plates to grab meat and stuff it into their mouths. They chewed while lustfully eyeing Chu Xian and Jiang Jusi. He Zhu was seated at the head table, completely lacking any elegance when eating as he normally would have. For several days, there was always a strange hunger gnawing at him, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time. Day and night, chopsticks in hand, he kept eating non-stop just to alleviate the gnawing hunger that tore at his insides. Jiang Jusi and Chu Xian hadn't removed their protective mirrors yet. The observing disciples from the Zhongshuan sect watching the horrifying scenes in the grand hall couldn't help but feel nauseous, whispering amongst themselves. Why is Black Python True Immortal interested in Li Lanxiu, insisting on marrying him no matter what? Because Li Lanxiu looks very handsome. Even monsters have licentious individuals among them. Does he look handsome? Isn't he said to look just like his mask? Can a monster's sense of beauty be compared to humans? The faces of the elders and peak masters were grave as they exchanged worried glances. Li Yanbi, his face ashen, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, seemingly ready to charge in at any moment. Shui Wujiu sneered coldly, if we allow the Black Python True Immortal to get away with this today, what face will remain for our Zhongshuan sect? An elder of the outer sect nodded in agreement, absolutely cannot let these monsters disgrace our disciples. With an iron face, Li Yanbi rose angrily. Shen elder immediately stood up to stop him, quietly saying, the master has reorganized the demon locking array, working together with Chu Xian and Jiang Jusi inside. We will definitely save Lanxiu. Buying propped his chin on one hand thoughtfully watching the mirror. Inside the grand hall, a tiger demon offered wine to the Black Python True Immortal, laughing and saying, Lord, soon you're going into the bridal chamber. We've never seen your bride. That's true. Someone who could make the Lord so preoccupied must surely be an incomparably beautiful woman. Could you allow us to see your honored wife? All the demons and monsters started to ask. Jiang Jusi suddenly sat straight up, staring directly at Black Python True Immortal. The True Immortal was half drunk and grabbed a nearby little demon, ordering, go fetch the lady. Chu Xian turned his head to stare toward the entrance. After a brief pause, a red embroidered shoe appeared at the threshold of the great hall, the foot inside clean and delicate, the veins on the instep faintly visible, then came the view of a red gown, her slim and elegant waist merely fastened with a simple belt, jingling softly as she moved. Jiang Jusi squinted at the blurry veil, as though looking through mist-covered flowers or gazing upon moonlight and water, involuntarily asking, Black Python True Immortal still has a wife? Even the surrounding demons had never seen such beauty, entranced by the sight for quite some time, murmuring, we've never seen her before. Which fox spirit is this? Chu Xian had watched Li Lanxiu grow up since childhood, and he recognized him. Despite knowing his junior was handsome, he hadn't expected his sister-like attire to be this stunning. On the square of Zhongshuan sect, absolute silence reigned. All the disciples held their breaths, focusing intently on the beauties reflected in the mirror. What kind of celestial being is this? So beautiful. Even more enchanting than Master Su. Whether human or demon, how can there be such exquisite beauty? If she wants to dig out my heart and liver, I'll offer it willingly 100 times over. Regardless of whether it's human or demon, quickly take a portrait with shadow-retaining stone, sell it to the students of 7 Stars Tower. Don't they love to rank beauties? You're clever, but the veil covers too much, making it unclear. Summit masters and elders who lived hundreds of years hadn't seen such a bewitching beauty either, even Elder Shen couldn't help but exclaim, what good fortune this Black Python True Immortal has. Whiting suddenly sat upright. He recognized this was Li Lanxiu, he once touched that waistline, licked that long neck, it was all so familiar. His eyes slightly narrowed, gazing deeply into them. This Black Python True Immortal truly has good fortune. Walking to Black Python True Immortal's side, Li Lanxiu glanced down coldly without showing any courtesy. Seeing Li Lanxiu, where was there room left in his mind for those demons? Bending low he lifted Li Lanxiu under the knee with one arm, carrying him horizontally. Enough. Let them see. Hugging Li Lanxiu tightly, he took large strides toward the exit of the hall. After a few steps, his knees suddenly weakened, nearly causing him to kneel down. The demons nearby quickly steadied him. He Zhu stood up, frowning in confusion. With his demon powers, a few cups of wine shouldn't have been enough to intoxicate him like this. But when he saw the beautiful person in his arms, his doubts disappeared, and with great laughter, he headed toward the sleeping chamber. This is Li Lanxiu. Jiang Jusi kept staring at the fleeting shadow before his eyes and recognized the golden ring on his ankle. With Li Lanxiu in his arms, He Jizhu entered the bridal chamber. It wasn't far from the grand hall to the sleeping palace, yet he sweated profusely and panted along the short distance. As soon as he laid him down on the bed, he couldn't help but move close to lift the veil and reveal the beauty underneath. Li Lanxiu swatted his hand away, letting his body fall softly backward onto the bed, his posture lazy and alluring, like a pool of spring water. He Jizhu felt a tightening in his throat as he lunged toward him, only for Li Lanxiu to lift one leg and step on his chest, still wearing embroidered shoes. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, requiring little force to press him down. Yet He Jizhu seemed to enjoy it. He grabbed the slender, delicate ankle, caressing the soft white skin while the golden ring slid along the ankle to rest elegantly on his round calf. Li Lanxiu gave him a slight kick, raising an eyebrow teasingly. He Jizhu removed his shoe and slowly began to touch him upward from his ankle, the soft smooth skin feeling like silk. "You are truly beautiful." Before he could finish, Li Lanxiu suddenly kicked him again with such force that He Jizhu stumbled backward several steps, nearly falling over. Fueled with slight anger, his fury vanished once he saw the evil beauty laughing uncontrollably on the bed. Stepping forward, He Jizhu stretched out his arms to pounce on the wicked beauty and punish her there and then. Suddenly, his body stiffened, his knees buckling under the weight of an intense dizziness. A violent wave of vertigo overwhelmed him, as if something furry was trying to climb up his throat. He looked down, coughing violently, and with a loud poo, a large red stain spread across the pristine white tiger fur rug. Chunks of flesh mixed with blood and small bone fragments spewed out. Li Lanxiu sat up, leisurely lowering his legs, gazing down from a superior position. He Jizhu's stomach writhed in unimaginable pain, as though he were experiencing the torment of being cut into thousands of pieces. His body collapsed straight down, rolling back and forth like a child in agony, drenched in sweat, grimacing as if his suffering knew no bounds. Black scales began emerging on his cheeks, spreading like a tide toward his neck, while his contorting body grew more serpent-like. Suddenly lifting his head, his blood-red eyes constricted their vertical pupils. In a pathetic attempt to crawl toward the bed, using all four limbs, he grabbed Li Lanxiu's ankle, trying to ask him something through guttural noises. Li Lanxiu kicked him off gently, the golden rings around his ankles clinking against the bed frame. With a soft laugh and an inviting tone, he responded, a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Enraged to the point of losing control, He Jizhu convulsively shook his transformed jiang tail. His figure expanded rapidly until he transformed into a colossal dragon, its head nearly piercing through the roof beams, and its massive coiled body filling the sleeping chambers. The enormous snake-like form twisted crazily in excruciating pain. Suddenly, from his abdomen came a searing pain. He Jizhu screamed in anguish as his body contracted fiercely and then expanded violently. Pooh! A crimson streak of blood burst forth from the abdomen of the dragon, revealing an arm smeared in blood, clutching a bloody lump of meat. Following swiftly, as if born like a fetus, a head emerged from the tear in He Jizhu's belly. Covered in blood, the face glowed eerily under the candlelight, appearing like it had just crawled out of the realms of the damned. This face was striking and severe, with sharp features marred by a number of fine red lines extending from his cheeks to his forehead, converging into a twisted, cryptic symbol. His eyelashes bore traces of blood, and his pitch-black eyes lacked any vitality, resembling those of beasts. They mechanically devoured the piece of meat in their hands without any regard. Stunned and filled with rage, He Jizhu realized what had happened. Never had a human eaten him before. He incanted spells, gathering spiritual power into two huge black misty hands, ripping open his abdominal wound to pull Chuyu out and crush him to death. Ah! However, as the wound was exposed, a high-pitched roar escaped his throat. His massive body crumbled heavily, smashing against the furniture inside the chamber. Even the fragile wooden furnishing surprisingly bore his weight without collapsing. Candlelight illuminated the split wound in his abdomen, revealing emptiness within, as if bottomless. Li Lanxiu glanced briefly and turned his head slightly, finding the sight rather uncomfortable. Chuyu was staring at him, slowly twisting his stiff neck. In one hand, he held something unknown and stuffed it into his mouth as his limbs wriggled, trying to crawl out of the Zhang's belly before stepping toward Li Lanxiu. His clothes were soaked with blood, revealing skin that glowed crimson, and drops of blood dripped from his hair onto the floor, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. When he was just a few steps away from Li Lanxiu, he dropped the meat he had been gnawing on, his Adam's apple clearly rolling as he swallowed saliva vigorously. At that moment, the door of the sleeping chamber suddenly opened from the outside. The earlier screams of Black Dragon True Master had drawn his subordinates, the demons. Shocked by the sight inside the chamber, they froze in place. The braver demons stepped forward cautiously, taking a quick glance at the empty corpse inside the Black Dragon True Master's abdomen, and then pointed at Chuyu, asking incredulously, "Did you eat him?" Li Lanxiu watched as Chuyu suddenly leaped up like flying, landing a few steps atop the demon's head, riding its shoulders from behind, and biting fiercely into the demon's face. Ah! The demon screamed, sensing a chill at its chest as a bloody lump was pulled out from its heart. It continued to hop and throb in Chuyu's grip. Terrified, the other demon's legs turned weak. Retreating several steps, they lost their souls in fright and fled in chaos. However, Chuyu was faster, ghost-like, he hopped in an instant between several demons and killed them all. Sitting quietly on the bed in the sleeping chamber, Li Lanxiu remained calm until Chuyu returned moments later. Clutching a fresh heart in his hand, he took a bite, spewing blood across his face. Without feeling any discomfort, he spat the flesh from his mouth, turning his head to stare at Lilancio. It was as if a wild beast had encountered a tastier prey, advancing step by step towards Lilancio. Lilancio closed his eyes for a moment, breathing lightly before reopening them. Chu Yu's spiritless eyes appraised him, pondering perhaps where to start devouring. His gaze fell upon Lilancio's bare foot. That fine white foot rested lightly on the ground, with translucent and smooth skin. A pale brown mole stood delicately against the slender foot. Chu Yu knelt down slowly, his blood-stained hand gripping Lilancio's snow-white ankle, raising it slightly so his nose could brush against the arch of his foot. Finding it fragrant, his throat rolled violently, continuously secreting saliva, until he opened his mouth and bit down sharply onto the jade-like toes. Just as he was about to sink his teeth in, a gentle hand began stroking his hair, again and again, as if calming an enraged pet. Chu Yu lifted his head. That same hand touched his face lightly, almost like the flutter of butterfly wings, followed by a calm and lethargic voice saying, "Chu Yu, stay calm." His ears twitched. As if deep in thought despite his vacant mind, he slowly removed the foot from his mouth, licking the mole with the tip of his tongue. Lilancio once again gently stroked his hair, almost as a reward. "Good, very well behaved. Extend your hands." Chu Yu hesitated for a moment, instinctively lifting his hands and spreading them open. Lilancio softly clasped his hand, lowering his head while looking at him, saying, "Very good, you've done wonderfully. Now, recall who you are." Chu Yu fixed his unwavering gaze on him, his furrowed brows signaling confusion. Lilancio clutched his hand tightly to provide security, continuing to caress his hair with the other hand. Gradually, clarity returned to Chu Yu's dazed eyes. His breath grew rapid, and his hoarse voice articulated slowly but distinctly, "Chu Yu." Chapter 26. Lilancio's hand slid from his hair to his jaw, feeling the taut muscles and trembling skin. He gently stroked it. "Chu Yu, I'm here." Chu Yu's dark pupils constricted as he stared at him and murmured, "I ate." Lilancio slightly lifted his chin and softly said, "Don't think about it." Chu Yu vaguely remembered some fragmented scenes, endless darkness in the belly of the giant dragon, the frenzied hunger, the bloody taste of raw meat in his mouth. Following Lilancio's guidance, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying hard not to recall what had happened. Lilancio's fingers caressing his cheeks gradually relaxed, the trembling slowly ceased. He praised, "You're doing very well." Chu Yu opened his eyes, only then realizing that he'd been gripping Lilancio's hand tightly due to nervousness. Lilancio's hand was smeared with blood, leaving faint blue marks on his hand back. He tenderly touched these marks, looking over Lilancio, wrapped in vibrant robes, pausing slightly at the veil covering his face. What happened? Lilancio glanced at the bloody sleeping chamber. The colossal body of black dragon Jinjuan lay sprawled there, the floor and ceiling splattered with blood. At the door, the body of a demon lay decapitated. He found himself at a loss for words. Chu Yu followed his gaze, turning back, his expression stiffened. Surprisingly, he asked, "Did I do all this?" Lilancio felt his muscles tighten again, turned his face towards himself, and said firmly, "You won." Chu Yu stared at the red festive robe on Lilancio, slowly nodding, saying, "I won." "Nothing else?" asked Lilancio. Chu Yu gave an enigmatic answer, "I feel stuffed." This was bound to happen. Lilancio scanned the chaotic sleeping chamber, glancing at Chu Yu covered in blood. Raising his hand, he said, "They should be here soon. Let's clean you up first." Chu Yu followed him into the bathhouse within the sleeping chamber. Warm steam from the spring diffused around him. His blood-soaked clothes emitted a pungent odor, the sticky, slippery substance coating him was truly nauseating. In just a few moves, he shed his outer and inner robes. Just as he was about to remove his underpants, he hesitated and looked up at Lilancio. Lilancio glanced at him casually, saying indifferently, "Take them off." Chu Yu removed his undergarments, revealing his youthful and lean physique. His muscle lines were smooth and solid, his entire body's skin appeared blotchy, both red and white. Stepping into the water, the milky white hot spring water instantly turned pink. Lilancio's gaze flickered, and a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Chu Yu looked up at him, wiping the blood off his face with water, asking, "What's so funny, sir?" Lilancio rolled up his sleeves, holding a jade bowl to scoop water over his head. As the water flowed down his black hair, all the water in the pool turned red. "I'm laughing because not only are you exceptionally talented in cultivation, but also other areas." Chu Yu edged closer to him, resting his arms on the edge of the tub, looking up with his dark eyes intently. Lilancio seemed rather satisfied with Chu Yu's demeanor, watering his head while casually asking, "Am I pleasing to look at?" Chu Yu nodded lightly after a pause, replying, "You look good." Lilancio chuckled, the water rippling in the hot spring pool, fragrant incense from the copper burner silently drifting by the flower stand. After a while, he finally washed away the blood-drenched hair. He set the jade bowl down, ready to get up when his wrist was suddenly held by a hand. Chu Yu's hoarse voice questioned, "Do you not find me terrifying?" Lilancio lowered his eyes, looking at him. Awaking from infinite darkness, surrounded by demons with emptied stomachs, limbs scattered across the ground, all done by him, yet with little memory. It seemed like something sinister possessed him. Indeed, it was terrifying. Chu Yu looked at him expectantly. Li Lanxiu caressed his damp hair, leaning closer to his face and encouragingly saying, "You've done well. You completed the mission I entrusted to you." The veil gently hung near Chu Yu's cheek. Close enough to feel his warm, moist breath, soft and lustrous lips. Chu Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he diverted his gaze to the side. "Are you happy?" Li Lanxiu responded with a low laugh, and patted his head, saying, "Wash yourself quickly. Before the disciples of the sect arrive, let's plunder here a bit. If the sect arrives afterward, any treasures they find would have to be handed over. What they discover now could go into their own pockets. Simply put, enriching oneself at public expense." Passing by the remains of Black Dragon Jinjuan, Chiyu stopped, bending over and extending his head sideways. His hand probed into the abdomen crack and rummaged through a pile of rotting flesh for a while before finally touching a round and warm bead. He reached in and retrieved a round, lustrous blood pearl in his palm. It gleamed brilliantly, and as it slightly turned, the bloody color inside flowed like tides. The demon core of a 500-year-old great demon was indeed extraordinary. Chu Yu presented it to Li Lanxiu, wanting to make him happier. Li Lanxiu took it, wiping the blood off the demon core with a handkerchief. The mission of Chongxian sect to obtain this demon core was their top priority, as such a core from a great demon was truly rare. Not only was it an excellent ingredient for refining top-grade elixirs, but it could also be used to craft supreme magical artifacts. If ingested, it could purify one's heart devil. If a cultivator is trapped by heart devil, it's hard to break free solely through willpower. This 500-year-old demon core contains strong demonic energy. For someone without a heart devil, swallowing it would lead to chi deviation, but for those who have a heart devil, poison can counteract poison, using the power of demons to eliminate the devil in one's heart. The deeper a demon's cultivation, the stronger the demonic energy contained within its core. And thus, the stronger the heart devil it can overcome. This demon core of a 500-year-old great demon could at least eliminate the heart devil that has accumulated over 300 years. As he gently rubbed the demon core in his hands, his eyes narrowed with joy, not just because of the demon core itself, but because he thought of someone who desperately needed this core to overcome their heart devil. A very useful person. Or rather, a very useful ghost. If this demon core were sent to the auction house of the Four Seas Trading House, Li Lanxiu would soon meet the antagonist boss who was the Ghost King. Looking at Chu Yu, he smiled approvingly and nodded, saying, "You've been a good boy." Chu Yu couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips at Li Lanxiu's pleasant smile. Black Dragon Jinjuan overshadowed everything in the Cangming realm, and his subordinates demons all followed his commands. No one dared to have any thoughts on his treasures, so finding his hidden treasure chamber wasn't difficult. Li Lanxiu lifted a graceful landscape painting hanging on the wall in the sleeping chamber, revealing a brick with a slightly darker color than the surrounding ones. He pressed it downward, and the bricks under their feet suddenly shook, exposing a glowing underground tunnel staircase. Chu Yu cautiously gave him a nod, sidestepped to go before him, and descended the tunnel staircase. After a while, Chu Yu's voice came from the tunnel, "You can come down. There's a parrot inside." Li Lanxiu entered the tunnel. Halfway through, he heard a childish and cute voice say, "What parrot?" "I am the divine bird phoenix guarding the treasure repository for the true Lord Black Dragon. If you wish to enter the true Lord's treasury, you must offer your heart's blood to sacrifice to this phoenix, and I might consider opening the gates of the treasure repository for you." At the end of the passage was a sturdy stone door, with branches hanging above it, where a colorful parrot stood talking to Chu Yu. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu responded with an and said, "So you can open the doors of the treasure repository." The parrot, with its black bead eyes glaring disdainfully, said, "Are you trying to intimidate me? You underestimate this phoenix if you think that works. I won't budge even if you pluck all my feathers." When Li Lanxiu walked over, the parrot looked at him, wiggling its nose and fluttering a few times to land on his shoulder. "You smell so fragrant." Li Lanxiu had recently heard this compliment too many times. He glanced sideways at the parrot and said, "Get down." The parrot hopped to the other side of his shoulder and said, "If it's you, a handful of millet, and I'll let you in." Li Lanxiu had abstained from food for years. How could there be something like millet? He glanced at Chu Yu. Since completing his base foundation, Chu Yu hadn't eaten either, so he took out the last piece of dry bread from his storage ring and handed it to the parrot, saying, "Are you hungry? This is all we have." The parrot greedily pecked at it a few times and then asked, "Did you kill the Black Dragon True Lord?" Li Lanxiu nodded. "Yeah, he's dead. You can leave now." Clearly having been hungry for a long time, the parrot quickly finished half the dry bread and said firmly, "Intimidation is useless on this phoenix, but your bribe, I cannot resist. I'll open the door for you." It flew to the top of the stone door, tapping its claws a few times, producing a snap, causing the stone door to retreat and open. Instantly, the room was filled with dazzling light. The walls were embedded with countless spirit stones, reflecting a soft and vivid glow. Countless cultivators had fallen victim to the Black Dragon True Lord, and naturally, their Qianquan bags and storage rings fell into his possession. Spirit stones and the cultivator's treasures were just illumination stones to demons. The interior decoration was simple, a crude stone pedestal at the center, a few massive wooden boxes around it. The stone pedestal held a line of sincerity jade slips. Li Lanxiu went over to take a look. These sincerity jade slips had an ancient look about them, some were infused with energy by the true Lord himself, others came from unknown places. They recorded various methods of cultivation and powers. These sincerity jade slips coveted by disciples within sects were casually placed on the stone table. If the elders of Chongxian's sect saw this, they'd cry out against the waste. Chu Yu and Li Lanxiu exchanged a glance, then Li Lanxiu raised his chin, signaling Chu Yu to take all the jade slips with him, leaving none behind for whoever would come later. The box contained various types of items, all kinds of treasures. The two separated to look for what they needed the most. Li Lanxiu found several bottles of top-notch elixirs called Shijingfamai pills, a ghostly-looking tambourine, and a wooden doll the size of a palm. These two items were stored in a separate box, surely very precious. He didn't have time to study their usage now, he just put them away to investigate after they returned to the sect. Then, Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu began prying the spirit stones off the wall. Black Dragon Jinjuan had excellent taste, the medium and high-grade spirit stones glowed gently and finely, illuminating the room beautifully, truly stunning. At this moment, outside the demon palace of Black Dragon Jinjuan, Chu Xian had reunited with Jiang Jusi and other disciples of Chongxian's sect to set up the demon-slaying formation. However, halfway through setting it up, the disciples started quarreling among themselves. A few days ago, Black Dragon Jinjuan revealed his true form, which scared the wits out of the disciples. Just thinking about that colossal celestial dragon made their legs shake, and if they ever faced it again, they feared there might be no escape as good as last time. Li Lanxiu was the son of the Peak Master, holding a lofty position within the sect. Were their lives as ordinary disciples worth nothing then? That Black Dragon Jinjuan had devoured an outer court disciple right in front of them, how could they be sure this time it wouldn't be their turn? That's a 500-year-old great demon. If it were an ordinary one, I would not allow it to humiliate my junior Master Li. But I think our esteemed teacher simply wants to suck up to elderly foam. Otherwise, why would he let us go through all this trouble to arrange the demon-slaying array again? Ho ho, I reckon those shouting to save junior brother Li will be the first ones to run when they see Black Dragon Jinjuan. Our demon-slaying array is like a toy to Lord True Jinjuan, a flick of his tail could shatter it. Why embarrass ourselves like this? Disciples from different peaks had their own grievances, but those of Zitai Peak argued logically with them. What nonsense are you saying? Little junior brother would not have agreed to marry a fiend unless it was to save us. Exactly, our junior brother Li is a remarkable figure who refuses to yield and even dared to slap that demon's face. Can any of you compare to his courage? Chu Xian and Jiang Jusi were reporting the situation inside to the senior teacher. His brows furrowed tightly, then relaxed. Apart from Black Dragon Jinjuan, there are so many demons. What can we possibly do about it? Among the observers at the sect's grounds, some raged against these cowardly disciples who wanted to retreat, while others remained silent, sympathizing with the difficulty of their situation. On the square, voices of argument erupted in a cacophony, whereas on the central floating island, surrounded by tea aroma, a quiet tension lay hidden beneath apparent harmony. Li Yanbi looked stern. He shouted, Elder Shen, you promised. You must rescue Lanxiu immediately, my child cannot fall into the hands of a fiend. How can one of our sect's disciples marry a fiend? Su Wujiu frowned deeply, as though filled with righteous indignation. For Li Lanxiu, it doesn't matter how many people die, it's all worth it. An elder from the outer court said somberly, I agree too. Lanxiu grew up under my eyes, he's like a beloved nephew to me. No matter the cost, we must save him. You. Li Yanbi became furious. Buying did not detect anything wrong with the words of Elder Su and the outer court elder, agreeing with them wholeheartedly. Just as they were about to argue further, Elder Shen spoke up, Li Lanxiu is one of our sect's disciples, and he fell into this predicament saving everyone else. Of course, we should rescue him, but the risk of this mission is significant. We hope Master Li understands our difficulties. But Li Yanbi showed no respect for his seniority, enough chatter. Take action immediately. At this moment outside the demon palace, Jiang Jusi and Chu Xian finally persuaded the immortal teacher to reorganize the disciples to set up the demon-slaying array once more. As the light of the formation lit up, both those inside and outside the mirrors emitted a synchronized gasp of surprise. The reason this formation was named Demon-Slaying Formation was because it could detect demon auras within 100 miles radius, ensuring that no demon lurked either inside or outside the formation. When the light spread out, the air buzzed with powerful spiritual fluctuations. Everyone focused intently on the eye of the formation, waiting for the results of the detection. Suddenly, the center dais of the formation produced a series of crisp bell chimes, which resounded everywhere, indicating there was absolutely no presence of demonic aura. The clear light curtain manifested on the dais, without even a hint of black shadows or red dots symbolizing demons, showing that within a 100-mile radius, there wasn't a single living demon. Jiang Jusi raised his eyebrows, turning his gaze away from Black Dragon Jinjuan's palace. I just saw him, along with that group of demons. Chu Xian nodded slightly, also looking at the demon palace, narrowing his eyes in confusion. The immortal teacher examined the array and said puzzlingly, there's nothing wrong with the formation. Within 100 miles, there are truly no demons. How could this be? If there's nothing wrong with the formation, then did they all flee? The disciples murmured among themselves, speculating. After much effort to boost morale, it had reached its peak again, yet their energy was depleted repeatedly. The immortal teacher exchanged glances with Chu Xian and Jiang Jusi, then he said, "All disciples, follow me into the demon palace to investigate." His words caused an uproar of complaints, but the immortal teacher had already walked towards the demon palace, forcing the disgruntled disciples to follow him. Jiang Jusi led the disciples of Qinji Peak into the demon palace. Along the way, those behind him observed the elegant splendor of Black Dragon Jinjuan's residence and quietly gossiped. Black Dragon Jinjuan is truly formidable. He probably used some kind of illusion technique to trick the formation, waiting for us to enter like fish in a barrel. A demon so powerful doesn't need illusions, one flick of his tail could kill us. We're just delivering ourselves to him. Jiang Jusi frowned, hissing softly, "Shut up." The disciples dared not speak further and followed him into Jinjuan's private chambers. They saw the doors wide open with several demons sprawled out dead, their chests ripped open, dying in gruesome poses. Everyone was shocked, stepping more cautiously as they entered. In the middle of the room lay a black mountain that turned out to be the corpse of Black Dragon Jinjuan. By his side, Chiyu sat calmly on a chair, holding a silk handkerchief and slowly wiping his sheathed sword. Opposite him sat a red-robed beauty, her arm lazily supporting her chin, wearing the familiar ghost face mask. No one knew what Chiyu said, or perhaps he didn't say anything at all, but his eyes were fixed on her, leaning his body closer as if drawn toward her. His lips curled up slightly, revealing clean, bright dimples in a friendly smile. There was a trace of flattery in it. Chapter 27. The candlelight flickered in the hall, its shadows falling on the frozen expressions of those present. For a long while, no one spoke. Lian Shixiang and Jiang Jusi were the most conflicted at this moment. They were the ones entrusted by the sect to slay the Black Python True Lord, but after witnessing the astonishing strength of the Black Python True Lord, they immediately recognized the gap between their abilities. Even 10 sword cultivators at the initial Yuaning level like them wouldn't be enough to kill such a great demonic beast. And yet, the Black Python True Lord had died within half an hour in the bedroom, leaving them with complicated feelings. The hall was eerily quiet as Li Lanxiu sat with his chin propped on his hand, lost in thought. Chu Yu simply looked at him. Everyone's eyes were on them, waiting for an explanation of the situation. Finally, Lian Shixiang, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and asked, "Did you kill the Black Python True Lord?" Li Lanxiu glanced at him, raised his jaw slightly, and pointed to Chu Yu, saying, "Him." Lian Shixiang turned to Chu Yu and paused for a moment before remembering that Chu Yu was that talented disciple from the outer sect and Li Lanxiu's bonded servant. He had worked with Li Lanxiu before and recognized Chu Yu. Aside from Jiang Jusi and Chu Xian, none of the disciples in the hall knew Chu Yu and were now observing him. A senior immortal quickly approached and scrutinized Chu Yu from head to toe. "You killed the Black Python True Lord?" Chu Yu stared at Li Lanxiu, who nodded slightly, and only then did Chu Yu let out a low, "Who is he? How did he manage it? Why does the corpse of the Black Python True Lord look so terrible? What happened to the demons outside the bedroom? In less than half an hour, how could they all be dead? How could someone slaughter all the demons so swiftly without getting blood on their clothes?" This question was not just in the minds of the senior immortal, but also in everyone present. And those who were observing from Chongqian's sect were equally curious about this boy sitting next to Li Lanxiu. Just who the hell is he? What's his name? How have I never seen him before? Is there really someone like this among the outer disciples? There's a slave mark on his neck from Li Lanxiu. Is he Li Lanxiu's slave? That attire Li Lanxiu is wearing, isn't that the same dress as the Black Python True Lord's wife earlier? So that was Li Lanxiu back then. With that figure and attire, it must have been him. And the disciple who killed the Black Python True Lord is his person. I admit I was wrong about Li Lanxiu. Not only is he not ugly, but he's not a waste either. Where did he find such a prodigy? I suddenly understand why the Black Python True Lord wanted to forcibly marry Master Li. If it were me, I'd probably do the same. The atmosphere on the floating island became lively. The various peak masters and elders, who usually sit upright, were now whispering among themselves about the name of the young man who slew the Black Python True Lord. These old foxes who have lived hundreds of years and had few chances to see high-level demon beasts in their lifetime found it unprecedented that anyone could single-handedly slay such a demon beast. Even a monster at the True Lord level, against which they would need over 4 decades of cultivation and perhaps the anti-demon array to defeat it successfully after a 49-day fight. Now, even the usually arrogant inner disciples were staring respectfully at the young man in the huge mirror. When the master of Yingqi Peak heard the gossip from his nearby disciple, he suddenly exclaimed, "What did you say?" He reached the 9th segment of the refining chi stage in just 10 days. All the elders and masters reacted with surprise upon hearing this, even Bai Ying arched an eyebrow. Being a dragon lineage heir and naturally born with Taoist aptitude, even he couldn't match up to this feat. Reaching the 9th segment of refining chi in 10 days, how come we've never heard of such extraordinary talent? Why is a genius like him part of the outer sect? Everyone looked towards the elder of the outer sect, expecting an answer. The elder's face paled and he was drenched in cold sweat. When he saw Chu Yu in the bedroom earlier, he had already foreseen this current predicament. Now, how was he supposed to explain? Because he was greedy for wealth and fame, chasing profit and power, he had underestimated Li Lanqiu and Chu Yu, dismissing them entirely. This led to the present calamity. Stammering, he struggled to explain this. I only learned of it recently myself. That doesn't make sense, elder, said a teacher who had participated in the evaluation of the outer disciples alongside the elder. Standing up with righteous indignation, he declared, that day, I tried warning you that this person was no ordinary being. Because of your personal grudge against Li Lanqiu, you refused to let me inform the Yunshui Hall. Do you remember what you said at that time? If anything goes wrong, let them blame me, I'll take full responsibility for this. The teacher spoke with fervor. The elder was both angry and anxious, pointing a trembling finger at him. Elder Shen of the Yunshui Hall heard everything clearly. He glanced sideways at the external sect elder and shook his head disappointedly. We will discuss this matter later. In the giant mirror, even the prideful strength that Lian Shixiang boasted of was shattered. The shock in his heart was indescribable, and once again, he could not help but ask curiously, how did you kill the Black Python True Lord? Why does its body look like that? How did the demons outside die? Chu Yu frowned slightly and turned to Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to speak. Chu Yu turned to Lian Shixiang and briefly answered, he used demonic magic and suffered a backlash. I took the opportunity to kill him from within his belly. The ones outside died by fighting each other. This was the explanation Li Lanqiu had taught him. The corpse of the Black Python True Lord was too terrifying. If they heard the real answer, they would avoid him later on. After saying that, Chu Yu glanced at Li Lanqiu again. Li Lanqiu nodded slightly, approving of his response. Lian Shixiang wasn't stupid. Being swallowed into the stomach and yet surviving, with the Black Python living so many years only to die on his wedding night, and the bodies outside showing signs of being torn apart. Still, he nodded and said knowingly, I see, Chu brother's explanation makes perfect sense. Faced with a future star of the sect, even Lian Shixiang understood human relations. The celestial teacher hesitated to say something. He noticed more inconsistencies than Lian Shixiang, but he kept quiet because revealing them would scare the disciples present. He couldn't help but exclaim, who are you? Chu Yu calmly responded, I belong to Li Lanqiu. No, what's your name? Whose disciple are you? The celestial teacher asked tightly. Chu Yu, of the Zitai Peak. Among the observers from the Chongxian sect, one sharp-eyed disciple noticed a problem and asked his companion beside him. Why does he always look at Li Lanqiu before answering questions? Only when asked, who are you, did he answer straight away without looking. It seems like a dog waiting for orders from Li Lanqiu. At this moment on the floating island, as Chu Yu's statement spread, everyone's attention shifted to elder Li Yanbi. They never knew Li Yanbi had such an exceptionally talented disciple who single-handedly eliminated a 500-year-old great demonic beast. Even Li Yanbi himself didn't know. His usually cold face now flushed with excitement. Which master in the world wouldn't be delighted to have a highly intelligent disciple? No matter how excited and restless he was inside, he lightly smiled and said calmly, this boy is still decent enough to become my disciple. My son has good eyesight. Master Xue, what do you think of my apprentice? Li Yanbi asked nonchalantly. Xue Wujiao showed no expression, gripping the armrests of his chair, leaving deep indentations. He forced out a slight smile, congratulations, Master Li, for gaining such a fine disciple. Listening to the gritted teeth tone of Xue Wujiao brought Li Yanbi immense satisfaction and enjoyment. Xue Wujiao glared at Jiang Jusi in the giant mirror, silently cursing in his heart, ungrateful disciple. Of the two tasks he entrusted to Jiang Jusi, neither were completed. It was all due to Li Lanqiu's beauty. A lover of beauty like Jiang Jusi, upon seeing Li Lanqiu, couldn't bring himself to harm him. More infuriating events occurred in the giant mirror. Jiang Jusi approached Li Lanqiu, bent down steadily gazing at him, and said, Junior brother Li, I owe you a debt this time. Thanks to you, I escaped unharmed. Li Lanqiu glanced sideways with a faint smile, Senior brother Jiang is too kind. Jiang Jusi's cheeks flushed slightly, speaking softly and politely to him, in the future, if Junior brother Li ever needs anything, please feel free to ask. Disciples of Zitai Peak also came over toward Li Lanqiu, nudging each other, each shyly lowering their heads. Li Lanqiu looked over inquisitively, asking, what's going on? One among them raised his head, smiling slightly and pulling out a bright red spiritual fruit from his chest, little junior brother, it's the last one we brought from the sect. Would you like to eat it? Li Lanqiu's brows slightly lifted. In the past, no one from Zitai Peak had ever taken the initiative to speak to him, avoiding him entirely. He slowly weighed the fruit in his hand twice before accepting it, thank you. Jiang Jusi wanted to move closer but suddenly stopped. There was a hint of shame in his expression. He had come to kill Li Lanqiu. Xue Wujiao had told him that Li Lanqiu was universally hated on Zitai Peak and killing him would be a righteous act. Though the master's deception was certainly wrong, Jiang Jusi himself was far more at fault for blindly trusting Xue Wujiao's one-sided words. Just because Li Lanqiu had humiliated some disciples of the Qianji Peak, he wanted to take Li Lanqiu's life. Upon further reflection now, those few disciples of the Qianji Peak brought shame upon themselves and thoroughly deserved it. Chu Xian's feelings were even more complicated. Standing off in the distance without coming closer, his eyes probed toward Li Lanxiu curiously. The celestial teacher recalled the bearing of Li Yanbi, then glanced at Chu Yu, marveling that the disciple had surpassed his master in brilliance. He ordered the disciples to clean up the chaotic battlefield left behind. The Black Python True Lord had been a prestigious trophy for the Chongxian sect. Even in death, it could not rest peacefully. Its body would be transported back to the sect on a flying boat to be exhibited for everyone. According to the rules of this sect trial, Chu Yu, the disciple of Zitai Peak, had won first place. The disciples from other peaks could only desperately gather medicinal herbs or kill demons to obtain their essence stones before the end of the trial, hoping to earn a good ranking for their own factions. Chu Yu had acquired many jade slips containing true essence records of advanced martial arts and cultivation techniques in the hidden chamber. He found a secluded valley to assimilate the information recorded within these jade slips. The tranquil valley was peaceful and quiet, with leaves rustling in the wind. He sat cross-legged on a stone slab, closed his eyes, and focused deeply. Ever since leaving the sect, it had been quite some time since he last cultivated. His spirit Si and Dantian were already full of spiritual energy, almost overflowing. Li Lanxiu was sitting by a small stream nearby. Chu Yu heard him slip off his shoes and socks, leisurely dipping his feet into the water and letting them sway. The splashing sound of the water seemed like a gentle touch on the heartstrings. Chu Yu's eyelids trembled slightly as he concentrated entirely on perceiving the subtlety of the technique recorded in the jade slips, following its instructions to condense the spiritual energy inside him. The spiritual energy coalesced into a small whirlpool, drawing in ambient spiritual energies continuously from all around. At that moment, someone approached from afar. Just as Chu Yu was about to pause his cultivation and open his eyes, Li Lanxiu said lazily, "Focus." Chu Yu followed his command faithfully and devoted himself entirely to cultivation. The person who arrived was a white-robed female Taoist priest, wearing a light veil hat, slim figure, and carrying a purple longsword at her side. She walked to the edge of the stream and observed Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu also looked at her. Judging by her attire, she belonged to the Ivna sect. Sitting opposite him by the stream, the priestess gracefully lifted her veil, revealing a serene face. "Brother Taoist, have you seen any disciples from our sect?" Li Lanxiu had never met any disciples of the Ivna sect. Lifting his chin, he replied, "After this valley, there are disciples from the Chongxian sect stationed there. Some of them should have seen your sect members. Are you a disciple of the Chongxian sect?" The tone of the female priestess slightly elevated, revealing admiration. "I've heard that Master Li of your sect wields unmatched sword skills. I've admired him for a long time but haven't had the opportunity to witness his prowess." The spiritual energy within Chu Yu's spirit Si and Dantian surged. Though he only heard the voice of the priestess, he could sense that she must be exceptionally beautiful. Li Lanxiu gave a faint laugh and sat up, saying, "That is my father." The priestess' eyes lit up as she inspected him closely. "Your father has superior swordsmanship, so naturally, Brother Taoist must not be inferior either. Would you permit me to see a demonstration? I am not adept at using the sword." The priestess frowned slightly, evidently dissatisfied with his answer. "Is Brother Taoist worried about losing secrets? If you let me see your father's sword style, I will show you my personally created martial arts." Personally created martial arts? Li Lanxiu tilted his head, showing some curiosity. The priestess tenderly stroked the sword at her side, as if caressing the cheek of a beloved one. "I created an entire set of sword techniques. If you're willing to exchange moves with me, I assure you, this journey won't be in vain." Li Lanxiu paused momentarily, examining her again. "Are you Jing Mei?" Jing Mei appeared startled, asking, "How does Brother Taoist know my name? I've heard that the Holy Maiden of the Ivna sect is a fanatic of martial arts." Upon meeting today, it indeed proves true. In the original book, this Holy Maiden was set as a talented young girl obsessively devoted to martial arts, eager to spar at every opportunity, making her rather adorable. With a calm expression, Jing Mei nodded, gazing at Chu Yu not far away. "If you refuse to spar with me, how about this friend of yours who will soon reach the Golden Dan stage? Can he exchange moves with me?" Li Lanxiu turned his head. Chu Yu was emanating a soft golden glow, as if bathed in sunlight, quickly nearing the completion of his foundation cultivation, ready to advance to the Golden Dan stage. But the light on his body flickered lightly, indicating something was affecting him, preventing him from concentrating fully to break through the barrier and form his Golden Dan. Li Lanxiu glanced sideways at Jing Mei, understanding the situation clearly. The Black Python True Lord died earlier than in the original book. Chu Yu hadn't fallen into the ancient tomb yet to meet the Holy Maiden, but their first encounter had already unsettled his Tao heart. He said casually, "Chu Yu, stay calm." Following his order, the light on Chu Yu's body suddenly stabilized. Instantly, golden light burst forth from his spirit Si and Dantian, coalescing into a shiny golden pill. Chu Yu exhaled a turbid breath, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him, emanating from the slowly rotating golden pill in his Dantian. The Golden Dan was complete. His breathing became slightly rapid, his hands on his knees clenching into fists as he restrained the thrill of excitement. Opening his eyes, he looked at Li Lanxiu and said, "I've reached the Golden Dan stage." At that very moment, he felt a slight pricking pain in his neck, as if stabbed by a needle. Li Lanqiu glanced at his neck, and just as Chu Yu reached the initial level of the Golden Dan stage, the slave mark inscribed with the 3 characters, Li Lanqiu, vanished without a trace. Chu Yu's pitch-black pupils dilated as he raised his hand to touch the spot where the slave mark used to be on his neck. The skin there was smooth and taut, with no trace of the mark detectable under his fingertips. A sense of inexplicable loss washed over him. Chapter 28. Li Lanqiu glanced at him and said casually, Chu Yu, this is the saint maiden of the UNV sect, Jingmei Immortal. Chu Yu's hand pressed against the position of the slave mark on his neck. The joy of his golden core breakthrough faded. He should have realized long ago that the slave mark could only be applied by a caster on someone with lower cultivation, otherwise its existence would defy common sense. Jingmei's gaze shifted between them before she calmly said, Brother Dao, you don't need to call me immortal. Just call me Jingmei. As wandering martial artists, we don't need to adhere to such formalities. Li Lanqiu smirked softly in agreement and introduced Chu Yu to her, this is Chu Yu. There was no following sentence like, he is mine. Chu Yu stared expressionlessly at Jingmei, indeed finding her a beauty like a flower, and nodded slightly, Miss Jingmei. Jingmei glanced at the handle of the knife protruding from behind his waist, do you practice with a saber? It's good. Would you like to exchange some moves with me? Chu Yu looked at Li Lanqiu briefly and shook his head, I can't. Why? Jingmei was puzzled, her eyes sharp, your saber is a treasured one. Not drawing it would truly be a waste. Li Lanqiu showed no interest in watching how their encounter began. He stood up after putting on his shoes and socks, intending to leave, when Chu Yu hurriedly caught up to him and said, I'll go back with you. You won't spar with Miss Jingmei? Li Lanqiu arched an eyebrow. Jingmei pulled down the silk curtain of her veil cap and coldly said, if you won't spar, I won't insist. Missing the opportunity to witness my self-created swordplay will be your loss. Inwardly, Li Lanqiu murmured, it's your loss. Chu Yu stared steadily at him, do you want me to spar with her? Li Lanqiu didn't wish to get involved between them and shrugged, do as you please. The corner of Chu Yu's mouth twitched upward as he reiterated, let's go back. Li Lanqiu couldn't help, Chu Yu just needed to catch on. He gave Jingmei a slight nod and turned to walk ahead. Jingmei watched the two leave one after the other. After they walked quite far, the young man named Chu Yu looked back at her with a gaze full of unclear meaning. The valley was bright and clear, with gentle winds blowing among the green mountains and clear waters, accompanied occasionally by the prolonged calls of birds. Chu Yu walked behind Li Lanqiu, staring at his slender and tall back silhouette. Neither speaking for a while, he then again touched the spot where the slave mark lay upon his neck, young master. Li Lanqiu paused mid-step and replied softly with a showing little concern about the disappearance of the slave mark. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yu said, I've entered the golden core stage. Li Lanqiu looked at him with a glance under his mask, revealing a soft yet lazy tone tinged with heaviness, I forgot to congratulate you. The fingers hidden inside Chu Yu's sleeve slowly clenched into fists, stating calmly, the slave mark has disappeared. Li Lanqiu nodded, that's true, slave marks can only be placed on those with lower cultivation levels than oneself. Now that we are both in the initial stage of the golden core level, the slave mark naturally disappears. Young master didn't inform me at the time, Chu Yu said. Li Lanqiu turned his head to look at him, lifting his chin with a finger. With a soft chuckle, he said, you were solely focused on killing me at that time. Why would I have told you? Look at your aggrieved face, it brought me nothing but joy. Taking a step forward, Chu Yu pressed his hand against his throat, creating a more intimate posture, young master seems to enjoy seeing others in pain. Indeed, one way Li Lanqiu found amusement was through mutual consent. If unwilling to endure his torture, one could always leave. There would be plenty of others rushing to entertain him. His fingertips caressed the thin skin of the throat's Adam's apple, deliberately asking in a cold voice, when has this young master caused you pain? Chu Yu's throat skin tightened as he gazed steadily at him, whispering, young master bestowed a favor upon me, for which I am infinitely grateful. Good that you understand, Li Lanqiu lightly patted his cheek, turned around, and continued walking ahead. Chu Yu touched the cheek he had stroked and closed his eyes for a moment to savor it, before taking large steps to catch up. At this moment, in the Yunshui Hall of the Chongxian sect, the spacious hall was paved with black stones, hanging a massive landscape painting from the dome, accompanied by heavy white silk curtains, exuding elegance without losing its divine aura. On either side of the hall, there were 12 chairs. Elder Shen of the Yunshui Hall sat on the chair in the center facing the audience, propping his forehead with his hand and sighing deeply. Various masters in the hall held tea or wine, some with cold expressions, some talking cheerfully, discussing the affiliation of the young man who killed the Black-Toed Immortal. According to the unwritten rules of the sect, disciples who enter through recommendation are essentially personal connections of the peak masters. They simply study in the outer sect, awaiting the Grand Master ceremony where formal recognition occurs to complete the return to family process. This regulation has existed for centuries, never changed, and no one ever questioned it. Everyone just turned a blind eye and went along with it. But the young man who, at the 10th day of cultivation level 9, single-handedly slew the Black-Toed Immortal, suddenly made some ill-intentioned peak masters open their eyes and realize that this regulation was unreasonable, bringing it up repeatedly. Shui Wujiu stood up, worriedly saying, our inner sect disciples number about 3,000 to 4,000, while our outer sect disciples amount to nearly 10,000. Among these 10,000, some have languished in the outer sect for decades, turning gray-haired without being able to enter the inner sect. Please consider. If they knew that some upon entering the outer sect were already pre-reserved by inner sect factions, wouldn't that break their hearts? Yes, Shui is making sense. The master of Yingqi Peak, Han Fengzhu, nodded and sighed, saying, this recommendation system steals opportunities from those outer sect disciples who work hard, so it should be abolished. Li Yanbi slightly narrowed his eyes and coldly laughed without speaking. How could he not know what they were scheming? Of all those seated in the hall, only he had never recommended a disciple to enter the sect. Yet now, because he was about to have his first recommended disciple, they wanted to abolish this rule just to cause trouble. Isn't it because they covet Chu Yu's astonishing talent? They want to take him as their disciple but are too face-conscious to say so openly, thus finding an ostentatious reason. Zhou Fengzhu of Xiangming Peak was a straightforward person. He said, this matter is significant. Except for Li Master here, everyone present has recommended disciples. These disciples are extraordinarily talented and form the backbone of our sect. If we cancel the recommendation system, it might shake the foundation of our sect. I think Zhou Fengzhu makes sense. Shui Wujiu seized the opportunity and faced everyone, saying, this recommendation system should not be abolished. In my view, it should be modified appropriately to fit the current situation. He paused and thoughtfully continued, in my opinion, these recommended disciples should be like the outer sect disciples, choosing their own masters without any constraints from this rule. What do you all think? Reasonable. Aren't your disciples, my disciples, all disciples of our sect? When should we start? Better to strike today than wait. Li Yanbi swept his sleeve and stood up, truly unable to endure it any longer. He glanced at the ones who had spoken before, coldly laughing as he walked out with large strides. Senior Elder Shen, look at him, doing it again. Clutching his aching head, Senior Elder Shen couldn't help but point out certain people's ulterior motives. Chu Yu is a fine seedling, but you don't need to vie so intensely. The rules of recommendation have always been followed. If you're dissatisfied, go find our sect leader once he returns. Everyone exchanged glances and seemed to have no other choice but to agree. Shui Wujiu stroked his chin thoughtfully and suddenly said, I remember Chu Yu never tested his spiritual root when he entered the sect. How about waiting until his return to test it? What do you think, Senior Elder Shen? On this point, Senior Elder Shen had no objections. He was equally curious about Chu Yu's spiritual root and nodded in agreement. As the trial approached its end, Chu Yu didn't have much time to be alone with Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu wandered around with the disciples of Zitai Peak, gathering herbs, hunting beasts, and collecting demon cores, constantly accompanied by others. While he was digesting the refined martial arts from the Jade Scrolls, he also had to seize every opportunity to practice using the beast demons inside Theming Realm. Finally, on the day the trial concluded and the group returned to the sect, a massive flying boat descended into the valley from where they came. Its body was carved with vivid depictions of floating clouds and celestial cranes. Several lanterns glowing softly hung on either side, giving off a divine aura. On the deck stood numerous white-robed disciples, chatting casually in groups of 3 or 5. Li Lanxiu leaned alone against the railing of the second floor, his red-sleeved shirt standing out conspicuously among the white robes. Chu Yu immediately spotted him. In a few steps, he ascended the stairs, but suddenly a group of disciples from Zitai Peak appeared in the corridor, surrounding Li Lanxiu and calling him Junior Brother. Junior Brother, the herbs you helped us gather were excellent, envying the 1,000 Mechanic Peak disciples so much that their eyes turned red. They kept asking where we gathered them from. Junior Brother, after we return, will you join us on missions? Your senior sister will protect you well. Junior Brother, haven't you been to Lingwu City yet? There's a tavern there whose immortal liquor is absolutely unique. Li Lanxiu tilted his head, seemingly engaged in conversation with them. The crowd completely blocked him from view, prompting Chu Yu to pause, arms crossed as he leaned against a side waiting for the crowd to disperse. Chu Junior Brother. Are you Chu Junior Brother? A surprised call rang out from behind, and Chu Yu turned his head to see Senior Brother Lian approaching with a smile. It really is Junior Brother Chu. Let me introduce you to everyone, this Junior Brother here single-handedly slew the Black Toad Immortal. The disciples following closely behind Senior Brother Lian looked at Chu Yu with admiration and curiosity, asking, how did Junior Brother Chu manage to slay the Black Toad Immortal? Can you tell us about it? Chu Yu had no intention of answering their questions. The disciples from Zitai Peak who had been surrounding Li Lanxiu had just left, and he was about to stride over, when suddenly he was surrounded by the disciples Senior Brother Lian had brought along. Blocking his way, they said in unison, Junior Brother Chu, don't go yet. How does Junior Brother usually train? What kind of blade skills have you learned? Can you share some secrets with us? Where did you buy your sword, Junior Brother? Could you let me take a look? Chu Yu frowned deeply, and said in a low voice, sorry, as he pushed past those blocking his way. However, during that short delay, 2 more figures appeared beside Li Lanxiu. Senior Brother Jiang Juthi and Senior Brother Chu Xian from Qianji Peak stood formally before Li Lanxiu, slightly nodding with smiles on their faces as they spoke in measured tones. Li Lanxiu lazily leaned against the railing, half-heartedly listening, occasionally nodding and responding with brief words. Chu Yu abruptly stopped in his tracks. There were always people around Master Li, and he instinctively touched the spot on his neck where the slave mark used to be. Congratulations, junior brother Chu. You've regained your freedom. It was only now that senior brother Lien noticed his slave mark was gone, and congratulated him with clasped hands. Wow. Junior brother Chu has already reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. So you're finally free from servitude, what wonderful news. Congratulations, junior brother Chu. Everyone offered their congratulations by clasping their hands together in respect. Without saying a word, Chiyu stared at Li Lanxiu's direction. The repeated cries of congratulations were noisy, piercing through his thoughts, unsettling his mind. Senior brother Lien, noticing the dark expression on his face, asked curiously, Junior brother Chu ranked first in this trial, and now without the slave mark, shouldn't you be feeling very pleased? Why do you seem unhappy? The sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky open for birds to fly. Li Lanxiu can't control you anymore. Such a good thing indeed. Chu turned around and glanced briefly at the few people before him. Without showing any emotion, he nodded toward senior brother Lien, then took large strides down the stairs and left. If it's such a wonderful thing, why does my heart feel not even a bit of joy? The flying boat sailed quietly through the turbulent cloud sea under the night sky, everything silent around. Li Lanxiu sat in a chair inside the room, tinkering with the rattle drum and wooden doll he had obtained from the secret chamber of the Black Toad Immortal. He held the rattle drum up carefully to examine it, its size consistent with the toys children carried. The drum's skin was stained with old yellowing signs, while the handle and body of the drum were jet black. Upon holding it, one could sense a coolness emanating from it. The wooden doll looked grotesque, its features indistinguishable between male and female. Two pigtails tied neatly on its head, bright red lipstick and cheeks, protruding eyes seemed lifelike as if it was secretly watching people. Both the rattle drum and the doll were placed separately in a box, seemingly considered by the Black Toad Immortal to have originated from the same source. Li Lanxiu shook the rattle drum, making a sound, dong dong dong. Spiritual power was drained from the palm that gripped the drum, but there was no visible reaction from the drum itself. He hadn't yet fully understood the function of the rattle drum, but he had a clear understanding of the doll's purpose. Placing the wooden doll on the floor, he gently slapped his neck 3 times behind him. The doll's arms immediately swung, followed by stiff legs stepping forward. As it walked, it clapped its hands, issuing a hee laugh as though a child playing. It seemed to truly have a pair of eyes. It circumvented tables and chairs in the room, laughing as it made a full circle around the room, returning to Li Lanxiu and trying to climb up on his boots. Li Lanxiu lifted his foot tip and kicked it off to the ground. Instantly, the object froze as if lifeless, lying motionless. Apparently, it was a puppet used to explore mechanisms or find escape routes. Knocking on the door came from outside. Li Lanxiu picked up the doll and rattle drum, storing them into his spatial ring, and responded, "Come in." The door was open from the outside, revealing elder brother Chu Xian dressed elegantly in white standing there. He approached the table and leaned over to look at him, calling him softly, "Younger brother. Is there something you need, brother?" Li Lanxiu gave him a side-eye glance. Elder brother Chu Xian moved closer, smelling the faint icy scent radiating from him. "Can't I visit my younger brother without reason?" Li Lanxiu's fingertips lightly tapped his forehead, nonchalantly pushing him away slightly. "Nope, brother, please go back." Elder brother Chu Xuan's gaze slid from the fingers so close to his, down to the wrist, the loose sleeve slipping off, revealing a section of tender and elegant wrists. The wrist bones were distinct and clear, faint green veins subtly revealed beneath the thin layer of skin, fragile yet beautiful, as if a little force could snap them. He had momentarily become lost in thought when the sound of Lanxiu Li's soft chuckle reached his ears, bringing him back to his senses. He coughed, then seriously said to Lanxiu, "Younger brother, I owe a lot to you in this trial." Lanxiu tilted his head as if he couldn't understand what elder brother was saying. Chu Xian sincerely said, "I watched you grow up, and I always thought of you as that troublemaking child. Through this trial, I realized you have grown up. Brother, are you apologizing to me?" Lanxiu's eyes glimmered with bright laughter as he coaxed Chu Xian gently. Chu Xian knew Lanxiu wasn't being benevolent but paused for a moment and said, "Indeed, I previously misunderstood you, younger brother." Lanxiu retracted his fingers and sat upright while looking at him. "Just an oral apology." "Brother, you seem awfully insincere." Though clearly aware there was a trap, Chu Xian hesitated a little and jumped into it anyway. "Then how would you like me to apologize?" Lanxiu looked him over thoroughly and crisply said, "First, kneel down." Chu Xian froze, both troubled and amused as he stared at Lanxiu. "I have only ever knelt before our master. Do you really want me to kneel before you?" "Brother, I didn't ask you to kneel for me." Lanxiu gazed at him, slowly propping up his chin with one hand and said calmly, "It's you who wanted to kneel to apologize, so I haven't made things difficult for you, right?" Chu Xian silently stared at him, cruel and unfeeling, truly worthy of being his younger brother. He leaned closer and softly asked, "And if I refuse to kneel?" "Then brother can just leave any time." Lanxiu responded dismissively. Chu Xian realized he'd skillfully been maneuvered into a situation. He hesitated for a second, lifted the edge of his robe, and solemnly knelt on one knee in front of him. "Is this good enough?" Lanxiu lightly kicked the raised knee with his snowy boot tip, whispering, "Kneel properly." Chu Xian, still looking up at Lan Xiu's jawline where there was a faint scar, let the other knee touch the ground slowly, wanting to see just how much further Lan Xiu intended to tease him. Lan Xiu employed more tricks than Chu Xian expected. Leisurely leaning back, he comfortably rested against the chair back, placing one leg between Chu Xuan's knees. Startled by such boldness, Chu Xuan's face instantly turned slightly red. However, Lan Xiu merely kicked around Chu Xuan's inner knees lazily, saying in a languid tone, "Bow properly, brother." What is younger brother going to do? Having experienced all that, Chu Xian now felt somewhat wary of him. Lan Xiu did not answer, instead scrutinizing him from above, confident that he wouldn't refuse. Indeed, Chu Xian could not reject him, and his usually pale cheeks reddened. He bowed slowly. In that instant when he could no longer see Lan Xiu, a heavy weight landed on his back. Lan Xiu had draped his legs over Chu Xuan's back, using him as a footrest. Under the covering of his robes, those legs were visible, straight and long with beautifully even lines. Relaxed and comfortable, Lan Xiu pulled out a book to read. As Chu Yu knocked and entered the room, the scene that greeted him was exactly this. Lan Xiu turned his head towards him, his eyes filled with playful amusement, nonchalantly asking, "Chu Yu, what brings you here?" Chu Yu glanced briefly at the kneeling figure beneath Lan Xiu, realizing it was elder brother Chu Xian. His ears flushed deep red due to the awkwardness of his arrival. His gaze paused for a few seconds, and then he walked over to stand before Lan Xiu, staring at him directly. "Why hasn't Master inquired about my cultivation progress lately?" Lan Xiu closed the book in his hands and casually threw it on the table. "With your remarkable talent, I trust you entirely." Chu Yu wasn't satisfied with that response. He kicked a chair away and sat beside Lan Xiu, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. Slightly raising his body, Lan Xiu saw that Chu Xian seemed to be attempting to get up. With a light pat on the broad back of the man, he warned, "Don't move." Seeming rather calm, Lan Xiu gently caressed Chu Xuan's back. "Brother said he wanted to be my dog slave, so we're just playing a bit." Chu Yu focused his attention on the hand Lan Xiu used to stroke Chu Xian, his jaw tightening as if drawn taut like a string. Looking up, he asked directly, "Am I still someone belonging to Master?" Lan Xiu glanced at the blank area of skin on the side of Chu Yu's neck. "You are free." Hearing these words, the look in Chu Yu's eyes darkened, his sharply defined jaw showing prominent signs of clenched teeth. He said gravely, "I am a disciple of Zitai Peak introduced by Master. I haven't repaid your favor yet." Lan Xiu gave out a slight chuckle, speaking with significant meaning, "Whether or not your Zitai Peak's disciple isn't certain yet. The old foxes would come up with all sorts of schemes in order to claim the son of fate." But Chu Yu interpreted this differently. The tight tension in his jaw gradually relaxed as he quietly asked, "Have you abandoned me?" Chapter 29. Lan Xiu couldn't help but sneer, this question made it seem as if he were a faithless man. Were their relationship not yet to this point? It seemed that the loss of control within the Transming realm had left a deep psychological shadow on Chu Yu. The feeling of losing control was like being possessed by someone else, waking up with limbs and arms scattered everywhere, blood splattered all over, all leftovers from himself. Who would want to experience this again? But there's no guarantee when he might lose control next. In the Transming realm, he devoured demons that committed evil deeds, they were not of his kind, so this page could still be turned. Losing control in the Chongxian sect would have unimaginably terrifying consequences. Just imagining eating one's own brothers in arms, that image would be enough to make one's scalp numb, unforgettable forever. Chu Yu needed Lan Xiu, someone who could calm him down at any time, by his side, able to pull him back from the brink of losing control. Lan Xiu leaned back into the chair, his pristine boot tip stepping on Xian Chu's neck, pressing his head lower. "How could it be? You are mine in life and death." After hearing this sentence, the gloomy color in Chu Yu's eyes rose and fell, dark and unclear. He soon curled his lips, with a smile highlighting his dimples, looking bright and clean, much obliged to Master's favor. Lan Xiu gave him a perfunctory nod, then turned to tease Xian Chu sprawled at his feet. "Our senior brother usually teaches us respect and propriety. Shouldn't you thank Chu Yu for not minding your presence?" Xian Chu's handsome and upright face turned red as he glanced sideways at Chu Yu and said, "Thank you, brother Chu." Chu Yu lowered his eyes and looked at him coldly. Lan Xiu raised his eyes to look at Chu Yu, raising his chin to ask, "Is there anything else?" Chu Yu lightly laughed, rose slightly nodded his head and said, "Nothing." Lan Xiu didn't even glance at him, as if he was just a tool to humiliate Xian Chu. He teased Xian Chu with great interest, completely ignoring whether Chu Yu left or not. Chu Yu paused, gently closed the door and walked away slowly. The bright moonlight fell on the deck like white frost, clouds and mist floated around the railing. Leaning against the railing with his arms hugging, he carefully went over the recent interactions with Lan Xiu. Apart from the disappearance of the slave seal, he hadn't offended Lan Xiu in any way. Why had his interest suddenly vanished entirely? Thinking of Xian Chu's base behavior, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He truly couldn't bring himself to the extent of having no dignity to please Lan Xiu. That would only make him become Lan Xiu's dog servant. Servants could only raise their heads and expect pity and alms from their master, obediently waiting with tails tucked for the bones to fall into their mouths. Chu Yu's fingers tapped against the railing. He wasn't someone willing to endure humiliation. He had his pride and bottom line. Since Li Lanxiu temporarily had no interest in him, he would make Li Lanxiu witness his strength once more, prove that he was an extraordinary entity, incomparable to those who willingly endure humiliation. Li Lanxiu, you will soon find out that I am the sharpest, most loyal blade in your hand, he thought, his figure under the moonlight shimmering with silver radiance, becoming increasingly tall and resolute as he strode forward. Back inside the room, after Chu Yu left, Li Lanxiu kicked Xian Chu's knee with a lack of interest, brother-in-law addicted to kneeling. Xian Chu stood up, smoothed his pure white sleeves, his cheeks burning red, yet he smiled and said, little brother bullying him like this, aren't you worried he'll run away? He wasn't just feeling awkward before. Listening to Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu's conversation, he quickly realized that his little junior brother had sinister intentions again. On the surface, he appeared cold towards Chu Yu, seemingly indifferent, yet he used him to provoke Chu Yu, planning something bad yet again. Li Lanxiu had no interest in confiding in him, rising and walking to the door to push it open, leaning against the doorframe to say, senior brother, please return. Xian Chu walked out the door, turned back and asked, little brother, aren't you afraid of messing things up? Li Lanxiu's two soft and long hands intertwined, casually making a gesture of putting a collar on a dog, a loyal dog, no matter how far you throw it, it will always find its way home. Xian Chu really didn't understand him, asking curiously, little brother, do you intend to test his loyalty? Li Lanxiu's eyes overflowed with laughter, lips lightly parting to utter a word, get out. Chu Yu's loyalty doesn't need testing. There are two kinds of subjection in this world, the first is enforced submission, forced by circumstances, power, bending under another. This kind of dog, once it gets an opportunity, will immediately bite back, seizing the chance to break free from control. And the other kind of submission, voluntary submission, is bowing down willingly despite having better choices, contentedly wearing the collar out of choice. Such a dog, let go 1,000 times 10,000 times, will remain steadfast and unswervingly return to its master, unwavering in loyalty. This was the kind of loyal dog he wanted. On the day he returned to the Chongxian sect, the ferry vessel descended onto the massive Wendao Square. Thousands of disciples gathered there, eager to catch a glimpse of the stunning beauty who had made a fleeting appearance and the mysterious person who had slain the Black Jiao True Immortal. As people streamed off the cloud ladder, the crowd anxiously awaited their arrival. When the disciples from Purple Terrace Peak appeared, someone excitedly shouted, here they come. The moment Li Lanxiu appeared, sighs rippled through the square as those curious about his features could not help but glare at the ghost mask covering his face. That day in the giant mirror, he had worn a vibrant veil, partially obscuring his appearance with an alluring mist. Everyone had agreed he looked remarkable and eagerly anticipated him removing the mask to satisfy their curiosity. Chu Yu walked at the back of the group from Purple Terrace Peak, a black-shirt youth with an outstanding and stern demeanor, his cold gaze rarely softened by a smile. His waist bore a black knife. The instant his foot touched the Wendao Square, murmurs rippled through the throng. Above the square floated islands with pavilions and towers, where each peak master carefully appraised him. Elder Shen stood on the central floating island, his voice thundering across the entire square. Disciples of our sect, you have lived up to our expectations and returned victorious. The spirit of the disciples rose immediately as they stood solemnly, looking up at Elder Shen. Elder Shen's tone mellowed slightly as he said with a hint of laughter, I've heard that one of you single-handedly slew the Black Jiao True Immortal. This fiend dominated a territory in the Tsangming realm, yet now has fallen under the hands of one of our disciples, this is his fate. All eyes turned toward one individual. Chu Yu remained composed despite the gazes of thousands, and his calm demeanor already set him apart. Elder Shen, standing on the golden sword, followed by several disciples from the Yunshui Hall, swiftly arrived near Chu Yu. After examining him from head to toe, he burst into laughter, indeed, heroes arise from the young. Chu Yu didn't know him, but seeing others' respectful attitudes, he nodded and addressed him respectfully, Elder. Elder Shen seriously asked, I've heard your cultivation reached level 9 in just 10 days, is it true? In the time since the ship had left, Chu Yu's story had spread far and wide. He belonged to Li Lanxiu and possessed extraordinary talent, though unfortunately, an outer hall elder harbored enmity toward Li Lanxiu and suppressed him severely. Chu Yu nodded and affirmed, it is true. Shocked cries spread through the crowd as hearing his confirmation felt even more astonishing than the rumor suggested. Only the face of the outer hall elder grew pale, still seated in the throne on his floating island, he would settle accounts only after verifying Chu Yu's spiritual root. Satisfied, Elder Shen smiled and waved his sleeve. Bring out the jade slips for testing spiritual roots. An attendant from the Yunshui Hall approached Chu Yu, holding an exquisite box, and took out a translucent jade slip as thin as cicada wings. Chu Yu shook his head, addressing Elder Shen calmly without arrogance or deference. I cannot test my spiritual root. The crowd erupted in confusion and began discussing among themselves. Why won't he test? Could he have something to hide? Is he a fake, fearing exposure in front of Elder Shen? Furrowing his brows, Elder Shen tried to soothe the troubled attendant, asking, why can't you take the test? Chu Yu swept his gaze over the crowd before responding calmly, I belong to Lord Li Lanxiu. Until he agrees, I cannot act on my own initiative. At this moment on the floating island of Purple Terrace Peak, Li Yanbi was hugging Li Lanxiu and checking him from head to toe. Hearing Chu Yu's words, he couldn't help but chuckle, this kid truly knows how to please. Li Lanxiu lightly laughed and beckoned a messenger disciple. Go tell him that I agree for him to take the test. The message was relayed to the square, and Elder Shen sighed with relief, asking, now can you take the test? Chu Yu raised his head and looked in the direction of the purple terrace peak's floating island. Turning to the messenger disciple, he said, can Lord Li be present to observe? Lord Li has already agreed, why does he need to be present? The official handling the spiritual root test from Yunshui Hall questioned, dissatisfied. Chu Yu still replied in a light and composed tone, if Lord Li doesn't attend, what's the point of me testing my spiritual root? The messenger disciple once again flew back to Purple Terrace Peak via his flying sword. The other disciples in the square whispered amongst themselves in groups, speculating wildly. What intense resentment! Once being Li Lanqiu's contracted slave, now finally lifted his head, and already flaunting power above his former master. If he resents so much now, wanting Li Lanqiu to witness his glory personally, imagine what he'll do when he reaches Purple Terrace Peak. One's big yellow dog always brings its prey back to show you, let you see how impressive it is. Li Yanbi thought the same. He believed that Li Lanqiu wouldn't bring a wolf into the house, or adopt a white-eyed wolf. Hugging Li Lanqiu's shoulders, he couldn't help but laugh, this kid is so confident in himself, he doesn't hide at all and it's somewhat intriguing. Father, I'll go check his spiritual root test. Li Lanqiu also appreciated this quality because it was similar to his own. Li Yanbi released his shoulders and smiled, saying, go on, see if this kid is of celestial spirit roots or double spirit roots, creating such a grand spectacle, we shouldn't let it end poorly. Li Lanqiu stepped onto his cold iron fan sword and flew to the very center of the square, gracefully landing as everyone naturally made way for him. Chu Yu smiled faintly, turning toward the nearby attendant who had been waiting with a brocade box, nodding, please proceed. The attendant took out a jade slip from the box and gently pressed it against Chu Yu's brow. Everyone's eyes were concentrated on this jade slip, determining how this young hero would be treated within the sect in the future. The outer hall elder was already restless, wanting to personally witness the spiritual root of this person who caused his power to wane. Li Lanqiu held his fan with one hand, casually tapping it against his palm while observing with apparent indifference. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the jade slip lit up with a faint light, weak like firefly luminescence, nearly imperceptible. The attendant holding the jade slip was startled for a moment, then hastily retrieved another jade slip and repeated the process by pressing it against Chu Yu's brow. The result was exactly the same. Such a feeble light represented the person before them, devoid of any spiritual roots. Seeing his expression and action, Chu Yu instantly understood the outcome of the test. He pressed his lips lightly and turned his head to look at Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu slowly let the fan tap against his palm, slightly nodding to him. Chu Yu felt immediately reassured. Glancing at the astonished Elder Shen, he calmly said, are there any other methods to test spiritual roots? Elder Shen frowned, looking at the jade slip and explained, these spiritual root jade slips can measure the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The golden spiritual root produces the brightest light, if it shows only a flicker, then it indicates no spiritual roots. After saying this, he suddenly trembled, seeming to remember something important, his face lighting up with excitement as he shouted towards the nearby attendant, quickly fetch the Rui Lingjian. The attendant also looked startled, glancing at Chu Yu before swiftly flying away on his sword. The disciples present were thoroughly confused, exchanging puzzled looks with each other, never having heard of the Rui Lingjian in the sect. What on earth was it? Elder Shen looked pleased as he scrutinized Chu Yu again, explaining to everyone, the path of cultivation is not solely about spiritual roots. There are also special constitutions, such as, our Baixinchuan, he has the innate Tao seed. Therefore, Baixinchuan comprehends Tao like drinking water, blessed with divine veins, mastering all forms of cultivation. At the mention of Baixinchuan, the disciples all revealed expressions of sudden realization. No wonder Baixinchuan has an otherworldly aura with silver hair unlike mortals, it turns out he is the bearer of the innate Tao seed. Is this incredible innate Tao seed possessed by Chu Yu too? Li Lanqiu raised an eyebrow. During his absence from the sect, Buying must have appeared in human form. Buying manifesting as a woman emerged much earlier than in the original plotline, possibly to take a closer look at Chu Yu inside the giant mirror. He glanced at Chu Yu, lightly scoffing in amusement. Truly fortunate, to have a demon king come courting. Elder Shen, being well-versed and knowledgeable, enumerated further examples. Besides the innate Tao seed, there is also the Luoyi enchanted constitution, commonly known as the born enchantress, Ahem, the supreme dual cultivation body. A single cultivation session with her would make both parties feel like they had undergone marrow cleansing and vein transformation, surpassing 10 years of practice. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately perked up, curiously asking, has the elder ever encountered someone with the Luoyi enchanted constitution? I saw one 100 years ago. Unfortunately, this person had bad luck, being born male. When I met him, Elder Shen shook his head sorrowfully, he was eaten by a group of demons. Those demons have keen noses, sensing that the Luoyi enchanted constitution could enhance their dual cultivation, but demons act irrationally, mistaking it for extreme hunger wanting to consume people. The attendant returned rapidly, presenting an ancient box. Elder Shen carefully opened the box, revealing a crystal stone shimmering with pale blue light inside. He gently picked it up and cradled it in his hands, stating, this is one of the most precious treasures of our sect, capable of detecting special constitutions. Bai Jinchuan was once tested using this Rui treasure mirror to discover his innate Tao seed. Everyone stared expectantly at the treasure mirror. Elder Shen held it in front of Chu Yu, smiling warmly and speaking kindly, "Come, place your hand on the mirror, and it will discern your constitution." Chu Yu placed his hand on the Rui treasure mirror, his fingers long and graceful against the crystal stone, creating a strikingly beautiful image. Everyone in the square and the floating island's peak masters and elders held their breaths, eyes fixed intently on the crystal. Instantly, it emitted dazzling light like the rising sun, illuminating the entire square as bright as daylight. People shielded their eyes from the blinding golden rays, uncertain of Chu Yu's constitution. But whatever it was, this extraordinary phenomenon indicated something far beyond ordinary. Elder Shen gaped in astonishment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. Heaven blesses our sect. Heaven blesses our sect. It's actually the Immaculate Spirit Body. Upon hearing these words, the outer hall elder's face turned ashen white. While others might not know what this term meant, he did. He specialized in testing spiritual roots after all. From his readings of ancient texts in the archives, he knew of a type of body called the Immaculate Spirit Body, or Primordial Spirit Body. Similar to Bai Jinchuan's innate Tao seed which pertains to the comprehension of Tao, the spirit body understands the natural world and universal laws. Born with naturally clear meridians, the primordial spirit body experiences no bottlenecks in cultivation, advancing rapidly, with boundless energy stored within its vast Qi Si and Dantian. It is considered the most superior physical form for cultivation according to the records of ancient texts. His legs buckled, almost causing him to collapse, but a nearby arm gently supported him, accompanied by a soft, pleasant voice, "Elder, take care." Before Li Lanxiu spoke, the elder had still been holding out some hope. Now, hearing his voice, he felt as if every shred of optimism had been snuffed out. In mere moments, news of the Immaculate Spirit Body spread through the disciples gathered in the square, who quickly understood its significance. Envy flickered in their eyes. Had it been an excellent spiritual root, there would have been resentment. However, this Immaculate Spirit Body transcended any such comparison. No wonder Elder Shen had proclaimed, "Heaven blesses our sect." An individual possessing this kind of body would inevitably become the backbone of whichever sect they joined, and that was precisely what Chongxian's sect lacked at present. It truly felt like having a pillow handed over when you were just about to fall asleep. Wasn't this exactly heaven blessing our sect? Myriad gazes converged upon this son of tomorrow, yet his expression remained tranquil as he cut through the crowd toward Li Lanxiu, nodding humbly, "Chu Yu does not fail your expectations, master." Li Lanxiu let out a faint chuckle, raising his hand to pat Chu Yu's head as if rewarding a diligent student. Bowing slightly, Chu Yu tilted his dark, deep eyes upward, making it easier for Li Lanxiu to continue patting. This pose, however, made him look somewhat canine. The crowd. Are you really an immaculate spirit body? Don't you have even a bit of pride, man? Chapter 30. The floating island in the center of the inquiry square was shrouded in mist, with a pavilion of flying eaves hidden among lush tree shadows. Bai Ying leaned against the railing, everything happening on the square clearly visible to him. Su Shiyan sat on a stone bench inside the pavilion, copying down the Taoist scriptures with a brush pen while occasionally looking up to observe him. The disciples were right about Bai Zhen's ethereal demeanor, not an ounce of exaggeration. With his silver hair and white clothes, his sharp eyes gave off an icy chill, as if he were beyond worldly concerns. In the square, Chu Yu mentioned that he belonged to Li Lanxiu, implying that only with Li Lanxiu's approval could one test their spirit roots. Bai Ying sneered softly, then said casually, "This friend of yours is no ordinary person. Although we aren't friends, he has slain the black python true immortal, so indeed he is no ordinary person," Su Shiyan replied thoughtfully. Bai Ying cast her a glance before turning around to study a tall, well-proportioned figure in the square. His tongue pressed against his palate as he slowly reflected, he knows how to ingratiate himself, with Li Lanxiu. Su Shiyan remained silent. The golden glow emitted by the Rui Lingjian lit up the pavilion. The individual at the center of the spirit mirror was enveloped in bright light, shining too brightly to be seen. Bai Ying narrowed his eyes slightly, it seems he is a spotless spirit body. A spotless spirit body? Su Shiyan had never heard of it. Bai Ying let out a soft humph and drawled, "You just need to know that he indeed has remarkable talent." Meishu, a true immortal, finally gets what she wanted. Confused, Su Shiyan shielded her eyes from the glaring golden light and observed the situation in the square. By Meishu, a true immortal, Bai Ying referred to the sect leader of Chongxian sect, who Su Shiyan had always addressed as Meishu, a true immortal, rather than master. The sect leader got what she wanted? Su Shiyan asked curiously. A hint of mockery flickered in Bai Ying's lips as he tilted his head with a slight smirk. She has long sought a disciple of extraordinary constitution, spending no small amount of effort on this goal. And today, her wish has been fulfilled. Su Shiyan stared for a moment. Glancing again at the scene where Li Lanxiu gently patted Chu Yu's head, she stuttered and murmured quietly, "He really does flatter Li Lanxiu well." Bai Ying's voice carried a faint trace of laughter as he turned away, not even glancing at Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu anymore, scoffing, "He behaves like a loyal dog." Recalling the scene where Black Python True Immortal groveled before Li Lanxiu, slapping both cheeks one after another in disgrace, Chu Yu might not match that level of degradation but seemed to share some similarities. Su Shiyan looked at Li Lanxiu and then at Bai Ying, containing her curiosity as she said lightly, "Were you here today just to see Li Lanxiu?" "So what if I was?" Bai Ying admitted nonchalantly. Su Shiyan nodded, staring at him as she commented, I understand why Zhen Bian likes seeing Bai Ying, although masked in the mirror, he still looks good." Bai Ying chuckled softly, "Is that so?" "Everyone thinks that way. Some disciples have even used retention stones to capture his image and sold it to the Seven Stars Tower." As Su Shiyan watched his expression closely, she chose her words carefully. Chiyu ingratiating himself is understandable. Bai Ying glanced at her, his gaze clear as though he could see straight through her thoughts. Some people are willing to bow and scrape or degrade themselves, but Bai Ying will never deign to such tactics, he stated matter-of-factly, unshakable. Su Shiyan nodded subtly, intrigued by his tone. Then she asked, "Since you're interested in Li Lanxiu, why don't you meet him?" The calm look on Bai Ying's face disappeared. He laughed lightly, "What would I gain by meeting him? If you met him, you could start by befriending him, then lead a few assigned missions within the sect," Su Shiyan proposed, adding optimistically, "Your skills are mystical and powerful, the demons of the evil sect wouldn't stand a chance against you. You could show your true abilities in front of Li Lanxiu, then." As Su Shiyan suggested, her gaze met the increasingly cold expression on Bai Ying's face, causing her to suddenly stop. Bai Ying raised his eyes towards the sky above the square, where the faint ripples appeared like clouds flowing across the heavens. Sunlight filtered through them, delicate and translucent. Chongxian sect's protective formation was normally barely visible, appearing only when danger arose within the sect or outsiders forced entry, revealing its full brilliance. This defensive array was tightly secured, with an array eye set atop every peak, interlinked intricately. Ultimately, they converged onto the inquiry square. When activated, the formation transformed into countless invisible locks, weaving together into a vast, unbreakable net that covered the entire sect. It also confined Bai Ying within. Bai Ying retracted his gaze, curling his lips into a scornful grin, "If the opportunity arises, perhaps I'll give it a try." Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Yunshuatang, various sect masters had gathered. They all sat upright on their chairs, with Taoist attendants serving them cups of immortal tea. Elder Shen, seated at the top, his usually stern face now radiated joy and contentment. A smile graced every corner of his face, as he said happily, "Li Lanxiu managed to find a spotless spirit body. Sect leader Li has certainly achieved a great feat." Li Yanbi calmly sipped his tea, observing everyone present, waiting for the main event. "Is the pure spirit body really this powerful? Why have I never heard of it? Why don't I know about any spirit body either?" Elder Shen coughed lightly a few times and did not explain the matter, instead shifting the topic to ask, "Do any of you remember the disciple from Lingyun Sword Sect?" He didn't mention any names, yet the faces of the peak masters present all revealed expressions of understanding. The steward of Yunshuatang also looked deeply enigmatic. Lingyun Sword Sect had tens of thousands of disciples, but one was specifically referred to as that disciple. About 200 years ago, a genius emerged in Lingyun Sword Sect, much like Chuyu today, outstanding talent unlike any other. Rumors claimed that he was breathtakingly handsome, the young master of a cultivator family. At 10 years old, he was accepted into the sect leader's tutelage of Lingyun Sword Sect and became the only true disciple. At a very young age, his swordsmanship had already reached an unparalleled level in the world. He had mastered heart-sword unity, where his murderous intent could activate his sword's will. With his sword in hand, he roamed the skies, eliminating demons and upholding justice, traveling to every corner of the Jojo continent, annihilating countless evil spirits. He once rode alone into the Blood Mist Mountains, leaving nothing but ash in his wake. In another tale, he split waves at the eastern sea coast with a single swing, severing the roots of the sea monsters. Be it the disciples of Lingyun Sword Sect or fellow cultivators across the realms, they were all in awe of his accomplishments. His name was once known by everyone. One of the peak masters asked with doubt, "That disciple has been dead for 200 years, hasn't he?" Li Yanbi set down his teacup, gazing out at the clouds beyond the door, sighing regretfully, "I was there when he died." "You were present that day at Fengjian Manor? Did you witness him kill himself?" All the peak masters were curious about this legendary figure, rumored to be so obsessed with the sword arts that he dared to study the techniques of the Red Sect, a notorious demon cult renowned for its bizarre and cruel methods. While studying the Red Sect's sword techniques, his mind was invaded by demonic thoughts, eventually leading to his loss of reason. First, he slaughtered many disciples of Lingyun Sword Sect, then returned to Fengjian Manor and killed his entire family. Li Yanbi closed his eyes and reminisced wistfully, "I received an invitation from the manor's owner to admire swords. When I arrived, all I saw was devastation, a sea of blood and fire. He stood among it, dressed in blood-stained robes. Could he really have killed his entire family? When I got there were no survivors in the manor." Li Yanbi frowned deeply. "Besides me, there were representatives from various major sects who came to appreciate swords. The head of Lingyun Sword Sect led nearly 10,000 disciples to capture him alive and return him to the sect for justice. At that time, he was holding his mother's corpse in his arms." Li Yanbi slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of sorrow. Kneeling in the pool of blood, he paid respects one by one, begging those present to believe him, insisting he wasn't responsible. His forehead bled until it was unrecognizable. But still, no one believed him. Li Yanbi sighed deeply, his voice gradually softening. Back then, I was young and full of righteous fury, detesting anything associated with demon sections. When East Mountain Jinjuan, a venerable elder of Lingyun sword sect, testified firsthand that he had seen a disciple slay his fellow students, I naturally believed Jinjuan's words without question. If it were today. He trailed off, choosing not to say more. Elder Shen let out a low sigh afterward, saying, it was because he had innate sword bones that he was so extraordinary. Innate sword bones. Now I remember, his name was Gu. What surname was it again? 200 years later, the Peak Masters could no longer recall the famous name of that remarkable prodigy. Li Yanbi softly said, Gu Jingxing. The determined scene remained vivid in his memory. Fengjian Manor was engulfed in fierce flames, amidst the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Every time Gu Jingxing bowed his head to the ground, a heavy blood stain marked the floor, marring his handsome and dignified face beyond recognition. Until the last bow, no one answered his pleas, they merely watched coldly from the sidelines. The myriad swords formation of Lingyun sword sect descended upon Fengjian Manor like an impenetrable net. 10,000 swords resonated, their light dazzling as if countless silver-white blades danced through the air, forming a shower of steel. Gu Jingxing stood up suddenly and burst into laughter toward the heavens as if encountering something truly amusing. Ha 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 ha. So what are these righteous sects? How hypocritical and laughable they are. Even if it was all done by your hands, Gu Jingxing, I would take responsibility. Tears filled his eyes, but his gaze was sharp and resolute. With a fierce roar, he shouted, I am the villain, the demon incarnate, isn't that what you desire? Then fine, I shall fulfill your wishes. Not only will I kill them all, but I will transform into a vengeful ghost to wreak havoc and slay your future generations. With that, Gu Jingxing pulled his sword forcefully across his throat. After Gu Jingxing's death, Lingyun sword sect removed his sword bones and discarded his body in the wilderness to be devoured by wild beasts. It was retribution. Elder Shen said solemnly. Xue Wujiao could not help but ask, why did you suddenly mention him, Elder? Elder Shen smiled at him and raised a hand, signaling for everyone to calm down. It is both a fortune and misfortune that we have encountered a pure spirit body. Chu Yu is much like Gu Jingxing, a precious blade. However, if one is careless, great calamity will occur, endangering countless lives across the Zhozhou continent. So, teaching Chu Yu is paramount. Who among you can take on this responsibility? Of course it must be Leader Li. Leader Li cultivates with a sword, but Chu Yu wields a knife. Handing him over to Leader Li would be wasting talent, he should come with me. Li Yanbi gave a cold laugh, realizing first what calculations were behind Elder Shen's words. Elder Shen has already made up his mind. Why bother us with this riddle? With those words, he strode away. Xue Wujiao watched him leave and reluctantly suggested, since Leader Li has abandoned such an important task, perhaps I could take it on. What do all of you think? Seeing them about to argue again over Chu Yu, Elder Shen stood up and said cheerfully, why rush things? Chu Yu is still young and unaware of his extraordinary root bone. He still sees himself as Li Lanqiu's slave. That's true. Like someone holding fine jade without realizing its value, does being Li Lanqiu's person compare to becoming the pride of the sect? One day when he soars high, he'll understand how ridiculous his current behavior is. Xue Wujiao's gaze flickered as he asked, does Elder Shen mean for him to participate in the sect trial? The sect trial was coming up in half a month, a competition among disciples from each peak. Several disciples were chosen to represent their respective peaks and compete based on skill. Elder Shen chuckled but said nothing, pulling out a fighting brush from his storage ring. This brush had a silver-white body intricately carved with exquisite mountain and water patterns, and its bristles emitted a gentle glow, clearly marking it as no ordinary artifact. This is your Qing Ci brush. A Qing Ci brush. The Qing Ci brush capable of stabilizing worlds. All eyes were glued to the Qing Ci brush in Elder Shen's hands, longing to snatch it for closer inspection. Qing Ci refers to documents Taoist priests write in red ink on green vine paper to petition the heavenly court and summon divine generals. Elder Shen's Qing Ci brush was one of his most treasured treasures and also among the most important artifacts of the sect, able to quell chaos, vanquish evil spirits, and possess boundless powers. Elder Shen held up the Qing Ci brush for all to see and said with a smile, I shall use this brush as the prize for the first place winner of the sect trial. With Chu Yu's abilities, he would shine in the competition, and Elder Shen would publicly present the brush to Chu Yu then. This was not merely a reward, but also a way to inform the talented youth, your future is limitless, you have the ability to own the best. In short, it was about showing Chu Yu some real treasures, broadening his horizons, so he wouldn't need to flatter others afterward. Chapter 31. That night, the palace on Zitai Peak was lit up brightly. Inside, everyone was drunk and merry, shadows swaying, an extraordinary amount of noise. An older brother, his face flushed with excitement, happily said, once I dumped out my kinking pouch, the clerks from Yunshui Hall were all stupefied. All inside my bag were the most top-tier spirit herbs. Who could say otherwise? The clerk that registered for me too, my spirit herbs nearly took up the entire table. His wrist got sore writing it all down before he finished registering. TSK. The looks people around gave me were truly interesting. You all know I've long admired a junior miss from Ingchi Peak. There are too many who admire her, our peak's trial assessments always come second to others. What qualification did I have to be acquainted with her? Today, she actually praised how capable I am, able to hunt so many demon cores. Isn't this all thanks to junior brother? The so-called junior brother they spoke of lay slanting on a silk couch at the moment, cheek propped on one arm. His slightly closed eyes revealed intoxication, wine flasks were scattered haphazardly on the ground, some of the unfinished wine flowing out, wetting a corner of his robe. Lelancio remained unaware, the other hand dangling towards the ground, loosely gripping a porcelain white wine cup in a drunken haze. Junior brother. The older brother approached him, calling out a few times. Drunk and disoriented, he mumbled indistinctly, closing his eyes and falling asleep. The crowd inside glanced at each other then quietly walked out the door. The disciples of Zitai Peak achieved first place in the trials, having collected the most herbs and demon cores among the 12 peaks. Usually, they were always outperformed by others, but today they finally held their heads high and made a big show. All this was due to junior brother. Someone couldn't help but ask, have any of you felt that junior brother has changed a lot? Junior brother is growing up, that's all. He didn't understand much when younger, now he's starting to look more like master's son. No. This disciple explained, I used to fear junior brother because he was unreasonable, daring to provoke him would get you beaten, now junior brother doesn't beat people anymore, but I'm still scared of him, even more than before. Isn't it because we fear making him unhappy, treating him unpleasantly, similar to how we treat master, the elder brother mused aloud. Yes, I don't even fear master that much, but once near junior brother, I'm afraid to make him upset. They looked at each other, sharing the same feeling. In front of Li Yanbi, everyone showed respect as apprentices to their master, yet around Lelancio, there was an instinctual desire to please him, making sure not to anger him while finding ways to keep him happy. Truly strange. At this moment within the hall, Miaosu took away the wine goblet from Leelancio's hand and picked up the scattered wine flasks on the ground, tidying them up neatly. She left holding a tray and paused just as she stepped through the doorway. A white-clad figure stood outside, his silver hair tied back under the moonlight, appearing as clear and cold as frost. Miaosu observed him and asked, Elder Immortal, are you here to see our young master? Whiting nodded briefly and strode toward the interior of the hall. Miaosu noticed his noble bearing and asked cheerfully, Elder Immortal, are you young master's friend? Could be considered as such. Whiting replied curtly. Miaosu opened the hall doors with a continued smile, our young master hasn't woken from his drunkenness yet. Elder Immortal, why don't you wait inside until master wakes? Whiting, observing the astute maid, questioned curiously, why don't you wake him? According to sect regulations, Lelancio should step out and bow to greet visitors formally. It wasn't necessary for Lelancio to personally greet him, he had little patience for formalities, but being kept waiting would still seem disrespectful. Miaosu subdued her smile and answered, young master just fell asleep. If we awaken him now, he would become displeased. Whiting nodded lightly and calmly walked into the hall. Inside, the candlelight flickered gently. Lelancio reclined sideways on the seat sofa, his posture leisurely and relaxed. His cheek was supported by one arm, dark black hair scattering across his neck in disarray. Perhaps he grew overheated from intoxication, his neck perspired faintly. Several strands of hair stuck to his transparent, delicate skin, giving off a hidden damp warmth. Whiting leaned closer, inhaling deeply the familiar scent lingering in his neck hollow, a cool, sweet aroma tinged with a spicy hint of alcohol, intermingling with the warm breath exhaled from Leelancio's nose. This enticing complex fragrance made him uncontrollably yearn to take a lick. His appetite had never been so voracious. Slowly pressing his nose against the snowy white skin, sliding downward inch by inch, Leelancio's scent became stronger. Closing his eyes, his breathing quickened audibly as sharp fangs protruded from his mouth. He almost couldn't resist biting down. Whiting had to pull away, adjusting his breath. His fingers, with clear knuckles, quickly spun a circle, conjuring a cloud of black mist. The black mist weaved an illusion that would wake Lelancio from a nightmare. Placing the black mist on Leelancio's head, just as he was about to release it inside, he hesitated for a moment. Lelancio wasn't sleeping comfortably, his cheek pressed against his arm had gone numb. Dazed and drunken, he pulled his arm away, losing support. It seemed his head was about to fall onto the bed. Without thinking, Whiting retracted the black mist and extended his hand, cradling Leelancio's cheek like a pillow. White Ying's expression remained cold, slightly pursing his lips in confusion over his own actions. Why couldn't Lelancio have simply fallen on the bed? Better to wake him without causing a nightmare. Why go through such trouble? Holding Leelancio's side in his palm, the heavy mask made his jawline look slim and white, though not overly pointed but rather possessing an appropriate grace. Whiting gazed at him for a while, unable to resist extending his hand to compare sizes against Leelancio's jaw, finding it fit perfectly within his grasp. He took out a pure white silk handkerchief, hesitating for a moment before dabbing gently at the fine sweat on Leelancio's neck, lightly wiping away every drop. Such tasks were typically done by servants, yet Whiting carried it out skillfully, paying particular attention to the faint red scar under the jaw. He wiped it back and forth several times. Still unsatisfied, he placed his fingertips directly on the skin under the jaw, gently stroking the scar as if discovering this secret about Lelancio for the first time. Lelancio felt discomfort, furrowing his brow and rubbing his face in White Ying's palm to avoid it. The mask slipped a little, revealing a snow-white side profile. Suppressing the sudden impulse to snatch his hand back, White Ying noticed how alluring the drunken Li Lanxiu looked. His cheeks flushed a light red, his lips curved beautifully, feeling soft and smooth, exuding an inviting scent. Staring at those lips for a moment, White Ying shifted his gaze, but the sensation in his palm lingered. He could still feel the smooth, fine texture of the skin, like holding a warm, jade-like object. Desire stirred to touch more. White Ying's finger gently traced the edge of Li Lanxiu's lips, sensing its moisture and softness, making his mouth inexplicably dry, and a peculiar impulse stronger than mere appetite surged up. Being of dragon lineage, White Ying had senses much sharper than humans, desires burning fiercer. His eyes returned to Li Lanxiu's lips again, his Adam's apple twitching faintly. He unconsciously licked his dry lips, a strange heat growing within, unsettling and restive. Slowly, White Ying laid Li Lanxiu's face down on the brocade couch and stepped back. The bed wasn't spacious, deprived of a pillow. Li Lanxiu rolled over, his long legs awkwardly propped at the end of the bed, slightly curled. Seeing this, White Ying sighed quietly, crouching beside the bed. He gently grasped one of Li Lanxiu's feet, carefully removing his shoes and socks. Typically, he disliked humans except Su Shiyan, all others repulsed him. Human skins were too fragile, bleeding easily at even a light touch, their bodies frail. A misstep during cultivation could lead to death due to reversed meridians. As for their appearances, they seemed pretty similar to him. Skins alone didn't move him much, even Su Shiyan wasn't aesthetically striking, but her kind nature stood out, showing potential for spiritual practice. Li Lanxiu was different. White Ying could sense Li Lanxiu's beauty, looking at him sped up his heart. Unfastening the ties, he slowly removed Li Lanxiu's socks, fingers sliding past the ankle and foot until he revealed smooth, round toes. Cradling the foot, he fondled the extraordinarily delicate skin, subtle sensations intensifying the restless heat coursing through him. Suddenly, his hold became empty, and then a sharp pain struck his chest. Unprepared, Li Lanxiu kicked him, pushing him slightly backward. Propping himself up while adjusting his mask, Li Lanxiu slowly sat up, his voice lazy and thick with intoxication. "Are you done, grope?" With one hand clutching the delicate and bony ankle, White Ying slowly straightened up, his voice hoarse, "No." Hearing that sound, Li Lanxiu adjusted his mask, thoughtfully scrutinizing him. White Ying lightly rubbed the gold ring on that ankle, deliberately saying, "We've met before. In your dreams, I turned into a white dragon and gave you one of my scales." Shocked, Li Lanxiu twitched his lips, speechless. The once magnificent demon king had transformed into a man. Worse still, a man who sneaked into his room in the middle of the night to molest his feet. White Ying's fingertips slid lightly over his ankle, creating an odd pose between them. He was half kneeling on the footrest in front of the bed while Li Lanxiu sat on the bed, one foot pressing against his shoulder where it was tightly held by White Ying. Despite his heavy breathing, White Ying tried to sound casual. "We are of the same lineage. I am the true disciple of Master Meishua, you may call me White Ying." Any other member within their sect would be elated and honored to hear this, as it signified immense favor. But Li Lanxiu coldly glanced at him, raising his chin slightly and commanding, "Let go." White Ying stared deeply at him, his breathing gradually becoming faster, reluctantly releasing the ankle with obvious reluctance. Li Lanxiu leaned back into the brocade bed, supporting his forehead with a finger as his drunkenness began to dissipate. White Ying wasn't particularly resistant, showing some measure of compliance. Being a descendant of the dragon clan, White Ying was naturally powerful, the king of myriad demons, ruling over countless demons in the netherworld. If he could be brought under control for personal use, there would undoubtedly be great benefits in the future. While lost in thought about dominating the cultivation world, White Ying's body burned with growing internal heat, every breath forming light mist due to its burning temperature. Jiaos have their own breeding season, similarly, so do dragons. The reason White Ying disliked transforming into human form was because of this. In his dragon form, though tormented by arousal, since it lacked any gender-specific organs, the uncomfortable sensations could pass quickly. Now, he vividly felt something new in his human form, changes unprecedented before. His eyes narrowed sharply, red bloodlight emerging from dark pupils and flickering faintly. Li Lanxiu tilted his head, sweeping a glance at him and beckoning with a pale slender finger, "Why did Master White touch my foot?" As White Ying leaned close to him, the sweet fragrance emanating off Li Lanxiu became overpowering, making the parched sensation in his throat unbearable. Without any concealment, his once human eyes transformed completely, turning blood-red with slit-like pupils contracting into deep black lines. This eerie appearance on his usually elegant face made him appear even more peculiar as he stared intensely at Li Lanxiu. Seemingly intrigued by this transformation, Li Lanxiu asked innocently, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Had Li Lanxiu not inquired, perhaps White Ying might still hold himself back. But at hearing the question, White Ying suddenly pressed Li Lanxiu onto the bed, dipping his nose near his neck to greedily sniff that gentle sweet cold scent, murmuring softly, "I won't eat you. Let me smell." The warmth caused by his hot breath made Li Lanxiu's collarbone area flush. His hand gently patted the back of White Ying's head, comforting him in slow, steady motions. As White Ying lingered with his nose near his neck, suddenly startled when his hair was touched, he nestled even closer to Li Lanxiu, evidently enjoying having his hair stroked. However, simply smelling wasn't enough to quell White Ying's ardor. Experimentally, he licked the scar on Li Lanxiu's jaw. The movement froze the hand stroking his hair momentarily as a low chuckle escaped Li Lanxiu's lips lazily and indifferently. Hearing the laughter made White Ying's ears grow warm, the overwhelming urge swelling inside to revert to his true form and swallow him whole. In impatience and frustration, he began licking along Li Lanxiu's neck, no longer resembling the dignified White Ying whatsoever. Chapter 32. Li Lanxiu sat up, leaning against the brocade couch, holding a Taoist scripture he had pulled out from his storage ring, focusing intently on reading it. Bai Ying knelt on either side of his thighs, head lowered as he buried himself in Li Lanxiu's neck, breathing fast and hot. His chest rose and fell dramatically, and heavy panting was clearly audible. The scene inside the hall was strange. Bai Ying, with his silver hair bound high by a jade crown, had an aloof face usually devoid of emotion, but here he looked like a lewd man kneeling astride Li Lanxiu. With half-closed eyes, his nose constantly moved around Li Lanxiu's neck, occasionally licking, as though savoring some fine wine. Yet Li Lanxiu appeared meditative, not even glancing at him, absorbed in the scripture he held in hand. It wasn't until Bai Ying licked a sensitive spot on his neck that Li Lanxiu slightly murmured, and turned his head away, continuing to read with unwavering focus. Bai Ying tried to approach again, aiming for another lick, but was gently pushed away by a hand as polished as carved jade. Li Lanxiu sat up and said, "That's enough." Whether or not it should stop meant nothing to Bai Ying in this fervor. Blood red surged thickly in his eyes, and he lunged forward seeking satisfaction. As Bai Ying pressed down with all his force, Li Lanxiu suddenly turned stern, gripping Bai Ying's cheeks tightly and seriously repeating, "I said, that's enough. Can't you understand?" Bai Ying had never seen him angry, and at close range, sniffing the scent of his hair, responded amusedly, "Smells so good." This irritated Li Lanxiu into a derisive chuckle, calmly remarking, "You're acting like an aroused animal." Bai Ying hesitated, then licked his lips yearningly, showing sharp white fangs, a clear threat. Li Lanxiu loosened his grip on his cheeks and patted them deliberately, saying, "Do you want just one fleeting comfort or continuous comfort later?" Bai Ying paused in thought, narrowing his eyes while staring at him. Of course, he desired the latter. "Answer me," Li Lanxiu said softly, yet there was a commanding air of authority behind it. After a brief hesitation, Bai Ying responded in a hoarse voice, "Later." Li Lanxiu pointed his finger on Bai Ying's forehead, pushing him off lightly as he sat up. He didn't exert much force. Bai Ying obeyed and got up smoothly. "If you wish to enjoy such comfort in the future, you must heed my words. When I say stop, you must stop." "Me? Listen to you?" Bai Ying glanced down at the frail human beneath his gaze, curling his lips upward in amusement, finding this absurd. Wiping his neck with a handkerchief which Bai Ying had moistened with licks, Li Lanxiu remarked leisurely, "You haven't grasped something, you need something from me." Bai Ying found this more preposterous, drawing closer, gazing downward at Li Lanxiu from close proximity. His blood-red pupils radiated coldness and disdain, scoffing, "Need something from you?" Being a descendant of the dragon race, a rare natural adept, and currently at the perfect phase of transformation, wielding the forces of heaven and earth, able to summon clouds or cause storms at will, and carrying the inheritance of the demon king's lineage, very few within the three realms could rival him. A human who looked appealing, smelled pleasant, but had a fragile body dared to claim he needed something from him. Wasn't this funny? Facing him steadily, Li Lanxiu asked calmly, "Is it not so?" Bai Ying took a step back to distance himself, absent-mindedly brushing his lips with his fingertips. Whenever he came near Li Lanxiu and caught his fragrance, a precursor to heat and restlessness arose within him. However, Chongqian's sect spanned vast lands, his hidden realm bordered mountains and water expanses, enormous. As before during mating seasons, a 10 to 15 days sleep in a cold spring pool sufficed to get through it. Why seek help from a fragile human? Bai Ying invoked a tranquilization mantra to suppress the urge to pounce once more. Staring at Li Lanxiu, his voice sounded darkly husky, "You indeed have an allure, but I am no Jiao Jun nor your servant. You've misidentified your target." Li Lanxiu appreciated his spirit. Weaklings were no fun, whereas obstinate types suited his taste. Adjusting his robes with both hands, he lifted his chin and pronounced a single clear word, "Leave." Bai Ying chuckled faintly, stepping down from the silk bed and walking away confidently for several paces before abruptly stopping. Finally, he remembered the purpose of his visit, standing still with his back to Li Lanxiu, arms crossed behind his back, stating, "I presume the demon core of Jiao Jun is in your possession. That item is dangerous. If it surfaces outside the sect, hordes of crazed individuals will vie for it. Be cautious." Li Lanxiu arched a brow, "Remember to follow the rules when you return next time." "What rules?" Bai Ying, his icy stare fixed ahead, curbed the impulse to turn around and look at him. "When I say stop, you do so." Li Lanxiu spoke confidently, certain he would come back. Bai Ying scoffed lightly a few times and walked away in large strides without any hesitation this time. Li Lanxiu watched him leave, stroking his neck slightly stung by Bai Ying's licks. He muttered under his breath, "Foolish dog." He took out the crimson demonic core from his storage ring, a round bead that rolled between his slender white fingers. The deep red color within the core fluctuated, appearing as though it were the eye of a living creature. Bai Ying wasn't wrong, the Ghost King truly was insane. Having suffered a monumental injustice at the time of his death and having committed suicide in retaliation, he had transformed into a highly vengeful spirit. A remarkable individual in life, after discarding his physical body and moral conscience, his strength doubled, allowing him to become the ghost king who governed the ghost realm, overseeing the underworld. He harbored utmost hatred for righteous sects like theirs. While lost in thought, Lelancio gently caressed the smooth surface of the demon core with his fingertips. Suddenly, he rotated his wrist and gripped the demon core in his hand, his decision made. Wealth sought through peril. Within the city of Wei, there stood a mystical shop belonging to the Four Seas Guild atop a mist-covered mountain peak. The stone buildings were majestic and surrounded by towering ancient trees, radiating a classical elegance. The grand entrance bore two enormous crane statues carved in stone, lifelike and detailed. A gilded sign hung above inscribed with four radiant characters reading, "For Seas Guild," emitting an ethereal aura. Lelancio sat atop his cold iron fan sword. Seeing him approach, the celestial attendants bowed respectfully, greeting him warmly, "Master Li has arrived." Occasionally visiting the shop to purchase items, the previous owner had been generous when pleased, spending extravagantly. Lelancio stepped off his fan and entered the shop, saying, "Summon your guild master to meet me." The attendant lit up with delight, right away. Seated in a private room within the guild, Lelancio gazed out toward the auction stage below, surrounded by elegant private boxes for distinguished guests. Each box was separated by spiritual energy barriers ensuring complete privacy. Soon enough, the guild master entered smiling pleasantly. What might Master Li be looking to buy today? Lelancio took out the demonic core and extended his arm to display it. The smile on the guild master's face froze as he hurriedly closed the windows, then approached carefully inspecting the bead resting in Leelancio's palm. This quality, surely from a 300-year-old great demon. 500 years. Lelancio lightly raised his hand indicating for the guild master to take the demon core. Wiping his hands on his robes, the guild master reverently accepted the bead with both hands, whispering in awe, "Truly extraordinary, Master Li, to obtain the demon core of a 500-year-old great demon." After examining it for a moment and sniffing its icy aura, he shivered noticeably before cautiously asking, "How many high-grade spirit stones is Master Li seeking in exchange?" Casually extending one finger, perfectly straight and pale, Lelancio gave his reply. The guild master hesitated, surprised, tentatively suggesting, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. High-grade. As soon as these words left Leelancio's lips, beads of cold sweat formed on the guild master's brow. One high-grade spirit stone equaled 100 medium-grade ones. It was indeed excessive greed, and he kindly advised, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is a colossal amount. Not many people would spend such an exorbitant sum on a single demon core. Indeed, the core of a 500-year-old demon was rare. Whether for refining medicines or crafting artifacts, it could provide invaluable assistance. But as mere materials, such an extravagant price rendered it unprofitable. Unless used to dispel heart demons, typically, a century-old demon core sufficed for ordinary cultivators. Who in this world needed a 500-year-old demon core to combat their heart demons? Watching the guild master examine the bead, Lelancio calmly said, "I only sell to someone whose destiny aligns. If not, I won't." Realizing there was no room for negotiation, the guild master could only laugh awkwardly and say, "Very well. I'll place it on the transmission gem. If anyone wishes to purchase it, I'll ensure Master Li meets them." The transmission gem was a special jade gem in the mystical shop. Placing a treasure on it, the gem could automatically sense the treasure and broadcast information to practitioners strongly desiring it. These practitioners carried talismans issued by the Four Seas Guild. Once the transmission gem sensed a signal, the talisman would light up, notifying the practitioners to come and make the purchase. At the same time, 100 miles away in Lingwu City. 2 centuries ago, the Su family had been a renowned cultivation family. Since the passing of the patriarch, no new talent had emerged capable of establishing a foundational cultivation base, leading the family to gradually decline. Still, even a fallen camel towered over horses. The Su family remained quite wealthy. Their estate was splendid, replete with luxury and grandeur. Young Master Su, blindfolded, played hide-and-seek with his newlywed concubine among the bamboo grove, filled with chirps and giggles, a lively scene. Following the playful laughter, he wandered deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a low rhythmic drumbeat echoed faintly, boom boom boom, like a child playing with a rattle toy. The bamboo leaves rustled in the night breeze, as if whispering secrets. Master Su couldn't help but shiver, a strange coldness creeping over him. Goosebumps immediately spread all over his body. The sound of the rattle drum grew closer, its rhythm unsettling, like the beats calling souls to their end. The sunlight between the trees vanished, the chirping birds and buzzing insects went silent, plunging everything into an eerie stillness. "Who's there? Playing jokes on me, huh?" Master Su was blindfolded, seeing nothing. Suddenly, his feet slipped, and he fell flat on the ground. In panic, he fumbled about, his fingers touching a smooth, icy-cold body, naked as the day it was born. Frantically feeling around, his hands suddenly froze when he touched another body intertwined tightly with the first one, as if they were natural conjoined twins. Terrified to his core, Master Su staggered back several steps before collapsing onto his buttocks. His trembling hands quickly tore off the blindfold. The sight before him made him pale in shock. A massive black sedan chair had appeared in the bamboo grove. Ghostly blue flames flickered around its curtains, while heavy black silk veils hung from its body, faintly revealing dim light inside. It radiated ghostly menace. At the bottom of the sedan chair, there were no bearers, hundreds of limbless humanoid figures, entirely nude except for their arms and legs, scurrying spider-like on their hands and feet to carry the chair on their backs. These faceless ghosts, though lacking mouths, emitted raspy, cracked voices, guides through the underworld. The living must avoid us. Guides through the underworld. The living must avoid us. Around the sedan chair, a group of people dressed in white stood, their faces blurred as though splashed by water, but their mouths were vividly red, like smeared with rouge, opening and closing as they shrieked in high-pitched tones, "Path cleared by the netherworld. Humans, stay away. Path cleared by the netherworld. Humans, stay away." Master Su instantly wet himself in terror. He turned his head toward the man standing beside the sedan chair. A young man dressed in green robes with neatly bound hair held a flute slightly greener than his clothing at his waist. Behind him was a blood-red oil paper umbrella in one hand. Compared to the horrifying scene of countless ghosts carrying the sedan chair, the young man didn't seem as terrifying. Master Su nervously questioned, What are you?" The young man bent down to look at him, softly asking, "Are you a descendant of Su Yuando?" Feeling a sense of righteous energy from him, Master Su felt inexplicably reassured and nodded, saying, "My grandfather was Su Yuando, once a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. 200 years ago, he was quite powerful." Upon hearing this name, the youth's eyes changed slightly, sighing, "Your grandfather witnessed my friend being forced to commit suicide but did not offer any assistance. She vowed revenge, and now has come seeking retribution." Petrified, Master Su asked, "Then what should I do?" The youth pulled out a black stone and handed it to him earnestly, "This stone can save your life. Run, and I will help stop her." Master Su snatched the stone, anxiously glancing at the sedan chair and blurting out, "Why are you helping me? Who are you? There are millions of injustices in this world, but vendetta for vendetta would never end. You are innocent, and I only help so that my heart can rest." After saying that, the young man straightened up, blocking Master Su from the black sedan chair. Smiling resolutely, he said, "I am Gu Xingxing, a disciple of the Lingyun sword sect." Chapter 33. Weren't you dead? Young Master Su stiffly lowered his head, looking at the black stone in his hand as if it were a scorching talisman of doom. He hastily threw away the stone, got up and ran without looking back, heading straight for the brightness beyond the bamboo grove. The bamboo leaves rustled in the wind, like ghostly shadows whispering secrets. Gu Xingxing bent down to pick up the stone from the ground, wiped it clean with a handkerchief, put it back in his bosom, and sighed softly, "One rather believes others' words than what one feels oneself." After speaking, his expression suddenly turned sinister, his voice dropping coldly and mercilessly, yet resolute, "Shouldn't people like this die?" With a snap of his finger, a wisp of pale blue ghost fire appeared on his fingertip, the distorted skull face in the flame core as if wailing. The Yin fire darted through the bamboo grove like a blue butterfly, its flickering flames like flapping wings, dancing flash after flash. Just as young Master Su stepped out of the bamboo forest, an icy chill coursed through him from the top of his head, an indescribable coldness that was akin to his scalp being torn apart, a hand of frost reaching in and grabbing both soul and body, crushing them both into pieces. Aya! He grabbed his head with both hands, letting out a sharp and piercing scream, the pain of the Yin fire devouring his soul like slow slicing torture. Young Master Su collapsed onto the ground, rolling in agony as his skin became ash-white, his body quickly withering and drying up like a twig. Flame seeped out from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, the faint blue light of the Yin fire glowing under his skin, the pain reaching its peak but not enough to kill him yet. The faceless ghost carried a large round sedan chair crawling over. The sedan curtains lifted on all sides revealing a tall and slender man in blue robes, sitting grandly inside. Young Master Su's entire body had been roasted dry by the Yin fire, his prostrate figure now frail and shriveled like a starving infant. He stretched his hand toward the ghostly sedan, "Save me, save me." Gu Xingxing stepped down from the sedan by treading on the head of the faceless ghost. "You would believe others' words over what your own eyes saw. How dare you beg of me now? I believe you. I truly believe you." At this point, young Master Su believed everything he said, only hoping for a chance to live. A flicker crossed Gu Xingxing's eyes, then he pulled a bamboo flute from his waist, held it horizontally to his lips, and began to play. As the elegant and lingering sound of the flute rang out, the ghost fire on young Master Su flared instantly, roaring into a conflagration, and before long, completely consumed him into a tiny dried corpse. The skeleton scorched by the ghost fire shrank rapidly. Young Master Su resembled a newborn baby curled quietly in its mother's arms, peacefully asleep. Gu Xingxing knelt down on one knee before the burnt bones, his fingers trembling slightly as they traced along the charred remains. His downcast gaze fluctuated with emotions, ranging from regret, guilt, to a deep sense of oppression and suffering. I couldn't control it. It kept urging me to take revenge, asking when my promise would be fulfilled. Suddenly he clasped his head and howled in agony, "I don't want to kill. I hate no one. Li Yanbi and I have no feud, why should I kill his son? In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingxing's expression turned cold. He chuckled lightly, but it said, once the last one is killed. He nodded with some insight, stroking his chin and saying, Li Lanxiu, if he doesn't see me, lucky for him, let him live. If he sees me. Gu Jingxing snapped his finger again, releasing a strand of pale blue ghost fire which he blew out with a breath. Let him also taste the torment of the ghost fire. As soon as the words fell, the ghost face ring on his finger glowed faintly. From within, he extracted a talisman of the Four Seas Guild, sensing it briefly in his hand. The demon pearl of a 500-year-old demon. Gu Jingxing's eyes lit up dramatically as he stared at the talisman like a treasure discovered, murmuring softly, demon pearl. A 500-year-old demon pearl. Good. This is good indeed. There are prohibitions between the demon realm and the ghost realm. As the Yama judge, he cannot enter the demon realm, otherwise, this heart devil in him would have been eradicated long ago. In Yunchuatang of West Garden, there was an exquisitely designed waterside pavilion, resembling a fairyland. Surrounded by clear pools where koi swam and white lotuses blossomed. The four corners of the pavilion jutted upward like flying eaves, with exquisite copper bells hanging below, tinkling melodiously in the breeze. Chu Yu leaned against the window frame with his arms crossed, his expressionless eyes gazing at the cloud-filled sky. Since the day he was measured as having an unblemished spirit body, Elder Shen brought him here to Yunchuatang, letting him temporarily stay in this pavilion, practicing diligently, and waiting for the upcoming sect competition in a few days. Elder Shen showed great concern towards Chu Yu. Originally, this pavilion was intended for Bai Jinchuan's use, known for its beautiful scenery and tranquil ambience. Bai Jinchuan has never been here before, yet now Elder Shen has arranged for Chu Yu to stay here, demonstrating his great regard. Perhaps fearing Chu Yu might not be accustomed to it, Yunchuatang brought out the disciple Gusunzi from the outer sect to keep him company at the waterside pavilion. Gusunzi cautiously moved about in the incredibly spacious room, observing everything closely and continuously exclaiming in awe, this screen of glass birds is amazing, the birds on it actually move. The table feels like touching a beauty's face, could it possibly be made of Qingjin jade? My heavens! The drawers are lined with Lingchu white fairy pearls, just one pearl is worth hundreds of spirit stones in the celestial market, and here they're just being used as drawer lining. Could this ornament be made of Chigu coral? I once saw a piece in the elders' quarters of the outer sect, it was only palm-sized, but yours is as tall as me. Gusunzi's horizons were constantly refreshed. All the rare treasures he had never seen in his life were now found in Chu Yu's room. After muttering non-stop for half an hour, he finally noticed that Chu Yu hadn't responded and had silently been gazing at the sky. Chu brother, is there something troubling you? Gusunzi couldn't imagine what trouble Chu Yu might have. Chu Yu was simply living life to the fullest, easily obtaining all the things ordinary people desired, a prodigy of the sect who would surely have an infinite future ahead. Their old friends also benefited greatly, riding on Chu Yu's success, rising high together. No one in the outer sect dared to bully them anymore and everyone bowed down upon meeting him. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yu shook his head and said, it's very dull here. It's better in the outer sect. Gusunzi looked around the room in confusion, puzzledly asking, do you really think it's not as good as the outer sect? Chu Yu touched the position of the slave mark on his neck, slowly pressing his lips together, offering no explanation. What's so good about the outer sect? Gusunzi sat comfortably in a reclining chair, lovingly stroking its armrests, saying, in the outer sect, we're always bullied by others. What about Zhou Xiao? Have you forgotten? Mentioning Zhou Xiao, Gusunzi exclaimed, Masterly treated you exceptionally well back then. Even after you chopped off Zhou Xiao's hand, Masterly didn't punish you because you were both under his protection, and he favored you more than Zhou Xiao. What's more to say? Chu Yu slightly raised one eyebrow, responding with a nonchalant smile. Enviously looking at him, Gusunzi said, during the trial in the Tsangming realm, Masterly only took you along. We barely survived through those dangers, our injuries haven't fully healed yet, but you didn't even get scratched. Chu Yu's eyes flickered, remembering a tiny mole on Li Lanxiu's foot from that night. He turned his head to look at the pool outside the window, his Adam's apple rising and falling faintly. Gusunzi suddenly slapped his forehead, clumsily bringing up a sensitive topic, since you came here, have you seen Masterly again? Chu Yu's brows abruptly lowered, leaping off the window frame and striding toward the door. He forcefully opened it, revealing two lines of servants dispatched by Yunchuatang bowing respectfully, greeting him with, young Master Chu. Outside the door stood a steward from Yunchuatang, smiling pleasantly as he asked, Brother Chu, is there anything you need? Chu Yu directly asked, when can I leave? The steward hesitated briefly before replying, the sect competition is approaching soon. Elder Shen hopes that brother will focus on cultivation. Once the competition is over, you may go wherever you wish. Chu Yu had heard this response several times, word for word, nodded, and asked again, has anyone visited today? There have been plenty. The steward smiled and replied, there have been many visitors for Brother Chu, your name is known throughout the sect now, and everyone wishes to become acquainted. Ignoring the comment, Chu Yu asked only one thing, has anyone come from Purple Platform Peak? The steward thought for a moment and answered, no one has come from Purple Platform Peak. Chu Yu closed the door and returned inside, clasping his hands behind his back as he gripped the hilt of his knife, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. Kusunzi had heard the conversation outside, not understanding the inner sect affairs, and bluntly asked, Master Li hasn't sent anyone to find you, does that mean he doesn't want you anymore? Chuyu opened his eyes, coldly glaring at him without a word. Kusunzi couldn't read his thoughts, only sensing that he had become harder to understand than before when he used to keep quiet like a mute. Chuyu loosened his grip on the knife, nodded at Kusunzi, then nimbly flipped out of the window, immediately concealing his presence once he landed. He could no longer remain in Yunshuotang. Everything here gave him a strange feeling of restlessness. He needed to see someone who could relieve this sensation. Kusunzi followed him out through the window, tiptoeing down the long corridor, whispering, Chu brother, where are you going? The exit of the waterside pavilion must pass through a nearby peach grove first. Expanding his divine consciousness, Chiyu detected quite a few cultivators in the grove. He walked forward briskly, sternly warning, don't follow me. If I don't follow you, do I stay in the room and get scolded? Kusunzi saw through it clearly, Yunshuotang had asked him to keep an eye on Chuyu. Chuyu gestured for him to suppress his aura and both quietly entered the blazing peach blossoms forest. Amidst the peach trees, the peach flowers fluttered down like snowflakes. The smartest people from the sect were crouching there, holding various gifts in their arms, chatting in small groups. Junior brother Chu has arrived. One disciple who noticed Chuyu first immediately called out excitedly. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone in the peach grove looked toward Chuyu, quickly gathering around. Each of them wore smiles full of enthusiasm, as if they had been sworn brothers in their past life. Junior brother Chu, I have specially prepared celestial spirit herb for you, wishing your cultivation will improve further. A senior brother held up a herb emanating faint divine light, offering it to Chuyu. This is a 7 stars pill that I retrieved from my family's secret collection, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Don't be so polite with me, brother Chu. Another senior brother hastily presented a jade vial. Various voices chattered saying nearly the same things. Chuyu faced them calmly, nodding slightly, receiving all the gifts and storing them into his kunlun bag. After leaving this group, half of his kunlun bag was already filled. Outside the peach grove, there were still more people whose appearances obviously differed from those within, wearing the most refined uniforms of each peak's disciples. They were scattered around in various places, not exchanging any words with each other. Seeing Chuyu emerge, one of them stood up, respectfully bowing with a graceful demeanor and said, Junior brother Chu, I am the eldest disciple under Zhou Jinren of Xiangming Peak. My teacher heard about your recent breakthrough to the gold core stage, thus entrusting me to deliver this Pinglai treasure flower to you. It will assist you to rise even higher. I'm a disciple of Yi Jinren from Xieyuan Peak. My teacher learned that you use a blade, just so happens he has a top-grade blade art technique, should junior brother wish, come back with me to Xieyuan Peak for observation. Compared to those desperately trying to attach themselves, the care given by the masters of each peak was much more thoughtful. Regardless of whether he was their own disciple or not, he would be the mainstay of the sect in the future, aiding his growth also contributed to the sect's future. Chuyu nodded politely, fully accepting everything offered. Once he had received these items, his kunlun bag contained nothing but top-notch goods. Finally stepping out of the peach grove, Kusunzi had never witnessed such a scene before, feeling an honored sort of pride that brought him great face. Junior brother Chu, they all want to take you as a disciple. You are truly at your peak now. Chuyu quickened his steps toward the ferry crossing and glanced back at Kusunzi, saying, don't follow me anymore. I'll return. Kusunzi halted his steps, his dull head roughly guessing where Chuyu intended to go. Li Lanxiu returned from the Four Seas Trade Guild Immortal Shop late at night to Purple Platform Peak. A crescent moon hung on the edge of the sky, its light cascading over the palace of Purple Platform Peak like flowing water. Silver light gently illuminated the stone path, casting a quiet atmosphere. On the steps of the palace, Chiyu sat upright, his tall shadow elongated by the moonlight. He always looked far away towards one direction, the black saber resting across his open knees as his fingers subconsciously caressed the sheath until a figure appeared. Li Lanxiu's white robe was as clean as snow, adorned loosely with red outerwear that shimmered brilliantly. Feathers of peacock in his black hair flashed fine glints of fluorescence, his pace unhurried and graceful, every step seemed light as if walking on clouds. From a distance, Chiyu had already stood up and stared at him quietly. Li Lanxiu surveyed him once over, smiling warmly and asking, have you been waiting long? Chuyu shook his head, lightly sliding the black saber back onto his waist and addressing, Master. Li Lanxiu cast a glance toward the bright hall inside, why didn't you wait inside? Chuyu hesitated momentarily, avoiding answering that question, I happen to be free today, so I came to see Master. Li Lanxiu vaguely sensed something unusual about him and lazily hooked his index finger. Chuyu approached closer, staring at him intently, lowering his voice, Master. Li Lanxiu casually touched his cheek, pinched it, shaking it back and forth, follow me inside. Chuyu followed behind him into the hall, standing stiffly below the throne. Li Lanxiu seated himself on the embroidered dais chair and picked up the white jade wine pot on the table. He tilted it but only a few drops of wine fell. Turning to the side, he looked at Miaosu beside him. Miaosu avoided looking into his eyes, keeping her head down and said, the master apprentices often came here for drinks during these days, all of Master's 100 flowers brew has been consumed by them. Not even a jar left. Li Lanxiu could not believe his fellow practitioners could drink so much. Miaosu thought for a moment and informed him, there's still one jar left, master wants to drink it today. Li Lanxiu lost interest, tossing aside the wine pot in his hand, no need, leave it for everyone to share. As Miaosu was about to retreat from the hall, Chiyu smiled faintly at the corner of his lips and asked with apparent interest, Sister Miaosu, do the juniors frequently come to drink with you? Never in the past. Miaosu felt very appreciative of this term, sister. Nowadays, Chiyu was a very prominent person in the sect, so she said, since they returned from the trial, they have often come to drink. We've been quiet for too long, now it's become lively. Chiyu nodded slightly, asking casually, does brother Xuchuan also come often? Miaosu giggled and replied, Xuchuan Sr. has an upright demeanor and strict principles, he disapproves when disciples drink, dislikes such occasions the most, and thus rarely comes. Chuyu gave a light laugh and stopped asking more. Li Lanxiu silently observed for a while, leaning his elbow on the seat sofa armrest, supporting his chin leisurely, come here. Chuyu walked to his side and naturally bent down to look at him, master. Li Lanxiu scrutinized his expression and effortlessly stroked his hair. Chuyu took out the Kunlun bag, neatly taking out all the treasures inside and placing them on the small table. This is celestial spirit herb, 7 stars pill. The treasures on the table gleamed with dazzling lights and emitted a brilliant glow. Li Lanxiu sat up and enthusiastically opened the porcelain bottle, smelled the pill, then played with a jade in his hand, inquiring with great interest, interesting, where did they come from? Chuyu squatted beside him on his knees, gazing up at him as he said, they were given by unimportant people. Aren't mine also yours, master? Li Lanxiu glanced at him, lightly tapped his nose bridge, and chuckled approvingly, very obedient. Chuyu moved closer to him, his breath carrying a refreshing fragrance from his body, and lightly licked his lips, is master happy? Li Lanxiu, looking at the dazzling array of treasures on the table, held one in each hand and played with them casually. To those expensive treasures in his hands, they were like toys, and he said offhandedly, happy. Then am I still master's? Chuyu stared at him, lowering his voice to ask. Li Lanxiu set down the treasure in his hand, turned around to look at him, and didn't answer this question. Instead, he quietly asked, do you not feel comfortable staying at Yanshuotang? Chuyu's heart suddenly jolted, abruptly frozen, and slowly nodded. Li Lanxiu gently caressed his cheek, different from the perfunctory earlier encounter, this time was soft and tender. After the grand sect competition ends, come back and stay here. Chuyu's eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, and his fingers gripping onto his knees clenched tightly, suppressing the urge to hold the hand on his face. He responded softly, all right. Li Lanxiu recalled the previous question and lifted his chin with a pale, jade-like finger, chuckling and nodding, of course, you are mine. Then will I be your only one? Chuyu leaned closer, staring at him devoutly and intently. Li Lanxiu moved his finger along his trembling lips aimlessly. Chuyu was almost unable to resist opening his mouth to take in that finger until his face was suddenly pushed away. That indolent, pleasing voice dragged out its words lazily, it depends on your performance. Chapter 34. Chuyu's face was pushed to the side. He lowered his eyes, and a dark glint flashed in his gaze as his tongue slowly slid over his lips. After turning back, he adjusted into a more submissive posture, kneeling on one knee below the throne, looking up at Li Lanxiu, if I win first place in a sect competition, would it count as good performance in your eyes? Li Lanxiu leaned back, resting inside the soft sofa with his long legs casually crossed. Of course it counts. Chuyu stared at him without moving his gaze, stepping forward on his knees so that he almost brushed against the suspended boot tip. Would I be the only person for you, master? Li Lanxiu propped his chin with one hand, eyeing him thoughtfully while his suspended boot was snow-white and clean. He lightly moved his foot, letting the boot slip carelessly between Chuyu's knees. With each movement of his foot, the boot grazed against the black robe, inadvertently brushing past. Chuyu suddenly tensed his back, clenching his fists behind his back, restraining an emerging impulse. That depends on whether you are obedient enough, Li Lanxiu answered ambiguously. Chuyu's breathing wasn't steady as he knelt a little closer. The position of the boot tip became precarious, dangerously pressing against a delicate point that could not be named. I will obey your orders. A mischievous smile flickered across Li Lanxiu's eyes as he swayed his foot indifferently, applying slight pressure before withdrawing again. With a light chuckle, he asked, how obedient can you be? Master. Chuyu suddenly paused, lifting his eyes to peer deeply into his gaze, his Adam's apple clearly rolling as his voice grew oddly hoarse. Don't do this. Li Lanxiu enjoyed watching his expression, tilting his head curiously as he questioned, HM. What shouldn't I do? Chuyu took a deep breath, making a great effort to stay calm as he muttered, don't do this to me. Li Lanxiu applied gentle pressure again and withdrew, lowering his voice softly and seductively asking, am I not treating you well? Caught off guard, Chuyu bent down, his breathing quick and heavy as he tried to hide uncontrollable changes happening in his body. Li Lanxiu looked down at the top of his head, pulling back the mischievous foot and coolly ordered, sit up straight. Chuyu pressed one hand against the floor, clenching it tightly until the veins stood out on his wrist and the back of his hand. Sweat beaded on the edge of his brow as he suppressed not only the physical changes but also. You said you'd obey. Li Lanxiu chuckled faintly, toying with him effortlessly, do you still want to be my only person? Deep currents churned in Chuyu's eyes as his clenched fists gradually relaxed, and he slowly straightened up. A profound gaze fixed on him. Li Lanxiu appraised the clear curves outlined beneath the black robes and lifted his chin slightly with a smile. Lift your robe for me to take a look. This time, Chu did not hesitate. With one hand, he raised the corner of his robe higher, and his eyes gazed even more deeply into his. As the fabric lifted, the revealed scene was astonishing. Li Lanxiu felt extremely satisfied, unable to stop laughing, his shoulders shaking as he sank comfortably into the silk couch. His damp eyes sparkled black as he extended a finger, pointing at him with a laugh, obedient. Truly obedient. He had originally intended to test just how obedient Chu Yu was, gently pushing the boundaries. To his surprise, Chu Yu proved to be perfectly compliant. Could there be anything more satisfying than fully controlling the chosen one? In high spirits, he sat up and cupped Chu Yu's face with both hands, kindly asking, "What reward do you desire?" Chu Yu's eyes scanned from the sinister mask to his elegant, pale neck. Under the lamplight, his skin gleamed like amber with a smooth texture, shimmering with soft luster. There was a tiny red mark in the softest spot beneath the jaw, resembling fresh rouge in its vivid hue. He stared directly at the mark, his throat moving subtly before raising his eyes and flashing an innocent grin. "I only wish to be your sole person." Li Lanxiu avoided discussing this matter, pinching Chu Yu's nose bridge as he glanced downward. "Find a place to take care of yourself. The people from Yunshui Hall are still waiting for you." Chu Yu shifted his eyes momentarily and rose, nodding as he said, "Yes, master." Under the moonlight by the waterside pavilion, an official from Yunshui Hall had waited in the courtyard for a long time. Elder Shen had instructed them to keep an eye on Chu Yu, allowing him peace of mind to focus on cultivation. However, Elder Shen also mentioned that if Chu Yu decided to leave Yunshui Hall, they were not to forcibly stop him. The officials chose to turn a blind eye as long as Chu Yu didn't exit through the main gate. Chu Yu walked into the courtyard, wearing a pitch-black shirt and sword hanging at his waist, exuding a cold and stern demeanor. Glancing once at the official, he strode confidently toward the room. An attendant followed up and said, "Young brother Chu, Elder Shen has mobilized a few senior brothers skilled in knife techniques to practice with you. Let me introduce them." Chu Yu halted his steps, sparing a glance at the few individuals inside the waterside pavilion. "Not necessary." "Is young brother Chu looking down on us?" one of the brothers interjected, stepping out from the pavilion, carrying a cold, gleaming blade on his back. "What are you talking about?" "Young brother Chu, I'm willing to practice the art of the knife with you. I'll teach you everything I know." A few others also emerged from the pavilion and approached Chu Yu. The attendant attempted to pat Chu Yu's shoulder but missed, rubbing his hands awkwardly instead as he laughed dryly. "These senior brothers are all at the gold dan stage, at your level. They specialize in knife techniques, and they have more experience than you. You'll benefit greatly from their guidance later on." Chu Yu swept his eyes over them once again and shook his head, still insisting, "Not necessary." The brothers looked at each other awkwardly, and their expressions soured. One of them grinned sarcastically, saying, "We know young brother Chu is highly talented, but you're still young. As for this swordsmanship, we've practiced it for decades. We can still offer you some pointers in this area." "Not necessary. It would be better if I didn't practice with you. You might accidentally cut off my arm or leg. How would you explain that to Elder Shen?" "That's true. If it weren't for Elder Shen's order, we wouldn't even want to face you in battle." The attendant sighed, trying to smooth things over. "Young brother Chu, please bear with them. Despite your youth and high talent, it would really benefit you to practice together." Chu Yu gave them another look, then walked toward an open space in the courtyard, giving a slight nod to one of the senior brothers. "Please." All of them couldn't help but smile simultaneously. The one he chose was the eldest, with the most refined knife technique. The senior brother drew his blade, unwilling to make the first move, spinning the knife once in his hand before addressing Chu Yu. "You go first, young brother Chu." Chu Yu gripped the hilt behind his back and released it, sliding his hand downward to grasp the scabbard, drawing it casually in a flick. The scabbard landed lightly on the senior brother's shoulder. Initially annoyed at seeing Chu Yu not unsheathing his blade, the senior brother froze in confusion when the light tap occurred. Then, his legs buckled against his will, forcing him to kneel down on the stone tiles. Instantaneously, the bricks beneath his knees cracked, sweat pouring down his face profusely. Struggling to raise his head, his gaze met Chu Yu's indifferent stare, and a deep shiver ran through his heart. What kind of immense power could effortlessly render him completely powerless? The rest of the senior brothers were speechless, exchanging astonished glances. Chu Yu's move was quick but not astonishingly so. What truly left the senior brother defenseless was the overwhelming force, extremely swift, extremely strong, and extremely brutal. They had no idea that this strength came from the True Intention Jade Scroll obtained in Black Python True Master's cave. All they felt was an icy chill running down their spines, thankful they hadn't been the one chosen. Chu Yu returned the scabbard smoothly, passing by the attendant and muttering, "Not necessary." With that, he walked straight toward the room, leaving behind several bewildered senior brothers. The kneeling senior brother collapsed to the ground, pale-faced, muttering faintly, "This kind of talent, this kind of power." The attendant looked at the broken stone slabs, sighing deeply, "I thought you'd put up a decent fight, but you got beaten down in one move. If I had such talent and such power, would I kneel in front of someone else?" The senior brother clutched his face and chuckled bitterly. Chuyu paused his footsteps at the doorway before continuing onward. In the immortal shop of the Four Seas Trading Company, practitioners of the way passed back and forth, bustling cheerfully, presenting a lively and prosperous scene. Li Lancio received a message from the shopkeeper informing him that there was a buyer for the 500-year-old demon core in his possession. This particular buyer had long desired a demon core from a great beast, and today they would come to collect it at the trading company's immortal shop. The shopkeeper invited him to evaluate whether this person would be suitable. As soon as Li Lancio entered the hall, the shopkeeper greeted him warmly, "Young Master Li, the buyer has not arrived yet. Since there are many people here, you may wait in a private booth." Li Lancio glanced around the spacious hall and asked nonchalantly, "Do you have Baihua liquor?" "We do, it's specially prepared for young Master Li." The shopkeeper nodded, asking, "Shall I send it to your private booth?" Li Lancio raised an eyebrow and said while walking, "No, don't go to the booth. Let him meet me in the gambling den." When Gu Jingxing was alive, he was the finest disciple in the first Taoist sect of the world. His character matched his name, a righteous and noble gentleman, pure and detached, with exceptionally high moral principles. He likely never stepped into disreputable places like this. After becoming a ghost king posthumously, he was half crazy and had less opportunity for such behavior. Not far into their walk with the shopkeeper, the clamor within the immortal shop grew louder. The dice clanged wildly in the cup, the sound of spirit stones hitting the table ringing crisp and clear, as a cacophony of voices yelled, big or small, mixed with various cheers and sighs, creating an unbearable headache. In the center of the hall were various gambling tables, surrounded by a sea of cultivators, their eyes fixated intently on the dice cup shaking in the hands of the dealer. Reveal. With a loud shout, the dealer lifted the dice cup, allowing the 3 dice to jump and settle on the gambling table. A piercing wail of despair mingled with bursts of ecstatic laughter, faces contorting in excitement under flickering firelight or distorted by rage. On the other side of the hall were spirit stone betting tables, spirit beast arenas, and magical artifact competitions, various thrilling forms of entertainment. Each gambling station was packed with people, bustling with a lively crowd. The shopkeeper chuckled and asked, "Young Master Li, which game would you like to play?" Li Lancio grabbed a nearby cultivator by the collar and dragged him away from the table. The cultivator opened his mouth to shout profanities but froze when he saw the ghost mask on Li Lancio's face. "Get out," Li Lancio muttered, taking a seat at the big/small dice cup table before pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Sitting next to the ousted cultivator were 2 beautifully dressed young women who had previously been enjoying themselves, reveling in the gambling session. At the appearance of Li Lancio and his ghostly demeanor, they gasped in fright, ready to flee. However, Li Lancio reached into his storage bag and pulled out a pair of spirit stones, gripping one in each hand. "Place your bets," he said calmly. "If we lose, it's on me. If we win, it's yours." Could there be such a good deal? The 2 beauties immediately sat back down. The shopkeeper waited for a long time in the main hall, until finally, the buyer for the demon core arrived, a slim, handsome youth wearing a black veil hat that obscured his features, holding a peculiar red umbrella even on a bright, sunny day. When had this person appeared? The shopkeeper hadn't noticed, only hearing the elegant voice behind him ask, "Where is the 500-year-old demon core?" The shopkeeper shivered involuntarily before turning around. "Did you receive the message from the guild?" Gu Jingxing remained silent, pulling out a talisman from his ghost face ring. The shopkeeper nodded, smiling and saying, "The demon core is in young Master Li's possession. He must decide if the buyer suits his preferences before selling it." There were countless individuals surnamed Li in this world. Gu Jingxing softly murmured, "Reasonable. Anyone capable of slaying a 500-year-old demon in the mortal world must surely be a powerful cultivator." It was normal to check whether the item was not falling into the wrong hands. "The way is this way, young Master Li has waited for some time," the shopkeeper gestured while leading the way. As Gu Jingxing approached, the sounds of the dice grew louder, making his brows furrow slightly. He suddenly stopped. "Gambling den?" "Yes, young Master Li awaits you inside," the shopkeeper confirmed. Gu Jingxing adjusted his veil hat and responded indifferently, "Proceed." Using his divine senses, Gu Jingxing detected several cultivators with significant cultivation levels within the gambling den, quickly scanning each of them. These were all degenerate cultivators lost in their pursuit of pleasure, none of them seemed to be the person he was searching for. The shopkeeper pointed toward the liveliest gambling table ahead and said, "The man in red over there is young Master Li." Ahead, only one man wore red clothing, and he was also the sole individual sitting at the gambling table. One leg was casually propped up on the edge of the table, his arm relaxed on his knee in a posture exuding ease and charm. His loose robes were slightly open, revealing a pale and refined neck, with traces of peacock feathers gleaming faintly amongst his dark hair. He wore a sinister ghost mask on his face, absent-mindedly fiddling with a few high-grade spirit stones, which were quite rare in the gambling den, causing many cultivators to look at them enviously. A lovely-looking girl pouted and pleaded mournfully, "Master, my luck is so bad. Aren't you a celestial being? Can't you use divine magic to let me win once?" The young Master Li lightly chuckled and extended his hand toward her. "Come, give me your hand." She placed her hand in his, and with his other hand, he pushed the mask off his chin, partially revealing his sharp jawline and lips, hinting at a playful smirk. He lowered his head, casually blowing onto her hand, "Go ahead. You've got it." Gu Jingxing stepped back half a step, his brow wrinkling ever so slightly, clearly showing his distaste for everything here. Chapter 35. Li. The innkeeper was just about to greet Li Lanqiu when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. The fingers were slender and strong, with faint veins showing beneath the skin. On the knuckles were several fierce ghost head rings, each lifelike with red gemstones embedded in the eye sockets, shining with a dim red light. Seeing these rings, the innkeeper inexplicably felt a chill run through him and instinctively said, "All right, I'll leave you two to talk." Gu Jingxing retracted his hand and walked to Li Lanqiu's diagonal side. A few cultivators were sitting on chairs, throwing spiritual stones onto the gambling table one after another, their faces flushed as they gambled intensely. Glancing over them, Gu Jingxing inconspicuously slapped the back of someone's head, making the cultivator suddenly widen his eyes, stiffen up his body, and fall straight onto the gambling table. Big. Small. The others at the gambling table were fixated on the dice cup in the dealer's hands, their eyes gleaming eerily, completely unaware that someone had just fallen victim to the soul-capturing technique. Gu Jingxing sat down, placing the red umbrella in his hand on the gambling table, observing Li Lanqiu through the black veil under his hood. It seemed that Li Lanqiu's breath truly worked its magic. The girl had been winning several rounds in a row, raking in profits aplenty. A richly dressed man wearing a jewel crown had lost quite a few spiritual stones. Rising from his seat, he challenged Li Lanqiu, "Young sir, why don't you gamble with me?" Li Lanqiu glanced sideways at him, raising the young woman's chin lightly with his hand. "Sure, let her shake the dice for me." Flattered, the girl blushed and nodded timidly. The well-dressed man looked her over and realized she was a courtesan. He smirked lewdly, "Let's not bet with spiritual stones. Whoever loses must remove an article of clothing. What do you say?" The surrounding crowd burst into laughter laced with unclear meanings. The girl turned pale with anger and tugged at Li Lanqiu's sleeve, saying, "No." "Fine." Li Lanqiu agreed with a casual nod, looking at the well-dressed man and patting her hand gently, "I'll take off my clothes." The well-dressed man scrutinized him once more, his smile deepening, "Even better." He picked up the dice cup, shook it confidently, then slammed it on the table. Lifting it, he revealed 4 4s and 2 2s, creating a full house combination known as champion with gold flowers. TSK. Impressive. The onlookers buzzed with excited chatter. After the girl finished shaking the dice and lifted the cup, her complexion paled even further. The dots on the dice in the cup were far inferior to those of the well-dressed man. Without hesitation, Li Lanqiu loosened his outer robe and pulled it off, revealing the exquisite white inner garment underneath. The red robe hung loosely on his arm like a silk scarf. He looked at the girl and said casually, "Nothing to worry about, let's keep going." With a leisurely laugh, the well-dressed man picked up the dice cup again, gave it a shake, and placed it on the table with a resounding bang. Uncovering it, it was yet another champion with gold flowers. The cultivators in the gambling den hollered in encouragement, stirring up the lively atmosphere. The girl hesitated while clutching the dice cup, suggesting softly, "Master, should we bet with spiritual stones instead?" Casually holding the hand placed on the dice cup, Li Lanqiu asked lightly, smiling, "That's no fun. Don't you want to see him take off his clothes?" Her eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. The well-dressed man grimaced, but pretended not to care, emitting a dry laugh. Li Lanqiu raised both the girl's hand and the dice cup high. His wide sleeve slid inward, exposing arms that shone whitely like jade, fine and smooth, with lines that were pleasing to look at. Without even glancing at the well-dressed man, he effortlessly rotated his wrist, causing the sound of the dice colliding inside the cup to ring clear and rhythmic. Initially just there for entertainment, the surrounding cultivators gradually found their gazes involuntarily drawn toward him. Bright multi-branched lamps lit up around the gambling table. Leaning lazily by the table, Li Lanqiu's posture as he lifted his arm was extremely graceful. While others would shake both their wrist and arm while rolling the dice, this dice cup in his hand moved only with his wrist slowly turning in circles, while his arm remained absolutely still. In the alternating lights and shadows, the shadow cast by his arm moved gracefully on the spectators, like a refined dragon winding through rain-soaked mist. The girl gazed straight at him, her cheeks red as she smiled. With a bang, he threw the dice cup onto the table. Li Lanqiu held the girl's hand and lifted the lid, revealing nothing but red 6s, easily surpassing the well-dressed man. In a secluded corner of the gambling den, an inconspicuous skylark perched on a crossbeam, its little shiny black eyes fixed on Li Lanqiu. Bai Ying sat in meditative silence in the Chongxian sect, viewing every detail within the gambling den through the eyes of the skylark. He lay on the icy cold stream, akin to a small boat, as freezing water flowed around his body. Despite the frigid waters meant to calm him, his burning body neutralized its effects, causing the water to grow increasingly warm. Irritated. The well-dressed man unwillingly discarded his outer robe onto the gambling table with a shout, "One more round." Gu Jingxing sat up and glanced thoughtfully at this young masterly. Chongxian sect possessed a secret art not to be revealed, called the true Yuan Qi listening technique. By guiding the spiritual energy through the mind into both ears, it could enhance an already sharp hearing ability of cultivators twofold, enabling them to hear sounds normally difficult to perceive. This listening technique was initially developed for tracking demons and launching surprise attacks on evil sects, yet young Masterly used it to listen to the exact positions of dice in the cup. A somewhat skilled little swindler. Under the pitch-black veil, he curved his lips and smirked coldly. Little swindler should receive some punishment. How could the well-dressed man be a match for Lelancio? Before long, he stripped off his upper body, leaving only a piece of underwear covering his shame. With a beet-red face, standing in front of the gambling table, humiliated by all, he still had no choice but to continue. He had just picked up the dice cup when a deep voice suddenly spoke from behind. Step aside. All present looked over, their hearts filled with wonder. Every one of them being cultivators, they knew exactly how many people were there in the gaming hall with just one sweep of eyes. Yet none of them remembered seeing this man before. He wore such a prominent veil hat even on a bright sunny day, and carried a red umbrella in his hand. Surely anyone would have been struck by his appearance. Yet no one could remember when he arrived or where he had been sitting earlier. Eagerly, the well-dressed man moved aside his position. Gu Jingxing's gaze swept over those seated around, then he lightly tapped the red umbrella on the edge of the table. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold radiated outwards, accompanied by an oppressive asphyxiating sensation of death. The surrounding people immediately stood up and moved far away. Sitting down, Gu Jingxing placed the red umbrella horizontally on the table and fixed his stare on Lelancio, saying firmly, "Let me gamble with you." Other cultivators automatically vacated their seats. Lelancio picked a chair to sit down, casually pulling the blue robe draped over his arm and narrowing his eyes lazily staring at him. "No fun, won't gamble." Gu Jingxing slightly startled, realizing the timing of his appearance was quite delicate. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, "I'm not gambling for your clothes, I'm gambling for the demonic core in your hand." Of course, Lelancio knew this and chuckled dismissively, lazily replying, "No fun, I don't gamble either." "Why?" Gu Jingxing furrowed his brows. Lelancio examined him once over, lifting his chin and asked, "You've got nothing on you, what do you have to gamble with me?" Gu Jingxing nodded slightly, rubbing one of the ghost head rings on his fingers. "Do you want spirit stones?" "I have plenty of spirit stones." Lelancio rested his arm on the table edge and absent-mindedly flicked a finger towards him. "I only gamble for something interesting." Gu Jingxing reflected for a moment, then seriously stated, "Since you only gamble for something intriguing, and I possess nothing special, therefore, there must be something about me that you find interesting. Do you know who I am, or? You want to gamble for my life?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately proposed the first condition, affirming again, "You want to gamble for my life." Upon hearing this, Lelancio raised an eyebrow. The guy was pretty smart after all, didn't require much coaxing. He leaned forward leisurely. "So, dare you gamble with me?" Gu Jingxing's eyes locked onto him. If he knew who he really was, he wouldn't dare gamble for his life. Gambling for his life means sending his life. The hand resting on the red umbrella rose, extending a finger. "I will gamble one round with you. If you lose, I will take your life and the demonic core." The surrounding cultivators all stared dumbfounded, moving from betting on clothes to risking their lives like this. Isn't that a bit too extreme? Gamble for life, such high stakes were extremely rare. The girl reached out and grabbed Lelanccio's sleeve, trying to persuade him. Lelancio took a light breath and whispered confidentially to her a few sentences indifferently. She widened her eyes and nodded. After a while, she carefully approached holding a red wooden tray and gently placed it in front of Lelancio. 3 elaborately carved silver cups were inverted parallel on the tray, hiding something underneath. Gu Jingxing noticed at first glance that a pearl was missing from the girl's hair ornament, then looking at the silver cups on the tray, what a simple gamble it was. Unable to resist frowning, he asked coldly, "Is your life so worthless?" Lelanccio's fingertip traced along the silver cups, unhurriedly saying, "There is a coral bead among these 3 silver cups. If you can guess correctly, you win. If you guess wrong, I win." He smiled lightly, spread out his hands, and tilted his chin to ask, "What do you say?" Gu Jingxing's gaze slowly swept over the 3 silver cups. He used his divine senses to perceive that such behavior was not befitting a gentleman, for he could kill countless in battle, but cheating in a small gambling game like this would truly disgrace his name. Lelancio regretted that Gu Jingxing wore a veil hat, preventing him from seeing his expression, otherwise, the interest of this game would double. Lelancio didn't care if Gu Jingxing saw through his purpose because the true objective had yet to be revealed. He lightly tapped the middle silver cup with his fingertip and traced around it with the pad of his finger, smiling as he looked at Gu Jingxing and calmly said, "Let me tell you the answer, the coral bead is in this silver cup." Gu Jingxing slightly startled, his eyes coldly and sternly fixed on him. Lelancio suddenly felt an icy chill running through his body, yet he remained fearless as he tapped the middle silver cup with his finger and asked, "Don't you trust me?" It was always Gu Jingxing who asked others this question. He narrowed his eyes, abruptly grasping the red umbrella on the table, suspecting that from the moment Li began speaking, he had already fallen into this young master's trap. Among the 3 silver cups, only one contained a single coral bead. The gambling game was supposed to test luck, with 1/3 chance of winning. However, once Master Li spoke, the game wasn't about luck anymore, it was testing his mind. If he believed what this Master Li said, and chose the middle silver cup, there was indeed a coral bead underneath, he'd win effortlessly, killing and leaving with the demon core. But if there wasn't, then trusting someone else's word so easily without relying on his own intuition, wouldn't such a person deserve death? If he didn't believe Master Li's words, he'd have to choose between the other 2 silver cups. Unless Master Li did not recognize who he was quite sure this gambling game had been tailored specifically for him. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, Gu Jingxing reopened them and inspected Li Lanxiu. Master Li gently tapped the middle silver cup with his fingers, tilting his head toward Gu Jingxing. In the candlelight, his piercingly bright eyes shone extraordinarily, exuding a feeling of clarity, as though everything was well under his control. With laughter laced into his voice, he asked, "Have you made your decision?" Gu Jingxing found no clues in his eyes and stopped hesitating. His voice grew solemn as he declared, "The left one." Apart from the middle silver cup, either side seemed the same to him. He couldn't trust what Master Li had said. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly scanned the 3 silver cups with his divine senses. He suddenly paused, frowning perplexedly at Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu lifted the right silver cup, empty. Then he picked up the left silver cup, also empty. Finally, he flipped open the middle silver cup, revealing a vivid coral bead lying inside. He steadily gazed at Gu Jingxing, lightly pinching the bead between 2 fingers and playing with it nonchalantly in his pale, translucent fingertips. That blood-red bead shimmered smoothly in his hand, sliding from his fingertips to rest nestled between his knuckles before he firmly gripped it in his palm. A sense of manipulation emerged as if the bead were being played at his command. Standing up, Li Lanxiu extended his arm, opening his palm to present the bead to Gu Jingxing with utmost calmness. "Your life is mine now." Chapter 36. Gu Jingxing lowered his eyes, the blood-red coral resting in a clean and delicate hand, with a faint pink glow in the palm. Under the candlelight, it had the quality of porcelain glaze, an extremely fragile and beautiful sight. He who gambles must abide by the rules. He reached out to pick up the coral bead, but Li Lanxiu suddenly held onto the coral bead, lightly turning his wrist downwards with the palm facing down. It seemed that he did not want any physical contact with him. Gu Jingxing extended his hand below Li Lanxiu's palm. As soon as Li Lanxiu loosened his grip, a warm bead fell into Gu Jingxing's hand. A soft and languid laugh rose simultaneously, brief and sudden before stopping abruptly, leaving a lingering sense of desire. He slowly gripped the coral bead, its warm sensation against his cold, icy palm was searingly hot, evoking a feeling, one that he had long forgotten. The feeling of being alive. Seeing him accept the bead, Li Lanxiu felt relieved inside, retracting his hand as he asked, "Do you have the spirit stone?" Gu Jingxing instinctively tightened his hold on the coral bead, the feeling of being alive grew colder. He paused for a moment, then lifted his eyes and said, "Yes." Li Lanxiu turned and walked towards the exit of the gambling house, saying while walking, "Follow me, exchange the spirit stone with the goods at once." Gu Jingxing stood up, intending to throw away the coral bead in his hand and grab the red umbrella placed on the table edge, but suddenly hesitated. A glance at his closed hand prompted him to switch hands and pick up the red umbrella instead. In the icy pool of the Chongxian sect, Bai suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils showing their original form due to passionate fervor, constricting into a black line. His silver-white hair scattered over his shoulders, his face lean and severe, which should have been divine and distant, yet now breathing heavily with lips tightly pressed together in evident torment from his desires. Bai took several heavy breaths, closing his eyes and urging the stillness incantation, forcing himself to regain a tranquil calm without distraction. Previously, he would only use the stillness incantation when in the most agitated or frenzied state. This was a top-tier method to quickly calm one's spirit, entering a state devoid of emotions or desires. Upon the incantation being recited, his mind became as still as water, all thoughts dissipating, as if everything in the world had no relevance to him except his innermost self. This spell allowed cultivators to restore mental peace in the shortest time possible, ensuring no disturbance even amidst the greatest temptations or emotional fluctuations. Strive to reach extreme voidness, and maintain deep stillness. As the mantra resonated within him, he gradually calmed down, closing his eyes as Li Lanxiu's clothing loosely slipped down to his arms. With one hand casually shaking the dice cup, the exposed skin appeared white and fine. His chin slightly raised, eyes held a touch of profound smile. All eyes in the gambling parlor were on him, yet Li Lanxiu acted as though he was unaware of his charm, paying no heed to the gazes, exuding confidence freely. Bai Ying's eyelids twitched slightly, his heart emitting a soft chuckle. Li Lanxiu knew full well about his allure, otherwise, how could he dare to propose such a request? And how dare he openly provoke a ghost of unknown origins? A ghost unknown dead for many years, whose strong yin energy Bai Ying could feel through a sparrow's gaze. Yet Li Lanxiu dared to gamble his life with a malevolent ghost. All because he relied on his charm and self-confidence, betting that the ghost wouldn't renege on their deal. Uncontrollably, Bai Ying's tongue licked his lips, recalling that day's sensations, the touch of Li Lanxiu's neck, refined and warm, like fine silk. It slid past his lips and brought indescribable pleasure. That patch of skin was cool and soft, faintly sensing the pulse throb, every flicker of his tongue smelled his fragrance penetrating to the bone marrow. He desired more, to possess, to leave his unique mark upon him. Bai Ying's body grew intensely hot, the heat converging in one place. The burning sensation was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, torturing him inside. The stillness incantation had failed. He suddenly sat up from the icy pool, his furrowed brow reflecting strong agitation. After hesitating a moment, Bai Ying opened his eyes, looking down at a clearly visible part of himself, his bloodshot eyes slowly narrowing with a flash of shame and anger. Even more irritated. According to the rules of the Four Seas Chamber Celestial Shop, any transaction within the shop required the shop to extract a fee. The fee wasn't high, protecting both parties' interests and avoiding future disputes. In the quiet private room, Gu Jingxing pulled out a pitch-black Qiankuan pouch from the ghost head ring, handing it to the shopkeeper standing beside him. An assistant of the celestial shop presented a spirit-detecting mirror, a palm-sized bronze mirror capable of reflecting the spiritual power intensity of a spirit stone, far quicker than having the cultivator perceive each stone individually. The shopkeeper picked up a spirit stone from the black bag, momentarily stunned. This spirit stone was black as ink, with a faint blue light shining through. Is it a ghostly spirit stone? The shopkeeper hurriedly placed it on the table, cautiously inquiring. Gu Jingxing sat before the table, nonchalantly asking, does it make any difference? Li Lanxiu picked up the spirit stone and toyed with it in his hand, the cold sensation felt as if he were holding a piece of ice. Master Li, please put it down. There's a ghost soul inside, it's impure. The shopkeeper leaned close to him and whispered softly. Li Lanxiu lightly laughed and placed the spirit stone on the table. The shopkeeper picked up the spirit-detecting mirror, moving several steps away to shine it on the spirit stone. The mirror light refracted through the stone, producing an eerie blue halo that revealed heavy yin qi. Faint ghostly faces appeared within the light, layer upon layer endlessly. This is an extraordinary ghostly spirit stone. A ghostly spirit stone referred to a spirit stone originating from the ghost realm, much like funerary money in the mortal world. It was a supreme treasure for those cultivating ghost mastery techniques, usable also for refining high-tier yin laws or ghostly instruments. Because of its extreme rarity, it was more valuable than even top-grade spirit stones from the mortal world. In Gu Jingxing's Qiankuan pouch there were 100 such supreme ghostly spirit stones. After verifying each one, the shopkeeper's eyes turned red with greed, reluctantly handing the pouch to Li Lanxiu as he said, Master Li, what this person has provided far exceeds 10,000 superior spirit stones. Li Lanxiu weighed the bag in his hand then tossed a piece of the ghostly spirit stone to the shopkeeper. Here's your reward. Overjoyed, the shopkeeper said gratefully, thank you, Master Li. Pausing, Gu Jingxing said, my demonic core. Li Lanxiu took out the demonic core, handing it over to the shopkeeper who reverently received it before passing it to Gu Jingxing. Gu Jingxing inspected the demonic core briefly before putting it away, coolly remarking, it's indeed a 500-year-old demonic core. Rising to his feet, he looked at Li Lanxiu, lowering his gaze as he asked, when will you take my life? Li Lanxiu gestured with his pale, refined finger towards Gu Jingxing, who rarely bent low to converse with others, yet now humbly inclined his head to listen. His eyes wandered from Li Lanxiu's soft white earlobe to the faint green sheen of peacock feathers nestled in his black hair as he slowly leaned closer and coldly spoke, speak. Li Lanxiu's previously extended finger casually rested on the brim of his veil hat, fingertips brushing past carelessly. It depends on my mood. Gu Jingxing furrowed his brows as a corner of the veil hat's black silk suddenly lifted, revealing Li Lanxiu intruding under the black veil. He came so close that his warm breath caressed Gu Jingxing's face. The confined space beneath the black veil became intimate and vague. Li Lanxiu's mask almost touched his face, his eyes shining clearly through the dimness, resembling some bewitching spirit from the wilds. Instinctively wanting to retreat, Gu Jingxing paused momentarily. The position where his heart should be felt strange, undead beings lacked heartbeats, hence no possibility of increased heart rates. It was a false sensation. Yet, this long-lost feeling still caused a fleeting pause in him as he maintained a calm expression while asking, what are you doing? Taking your life. Li Lanxiu glanced at his face, enunciating every word deliberately, it depends on my mood and your performance. His voice carried a warmer aroma of fragrant coolness. Looking at the position of the lips on the mask, Gu Jingxing thought back to the image of when he exhaled onto a maiden's palm, the rosy lips and gleaming white teeth reminiscent of roses amid snow. Upon finishing speaking, Li Lanxiu drew back his body. The veil immediately fell back, and Gu Jingxing inexplicably moved closer, only to find the warmth and pleasant scent vanished without a trace. Li Lanxiu placed a communication talisman on the table, I'll contact you when I need you. Gu Jingxing picked up the talisman paper and stored it silently before stepping out of the door. Outside the mystical shop, by the ferry pier stood a sleek black sedan chair rather inconspicuous among the fairy-like flying platforms. Stepping into the sedan chair, he sat down quietly. The sedan ascended soundlessly and gradually disappeared into the bright midday sky. Not long after, the sedan landed amidst a gloomy and dark valley. The valley was swept with chilling winds, enveloped by bluish mist. In the fog stood two ghastly-looking ghost soldiers, one carrying the Book of Life and Death, the other clutching a soul-snatching hook. An unmasked ghost servant bowed his back, supporting a massive ghost palanquin, curtains of ghost fire hanging low, obscuring the view inside where shadowy figures flickered indistinctly. As Gu Jingxing approached, the curtain of the ghost palanquin rose automatically. Stepping in and sitting leisurely, the two ghost soldiers knelt forward and respectfully greeted, Greetings, King of Ghosts. What news do you bring? Gu Jingxing inquired. The ghost soldier holding the Book of Life and Death reported in a low tone, 3 days ago, the Golden Moon city of the Shizhao country was completely razed. About 200,000 souls perished, but we have not found a single one. Gu Jingxing furrowed his brows slightly, no souls at all. The ghost soldier nodded solemnly, that's right. All the souls and corpses within the city have vanished without a trace. We suspect foul play behind this. Who committed this massacre? The Red Sect. We've already investigated them, and there were no signs of lost souls. Gu Jingxing furrowed his brow in deep thought, then looked up and said, continue searching. Find out who dares to tamper with the souls under my jurisdiction. The ghost soldier immediately accepted the order, bowing deeply as he replied, as you command, Ghost King. The sedan curtain slowly lowered. Gu Jingxing extended his palm, where a vivid coral bead rested. He gently picked it up and brought it to his nose for a sniff. At the same time, Baiying rose from the cold pool, ceasing the futile attempt at reciting the calming mantra. He was naturally gifted in Taoist cultivation, but his mind had been clouded, entirely because of Li Lanxiu. The desire within him surged relentlessly, impossible to suppress any longer. Enduring further torment could only mean continued suffering. It would be better to follow his true self. In the palace atop Zitai Peak, lit by radiant lamps, Baiying arrived draped in a transcendent white robe, gliding gracefully like a breeze. The maid he had seen earlier stood at the steps, noticing him approach. She greeted him with a smile, saying, Master has come. Baiying glanced at the half-open door of the hall, through which light streamed. He gave a nod. Miaosu smiled and added, my master said these days you should arrive, so he asked me to wait here for you. Baiying slightly pressed his thin lips together, revealing a somewhat discontent expression. No need to lead me, I'll go in myself. I'm not just leading you. Miaosu paused briefly, lowering her voice as she spoke softly to him, my master wanted me to remind you, to remember what he told you. When he says stop, you must stop. You need to listen to him, otherwise, you won't be allowed to enter. Baiying calmly nodded his chin, taking a few steps toward the door. With a flick of his sleeve, the doors opened automatically. The sight inside made him momentarily pause. In the bright and spacious hall, only two people were present. A maid danced playfully in the center while Li Lanxiu sat on the floor, leaning against a crimson pillar. In front of him was an ancient drum. He held the drumsticks and played music for the dancing maid, his clothes disheveled, damp black hair hanging on his shoulders. Droplets of water shimmered under the lamplight as they fell onto the red carpet, exposing his bare feet. His ankles swayed with the rhythm of the drumbeat, causing his ankle rings to chime melodiously in the candlelight. The sound reflected off his pale skin, making it particularly luminous. The sense of humiliation that came from forcibly lowering oneself to someone else vanished in an instant. Baiying's thoughts suddenly became clear as he faintly curled his lips upward into a slight smirk. If surrendering to Li Lanxiu was anything, it was certainly not disgraceful. It was a matter of beauty. Chapter 37. The maid saw Baiying and immediately stopped what she was doing, bowing her head to greet him, respected immortal. Li Lanxiu half sat up, holding the drumsticks and continued to beat the drum at the same rhythm as before, not even glancing at Baiying, finished dancing, then let him wait. The maid was from Zitai Peak, so naturally she listened to Li Lanxiu. Baiying slightly turned his head, watching with interest. Li Lanxiu was clearly telling him, even if you are the true disciple of the sect master, prestigious within the sect, admired by 10,000 people, everyone wants your favor. But here with me, you're just someone who needs my help. If I tell you to wait, you have to wait. He let out a light laugh from his throat, sitting in the chair nearby. Truly behaving like a guest seeking Li Lanxiu's favor, he waited quietly. The maid only knew that he was Li Lanxiu's friend. If she had known he was Bai Jinchuan, this dance would not have been so effortless. When the dance ended, she closed the door and went out. Li Lanxiu carelessly threw the drumsticks away, leaned back against the pillar, and casually beckoned him with his hand. Baiying suddenly hesitated. If he could be so easily lured over with a single wave of a hand, he'd fall into Chu Yu's situation thereafter. Bowing down to Li Lanxiu was meaningless, but staying by his side meant that he couldn't sniff or lick as he pleased. There would only be opportunities when Li Lanxiu was in a good mood. Isn't that just like a house-trained dog? A low chuckle emerged from Li Lanxiu's throat. He leisurely stretched an arm across his bent knee and lightly tapped the tip of his foot on the carpet, completely at ease. Baiying stared down at him from above. Wearing a mask was the only kindness he extended, at least it allowed Baiying to resist him for a brief moment. Then Baiying rose to walk toward him. Elegantly lifting the corner of his snow-white brocade robe, Baiying gracefully knelt down beside him, leaning close to Li Lanxiu's damp neck hollow, deeply taking in a sniff. Are you satisfied? Li Lanxiu reached out to pinch Baiying's cheeks, forcibly turning his face while knowingly asking, satisfied with what? Baiying wanted nothing more than to bite him to death as he stared at him, satisfied that I have come to seek your help. What do you ask of me? Assist me. Be specific. Li Lanxiu looked down at his gradually reddening eyes and softly asked in a gentle voice, how can I help if you don't specify? Baiying was stirred by the scent on his body, lightly licking his lips as his voice became hoarse. I beg you to help me get through the phase of uncontrollable lust. Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow. As expected, it matched his guess. No wonder every time Baiying saw him, it was as though Baiying was about to pounce on him any second. It seemed mysterious forces were inexplicably attracted to him, not to eat him, but perhaps to sleep with him. How am I supposed to help you? Baiying paused briefly, then frankly replied, it might be better if I get closer to you. Li Lanxiu loosened his grip on his face. If it was just being temporarily smelled or licked, seeing someone burn with desire for him wasn't entirely unpleasant. I can help you, but you have to obey me. We'll stop whenever needed. Bai Ying remembered. Li Lanxiu stroked his face. The obedience he referred to meant submission, which meant Bai Ying would always follow his orders and act for him. Bai Ying's identity differed from Gu Jingheng's. After committing suicide, Gu Jingheng fell into the ghost realm, a place where the weak were devoured by the strong. Only vengeful spirits with sufficient resentment could survive. Before his death, Gu Jingheng was a genius of his generation. Wrongfully accused, his grievance soared to the heavens. After death, he transformed into an exceptionally malevolent ghost. To one day return to the human world and exact revenge. Day after day, he fought and devoured, gradually becoming the most powerful ghost in the ghost realm. Eventually, the Yin spirit noticed him, impressed by Gu Jingheng's spirit and capability, selecting him as the new ghost king and granting him control over the powers of ghosts. This was essentially starting from scratch. However, Bai Ying was already a demon king even before he was born. From an ancient dragon race, pure-blooded, he was the supreme existence among demons and monsters, naturally possessing bloodline suppression abilities that made other demons unable to defy his commands. If Bai Ying could be made obedient, it would be akin to commanding the emperor to issue edicts throughout the land. The Grand Master of Zhongshuan sect, Mei Zuezhenjin, precisely harbored this intention. However, neither their mentor-student relationship nor decades of teaching grace could make Bai Ying fully submit. If this person witnessed this scene, Bai Ying kneeling on one knee beside Li Lanxiu, slowly sinking into the aroma of someone else's hair, eyes intently fixed on the neck, his voice hoarse with a request, "May I take a little taste?" Li Lanxiu lifted his hand very casually. Bai Ying approached, sticking out his tongue to lick the finger that was white as jade, carefully tasting from the tip to the palm without missing any spot. Master Mei Xuezhen would be enraged to the point of spitting blood at this obedient and tame appearance. At the same time, Qiyu met Elder Shen once again. In the courtyard under the bright moon and sparse stars, after finishing a set of sword techniques, he swiftly sheathed his sword with one hand and nodded to the elder sitting on the steps, Elder Shen. Elder Shen's eyes revealed relief, and he nodded lightly. "I heard that you defeated the senior disciple I sent to you with just one move. I thought they were slacking off, but now it seems entirely true." Chu Yu stood with one hand behind his back, calmly watching him. With the sect competition tomorrow, Elder Shen wouldn't come just to praise his swordsmanship. Elder Shen stepped down from the steps and sat on the stone bench in the pavilion, smiling gently. "Come sit, I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart talk with you." Chu Yu sat at a distance, maintaining an upright and dignified posture. Elder Shen stroked his elegant white beard and looked at him saying, "I heard you came from the Dongyue kingdom. You met Li Lanxiu in Weiqing below the mountain, and he recommended you into the sect, a gesture of deep gratitude." A faint smile flickered on Chu Yu's lips as he nodded slightly. Elder Shen observed his expression and sighed inwardly. His tone suddenly shifted. "Chu Yu, to be honest, none in the sect can match your talent." The corner of Chu Yu's eye showed a touch of laughter. None could match meant being unique. Seeing his stirred expression, Elder Shen inwardly approved. He continued, "In the future, the sect will provide you with boundless treasures and herbs, assisting in the continuous refinement of your cultivation. You'll possess the rarest magical artifacts, giving you unbeatable advantage in battles. There will also be opportunities to study the deepest mysteries of the sect, elevating your power even further. You're like a fine blade, the sect will polish and sharpen you. So don't settle for mediocrity or serve others." Chu Yu nodded thoughtfully, softly replying, "I am willing to be a blade." It seemed he was seriously considering what Elder Shen said. Satisfied by his high level of understanding, Elder Shen couldn't help but laugh. "You will be admired by countless disciples, becoming the pillar of the sect, perhaps even ruling over a region in the future. You'll enjoy endless glory, revered and worshipped by people everywhere. No matter where you go, someone will clear the way for you, offering the best resources." Chu Yu abruptly lost his smile, looking cold and indifferent as he indifferently responded with a single Elder Shen couldn't read his thoughts. Hearing such a great future made no impact on him. Elder Shen repeated, "In my view, in not too many years, when your name resounds across the land, you'll be the pride of our sect. Everyone in the sect will take immense pride in you." "Take immense pride." Chu Yu murmured quietly, suddenly breaking out into a brilliant smile as he stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance." Elder Shen smiled satisfactorily, nodding. "The 3-day door competition starts soon. Rest well and prepare fully, I'm waiting for you to shine." As Chu Yu watched him leave, he immediately flew toward the direction of Jitai Peak. The palace under the moonlight flickered with swaying lights, its doors half opened, a beam of golden light seeping through the cracks onto the bluestone stairs. Bai Ying knelt on one knee beside Li Lanxiu, his silver-white hair trailing on the ground, diligently licking the raised hand before him. The scene wasn't particularly romantic, but Bai Ying's crimson eyes and forked tongue gave it a peculiar intensity. The split tip of his tongue, like two agile tentacles, slid over the pristine and slender fingers, moistening Li Lanxiu's palm thoroughly. Li Lanxiu became irritable from his licks, narrowing his eyes patiently while occasionally stroking Bai Ying's hair with the other hand, as if granting a favor. Without raising his head, Bai Ying noticed someone approaching nearby. He paused momentarily, seeking confirmation from Li Lanxiu. With the sect competition starting tomorrow, Li Lanxiu, who who had been aware of who would come here, furrowed his brows briefly and lifted his chin to signal him to continue, paying no attention. Indulged in his passion, Baying paid no heed to propriety, lowering his head to savor Li Lanqiu's fragrance. Chu Yu stepped into the hall and stiffened abruptly, making a bold stride towards a rack of ancient items nearby, causing a bang sound that startled both of them. Keeping his gaze low, Chu Yu greeted coolly, "Young master." Relaxed on the carpet, Li Lanqiu gently patted Bai Ying's hair, comforting him like a pet. "Ignore him." Chu Yu squatted beside him on the other side slowly, catching glimpses out of the corner of his eyes of the white-robed, silver-haired man tenderly licking Li Lanqiu's fingers. Discreetly crossing his hands behind his back, he clenched the hilt of the sword hanging from his waist tightly. Li Lanqiu raised the hand he used to stroke Bai Ying's hair, caressing Chu Yu's head equally. "Are you here for tomorrow's competition?" Dissatisfied that his favor was shared, Bai Ying deliberately licked his fingers with extra loud slurping sounds. Chu Yu immediately leaned close to Li Lanqiu's side, a clean and crisp smile lighting up his face, youthful vigor bursting forth. "Yeah, the sect competition lasts for 3 days. If I could see you tonight, I'll be free of distractions for the next 3 days. Good luck in the competition." Li Lanqiu reminded him. He lifted the hand resting on Chu Yu's head, and suddenly Chu Yu straightened his waist, nudging his head upward slightly with a subtly ingratiating gesture. Li Lanqiu chuckled, lowering his hand to pinch Chu Yu's cheek, saying 2 words, "So obedient." Chu Yu cast a glance at Bai Ying and asked nonchalantly, "This person?" Li Lanqiu withdrew the hand that Bai Ying had licked until it was wet, casually wiping it back and forth on Bai Ying's chest. Chu Yu opened his palm toward him, and with the other hand took out a brocade handkerchief. Bai Ying masked the blood red swirling in his eyes, licking his lips as if still savoring the taste, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth, deliberately making a reminiscent sound. Li Lanqiu handed his hand lightly to Chu Yu, "We were just fooling around." With a calm expression, Chu Yu gently grasped his fingers, slowly and methodically wiping each one with the handkerchief. The knuckles holding the handkerchief turned white, the prominent veins crisscrossing his wrist clearly standing out. I see now. In the future, when you see me again, you will recognize me," Bai Ying said hoarsely, then leaned closer to Li Lanqiu. Chu Yu kept his brows low while carefully wiping Li Lanqiu's fingers with the cloth. "No need to wait for the future. I've heard about the white chuan of the sect, wearing white robes with silver hair, possessing the demeanor of an immortal. Today, upon meeting you, it's indeed true." Li Lanqiu raised his hand, and once again Chu Yu gripped it through the cloth, using it to envelop his palm. "Dirty, it wasn't wiped clean enough." His tone sarcastic, Bai Ying frowned, ashamed that he had once wanted to stand up for Chu Yu, even harming Li Lanqiu for it. Chu Yu wiped Li Lanqiu's hands spotless before gradually releasing them, ignoring the white chuan of the sect as he bowed his head beside him. "Could you give me some more encouragement, master?" Li Lanqiu patted his head, his fingertips carefully combing from the top of his head down to the ends of his hair. Bai Ying crowded by his side, deliberately uttering 2 words, "And what about me?" Li Lanqiu stroked Chu Yu's head with one hand while idly patting Bai Ying's cheek with the other. "What about you? Are you as obedient as he is?" Chu Yu's lips curled up as he closed his eyes and laughed harmlessly. Bai Ying had no response. Chu Yu really did resemble an excellent dog in this state. Li Lanqiu lifted his hand off Chu Yu's head and quietly instructed, "Tomorrow is an important day. Go prepare well." After speaking, he slowly stood up, his bare feet treading on the carpet as he leisurely walked into the hall. Once his figure disappeared, both Chu Yu and Bai Ying stood up simultaneously. Chu Yu's smile vanished, and he stared at him expressionlessly. Bai Ying's demeanor returned to cold aloofness. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, not exchanging a single word, and left separately through the door. The next day, the great sect competition was about to begin. Flags hung high above the square fluttered loudly in the wind, a solemn atmosphere subtly revealing a touch of severity. The spacious square was devoid of people. A few large iron cages stood within, draped with mysterious black cloths. The cloths trembled slightly, as if containing something alive that was breathing. Tens of thousands of disciples gathered on the floating islands belonging to their respective peaks, heads packed closely together, eagerly waiting for the competition to start. The participating disciples were on the Yunchuitang floating island. Each peak had sent their best disciples, Lian senior brother from Yingqi Peak, Jiang Jusi from Qianji Peak, Yu senior brother from Xiangming Peak, and Chuexuan leading a group of disciples from Jitai Peak. At a glance over the Yunchuitang floating island, 2 figures stood out the most. One was Bai Chuan sitting in the viewing seat, the true transmission disciple of Mei Xuezhen, born with the Tao seed, now at the peak of transformation. His manner was stern, as if untouched by worldly affairs, his silver hair resembling a lofty immortal. Although seated among the elders, he alone sat at a separate table, looking down nobly upon all beings. The other was the hottest figure in the sect recently, the pure spirit body Chu Yu, standing among the participating disciples, clad in tight-fitting black robes with a narrow knife hanging at his waist. His piercing gaze was cold and sharp, like a finely drawn sword among the crowd, particularly striking. Several spaces around him remained empty, his sharp aura causing others to fear him. No one dared to crowd near him. Bai Chuan is a natural Tao seed, Chu Yu is a pure spirit body. What a blessing it is for our sect to have these two. Yes, it's no wonder they are so unapproachable. With such remarkable talents, they're destined to be admired by all. The disciples on the floating island looked at them with envy and admiration. Chapter 38. Pavilions and towers were half hidden among the lush shadows of the floating island, glittering with gold. Servant boys carried trays of tea and fruits, weaving through the area. Elder Shen sat in the center of the head table, his gaze sweeping over all the participating disciples before finally settling on Chu Yu. A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes as he picked up his teacup for a sip of tea, then transmitted his voice calmly. Lian Jianqing from Yingqi Peak, you've met him in the Zangming realm before, but he didn't show his hand that time. Be especially careful of his sword this time. Jiang Jusi from Qianji Peak, now at the early Yuanying stage, is more advanced than you in cultivation. His ability to make the sword dissolve into nothingness is both subtle and precise, making him a formidable opponent. Yu Yangshan from Xiangming Peak has cultivation equal to yours, but be wary, he excels in Yanqing techniques. Suizhu Peak. Finally, Elder Shen mentioned Zitai Peak, coughing lightly. Chu Xian, in the later Jindan stage, is a disciple of Master Li and has learned much of his true swordsmanship. Moreover, he is senior brother to Li Lanqiu, who grew up under his watchful eye. If you wish to repay Li Lanqiu for recommending you, it might be better to let Chu Xian win a bit so that Master Li won't lose face 3 days hence. Chu Yu's fingers lightly rubbed the crosshatch patterns on the handle of his blade as he silently nodded his head in agreement. In an instant, the drum beats resounded across the square from every direction, echoing like thunder vibrating throughout the Wenda Plaza. The participating disciples descended gracefully upon the clouds, landing lightly in the square below. In the middle of the plaza hung a massive mirror like flowing water, clearly reflecting each participant for everyone to see. An authoritative voice resonated in the sky, penetrating the ears of all present. The first test shall be a beast hunting competition. There are as many beasts caged in the plaza as there are participants. Before the drumbeat ends, whoever defeats a single beast will advance to the next level. Remember, the number of beasts is limited. Those who cannot defeat a beast by the end of the drumbeat will lose their chance to advance. The gathered participants surveyed the several enormous cages scattered around the square, expressions rife with doubt and incomprehension. They were the elite selected from each peak, and yet they were only tasked with slaying senseless beasts, a task that seemed far too easy. This first hurdle was far too simple. After Elder Shen's voice faded away, a golden array lit up across the plaza. Accompanied by the passionate beat of drums, the radiant light shot out like an arrow, circling rapidly around the square until it connected with its starting point, forming an enormous cage enveloping the entire area. At the same moment, the black cloth covering the giant cages dropped abruptly, revealing their ferocious nature. Gold steel white apes. The white apes in the cages were human-sized, with coarse white fur jutting out like steel needles, large fangs protruding from their mouths. They wore armor glowing with a golden sheen, their helmets equally brilliant. Beneath these helmets lay faces full of savage cruelty, their claws sharp as blades and capable of easily smashing their prey's heads open for brain matter consumption. Among unintelligent beasts, those resembling humans tend to be smarter and harder to handle. Among such creatures, the white ape ranks as the one most closely resembling humanity. These gold steel white apes refer specifically to the highly intelligent white apes who unearth armor from ancient battlefields, burn it red hot, then fuse it into their bodies, making them invulnerable and hard as steel. Bang! The instant the cages opened, the long-starved white apes charged forth. One ape leapt into the air several meters, its whole body flashing with dazzling gold light, striking like an unstoppable meteor hammer straight into the group. Its impact caused nearby disciples to stumble and fall, scrambling to their feet as they drew their weapons and thrust them at the ape. Though mighty weapons struck its armor, they left behind nothing more than shallow white scratches. This only enraged the ape further, causing it to rip its blood-red mouth wide and emit a shrill roar. Though bound by the ban-biting curse placed upon it by Chongxian's sect to minimize casualties among the contestants, the white ape's claws remained deadly. With a sweep of its clawed hands, its sharp nails sliced through one contestant's skull like short knives, spurting blood and instantly extinguishing all life. Jiang Jusi wielded his twin swords expertly while protecting the disciples of Qianji Peak, calmly engaging in combat against the white apes. On Chu Xian's side, similar situations unfolded. They quickly realized that slaying a white ape alone to earn advancement would be nearly impossible. To kill a white ape required teamwork, first finding a way to pry off the ape's armor, and then allowing those seeking advancement to deliver the killing blow. Other peaks also figured this method out. Working together, Yingqi Peak's elder brother unleashed his sword like a rainbow, annihilating a gold steel white ape, creating an immediate golden circle beneath his feet indicating he had earned his spot to advance. Every action taken by the disciples within the square was displayed in the huge mirror with perfect clarity, fully visible for observers on the floating islands of each peak. Lian Jianqing quickly understood Elder Shen's intentions, only by working together and dividing tasks could they kill the gold steel white ape. The most excellent disciples of each peak must be chosen to slay the white ape, as time is limited. Once the drumming ceases, everything will end. So this test, it's whether the disciples of each peak are united enough and willing to give their chances to peers from the same peak. The current situation indeed looked like this. Despite the equal number of white apes and participating disciples, the limited time required concerted efforts to kill a white ape. Therefore, each peak needed to select the disciples who would proceed to the second round. With more wolves than meat, those who signed up for the grand competition within the sect all hoped for a good rank, who would willingly serve as someone else's stepping stone. Similar disputes broke out across the plaza, with disciples struggling to remove the armor of the white apes before striking the vital points. Everyone was unwilling to let others take advantage of their work. On the floating island of Zitai Peak, Li Lanxiu sat in the chair beside his father. Behind him, a group of disciples anxiously watched the battle, concerned for the honor of Zitai Peak, their hearts almost leaping from their throats. Li Lanxiu lazily propped his arm on his cheek while casually holding a chess piece between two fingers of the other hand, leisurely placing it on the chessboard. From time to time, he glanced at the massive mirror, seemingly unconcerned about the situation. Li Yanbi's eyes gleamed as he stared at the giant mirror. Though the disciples under Zitai Peak were not exceptionally talented or powerful, they had commendable character, avoiding any awkwardness during the struggle for qualification. He nodded satisfactorily, making his move on the chessboard, then recalling something else, said thoughtfully, Lanxiu, there are some things your father doesn't know whether to tell you or not. Li Lanxiu, playing with the chess piece, gently tapped it against the board and asked, is father talking about Chuyu? Li Yanbi nodded slightly and said, that day when Chuyu was measured as having an untainted spirit body, Elder Shen summoned me and the other peak masters to a meeting in Yanchuatang. During the discussion, he mentioned that teaching Chuyu was a significant responsibility. If guided improperly, such a person could go astray, causing great disaster and endangering countless lives in Zhou. He paused momentarily, stiffening his face and showing a bit of annoyance. Elder Shen asked who in the sect could bear this heavy responsibility. How did father respond? Li Lanxiu looked at him curiously. Li Yanbi's sharp gaze pierced through, snorting with disdain, I'm straightforward and don't get along well with people within the sect, but I see some things clearly. Elder Shen is a follower of true Master Meishue. His words and actions aren't just for the sect, they're also for the true master. You've never met the true master and don't understand him yet. He is someone who adores talent intensely. For the gifted, he might pay extra attention, but for those average, they wouldn't even catch his eye. So I immediately saw through what Elder Shen intended when he kept your contract servant at Yanchuatang. Li Lanxiu nodded lightly, amused, and sent a sound transmission privately, as the leader of the sect, competing with you for a disciple, wouldn't the true master be embarrassed if others found out? Li Yanbi swept his gaze around the surroundings, where all the disciples were fully focused on the ongoing battle. He sighed deeply, saying softly, I know your servant is loyal to you, but I advise you not to dwell on this matter too much. There are millions of interesting people in the world. Let Chuyu be. I can find someone new for you. Li Lanxiu chuckled quietly without a response, his pale and elegant fingertips gripping a chess piece, casually flipping his wrist before placing it onto the chessboard. Li Yanbi, fearing to hurt his feelings, stopped talking. The meaning of his words was already clear enough. An old fox like Elder Shen, full of cunning thoughts from head to toe, insisted on involving Chuyu in the sect's grand competition. It was to announce to the novice youth in front of an audience bathed in radiant glory. Do you choose to become the personal disciple of true Master Meishue, or to act as Li Lanxiu's dog? In his hand, the Kinsibii awarded as the top prize was symbolic, a key representing a brilliant future, swift promotion, and success. Elder Shen layered one temptation after another without worrying about losing control. After all, who wouldn't know? Would one rather become the personal disciple of one of the four greatest Taoist sects master, renowned across the world as true Master Meishue, or remain as a mere dog under Li Lanxiu? Elder Shen drank his tea calmly, leisurely enjoying the matches in the square. A dark silhouette gradually came into view within the large mirror, standing out prominently among the participants, drawing everyone's attention. Once the cage was opened, Chuyu jumped onto one of the larger cages, crouching down to coolly observe the situation inside the plaza. The surrounding battles raged fiercely, with disciples from different peaks attacking the white apes vigorously. Silver sword lights danced gracefully, intersecting amidst a swirl of dazzling weapons, creating a spectacle that left no room for the eyes to rest. His gaze quickly swept across the field, his fingers tapping lightly on the iron cage as he rapidly calculated the remaining number of white apes and disciples inside. Each peak had sent 10 disciples, making a total of 120 participants from the 12 peaks. Adding himself made it 121, matching the number of adamantine white apes present. After subtracting those who were injured, dead, or already advanced to the next stage, there were still 97 participants left in the arena, while 110 white apes remained. Chuyu slowly narrowed his eyes. The more people advancing to the second stage meant more rivals for him, so. Chuyu is moving. The scene captured by the giant mirror drew the attention of countless watching disciples, all eyes glued to the black figure's every move. Chuyu leaped off the top of the cage, drawing his narrow blade simultaneously and striking down at an adamantine white ape with one swift slash. The spectators couldn't help but widen their eyes, they wondered if he had gone mad. The armor of the white apes was impervious to blades and spears, requiring teamwork to pry off the armor before attacking their vulnerable spots. The white ape facing Chuyu had its armor perfectly intact, why waste effort? But the white ape, seeing the black sword flying toward it, bared its fangs in a grimace that seemed almost taunting. The next moment, the black blade struck the side of its face, and the massive white ape flew away like a child being tossed aside, its golden body describing an arc in mid-air before crashing heavily onto the ground. On the side of its face where the armor was now dented deeply, white fur mixed with blood seeped through. The white ape let out a mournful howl, attempting to leap up and take revenge. However, Chuyu didn't give it a chance. In the instant it hit the ground, he landed beside it, stepping firmly on the white ape's head with his boot while driving the tip of the blade into the exposed face under the armor. There was a pooch-eat sound, and blood splattered everywhere. With a twist of his wrist, he stirred the blade around in the ape's brain. Instantly, a golden ring signifying advancement appeared beneath his feet. Is it really this simple? All participating disciples couldn't help but ask themselves. The observing disciples on the floating island were stunned by his decisive and ruthless actions. From the moment he jumped down from the cage until he killed the white ape, it only took 3 to 4 seconds. By the time everyone reacted, he'd already secured his qualification to advance. He's too full of killing intent, his moves too cruel. It seems he's still too young. With such ease in gaining his spot, he will make the other senior brothers lose face. However, the murmurs abruptly stopped because after withdrawing his blade, with its tip still dripping with some yellow-white substance, Chiyu turned coldly to deliver another slash. An oncoming white ape was thrown far like a broken kite. The armor on the chest of the white ape cracked open, and it roared in rage, jumping back to attack again. At the same time, its companions rushed toward Chiyu en masse. Chiyu, holding his sword in one hand, stabbed first through the crack in the armor to deal with the first one. Before he could pull the blade out, several white apes surrounded him. Undeterred, Chiyu withdrew the blade with calm resolve and, with his free hand, reached for the neck of the nearest white ape. Between the helmet and armor, the neck area was unprotected, a weak point. Even though this ape had steel bones and iron muscles, in the blink of an eye, everyone saw Chiyu exert just a little strength, accompanied by a sharp crack, and the entire body of the ape went limp, kneeling uselessly on the ground. It had been throttled to death by having its throat crushed. Enraged, the surrounding white apes charged at Chiyu one after another. However, they soon collapsed one by one. Beneath Chuyu's feet, golden rings lit up continuously, growing brighter and more numerous, as if he were treading on glowing clouds. Since white apes are beasts capable of understanding human nature, they quickly decided he was trouble and moved to find easier targets. But Chiyu wouldn't let a single one escape, darting about with lightning-fast footwork to slay all the apes around him in mere moments. The observing disciples watched dumbfounded, yet even more shocking scenes followed. Chiyu began chasing down lone white apes. He held the black blade with one hand, his expression as cold as ever, leaving trails of blood wherever he struck. He looked like a demon out of hell. He has already advanced, why does he continue slaughtering so many adamantine white apes? Because, it seems he doesn't want others to advance either, so he's trying to kill all the white apes quickly. Is he insane? Is winning the only thing on his mind? Are we not all fellow disciples within the sect, and yet, he wants victory this badly? I truly think he's a madman. His attacks are simply brutal and terrifying. Who remembers that he used to be Lilanchio's contract servant? If someone like this serves as a slave, wouldn't Lilanchio feel afraid? Just as the other disciples mentioned, Chiyu indeed craved victory. Only by winning, only by coming first, could he prove that obedience wasn't his sole advantage, he was stronger than anyone else. Thus, he was more deserving than anyone to be controlled, mocked, and utilized by Lilanchio as a weapon. Chapter 39. The sound of the war drums suddenly ceased. The Wendao Square fell into a deathly silence, the air heavy with the pungent smell of blood. All eyes from the floating island and the square were fixed on a solitary figure clad in ink-black robes. Chiyu held the hilt of his knife with one hand, shaking off the blood. With a crisp snap, the narrow blade cleanly slid back into its sheath. The wind swept by, lifting a strand of bloody hair from his temple, which traced over a face calm yet icy cold. Boom! Behind him, the last Golden King white ape crashed to the ground, landing amidst a pile of dismembered corpses. Glancing around, the expansive and magnificent Wendao Square was awash with blood. The bodies of the varying-sized Golden King white apes lay piled up like mountains, not a single one remained alive. Golden light surged dramatically beneath Chuyu's feet, encircling him within a zone of radiant brilliance that shone like the midday sun, blindingly bright. Only a few scattered disciples from other peaks managed to secure the qualification for advancement. Originally bickering among themselves about who should advance, upon seeing Chuyu's actions, they suddenly became united, better to send someone forward than no one at all. On the floating island, a Yunshui Hall administrator announced the results of the first round of the Hunting Beast competition. Ingchi Peak killed 3 Golden King white apes, Qianji Peak 4, Xiangming Peak 3. Zitai Peak 104. The faces of the elders and the various peak masters were complicated. Everyone knew Chuyu was strong, but none had witnessed his battle with the Jiao Lord, so there was no concrete definition of just how powerful he truly was. Now his strength had become tangibly evident to everyone, delivering an even more startling impact than when he slew the Jiao Lord. What an incredible level of power. How could we never have known such a person existed within the sect before? His skills with the blade and movement are of top-notch quality, but the killing intent is far too strong. He doesn't seem like someone practicing cultivation. I bow to no one except Lilanchio. Watching this man makes me feel uneasy. Killing white apes feels as effortless as chopping vegetables, without mercy. Would you really feel safe keeping such a person by your side? Li Yanbi watched in awe, previously engrossed in a game of chess with Lilanchio, then intently observing the square without breaking his gaze. Occasionally he would shake his head in regret or nod in admiration. Far surpassing my father in every way, at such a young age yet showing such ruthlessness. Has he ever bullied you? Furrowing his brows with genuine concern, Li Yanbi questioned Li Lanxiu. Having met countless people, he understood well that those stronger often possessed greater pride. Individuals at Chu Yu's level must have pride matching their capabilities. For someone like him, being forced into servitude would be a great humiliation, one impossible to forget. Li Lanxiu chuckled lightly, shook his head, then turned his gaze towards the Wendao Square. The second trial commenced, with a teleportation array opening at the center of the square. Disciples advancing one after another stepped onto the array, their figures vanishing completely. As the remaining figures gradually made their way toward the teleportation array, only one solitary dark figure remained still. He stood with one hand resting on the hilt of his blade behind his back, gazing upward toward the direction of a floating island. It seemed as though he was waiting for something. What is junior brother Chu waiting for? If he doesn't hurry, the teleportation array will close. Is he waiting for Elder Shen? Or is he waiting for Director Li? Disciples chattered amongst themselves, unclear about his purpose. Already having attracted so much attention, what else could he possibly lack? Li Lanxiu rose, approached the railing, squinted his eyes, and gave a slight nod to Chu Yu from afar. The surrounding disciples only noticed Chu Yu take a few steps forward. For the first time, a faint smile broke across his usually stern face. Lifting the hem of his robe, he knelt on one knee, bowed his head humbly in an expression of devout gratitude, as if offering thanks to some protective deity. Afterward, he got up and made his way toward the teleportation array. Among thousands of spectators gathered on the floating islands, many exchanged bewildered glances. From the direction of Zitai Peak alone, several floating islands housed peak masters whose hearts raced, speculating whether this gesture was in gratitude for previous gifts received. Only Baizhen sneered coldly, clearly unimpressed by Chu Yu's actions. The figures of the promoted disciples appeared in the massive mirror. Dense valleys, green hills, and lush waters stretched out before them, with thick vegetation covering towering ancient trees. At that moment, a dignified voice resounded once again both inside and outside the mirror, echoing like the command of a celestial deity. The second challenge, subjugation battle. Deep within this valley lies the tiger demon tribe, having cultivated for 100 years, dominating this region and causing harm to countless beings. Today's task requires you to obtain a demon core within the day to advance to the third round. The disciples drew their swords, standing ready as they carefully observed the environment of the valley. Jiang Jusi looked thoughtfully around the valley, spotting a crimson temple perched on a cliff in the distance. The vermilion walls of the temple stood out conspicuously against the green valley, its upturned eaves adding to an air of solemn majesty. He suddenly paused, immediately fixing his gaze on the plaque above the temple entrance, muttering, "Mount Yu Shrine. Mount Yu Shrine. Why does that sound so familiar?" Lian Shixiang also gazed at the temple, frowning slightly. Seated atop the altar inside the temple was Lord Yu, an ethereal and dignified figure with brocade robes and a cape, exuding awe-inspiring authority, except for the fact that his head was that of a tiger. The other dozen or so disciples had also noticed the Mount Yu Shrine, their expressions gradually becoming more complicated. Mount Yu was far from Chongxian sect, occasionally mentioned as being home to intelligent tiger demons who preyed on travelers and merchants. Though these tiger demons possessed over 100 years of cultivation, they weren't overly powerful, making them manageable for cultivators. However, the tiger demons of Mount Yu formed an entire clan, grandfather, father, son, a 3-generation family of demons. Killing one would mean facing the wrath of the entire clan, which was extremely perilous. Without complete certainty of success, one shouldn't act rashly. Lian Shixiang, having seen many great storms, observed the Mount Yu Shrine and said, "It appears that this shrine has not been visited by worshippers for many years, yet it remains intact. Clearly, Lord Yu frequently returns here, likely considering it a sanctuary. We can set up a small demon-slaying array within the temple, waiting for them like a farmer by his tree stump, and if they don't come back today, we'll consider other methods tomorrow." Jiang Jusi nodded slightly, adding, "For setting up the demon-slaying array, the more people involved, the better. Let's work together, everyone. Is there any objection?" The disciples all expressed agreement. Chu Xian's gaze swept across the crowd, noticing Chu Yu was nowhere to be seen. He was slightly stunned and gave a wry smile inwardly. Yu Shixiang of Xiangming Peak sneered coldly, speaking sarcastically, "It seems Chu junior brother disagrees. I wonder where he is now, observing the situation." Chu Xian Shixiang, Chu Yu belongs to Zitai Peak. Why don't you rein him in? Yu Shixiang asked provocatively. Chu Xian chuckled lightly and shook his head, truthfully replying, "He's my junior brother's subordinate, only taking orders from my junior brother, and thus not under my jurisdiction." Jiang Jusi stepped closer, eagerly asking, "Is junior brother Li well recently?" "He's fine," Chu Xian replied succinctly. Jiang Jusi appeared crestfallen, bitterly chuckling, "Ever since we parted ways on the flying boat, I haven't seen junior brother Li again." After returning from the Cangming realm, Shui Wujin hadn't said a word, asking nothing about why Jiang Jusi didn't kill Li Lanxiu or why Qi wasn't subdued. He had continued treating Jiang Jusi as before without mentioning either matter. Yet Jiang Jusi could no longer return to the past. He couldn't face the reality that his revered master exploited him to massacre innocents. Li Lanxiu's lively and beautiful face, if killed by his sword, wouldn't he have to die to atone? Jiang Juxi's lifelong interest lay solely in beautiful people, constantly thinking about Li Lanxiu's true appearance. That brief glimpse behind the veil was like presenting a rare delicacy to a gourmet while only allowing them to smell it, an agonizing torment. Chu Xian had long discerned the subtle intricacies and viewed another person entranced by Li Lanxiu as pathetic. But his junior brother was both cruel and picky, only those who were interesting or useful qualified for her attention. Those lacking both weren't even worth being toys. Clearly, Jiang Juxi lacked both qualities, but Chu Xian didn't point this out, instead urging, let's ascend the mountain now and set up the small demon-slaying array before nightfall. As dusk fell, the temple's silhouette blurred faintly under the hazy night sky. Following the array instructions, a few disciples sat cross-legged at each critical juncture of the formation, tightly gripping spirit talismans in their hands, silently chanting spells, channeling their spiritual energy. With that, the array slowly activated, beams of pale blue light rising from the ground to form an immense protective dome, firmly encompassing the temple within. Anxiety-filled, they awaited the arrival of the tiger demons, waiting from night until dawn broke, with the sun rising in the east. But there was no sign of the tiger demons. Furrowing his brow, Lian Shixiang murmured, "Are these tiger demons unusually mild-tempered? We've set up the formation right outside their door, yet they don't bother checking it out. I've heard that tiger demons are especially fierce, yet they don't dare to show themselves. Why such restraint?" Yu Shixiang also felt confused. At this moment, on Chongxian Sec's floating island, Zhou Zhenren, who had spent the whole night observing the scene, sighed repeatedly, supporting his forehead. "Rebellious disciple. Rebellious disciple. You've disgraced me beyond repair." And the disgrace wasn't just limited to Zhou Zhenren, the expressions of the various peak masters were all rather odd. For within the giant mirror at that moment, a dark-clad figure held a narrow blade, charging alone into the tiger demon's den, swiftly cutting down two young tiger demons with a single stroke. The tiger demon's lair was filled with countless white bones, human skeletons scattered everywhere, and the dirty walls and floors were stained with blood. Several bulky humanoid creatures rushed out of the lair upon hearing screams, their heads topped with enormous tiger heads. The tiger heads looked bizarre, distinctly human features but covered in golden black fur, their bodies adorned in stolen silk and satin, creating a grotesque sight. Seeing the young cub lying dead at the entrance, the tiger demons paused momentarily, their half-human faces contorted in fury. Their howls shook the surrounding mountains as they charged forward recklessly to avenge their offspring. Chu Yu moved swiftly, in the giant mirror, only a shadow flashing among the demons could be seen. He grazed past the back of a tiger demon, his blade sweeping across its neck while his other hand grabbed its fur. A freshly severed head, still blinking, landed in his grasp. This action further enraged the tiger demons. Chu Yu casually tossed the tiger head to the one wailing the loudest. As that tiger demon lunged forward, a black knife emerged from behind, the tip dripping blood which rolled down drop by drop. Chu Yu wiped the blood off the blade on the tiger demon's clothes, glancing at the few nearby demons. The rest of the tiger demons were terrified by the scene. These intelligent demons, who usually preyed on humans and dominated without opposition, now experienced firsthand the fear their victims once felt as their family was slaughtered one after another. Just as they wouldn't let their food escape, Chu Yu wouldn't spare any of them. The dark blade pierced through the heart of another tiger demon. The demon looked down at the blade sticking out of its chest, shocked and confused. It clawed at Chu Yu's arm, trying to pull the blade out. Chu Yu's wrist under the black silk seeped with blood under the clawing, yet he remained motionless. He forcefully pushed the blade deeper, embedding it completely into the tiger demon's body. Another tiger demon leaped at him from behind. By the time he could withdraw the blade, it was too late. Without even looking, he grabbed the fur of the demon in front of him, turned around swiftly and surged forward. The two tiger demons were impaled together like a sugar. The image shown in the giant mirror was gory and horrifying, with limbs and torsos flying everywhere. The gruesome deaths of the tiger demons surpassed even those of the adamant white apes. Soon, the entire tiger demon family reunited, except for the oldest Yueshan Jun, whose tough skin had been pierced with some external wounds, leaving its body drenched in blood. Yueshan Jun clearly realized the power of the man before him and tried to stall for time. Retreating a few steps, it sat on a stone bench and asked, "Are you a cultivator?" Chu Yu silently sized it up, his gaze resting on its abdomen. As Yueshan Jun attempted to speak, it suddenly widened its eyes and looked down. The black blade effortlessly penetrated its abdomen and was quickly withdrawn. A greedy hand broke through its flesh, reaching inside its belly and firmly grasping the demon core nestled within the Dan field, forcibly pulling it out. Blood gushed from the torn wound as the brown demon core, still attached to trembling veins, dripped with flesh and blood. It was held firmly in a bone-jointed hand. The observing disciples of Chongxian's sect were completely silent, shocked, speechless. The newly initiated ones turned pale, covering their mouths as they struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Chu Yu successively retrieved the demon cores of the tiger demon family, holding about 7 or 8 in his palm. He looked down at the protective heart mirror connected to his chest, displaying the demon cores to those watching. "Master, I have one," Chu Yu declared. Chapter 40. His voice reverberated across the square, refusing to dissipate. Countless eyes from all directions turned toward Zitai Peak, where the disciples of Zitai Peak simultaneously looked back at a figure cloaked in crimson sitting in a pavilion. Lelancio rested his chin on one hand while holding a chess piece with the other. He was intently focused on the chessboard, his sleeve sliding down to reveal a wrist that was delicate and thin, with prominent wrist bones clearly visible. As his wrist turned effortlessly, the chess piece lightly floated onto the board, executed with consummate ease and grace. It was as if he were completely unaware of the astonishment and questions brewing in the minds of the onlookers. "Master, could he be calling you?" With a composed expression, Li Yanbi lifted his tea, took a casual sip, and asked via mental transmission, "What's going on between you and this guy?" "He's mine." Lelancio raised his gaze, the person he referred to, his knife, his dog, any of these terms could aptly describe the relationship. Inside the massive mirror showing Yu Mountain Temple, given the precedent set in the first trial, several of the older brothers had already guessed the truth and now wore expressions heavy with dark clouds. Even senior brother Lien was furious. He had participated in many sect trials but never encountered a case where someone failed to make it past the second stage without entering the third. The third stage of the sect trial was the personal combat platform where individual prowess was tested. The first two stages focused on team cooperation. Chu Yu seemed entirely indifferent to group dynamics, only focusing on passing the trials quickly. Senior brother Lien's face turned ashen as he seated quietly, being so short-sighted and eager for success like this. What good will it do for junior brother Chu to secure first place? In an acidic tone, senior brother Yu added, "Of course, there's the green character pen. I heard Elder Shin used the green character pen as a reward for first place. Otherwise, would junior brother Chu put in this much effort?" At this, senior brother Lien paused, murmuring, "Elder Shin actually brought out the green character pen, such a treasure." Hope shone brightly in his eyes. The green character pen was one of the sect's top-tier treasures, priceless. Suddenly his tone became impassioned, "No, we can't just give up like this. What about our master's faces?" Senior brother Yu agreed, rallying those around him, "We're all fellow sect disciples. Winning or losing is irrelevant, but to lose without even making a move, do you accept it willingly?" "Not willingly." All the disciples answered in unison. Chu Xian smiled faintly, shaking his head and saying, "Junior brother Chu is my little junior brother's acquaintance, so I won't participate. If you want to spar with him, go ahead, but remember what happened to the golden white ape." Senior brother Yu's expression shifted as he turned to ask Jiang Jusi, "And you, senior brother Jiang?" Jiang Jusi suddenly froze, "What?" "Senior brother Jiang, we'd like to cross blades with Chu Yu to practice a few moves, will you join us?" Yu asked with a smile. Furrowing his brows thoughtfully, Jiang Jusi replied, "No. He and Master Li have a deep connection, and if I defeat him, Master Li wouldn't be pleased." Moreover, based on Chu Yu's displayed strength during the first trial, Jiang Jusi knew he wouldn't be able to win against him. Why risk losing more face by striving for something as petty as pride? Both senior brothers Lien and Yu certainly understood Chu Yu's formidable strength, yet they each harbored their own calculations. Senior brother Yu calculated very clearly. The timing between the two matches was extremely close. After battling the golden white ape, Yu also killed an entire nest of tiger demons. Even as an immaculate spirit body, he must now be low on spiritual power, feeling weak and exhausted. If they didn't seize this opportunity to reclaim some lost ground and save face for their master, when else should they act? All senior brother Lien wanted was the green character pen. If he managed to beat Chu Yu, he'd leave a good impression on Elder Shin at least. So the two of them agreed and led the rest of the disciples to the teleportation point to meet Chu Yu. They didn't wait long before a black-clad figure emerged from the lush forest. Chu Yu walked along while removing his forearm guard. Deep scratch wounds marred his arms from the tiger demon attacks. Swiftly, he wrapped the wounds with a bandage while glancing over the small group present. Seeing his injuries, senior brother Lien hesitated momentarily, unsure how to start. On the contrary, senior brother Yu felt greatly encouraged, smiling as he inquired, "Junior brother Chu, did you obtain all the demon cores from the tiger demons?" Chu Yu gave a slight nod, "Yes, 7 in total." Trying to keep his tone calm, senior brother Lien said, "Junior brother Chu, since you've collected all the demon cores, this means none of us can advance to the third round. Tell me, what shall we do about that? I mean no disrespect, but I only wish to win." Chu Yu, who had already grasped their intent, placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. "Junior brother Chu, we're not doubting your ability," senior brother Yu continued promptly. "Since we cannot compete with you on the arena, why don't we practice a little right now? That way, at least we can provide some form of response to our respective masters." Senior brother Lien nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us see your style, junior brother Chu." Chu Yu glanced at the teleportation array, eager to proceed without delay. He furrowed his brows and took a step back. "Please, let's settle this swiftly." Yu Shixiang and Lien Shixiang exchanged glances before Yu Shixiang stepped forward, rapidly forming hand seals. With a flick of his sleeve, 6 puppets flew out. The puppets looked exactly like Yu Shixiang, all dressed in white. Each puppet held a different magical artifact, some carried swords, others knives, and one wielded a bundle of golden threads. As Yu Shixiang's fingers moved deftly, the puppets quickly surrounded Chu Yu. The puppet with the golden threads tossed them out, each puppet grabbing an end while the final thread remained in Yu Shixiang's hands. He and the puppets moved in perfect unison, changing positions with great speed. The golden threads wove into a shining spider web around Chu Yu, locking him in the center. The onlookers were mesmerized, and Lian Shixiang couldn't help but mutter admiringly, Yu Shixiang's puppet array is truly remarkable. Senior Elder Shen had once warned Chu Yu about Yu Shixiang's mastery of Yanqing Ji Shu, advising caution. Chu Yu had never seen such a complex array before. He narrowed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. The golden threads began to shine even brighter as the array reached its full potential. Each thread was wrapped around one of Yu Shixiang's fingers, connecting him directly to the puppets. With a polite smile, Yu Shixiang gestured courteously, "Young Master Chu, please go first." Chu Yu, eager to save time, drew his blade like lightning. A flash of cold light erupted, freezing the puppets in their tracks. Bang bang bang. All the puppets fell simultaneously, transforming into shattered wooden dolls. Their weapons and golden threads scattered across the ground, the spider net disappearing along with them. Sheathing his sword, the entire process lasting only a second, Chiyu observed the broken wooden dolls scattered everywhere and frowned even deeper. It seemed incomprehensible that something so fragile could waste so much of his time. The golden thread slipped from Yu Shixiang's fingers, and he stood momentarily stunned. He quickly forced a smile. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. I will not compete against you, young Master Chu, in this trial. The surroundings grew eerily quiet as no one dared speak. Lian Shixiang reluctantly stepped forward. Let me try. Please take it easy on me, junior brother Chu. Go ahead, Chiyu nodded indifferently, his hand tightening forcefully on the hilt of his sword behind his back, suppressing trembling fingers from fatigue. Lian Shixiang carefully untied a cloth package, revealing an ancient and plain-looking green sword. He gently caressed its sheath, then drew it with great reverence. Snow-like brilliance flared instantly, spreading a biting cold air. Wasting no moment, Chiyu swung his blade powerfully down. Lian Shixiang twisted his sword to block the blow. In that brief moment of contact, he felt the overwhelming force of Chu Yu's technique, as if mountains themselves could be swallowed by its might. A fine crack appeared on the tiger's mouth of Lian Shixiang's grip, blood seeping through the cut. Quickly retreating, Lian Shixiang sensibly sheathed his sword and admitted defeat graciously. Junior brother Chu's skills are far superior. I won't contest the green character pen with you. Chu Yu didn't know what the green character pen was. He was anxious to leave and merely nodded briefly before heading toward the teleportation array. On the floating islands of Zhongshuan sect, the elders and peak masters watched the proceedings with varying expressions. While losing to Yu Yangshan's puppet array seemed understandable due to his lack of top-tier prowess within the sect, it came as quite a shock when Lian Jianqing also conceded so easily. Lian Jianqing just gave up. No wonder Jiang Jusi refused to participate. Is this immaculate spirit body really this strong? The immaculate spirit body is indeed powerful, but I suspect Chu Yu has digested countless secret manuals through true intention jade tablets. Combined with his unique body type, this is simply ridiculous. None of our disciples can possibly match him. How long has he been practicing? Given time, it's almost frightening to think. As everyone debated Chu Yu's strength, Senior Elder Shen suddenly rose and retrieved a white jade rui scepter from his ring. The white jade rui measured about a foot in length, entirely snow-white, exuding smooth, delicate quality. It featured an intricate carving of a person standing in heavy snow, a tribute to the story of Chengmen standing in the snow, a parable about respecting one's teacher. Upon seeing the white jade rui, everyone changed expression dramatically. Whiting immediately recognized it. It had been personally carved by Plum Snow Immortal herself. There were only two such artifacts in the sect, one owned by her and another now in possession of Senior Elder Shen. Already irked by Chu Yu's growing fame, Whiting burst into uncontrollable laughter upon seeing the jade rui, eagerly sitting upright anticipating a dramatic turn of events. Senior Elder Shen stayed calm and composed as he pulled out the green character pen next. Holding the jade rui in one hand and the green character pen in the other, he stepped onto a vast cloud. The stewards of Yunshuotang came out in single file, each holding a tray with divine grasses, elixirs, silk robes, and jade ornaments. There were about dozens of them, forming two long rows behind Elder Shen. The group stepped on white clouds, descending gracefully onto the square like celestial beings among an official retinue. The masters of the 12 peaks arrived with their disciples at the Wenda Square, where a massive crowd gathered, including all the inner and outer sect members of the monastery. Truly, the focus of tens of thousands, an infinite glory, everyone in the sect was fully aware what the jade rui represented. If Chu Yu accepted it, he would become a personal disciple of Plum Snow Immortal, placed equal with Bai Ying. Silently, the disciples looked on as thousands of eyes fixed upon Elder Shen's hands. The word envy now felt too light. Winning the top rank in the Shanghai trials deserved envy, having an immaculate spirit body warranted envy. Now, Master Chu Yu stood first in his sect trials, chosen by the sect leader to be a personal disciple, leaving nothing but sighs in the air, a lamentation over witnessing the rise of a legendary figure from afar. The teleportation array on the Wenda Square lit up, revealing a tall, straight-backed figure. Facing the crowd, Elder Shen stood solemnly and called out loudly, "This time's top achiever in the sect trials is Chu Yu. Is there any objection?" No sound emerged. Elder Shen then announced loudly, champion of the Zhongshuan sect grand competition, Chu Yu. Chu Yu slightly paused, instinctively glancing toward the Jitai Peak disciple's direction, seeing Li Lanxiu standing beside Li Yanbi, giving him a nod. Composing himself, Chu Yu stepped forward and said, I am here, master. Elder Shen raised high the green character pen and jade rui, his voice thunderous, our Zhongshuan sect is one of the 4 great Taoist sects under heaven. For thousands of years, we have stood unwavering, producing countless heroes and virtuous men, deserving our title as a prestigious Taoist sect. When you entered our sect not long ago, you single-handedly killed a Jiaolong lord in the Canghai realm, bringing fame to our righteous path. In this round of sect trials, you battled fiercely against a golden Bodhi white ape and exterminated the tiger demon race, truly a talent destined for greatness. This green character pen in my left hand is my heart's greatest treasure. Turning around, Elder Shen spoke solemnly, I gift this greatest treasure to our destined genius. Let us all congratulate him together, wishing him smooth journeys and radiant prospects. Tens of thousands of voices erupted simultaneously, powerful as if surging waves, united in purpose, may our destined genius illuminate 1,000 generations, and may his honor last forever. May our destined genius illuminate 1,000 generations, and may his honor last forever. A colossal echo rippled across the square, layered and endless, dispersing like the toll of a bell through space. Innumerable gazes focused, boundless honor reached its zenith. Chu Yu remained calm. As a former crown prince accustomed to grand occasions, he had learned to remain unperturbed by honors or humiliations. He quietly scanned the faces among the crowd. Li Lanxiu's eyes curved into a gentle arc, seemingly smiling towards him, a warm glow radiating from his deep black pupils. Chu Yu's lips curled upward as he turned, using both hands to accept the green character pen passed down by Elder Shen, saying humbly, thank you, Elder. As Elder Shen lifted the jade rui with the other hand, preparing to speak, Chu Yu vanished instantly before him. Without hesitation, Chu Yu strode through layer upon layer of people. No one among the disciples knew his intentions, naturally making way to see what the chosen son would do next. Walking directly to Li Lanxiu, he knelt gracefully and held up the green character pen, looking up devoutly and proclaiming loudly, Master, Chu Yu has not shamed your trust. Li Lanxiu picked up the green character pen, casually twirled it once, and then patted Chu Yu's head in praise. Trying to avoid contact, Chu Yu frowned lightly, whispering lowly, there's blood all over me, don't get your hands dirty. Li Lanxiu laughed softly, bending down to carefully wipe the blood from Chu Yu's face with a handkerchief, praising gently, you've done very well. Chu Yu gazed intently into the close-up eyes, finding warmth in the touch that graced his cheek. He smiled contentedly. This was the reward he truly desired. It was what he hoped for most in affirmation. Chapter 41. All around was perfectly still. A line of white cranes leapt through the clouds, their loud cries breaking the silence in the square. The expressions on people's faces were vivid and varied. Compared to Chu Yu, who was at the center of everyone's attention, now everyone was more focused on Li Lanxiu. No one in the sect didn't know about Master Li. 6 months ago, this ostentatious and overbearing Master Li was notorious for bullying others with his influence. Everyone knew he had mediocre talent and only acted high and mighty because of his father. However, after the Tsangming realm trial, when they mentioned Master Li, the disciples would all reveal subtle expressions. Master Li and his bonded servant had cleverly killed a Jiao lord together, displaying impressive tactics. Not to mention, he was excessively handsome. The wedding attire that everyone saw clearly remains vivid in memory, truly beautiful beyond compare. Even through the veil, it was breathtaking. If one could see his real face, it would truly be a regret-free death. So, Chu Yu knelt devoutly before Li Lanxiu, a sight so strange yet oddly harmonious, as if it should have been this way all along. If he offered the Qing Ci pen to young Master Li, there's nothing particularly odd about that. I lack the ability. If I had his kind of skill, I'd also try to win the favor of a beauty by presenting her with someone else's gift. That's the true nature of a hero. Those who laugh at him for willingly being a slave, humph. They don't know how happy senior brother Chu is inside right now. The discussions continued. Li Lanxiu wiped away the blood from Chu Yu's cheek with a handkerchief, glancing at the wound on his arm leaking blood. Does it hurt? Chu Yu stared intently at him, gently brushing his cheek against his palm. Not painful. The pain that was subtly throbbing just disappeared instantly. Li Lanxiu raised his eyes and saw Elder Shen smiling as he approached briskly through the crowd, holding a jade in one hand, with Cloud Waterhall's officers following behind. He patted Chu Yu's cheeks. Let him handle the matter, he caused himself, standing up and wiping the blood off his hands with the handkerchief. Seeing the figure still kneeling on one knee, Elder Shen coughed lightly and called out, Chu Yu. Chu Yu turned his head toward him, composed without a trace of humor, saying politely, Elder. Elder Shen hesitated for a moment. Seeing no sign that Chu Yu intended to stand while speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Li Lanxiu, carrying a slight hint of pleading. Although the affair concerning the Qing Ci pen could be tolerated, a prodigy repaying a favor, that makes sense, right? But later, when Elder Shen would hand over the Jadito Chu Yu would receive it kneeling on one knee with both hands, thus officially becoming the second true disciple of Plum Snow True Lord. This main disciple kneeling before Li Lanxiu was indeed an improper scene. Of course, Elder Shen didn't know that another person had already done something even more extreme, much to the contrary, compared to Chu Yu, this action was rather respectful to him. Li Lanxiu slightly nodded at him, lifting his hand to pat Chu Yu's nape. Chu Yu understanding stood up and stood respectfully facing Elder Shen. Elder Shen sighed in relief, raising the jade before him, his face full of satisfaction, slowly saying, Chu Yu, Thysis forged from the supreme divine jade, taken from 1,000-year-old mystical ice from deep within the Kunlun ice plains freezing pool, and fused with the essence of the 9 heaven stars, personally forged by Plum Snow True Lord. The True Lord made 2 such jade rings, he handed one personally to Bai Zhenchuan, and gave the other to me, asking me to seek out worthy disciples on his behalf. He paused, gazing brightly into Chu Yu's eyes and continued, I've been entrusted with great responsibility by our sect leader. For years, I've neither rested peacefully nor tasted food without worry, never neglecting my duties. Today, I finally have a person in mind. Chu Yu looked at him calmly, whispering secretly, is Sir fully aware of this? Yes, I am. Li Lanxiu acknowledged candidly. Chu Yu lowered his voice further, is Sir no longer keeping me? It sounded as if becoming a true disciple of Plum Snow True Lord equated to being sold to a cold minefield to work as hard labor. Li Lanxiu chuckled and ignored him. Elder Shen raised his voice, his stern voice reverberating throughout the square, spreading everywhere for countless disciples to hear, like an imperial edict descending from the heavens. Chu Yu, your talents are extraordinary. This day, I grant you, under the name of the sect leader, the status of a true disciple. The murmurs and debates from moments ago instantly dissipated. Chu Yu had his own way to deal with this situation. He stepped aside next to Li Lanxiu, maintaining composure without arrogance or humility, saying sincerely, thank you, Elder, for your kindness. I'm deeply grateful. He paused slightly, his tone steady and cold, since joining the sect, I've been helped by Master Li. With his guidance and support, I've achieved what I have today. I wish to join Purple Platform Peak, respecting Elder Li Yanbi as my teacher, to repay Master Li's kindness. The crowd erupted in surprise among the disciples. Elder Shen's expression changed abruptly. The Peak Masters and Elders involuntarily turned their gaze towards Elder Li Yanbi, amazed and envious beyond belief. Elder Li Yanbi stood composedly with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a solitary and extraordinary aura. He transmitted sound to inquire, you said he was your person, did you know beforehand that he would say this? Pretty much as I expected. Li Lanxiu replied. A loyal dog will always find its way home no matter how far it is thrown. Why didn't you tell father? Isn't father looking for a good seedling? I wanted to give father a surprise. Elder Li Yanbi's expression revealed a pleased smile. He patted his shoulder and transmitted sound imbued with laughter, you've given father a pleasant surprise. Li Lanxiu leaned closer to him, Is father happy? Happy, but I'm afraid this young man. Elder Shen's expression was complex and inscrutable, glancing at Chu Yu, then at Li Lanxiu. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Li Lanxiu. The sharp eyes of the old man shone brightly, as if trying to see through what exactly Li Lanxiu had done to turn the sect's genius into a submissive disciple under his command. Li Lanxiu lazily turned his head, completely unfazed by everyone's gazes. All the disciples were watching him, his crimson robe stood out amidst the sea of white, resembling plum blossoms in a snowy winter. Was it so easy being someone who belonged to Li Lanxiu? Could it possibly be better than being the personally taught disciple of the sect leader? The disciples were all very curious. Only Bai Ying, seated on the floating island with a cup of immortal tea in hand, took a leisurely sip and thought to himself, of course it is. Chu Yu's choice wasn't foolish at all. As for his motives, only Chu Yu himself truly understood. Elder Shen quickly restored his calm demeanor and smiled as he said, good. Repaying kindness is our sect tradition. With that, he threw back his head and laughed loudly, gently brushing his wide sleeves. The jade disappeared from his hand, since such is the case, you shall continue your cultivation under Master Li of the Purple Platform Peak, not letting down the heavy entrustment of our sect. Elder Li Yanbi stepped forward. Chu Yu turned around, lifting his robe neatly and kneeling down on one knee, teacher. From now on, you are my disciple. Elder Li Yanbi nodded almost imperceptibly, extending a hand to him, stand up. Chu Yu grasped his hand and stood up, smiling genuinely and brightly, thank you, teacher. Elder Li Yanbi sized him up from head to toe, heavily patting his shoulder. Rarely did he show such a relaxed smile. 100 years ago, after a battle against the Red Sect, all the disciples he painstakingly nurtured perished. Since then, Purple Platform Peak fell into decline. They hadn't made any major achievements in trials or competitions within the sect. He was originally a proud and righteous person, unwilling to bribe outer sect elders with gifts and engage in such filthy matters. All he could do was helplessly watch his longtime rival rise above him, an extremely unpleasant feeling. Today, finally relieving the pent-up frustration in his chest, he felt unprecedented comfort. Jiang Jusi and his group had already returned from Mount Yu. Among the disciples, they witnessed this moment. Just before, Yu brother and Lian brother fought Chu Yu, suffering severe spiritual wounds. Upon seeing this situation, they felt even more wounded. What others dreamed of and desperately sought after was seemingly beneath Chu Yu's notice. Originally, when he said he wanted to win at any cost, it was simply because he intended to become one of Li Lanxiu's people. Jiang Juxi's expression was complex. The heaven-endowed son had gone to such lengths just to gain recognition from Li Lanxiu. And himself? Lacking Chu Yu's ability, must his sincerity also fall short? The face hidden beneath the dreamlike mask, if he did nothing, he would never have a chance to see it. After some contemplation, his fists clenched inside his sleeves. He made a significant decision in his heart. Seeing that it was about time to leave, Li Lanxiu scanned Chu Yu's blood-stained clothes and walked over to Li Yanbi's side, saying, "I'll take him back first to tidy up." "Alright, you may go back to Purple Platform Peak first." Li Yanbi nodded, signaling his consent, glancing thoughtfully at Xue Wujiu. It was unclear what Jiang Juxi had told him, but upon hearing it, Xue Wujiu appeared stricken as if struck by lightning. His already pale complexion worsened dramatically, contorted grotesquely as though ready to devour someone. Chu Yu followed behind Li Lanxiu as the two left the question square. The crowd of disciples automatically parted ways, their longing gazes following them until they disappeared. Back at Purple Platform Peak, Li Lanxiu idly toyed with the Qing Ci pen, lightly stepping into the hall. Chu Yu paused at the doorway, turning his injured arm away, blood dripping from his sleeve onto the blue brick floor. After walking a few steps, Li Lanxiu turned around, raised his chin and beckoned, "Come in." "I'll dirty your carpet, young master," Chu Yu said quietly, his tone deep and weary. The drops of blood contrasting sharply against the grey brick suggested serious injuries. Li Lanxiu swept his gaze over him. He looked pitiable. He lightly lifted his finger, "If I say come in, then come in. Don't come in later and you'll never get another chance." Chu Yu immediately entered, hastily pressing the still bleeding wound as he approached in a few steps. Li Lanxiu first put away the Qing Ci pen and walked straight to the multi-treasure pavilion. He opened a box, casually taking out a medicine bottle, "Untie." Chu Yu tore off the bandages around his arm. The tiger demon's nails had left an abyssal scar on his flesh like sharp blades. The wound was a mess of bloodied meat, with peeled-back skin. It looked horrifying. Involuntarily, he moved his hand to cover it. Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at him sideways. Chu Yu slowly drew back his hand to expose the wound. "I'll do it myself." Li Lanxiu unscrewed the cap of the medicine bottle, lightly sprinkling its contents onto Chu Yu's arm. The high-quality wound-healing liquid in the bottle immediately fused the flesh upon touching the skin. "It's healed." Chu Yu stroked his recovered arm, tearing off his sleeve as he looked up and said, "Thank you, sir. Follow me." Li Lanxiu headed down a long corridor, where within the hall there lay a pool of spirit spring water infused with Mother Earth's spirit essence. Bathing in this could nourish both spiritual and physical strength. He bathed daily in this spring, and today he granted this rare privilege to Chu Yu. The elegant and ancient room held bright light lamps. Mist swirled over the bath pool, accompanied by incense. The moist air carried a pleasant aroma. Thick clouds of concentrated spirit energy emanated from the spirit spring pool. Green bamboo surrounded it like a fence, its shadow swaying gently. Li Lanxiu swept away the decorations on the low table next to the bath with a flick of his sleeve. Turning his head, he deftly untied the hair ribbon from behind his head. His black hair spilled over his cheeks, making his face appear even smaller. Sitting leisurely at the low table, Li Lanxiu tossed the hair ribbon into the spirit spring pool, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yu while lifting his chin to ask, "Still not undressing?" The red ribbon floated gracefully in the pool like a koi fish swimming about. Chu Yu stole a quick glance before withdrawing his gaze. With ease, he unfastened his robe, revealing a tall, well-proportioned body, broad shoulders, narrow waist, muscles lean and defined. When he reached his undergarments, he hesitated slightly. His breathing inexplicably deepened, and then he removed his undergarment and stepped into the misty warm waters of the spirit spring pool. Li Lanxiu kicked off his boots and stockings, turned his body, and let his feet sink into the warm water, tapping the water surface with his toes, creating ripples that rippled out in circles. From the arch of his foot to the delicate curve of his toes, everything seemed enchantingly graceful. The water made his skin appear even whiter and translucent, akin to jade meticulously carved to lie underwater. From Chu Yu's perspective, he could see clearly. The tips of the toes weren't just pure white but also revealed a faint rosy glow, curling slightly, reminiscent of peach blossoms in March. With a composed expression, Chu Yu gazed upward at Li Lanxiu, his fists tightly clenched underwater to suppress the urge to grasp those feet in his hands to admire them further. Li Lanxiu tilted his head to look at him, his jet black hair softly falling around his face. In the damp dimness, his eyes shimmered slightly, half-lidded lazily, as his voice murmured softly, "What reward do you seek?" Chapter 42. Chu Yu stared at him intently, his Adam's apple moving subtly up and down. With a hoarse voice, he said, "I want to stay by your side forever, young Master Dash." The reward he truly desired couldn't be expressed. That unspoken desire was restlessly stirring, like a wild beast lurking in the depths of the night, waiting for the chance to break free from its cocoon. Until one day, when he could have both his person and heart, fully possessing him in body and soul. Li Lanxiu lightly tapped the tip of his nose and said with a low laugh, "You've already gotten this. Don't you want anything else?" Chu Yu moved closer, his lips brushing against a strand of loose, dark hair. As his lips opened and closed, it was as if he were kissing that strand. "My heart seeks nothing else but to be by your side day and night." After these words, the strand of hair seemed to be inadvertently held between his teeth, and he extended his tongue to lick it slowly. A trace of an imperceptible smile flashed in Li Lanxiu's eyes. He hooked a finger to brush away the ink-black hair lingering on Chu Yu's lips and asked, Are you really this obedient? I only follow your commands, young master, Chu Yu said while staring at him. Li Lanxiu straightened up after releasing his hand, the idea of teasing someone forming in his mind. After pondering for a few seconds, he softly said, Then what if I don't allow you to rise? The pupils of Chu Yu's dark eyes contracted suddenly, his gaze turning deep and dim as he looked at him. Li Lanxiu leaned back, his hands propped behind him on the short table where he sat. One of his toes gently splashed water ripples, so, will you obey or not? I'll do my best. Chu Yu closed his eyes so as not to look at him, pretending to be alone in the spirit spring pool, ignoring his existence. Li Lanxiu tilted his head to examine Chu Yu's appearance. His toe gracefully flicked water droplets onto Chu Yu's face, lazily enunciating every word, open your eyes. Chu Yu raised his eyes to stare at him. Water continuously splashed onto his face, but he didn't dodge it. The tips of his fingers lingeringly wiped away the water droplets from his lips. Li Lanxiu lifted his chin and leisurely glanced at the person. The hem of his robes, soaked through in the spirit spring pool, clung tightly to his well-shaped lower legs, the snow-white brocade fabric sticking to curves that revealed slender, delicate ankles. His calf muscles were evenly proportioned, neither too skinny nor too muscular, having just the right amount of flesh. Chu Yu's body uncontrollably gave a reaction, and his bodily response in the clear spirit spring water became evident for all to see. In the prime of youth, brimming with blood and vigor, such restraint was impossible. Just imagining this was the pool where Li Lanxiu bathed was enough to let that suppressed urge run rampant, which is why he hadn't wanted to take off his undergarments before, let alone now being teased thus. Having a reaction was normal, not having one would be unnatural. Li Lanxiu casually glanced at it and turned his face away, shifting his gaze, coldly asking, Why are you so disobedient? Master, how would you like to punish me? Chu Yu had already realized that he was going to be teased and asked softly. Li Lanxiu gave him a disdainful glare, You've done meritorious work, yet I'd punish you. Am I the kind of person who doesn't distinguish between rewards and punishments? Of course not, master. Chu Yu's expression remained calm, and he stared at him deeply without concern in his dark eyes. Li Lanxiu had initially planned to tease him further but now lost interest, turning his face away and closing his eyes, saying, It's unsightly. I don't want to see it. Alright, it's me who looks unpleasant, but you look pleasant, master. Chu Yu whispered quietly. Li Lanxiu's thoughts were entirely on the uncomfortable scene earlier, pursing his lips and frowning, failing to notice the overstep in those words. He had once seen Chu Yu in the sleeping quarters of Jiaojuan. In his eyes, Chu Yu was like a little dog, and it was only natural for the master to wash his dog. Back then, it was still quite picturesque, he could still joke about it. Now, however, the state was too obvious, making it hard to imagine that beautiful face without picturing something starkly different. If it wouldn't turn Chu Yu against him, he truly wished to neuter the Son of Heaven, so as not to obstruct his view every so often. With his brows furrowed and eyes closed, he lay still, ironically making it easier for Chu Yu to release his problem towards him amidst the misty haze. Li Lanxiu's mask became unclear in the fog, allowing Chu Yu more imagination about the face beneath the veil. Chu Yu's gaze was open and unabashed, fixed unwaveringly on Li Lanxiu, appreciating every inch of his beauty. Amongst the scattered dark hair, his neck was snowy white and fine, and his ears were pure and elegant. There, faint green veins could be vaguely seen behind the ear, a beauty beyond reproach. There wasn't a single part of him that wasn't beautiful. Unsure of what crossed his mind, Chu Yu's dark eyes grew even deeper and darker, his gradually heavier breathing becoming particularly clear in the silent room. This breath, hurried and repressed, seemed as though trying to control oneself. Thinking of what Chu Yu was doing, Li Lanxiu frowned and ordered, Do not breathe heavily. The heavy breathing stopped abruptly, but the rapid breathing couldn't be completely controlled, revealing a bit of an oppressed hoarseness. Li Lanxiu's eyelashes trembled slightly as if he had heard nothing, coldly urging with indifference, Hurry up. Master, I'll do my best, Chu Yu replied obediently, but his body didn't seem to move any faster. The misty vapor rose from the spirit spring pool. After a long while, Chu Yu moved closer and softly whispered beside him, Young master. Li Lanxiu turned around, lightly slapping Chu Yu's cheek in a very casual motion, murmuring leisurely, You haven't dirted my carpet, but you've sullied my spirit spring pool. Chu Yu received the painless slap with a mysterious gleam in his eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, I'm sorry, young master. Li Lanxiu was about to lift his foot to rise when he noticed a trace of filth on his toes. His brows furrowed, and he coldly stared at Chu Yu. Chu Yu looked at his toes, his lips moving slightly, seemingly not expecting this situation either. Li Lanxiu stretched out his elegant long leg, extending his toe toward Chu Yu, You made the mess, so clean it up. Without hesitation, Chu Yu grasped Li Lanxiu's ankle, splashing water to wash away the filth. With broad palms, he cradled the back of Li Lanxiu's foot, the other hand gently holding the toes, kneading them tenderly. The soft, smooth texture felt resilient yet supple, the distinct bone structure underneath easy to feel, making him want to linger. Unable to resist, he began pressing harder, indulging in playing with the foot in his grasp. Li Lanxiu became uncomfortable with the grip and, without warning, kicked Chu Yu hard. Let go. Chu Yu was kicked in the chest, reluctantly releasing his hold but still savoring the silkiness and softness he'd just touched by rubbing his own palms. Li Lanxiu slipped into his boots and stockings, using a spell to dry the water stains on his robe hem, casting a cold glance towards the man in the pool. Suddenly, his shoulders shuddered slightly, letting out a gentle laugh that sounded delicate and melodious before turning away with light steps. Chu Yu clenched his chest tightly, blood vessels throbbing behind his ears as he squinted at Li Lanxiu's retreating figure. He wasn't sure whether it was because Li Lanxiu was too captivating or because of his own insatiable desire. That ticklish urge flared up again at the sound of that soft laugh. Miaosu waited outside the hot springs room, stepping forward when Chu Yu came out. Young master instructed us to wait for you here. Let me show you your quarters. She led Chu Yu down a long corridor to a side room next to the main hall, resembling where a gatekeeper might live. Opening the door, she said, young master has assigned you this room. The room was spacious and bright, the furnishings tastefully elegant. Chu Yu entered and took a look around. Thank you, young master. Miaosu hesitated, looking uneasy as she said, young master mentioned you wanted to stay close to him. From now on, you'll be living here. Watching. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow, turning around and sitting calmly in a chair. Watching what? The watchdog. A day later, an event shook the enforcement hall of the sect. The grand hall of the enforcement hall radiated authority, with a majestic statue of the law god standing prominently at its center. The deity held a massive sword, his features stern and solemn. At the entrance, clusters of disciples gathered, their curious gazes fixed on the situation unfolding inside the grand hall. They had arrived in groups, hearing news that early in the morning Master Shui of the Thousand Mechanisms Peak flew into a rage and flogged his beloved disciple Jiang Jusi harshly within the main hall of the peak. Jiang Jusi had once been a major figure in the sect, greatly favored by Master Shui. He treated Jiang Jusi like his own son, never showing any signs of anger until now. Yet today, he lashed out violently, beating Jiang Jusi mercilessly. Still unsatisfied, Master Shui dragged Jiang Jusi to the enforcement hall, demanding the law whip for punishment. Kneeling before the statue of the law god, Jiang Jusi rested his knees on a penitence platform beneath a stone slab. Inlaid with intricate runes, the stone caused excruciating pain akin to being cut by knives upon contact, immobilizing anyone who knelt on it. His exquisite white robes were now spattered with blood, deep lash marks horrifyingly visible. Once a gentleman of icy aloofness, Jiang Jusi now resembled a lost stray dog. Scholar Shui Wujiu stood beside him, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grim and somber. He ordered coldly, bring out the whip. The solemn enforcers lined up neatly on both sides. Upon his words, they all chanted in unison, bring out the whip. On the judgment altar, several dignified law whips were displayed, each completely black with silver runes embedded in their bodies. These law whips were no ordinary lashes. Specifically designed to punish disciples guilty of grave offenses, the whip could pierce through a cultivator's physical defenses, inflicting unbearable pain akin to dismemberment. Only in cases of serious misconduct would the sect deploy such a tool. An official of the enforcement hall lifted the law whip, bowing deeply to the statue of the law god before handing the whip respectfully to Scholar Shui Wujiu. Scholar Shui, please wield the whip. Scholar Shui Wujiu seized the whip fiercely, his expression revealing hints of ferocity. Swinging it powerfully toward Jiang Jusi's back, he roared, foolish disciple. Do you know your crimes? Jiang Jusi hung his head low, traces of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He remained silent, kneeling on the punishment platform. Scholar Shui Wujiu continuously lashed the whip, each strike of the law whip tearing through Jiang Jusi's clothing and shredding his skin into bloody pulp. The red foam spattered violently onto the floor. No matter how much Scholar Shui whipped him, Jiang Jusi hung his head silently, determined to oppose his master until the very end. Taking several strides forward in a frenzy, Scholar Shui wildly swung the whip as he asked again, rebellious disciple, do you know your sins? Jiang Jusi remained silent without even lifting his head. Since joining at the age of 13, he had entered under the guidance of Thousand Mechanisms Peak, becoming Shui Wujiu's disciple, and their relationship over 10 years was anything but superficial. Scholar Shui Wujiu entrusted only him with such confidential matters as killing Li Lanxiu, but not only did Li Lanxiu survive, Qiu didn't end up being accepted as his disciple either. Now, to his shock, Jiang Jusi declared, your disciple has always adored beauties above all else. Li Lanxiu is the most beautiful person I've ever seen in my life. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to see his true form, regardless of any sacrifice. This meant that from now on, Jiang Jusi would no longer listen to Scholar Shui Wujiu, he would listen to Li Lanxiu. Furious and disheartened, Scholar Shui lost both his pawn and bride. After cultivating his favorite disciple for over a decade, he was now reduced to being nothing more than Li Lanxiu's lapdog after one trip to the Cangming realm. His fury boiled, propelling the whip once more. Smack, smack, smack. The sharp sound of the whip resounded within the hall, leaving the onlookers pale-faced. There wasn't a single good piece of flesh left on Jiang Jusi's body, his pristine white robe was drenched entirely in blood. Finally, his body tilted forward, and he collapsed upon the penance platform. Scholar Xue Wujiu missed with his next lash and hurriedly grabbed his disciple in pain, sorrowfully asking, "Why are you doing this, rebellious disciple? What kind of good person is Li Lanxiu? Haven't I already told you? Why won't you listen?" Pale-faced, Jiang Jusi shook his head weakly and murmured faintly, "Master Xue, I am fully aware of who he is. He's cunning and ruthless, delighting in mockery, yet I want to be mocked by him too. What have you been bewitched by? Has Li Lanxiu poisoned you?" Scholar Xue couldn't comprehend why. Xu Yu had become obsessed like a dog chasing a bone because of Li Lanxiu. And now, despite his potential to remain a respectable man, Jiang Jusi also wanted to abandon it all to serve Li Lanxiu. Wiping the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, Jiang Jusi's eyes glimmered with an intense shine. "He has done nothing to me. He hasn't shown the slightest interest in me, it's entirely my own volition." Xue Wujiu stared at him as though seeing a ghost, suddenly standing tall and giving him one last chance, shaking and choking out, "Do you know your crimes, rebel?" Jiang Jusi straightened his back, raising his head with all his strength and said loudly, to catch even a glimpse of Master Li Lanxiu's true appearance, "I am willing to brave fire and water. This is my life's ambition. I see no fault in my choice." Scholar Xue Wujiu raised the whip high, trembling uncontrollably as his grip tightened. But ultimately, the whip did not fall. Throwing the weapon aside, he stormed towards the door in great strides. "If you are so stubborn, our teacher-student relationship ends here. From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple." As the whip fell to the ground, the restraining enchantments of the penitent's platform were lifted. Rising, Jiang Jusi bowed toward the direction where his master disappeared, saying, "Thank you, master, for granting me this opportunity." Outside the enforcement hall, the disciples observing hesitated awkwardly. Each word of their dialogue echoed sharply in their ears. How could it be that Jiang Jusi, a member of the prestigious Jiang family of the Four Seas Trade Guild and a heaven-endowed prodigy, would betray his own mentor merely for a sight of Li Lanxiu? Such disloyalty and ungratefulness for fleeting beauty would ruin his reputation in the world of cultivation, branding him as dishonorable. Was Li Lanxiu truly so mesmerizing that he could grant this kind of obsession? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Jiang Jusi came from the esteemed Jiang family, quite renowned in the world of cultivation. News of this scandal spread rapidly across the 9 provinces of the continent. Cultivators across the realms learned of how he risked everything just to catch a glimpse of Master Li Lanxiu's face, traveling with attendants and maids from the Jiang family, all incomparably beautiful women. Whoever this person must be to drive someone well-versed in beauty like Jiang Jusi to madness like this. Inside the largest tavern of Mengxian City, customers bustled about, filling the space with lively chatter. Business thrived there without end. A green-robed disciple stood atop a bench, one leg resting on the table edge. Embroidered upon his chest was the symbol of the Big Dipper 7 stars, marking him as a student of the all-knowing Big Dipper Pavilion. He narrated vividly, exaggerating grandly to his audience, "The most beautiful person I've ever seen was a fox spirit, radiant and ethereal, unforgettable." "Your idea of the most beautiful isn't impressive since you haven't seen better," countered another voice. Others chimed in defiantly, "I think the loveliest thing I've ever laid eyes on was a fishing girl by the lake, her plain clothing couldn't hide her heavenly grace. I believe the fairest sight is Moon Immortal from the Flowing Cloud sect, no one who's met her speaks ill of her beauty. My younger sister is the prettiest, isn't that right, little sister? All of you have different opinions, but the first beauty in the cultivation world is actually Yan Fairy from Chongxian sect." Once these words were spoken, the surrounding noise and disputes momentarily quieted down as everyone nodded in agreement. Yet one voice suddenly questioned, "That's not right. Jiang Jusi is Yan Fairy's senior fellow disciple. He spends every day with her, the top beauty in cultivation realms, why would he then destroy his name for Li Lanxiu? Could it be that Li Lanxiu's true appearance surpasses all beauties and left him unforgettable?" Everyone looked toward the omnipotent 7 Stars Tower for answers. Stunned for a moment, a disciple from 7 Stars Tower replied seriously, "Please rest assured, everyone. Our ranking system for beauties is objective and fair, trustworthy to all ages. This Li, whatever his name is, no matter how he looks, we will surely find a way to make him reveal his real face, proving our rankings absolutely impartial. How can we make disciples of Chongxian sect expose their true faces while they're within their sect?" The onlookers nearby seemed rather skeptical. Shaking his hand dismissively, the 7 Stars Tower disciple said mysteriously, "You folks might not know, but the latest news suggests the Red Sect has been massacring entire cities consecutively in Xizhou and Dongyue kingdoms. In merely 10 days, 17 cities have been completely annihilated, causing panic among the common people. How could the prestigious sects and Taoists just sit back and watch? Soon enough, disciples will be dispatched to various locations to protect the citizens. At that time, Li Lanxiu will inevitably leave Chongxian sect. And that'll be your chance to see his true face, won't it?" Chapter 43. The evil deeds committed by the Red Sect in Xizhou and Dongyu quickly spread throughout the 9 continents, leaving the common folk in a state of panic. The demonic cultivators of the Red Sect wielded great power, capable of slaughtering entire cities with ease. The people could only place their hopes on the Taoist sects. Lingyan Sword Sect, being the preeminent Taoist sect, took it upon themselves without hesitation. On that very day, they issued a summons to all sizes of sects, calling for Taoist cultivators to head to various towns to reassure the populace and protect the safety of the local people. Among the 10,000 inner and outer disciples of Chongxian sect, only a little over 1,000 were left behind to guard the sect, with the rest dispatched to towns across the 9 continents under the command of their respective peak leaders. Li Lanxiu was assigned to Mengxian City in Dongyu, one of the most prosperous cities in the country. He stationed there alongside disciples from Lingyun Sword Sect, Luyun Sect, and Ivna Sect. Chu Yu naturally accompanied him, as Li Yanbi could not bear the thought of letting him take risks alone. With matters of such gravity, the two traveled aboard the sect's flying boat, reaching Mengxian City several days later. Since the news of the massacres reached Mengxian City, panic had seized the city. Neighboring towns within Dongyu had also fallen victim, resulting in untold casualties. Blood filled the skies, turning the rivers crimson. It was easy to imagine the horrific scenes within those towns. The city was hit by fierce storms, its streets lined with shops having their doors and windows tightly shut. Only a few shops remained open, their red lanterns swaying pitifully in the wind and rain. Groups of soldiers in capes roamed the city in large numbers, casting dark shadows as they patrolled. Any passerby encountered would be roughly grabbed and harshly interrogated, causing terror among the citizens, who had become hypersensitive to any potential threats. In an open tea house sat several cultivators. At the head seat stood a young man, tall and efficient-looking, clad in pristine white robes adorned with purple cuffs, carrying a purple sword on his back. Those around him wore similar garments, they were all disciples of Lingyun Sword Sect. The young man's face bore a stern expression as he said, Jinhua City was the first to suffer at the hands of the Red Sect. We've investigated Jinhua City before, empty houses, mountains of white bones. It truly is a living hell. Opposite him sat a teenager. In contrast to the simple attire of Lingyun Sword Sect, this youth was dressed in luxurious silks and adorned with a jade crown. His handsome features carried a hint of arrogance. He gave a light sneer and mocked, these beasts of the Red Sect only dare to prey on ordinary folk. If they ever encounter our Luyun Sect, we'll make sure they don't return alive. Junior friend Jiang Zhua speaks the truth, the young man acknowledged, placing his hand on the shoulder of a nearby disciple of Lingyun Sword Sect. The disciple originally wanted to boast about how Lingyun Sword Sect was the greatest in the world, second only to none, but was stopped before he could speak. Jiang Zhua stood up, gazing outside the door, why hasn't Brother Li returned yet? The young man smiled and replied, Junior friend, please wait a little longer. My junior brother has a compassionate heart. Perhaps he encountered some unfortunate travelers along the way, thus delaying his return. Jiang Zhua rose and moved to the entrance, his two servants lifting a chair for him. He casually sat down, observing the storm and awaiting others. Dissatisfied, a disciple next to the young man whispered, Senior brother Han, who is he? Jiang Zhua, Han Qian replied with a gentle laugh. Seeing the puzzled look on the disciple's face, he continued, from the Four Seas Trade Consortium, the Jiang family. The Four Seas Trade Consortium was well known, so the disciple immediately understood, astonished, he's a member of the Jiang family from the Four Seas Trade Consortium. Han Qian smiled meaningfully and glanced at Jiang Zhua, saying, not just that, he's the young master of the Jiang family. No wonder senior brother accommodates him, the disciple nodded in understanding. Curiously, he asked, what's his relationship with junior brother Li? After some thought, Han Qian replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard junior brother Li mention that Jiang Zhua admires his swordsmanship. But I believe there's more to it than that. Why does senior brother say so? The M. Li style of swordsmanship is renowned, especially the esteemed peak master Li of Chongxian sect. Junior brother Li's skills are far inferior to his uncle. Why then does Jiang Zhua admire junior brother Li instead of peak master Li? There must be something else on his mind. The disciple nodded contemplatively, so, he cares for junior brother Li. Han Qian patted his shoulder, fully agreeing with his assessment. The rainstorm grew fiercer, with the sound of raindrops reverberating across heaven and earth. Under the gray sky without sunlight, a figure emerged from the rain, immaculately dressed despite the weather. Calmly, he stepped into the tea house. Seeing him, Jiang Zhua greeted with a smile, moving forward, Brother Xuanzhen, it's been a long time. Li Xuanzhen nodded solemnly, it's junior friend Jiang Zhua. Your sect didn't assign you here, it was your own decision to come to Mengxian City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhua paused momentarily, a flicker of hostility crossing his face. You came for Xuanzhen? Han Qian probed casually. Li Xuanzhen flashed a smile, looking at Jiang Zhua and asked, are you here for me? Jiang Zhua shook his head and sat down inside the tea house, not at all. It seemed Li Xuanzhen had already guessed, revealing an expression of disdain. After a brief silence, Jiang Zhua said with irritation, you should have heard about my cousin, Jiang Jusi. For the sake of seeing a man's true face, he was disloyal and dishonorable, and was expelled from the sect by our master. Han Qian nodded, this matter had spread like wildfire and no one was unaware of it, the man's name seems to be Li Lanxiu, who always wears a ghost mask. Wasn't my cousin merely disloyal and dishonorable because of him? Jiang Zhua paused, gripping his fists tightly as his expression turned cold instantly. He even knelt for 3 days and 3 nights on Zitai Peak, begging to become a disciple under elder Li Yanbi so he could get closer to Li Lanxiu. This was something Han Qian hadn't heard before, sparking his curiosity. Did elderly take him as a disciple? Jiang Zhuo reluctantly nodded, his eyes fixed on the door with a chilling stare. My cousin was a proud and haughty person. Yet look what Li Lanqiu has done to him, disgracing our family, the house of Jiang. I've come here to protect Mengxian City but also to see what kind of person he is, someone who could make my cousin go mad for him like this. I've heard that Jiang Jusi went willingly, just to catch a glimpse of Li Lanqiu's true face. Han Qian gently persuaded. Jiang Zhuo looked at him, responding with cold certainty, word by word, my cousin has seen countless beauties, why would he go mad for just him? There's no doubt Li Lanqiu intentionally teased him with his half-covered appearance, drawing out my cousin's anticipation. My cousin has always had a penchant for beauty, being deceived by him makes sense. For a while, Li Xuanzhen remained silent, then he cleared his throat softly and leisurely sat down saying, so you're talking about Li Lanqiu. Master Li is my uncle, speaking of which, I do share a deep bond with Lanqiu. Have you met? Asked Jiang Zhuo. With a half-smile, Li Xuanzhen replied, when I was young, I met him once. The family sent me to Zitai Peak, hoping I'd study under Master Li. But Lanqiu always bullied me. In winter, he wouldn't let me burn charcoal, tore off my clothes, soaked my bed, thinking up every way to torture me. Han Qian frowned, patting his arm comfortingly, what cruel offspring of a prestigious family. You must have suffered greatly, brother. Jiang Zhuo slightly nodded, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. Li Xuanzhen suddenly stopped, wiping his fingers over the skin below his jaw, then coldly chuckled, but when he angered me too much, I took a piece of red-hot coal and scorched him right here, scaring him into wetting his pants right there on the spot. From then on, whenever he saw me, he ran away like a rat seeing a cat. So, that's why you ended up at Lingyun Sword Sect. Han Qian quickly understood the underlying reason. Surely, after what happened, Li Lanqiu's father could never tolerate Li Xuanzhen. Li Xuanzhen nodded, looking at Jiang Zhuo, saying, since childhood, he wore a mask, not teasing your cousin but because his face was too hideous to show others. Jiang Zhuo sneered and mocked, ugly face, vile heart, truly matching inside and out. Han Qian, lost in thought, stroked his chin and said, Jiang Jusi isn't a fool. Could Li Lanqiu really wear a mask because of an ugly face? Am I lying to you? Li Xuanzhen's expression was earnest as he recounted everything clearly. Uncle Li Yanbi told me personally, Lanqiu's face was ruined in a fire, so he started wearing a mask. Uncle Li is the most upright gentleman in the world, would he lie to me? Han Qian smiled bitterly, looking at Jiang Zhuo, such a person, truly matching inside and out. How unfortunate for Jiang Jusi. Jiang Zhuo's eyes revealed a few streaks of the ruthlessness typical of a noble young master. If Li Lanqiu were beautiful, and if Jiang Jusi sacrificed everything just to see his true face, it might count as a romantic story. But if he really was as ugly as Li Xuanzhen described, wasn't Jiang Jusi just a fool? As they spoke, a dark crowd of people came running through the heavy rain, very few shops opened on the bustling street. The group dashed towards the tea house in the rain. There were about 2 or 3 dozen people. They were dressed in patched-up clothing, the men didn't have any straw capes, completely drenched like drowned chickens. However, the few straw capes available were on women holding their children. Once inside, these women timidly hid behind their husbands, only peeking out occasionally with fearful eyes. They looked like refugees from nearby villages escaping into the city. The Red Sect terrified the people of Dongyu, and even though soldiers still guarded the city, there was nothing left in the countryside. Farmers cautiously avoided them, clustering together to whisper quietly. But with the hearing abilities of cultivators, each word was heard perfectly clear. These practitioners talk big when everything's fine, claiming they care for all under heaven, but when real trouble comes, everyone hides. My entire family is gone. If I weren't away, I would have died too. Where were they? Now that things have escalated, they've finally come to talk about comforting the people. Who really believes them? Han Qian and Li Xuanzhen, along with the others, had unpleasant expressions upon hearing these words. Being treated with such skepticism was something they'd never experienced. In their everyday lives, they were the elite of the sects, above ordinary folk. Jiang Zhuo gestured for an attendant to bring a pot of hot tea, then said calmly, the Red Sect moves stealthily, hard to track down. We are not standing idle, but if we encounter trouble, we will certainly address it. The farmers turned pale, realizing they could hear everything clearly. An angry man didn't care about decorum anymore, stepping out to point his finger at Jiang Zhuo. Aren't you supposed to be masters of celestial magic? If you can't even protect a single region, what kind of Tao do you cultivate? Han Qian, seeing the situation worsening, quickly stood up trying to soothe tensions. Dear villagers, we've also arrived here to safeguard peace. Please trust us and believe we will do our utmost to protect Mengxian City. But this only inflamed the farmers' passions, glaring angrily at them. Why didn't you show up earlier? Why do you only start taking action when all the people are dead? You always boast about your abilities in times of ease but remain silent during disasters. Has anyone stopped the Red Sect when they slaughtered tens of thousands of people? Are you just finding out now? All our lives we work hard. Aren't the rice you eat and the clothes you wear made by us? Do your lives count while ours don't? What kind of cultivators are you? Storytellers claim you cherish all living beings, but have you ever looked on any commoners as equals? Amid the storm, from windows and doors across the town, townsfolk were peeking out secretly. Seeing how tongue-tied they were, everyone in silence sighed deeply inside. Being scolded harshly by commoners, they seemed far from celestial beings, who could possibly entrust their lives to them. As the youngest master of the prestigious Jiang family, Jiang Zhua had never suffered such disgrace. His handsome face twisted, speechless for lack of reply. Han Qian and Li Xuanzhen shared similar looks of discomfort, unable to argue back either. Seeing their silence, the farmers grew even angrier, almost rushing forward to yell directly at them. Feeling incapable of enduring it further, just as they thought to leave for another place, two figures gracefully landed at the teahouse's entrance. The first figure wore bright red robes, slim yet tall, with a fearsome ghost mask covering part of his face. He gracefully alighted onto a cold iron fan, then stepped into the teahouse. Behind him followed a youth dressed in black, a narrow saber slung behind his waist, his eyes sharp and indifferent. Upon seeing Li Lanxiu, the farmers trembled in terror, clutching their families tightly. According to local legends, wearing ghost masks were surely wicked spirits. The figure behind him, Chu Yu, bore no resemblance to a righteous cultivator, making them think he might be related to the infamous Red Sect. Finally, the group in the teahouse let out a sigh of relief, though still apprehensive at the sight of Li Lanxiu's mask. Jiang Zhua gripped his fists tight, narrowing his eyes to study him quietly. Li Xuanzhen watched with amusement, expecting when Li Lanxiu would be frightened into tears by him. Li Lanxiu, holding his fan exuding frigid light, approached the cluster of farmers who recoiled in fear, heads lowered trembling uncontrollably. Sitting down casually on a chair nearby, he took out a vivid red divine fruit and handed it to a child very close, saying gently, "You fear me but don't fear them. Isn't this exactly the reason why we exist?" It was now the other group's turn to find themselves speechless. They could criticize disciples of the orthodox sects because of the moral restraint imposed on them. They wouldn't dare to act so recklessly if facing the Red Sect. Ignoring the protests of his mother, the child quickly grabbed the divine fruit offered by Li Lanxiu, biting happily into it. The wind roared violently, smashing open tightly closed windows with loud cracks, creating a suffocating atmosphere within the room. Standing up, Li Lanxiu moved to the doorway, pulling out his mystical writing brush dipped deep in spiritual power, drawing 3 characters in mid-air with a fluid stroke like a dragon flying through the sky. Stabilize storms. With the last stroke on the character, bow, the fierce winds and torrential rains suddenly ceased, as if evaporated instantly in the air. The wind stopped abruptly, just moments ago tearing open windows and wildly battering doorframes. Now it disappeared without a trace, leaving only the chill from the previous storm. Holding his brush, he turned around and looked calmly at the group of stunned farmers. "Relax. With us here, you'll be safe." Chu Yu stood behind him with arms crossed, gazing at him with a faint smile. Onlookers peering from every corner of the town witnessing this miracle, were equally struck dumb, finally feeling a sense of reassurance in their hearts. These truly were gods who could save their lives. Of course, they didn't know this miracle came at the heavy price of rapid spiritual energy consumption. Seeing how he effortlessly diffused the awkwardness from before, Jiang Zhua let out a subtle cold HMPF with a complex expression. Chapter 44. The storm subsided. The dark clouds over Mengxian city dispersed, and the red sun set in the evening, casting a tranquil golden hue onto the damp pavilions and towers. Shops along the street first pushed open a door, peeking out cautiously. Someone hurriedly ran to the next shop, knocking on the door. Through the closed door, whispers exchanged for a while before the door opened and the owner proceeded towards another shop. In this way, one by one, all the citizens of Mengxian city soon learned about a deity who could summon storms at will. Li Lanxiu sat in the teahouse, his hand propping up his chin as he contemplated. The original book didn't mention the reason why the Red Sect massacred the city. The Devil Sect killing people was as common as household affairs. The master of the Red Sect could massacre an entire city just to consecrate his sword. Chu Yu sat beside him, pouring himself a cup of tea and pushing it toward Li Lanxiu. A few people on the other side had various expressions and were silently observing them. Han Qian transmitted a message, asking, "Younger brother Li, does this Li Lanxiu seem unfamiliar with you?" Since entering the room, Li Lanxiu hadn't glanced at Chu Yu once. After pacifying the townsfolk, he had simply sat down without uttering a word. Li Xuanzhen glanced at Han Qian and calmly said, "I haven't seen him in many years. I am no longer the young child he used to bully. It's normal that he didn't recognize me." Jiang Zhua kept observing Li Lanxiu. From his angle, he could only see a slim profile with sleek black hair casually half-tied and half-flowing, revealing clean, translucent skin, standing out noticeably white amidst the black hair and red robe. Practitioners of cultivation emphasize proper behavior and posture, but among all present, only Li Lanxiu sat loosely and lazily, seemingly not caring what others thought of him. They observed Li Lanxiu without reservation, but despite being aware he was being watched, he didn't even glance their way as if such attention was routine. Although Jiang Zhua hadn't seen his face, he couldn't help but admit that such an attitude indeed possessed an allure that stirred imagination. No wonder Jiang Jusi fell for him. The tea-house owner brought out a plate of dried fruits. Having just witnessed a miracle, he grinned warmly at Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu. "Venerable masters, do you have lodgings yet? I have several vacant rooms upstairs." "Not necessary," Chu Yu replied curtly. He looked at Li Lanxiu and carefully suggested, "Master, the mayor of Mengxian city is an acquaintance of mine. All the soldiers and guards in the city are under his command. We should stay in the mayor's mansion so we can always monitor the situation within the city. Of course, the crown prince of Danua Kingdom would be familiar with the mayors under his domain. Lilancio nodded, picked up a fan from the table and waved it, then stood up and said, "All right, let's head to the mayor's mansion." He walked to the entrance of the tea house and paused, glancing at the seated Deos sect cultivators and said, "All of you, come along too." After speaking, he stepped over the threshold and went outside. Han Qian stood up first, gesturing to the disciples of Lingyun's sword sect to follow. The others rose as well. Li Xuanzhen remained seated, unmoving, his eyes fixated pensively on Lilancio's retreating back. Jiang Zhuo scoffed lightly and crossed his arms, scrutinizing Han Qian. "Are you really going to follow him to the mayor's mansion?" Han Qian smiled faintly and answered, "We came to Mengxian City to protect the peace of its people. Based on his ability to calm the masses just now, I judge him to be a competent ally. As for whether his appearance is beautiful or ugly, it has nothing to do with our mission." Li Xuanzhen nodded and stood up, laughing. "Elder brother Han speaks wisely. We're here not for personal revenge but to accomplish a mission. I'll go with you to the mayor's mansion. How about you, young Lord Jiang?" Jiang Zhuo reluctantly nodded and left with them. The mayor's residence wasn't far, situated in a large house with strict guards stationed at the front gate. Chu Yu exchanged a few words with the lead guard, who then entered the mansion. Soon after, a refined middle-aged man rushed out of the mansion. Mayor Su descended the steps in quick strides, tears welling up in his eyes when he saw Chu Yu. Then he looked at Lilancio and smiled, "Esteemed immortal elders visiting our humble town. I failed to greet you earlier. Please come in." Lilancio entered the mayor's mansion, and shortly afterward, encountered several white-robed female cultivators sitting in the hall. Disciples of the Yun sect arrived at the mayor's mansion ahead of them. "Please take a seat," Mayor Su beckoned to the servants to serve tea. A procession of servants carrying cups of tea filed into the hall. He picked up a cup, walked over a few steps, handed it to Chu Yu, opening his mouth as if to say something but holding back. "Immortal, please have some tea." Chu Yu patted his arm to comfort him, and Su gripped his arm in return, tears streaming down his face. Chu Yu glanced at Lilancio and quietly introduced him. "This is Master Li from my family, disciple of Zitai Peak in Chongxian sect." Mayor Su personally carried a cup of tea and offered it to Lilancio. "Immortal, please have some tea after your long journey." "Thank you, Mayor." Lilancio took the tea and placed it on the table, glancing at the cultivators sitting opposite him. A young man dressed in the garb of Lingyun's sword sect glanced at him with a meaningful smile and raised his hand towards his jawline, which was precisely where Lilancio's scar was located. Lilancio calmly shifted his gaze to the next person. The young man's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a clouded face full of dissatisfaction for not being recognized. Jiang Zhuo met his gaze, slightly puffing out his chest and raising his chin arrogantly but was likewise ignored. Jiang Zhuo's demeanor faltered as his chin dropped. When Han Qian turned his attention, he stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, "I am Han Qian from Qingnan Peak of Lingyun Sword Sect. May I ask who you esteemed individuals are?" "Zitai Peak of Chongxian Sect, Lilancio." Lilancio briefly replied. Chu Yu's eyes swept over the group, pausing momentarily on Li Xuanzhen. He noticed Li Xuanzhen's earlier action and introduced himself, "Chu Yu from Zitai Peak." Several female cultivators wearing snow-white veils individually introduced themselves, including the one seated in the center who lifted her veil's white gauze, revealing herself as Yun Sect, Jing Mei. After speaking, she looked directly at Lilancio. Chu Yu's eyebrows twitched suddenly, immediately turning to look at Lilancio. The holy maiden of Yun Sect, Lilancio had once encountered her in Theming Realm. He nodded with a gentle tone in his voice. "It has been a long time." Jing Mei remarked to him, later, "I investigated and learned that you truly aren't a swordsman. That day forcing you was indeed my mistake." Lilancio held his fan, casually pressing its end against his jawline. "That day I may have been neglectful too, but it is an interesting coincidence to meet you again amidst these turbulent times." Jing Mei felt an icy glare land on her. She lowered her veil's white gauze and observed both Lilancio and Chu Yu through the veil. She realized it wasn't a misjudgment last time. Just by exchanging a few words with Master Li, his bonded servant would stare at her with sharp hostility, like a dog guarding the bones in its bowl, allowing no one to approach. Li Xuanzhen suddenly stood up, looking squarely at Lilancio while clearly stating each word, "Lingyun Sword Sect, Li Xuanzhen." Jiang Zhuo paused for a moment and then said toward Lilancio, "Lu Yun Sect, Jiang Zhuo." Lilancio inwardly murmured, "Ah," before sweeping his gaze over Jiang Zhuo. So this was the young master of the Sea High Chamber of Commerce. When Jiang Zhuo's eyes met his, he found something peculiar. His eyes were exceptionally beautiful, the arc of their corners reminiscent of exquisite brushstrokes. They were brilliant and clear, and when they slowly scanned over people, they caused hearts to inexplicably flutter. Regaining composure, Jiang Zhuo gave a dismissive snort. Li Xuanzhen returned to his seat alone, smiling lightly as he transmitted a message to Han Qian. "He knows me but pretends not to." Han Qian frowned in confusion. Was it so crucial whether Lilancio knew or didn't know him? Why bother testing it repeatedly? At this point, the city mayor clapped his hands, and the house servants handed out a small booklet to each person present, detailing the population records and underground secret passages of Mengxian City. Then, a row of soldiers carried in beds with stretchers draped in white cloths. Beneath the cloths were vaguely discernible human forms, about 7 bodies in all, placed neatly in the hall. The city mayor explained, "Esteemed immortals, these corpses were transported from Yuching City. It's only 50 miles away from Mengxian City and suffered a recent attack just days ago. Most of the bodies were found." At the town shrine square, the city mayor took a deep breath to steady himself before continuing, "I've handled countless cases in my years as a public official, yet I've never seen such horrifying deaths. It chills one to the bone." Chu Yu leaned closer to Li Lanxiu, whispering, "Young master, let me take a look." Li Lanxiu nudged his cheek gently with the fan, lazily saying, "Go ahead." Chu Yu stared deeply at him for a moment, then rose and approached the stretcher, lifting the white cloth. A corpse of an elderly man was revealed, his clothing neat and showing no obvious wounds. His eyes were closed, his expression peaceful, as if sleeping. In the exact middle of his forehead was a round red spot, vivid in color like vermilion cinnabar, akin to Guanin's third eye. Oddly, it gave off an impression of tranquility and divinity. Li Lanxiu watched this Guanin mark, while Chu Yu uncovered the rest of the corpses. Each shared similar characteristics, their faces calm in death with only a red dot on their foreheads. Such serene death seemed far from the terrifying scene described by the mayor. With averted eyes, the mayor instructed quietly, "Press down on the old man's vermilion dot, and you will see." Chu Yu pressed his fingertips against the elderly man's vermilion dot, exerting a little force. Instantly, there was a terrifying dull sound as the red spot collapsed, causing his entire forehead to become fragile and cave in. Everyone present was stunned momentarily. A bloody void was revealed where the forehead had collapsed, red liquid gushing out of the cavity. The air quickly filled with a strong stench of blood. Li Lanxiu stood up and walked towards the corpse, at the same time, the others also rose to inspect it. He looked down at the sunken cavity which appeared bottomless. Squinting his eyes slightly, he gave an order, "Continue." Chu Yu silently complied. Stretching several fingers into the hole, he then applied some force and inserted his entire hand effortlessly inside the old man's skull. Pausing momentarily, he whispered, "Young master, it's empty inside." As soon as those words were spoken, all the Taoist cultivators present felt a wave of intense nausea. He pulled his hand out, and the stretched opening suddenly caved inward again, utterly destroying the old man's face, leaving only a mass of bloody goo mixed with shattered bone fragments. The young disciples of Ling Yun's sword sect turned away, covering their mouths to suppress the urge to vomit. Li Lanxiu retrieved a handkerchief and tossed it to Chu Yu before retreating back to his seat, averting his gaze from the horrifying corpse. Chu Yu held the handkerchief in hand, wiping off the blood that clung to his palms, standing in front of Li Lanxiu to shield the gruesome scene from view. Su Qingzhu said somberly, "All victims have been found in the same condition." Han Qian, an ordinary disciple of Ling Yun's sword sect, though not highly skilled in cultivation but well experienced, observed the corpses thoughtfully. Blocked by Chu Yu, Li Xuanzhen couldn't see Li Lanxiu anymore. Turning his head, he asked, "Brother Han, did you encounter such cases in Jinhua City?" Shaking his head, Han Qian replied, "By the time I arrived in Jinhua City, it had been over a month since the massacre. The city guards were still clearing up, the bodies were already beyond recognition. I never saw any corpses like these. However, there is one thing I remembered." Frowning, Jiang Zhua asked, "What is it?" Retreating a few steps while sitting down and reflecting, Han Qian explained, 200 years ago, there was a senior of our sect. Senior brother Gu Jingxing. Obsessed with the sword techniques of the Red Sect, he strayed onto the wrong path, bringing shame upon our sect. From then on, we banned all students from studying anything related to the Red Sect. However, I've always been curious. Once, in the library, I found a book hidden by senior brother Gu. In the book, it mentioned the leader of the Red Sect, called the Buddha child in the sect. Among the 32 manifestations of the Buddha, one was known as the white hair between eyebrows. The so-called white hair between eyebrows refers to the red dot between eyebrows. People who could possess this mark would be exempted by Buddha from the suffering of reincarnation, guided directly to the Pure Land. So, I guess this method of death might have been deliberately done, serving as a reward from the Buddha child. After Han Qian finished speaking, a chilling sensation spread through him. What kind of reward would hollow out the skull? Inside the skull remained only shredded flesh and bone scraps. It wasn't emptied cleanly but rather devoured completely. After devouring and then exiting from the middle of the eyebrows, just imagining that picture was enough to make anyone feel horrified. Behind Chu Yu, everyone could only see Li Lanxiu's loose sleeves draped on the armrest, hearing his leisurely voice ask, "Why does the Red Sect slaughter entire cities?" This question has been lingering in his mind since he arrived at Mengxian City. Li Xuanzhen laughed lightly and countered, "Does the Devil Sect need a reason to kill?" Jiang Zhua stared at the hand resting on the chair armrest, snow-white and delicate, with noticeable pink joints, and Chu Yu obstructing his view made him extremely annoyed. Since the Red Sect is constantly in opposition to us, massacring whole cities must surely be to provoke the Tao Sect. "What's your take, Brother Li?" Jing Mei suddenly asked. Li Lanxiu glanced sideways at her. Chu Yu moved forward, blocking his line of sight toward Jing Mei. Han Qian had never thought about this question before. Everyone in the Tao Sect knew that members of the Red Sect were insane. Insane people didn't need a reason to kill. After Li Lanqiu raised the issue, Han Qian thought for a moment, if the Red sect intends to provoke the Dao sect, slaughtering some minor sects would definitely irritate us more, right? That's true. Jiang Zhua couldn't refute. Turning to look at Li Lanqiu, Han Qian cleared his throat and humbly inquired, "Young Sir Li, what's your opinion?" Sitting up straight, Li Lanqiu spoke calmly and orderly, "Evil people never do anything useless. The Red sect must be acting for a specific purpose. What seems to be a reward is actually theft. They must have gained something we are currently unaware of." He didn't understand good people, but he understood bad people because he was one. Chu Yu's lips curved upward slightly as he stood straighter, saying, "Young master makes perfect sense." Han Qian chuckled lightly and advised in a good-natured tone, "The Red sect only killed people without looting. What's there worth stealing from these poor commoners? Young Sir Li, don't get stuck on a dead end." But seated next to him, Han Qian was nodding approvingly, acknowledging, "Young Sir Li's argument is very convincing." Jing Mei voiced softly, "I agree with Brother Li." Li Xuanzhen was surprised as he looked at his senior fellow disciple. Just a moment ago, the latter had been saying something about how malicious someone from a reputable sect could be, yet now he sided with Li Lanqiu. Finding himself isolated in the group, Li Xuanzhen turned to Jiang Zhua and suddenly asked with a smile, "Jiang Zhua, what do you think?" Jiang Zhua stared at the fingers of Li Lanqiu lightly tapping on the armrest, his nails gleamed with a gentle luster, resembling priceless pearls. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhua said, "I think he has a point." Chapter 45. Lord Su held a banquet at his residence to welcome the various immortal masters and help them settle in. In the banquet hall, the sound of stringed and bamboo instruments played soft and melodious tunes as servants carried in one jar of fine wine after another. A dancing girl in the center spun gracefully, her flowing robes twirling like clouds. The hairpins in her coiffure jingled softly as she danced with alluring elegance. Li Lanqiu sat cross-legged on a mat behind a short table, one long leg partially bent before him, an arm resting casually on his knee as he watched the dancer lazily. The dancer turned and sent him a radiant smile, sending seductive glances his way with eyes full of charm. Li Lanqiu's eyes held amusement, he tilted his head slightly to admire her more intently. Beside him, Qiyu sat expressionlessly, completely uninterested in the graceful dance. On the other side, the disciples of Lingyun's sword sect sat together, Han Qian and his junior sectmate savoring their wine while discussing plans for reconnaissance around the city the next day. Jiang Zhua flipped through a guidebook of Dream Immortal City, occasionally glancing up discreetly at a figure clad in scarlet sitting opposite. At his side, Li Xuanzhen sat with arms crossed over his sword scabbard. He transmitted a calm voice, "Young Master Jiang, do you truly believe that Li Lanqiu is reasonable?" "Absolutely, otherwise why would I?" Jiang Zhuo was not Jiang Jiushi, he had no love for beauties but respected righteous knights who cherished the world such as Li Xuanzhen. "I think what he says makes perfect sense." Li Xuanzhen remained silent for a moment, then said, "Young Master Jiang, do not forget why you are here." Jiang Zhuo nodded solemnly, thinking to himself, Jiang Jiushi's infatuation with Li Lanqiu has brought shame to our family, I must uncover why he fell so deeply. The disciples of Ivna's sect showed no interest in the performance and got up to leave. As Jing Mei passed by Li Lanqiu, she paused and asked, "Brother Li, have you any clue what the Red sect has stolen?" "Not yet." Li Lanqiu straightened from his slouched position, "I've already spoken to Lord Su to be vigilant about any anomalies in the city." Jing Mei, feeling the cold gaze of someone nearby but unaffected, nonchalantly asked, "Brother Li, are you planning to investigate within the city?" Li Lanqiu nodded slightly, "Sister Jing, do you wish to join me?" With a righteous tone, Jing Mei lifted the white veil from her brim and declared, "I will contribute to safeguarding Dream Immortal City. I await your orders at any time." "That's good, Sister Jing. If you're willing, that's ideal." Li Lanqiu glanced at her, smiled lightly. Jing Mei reciprocated his smile and then walked off with a light step. Chu Yu stared at her retreating back, not considering buying to be a threat since Li Lanqiu did not seem particularly fond of men. It seemed to be more playful flirtation. But women were different, Li Lanqiu truly liked women. Night deepened, and it was late. After bidding farewell to Li Lanqiu, Han Qian led the disciples of Lingyun sect away. Jiang Zhua still sat by his low table. He had read the booklet given out by Lord Su 3 or 4 times but continued flipping through it without tiring. Though he didn't remember much content, one detail stuck in his mind, Li Lanqiu constantly exchanged suggestive looks with the dancing girl. He needed to understand how Jiang Jiushi ended up the way he did, so he felt compelled to observe Li Lanqiu constantly. When Li Xuanzhen rose to leave and patted his shoulder saying, "Young Master Jiang, we should go now," Jiang Zhuo momentarily hesitated, reluctant to leave the scene. Looking at the righteous Li Xuanzhen, then back at Li Lanqiu flirting openly with the dancer, his hesitation vanished. He stood resolutely and left with Li Xuanzhen. What Jiang Zhuo couldn't foresee was that this decision let slip the truth about Jiang Jiushi's descent into infatuation, and not just this opportunity. Just after they exited the hall, the dancer's gossamer silk shawl slipped from her arm. With an inviting glance, she caught it and threw one end toward Li Lanqiu like a game of throwing embroidered balls. Li Lanqiu effortlessly seized it, wrapping it around his hand casually, pulling it inch by inch with nonchalance. The dancer smiled sweetly, holding the other end, playfully tugging it like an intimate gesture. For a moment, Chiyu clenched his hands tightly on his lap, leaning closer to Li Lanxiu's ear. This courtesan invited by Lord Su from the pleasure quarters of the city, does my lord fancy her? Deliberately emphasizing the word, courtesan. Li Lanxiu glanced at the dancer again, finding her movements pleasing to watch. Yes, I fancy her. Chiyu studied him silently for a moment before whispering even lower, if my lord fancies her, why not invite her to drink a cup? It seems both parties are attracted to each other, surely she won't refuse. Is that so? Li Lanxiu cast a quick look at Chiyu, slightly tightening his grip on the shawl while tapping his knee meaningfully with the other hand. Chiyu's complexion immediately changed. The dancer approached and sat down, her body softly leaning on Li Lanxiu's knee. I've heard the city folk say that a celestial being capable of controlling weather has come to Dream Immortal City, his face covered by a ghost mask. I didn't expect that Miao Miao would have the good fortune to meet the immortal. Li Lanxiu lifted her chin with the silk shawl wrapped around his hand, smiling lightly and nodding. Miao Miao blushed furiously, pouring him a cup of wine with both hands. Immortal, may I share a drink with you? Li Lanxiu lifted a corner of his mask, revealing his pale, thin jawline. Holding her wrist with one hand, he tilted his head and took a sip from the cup against her hand. Miao Miao widened her eyes, staring at him in fascination, murmuring involuntarily, the immortal is truly handsome. Li Lanxiu chuckled softly, his shoulder trembling as he brushed her lips with his fingertips. It's your turn to drink. Miao Miao picked up the cup he had used, poured another drink, and sipped it where his lips had been. Chiyu suddenly stood up, knocking over a wine pot. The liquid spilled onto the carpet. He lightly dusted off his robe and smiled faintly, saying, perhaps Mayor Su awaits me for old stories, I won't interrupt your revelry anymore. Li Lanxiu glanced down into his wine cup, nonchalantly waving his hand, go ahead. Chiyu stared at the tender white back of his neck for a few seconds before swiftly turning and walking out the door. If he stayed any longer, he knew he wouldn't be able to control himself again and would once more earn a slap on the hand. Mayor Su had been waiting outside the flower hall for a long time. Upon seeing Chiyu stepping out hastily, he immediately bowed without a word. Chiyu supported his arm, pulling him up. I'm not the crown prince anymore, Lord Mayor, there's no need for formalities. Mayor Su's eyes were filled with hot tears as he excitedly said, Your Highness, your old loyal ministers are always concerned about your safety. To see you safe today is heaven's blessing upon our Dongyue kingdom. Chiyu expected he would mention reclaiming the throne and dispassionately withdrew his hand, saying, for my family's destruction, revenge is a must, but Dongyue's crown isn't mine anymore. From now on, I am merely a disciple of Chongqian sect. Your Highness. Mayor Su was deeply confused and anxiously said, all former court officials are willing to support you, awaiting your command. Why does your Highness willingly abandon the position of crown prince to become a sect disciple? Chiyu turned his head toward the light in the flower hall. I have a goal more important than Dongyue's realm. Mayor Su, understanding Chuyu's resolute character that never wavered once decided, could only bitterly smile and ask, I don't know what your Highness's goal is, but to forsake an easily obtainable imperial title for this goal, does it really worth it? Chiyu replied without hesitation, it's worth it. Mayor Su fell silent, pondering deeply after a long while and said, Your Highness, if you ever need anything, just give an order, and Su will do everything in his power. Chiyu patted his shoulder. After a long conversation, they parted ways. He returned to the flower hall. The hall was brilliantly lit, the music having dissipated. The Qin players and dancers invited by Mayor Su from the flower houses were all sitting around Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu, half drunk, leaned on Miao Miao's shoulder, his moist eyes half closed. His jaw, glistening with wine, was crystal clear. His deep red lips, dyed wet by alcohol, slightly swollen from the heat, resembled marks of biting or ravishment. He didn't know how much wine he drank. His consciousness seemed blurred. Bold dancers pulled at his clothes, exposing a segment of his lean, straight shoulders. Under the glow of the lanterns, his shoulders appeared round and white, delicate and smooth, akin to amber sculpture. Even as he began to undress, he still emitted childish giggles, his pointed lips curling upwards, charming and seductive. Miao Miao blankly stared at him, leaning closer almost to kiss his lips, when suddenly she heard a cold, icy sound, ka. It felt like falling into an ice cellar. Following that, cries erupted in succession, footsteps scattering in chaotic panic. Miao Miao turned around and saw a young man dressed in black standing behind them. His dark, profound eyes stared at her unblinkingly, with a hint of black saber drawn an inch from its scabbard. Miao Miao immediately got up and fled hastily. Chiyu retracted his knife into the sheath. With the loss of the supporting figure, Li Lanxiu swayed unsteadily. Chiyu rushed forward and grabbed Li Lanxiu's arm firmly. Li Lanxiu leaned towards Chiyu, raising his eyes and pointing at his nose with a finger. His drunk voice was thick and lazy, where have you been? Chuyu's gaze swept over Li Lanxiu's exposed shoulder, his Adam's apple rolling slightly as he forcefully pulled up his fallen robes to cover the indecent exposure. I met Mayor Su. Li Lanxiu opened his wet and drowsy eyes, slowly nodding. Turning his wrist, he handed something over, back to the room. Chiyu wrapped an arm around his waist and lifted him up. He was light, and very thin, easily carried. His body was warm from the alcohol, and even through the clothes, one could feel his well-proportioned frame, smooth and tender to the touch. He walked unsteadily, taking a few steps in the flower hall, first eastward, then westward. Chuyu followed along with his uneven movements. Li Lanxiu couldn't stop laughing lightly in his throat, raising a hand to softly pat Chuyu's face. "Are you mad at me?" Chuyu remained silent, choosing instead to wrap both arms around Li Lanxiu's waist to hold him steady, half carrying and half holding him as they moved forward. The soft, smooth texture of his body was clearly felt even through the clothing. His waist was narrow enough for Chuyu to encircle it with just one arm, without a trace of excess fat, only suppleness and tense strength. Chuyu gently rubbed his fingers against it. The path back to the room was short. Once inside, Li Lanxiu shoved Chuyu's hands away and lazily collapsed onto the bed after a few wobbly steps. Chuyu squatted down to remove his boots. With legs hanging lifelessly, he allowed himself to be served. Chuyu had touched these elegant feet not long ago, finding their smoothness irresistible and urging further playfulness. Li Lanxiu pulled his legs up onto the bed, his pale feet kicking about on the brocade covers, causing the bedding to rise and fall in undulating waves. Turning his body sideways, he rested his cheek in his elbow crook, eyelids closing heavily as if he'd suddenly fallen motionless. "Master?" Chuyu leaned closer, calling out softly. Li Lanxiu cracked open his eyes slightly, a single word spilling out from his soft, wet, crimson lips, "Leave." Then he closed his eyes again. Chuyu realized how drunk he was, having been fed who knows how much wine by those dancers. He'd never seen Li Lanxiu this intoxicated before. Leaning over him, Chuyu completed what Miao Miao hadn't finished earlier, his lips brushing against the warm, moist ones below, teasing them with his tongue, tasting deeply. It was exquisite beyond compare. Chapter 46. A lamp stood by the bedside, its paper lantern delicately painted with a bright peach blossom in full bloom. The deep red shadow of the flower fell on Lanxiu Li's pale neck. After being kissed, he remained motionless, his eyes closed, breathing warm and steady. Chuyu savored the sweetness on his tongue, the threads of sweetness extending down to his throat. His breath suddenly became disordered, and a burning passion arose in his eyes as he bent down to kiss again. His kisses were fierce, his nose bumping against the edge of the mask, causing a slight pain. Regardless, he probed Lanxiu Li's lips with his tongue as if he were a thirsty man encountering sweet dew. The soft, fragrant lips were vigorously licked back and forth, glistening with moisture, the swollen red lips revealing an erotic allure. Chuyu's breathing became heavy and rapid, his chest rising and falling violently. Suddenly, he greedily locked his lips around those he had longed for, soft and wet lips held between sharp teeth, almost resisting the urge to bite down. Breaking Lanxiu Li's lips, tasting the blood, giving him a harsh lesson to remember not to flirt with others. Lanxiu Li's eyelids fluttered slightly, sleeping uneasily. Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked at the person who was near. Chuyu stared into his dampened, faint eyes and pulled away slightly, saying, "Master, let me help you change clothes." With little strength, Lanxiu Li pushed Chuyu's face lightly, turned over, lay flat on the bed, and closed his eyes to continue resting. Chuyu stood up and supported Lanxiu Li's neck with one hand, removing his outer robe and placing it on the rack beside the bed. He moved to the foot of the bed and smoothed out the mattress that Lanxiu Li had kicked into disarray. Then, he knelt at the end of the bed on one knee, slowly bowed his head, and his lips gently touched the small brown mole on Lanxiu Li's foot, the cool and fragrant aroma spreading through his mouth like a sweet nectar penetrating the heart. In front of Chuyu's face were Lanxiu Li's feet, elegant and slender, fine bones gleaming softly with a glossy sheen, exuding the quality of jade-like skin and ice-like muscles. The tips of the toes were red and alluring, as if they had been coated with rouge. Staring at Lanxiu Li with slightly closed eyes, Chuyu's thin lips slid softly along the arch of his foot, feeling every inch of the smooth skin with focus and reverence, as though a believer conducting a ritualistic worship. All this, Lanxiu Li knew nothing about. The next day, Lanxiu Li sat up from the bed, stepped onto the footrest while tilting his head and thought back for a moment. Last night, dancers surrounded him, each taking turns to force him to drink alcohol. It wasn't that he indulged in drinking or pleasure, but, the sight of the old man's death was too shocking, the hollow skull vividly clear. Born cold-blooded, when he had saved Chuyu, killing the group of black-clad men, with a wave of his fan, it took more than a dozen lives without any discomfort. Those who voluntarily sit at the gambling table choose their own life or death. But last night's gruesome scene made him realize that ordinary people had no choice. These innocent civilians caught up in the conflict drifted through uncertain fates, with life and death decided by others. His idea for coming to Dream Fairy City was simple: eliminate the danger Red Sect buried in this city, protect the lives here, and let the Red Sect wreak havoc elsewhere. Every time Lanxiu Li thought about the death scenes last night, he felt nauseous and only drank to relieve the sickness in his heart temporarily. Now sober, his mind was abnormally clear. In this world, only he now had the ability and methods to stop the Red Sect from continuing to kill. He could have done nothing, waiting until Shizhao and Dongyue were decimated. Then, the Son of Destiny would bear the responsibility and act to save all under heaven. However, if he could do something but chose not to, he wouldn't feel comfortable inside. This matter, he must address, otherwise, no one would. After pondering for a while, Lanxiu Li got up, dressed properly, and went out to see Chief Su. To stop the Red Sect from killing again, First he had to figure out exactly what the red sect was doing. Now, everyone who had seen the red sect was dead, so he could only ask ghosts. In this world, humans and spirits are destined apart. In the original book, there aren't many who can communicate with ghosts, except maybe Ghostway cultivator Changxing Ming, who is considered one of them. As Chu Yu's good brother, Ming appears later on to cooperate in the fight against Gu Jingheng. Originally an Eastern Yu national, Changxing Ming was born as a twin during a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, scaring the midwife into fainting upon his birth. Being a twin was generally a cause for celebration, but Changxing Ming and his twin brother were conjoined at birth, sharing the same back, looking like a freak, terrifying anyone who saw them. Ming's younger brother died at birth, yet connected by shared blood, though dead, the body didn't rot and the spirit didn't dissipate. Instead, it existed as a ghost, parasitically residing on his older brother's body. Twin siblings naturally share senses, inherently integrated with yin and yang, making the cultivation of ghost controlling techniques incredibly effortless. Changxing Ming was naturally gifted in ghost cultivation. However, by now, Ming Changxing should still be a novice just entering the ghostly arts, unaware of how incredibly invincible his talents might be. City Lord Su was talking with Chu Yu in the pavilion when he saw Li Lanqiu hurrying towards them, masterly. Chu Yu stood up and asked him as he approached, "Young master, did you sleep well last night?" Li Lanqiu nodded, entered the pavilion and sat down, going straight to the point, "City Lord Su, please help me find someone." "Who is it that you are looking for, young master?" Chu Yu deftly pulled at a lock of his dark hair from inside his collar and combed it neatly with his fingers. City Lord Su said solemnly, "Masterly, speak freely. No matter how difficult it may be, I will do my best." Li Lanqiu took out his cold iron fan and opened it with a flick, smiling lightly as he said, "It will be easy to find him, he's a man carrying a coffin." A few days later, on a small street in Dream Fairy City, stores selling rice, flour, oil, and other staples were lined up one after another. Because of the Red Sect incidents, every household had been locked tight, making the entire street desolate for a while. Ever since the celestial being capable of overturning clouds and rain appeared, the uneasy hearts of the townsfolk steadied, and the little street regained its former bustle. Street vendors carried steaming hot buns along the street, their calls resounding with the smell wafting through the air. Children ran around joyfully, holding newly bought sugar figurines and calling out to each other incessantly. A youth with proper features and elegant demeanor came walking down the street from the corner, scattering playing children who hurried out of his way. Those who couldn't escape in time were scooped up by their parents, who embraced them tightly and moved far away. A nearby vendor shouted at him, "You want to die? You come out during daylight, how unlucky is that?" The young man wore plain clothes, a washed-out long robe patched up, with a large black coffin made of wood bound onto his back. This coffin was tall and broad, intricately engraved with complex talismans and tied securely to his body with strong straps. Coffin boy. Funerals need auspicious timing too. We've just opened our shops for business, and all our good fortune has been ruined by your presence. Look at that pitiful figure. Rumor has it you're learning how to draw talismans. Before trying to exorcise evil spirits, why don't you start with yourself? Ming Changxing was used to such treatment and paid no attention as he walked into a rice shop, taking out a cloth bag and some copper coins and handing them to the assistant. The assistant fished out a pair of tongs from beneath the counter, staying far away while grabbing his coins and the bag, asking, "Is this all the rice you're buying?" Ming Changxing silently nodded. That assistant threw the coins disdainfully into the drawer and grabbed the cloth bag to fetch the rice. Suddenly, there was commotion outside the rice shop again. A tall and youthful figure emerged on the street, none other than Li Xuanzhen and Jiang Zhuo patrolling once more. As soon as they showed up, the surrounding common folk immediately swarmed around to greet them. "Celestial Master. You're the one who can summon storms and clouds, right? You must be mistaken. I heard that Celestial wears a mask, these two are merely companions of the Master." "Celestial Master, here are the steamed buns made by my wife, thin wrappers with large fillings. Please kindly bring them to the storm-summoning Celestial Master." One merchant shoved a paper-wrapped package of buns towards Li Xuanzhen, full of hope. "This is a sugar figurine from my family. Our sesame cake is the best, please take it as an offering, Celestial Master." Li Xuanzhen deeply inhaled, smiling gently and saying, "I practice abstention, avoiding food from mortals. Your kindness is appreciated, but protecting the masses is inherently our duty, and we owe you no gratitude." As he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve slightly, and those surrounding only felt a force push them aside to the sides of the road, clearing a path involuntarily. Jiang Zhuo's brows furrowed slightly as he followed behind, commenting, "Brother Xuanzhen, these civilians only wish to express their gratitude to Li Lanqiu. Why be so harsh?" Li Xuanzhen strolled confidently ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, casually replying, "We came here to investigate traces of the Red Sect, thus providing better protection for the city's citizens. Their actions delay our mission, if we didn't act this way, we'd lose countless hours." Bringing up the task, Jiang Zhuo became serious and asked, "After several days patrolling the city, we haven't found any trace of the Red Sect. Could it be that they're not in Dream Fairy City? The Red Sect excels in disguise, concealing themselves effectively. How could they easily be discovered by us?" Li Xuanzhen continued walking forward as he spoke, then unexpectedly came face to face with Ming Changxing exiting the rice shop. He subtly raised a hand, sensing a bone-chilling energy emanating from within the coffin and murmured softly, "There's something suspicious about this person." Jiang Zhuo surveyed Ming Chongqing thoroughly, also sensing a heavy ghostly aura. A cultivator practicing ghost control. Amongst Taoist sect practitioners, there were 3 or 6 categories of hierarchy, and very few practiced ghost mastery, a despised and minor discipline. After brief contemplation, Li Xuanzhen queried, "Why does a ghost controller carry a coffin? I suspect the contents inside his coffin are no ordinary thing." "What are you suggesting, Brother Xuanzhen?" Jiang Zhuo lifted his eyebrows and asked. Li Xuanzhen took a few steps toward Ming Chongqing and said with a polite smile, "This Taoist friend, please wait. I am a disciple of Ling Yun's sword sect tasked to protect this city's safety. I just sensed something unusual from the coffin on your back. Could you open it and let us have a look?" Ming Chongqing shook his head in refusal and continued walking silently. "Friend." Li Xuanzhen stepped forward, quickly leaping into Ming Chongqing's path to block his way, his smile fading as he said, "Please open the coffin and let us see inside." Jiang Zhuo approached, looking over Ming Chongqing thoroughly before saying, "We request you to open the coffin." Ming Chongqing hesitated for a moment before finally speaking slowly, "I have no relation to the Red Sect, this coffin holds my secret treasure." The onlookers who happened to be passing by chimed in one after another, "What secret treasure? You're dirt poor, where could such a treasure come from?" The senior adept, "He has been here for several years, always carrying this coffin, never explaining what's inside. This seems problematic. There is definitely something off about this coffin. Otherwise, why refuse to show its contents?" Li Xuanzhen's expression turned cold as he stared at Ming Chongqing, saying, "Please let us see inside the coffin." Ming Chongqing took a step backward, an uncomfortable look appearing on his blank face, murmuring in explanation, "What's inside is not suitable to be shown. Please understand. We are disciples of the Taoist sects, not those despicable ones of the Red Sect. What could possibly not be suitable?" Li Xuanzhen advanced threateningly, closing the distance step by step, pressing, "Please open the coffin." Ming Chongqing retreated a few more steps until Jiang Zhuo blocked his escape route behind him, arms crossed standing tall. "Let us take a look. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, we will apologize to you." "No." Ming Chongqing gripped the coffin straps tightly, shaking his head decisively, "I cannot open the coffin." Li Xuanzhen perceived that Ming Chongqing was a foundation-stage cultivator, completely helpless against the Ling Yun sword sect disciples. He suddenly snapped his finger, saying, "Taoist friend, forgive me." All bystanders heard a loud bang, as the lid of Ming Chongqing's coffin flew off, revealing a corpse lying inside that looked exactly like Ming Chongqing himself. The coffin base had been hollowed out, exposing a back-to-back fusion with Ming Chongqing, identical twins connected physically. Jiang Zhuo was taken aback, turning away slightly and whispering softly, "Apologies." Ming Chongqing turned ashen-faced, all blood draining from his face, hastily attempting to pick up the coffin lid. Since the coffin was bound to his body, if he wanted to replace the lid, someone else would need to assist him. With both hands supporting the lid, Ming Chongqing tried multiple times clumsily but each attempt failed. The sound of the heavy coffin lid clattering onto the ground echoed painfully, bang. 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 It felt as though fate was delivering relentless blows. After several attempts with no success, Ming Chongqing fell to his knees, lifting the coffin lid high above his head and pushing it towards his back while quietly muttering, "Brother, don't be afraid. I'm right here with you." The surrounding crowd erupted with curses and jeers washing over him like a tide. Ears ringing with piercing cries. "Just leave already. Seeing you is so unlucky. No wonder you always carry a coffin. You're some kind of monster. Is the Red Sect brought by you? Go away, go away. Just leave." Kneeling there, Ming Chongqing's complexion became pale as paper. Gripping the coffin lid tightly with both hands, he closed his eyes concentrating on trying to place it back, when suddenly, a pair of hands appeared, effortlessly replacing the lid. Ming Chongqing opened his eyes, looking up. Somewhere along the line, the townsfolk had made way, clearing a path. A tall, elegant figure stood before him, bending down and extending a long, immaculate hand, as flawless as jade or amber, with a gentle yet resonant voice inviting, "Stand up." Chapter 47. The bright daylight cast a halo of pale gold around his silhouette from behind him. The peacock feather among his black hair shimmered with a delicate fluorescence, contrasting beautifully with his translucent, clear eyes, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Ming Chongqing instinctively squinted his eyes like someone who has long been in the dark upon seeing an intense light. He looked at the hand before him and then at his own hands pressed against the ground. They were covered in dust and littered with tiny wounds oozing faint blood. A world of difference. He didn't dare touch the hand. Instead, he struggled to stand up, using his arms for support, lowering his sleeve to cover his hands, and said, "Thank you." Li Lanqiu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Li Xuanzhen and Jiang Zhuo. "What are you two planning to do?" "Misunderstanding." Li Xuanzhen bowed politely to Ming Chongqing with a smile and slowly explained, "We just noticed something unusual about your coffin. This friend refused to open it. To ensure the safety of the townspeople and to clear this friend's name, I had no choice but to open your coffin." Jiang Zhuo glanced at him and loudly addressed Ming Changsheng, "Today, my rash action along with Master Xuanzhen may have offended you. Please forgive us, friend." Ming Changsheng tightly gripped his hands inside his sleeves and shook his head emotionlessly. Chu Yu stepped in front of him, blocking them, and glared at Li Xuanzhen saying, "Are all the disciples of Ling Yun's sword sect like you, bullying the weak?" Li Xuanzhen's smile disappeared. Being of the same Li family lineage and knowing each other since childhood, he was still patient with Li Lanxiu, but how could any random passerby mock him? Changing from his earlier modesty, he stared calmly at Li Lanxiu and said, "How can you confirm that there's nothing wrong with this person? I believe he is quite possibly an informant planted by the Red Sect in this city." Jiang Zhuo frowned, stepping back to create some distance from Li Xuanzhen, realizing that perhaps Li Xuanzhen wasn't the righteous hero he had thought him to be. Just as Ming Changsheng was about to protest angrily, Jiu patted his shoulder lightly and whispered softly, "Young master won't let you suffer injustice." "Young master." Ming Changsheng looked towards Li Lanxiu, who stood calmly on the street with a fan lazily tapping against his palm, as though everything was within his control. Li Lanxiu casually said, "Because he is the person I'm looking for. His abilities are important and he can make a contribution in resisting the Red Sect." Except for having peculiar natural gifts, Ming Changsheng appeared to be a common cultivator, and Li Xuanzhen naturally didn't believe it. Before Li Xuanzhen could voice his doubts, voices of the surrounding common people began to rise. The immortal spoke. He said, "There's nothing wrong with this person. That's right, this young man has always been here in our city, everyone knows he's not a bad person. In my view, if the immortal trusts him, we should trust him. The immortal says he can resist the Red Sect, which must be true." Li Xuanzhen's expression shifted slightly. Li Lanxiu had such public support that even a single casual remark made all the civilians believe him without hesitation. If Li Xuanzhen chose to question or oppose, he would be against every civilian present, and this would harm the reputation of the Ling Yun sword sect. He swallowed his anger and refrained from speaking. Li Lanxiu turned his head and glanced at Ming Changsheng, raising his chin and asked, "Would you be willing to join me in resisting the Red Sect?" Ming Changsheng gazed at him in shock. With their great power, would he, as a mere mediocre cultivator, be able to contribute to resisting the Red Sect? Chu Yu, noticing his plight, reminded him telepathically, "Follow young master, and no one will dare to bully you anymore." Ming Changsheng nodded slowly, the gleam in his eyes flickering, and he articulated carefully, "Thank you, young master." His voice carried an almost unnoticeable tremor. Li Lanxiu patted his shoulder and signaled him to follow, turning and departing with Chu Yu and Ming Changsheng. Behind them, the common people continued to chatter endlessly about his retreating figure. "This immortal is so good to coffin men, he truly is the greatest kind soul. He will surely save us." With a cold tone, Jiang Zhuo simply bid farewell and followed after Li Lanxiu without looking back. Li Xuanzhen's expression grew more sullen, his heart heavy with unventilated frustration, yet there was no outlet for it. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Li Lanxiu sat on a chair in the middle of the hall, idly playing with a fan in his hand as he looked at Ming Changsheng. Chu Yu stood beside him and nodded to Ming Changsheng, who stood outside the hall, signaling him to come closer. Ming Changsheng stepped before Li Lanxiu but didn't meet his eyes, instead gazing downward. He got straight to the point, asking, "What can I do for master?" Li Lanxiu slightly raised an eyebrow, expecting numerous questions before they could reach this stage. With a light laugh, he answered, "I want you to communicate with ghosts through divination. Can you do it?" Ming Changsheng's hands trailing behind touched the coffin wood, and he nodded heavily. "I can." Chu Yu was rather surprised, there were very few spirit handlers among cultivators. Spirit handlers cultivated ghosts through secret methods, nurturing and controlling them for battle. However, after death, souls were quickly taken away by the underworld's emissaries, unless confined by special means. Therefore, only a small number of spirits could be controlled. Communicating with ghosts was even rarer, requiring the establishment of a connection with the ghost realm. The human and ghost realms were distinctly separated, so cultivators capable of such communication were rare. Being both a spirit handler and a communicator, Ming Changsheng was indeed a remarkable talent. Li Lanxiu stood up and said, "Soon Chu Yu will take you to view the corpse. Take whatever you need from it yourself. We'll set up the ritual here at midnight tonight." For summoning and communicating with spirits, hair or fingernails from the corpse were necessary. Ming Changsheng nodded silently, watching him about to leave. He paused, then spoke softly, "Master, I need one more thing." Li Lanxiu turned his head to look at him. Ming Changsheng avoided his gaze, biting his lips in shame as he said, "What I need is quite difficult to find, there probably won't be any in Mengxian City. Master would have to ask at the Four Seas Commerce Immortal Shop." Li Lanxiu asked, What is it?" Ming Changsheng struggled to say 4 words, "Ghost Realm Spiritual Stone." After speaking, he turned his face toward Li Lanxiu, explaining, "The Ghost Realm Spiritual Stone is a stone originating from the Ghost Realm, extremely rare. I only have half of one, lacking sufficient spiritual energy to activate the spirit communication array. Master could inquire at the Four Seas Commerce Immortal Shop. If they don't have any. There is." Li Lanxiu took out a black cloth bag from his storage ring and casually pulled out a dark blue spiritual stone, tossing it to him. Ming Changsheng caught the stone and immediately froze, as chilling malevolent resentment surged towards him like countless wronged spirits screaming. It was an exceptional grade Ghost Realm spiritual stone. He had never seen such pure Ghost Realm spiritual stones before. Each gram contained the shadow of fierce ghosts, seemingly refined from thousands upon thousands of vengeful spirits. Its intense resentment and power were astonishing, far beyond what ordinary cultivators could possess. Ming Changxing couldn't help but look up at Li Lanxiu. Being able to easily pull out such a valuable Ghost Realm spiritual stone demonstrated that this young master's strength was unfathomable. Such a person of extraordinary stature could actually use someone like him. Clutching the Ghost Realm spiritual stone tightly, he hesitantly said, "This top-grade Ghost Realm spiritual stone is too precious to waste for setting up the spirit communication array. Does Master have anything else?" Li Lanxiu was walking out when he casually threw the entire black cloth bag at him. "Pick one yourself." Ming Changxing caught the cloth bag and felt its weight instantly invaded his hand with icy breath. Opening the bag, he found it filled with top-grade Ghost Realm spiritual stones. Chuyu followed Li Lanxiu, pausing as he walked past Ming Changxing, asking, "Are top-grade Ghost Realm spiritual stones very precious?" Immersed in awe, Ming Changxing responded instinctively, "Incredibly valuable, one Ghost Realm spiritual stone is worth hundreds of high-grade ones." Chuyu's eyebrows furrowed as he reached into the bag and picked up a Ghost Realm spiritual stone, feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from it. He didn't remember when Li Lanxiu had obtained these Ghost Realm spiritual stones. Such valuable items must have been exchanged for something equally valuable. At midnight, a hazy moon hung against a pitch-black sky. The city lord's residence was silent except for the occasional chirp of crickets. In the hall, bright lamps illuminated rows of corpses laid out on stretchers, covered by white cloths lying quietly. Li Lanxiu sat in the central position of the hall, while Lord Su sat beside him, eager to obtain information about the Red Sect as soon as possible, listening to what the deceased might say. Ming Changxing took out a top-grade Ghost Realm spiritual stone from his robes, placing one in the center of the hall and the other in the indentation above the coffin. With cinnabar and a brush, he sketched a complex formation around the Ghost Realm spiritual stone on the ground, then placed yellow papers wrapped with hair from the corpses at the extensions of the formation. Every line connected seamlessly. Chuyu leaned against a pillar nearby, arms crossed, observing very carefully. After completing the formation, Ming Changxing bit his finger and dripped a drop of his index finger's essence blood onto the Ghost Realm spiritual stone at the center of the formation. The moment the blood fell, it was instantly absorbed by the stone, turning the originally dark blue spiritual stone into a crimson red. He bent down, half kneeling on the ground, gently patting the coffin wood behind him, whispering softly, "Shouzhang, come out and work." The Ghost Realm spiritual stone above the coffin glowed brightly, its azure light illuminating the roof. Everyone in the hall simultaneously felt a strong chill of ghostly energy rushing towards them. Ming Changxing's face immediately turned deathly pale. When ghostly energy entered the body, this was how it felt. He could sense that his younger brother behind him had opened his eyes, living again as he sat up from the coffin, landing lightly on the ground. Shouzhang approached his ear and quietly told him, "Brother, I feel his face." Ming Changxing remained silent, biting his lips briefly before incanting, "Shouzhang, you go to the Ghost Realm and find these people's souls, bring them back, our young master needs to ask them questions." "He is truly a rare beauty, even more beautiful than those in the Dongyue kingdom," Shouzhang murmured in his ear. Ming Changxing ignored him and quickly formed hand seals with both hands, intoning, "Separation of yin and yang, souls return home, with my blood as the bridge for spirits." Shouzhang instantly vanished without a trace. Li Lanxiu watched thoughtfully, but after a short while, Ming Changxing's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the unchanging formation. "None. All of them." He looked at Chuyu, Lord Su, and finally Li Lanxiu himself, his face as white as paper. "Young master, these corpses have no souls." "No." Li Lanxiu's voice slightly rose at the end, then suddenly sat upright, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated. Ming Changxing nodded seriously, "My brother does not lie, if he says the Ghost Realm has none, there definitely are none." Li Lanxiu held the fan handle against his chin, realizing the Red Sect must be stealing the souls of the city's massacred residents, perhaps aiming to build an army of tens of thousands of ghosts. Then he shook his head. Ghosts also depended on their strength in life. Like Gu Jingxing, who died as one of the most accomplished cultivators of his era, thus becoming the Ghost King posthumously. Ordinary people's souls, even if controlled, were mostly useless. Thinking this through, Ming Changxing's face became even paler. He removed the premium-grade spirit stone from the top of the coffin, gathered the stones from within the formation, and placed them back into the black cloth bag, gripping it tightly. Ming Changxing had believed his abilities would help the young master, only to find not even a single soul. Being so useless, he had no face to stay any longer. "Young master, since I cannot be of any assistance, I shall take my leave." He put the black cloth bag on the table, turned around, and slowly walked out carrying the massive coffin on his back. "Hold on." Li Lanxiu suddenly spoke, waving his hand and calling him over, saying, "Stay, I have something to tell you." Lord Su wisely stood up and walked out. Chuyu glanced at Ming Changxing's pitiful appearance. Even though he wanted to be the sole confidant of Li Lanxiu, competing with such a pitiable person wasn't worth it, so he turned and exited the hall. Ming Changxing froze, turning around to look fixedly at Li Lanxiu and speaking softly, "Young master. Li Lanxiu laid the fan aside, taking a good look at him, then chuckled, "You seem nervous, but I'm not blaming you. If your brother couldn't find the souls, then they simply don't exist, and this is very important information for me, quite useful indeed." Ming Changsheng paused momentarily. "Truly useful for young master." Li Lanxiu nodded, looking at him with a serious tone. "Not only is the information useful, you yourself are quite useful to me, so." At the same time, she was leaning carelessly on the veranda railing, legs resting against the floor, arms crossed, posture relaxed and competent, watching the colorful koi fish swim in the pond. A little later, Ming Changsheng came out, his pale face suddenly regaining color as if it had encountered a long-awaited rain. A faint smile curled his lips, indicating he was in a rather good mood. Chu Yu deftly hopped down from the railing, smiling lightly as he asked, "Is young master letting you follow him henceforth?" "Master said he'll brand me with a servant mark, and from now on, I will be his bonded servant." Ming Changsheng answered softly with a smile. Chu Yu's smile disappeared abruptly. Chapter 48. Chu Yu immediately looked at Ming Changsheng's neck side, which was blank with nothing, and scanned the other side as well. There was no mark from Li Lanxiu. Ming Changsheng touched his neck area and explained with a smile, "Master says becoming his contract slave is a significant matter. He asked me to consider it for a day and give him my reply tomorrow." "That is indeed the case." Chu Yu composed himself, carefully evaluated him once again, and asked, "Have we not yet asked how old you are, brother?" Ming Changsheng replied, "This year marks my coming-of-age ceremony." Chu Yu nodded, looking at him thoughtfully, "Brother, why do you choose servitude?" Ming Changsheng answered seriously, "Mr. Li has shown me kindness, this is affection. Following Mr. Li will allow me to contribute a share in combating the Red Sect, this is righteousness. In the face of affection and righteousness, what does mere dignity matter?" Chu Yu seemingly nonchalantly crossed his arms, but the hands within his sleeves slightly tightened. He chuckled lightly and said, "Does brother have any relatives? You might not care about dignity, but words can be fearsome. How would others look at you? When I was born, my mother died from childbirth complications. When I was 8 years old, my father passed away due to a sudden illness." Ming Changsheng paused momentarily, eyes closed as he spoke. "Since then, my younger brother and I have relied on each other. As little friend may see, my younger brother is an evil spirit, so I have no relatives. Moreover." He lifted his gaze and met Chu Yu's eyes with a self-mocking smile. "What do I fear from public opinion?" Chu Yu nodded slightly, looking earnestly, and said meaningfully, "Do you understand what it means to become a contract slave?" Ming Changsheng responded firmly, "As you said, following Mr. Li means that in the future I won't have to be bullied by others." Chu Yu remained silent for a few seconds, staring intently at Ming Changsheng as he articulated word by word, "Even though that's true, being a contract slave means placing your life and death in another's hands. From then on, you can only obey orders and have no freedom. Have you thought it through clearly?" Ming Changsheng pondered for a moment, smiling lightly as he said, "Little friend doesn't need to dissuade me anymore. I've thought it through very clearly. Master has shown me both kindness and righteousness. I am willing to do anything for Master." Chu Yu slowly narrowed his eyes, thinking this person is stubborn and inflexible. He smiled faintly and said, "Even if that's the case, then I wish brother gets exactly what he wishes for." He gave Ming Changsheng a slight nod as a gesture, turned around, and walked into the hall to see the other person who could decide this matter. Li Lanxiu was in the room reviewing scrolls sent by the city mayor Su, detailing various events that had occurred in Dream Immortal City over these past few days. The larger ones included the White Pagoda Temple within the city preparing to hold a festival of Yurubani for the salvation of the tens of thousands of common people cruelly killed by the Red Sect, inviting a wandering high monk for this purpose. The smaller details mentioned that the son of neighbors who went out to buy soy sauce disappeared without a trace. There was also an incident where Wang family's young lady was flying a kite, but after the servant turned around for a moment, the young lady vanished. There were about 4 or 5 such missing cases like these, which Li Lanxiu circled one by one with a writing brush dipped in vermilion ink until the last line on the page. His gaze lingered on the final entry for a moment. This information recorded that in some alleyways, there was once an unusual fragrance, and afterward, no one dared to pass through. Unusual fragrance. Li Lanxiu rested the pen under his chin, contemplating deeply. This seemingly insignificant piece of news gave him a very subtle feeling. The Seven Stars Tower sells all sorts of messages in the cultivation world. Disciples from the tower often roam across the 9 continents continent, and their apparent method of selling messages involves only going to the Seven Stars Tower to purchase with spiritual stones. But the Seven Stars Tower is unique throughout the world, located far away, so if someone wants to buy a message, they'd have to travel 10,000 miles, which is laborious. Therefore, it's rumored that the Seven Stars Tower secretly uses some sort of code to sell messages. He flipped back a few pages, and there was mention of an old woman selling flower cakes on the street, with an unusual fragrance never seen before. Unusual fragrance, selling flower cakes on the street. A glint of amusement flickered in Li Lanxiu's eyes as his pen quickly swept across the page, encircling several records related to unusual fragrances, adding a small 7-star mark beside them. The traces of the Seven Stars Tower. He muttered softly. The messages from the Seven Stars Tower usually had a very high degree of credibility. This appearance of the unusual fragrance was definitely related to Dream Immortal City. Sensing someone approaching the room, before Chu Yu could knock, he closed the scroll and said, "Come in." Chuyu entered upon opening the door, walking up beside Li Lanxiu's seat, raising the corner of his robe, familiarly kneeling on one knee, and gazing up at him. "Master, earlier I heard Ming Chongqing say you were planning to bestow the slave seal upon him." Li Lanxiu glanced sideways at him, playing with a wolf-hair pen in his hand. From now on, he will be just like you, belonging to me." These 4 words, "just like you," caused Chuyu's expression to suddenly darken, his lips slightly curling with a faint laugh. Whether bearing the slave seal or not, he is master's person. Li Lanxiu turned around and looked at him, saying gently, "This person has too little security. If I don't give him a slave seal, his heart will not be settled." Chuyu paused for a moment, suppressing his laughter, and said seriously, "Master, Ming Chongqing's background is unknown. He won't be as obedient as me, he won't consider everything for master. Please think it over carefully." Li Lanxiu picked up the wolf-hair pen, letting the tip carelessly fall on Chuyu's cheek, drawing a mark with vermilion ink. "He can't do what you can, can't you teach him? You are my confidant, you can't even handle such a thing." Chuyu immediately grabbed his wrist to stop him, straightened up and moved closer. "I am considering for master, I don't want any unreliable people staying by your side." Li Lanxiu lowered his head to look at him, slightly exerted force on his wrist, causing Chuyu to loosen his grip and feebly clutching his wrist, allowing him to hold the pen and casually draw on his face. "Whether reliable or not, I can judge myself, you just need to do your duty." Li Lanxiu's vermilion pen wandered freely across this handsome face, playing with great interest. Chuyu stared into his smiling eyes, feeling the smooth, warm skin of the wrist in his palm, the protruding slender wrist bone, inadvertently stroking it with his fingertips. His gaze deepened and dimmed, he closed his eyes and suddenly said, "Master is so wise, you should have guessed my relationship with Lord Su, right?" Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding why this was mentioned now, lightly tapping the pen on his chin, pretending to ask knowingly, "What kind of relationship do you have?" Chuyu lifted his eyes and looked at him, speaking earnestly, "I am the son of the former emperor of Dongyue State." He paused slightly tightening his lips, emphasizing every word. "My father and mother, my brothers and sisters, were all slaughtered in the coup d'état. I happened to be controlling floods in Jiangbei and thus narrowly escaped with my life. Teacher Zhou is actually Grand Tutor Zhou." His voice gradually deepened, taking a deep breath as if repressing pain. "He was the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, who got involved due to my connection and had his entire clan executed." Li Lanxiu stopped writing, looking at him with a probing gaze. Chuyu slowly grasped his wrist, moving closer on his knees until his chest almost touched Master's legs. His dark eyes focused intently on him, his voice trembling faintly. "When I first met Master, I was completely destitute. Master extended a helping hand and saved me from peril. I'm grateful to Master, willingly becoming Master's contract slave." At this point, his eye rims turned red slightly, his Adam's apple clearly rolled a few times as if swallowing back his sobs, refusing to show his vulnerable side to Li Lanxiu. "But Ming Chongqing is different. Although Master says he is like me, does he have the same experiences as I do? How could he possibly remain loyal to Master forever?" Li Lanxiu saw his pitiful state, touching his cheek with his other hand. "All right, I understand that you're doing this for me." Chuyu locked his eyes onto his, asking softly, "Will Master still make Ming Chongqing a contract slave?" "My decision is final." Li Lanxiu gently caressed his cheek, brushing against his tense jawline, soothing him as if he might lunge forward to bite. "But you are still the person I trust the most. No one can replace your position." Chuyu gazed at him silently, unable to control the increasing strength in his grip on Master's wrist. Of course, he knew that Ming Chongqing couldn't replace him. He wasn't as useful and didn't match Chuyu's appeal, he wouldn't provide the same entertainment for Li Lanxiu in certain aspects. But thinking about those 3 characters appearing on someone else's neck made him unable to tolerate it. Pain. Li Lanxiu furrowed his brows, crying out lowly, instantly loosening the hand holding his wrist. He massaged his painful wrist and without hesitation kicked Chuyu's thigh. Chuyu clamped his knees together tightly, trapping the foot kicking between his strong thighs, pressing close to a sensitive area, looking up at him calmly, and saying nonchalantly, "Master, here can't be kicked. If you want to take revenge, slap my face all you want." Li Lanxiu pulled his foot a few times but was only squeezed tighter. He then stopped altogether, leaning in closely to look at him, sneering and asked, "You little beast, do you dare rebel?" "Dare not." Chuyu quietly replied, relaxing his tightened thighs a bit, yet not completely releasing them, leaving Li Lanxiu caught in a difficult situation. Speaking softly, he said, "I just don't want Master to make Ming Chongqing a contract slave. If Master can satisfy this request of mine, I'll allow Master to punish me however you wish." Li Lanxiu stared at him for a few seconds, his cheeks almost touching his nose, asking word by word, "Are you threatening me?" This threat was subtle. If he insisted on making Ming Chongqing a contract slave, then Chuyu would no longer be as obedient as before, like now, daring to clamp his foot and not let go, even using something delicate to press against him. Chuyu sniffed the fragrant aroma wafting toward him, his Adam's apple faintly sliding down as he shook his head in denial. "No." Li Lanxiu didn't need his admission, standing up and towering above him, he said coldly, "Loosen your grip, take off your robe, and kneel down." Chuyu's expression turned serious. He stood up and effortlessly untied his outer robe and shirt, revealing a powerful, athletic frame. His broad shoulders were tall and straight, his narrow waist strong, with smooth muscle lines that exuded youthful vitality everywhere. He swiftly kneeled on one knee, lifting his head to look at Lilancio, extending one hand calmly and quietly saying, "Master, please punish me." Lilancio took out a cold iron fan, holding it by both ends and casually fiddling with it. "Since you dared to defy me, how many strikes should I give you?" Chuyu looked at his grip on the fan, his chest burning hot, licking his lips as he said, "As long as master is pleased." Lilancio, seeing his indifferent attitude, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, deciding to change the game. He pulled a ribbon from his storage ring and tossed it into Chuyu's hands. "Cover your eyes." Chuyu hesitated slightly before obediently picking up the ribbon and placing it over his eyes, tying it loosely at the back of his head. In the pitch-black darkness, his sense of smell sharpened as the ribbon's delicate fragrance drifted into his nose. His fingers trembled slightly when he raised them again. Lilancio held the fan in one hand, letting its icy tip glide across Chuyu's chest. Chuyu immediately tightened his chest and tensed his back, breathing slightly heavier. Lilancio emitted a soft chuckle in his throat, gently patting Chuyu's cheek with the fan. "Do you remember what I once told you?" "What?" Chuyu subconsciously gazed in the direction of the voice, his tone mysteriously hoarse. Lilancio lifted his chin with the fan, leisurely saying, "I said if you make any more mistakes, I will use the heart-protecting mirror to show everyone in the sect how you are punished. Now it's noon, so there should be quite a few people gathered at the sect square, right?" Chuyu suddenly bit his lips, kneeling forward slightly, speaking softly, "Master, please don't do this." "It's too late." Lilancio raised his foot and heavily stepped on Chuyu's thigh, laughing lightly as he said, "The top disciple of the sect, explain to everyone why you're kneeling here being punished." Chuyu clenched his fists on his knees, his lips quivering several times, struggling to resist the urge to pull down the ribbon covering his eyes. He asked again in a low voice, "Will master really let others see me like this?" Lilancio snorted with laughter, and without warning, struck Chuyu's palm with the fan. The sudden impact caused his entire body to tense sharply, trembling slightly like a taut string. "Master." The top disciple, still refusing to explain. Lilancio retracted his smile, issuing commands coldly. Chuyu guessed that he wouldn't be so cruel. This was merely a new way to torment him, but he couldn't be entirely sure. This uncertainty made his body even more tense, his breath rapid, his heart pounding like drums. With a hoarse voice, he said, "I am being punished because I made a mistake." "What kind of mistake?" Lilancio slowly moved the fan across Chuyu's cheeks, leading the conversation gently. Chuyu closed his eyes for a few seconds, suppressing his heated breaths, and then opened his eyes looking toward his master, saying, "Because I can't tolerate anyone else becoming master's person." Chapter 49. Lilancio's hand holding the fan paused slightly. As he scrutinized Chuyu's face, the metallic fan tail gently caressed across his nose and lips. He lowered his voice lazily and asked, "Are you so greedy?" As Chuyu opened and closed his lips, the fan stopped just before his mouth, as if a silent, light kiss, making him think carefully before answering. His chest rose and fell clearly, his tongue dry. "I do not know what greed is, I only know that there can only be me in master's eyes." The moment these words were spoken, the fan immediately struck his palm. Sharp pain suddenly rushed over, Chuyu stiffened his body, staying completely still. His deep red bleeding palm lifted up instead. "If this deserves punishment, I accept it willingly." Lilancio raised the fan high, turned around toward another direction, and scoffed softly, "I'm punishing him because he disobeyed my authority. Such an unruly servant, shouldn't he be beaten?" Chuyu glanced at the same direction where Lilancio was looking, sensing spiritual energy nearby, then looked back down and said quietly, "Master, please stop teasing me." "I'm not teasing you," Lilancio said, then whispered coldly, "Bear with it. If you lose control like last time, it will be embarrassing for you." Chuyu's hand gripping his knee tightened so much that the knuckles turned pale. Now dressed untidily, half-naked, kneeling on the ground, his face smeared with vermilion red and white patches, a strip of cloth covering his eyes, he certainly presented an unsightly sight. If members of the sect were to see him like this, who could possibly fail to guess his feelings for Lilancio? He reached out to take off the cloth around his head, but the fan timely struck his wrist. Lilancio warned him coldly, "Don't move." Pausing briefly, he continued in a gentler tone, "Be good." With a sudden surge of emotion, Chuyu steadily raised his arm, "Please punish me, master." A crisp sound, slap, as Lilancio struck the metal fan harshly into his palm, his actions cruel without a hint of mercy, yet he softly questioned, "Does it hurt?" Blood seeped from between Chuyu's fingers, gritting his teeth, he slightly shook his head to deny. Lilancio held up the fan, silently gazing at him. Chuyu waited for some time without the fall of the fan again, lifting his eyes to meet his gaze. In the dark, his sense of smell and touch became sharper. The scent of Lilancio was near, and his boots pressed lightly upon his leg. It almost seemed as if little force was used to step on him, his hand propped against his thigh could brush against the delicate silk edges of the boots. Just a slight movement more, and he would be able to fully grasp the slim ankle. Lilancio's heel pressed a little harder onto his thigh, the fan gently, as soft as butterfly wings, fell once again onto his palm, and he continued asking gently, "Does it hurt?" The pricking pain made Chuyu's palm tingle and go numb, worse than being slapped heavily, answering hoarsely, "Not painful." Li Lanxiu gave another slap with the fan onto his palm, after which he asked, how many times now? Are you counting? 4. Chuyu responded after a brief pause. Li Lanxiu smiled softly and said, all right, I'll give you 20 lashes. No need to count. He was no benefactor indeed. Whether the next strikes of the cold iron fan were heavy or light as a feather on Chuyu's palm, after each blow, he always tenderly and meticulously asked, does it hurt? It seemed as if saying one word of pain, Li Lanxiu would instantly cease, blowing gently over the wound with tender care for the palm beaten until the skin broke. But this would never happen. Of course, Chuyu understood. Yet, such gentle questioning warmed the roots of his ears, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. The bandage around his eyes dampened with beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. A raging flame of desire surged within him. He tried his best to suppress his reactions but failed to control the natural instinctive response of his body. Does it hurt? Those 3 words were like rewards Li Lanxiu bestowed after the infliction of pain. An uncontrollable surge of desire welled up, and he became aware of clear changes happening within himself, exposed publicly, offered up for others' judgment. He did not mind having his body's hidden reactions observed, but what mattered was that these reactions arose towards Li Lanxiu, the most unspoken secret, the most unrevealed facet, and now had become something for others to marvel and admire at. Humiliation mingled with another subtle sensation, a kind of pleasure causing tingling discomfort along both temples, with even more intense physical responses than when in the spirit pool last time. After delivering the final strike with the fan, Li Lanxiu let his fingers rest on his palm. His glossy, pink-tinted nails idly traced the red swollen skin, circling leisurely over the palm oozing blood, and asked again, does it hurt? Chuyu seized his fingers abruptly, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, enough. Li Lanxiu withdrew his fingers, stepped back a few paces, and asked with a low mocking chuckle, how did it end up like this? Is it really that pleasant to get your hand slapped? Chuyu switched to kneeling on the other knee, no longer covered by his robe, revealing every contour clearly. He silently stared in the direction of Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu sat back down in the chair, placed the fan on the table, crossed his arms, and simply looked at him. After a very long while, Chuyu suddenly tore off his headband and looked in the direction where he had sensed spiritual energy moments ago, only to find there was no protective heart mirror of the sect as expected. Instead, an upper-grade spirit stone rested on the side table. Li Lanxiu extended his hand forward nonchalantly and said, come here. With complex emotions, Chuyu stood up and put on his robe, fastening the ties as he stared at him. Li Lanxiu lifted his hand slightly and took out some ointment, saying, give me your hand. Chuyu hesitated slightly, licked his lips, and placed his battered, bloody hand into Li Lanxiu's palm. Li Lanxiu gently wiped the blood-soaked wound on the palm with the pad of his finger. Wherever he touched, the skin immediately healed. His eyes were lowered as he focused carefully, asking, do you still care now? Feeling the moist, fine texture of Li Lanxiu's fingertips, Chuyu quietly responded, how can I care if master wants to brand someone else as his servant? Li Lanxiu released his hand and wiped the ointment off his fingertips with a handkerchief. Don't you have anything else to ask? Chuyu pulled back his hand, leaving only faint traces of blood on his palm, and asked with forced calm, is master pleased to have toyed with me? Pleased. Li Lanxiu readily agreed and then lightly added, if it were a real heart mirror, it would be even more fun. Is that so? Chuyu gripped his hand tighter, clutching the lingering pain, and asked feigning indifference, then why doesn't master use a real one? Li Lanxiu lifted his dark eyes to look at him and casually explained, because I cherish you and won't let anyone see you like this. Chuyu nodded lightly, his lips faintly curling upward as he remarked indifferently, I see. The next morning, Ming Changsheng came early to wait outside Li Lanxiu's room. Regarding the matter of the slave mark, he didn't need much deliberation, every word he'd spoken to Chuyu was heartfelt. Li Lanxiu had shown him favor and enabled him to assist in fighting against the Red Sect, and that was more than enough. Li Lanxiu quickly embedded the slave mark in his neck. A fresh red seal appeared under Ming Changsheng's neck, inscribed with the 3 characters, Li Lanxiu. From that moment onward, he became Li Lanxiu's bound slave. Ming Changsheng had no friends to share this news with. Not long after walking out the door, he saw a dark figure approach, who greeted him warmly, young friend, are you waiting for me? Chuyu glanced at the conspicuous mark on his neck. After yesterday's consoling, his unique position in Li Lanxiu's heart had become clear, yet this mark still irked him somewhat. Nonetheless, he calmly affirmed, yes, I am indeed waiting for you. Ming Changsheng felt embarrassed and bowed his head, saying, thank you, young friend. From now on, I, like you, belong to Mr. Li. Please bear with me. Chuyu stared at his slave mark and absent-mindedly touched the spot on his own neck without countering the like part, advising, you should cover it with a piece of cloth, making such a big fuss about it isn't appropriate. Ming Changsheng looked at him confused, touching the mark himself and replying, I am Master Li's person, and if others see, they'll know it. Why wouldn't that be right? People in Mengxian City talk a lot. You may have willingly become Master's bound slave, but others don't know that, Chuyu advised earnestly, patting his shoulder and handing over a pre-prepared black cloth. Think of Master's reputation, and make some compromises. Ming Changsheng paused momentarily, accepted the black cloth gratefully, and looked at him saying, it's my fault for not considering this earlier. Thank you, young friend. Chuyu smiled calmly and replied, there's no need for politeness from you, brother. Just cover up the mark. Ming Changxing tied the black band around his neck. Once finished, he frowned and asked, if master sees this, will he think I'm reluctant or ashamed to be his slave? Chu Yu looked at him for a few seconds, wondering if Li Lanqiu had thought the same before, then smiled brightly. Don't worry, master won't mind this. Li Lanqiu refused the company of Prefect Su and came alone to the narrow alley recorded as being filled with strange scents. Disciples of the Seven Stars Tower only did business with people in the cultivation realm. Selling information was the most precious trade, and of course, the fewer people knowing the information, the better. He wore a ghastly mask, dressed splendidly, with a tall and well-proportioned figure, which made him stand out prominently in Mengxian City. Everyone knew who he was, so even before reaching the end of the alley, he heard an old woman shouting, flour cakes. Flour cakes. Selling flour cakes. The old woman was dressed plainly, no different from the grandmothers in the city, with silver hair and a basket in hand. Her face was utterly forgettable. Li Lanqiu took out a spirit stone and casually handed it to the old woman. I'll have a flour cake. The old woman glanced at the spirit stone in his hand, quickly pocketed it, and said with a chuckle, what bad luck. I've just sold out of flour cakes. If it's convenient for you, young sir, could you come to my house? Li Lanqiu nodded, following her into the alley, turning 7 corners and passing through several back doors until they reached an open area where a refined courtyard appeared, complete with pavilions, artificial hills, and flowing water, quite tasteful. Several disciples in Seven Stars Tower uniforms were sitting in the pavilion, discussing something that Li Lanqiu overheard even before he reached the end of the yard. Ridiculous. Someone doubts our beauty ranking again. These people are all intimidated by Jiang Jusi. Our list is trustworthy for both young and old. Why should we add someone wearing a mask? Just because of Jiang Jusi's crazy looks? We can't add him, absolutely not. Our beauty ranking has solid proof. A masked person wouldn't be convincing to the public. Has anyone ever seen his real face? Maybe it's all a trick to create mystery. We've seen such stunts too many times in the martial world. Li Lanqiu entered the courtyard. The disciples were all startled upon seeing him, one of them quickly stood up. Master Li has arrived. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Do sit down. Li Lanqiu gracefully stepped onto the terrace and pushed the door to enter the room without so much as a glance at them. Send someone who can make decisions here. Business begins now. The room had simple furnishings, a multi-treasure cabinet, bookshelves, and several ancient-looking chairs. After whispering among themselves for a while, one disciple walked to the door and gently shook a copper bell hanging on the doorframe. Please wait a moment, Master Li. Our supervisor will be right here. The supervisor of the Mengxian City branch of the Seven Stars Tower turned out to be a middle-aged man. As soon as he saw Li Lanqiu, he burst into laughter. Master Li. What an honored guest. I've been waiting for you these past few days. Li Lanqiu raised an eyebrow, sat in a chair by the table, and looked around the room. The supervisor sat across from him, waved his sleeve to close the door automatically, forming a soundproof barrier, then tapped his head smilingly. All our information is in here, nothing beats the human brain compared to any jade tablet or paper. Li Lanqiu fixed his eyes on him and spoke straightforwardly, I want to buy the red sex information in Mengxian City. How many spirit stones does it cost? The supervisor opened his mouth to reply but paused as he stared at Li Lanqiu's mask, laughing meaningfully. Master Li, we do indeed have this information. But selling it to others costs spirit stones, selling it to you doesn't require spirit stones. Li Lanqiu smirked lightly, responding without hesitation. You want me to take off my mask? Ha! Master Li truly is wise. The supervisor gave him a thumbs up, then sobered up and seriously asked, we've been waiting for you exactly for this deal. Will Master Li take it? Li Lanqiu slightly bowed his head in thought, then lifted it and said, you need to tell me first if the red sex information is worth it. The supervisor stared at his masked face intently, as if staring at 10,000 spirit stones, and lowered his voice. Let me give Master Li one piece of information, the leader of the red sect, he's dying. He's searching the whole world for a Luoyin female body capable of dual cultivation, to prolong his life. Li Lanqiu leaned back in his chair and scoffed lightly, asking, is that so? What does it have to do with me? Chapter 50. Of course it has nothing to do with young Master Li. The steward's face showed a smile, and he said meaningfully, it is extremely rare to find a body like Luo Ying charnel female. Even our Seven Stars Tower has never found one. How could he find it so easily? Li Lanqiu looked at him, uninterested in replying. The steward returned to the main topic, in recent days, people have been disappearing in towns of all sizes. It's the followers looking for the body of Luo Ying charnel female. Li Lanqiu asked, is there still a chance for those missing people to be alive? The steward was surprised by his question and shook his head bitterly, the red sect kills without mercy. If they're not the body of Luo Ying charnel female, they might die quickly. But if, the sect leader is cruel and perverted, forcing dual cultivation on them, a quick death would be better. Li Lanqiu closed his eyes and calculated an account. There had been 4 disappearances in Dream Fairy City recently. Adding up from all sizes of towns across the 9 states continent, there was a great blood debt accumulating. He opened his eyes and spoke calmly, "Tell me about this body of Luo Yin charnel female." The steward had been waiting for this question. Clearing his throat, he arrogantly explained, "Young Master Li, do you know the principle of the dual cultivation path?" Li Lanxiu slightly nodded, signaling him to continue. What is called dual cultivation involves blending each other's spiritual energy, thereby enhancing cultivation. Although dual cultivation has benefits, its effects are not very significant, only serving as a part of auxiliary practice. However, the body of Luo Yin charnel female is extraordinary. The steward squinted his eyes, his tone filled with envy. The body of Luo Yin charnel female is an extremely rare constitution in the world. According to legends, a person with this constitution naturally balances yin and yang, with pure internal spiritual power. Dual cultivating with such a person can cleanse your marrow, refine your tendons, greatly enhance your cultivation within a short period, and bring enormous benefits to both parties. He paused for a moment, observing Li Lanxiu's calm gaze, and continued, "One session of dual cultivation is equivalent to 10 years of hard cultivation. The lifespan of the red sect leader isn't long. With the body of Luo Yin charnel female, not only can it extend his life, but also enhance his cultivation to another level." Li Lanxiu nodded lightly and said 2 words, "No wonder." The steward coughed lightly, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "This body of Luo Yin charnel female brings even more significant benefits to oneself. It can extract the spiritual essence of the partner during dual cultivation, helping break through natural talent constraints. Only an ordinary man without sin commits a crime by possessing a precious thing. We in the 7 Stars Tower have rarely heard of anyone who..." He stopped abruptly, sighed regretfully, and shook his head silently. Li Lanxiu could guess the outcome. In the cultivation realm, everyone wants a companion with such a constitution. Being coveted by everyone, how could that end well? After a brief pause, the steward rearranged his expression and smiled gently, asking, "Young Master Li, what do you think? Would you like to do business with us?" Li Lanxiu raised his hand, and his delicate white fingers tapped the dark red edge of the mask, showing a contemplative look. The steward observed him solemnly and said, "Young Master Li, please rest assured. We recognize all the people around you, Chiyu from your same sect, Immortal Lady Jing Mei from the Jade Woman sect, Jiang Zhuo from the Flowing Cloud sect, Han Qian from the Lingyun Sword sect. As long as they're related to you, we won't sell any information to the Red sect." Li Lanxiu chuckled faintly, sat up, and looked at him asking, "How many spirit stones is the Red sect's information worth?" The steward didn't hide anything, holding up several fingers. "We only sell the Red sect's information once, so it's worth this much." It was approximately equivalent to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, which was quite expensive. Li Lanxiu slightly nodded. Is it worthwhile? To let him take off the mask and abandon such a big money-making opportunity, was it really worth it? The steward revealed a hint of melancholy laughter, scrutinizing his outline, his gaze filled with inquiry. "Young Master Li may not know, the beauty list in our 7 Stars Tower is one of the most lucrative businesses in our tower. You might think these spirit stones come easy." Saying this, the steward stood up, walked around Li Lanxiu, examining him and said, "Our beauty list updates once a year. The judges come from various major sects and powers in the cultivation realm. The evaluation criteria are very strict, not just based on appearance, but also temperament, eloquence, cultivation, morality. The selection process for the beauty list is also very rigorous, including 3 stages, preliminary selection, nomination, and final selection. After integrating opinions from all sides and strictly reviewing according to the regulations, the final ranking can be determined. Our tower specifically has a group of disciples whose daily work is to collect information about beauties, including portraits, recording jade, cultivation, deeds, etc. Then verify via multiple channels to ensure that every piece of information is true." The steward became increasingly excited as he spoke, standing in front of Li Lanxiu with shining eyes. "Our list has never made a mistake, and we guarantee that all beauties of the cultivation world are on our list. Over the years, it has been widely recognized. But, Lord Li, how many people have doubted the authority of our beauty list because of you? Do you know how much this insults us?" Li Lanxiu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh and glanced at him. The steward cleared his throat lightly and apologized by bowing slightly. "Please forgive me, but the beauty list is one of the most important things in our tower. If this were only about Jiang Jusi, it would only cause some controversy, but a few days ago, a disciple of our beauty list captured a recording jade showing you." Li Lanxiu's smile faded, and his eyebrows rose as he asked, "Is it from my time in the Tsangming realm?" Apart from the incident with the wedding robes, there was nothing else significant enough to be recorded and sold to the 7 Stars Tower. The steward nodded, his gaze once again scanning Li Lanxiu's mask. "You were wearing a veil in the footage. Some of our judges think you should be on the list, while others disagree, causing an uproar that threatens the foundation of our beauty list. So, we must make you remove your mask." Li Lanxiu stopped contemplating and nodded indifferently. "I will do this deal, but I will only take off my mask after the task is done." "What task is it?" The steward showed a pleased expression, curiously asking, "Is it pulling out the Red Sect's informants in Dream Fairy City root and branch?" Li Lanxiu gave a low laugh. If he said that his task was to give the Red Sect a harsh lesson and repay their blood debt with more blood, the steward would likely never agree to such a business. The Red Sect was at its peak in the 9-states continent, having countless followers who moved unpredictably. For hundreds of years, they had acted recklessly across the continent, never suffering a loss. Who would dare to provoke them so harshly? Naturally, the steward wouldn't imagine Lelancio had such ambition. He took out an exquisite jade token, injected information into it, placed it lightly on the table, then drew several spirit stones from his storage ring to create a simple contract formation. Lord Lee, please review this jade contract. If there's no issue, we can proceed to sign the contract. Lelancio touched the jade with his fingers and probed its contents with divine consciousness. As the steward had said, he only needed to remove his mask after the task was completed. Casually, he infused a strand of energy into the jade, which glowed white as the surrounding spirit stones reacted, flashing momentarily. The contract was formed. Satisfied, the steward retrieved the jade and sat down again, solemnly starting the next part of their conversation. Lord Lee, according to our information, the Red Sect has 4 guardians, east, west, south, and north, skilled in formations, musical arts, and knife techniques. Although the 4 guardians occasionally appear, thus allowing some records about them, not much is known. Take for example the Northern Dipper guardian, named Wu Xiang. Lelancio listened attentively, committing each detail to memory until the steward finished discussing the 4 guardians without mentioning the sect leader. The steward met Lelancio's narrowing eyes with concern, saying, as far as our tower knows, no one has ever seen the leader of the Red Sect. We don't know what he looks like, only that he's around 300 to 400 years old and revered within the sect as the Buddha son. That's all. We only know that his life is nearing its end due to analysis of recent actions by the Red Sect. Lelancio turned his head silently, staring at him intently. Caught under his gaze, the steward felt uneasy and immediately delivered the latest intelligence. This piece of information might interest Lord Lee. We suspect that there's an informant of the Red Sect in White Pagoda Temple within Dream Fairy City. Explain clearly. Lelancio tilted his chin up slightly. The steward explained earnestly, all 4 individuals who recently disappeared in Dream Fairy City had one thing in common, they visited White Pagoda Temple within the last half-year. Thus, we infer there's an informant within the temple. Lelancio acknowledged it faintly, coldly asking, is that all? Unable to hide a bitter smile, the steward spread his hands. That's all. Not obtaining the key information he wanted, Lelancio deemed the only useful clue to be this news about the White Pagoda Temple. He got up and left the courtyard of the 7 Stars Tower, mulling over visiting the White Pagoda Temple. The mansion's garden was lush with verdant foliage and towering trees, bird chirps ringing through the air. Lelancio returned to the mansion and hadn't walked far when a small cloud sparrow fell from the treetop above. A very common little sparrow in the Chongxian sect, it had pure white plumage and a tuft of pale blue feathers on its chest. With a precise thud, it landed next to his boots and remained motionless with closed eyes. He glanced once and stepped over it, continuing forward. Before he'd taken a few more steps, the sparrow behind him emitted a feeble chirp, 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 chirp. It sounded pitifully weak, almost like it was begging for help. Chuyu leaned against the pavilion, waiting for his return. Sensing his presence, he swiftly appeared before him and said, young master has returned. Lelancio nodded with an and patted his shoulder as he walked forward, saying, tomorrow, follow me to White Pagoda Temple. Alright, Chuyu glanced at the groaning little cloud sparrow on the ground and turned to ask, will Lord Ming Chongqing be coming with us? Ming Chongqing, embodying the dualities of yin and yang, was highly sensitive to spirits. If there were any unclean things in White Pagoda Temple, perhaps he could uncover some clues. Chuyu took out a handkerchief and squatted down to pick up the barely alive little cloud sparrow. In a few leaps, he arrived in front of Lelancio, turning around to face him with a graceful backward step, saying, I intended to suggest young master bring him along. Ming brother's background is pitiful, and it's only now that he has found support in you, my lord. You should care for him more. Lelancio scanned him over and couldn't help but laughingly asked, oh. Have you thought it through? Chuyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled clearly and cleanly, I have thought it through. I will take care of brother Ming together with young master. Lelancio made no comment, as long as his subordinates didn't fight, he didn't mind how they acted. His eyes flicked toward the handkerchief in Chuyu's hand. Chuyu unfolded the handkerchief to display the small cloud sparrow in his palm and softly said, seeing its pitiful state, I decided to rescue it. The little cloud sparrow opened its eyes, casting a dark glance at Lelancio before slowly closing them again and lying motionless in Chuyu's palm. For some reason, Lelancio felt this gaze was familiar, and with a faint nod, he showed no interest. Young master, rest assured, I will take good care of it. Chuyu held the cloud sparrow and felt its wings struggling powerfully, seemingly resisting his care. After Lelancio returned to his room, Chuyu spread his palm outside the door. The previously half-dead cloud sparrow suddenly opened its eyes and unexpectedly pecked him. Chuyu glared coldly at it and pointed to its beak, asking lowly, do you also wish to compete for young master's affection? Naturally, the cloud sparrow would not respond, suddenly shaking its wings, emitting a bone-chilling cold aura as if holding a block of ice. Chuyu frowned and let go, and the cloud sparrow hastily flew away from his palm toward the direction of Lelanccio's room. He watched the sparrow depart, looking down at his unscathed palm, feeling as though the previous cold sensation had been an illusion. It was definitely not an illusion. That night, deep shadows enveloped the city lord's residence, where red lanterns hung under the eaves, and everything was silent. Guards stood watch with their long knives, vigilant as they looked around. Since the trouble involving the Red Sect arose, Dream Fairy City implemented curfew, forbidding citizens from moving about at night. Anyone caught walking at night would be killed without question. A figure dressed in a light green robe like an ink painting strolled along the street. The tall man wore a black veil cap and carried a bright red umbrella in one hand, his steps measured as he approached the gate. The guard seemed blind to his approach. Gu Jingxing ascended the steps of the city lord's mansion and gradually made his way to the entrance. Suddenly, he turned back and asked, "Has anyone set up a spirit-linking formation here?" The guards blankly looked at him, answering sluggishly, "Yes, a Taoist master invited by the city lord established a spirit-linking formation within the estate." A Taoist master? Gu Jingxing, who had recently been searching for a lost soul, was drawn by the mention of a spirit-linking formation and decided to visit. The guard, under his control, answered all questions, saying, "The Taoist master is a disciple of Zhongshuan sect, surnamed Li. He is a distinguished guest of our city lord." Gu Jingxing knew a Mr. Li from Zhongshuan sect. He retrieved a blood-red coral bead from his bosom and idly rotated it between his fingers. "Mr. Li. That's what everyone calls him." The guard nodded and continued, "Mr. Li comes from a great lineage, being the son of the master of Purple Terrace Peak in Zhongshuan sect." "Ah, another Li gentleman. Not the one Gu Jingxing wished to meet, but encountering this Li gentleman tonight wasn't bad." Gu Jingxing pocketed the coral bead and gently said, "Kindly guide me and bring me to see him." The guard pushed open the main gate of the city lord's residence and led him inside, while those nearby seemed unaware of the situation. Along the way, he asked, "Given the late hour, Mr. Li must already be resting. What do you intend to see him for?" "It's no matter." Gu Jingxing snapped his fingers, blue flames floating on his fingertips as he calmly stated, "I'm here to send him on his way." Chapter 51. The guard led Gu Jingxing through the pavilions and gardens of the city lord's residence, along winding paths leading to a secluded courtyard where honored guests resided. Just as the guard was about to announce their arrival, Gu Jingxing raised his hand, and the guard quietly turned away and left. A tree bloomed with vibrant red flowers in full splendor, its heavy branches hanging before the window. The window revealed the bright, warm yellow light of candle flames, under which the shadow of a slim figure could be seen clearly against the paper window. Perched on the tree was a snow-white little bird, staring intently at the shadow on the window. Gu Jingxing fixed his gaze on the shadow for a moment, then disappeared from sight, floating weightlessly through the wall into the room. A ghastly fire flickered on his fingertips as he entered. This Mr. Li sat by the window table, one hand holding a scroll of a book while the other loosely supported his chin, his lowered eyes fully absorbed in reading. His face was covered by a grotesque ghost mask that only exposed a pair of slender, mesmerizing eyes, contrasting beautifully with the frightening mask, as if adding the finishing touch of brilliance. His long lashes were golden, soft like downy feathers. Perhaps sensing the sudden chilling cold, he lifted his eyes and looked directly at Gu Jingxing, exposing those stunning eyes without any obstruction. In an instant, Gu Jingxing extinguished the ghastly fire on his fingertip. Mr. Li Lanqiu once again lowered his eyes, placing the book in his hand onto the desk, his finger gently turning over a page. In the lamplight, his fingers emitted a warm glow, fine and lustrous like frost-covered jade. Gu Jingxing removed his veil cap and stared at him with complicated emotions. This Mr. Li, who owed him a life debt, was none other than the very same Mr. Li who deserved death. What an exquisite coincidence. Silent, he stood by the door. Li Lanqiu seemed absorbed in some difficult book, flipping pages slowly and occasionally murmuring a faint "hmm." Gu Jingxing approached his side and glanced at the book on the table, an advanced manual of cultivation methods. Li Lanqiu picked up a small wolf-hair brush, circling sentences with it and pondering over their meanings one by one. Gu Jingxing had been a prodigy in his lifetime, thoroughly familiar with all kinds of cultivation manuals. After a quick glance at the pages, he spotted the issues immediately, a trace of amusement creeping into his eyes as he looked at the deep in thought Li Lanqiu. Holding the pen loosely between his fingers, Li Lanqiu lazily rested its tail end against his jawline, mulling it over for a bit before letting out a gentle sigh. He leaned back in his chair, casually securing the pen behind his ear to tie his hair into a loose bun. Crossing his arms, his eyes remained firmly locked onto the scroll of the book on the table. As if by merely gazing longer, the pages would automatically reveal the answers to his unanswered questions. This lively and spirited demeanor was far from the composed and strategic figure Gu Jingxing had last encountered, instead exuding a different kind of vitality and charm, endearing. Unable to resist, a curve formed on his lips, a rare smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He lightly flicked towards the potted plant by the table. A vivid petal floated down, landing precisely on a sentence in front of Li Lanqiu's open book. Li Lanqiu picked up the petal and softly read aloud, "Illuminate outward with brightness, conceal brightness inward to nurture, moonlight illuminates inside and outside but uses not its brightness." Pausing slightly, suddenly, enlightenment came to him, a light chuckle escaping from his lips. "Ah, I see." He pulled the pen out from his bun and swiftly circled the sentence with it, clearly pleased. Gu Jingxing took a few steps back and settled on the sitting couch in the room, a faint smile lingering in his eyes as he watched him. Li Lanqiu soon finished going through the entire manual. To counteract the Red Sect, enhancing his own abilities was inevitable. In recent days, delving into these cultivation methods had made significant progress. Closing the book, he stretched out leisurely, then retrieved another manual from his storage ring, casually browsing through it while walking to sit on the couch, completely unaware of the Ghost King seated beside him. Gu Jingxing sat alongside him on the couch, putting away his red umbrella so it wouldn't touch him, then turned his head toward the book in Li Lanqiu's hand. Before he could get a clear look, the book tipped backward as Li Lanqiu slouched down on the couch, his straight and elegant long legs stretched out before him, his white boots casually resting on the armrest at the end of the couch. Reacting immediately, Gu Jingxing leaned back sharply, his spine pressing against the couch's backrest, barely avoiding contact with Li Lanqiu's calves. Trapped on the couch as though imprisoned by Li Lanqiu, he found neither standing nor sitting a feasible option. Any slight movement might lead to physical contact. During his life in Lingyun sword sect, Gu Jingxing always maintained proper posture, upright in both sitting and behavior, setting an exemplary standard among disciples. He never imagined any cultivator could be so relaxed and unrestrained. What he couldn't fathom went beyond expectations. Lying flat on the couch, Li Lanqiu effortlessly raised one of his long legs and comfortably rested it upon the other. The flowing white robes cascaded down, draping onto Gu Jingxing's knees. All Gu Jingxing needed to do was lower his gaze slightly, and there would be the glimpse of a leg encased within thin fabric. The lines of his calves were slender and beautiful, the muscles evenly distributed. The silk fabric clung tightly to the skin, revealing smooth and delicate texture, while his skin looked soft and inviting as if within reach. Li Lanqiu flipped through the book with ease, his boot tips swaying up and down in rhythm with his pleasant mood, moving slowly back and forth. Gu Jingxing kept his eyes straight ahead, lightly pushing aside the hem of Li Lanqiu's robe from his knees, ensuring no improper contact occurred between them. Li Lanqiu reclined further on the couch, resting comfortably with his head propped against the embroidered mattress. With a few carefree kicks, he removed his boots and socks, leaving him barefoot, leaning more comfortably on the armrest. His snow-white feet, faintly tinged pink, gently swayed before Gu Jingxing, bones fine and veins distinctly bluish beneath translucent skin like exquisite patterns painted on porcelain. Gu Jingxing caught a glimpse of these luminous toes glowing with gentle luster, gently swinging back and forth, along with a delicate gold ring that slid out from under his pants, flickering teasingly before his eyes. He froze suddenly, rooted in place, sitting there stiffly like a stone statue, unable to move. Throughout his life, whether alive or after death, he had been an upright gentleman who distanced himself from matters of seduction, harboring noble ideals to save the world in life and ruthlessly carving a bloody path in the ghost realm in death. No one had ever touched him so indecently. Uncontrollably, he let his eyes fall, his gaze deeply fixed on the pair of beautiful feet swaying in front of him. Lifting his hand, he brushed over the top of the foot, the warm skin almost brushing his fingertips just inches away. A vivid, sensual image appeared before him, a living sensation. A feeling only someone alive would experience. Gu Jingxing forced himself to lift his hand, gripping it into a tight fist and averting his gaze, choosing to ignore the seductive scene unfolding before him. Lost in deep heart techniques, Li Lanqiu continued flipping pages, fully engrossed and unaware of another's growing inability to resist him. Again, Gu Jingxing's eyes fell onto the feet resembling jade, a subtle cold fragrance drifting into his nose. Taking a deep breath, the scent grew stronger, and a hidden warmth stirred in his chest despite the icy cold surrounding him. As though possessing a real heartbeat again, long-lost feelings of life surged pleasantly within him. Leaning forward, he placed his cheek beside Li Lanqiu's feet, nearly losing control of kissing them, eyes closed, obsessively absorbing this rare feeling. Casually swaying his toes, Li Lanqiu seemed to touch something icy cold. Pressing down the book in front of him, he glanced around the empty room, testing with his toes several times, yet touching nothing. Resuming reading without hesitation, Li Lanqiu remained ignorant. What Li Lanqiu could not see was that, on the other side of the seat, Gu Jingxing pressed the back of his hand against his lips, flushed and embarrassed as if having been kissed for the first time. The instant his lips grazed the silky smooth skin, Gu Jingxing snapped out of the living illusion, realizing that what he was about to do was lust-driven, no different from being a flower thief. Stiffly, he leaned back, avoiding Li Lanqiu as if being a wild beast intruding into a beauty's chamber, longing to approach but fearing to disturb her. Li Lanqiu turned each page leisurely, relaxed and comfortable. His toes swung left and right, forcing Gu Jingxing to press tightly against the wall, pressing the back of his hand over his lips as if caught stealing something forbidden. Not until Li Lanqiu finished the technique manual and stood up did Gu Jingxing feel released. Muttering the technique softly, Li Lanqiu walked to the bedside, untied his sash, took off his outer robe and placed it on the hanger. Clad only in his white undergarment, he sat cross-legged on the bed. Then, lowering his head, he used both hands to unfasten the golden hooks behind his mask. Gu Jingxing rushed to the corner swiftly, catching just a fleeting glimpse as Li Lanqiu lifted his head, which made his heart tremble violently. He hurriedly leaped out through the window, breaking the stillness of the night. The Lord's mansion was cool under the pale moonlight, a single crescent hanging high. The little bird, still perched on its branch, gazed blankly. Adjusting his panting breaths, Gu Jingxing strode nonchalantly out of the courtyard. The guards at the entrance noticed him casually walking out. Though unsure why, they noted that his hand rested lightly over his lips, appearing composed and tranquil as he slowly descended the steps. Vaguely recalling his purpose for visiting, the guard dared to ask, "Why did you come to find Mr. Li?" This reminded Gu Jingxing, Mr. Li sought spirit communication surely concerning the Red Sect. And their leader currently resided within Dream Fairy City, making such action akin to plucking teeth from a tiger's mouth. It was too dangerous. Halting mid-step, Gu Jingxing extracted a palm-sized paper man from the ghost head ring. This puppet had distinct features lifelike in every detail. Whispering instructions to the paper man, Gu Jingxing tossed it to the ground. Instantaneously, it transformed into a shadowy mass of darkness, flowing silently into the governor's residence. Until his debt was repaid, his creditor must be safeguarded at all costs. The White Pagoda Temple, a 100-year-old ancient monastery in Dream Fairy City, was so old that even the city lord couldn't remember its exact age. He only remembered that ever since he took office, the White Pagoda Temple had been prosperous with incense offerings, and the citizens frequently came to burn incense and worship for peace. It was said to be highly efficacious. The temple was located on a green mountain outside the city, where from the foot to the peak were terraced vermilion gold pagodas, all totaling 180 halls, consecrated to countless gods and Buddhas. There were also several lotus ponds with lush lotus leaves and blossoming flowers, which swayed under light breezes, releasing fragrant scents permeating through the area. Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu arrived at the base of the mountain, followed by Ming Chongsheng and the city lord. The towering mountain gate bore 3 powerful characters, White Pagoda Temple. Ming Chongsheng studied his shadow and vaguely felt it seemed darker than usual. Meanwhile, Chu Yu watched the skylark following them like an indomitable wisp. Without revealing his intent, he picked up a stone pebble. As he moved forward with one hand casually behind his back, he suddenly flicked it. Startled, the bird tumbled unsteadily in the air before plunging heavily into the lotus pond below, splashing water wildly, causing the nearby pilgrims to gasp and cry out. The square in front of the temple was expansive, with a massive white pagoda standing in the center, pure as jade as if sculpted from it. As Li Lanxiu approached the pagoda, beneath it, the lotus throne petals unfolded, their layers emphasizing the sanctity of the white pagoda against the verdant backdrop, shrouded by incense mist imbuing an aura of tranquil Zen meaning. Inscribed across the body of the pagoda were complicated indecipherable Sanskrit texts, with golden letters integrated seamlessly into its surface. When struck by sunlight, strands of gold thread shimmered along the pagoda, presenting the aesthetic beauty of omnipresent Buddha light. City Lord Su explained to him, "Elder, this pagoda houses the relic tower of Buddhist bones. Within are the holy remains of great monks." After scanning once over, Li Lanxiu noticed a secret whisper suddenly reverberate in his ear, "Young master, do not approach this pagoda." Ming Chongsheng's voice sounded rather nervous. Li Lanxiu retreated a step and transmitted sound calmly, "What have you sensed?" Ming Chongsheng hesitated then patted the coffin strapped behind his back before replying, "I sense nothing, I simply don't feel accustomed to it." The pagoda radiated an intense Buddhist qi, akin to the energy of cultivation, bringing about a feeling of relaxation upon proximity. While Ming Chongsheng did indeed experience such feelings, they somehow felt distinct from those at other temples. In what way? Ming Chongsheng couldn't pinpoint the answer but could tell Long Shou inside the coffin disliked this place intensely. Li Lanxiu nodded slightly. Ming Chongsheng, being born with dual yin-yang essence, must have discerned something unclean about this White Pagoda Temple. Further ahead, they reached the scripture pavilion where large crowds gathered. Circles of dark-clothed commoners surrounded the space densely packed, with faint bleats of lambs breaking the silence, similar to a child's cry, seeming to endure immense pain. "Great monk! You must save my lamb, or my wife will tear off my ears when it's dead. Master Wu Ji is an honored high monk invited by the abbot. How could he possibly deliver livestock? You're being unreasonable. A high monk shouldn't be involved in blood, you'll destroy his good reputation." Amidst the cacophony of voices, a calm, clear tone resounded, suppressing all arguments, "Kind sirs, there is no hierarchy between human and animal life. Saving this lamb will be no different from saving a person." Li Lanxiu understood, this was a neighboring villager's sheep having complications with childbirth. In a rush to seek help in town, the villagers carried the sheep to the White Pagoda Temple, requesting the monks to assist in delivering it. After Master Wu Ji spoke, the murmuring crowd gradually calmed. Intermittent bleats indicated Master Wu Ji was assisting with the birth. Li Lanxiu paused his steps, with Chu Yu stopping beside him, gazing at the bustling group. "Wait," Li Lanxiu gestured with a fan to stop the leaving city Lord Su, watching curiously. Moments later, cheers erupted among the masses. Applause thundered amidst mixed cries of weak meows accompanied by faint baby bleats. A path opened through the dense throng revealing a young monk clad entirely in snow-white robes. In his arms, he cradled a frail newborn lamb, soaked in blood staining his attire, yet he paid no attention to the crimson-streaked garment, gently stroking the newborn creature. His hair wasn't fully tonsured, instead, it was neatly tied in a black bun. His face featured thin features with delicate expressions conveying dignity and grace despite his emaciated form. His skin bore an unhealthy pallor, as if afflicted by serious illness. Holding the small lamb with care, a faint smile graced his face, mirrored by the joyous expressions of those around him welcoming the new life. It was a scene rich in Zen tranquility. A pilgrim who had been laughing suddenly began to sob, and with a thud, she knelt down before Master Wu Ji. "Holy monk, this lamb will eventually be eaten, and no one knows whose mouth it will end up in. How pitiful." Master Wu Ji gently stroked the lamb in his arms and looked at her with a warm smile. You are troubled by this? The pilgrim nodded, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the lamb. Master Wu Ji bent down and handed her the little lamb, softly saying, all things in this world have their own cause and effect. The fate of the lamb is to be consumed by people. Do you feel pity for the lamb when you eat mutton? The surrounding pilgrims showed expressions of shame, and one hesitatingly said, Holy monk, I will eat vegetarian from now on. Master Wu Ji straightened up and shook his head calmly. There is no need for that. The lamb eats grass to survive, and humans eat mutton to sustain life. As I've said, there is no difference between humans and lambs, so there is no need to feel sorry for the lamb. He paused for a moment and continued, when you eat lamb, if you always keep compassion in your heart and express gratitude to the lamb that has provided us with life, then the karma of killing can be dissolved. The pilgrim was greatly confused and asked, if that's the case, shouldn't holy monk Ji be allowed to break the precepts and eat meat? Master Wu Ji lowered his head, nodded lightly, and smiled, looking at the pilgrim and saying, since the day I was born, I have never tasted anything unclean. The surrounding pilgrims were deeply shocked upon hearing this. Never having touched anything unclean meant he had never harmed an innocent life, which explained why this holy monk, despite being young, had become a distinguished guest at the White Pagoda Temple. Li Lanxiu watched this holy monk, slowly tilting his head and smiling lightly, tapping Su Qingzhu's shoulder with the tip of his fan. City Lord, would you please go to the city and buy a roasted chicken? Su Qingzhu knew that Li Lanxiu did not partake in worldly food, so he curiously asked, Immortal Elder, who are you going to feed? Li Lanxiu pointed forward with his fan, mischievously and teasingly saying, give it to that smelly monk over there. Chapter 52. The city master Su followed the direction of his fan and saw a monk in a cassock, even though he hadn't been formally tonsured yet. Feeding meat to a monk like this is really inappropriate, isn't it? Chu Yu gave him a gentle pat on the back and whispered, just listen to our young master. Su had no words left to say but went to buy a roasted chicken in town. When he returned to White Pagoda Temple, after some inquiries, a few people climbed the mountain and reached the Buddhist hall of the White Pagoda Temple. When Su's city master rushed into the Buddhist hall, there was a gilded Buddha sitting majestically on the seat, holding a lotus flower with a compassionate gaze lowered towards all sentient beings. Below the Buddha statue, Master Wujia sat cross-legged on a mat while a group of worshippers bowed in reverence, listening respectfully as he chanted sutras. Li Lanxiu stood on one side of the Buddhist hall, Chu Yu and Ming Changxing by his side, while Su's city master walked nervously toward them, carrying the roasted chicken in his arms. In front of Master Wujia, there was a bronze singing bowl filled with clear water, and inside the bowl, a blossoming lotus flower. He continued chanting the sutra while striking the bowl intermittently. Su's city master realized that this was the rebirth mantra used for guiding lost souls. Master Wujia seemed to be performing prayers for the common folk who had suffered at the hands of the Red Sect. After the simple ceremony of guidance ended, the common people in the Buddhist hall rose up one by one to bid farewell to Master Wujia. Not long after, only Master Wujia remained seated before the meditation cushion. Wujia turned his head to look at the several people, pausing slightly on Li Lanxiu before standing up and walking over with a smile, asking, are these several patrons waiting for this humble monk? Li Lanxiu glanced at him once, tilting his chin slightly upward. Su pulled out the roasted chicken from his bosom, unwilling to hurt the monk directly, so he looked back to Chu Yu for help. Chu Yu, with his arms crossed, observed Wujia. Regarding the matter of Li Lanxiu feeding meat to the monk, he appeared indifferent. Su then turned to Ming Changxing. Ming Changxing stood behind Li Lanxiu, obediently bowing his head. Whatever Master Li chose to do had its reasons, and he wouldn't interfere. Su had no choice but to peel off the layers of oily paper wrapping the roasted chicken, revealing the glossy, fragrant chicken inside. The aroma spread through the solemn Buddhist hall. Master Wujia took a step backward, covering his nose with his fingers, suppressing his smile and said earnestly, Lay patron, we cannot eat meat here in our temple. Li Lanxiu held the roasted chicken in one hand, extending it in front of Wujia and said with a soft laugh, Venerable Master has misunderstood us, we don't intend to eat it. It's for you. The White Pagoda Temple was full of monks, numbering nearly thousands, from the abbot down to the youngest novice. Not knowing how far the infiltration of the Red Sect reached, he had to create a great commotion to attract everyone's attention. It would not take long to figure out the situation within the temple. But it seemed Master Wujia would suffer for it. Wujia's expression changed momentarily, as he coughed lightly and responded, I thank the patron for your kind offer, but I do not consume meat. Li Lanxiu tilted his head as if disbelieving, his translucent eyes locking onto the monk, Venerable Master has again misunderstood. Whether or not you consume it today, you must eat it for me, not a single bite less. Wujia met his eyes, frowning and asked, is the patron threatening this humble monk? A light note escaped Li Lanxiu's lips, completely unfazed by his own wickedness. Wujia glanced at the dark blade tied to Chu Yu's back, then at Ming Changxing's coffin, sweeping his white robe aside, and clasping his hands together in prayer, said, My Buddhist path forbids me from eating meat. If the patron forces me to eat it, it will be equivalent to killing me. Although I am a monk, my heart does not fear life and death. Patron, please proceed accordingly. Li Lanxiu hadn't intended to compel someone with their life, for that would be too dull. With one hand supporting the roasted chicken, he strolled leisurely around Wujia in a circle, saying casually, Good. If you refuse to eat, I'll replace all the Buddha statues in the White Pagoda Temple with those of the Taoist sects and drape them with illusion spells. Then when you've worshipped them for half a year or so, you'll discover the truth. Wu Jie's pupils contracted sharply, shocked as he looked at him. You. He couldn't have expected such malice from anyone. Li Lanxiu tapped his own finger, laughing happily. Me? There's more fun stuff. I possess an elixir that emits the scent of meat. I will hide it in your temple, making the monks smell the aroma day and night. Can you withstand committing no violations? Can the others do so too? He prolonged his tone leisurely, standing before Wu Jie and presenting the roasted chicken in front of him. What would your temple guests think if they discovered your monastery filled with the scent of meat? Wu Jie's already pale face grew paler, angered as he choked and coughed continuously, muttering between coughs, "See, cough, outrageous." Li Lanxiu moved the roasted chicken around in circles before Wu Jie's eyes. There were numerous methods of torment available to him, amusingly inquiring, "This is called being outrageous? I have another game. I will capture all the monks in your monastery, forcing them to switch sides to the Taoist sect, and all of this will be prompted by Master Wu Jie himself." Wu Jie coughed violently again, his hand covering his mouth as he coughed repeatedly, his eyes filled with surprise while staring at him. Su Qingzhu was left in awe. Li Lanxiu's ideas grew increasingly wicked and cruel. He had never seen such a cultivation-practicing individual. Chu Yu's lips curled slightly upward as he fetched a handkerchief to gently wipe the oil from one of Li Lanxiu's hands, saying softly, "Master is truly clever." Ming Changxing nodded in agreement. Master Lanxiu's mind was indeed sharp. If it were him, he wouldn't have thought of so many clever plans. Li Lanxiu's eyes twitched slightly, and he suddenly let out a laugh, happily saying, "By the way, I just thought of another way to play. I'll eat it." Wu Jie interrupted him before he could finish speaking, taking the roasted chicken from his hands. Despite nearly gagging due to the greasy smell, he still tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Li Lanxiu handed his now empty hand to Chu Yu for cleaning, then lifted his chin and said, "Don't eat here. Go eat outside in the plaza." Wu Jie gave him a deep look and walked out of the Buddhist hall holding the roasted chicken. It was exactly the busiest time at White Pagoda Temple, with many pilgrims gathered. A monk dressed in his cassock walking around holding a roasted chicken was certainly an unusual sight that drew everyone's attention immediately. Upon reaching the square, all the monks, big and small, of White Pagoda Temple gathered there. Wu Jie waved them away, refusing those who came to dissuade him. He grabbed a chicken leg, deeply inhaled its aroma, closed his eyes, and forced it into his mouth. Li Lanxiu stood high on the steps and quickly scanned the crowd of monks below. He sensed two unusual presences. A tall man among the worshippers, dressed like a bounty hunter with a long sword on his back, concealed his cultivation skills completely without emitting any aura. However, Li Lanxiu detected a faint ripple of energy from the sword. The sword wasn't an ordinary item, thus its owner surely wasn't either. The second person was a monk from White Pagoda Temple himself, showing no obvious signs of anything strange about him. All attention was on Wu Jie at this moment. But this monk had earlier fixed his gaze intently on Li Lanxiu, only to vanish into the crowd within an instant, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, members of the Red Sect were hiding in the White Pagoda Temple. Li Lanxiu lightly swung his cold iron fan with grace. "Let's go back home." Wu Jie knelt down on the steps beneath him. The pilgrims and monks watched him from afar, puzzled why he would break the rules publicly. He ripped a piece of chicken and forced it into his mouth. As soon as the meat entered his mouth, he retched uncontrollably. It felt like eating not meat, but knives. As Li Lanxiu passed by his side, Wu Jie's face was ashen, his fingers gripping tightly onto the oiled paper wrapping the roasted chicken. Every bite was excruciating agony for him, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled against the nausea. Above him, a gentle voice laced with laughter spoke slowly and pleasantly, "Eat slowly. Don't choke." Having said that, Li Lanxiu gracefully stepped up the stairs and left. That night, in the Buddhist hall of White Pagoda Temple, the scent of sandalwood incense lingered faintly in the air, and the weak candlelight flickered, casting a compassionate glow on the Buddha statue. The red votive candles burned brightly, drops of molten wax dripping onto the copper lampstand, making a slight, popping sound. Venerable Wu Jie knelt before the Buddha statue, striking the wooden fish while quietly chanting scriptures. Two shadowy figures appeared at the entrance of the hall, a towering man Li Lanxiu had met before, and a young, slim woman. They both entered the Buddhist hall together, and with a thud, knelt behind Wu Jie, asking in unison, "Dharma Prince, are you all right?" Upon hearing their question, Wu Jie stiffened his posture abruptly and began a heavy bout of coughing, blood gushing from his mouth in great spurts, soaking the mat before him. In an instant, the winding stream of blood flowed under the knees of the two kneeling figures. "Dharma Prince." The black-clad man quickly moved forward to support him. With his bloody hands clutching the desk in front of the Buddha statue, Wu Jie's flow of blood continued unabated, his pale face turned ashen gray. Yet, his blood-streaked smile seemed more like manic laughter. Pushing aside the hand attempting to help him, Wu Jie straightened up, blood trickling from between his teeth and down his chin. He wiped his lips slowly, the blood mixed with grease smearing over his lips. As he laughed lightly while coughing up blood intermittently, he explained, "This is my diamond dharma. When breaking vegetarianism vows, it results in retaliation from the dharma power." The black-clad man gazed at him painfully, asking, why did the Dharma prince eat meat? You could have killed him directly. The black-clad woman nodded. If it's inconvenient for the Dharma prince to take action, tell us, and we will do it. Wuji looked up at the Buddha statue towering above, the statue lowering its compassionate gaze towards him. Suddenly, he bared his teeth, streams of fresh blood mixed with shredded organs spilling out from his mouth, because our Buddha is compassionate and willing to guide me through this challenge. The man in black froze for a moment, his face glowing with ecstatic joy as he called out loudly, "This is wonderful." The woman in black, puzzled, looked at him and asked, "Is the Buddha prince saved?" Overjoyed, the man in black said, "The Vajra gong cultivated by the Buddha prince is extremely hard and fierce. There are very few on the Jojo continent who can match it. The longer it's practiced, the deeper the power becomes, it's practically invincible under heaven. But the Vajra Dharma is a cultivation method for entering the monastic life. Practitioners must adhere to the rules of a monk, abstaining from killing and eating meat. If these rules are broken, they will be struck by retaliation." The woman in black frowned, still not quite understanding. The Buddha prince is compassionate, good-hearted, and hates evil. Why would he suffer retaliation from the Vajra Dharma? The man in black looked toward Wuji's kneeling figure and shook his head. The Buddha prince has never violated the vow of celibacy, only the prohibition against eating meat and committing the smallest of killings. How could the Buddha prince violate the vow of non-killing? At one time, I accompanied the Buddha prince while traveling through a small city. Merchants there wanted to sell their old horse to a butcher, such an ungrateful act with no one stopping them. It shows how low society has sunk and how cruel people have become. The Buddha prince, with a heart like a bodhisattva, wiped out everyone in that city and rescued the old horse from the butcher's shop. Covered in tears, the old horse knelt down with its front legs and thanked the Buddha prince for saving its life. The woman in black gazed at Wuji's back and spoke respectfully. Indeed, the Buddha prince truly possesses a bodhisattva's heart. Yes, it is precisely because the Buddha prince has a kind nature and universally aids all living beings, unable to bear seeing creatures suffer, that he continues to be retaliated upon by the Vajra Dharma. The only way to save the Buddha prince is through dual cultivation with a Luo In Cha Nu form. Only by cultivating together with her can the Buddha prince fully recover, even progressing further, becoming a truly invincible existence. Buddha prince, did you find her? The man in black asked anxiously. Wuji devoutly gazed upward at the Buddha statue, his hands caressing his lips, spreading the residual grease evenly over his cheeks, wearing an expression utterly deranged and infatuated. It seemed this grease wasn't what had shattered his internal organs, causing unbearable pain, but instead, felt like a kiss left on his cheek by a beauty, so exquisite that it swayed his mind. After moving his lips silently several times, Wuji finally spoke, "I found her, it's him." At this moment, it was as though he wasn't worshipping the Buddha statue above him, but the person he met earlier today, Li Lanqiu. The man in black turned pale in shock, standing up abruptly. Him. Ming Tian just went to avenge the sect leader. Wuji closed his eyes and licked the remaining grease off his fingers, savoring it as though tasting fine wine. Call him back. Otherwise, he will die. The man in black immediately rushed out of the Buddhist hall and sped towards the governor's mansion. At the governor's mansion at this very moment, Ming Tian was the monk that Li Lanqiu had seen today. He reached Li Lanqiu's courtyard, holding a vivid red little snake in his hand. Ming Tian noticed that Li Lanqiu was alone inside the room and gently tossed the snake, which swiftly slithered toward the door. Just as it was about to reach the door, a cloud sparrow flew out from nowhere, dashing straight at the snake. The snake was a spiritual pet meticulously raised by Ming Tian, clever, unafraid of anyone, not even in front of the Buddha prince, and yet, it suddenly stiffened completely, unable to move, terrified by the sight of the sparrow. In that same instant, a shadow flowed out from the crack in the door, like a pool of black water rushing toward the snake and instantly enveloping it within its shadow. The snake twitched violently, its tail thrashing madly as the shadow, alive with energy, tightly coiled around it, gradually tightening its grip and strangling it to death. Ming Tian was startled internally. The next second, the shadow shot directly at him, as the sparrow simultaneously darted toward his face. Turning to flee, Ming Tian discovered Chu Yu, a youth who stood behind him, holding a black blade coldly pressed against his neck. Ming Tian opened his mouth, attempting to say something, but only voiceless wheezes escaped. Ah. The deep crimson blade cleanly split his neck in half. Ming Tian's body fell backward, while Chu Yu returned the black knife to its sheath, squinting his eyes as he observed the shadow and the sparrow. Man, shadow, bird. They stood at three corners of the courtyard in a tripartite confrontation. Chu Yu's gaze shifted between the shadow and the sparrow, his expression growing darker, his deep eyes devoid of light. Li Lanqiu, just how many enemies have you provoked without me knowing? The atmosphere between the shadow and the sparrow grew even tenser. Chu Yu and the others knew they belonged to Li Lanqiu but were unaware of each other's existence until now. They were investigating each other through their respective means. Gu Jingxing noticed the cloud sparrow revealing its overwhelming demon aura when it used magic. Yesterday, he'd seen this sparrow but hadn't detected any abnormalities at all. An extraordinary and remarkable demon spirit. The cloud sparrow trembled slightly on the branch, its feathers gleaming with luster. Baiying gazed deeply through its eyes at Gu Jingxing, recognizing it as the ghostly entity that had gambled for lives with Li Lanqiu in the betting parlor. A lowly ghost actually dares to come and claim a share of the spoils. The courtyard was deathly silent, each silently stared at one another, no one speaking a word, yet all were fully aware of the situation at hand. Li Lanqiu's allure was so immense that it wasn't just herself who succumbed to him. For a moment, they remained in an unspoken standoff. The shadow was the first to silently take a step back, retreating into the room until it vanished from sight. The cloud sparrow gave Chuyu a cold sidelong glance before flapping its wings and flying higher up a branch, hiding within the lush foliage. Chapter 53. Chuyu walked to the door, and the person inside spoke first, nonchalantly asking, "Is he dead?" "Dead." He pushed the door open and went in. Li Lanqiu was sitting by the table, a scroll of book unfolded before him, his eyes intently focused on the book. "Wasn't it the monk we saw at White Pagoda Temple?" Chuyu slowly approached him, his gaze falling on the nape of his neck, revealing a patch of delicate skin amidst the lustrous black hair, so fragile and fine. He replied softly, "Yes." Li Lanqiu closed the book in front of him, raised his eyes, and nodded thoughtfully. "This monk Wujie is not an ordinary one." Chuyu just hummed deeply, staring at him. Li Lanqiu gently tapped the edge of the desk with his fingers and slowly said, "At White Pagoda Temple, I forced Wujie to break his vegetarian vow. There was no abnormality in Wujie's behavior, but this dead monk stared at me, as if wanting to kill me. I suspect he has ties with the Red Sect. Not very certain during the day, but now, he quietly sneaked into the city lord's residence despite heavy guards. He must be from the Red Sect. If he belongs to the Red Sect, then Wujie must also have connections with them. More than just connections." He paused, propped his elbow on the armrest of the chair, slowly leaning his cheek closer while resting his side against it. He whispered softly, "Not only connected, but significant." When Wujie was forced to break his vows, he still didn't reveal his true identity, and his performance had no flaws, so patient and calculated. And loyal followers voluntarily sought vengeance for him. Such a person is certainly no ordinary follower. Wujie's position in the Red Sect should be quite high. The 7-star tower once gave Li Lanqiu information about 4 guardians of the Red Sect: Beidou Guardian, Zanyue, tall and imposing with a cruel demeanor, skilled in using long knives. Nanda Guardian, Huanji, a beautiful woman who excels in music. Shido Guardian, Blood Shadow, ugly with a face always covered by a black cloak, like a phantom capable of killing invisibly. Finally, the 4th Guardian was described as an expert in formations, a Taoist master with half-black and half-white hair styled in a yin-yang pattern. Wujie's appearance does not match any of these 4 guardians. Li Lanqiu lightly tapped his mask with his finger while lost in deep contemplation. On the first day he arrived in Mengxian City, Huan Qian mentioned that members of the Red Sect refer to their leader as the Buddha child. Chuyu brushed aside the glossy black hair scattered across his shoulders, lifting his chin slightly with his fingertips. "Whom are you thinking of, master?" "Wujie." Fully immersed in thought, Li Lanqiu remained oblivious to Chuyu's movements. His tone had an intense undertone of jealousy. He looked up at Chuyu, pondering slowly yet steadily. When Wujie was helping the lamb be born, he once said, "There is no difference between humans and animals. In my eyes, they are all the same," which at first seems to echo the Buddhist doctrine of equality among all beings. But what if it's just the surface meaning? A spark of insight lit up Li Lanqiu's eyes, bright as though able to see through everything. "I have a guess, though I can't tell you right now. It's almost a certainty." Initially, he assumed the Red Sect presence in Mengxian City consisted only of small fry. Catching even a guardian would already exceed his expectations. Who would have thought there were larger fish lurking in Mengxian City? Chuyu caressed the smooth, warm skin beneath his jaw with his fingertips, whispering lowly, "Master truly is astute, you do things I'll never understand." Li Lanqiu finally snapped back to reality, brushing off his hand, pointing a finger at Chuyu's chest with a light laugh. "Why do you need to know so much?" Chuyu gently grasped his finger, gazing down at him and asked, "To prevent trouble before it starts. If one day someone new replaces me by your side, I need to know why." With finely arched eyebrows and a composed, cold demeanor, his words carried the undertones of secluded resentment. Li Lanqiu pulled his finger away, leaned back in the chair, smiled and consoled him, "Don't worry, this master won't abandon you." Chuyu squatted in front of the chair, picked up his hand resting on the armrest, and pressed his cheek against it, rubbing affectionately. "Could master inform me of one thing? Where did your ghostly Tao spirit stones come from?" Li Lanqiu extended his palm letting him rub against it and truthfully said, "They were exchanged for the Black Python True Lord's Demon Pearl." "What kind of person was the buyer?" Chuyu fixed his eyes on him and asked. Li Lanqiu gently pushed his face aside. "Why ask so much?" Chuyu guessed that the shadow's owner should be related to the ghostly Tao spirit stones, equally filled with ghostly vibes. With a smirk, he lightly laughed, "My master is extraordinary and immensely charming, how could anyone resist being captivated? I'm concerned that they will both fall for you." Li Lanqiu raised an eyebrow and lightly patted his face. "Are you asking for a beating? Was I wrong?" Chuyu's gaze swept over his shadow, deepening the smile as it accentuated the dimples at the corners of his lips. He appeared sincere and innocent, saying, "Young master, if you wish to hit me, then hit me. I belong to you." Li Lanqiu glanced at him for a few seconds, then withdrew his hand and lightly flicked his lips. "Slap your own mouth." He slapped carelessly, unexpectedly feeling something soft and moist. Chu Yu had instinctively licked him with his tongue before looking at him innocently. Li Lanqiu struck his lips harder and sneered, "Are you a dog?" Chu Yu's chin turned red from the slap, but his gaze shone with a dark light, like the eyes of a wolf in the night. He nodded slightly. Li Lanqiu chuckled, teasing, "So are you a male or female dog?" "Male," Chu Yu said clearly, leaning closer. Li Lanqiu narrowed his long, slender eyes, scanning him once, lowering his voice to ask, "Oh. And where is my little male dog's tail?" Chu Yu paused momentarily, then licked his lips and said, "I have no tail." Li Lanqiu touched his lips with his finger, as white as jade, solemnly stating, "Nonsense, your tail is simply in front." Under the lamplight, his shadow trembled faintly, as if startled by this remark. Chu Yu's ears burned bright red after these words. He spoke softly, "Yes, young master speaks truly." Li Lanqiu laughed gently, picked up the scroll on the table, and handed it to his mouth. "Carry it." Chu Yu opened his mouth and bit the seam of the book, lifting it high while gazing at him with deep, inscrutable eyes. Li Lanqiu moved the lamp closer and focused intently on reading the text on the scroll, occasionally pausing as though lost in thought. Chu Yu was still pondering those words, feeling his blood churn, throat dry, his teeth leaving damp marks on the book. Li Lanqiu pulled the book away to flip a page, handing it back to him coldly, "Slobbering male dog." Chu Yu's demeanor remained composed, steady, staring straight into him. His eyes traced from the secretive dark red scar hidden under Li Lanqiu's neck, following the luster that flashed on his fingertips when he flipped the pages of the book. Li Lanqiu met his burning gaze yet continued focusing on the book until he finished reading it. He put the book away, stood up, and walked toward the bed, loosening the ties of his outer robe. "I shall meditate, return to your nest." Chu Yu rose quickly and rewrapped the outer robe around his shoulders, skillfully fastening the ties, not aloud. "Why not?" Li Lanqiu looked around the room, finding no abnormalities. Chu Yu hesitated slightly, speaking in a low voice, "People from the red sect might come again. This way, master is safer." Li Lanqiu made a sound of agreement, sat by the bed, pretending to kick off his boots. Chu Yu knelt down and firmly grasped the boot shafts, pulling the loosened boots back on for him. Li Lanqiu glanced at him, sat cross-legged with knees raised, meditating as he closed his eyes to circulate internal energies. Chu Yu stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him. He dragged the corpse in the courtyard to the guards of the city lord's residence, then returned to the yard next to Li Lanqiu's. A full, clear moon hung in the sky, casting tranquil silence across the courtyard. He stood quietly for a moment before suddenly drawing his black blade. Its fierce glow flashed under the moonlight. The black blade lit and extinguished in the courtyard like lightning. A sharp, piercing sound cut through the air, as if attempting to sever everything in its path. Chu Yu increased the speed of his slashes, moving faster and faster until residual images could be seen with the naked eye. Sweat trickled down his temples, soaking his ink-colored shirt against his broad back. Every tendon and bone screamed with effort, every muscle ached, but he refused to stop. The night grew deeper, only the flashes of his blade and his labored breathing broke the silence of the courtyard. Chu Yu's breathing became more urgent, but he persisted without rest, swinging the blade even faster than before. Finally, dawn broke. The morning sunlight bathed the courtyard, where he swiftly sheathed his sword, clenching his fists tightly to support himself, walking casually into the room. He did not yet know who Lin Kei and Shadow were, but he could sense their power far exceeded his. Therefore, he must become stronger. That morning, the news of last night's assassin visiting the city lord's residence spread throughout the estate. Mingtian's body lay in the center of the hall, dressed in black, having recently been tonsured with visible precept scars on his head. A fatal slash marked his neck. Han Qian and several disciples of Ling Yun's sword sect thoroughly searched Mingtian's body, uncovering a string of prayer beads, a sutra from White Pagoda Temple, and within his storage ring, an identity plate identifying him as a disciple of the Red Sect's third hall. The Red Sect. He belongs to the Red Sect. A disciple exclaimed in surprise. Li Xuanzhen picked up the sutra from White Pagoda Temple, flipped through a few pages and said, "The Red Sect members are hiding in the White Pagoda Temple, they've certainly chosen their place well. The disciples of the Dao sect don't even want to go there." Jing Mei stared at the wound on the neck of the corpse, extending her fingers to measure it. This was inflicted by the black knife carried by Chu Yu. Is he trying to assassinate Li Lanqiu? Li Lanqiu, Jiang Zhuo repeated slowly, turning his head to ask the servant offering tea, "Last night, was Li injured?" The servant shook his head blankly, clearly knowing nothing. Jiang Zhuo paused briefly, gazing toward the empty hall outside before rising and saying, "He encountered someone from the Red Sect last night. As fellow Dao sect disciples, shouldn't we go and visit him?" Han Qian pulled the white cloth over Mingtian's body, looking at everyone and saying, "Since the people of the Red Sect are in White Pagoda Temple, after we've visited young Master Li, we can all go together to investigate the situation at the White Pagoda Temple. What do you all think?" The disciples of Ling Yun's sword sect nodded unanimously. Taking a few steps forward, Li Xuanzhen declared solemnly, "This matter involving the Red Sect concerns the lives of tens of thousands of civilians in Mengxian City. It mustn't be delayed." So, his tone shifted slightly as he calmly added, "We'll split into two groups. You all go investigate the White Pagoda Temple, and I will visit my cousin Lanqiu since it's only appropriate." Jiang Zhuo furrowed his brow, looking at him and asking, "Didn't you have some conflict with him?" Turning toward him, Li Xuanzhen smiled faintly and replied, it was just some childhood disagreement that no longer matters. Besides, isn't Lord Jiang here also estranged from him? Jiang Zhua sat back down leisurely, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, my business is something I'll handle myself. There's no need for Brother Li to worry about it. Han Qian glanced between them wordlessly, cleared his throat and asked, all right, if the two of you do as you please, who among the rest wishes to accompany me to investigate at the White Pagoda Temple? Everyone, please calm down. A soft, pleasant voice sounded from the entrance of the hall, and Li Lanqiu walked in, Qiu following behind him. He took a seat in the central position of the hall. Li Lanqiu scanned everyone present, setting aside his usual lazy demeanor, sitting upright and asking seriously, how do all of you communicate with your sects? Han Qian answered first, Lingyun Sword Sect has communication talismans, we use spiritual energy to write the name of the person we wish to contact, and communication ensues. Jing Mei retrieved a jade tablet from her sleeve, the communication jade tablet of the Ivna sect, which serves the same function as Han Brothers' talisman. After they had finished speaking, both looked towards Jiang Zhua, worried he might refuse to answer Li Lanqiu's question. Jiang Zhua took out an exquisite copper mirror from his storage ring, approached Li Lanqiu and handed it to him, whispering, the Cloudflow sect uses the Soul Link mirror. Every disciple of the Cloudflow sect has one such mirror. I have 2 of them, so I can give this one to you. All the other disciples were stunned, vaguely remembering his earlier vow to avenge Jiang Jiushi. Why was he suddenly so friendly towards Li Lanqiu? Li Xuanzhen turned his face away, looking out the door and sent a private message to Han Qian, Brother Han, have you noticed anything yet? Han Qian replied perplexedly, noticed what? Li Lanqiu indeed holds a grudge against me. Li Xuanzhen said decisively, earnestly adding, he holds a grudge because of the injuries I left on him. When we first met, he pretended not to recognize me, simply to upset me. So what clue? Han Qian asked, confused. Li Xuanzhen turned his head to look at Li Lanqiu, his lips curling slightly in a smile, Jiang Zhua is my friend, always admiring and submitting to me. Lanqiu is deliberately trying to win Jiang Zhua's admiration as a way to take revenge on me. Han Qian helplessly supported his forehead, privately responding, I don't know much about Li Lanqiu's character, but assuming he does want to get back at you. Junior brother. Li Lanqiu hasn't done anything deliberate. He hasn't done anything at all. To my knowledge, he has probably spoken no more than 10 sentences to Jiang Zhua, right? Li Xuanzhen completely ignored these words and continued calmly, Lanqiu hates me so much, he must have lingering feelings toward me. His coming to Mengxian City must have been for me. After uttering the last word, a trace of gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he were immersed in bliss. Chapter 54. Han Qian had nothing to say. Li Xuanzhen had never acted this way in the Lingyun Sword Sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have been traveling together. As soon as they encountered Li Lanqiu, she suddenly fell ill and started saying things that made people laugh and cry. Li Lanqiu took the Tongxin mirror passed by Jiang Zhua, held it in his hand, turned it over to scrutinize it, and nodded, thanks. Jiang Zhua looked at him for a few seconds and said indifferently, you're welcome. After speaking, he sat back in the chair in the hall, placed his hands on his knees, sat upright with a composed demeanor like an old soul in a young body. Chu Yu glanced at him, then took the Tongxin mirror from Li Lanqiu's hand, I'll keep this for you, master. Li Lanqiu surveyed everyone in the hall, asked earnestly, have any of you considered why the Red Sect people are hiding in White Pagoda Temple? Jiang Zhua stared straight ahead seriously and exaggeratedly said in a deep voice, because we're in Dream Immortal City, they have nowhere else to hide except the White Pagoda Temple. Han Qian was an astute person. He smiled and asked, Masterly, what insights do you have this time? Brotherly, just speak your mind. Jing Mei looked at him sincerely and said, I only excel in combat. Your ideas are definitely better than mine. Li Lanqiu stood up, took out the cold iron fan, lightly tapped the handle against his palm, slowly walked forward while saying, the city lord sends us a book about everything happening in the city every day. Can anyone remember if anything significant happened at the White Pagoda Temple? Jing Mei's eyes lit up, and he quickly answered, the White Pagoda Temple will host the Ulambana festival to pray for the souls of the commoners who were cruelly killed by the Red Sect. Indeed, there is such an event, Han Qian nodded. Li Lanqiu stopped walking, gazed at a patch of clear blue sky outside the hall, standing prominently facing the others, this Ulambana festival will be grander than ever before. All the citizens of the city will participate. It will be a good day for major events. Qiyu followed behind him and moved forward to say, regardless of whether it's to massacre the entire city or to plot something else, this day will be the most convenient time to act. Han Qian suddenly stood up, picked up the sword left on the table, 3 days from now is the Ulambana festival. Shouldn't we quickly head to the White Pagoda Temple and catch the members of the Red Sect? If their faces weren't marked with writing, how can we identify them? Li Lanqiu glanced at him and suddenly laughed lightly. With a mischievous grin, he asked, or shall we arrest all the smelly monks in the White Pagoda Temple? Han Qian waved his hand and sat down again, it would not be wise, doing so could cause disputes between the Buddhist and Taoist sections. Jiang Zhua reflected thoughtfully, why don't we cancel the Ulambana festival? Without the Ulambana ceremony, there's still the Waterland Dharma Assembly, or the Compassionate Relief Assembly. Li Lanqiu turned around, looked at him, and joked, don't you want to return to the Flowing Cloud sect? Do you intend to stay here forever with us? Jiang Zhuo opened his mouth to defend himself but saw his bright, transparent gaze, and shook his head silently without answering. Li Lanxiu had already achieved his goal. The people in Dream Immortal City alone couldn't possibly stand against the red sect's Buddha-san, which was why he asked about the contact methods of various sects earlier. The more people came, the greater their chances of success. If worse came to worst, he still had Gu Jingxing as his trump card. The Ghost King owed him one life that should be used wisely. After glancing over the speechless crowd, he proposed a plan: why don't we all contact disciples of our respective sects? In 3 days, gather in Dream Immortal City, collaborate, and lay down an all-encompassing net to capture the red sect members hidden in the White Pagoda Temple. Chu Yu stood behind him, gazing at his neatly combed black hair ornament, her lips curving slightly upward. Before Li Lanxiu arrived, everyone was discussing whether they should go to the White Pagoda Temple, a trivial matter. After Li Lanxiu's few words, everyone was considering whether to contact fellow sect members to announce the red sect's location, inviting disciples of the 4 major Taoist sects to converge on Dream Immortal City. These 2 events were entirely on different scales, yet they had no other choice. Contacting sect members for help was the only stable path Li Lanxiu presented. Han Qian thought carefully for a moment and responded cheerfully, "All right, I will send a message to the Lingyun Sword sect disciples asking them to come to Dream Immortal City to give me a helping hand." Rest assured, brotherly, Jing Mei stood up, radiating an air of taking responsibility. "If I ask, my sect's disciples will all be willing to assist me." Jiang Zhuo remained seated without moving a muscle. Confident as the young lord of the Jiang family, he opened his mouth and said, "Among the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, half of them owe me favors, they will come." Having accomplished his purpose, Li Lanxiu walked to the entrance of the hall and smirked lightly, "Then I await good news." Chu Yu followed him outside without being told, "I'll take care of contacting the Chongxian sect disciples." Li Lanxiu chuckled softly and patted Chu Yu's head, "Clever." In the hall, everyone took out their communication talismans and busily contacted disciples from their respective sects for help, leaving Li Xuanzhen sitting idly with no one paying him any attention. Li Xuanzhen had been staring at Li Lanxiu all along. Since entering the hall, Li Lanxiu's gaze swept evenly over each person but never rested on him even once. He rose and carried his sword on his back, striding toward the entrance of the hall. As he passed by Li Lanxiu, he paused, letting out a soft scoff, running his finger meaningfully under his jaw. It seemed to suggest something. Then, he strode out the door, heading in the direction of White Pagoda Temple. Chu Yu touched below her jaw, which was precisely where Li Lanxiu's scar was located. "Does Master know him?" Li Lanxiu lightly hummed, then asked absent-mindedly, "Who?" Chu Yu glanced at Li Xuanzhen's retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh, "A man with unrequited love." At the same time, in the prayer hall of White Pagoda Temple, incense coiled up in thin streams of smoke. The scent of sandalwood spread through the air, accompanied distantly by the rhythmic chanting of scriptures, exuding an atmosphere of peace and serenity. Wu Ji sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, with 4 red sect protectors standing before him. One of them had hair half black and half white, dressed neatly in a Taoist robe. This was Yin Xuani, skilled in setting up formations. Yin Xuani held a golden tray in his hands, filled with water that reflected a map of White Pagoda Temple, though it consisted only of curved, overlapping lines. Viewed from above, White Pagoda Temple resembled a blooming lotus flower within the tray, pure and inviting. Holding the golden tray with both hands, Yin Xuani knelt and offered it to Wu Ji. "Your Holiness, this is the formation I have set up called the 6 Realms Lotus Platform Formation. The entire structure of the temple has become part of the array, with every single lotus representing a point of power. Within each pool of lotuses, blood-infused evil artifacts lie hidden. Once someone enters the temple, it will be as if they've stepped into the 6 realms of reincarnation, making escape absolutely impossible." Wu Ji closed his eyes and pointed to the most prominent Buddhist relic stupa inside the White Pagoda Temple. "Is this the Eye of the Array?" The Eye of the Array was its soul, also the key to breaking it. Yin Xuani nodded and said, "Yes, using the hundreds of thousands of spirits housed in the Buddha relic tower, I've made them the core of the array. Now, its strength has doubled, trapping anyone who enters endlessly in reincarnation cycles without a way out." Wu Ji nodded gently, replying in a calm tone, "The formation only needs to imprison one person. I wish to perform double cultivation in front of the Buddha with him." Another protector, Huan Ji, wrapped in a black silk gown, revealed a slim figure while laughing mischievously. "I've yet to see your spouse, Your Holiness. Is he handsome or ugly?" Of those present, only Bay Protector Kinyu had seen Li Lanxiu. He truthfully reported, "He wears a mask, so we don't know." Blood Shadow was fully covered in a dark cloak and smirked evilly, "Spouse? You're flattering him too much. He's just a vessel for Your Holiness' energy replenishment." Huan Ji covered her mouth and giggled, "But from what I know, during dual cultivation, he also harvests energy from Your Holiness. If he's handsome, maybe Your Holiness would endure some inconvenience. But if he looks like you," she continued teasing, "wouldn't Your Holiness feel disadvantaged?" Yin Xuani could not bear listening further, coldly muttering, "Do you care whether he's handsome or ugly? They're all men. Once their faces are covered, they're all the same. You know nothing." Huan Ji scolded and added mysteriously, "You are either too old, too ugly, or too clumsy. How would you understand the unique pleasures between two men, let alone when dealing with someone of such rare constitution as the holy consort? Your imaginations can't even grasp the joys they share in the chambers. Just as they were talking, the sound of a wooden fish being struck rang out, thud. Wu Ji looked toward the entrance of the prayer hall. Someone from the Taoist sect has arrived. Blood Shadow opened his dark cloak like a giant umbrella, sheltering the three around Wu Ji. In an instant, all four became invisible, disappearing without a trace. With nothing else to do, Li Xuanzhen came to investigate White Pagoda Temple. Upon hearing that Master Wu Ji had publicly broken the monastic rule against eating meat yesterday, he immediately guessed that this might be related to Li Lanxiu. It sounded exactly like something he would do. Entering the hall, he observed Wu Ji closely and said politely, "I am a citizen of Dream Immortal City. Having heard about the incident here yesterday, I've come especially to pay my respects." Wu Ji slowly stood up, nodding slightly. "Thank you, layman. I am well." Li Xuanzhen got straight to the point, asking, "Did Master happen to see a man wearing a ghost mask yesterday?" Wu Ji looked at him, expressionless. Li Xuanzhen already understood in his heart. Coughing lightly, he said, "He's my younger cousin. Having been naughty since childhood, should he have offended you, I hope Master can forgive him." As Wu Ji absently traced his fingertips across his lips, he smiled faintly. "Nothing significant." Just as Li Xuanzhen was about to leave, hearing this response, he suddenly halted. "Master doesn't mind?" Wu Ji sat back on the meditation cushion, gently touching his lips as if reminiscing about something unfinished. "You do not know, layman. The things I don't wish for, no one in this world can force me to comply. Breaking my own vow was purely voluntary." "Is it really so? Did Li Lanxiu truly not force you?" Li Xuanzhen could not believe it. Wu Ji murmured softly, "Li Lanxiu." He spoke slowly, as if savoring these three words between his lips and teeth. Looking straight at Li Xuanzhen, he asked earnestly, "Is this his name?" It was quite obvious that he was deeply interested. Li Xuanzhen's expression suddenly twisted unpleasantly, and he retorted, "What do you mean by this, master?" Wu Ji replied calmly, "The hardest thing to find in this universe is a true confidant. He will probably be mine." This was no exaggeration, without even mentioning that Li Lanxiu had been his life-saving remedy. Just considering who this person was, he was more than enough to spark Wu Ji's interest in befriending him. Cold-hearted, cruel, ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve goals, most importantly, utterly devoid of compassion. Only someone like Li Lanxiu could truly understand him and what he did. Wasn't he indeed the rare kindred spirit? Li Xuanzhen re-evaluated Wu Ji with an observant eye and lowered his voice to say, "Master might not know the reason why Li Lanxiu wears a mask." Wu Ji looked at him inquiringly, asking, "Why?" A hint of maliciousness appeared on Li Xuanzhen's lips as he revealed, "Because his face was severely disfigured in a fire. His true appearance is grotesquely ugly, so he conceals himself behind the mask." Wu Ji seemed thoughtful for a moment and nodded as if understanding everything, saying, "Ah, I see." Li Xuanzhen then began to persuade quietly word by word, "Master, seeing you're a monk and stubbornly refusing enlightenment, I have decided to inform you. If he were beautiful, why would he wear a mask? He fears mockery more than anything, thus hides under a mask, only to find everyone assuming he's a beauty." When the four protectors earlier had discussed Li Lanxiu's appearance, Wu Ji had shown no interest whatsoever. Beauty or ugliness was but skin deep, all he cared about was Li Lanxiu's constitution. But after hearing Li Xuanzhen's words, curiosity unexpectedly surfaced within him toward the true face hidden beneath Li Lanxiu's mask. Li Xuanzhen, noticing Wu Ji's contemplative posture, chuckled lightly before stepping out of the prayer hall. After his presence vanished from White Pagoda Temple, the four red sect protectors re-emerged inside the hall. Originally they were merely discussing, now with Li Lanxiu's real appearance conclusively confirmed, all of them exchanged glances, leaving them speechless. Huan Ji glanced at Wu Ji with deep sympathy and asked sincerely, "My lord, have you never broken the precept against lust?" Wu Ji slightly nodded and replied with composure, "There's no need for concern. I've seen much, and I know how to act with a man. I'm not worried about this." Huan Ji took out a small illustrated album, bending over to present it with both hands. If my lord encounters difficulties when facing Li Lanxiu, this item can aid the mood." Wu Ji scanned through it briefly. Inside, vivid illustrations of men engaging in intimate scenes unfolded page by page, accompanied by sultry moans that echoed faintly in his ears. Unable to help himself, he chuckled and shook his head, "I've seen plenty of such things." Seeing that Wu Ji still failed to grasp her point, Huan Ji signaled Blood Shadow. Unveiling his cloak, Blood Shadow exposed his grotesquely scarred face, terrifying and demonic, reminiscent of fiends in hell. "Lord, Li Lanxiu's appearance might be comparable to mine." Apart from Huan Ji, the other two protectors, imagining their Buddha son entwined with such a visage, couldn't help but show expressions of pity, deeming it sheer waste. Pointing at Blood Shadow's face, Huan Ji asked straightforwardly, "Lord, if Blood Shadow were the body you yearn for desperately, could you develop carnal desires for him?" Wu Ji inspected Blood Shadow's countenance and shook his head, saying solemnly, "No, it isn't him, and I wouldn't feel inclined either. 3 days from now will be the Ghost Festival, the day the Buddha son must perform dual cultivation with Li Lanxiu. Huan Ji paused, looking deeply concerned, and asked, at present, it's crucial that the Buddha's son harbor sexual desire towards Li Lanqiu. Otherwise, how can dual cultivation be possible? Buddha's son, perhaps we should resort to drugs. It's all your fault. Discussing Li Lanqiu's appearance has shattered any illusions I might have had about him. Now every time I think of him, I picture blood shadow. Ho ho, maybe, he's even worse off than me. Truly, poor Lord Buddha's son. All four protectors frowned, immersed in worry. However, Wu Ji smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, it doesn't matter. In 3 days' time, I shall unveil his mask publicly. He had sensed that some formidable entities followed closely beside Li Lanqiu, entities too powerful for him to provoke lightly. The young man in black who stayed close to Li Lanqiu wasn't simple either. Initially, he thought they all followed Li Lanqiu due to his extraordinary constitution, and he had been pondering how to uproot these troublesome thorns. But unintentionally, Li Xuanzhen had let slip that everyone assumed Li Lanqiu to be a beautiful woman. What a surprisingly shallow truth. When Li Lanqiu reveals his true appearance in public, the few superficial thorns will be effortlessly resolved, and he can obtain the life-saving remedy without much effort. As for the issue the four protectors worried about, that facing Li Lanqiu's real appearance, he would be free of any lustful thoughts and thus unable to complete the dual cultivation, this was indeed a problem. It wasn't because Li Lanqiu's face was ugly. He had always been indifferent to desire, even if Li Lanqiu were as beautiful as a celestial fairy, it wouldn't stir any lust in him. Chapter 55. The night before the Ghost Festival, the city lord's residence was lit up brightly. In Li Lanqiu's room, he sat leisurely in a chair by the table. Chu Yu stood by his side with folded arms while Ming Changxing stood respectfully by the table. Li Lanqiu pulled out a bag of top-grade Ghost Path spirit stones from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Take them. You might need them tomorrow. Ming Changxing opened the cloth bag, carefully taking out a spirit stone and holding it with both hands. Thank you, sir. Li Lanqiu glanced at him, his gaze sweeping over the heavy cloth bag in front of him. Is one enough? A single top-grade Ghost Path spirit stone from you is powerful enough to set up an array. Ming Changxing took out a handkerchief and wrapped the spirit stone layer by layer. Li Lanqiu thought it was bothersome and picked up the black cloth bag on the table, tossing it to him. Take them all. Use them as you wish in the future. Ming Changxing quickly caught the black cloth bag. One top-grade Ghost Path spirit stone could buy a highly coveted treasure in a celestial shop, and a whole bag of them was something Ghost Path cultivators spent their lives trying to obtain, its value astonishing. Such a priceless treasure was easily handed over to him, clearly showing Master Li's trust in him. Ming Changxing was deeply moved, his eyes shining as he looked at him. Thank you, sir. Li Lanqiu's eyes swept over the black cloth wrapped around his neck, where the slave mark was completely covered, then asked teasingly, I haven't asked you yet, but are you this ashamed of being my contract slave? Ming Changxing was startled and turned to look at Chu Yu with a stunned expression. Chu Yu's expression was calm and indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Ming Changxing unwrapped the black cloth from his neck, revealing the bright red slave mark, speaking honestly, to become your contract slave is the greatest honor of my life, I just worry that others might misunderstand you. Li Lanqiu, sitting in the chair, waved a clean white hand toward him. Ming Changxing obediently stepped forward as that hand patted his arm. Li Lanqiu said, you only need to focus on your tasks, don't worry about other things. Ming Changxing glanced once more at Chu Yu, then bowed his head in submission. Sir, I understand. Chu Yu leaned forward slightly, whispering near Li Lanqiu's face, what about me? What about you? Li Lanqiu looked askance at him and pushed his face a few inches away with a hand. Chu Yu followed suit, gripping his wrist lightly, brushing against his palm, as though Li Lanqiu were caressing his face. Is there anything I can do for you, sir? Li Lanqiu gently patted his cheek, withdrew his hand, and said, follow me. Chu Yu straightened up nonchalantly and retreated behind him, whispering, please remember to let me lick your palm next time you slap my mouth. Li Lanqiu ignored him. After being teased by him several times, Chu Yu's skin seemed to have thickened, daring to say even more shameless things. A guest arrived in the courtyard. Li Lanqiu nodded slightly, and Ming Changxing opened the door. A finely dressed young man walked in. Jiang Zhuo was somewhat surprised when he saw the people inside, originally thinking it would just be Li Lanqiu alone late at night. He walked forward and said, Li. The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect have already received my message. They will lie in wait outside Dream Immortal City tomorrow evening awaiting the fireworks signaling the Ghost Festival to assist our operation. Li Lanqiu tilted his chin, indicating for him to take a seat. Your hard work is appreciated. Jiang Zhuo sat down in a nearby chair, deliberately sitting up straight and appearing casual. Not hard work at all. I've got some friends in the Flowing Cloud sect, and they're willing to give me a bit of favor. Li Lanqiu casually asked, how many disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect have come? Not many, Jiang Zhuo replied somewhat proudly, looking at Li Lanqiu as he straightened his back further, we have 72 peaks, each sending 1,000 people for me, which amounts to roughly 70,000 disciples. Li Lanqiu nodded slightly. More than I expected. Jiang Zhuo's lips curved up a little, confidently saying, moreover, the Four Seas Commerce Guild has sent 30,000 guards to protect me here in Dream Immortal City. They are entirely under my command. Chu Yu glanced sideways at Li Lanqiu and laughed lightly. Young Master Jiang has spared no effort for Dream Immortal City. The citizens must feel extremely grateful. Jiang Zhuo glared at him harshly, feeling like a mute-eating yellow chrysanthemum, bitter with unspoken suffering. Just at that moment, Jing Mei and Han Qian entered one after another. Han Qian noticed how many people were inside and paused initially. Then he smiled towards Li Lanqiu. Mr. Li, the disciples of the Lingyun Sword sect are already on their way and will arrive to hide outside Dream Immortal City tomorrow. They all want to contribute to the safety of the city's residents. Jing Mei glanced over Chu Yu and then cast a subtle smile toward the cold-faced Jiang Zhuo. Brother Li, our Yunna sect disciples are the same. Jiang Zhuo, hearing their reports, felt somewhat reluctant to be overshadowed. You don't have to make such an effort. Our Flowing Cloud sect has sent 70,000 disciples to Dream Immortal City. The evildoers of the Red sect will have no chance to escape. After he spoke, he glanced at Li Lanqiu. Han Qian was startled again, not expecting the Flowing Cloud sect to invest so much. He was just an average member of the Lingyun Sword sect and far less influential than the young master of the Four Seas Commerce Guild. However, he didn't want to appear weak in front of Mr. Li, whom he admired. He said, though there are many people from the Flowing Cloud sect, when it comes to power, the Lingyun Sword sect is superior. Jing Mei's smile faded as she looked at Li Lanqiu and said, there's no need to rush now. After we deal with the Red sect inside Dream Immortal City, we'll have a competition to see who's better. Jiang Zhuo's painstaking efforts were understood by none other than Chu Yu, leaving him feeling dark and speechless. Li Lanqiu took out a few talismans from his storage ring, placing them neatly on the table. These talismans made with my green scripture brush can ward off evil spirits and protect you. I offer them to all of you for your safety. Jing Mei picked up a talisman and put it away. Thank you, Brother Li. Jiang Zhuo stood up and approached, taking the talisman closest to Li Lanqiu, holding it in his hand. Thank you, Brother Li. Looking at Li Lanqiu's face, he curiously asked, I haven't asked about your age yet. Should I call you Daoist brother or friend? You may call me Daoist brother. The actual age of this body of Li Lanqiu wasn't much older than Jiang Zhuo. Jiang Zhuo nodded, softly calling out, Brother Li. Han Qian also picked up a talisman and thanked Li Lanqiu. There were 2 talismans left on the table. Ming Changsheng naturally picked one up. Thank you, sir. Only one lonely talisman remained on the table. All eyes turned toward Chu Yu, standing motionlessly behind Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu pinched the talisman between 2 fingers, extending his wrist backward to give it to him. Take it. Chu Yu's cold and indifferent face revealed a faint smile as he took the talisman from Li Lanqiu's hand. This action distinctively announced his status compared to everyone else. Li Lanqiu had no idea about his complex thoughts. Looking at the group, if there's nothing else, please return. Tomorrow we will all head to White Pagoda Temple together. Han Qian and Jing Mei left first, followed by Jiang Zhuo. Taking a few steps outside the door, he couldn't help but glance back at Li Lanqiu. In the lamplight, his figure appeared thin yet graceful. Chu Yu behind Li Lanqiu was like a diligent watchdog, giving Jiang Zhuo a light grin showing his sharp white teeth. Relying on someone else's strength. Jiang Zhuo mocked silently in his heart. Inside the room, Li Lanqiu's long shadow swayed slightly with the flickering lamplight. Gu Jingxing sat high on the ghost sedan chair while a line of ghost officers knelt before him. His face was concealed behind thick curtains, and no ghost dared to raise their heads. Even fewer could guess what he was thinking right now. Gu Jingxing absent-mindedly thought that Li Lanqiu was so popular. Even with such a grotesque mask on, attention and admiration kept coming continuously, making Brother Li exceptionally charming beyond common people. From a brief glimpse of that night, he caught a sight of a snow-white and jade-like profile, radiant as the mountains of spring. Immediately, Gu Jingxing realized why Li Lanqiu wore such a mask. In the underworld, there were countless beautiful ghosts, and many mortals would willingly be drained of their essence. But among all the beautiful souls he had seen, none could compare to Li Lanqiu. Thinking of something unknown, he raised his hand to caress his lips, his ear tips flushed red, and unconsciously, he smiled lightly. Li Lanqiu had better not take off his mask, otherwise, there would be a queue of people willing to die for him. Outside the window, the little cloud sparrow watching secretly disappeared, replaced by a newly arrived mighty hawk, its body like iron cast, firmly preventing others from striking again. At the moment, Buying watched every move of Li Lanqiu through the hawk's eyes on a tall platform in the Zhongshuan sect. He licked his lips slightly, knowing all too well the charm of Li Lanqiu that had deeply affected him. Compared to others lost in Li Lanqiu's charm, he had once lifted Li Lanqiu's mask and glimpsed more than half of his face, making him even clearer of Li Lanqiu's allure. If one had seen Li Lanqiu's true appearance, none would question Jiang Juxi's willingness to pay any price to see it. As far as he saw, Li Lanqiu was best if his mask were nailed permanently on his face, otherwise, it would cause him great distress. The Ulambana festival at White Pagoda Temple proceeded as scheduled. The sea of people gathering at the mountain gate was bustling. Almost all the townsfolk came to the White Pagoda Temple that day. Tall mountains were dotted with figures everywhere, lively and noisy. Outside the temple gates, various lotus lanterns were displayed by vendors, and peddlers carrying fruits and vegetables roamed through the crowd calling out their wares. The flow of incense-burning visitors was endless, and White Pagoda Temple couldn't accommodate all of them. Thus, the temple's most treasured artifact, the heaven-penetrating eye, was brought out. A fiery eye with wrathful gaze fixed on the largest Buddhist hall inside the temple. In this expansive hall sat monks clad in red robes, their heads bowed as they chanted scriptures for the deceased. These were the monks of White Pagoda Temple conducting services for those who had passed away. The scene within the Buddhist hall was projected onto the square by another, heaven-penetrating eye, appearing like a mirage against the sky. Accompanied by melodious chants, the people outside the temple could also feel the compassion of the Buddha by merely looking up. Li Lanxiu stepped into the mountain gate of White Pagoda Temple, where a colossal golden Buddha statue stood beneath the White Pagoda, its head almost level with the top of the pagoda. The entire Buddha statue was covered in gleaming gold foil, draped in a vivid red cassock. Its face exuded gentleness and kindness, its lips curved slightly in a compassionate smile. Its eyes were closed peacefully. Pilgrims knelt reverently below the statue, lotus lanterns held aloft, praying for the protection of the Buddha. Li Lanxiu stared at the statue, narrowing his eyes as he deepened his thought. Ming Changsheng couldn't detect any ominous aura emanating from the Buddha statue, but Shou Zhao lying in the coffin felt extremely uncomfortable. Worried, he asked, "Master, what are you observing?" Li Lanxiu shook his head, realizing that the statue bore some resemblance to Wu Jie. "Chu, you noticed this too?" He folded his arms and contemplated for a few seconds. As an immaculate spirit body, his perception far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Despite the vast crowd in White Pagoda Temple, he didn't sense a single trace of human vitality. It seemed as though something imbued with overwhelming malevolent energy suppressed the vitality of countless individuals in the vicinity. Han Qian approached Li Lanxiu's side and suggested quietly, "Mr. Li, shall we enter the Buddhist hall?" Li Lanxiu glanced at him for a moment longer than usual, then nodded, saying, "All right." The group arrived before the hall atop the mountain. Wu Jie, wearing a bright red monk's robe, sat before the Buddha statue, leading the other monks in chanting sutras. Mist swirled about, and the sounds of chanting filled the air. The crowd at the door pressed tightly together, their bows and prostrations ceaseless. Suddenly, everyone noticed Wu Jie raise his gaze and look through the throng of worshippers, seemingly searching for something. Subsequently, he smiled faintly and lowered his head to continue chanting again. As night fell, bright lotus lanterns illuminated the square of White Pagoda Temple, resembling a starry river spilled across the earth, embellishing the night. Children laughed joyfully while chasing and playing around in the square. Their cheerful laughter rang clearly in the peaceful air. Suddenly, one child stopped mid-run, pointing toward the distant Buddha statue, shouting, "Wow! The Buddha is opening his eyes." People nearby halted to look curiously in the direction. They found that at some point, the great Buddha statue had indeed opened its eyes. The gentle smile on its face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, condescending stare. "It's the Buddha manifesting," someone exclaimed. More and more people observed this spectacle and began to shout excitedly about the divine manifestation, crowding forward to kneel before the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue gazed downwards, its blackened eyes devoid of light. With indifference, it gazed down upon its devotees. The recitation of chants that drifted around the square became increasingly deep and heavy after the Buddha's eyes opened. Gradually, the monks' enunciation became unclear, and the rhythm of their chanting rose and fell irregularly, as if they'd lost their tongues, emitting only muffled wails. A strange, chilling atmosphere enveloped the place. Fear coursed through everyone gathered there, causing many with weaker nerves to flee towards the mountain gate in panic. "Look quickly. The Buddha's mouth is moving." Someone screamed abruptly. The Buddha's lips parted and uttered a sound identical to the chants, yet the words were warped and distorted as if they writhed in his mouth, struggling and squirming like living beings being torn apart alive. It chilled the bones to hear it. "This is an evil Buddha. This is an evil Buddha." Instant chaos erupted in the square. People scattered chaotically, running away from the terrifying statue of the Buddha. Lotus lanterns rolled across the ground, flames flickering, casting fearful shadows on everyone's faces. An ear-splitting boom resounded in the night sky. Then, splendid fireworks lit up the entire Green Mountain, so brilliant that no one could turn away. The brightness could be seen from 10 miles away. Chapter 56. Li Lanxiu's situation wasn't optimistic either. The moment the Buddha statue opened its eyes, the six-fold lotus array platform simultaneously activated its formations. The grand Buddhist hall, the noisy crowd, and the recitation of scriptures vanished without a trace. Endless lotus leaves surged from the ground, surrounding him. Everywhere he looked was emerald green, with layers upon layers of lotus leaves creating a maze-like complexity. Deep within the bottomless pond, lotuses bloomed quietly, emitting a faint fragrance. Plop, plop. It sounded as if heavy objects had fallen into the lotus pond. Li Lanxiu drew the Qingxi brush and held it in his hand, silently counting the sounds. There were 9 in total, meaning all his companions, except for him, had fallen into the lotus pond. Splashing water drew closer, and a graceful figure emerged from among the lotus leaves. Holding a silver bell in her hand, Huan Ji giggled when she saw him. "Young sir, are you waiting for me?" Li Lanxiu stood on a lotus leaf. He glanced at the bell in Huan Ji's hand. This bell should be able to make the lotus leaves beneath their feet disappear and pull them into the lotus pond at any time. He casually stuck the Qingxi brush into his belt and asked indifferently, "Where have my friends gone?" Huan Ji curiously examined him and smiled sweetly. "This is the suffering reunion in the six-path lotus array. Your friends are all imprisoned in the most painful scenarios of their lives, unable to escape anytime soon. Li Lanqiu slowly crossed his arms, analyzing calmly, they've all been trapped by you, but not me. You're here to take me away. That's right. Huan Ji cheerfully admitted and stepped towards him one step at a time, I've been ordered to bring you to see the Buddha's child. Li Lanqiu attempted to step back, but Huan Ji hastily stopped him, don't move. All the lotus leaves here are points in the array. Any movement will trap you in the suffering reunion. Is that so? Li Lanqiu halted his steps, smiling warmly as he gazed at Huan Ji. Huan Ji approached him, reaching out to grab his arm. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow sprang up from beneath Li Lanqiu's feet, sending an icy chill to her face. She quickly withdrew her hand and retreated a few steps. The shadow nimbly leapt over countless lotus leaves, persistently chasing her. Cornered, Huan Ji anxiously asked, what is this thing? Li Lanqiu tilted his head and observed the shadow flickering between the lotus leaves, answering truthfully, I don't know. Huan Ji's mission was to bring him back to the Buddha's child. Without further hesitation, she suddenly leaped into the air, scattering a flurry of colorful petals toward him. The petals danced through the air like drifting stars, encircling Li Lanqiu. Each petal gleamed with a silvery light, activating a teleportation formation. Li Lanqiu drew the Qingxi brush from his waist. Just as he raised it, a dark shadow leapt to his side and plunged into the rotating petal formation. The once vibrant petals instantly withered and turned yellow. At the same time, the formation's silvery glow disappeared. The shadow turned its head toward Huan Ji. In the profound darkness, Huan Ji sensed an intense killing intent. This puppet-like existence, possessing only a fraction of its master's strength, was already incredibly powerful. Once again, the shadow lunged at Huan Ji. Clenching her teeth, she violently shook her bell, intending to trap Li Lanqiu in the suffering reunion and secure him for the Buddha's child. Suddenly, the lotus leaves under Li Lanqiu's feet disappeared. At the same moment, the shadow spun around and extended a cold, bone-chilling hand to grasp his arm, pulling him onto a nearby lotus leaf just in the nick of time. Huan Ji frantically shook her bell again, causing thick mist to rise from the surface of the pond. All the lotus leaves then vanished. Li Lanqiu felt his footing falter as he plunged into the mist-filled pond. The icy water rose, wrapping around him like countless hands dragging him toward the depths of the pond. The suffering reunion. Recreating the most painful moments of one's life. Li Lanqiu was curious about what this most painful moment would be for him in the perception of the six-path lotus array. After all, the concept of suffering didn't apply to him. He was always the one who made others suffer. Suddenly, he found himself standing firmly on solid ground again. Bright daylight flooded his vision, and the clamor of voices reached his ears. He was now situated in front of a vast, majestic mountain villa. White walls contrasted against blue-tiled roofs, interspersed with lush bamboo groves, with green-draped mountains stretching far off into the distance. Crimson pavilions exuded a rich historical charm, marking this place as a prestigious family. Crowds thronged before the villa. Dressed as disciples from various sects, they whispered among themselves in discussion. Li Lanqiu walked to the entrance of the villa, looked up, and saw the ancient signboard bearing 4 robust characters, Fengjian Villa. Such a familiar name, it seemed like he'd heard it somewhere before. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly trembled. At this moment, Gu Jingxing's expression was bewildered, and his gaze complicated as he stared at Fengjian Villa. In the final moments just now, when he had pulled Li Lanqiu onto the lotus leaf beneath him, he had unintentionally dragged Li Lanqiu into the most painful memory of his life. Have you heard? He killed his entire family. Not even sparing his own mother, what a heartless creature. How could Lingyun's sword sect have such a disciple? Truly disgracing Lingyun's sword sect. Not only that, he killed his friends, his brother, his siblings, his father, and his mother. Such a person is nothing but an animal. Before the villa, disciples from various sects chattered amongst themselves, discussing the matter. Li Lanqiu suddenly recalled where he had heard of Fengjian Villa before, it was none other than Gu Jingxing's hometown. He had arrived on the very day Gu Jingxing took his own life. At that time, Gu Jingxing, still the pride of heaven, had suffered unimaginable injustice, plummeting overnight from a widely admired rising star to a figure of disdain and infamy. In front of everyone, the evidence seemed irrefutable. The sect master of Lingyun's sword sect, Dongchuan Jinjuan, personally confirmed the accusations. Like sacred laws, his words were regarded as unquestionable truth by all present, leaving no room for doubt in their minds. No matter what Gu Jingxing said, no one would believe him. Who would believe a beast who had slaughtered his friends, his siblings, and even his parents? Though Gu Jingxing could endure the deaths of his family, though he could endure being framed, though he could endure his downfall, he couldn't bear the fact that not a single person present would trust him. This was tied to his lifelong faith. Hailing from a prestigious lineage and apprenticed under the renowned Dongchuan Jinjuan, the first master of the land, he had lived uprightly, believing in a world of justice and fairness, where good deeds were rewarded and evil punished, and the righteous forces upheld these principles. But now, his beliefs had been shattered by reality. What did noble righteousness mean? What about justice and morality? It was all false. The glory of his past life felt like a joke. Li Lanqiu pushed through the crowd and entered Fengjian Villa. The villa blazed with roaring flames, and several bodies lay scattered across the vast courtyard. A sky full of sword beams formed a celestial net, resembling meteorites descending upon them. These were the golden swords of Lingyun's sword sect's myriad swords formation, shining against the azure sky like countless falling stars. In the center of this chaos, a young man in white knelt, his chest and sleeves stained with blood. His hair disheveled, his demeanor carried a trace of bewilderment, yet his eyes remained resolute as he bowed low to a cultivator. I, Gu Xingxing, have never deviated from the righteous path. Please believe me. Everything you've seen and heard isn't my doing. Among the standing monks and elders of various sects, their expressions were cold, watching him as if he were an outsider. Whispers rippled through the ranks of disciples, none believed him. Gu Xingxing crawled forward on his knees, bowing deeply again to another cultivator, pressing his forehead hard against the stone floor. I, Gu Xingxing, have never strayed from the righteous way. That elder simply turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Still, Gu Xingxing didn't stop. Turning to yet another monk, he bowed once more, kneeling down before them. Their elaborate silk robes hastily retreated as if afraid to be tainted by his supposedly dirty blood. Ignoring it, Gu Xingxing continued prostrating himself, begging others for belief. His pristine white robe grew filthy as it brushed against the ground, and his forehead cracked open multiple times from striking the stones, bleeding profusely. Every time the sharp bang of his head hitting the ground echoed, laughter rippled through the courtyard among the gathered disciples. Far-off voices seeped into Gu Xingxing's ears. Ha ha ha, look at him, he looks just like a beggar. At least beggars ask for money. This guy begs for trust. He's lower than a beggar. Whatever happened to the so-called born with a natural affinity for the sword? I thought he was supposed to be something special. Turns out, he's nothing more than this. Ignoring the ridicule, Gu Xingxing kept bowing, his voice hoarse but still resolute. I, Gu Xingxing, will never betray the righteous path. Even though he continued his persistent bowing, his heart had lost all hope. A cold voice within him whispered, no one will believe you. With the myriad swords formation of Lingyun's sword sect looming above and the word of the first master binding the lands, Dongchuan Jinjuan has already branded you as a murderous beast. Who would risk angering him to believe you? You should save your strength. Stop bowing for pity. Despite this, Gu Xingxing refused to give up. Over and over, he prostrated himself before people, clinging to the last remnants of his belief, a faint flicker of hope that someone, anyone, might trust him. After a long while, silence enveloped the entire courtyard. All sounds were absorbed, leaving behind only the thudding of his head on the ground and the dripping of blood. Now only one remaining cultivator stood in the courtyard before whom he hadn't yet bowed. Gu Xingxing rose slowly, walking toward this unfamiliar cultivator. Clad in a purple and white garment, with a narrow waist accentuated by a jade belt, his pitch-black hair half-tied by a gold crown, the rest cascading down over sharply defined shoulders. With a mask on his face, he stood upright before the blazing flames. The dancing orange sparks and thick black smoke swirled dramatically behind him, yet he showed no trace of urgency. His refined elegance suggested an air untouched by worldly concerns. Why do you insist on humiliating yourself? No one will believe you. Once again, a voice inside Gu Xingxing's heart echoed out. If everyone else won't believe you, how could this person believe you? This venomous voice questioned with cruel skepticism. Gu Xingxing knelt before this cultivator and bowed deeply, a drop of blood falling from his forehead onto the stone ground. He stared coldly at the droplet, his hoarse voice devoid of emotion as he recited, I, Gu Xingxing, have absolutely not deviated from the righteous path. Before he could finish speaking, the cultivator suddenly leaned down and placed a soft, white handkerchief onto his bloody forehead, gently wiping it clean. Startled, Gu Xingxing looked up, meeting a pair of bright, transparent eyes. The cultivator held the kerchief, cleaning his forehead as he quietly said, I believe you. Suddenly, his shadow froze in place. At the same time, the real Gu Xingxing in Mengxian City was outside White Pagoda Temple, followed by a group of Yin officials who were searching for lost souls. Upon hearing those 4 words, he stopped walking, slowly lowered his head, and stared at the chest that was now wildly thumping because of these words. 200 years had passed since he longed so intensely to hear them, and now they came to him within an illusion. It was too late. Everything was already too late. Inside the illusion. You believe me? Gu Xingxing locked his trembling gaze into Li Lanqiu's eyes. Li Lanqiu nodded, using the handkerchief to slowly wipe his cheek. I believe that you've never strayed from the righteous way, and none of this is your doing. Tears welled in Gu Xingxing's trembling lips as light shone in his eyes, and he repeated softly, you believe me. You believe me. Li Lanqiu stood up gracefully, his hanging hand offering the blood-stained white handkerchief to Gu Xingxing. Gazing downward at him with compassionate eyes, he said gently, so promise me this, stay alive, live well. Death only brings pain, only through living can you change everything. Gu Xingxing took the handkerchief gently in his trembling fingers, clutched it tightly in his palm, and looked at him as he slowly nodded. In Mengxian City, the ghost soldiers followed behind Gu Xingxing. Suddenly, the Ghost King fell to one knee with a loud thud, holding his chest as if struck by a heavy blow. A ghost soldier stepped forward cautiously, calling out, Ghost King. Gu Xingxing pressed his hands against his chest, which was wildly pounding. He lowered his head, his eyes shining brightly, and a faint smile spread across his lips. After all, it wasn't entirely too late. Meanwhile, Chuyu also experienced his most agonizing moment. On a night of torrential rain, a broken temple lit only by red lanterns was surrounded by relentless assassins, and Master Zhou lay dead before him. As the crown prince of the realm, he had fallen so low that he became someone's servant, with suppressed anguish finally bursting forth during this fateful night. Leaning against the wall outside the temple, he glanced sideways at the scene inside. The Chuyu inside appeared utterly disheveled, wiping the rain-soaked blood from his face with the back of his hand, and coldly declared, "I owe you once." High upon the divine altar, Li Lanqiu lifted his chin, commanding arrogantly, "Wash yourself outside before returning." Chuyu clenched his fists tightly inside his sleeves and walked out into the pouring rain. He raised his face to let the rain wash over him, showing no emotion on his face, but only the flickering eyelids betrayed his surging inner turmoil. A painful expression filled his features. Chuyu smiled faintly at the sight, appreciating this moment of utmost pain. When Chuyu returned to the dilapidated temple, what happened next was something Chuyu had long anticipated. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the scene within, unwilling to miss even a second. Li Lanqiu lifted a hand, gathering spiritual power into a transparent talisman, and commanded, "Kneel before me." "What is this?" "It's a slave seal. The slave seal marks a slave. With this seal, the slave cannot harm the master." Chuyu glared up at Li Lanqiu, anger burning deep within his dark eyes, yearning nothing more than to twist his wrist and stab him to death. But he could not resist. The slave seal merged into his neck, transforming into the characters Li Lanqiu. Chuyu touched his own bare neck absent-mindedly and then glanced at the furious Chuyu inside the temple. Doesn't appreciate his good fortune while he has it. Since Huani couldn't see the scenes in Chuyu's illusions, all she could observe was Chuyu immersed in what should be the most painful moment of his life. Strangely, there was no sign of pain on his face but instead a nostalgic expression, as though reminiscing fondly. She felt thoroughly perplexed and double-checked the ringing bell in her hand several times to ensure it represented the most painful moment rather than the happiest. Chapter 57. Buddha, the thousand-armed Buddha, infinite in compassion and grandeur, protects all beings with 1,000 hands. Nama Amitabha. The Gata. The Buddha murmured an immeasurable sacred chant to guide sentient beings toward the western paradise of ultimate bliss. The deep voice permeated every ear present. The vast square was lit by lanterns symbolizing purity. The lotus petals grew increasingly red, transforming into blood-red lotuses. Terrified citizens fleeing, screaming, or wailing suddenly halted at the sound of the Buddha's immeasurable divine tone. They all simultaneously looked up, devoutly gazing at the giant statue of the Buddha in the square. The colossal Buddha sat serenely beneath a white pagoda, its golden hands raised to form a blooming lotus flower. Behind it stretched thousands of crimson tendrils, fine as hair, dense and numerous like a vast sea of red flowers swaying gently under the night sky. Amito Bapil Amito. As the Buddha recited the spell for the afterlife, these tendrils continually extended, akin to skillful hands that touched the foreheads of surrounding citizens, leaving a mark reminiscent of Guanin's beauty mole. The tendrils effortlessly penetrated the skulls, acting like straws extracting flesh, marrow, and brain matter, supplying it all to the compassionate Buddha. The townsfolk stared at the Buddha in a trance, the fear and unease from before fading away replaced with the serene peace of salvation. Suddenly, whoosh! A sharp metallic sound split through the air. A brilliant golden sword illuminated the dark sky, whistling towards the Buddha. There was a ding as the golden sword scratched a mark on the Buddha's indestructible golden body. Lifting his gaze, the Buddha saw only blinding gold amidst the pitch-black night. Countless golden swords blocked out the heavens, their radiance turning the darkness into daylight. This was the myriad sword array of the Lingyun sword sect. A massive flying vessel of the Lingyun sword sect descended from the skies. It was filled with disciples dressed in immaculate white robes, numbering in the thousands. Guiding their flying swords like meteors, they rushed toward the Buddha. On another part of the sky, dozens of flying vessels broke through the void. In contrast to Lingyun's grand and imposing appearance, the Luyun sect's vessels were extravagant and luxurious, adorned with brilliant pearls shimmering brilliantly in the night. The Luyun sect's fleet hovered around the square. On their decks stood disciples of noble families clad in splendid robes, casting the same magical seals with perfect synchronization. Each vessel emitted several beams of silver light which converged at the center of the square. Together they formed a colossal protective dome, enclosing the frightened citizens within. Jade Woman sect's jade-white boats appeared, exuding ethereal grace. Female adepts aboard took out musical instruments such as guqin, flutes, and pipas, playing them harmoniously in precise rhythm, creating a symphony known as the celestial music of Jade Maidens. As the people entranced by the Buddha's meditative sounds heard the Jade Woman sect's music, they gradually came to their senses, horror-stricken by the horrifying figure before them, and screamed while running chaotically in all directions. Chongxian sect's boat had already landed, the disciples cut off the tendril connections between the Buddha and the civilians, dispersing throughout the square to maintain order for those fleeing. Under relentless assaults from the four great sects, the myriad tendrils behind the Buddha quickly retracted back into it, and the scripture chanting abruptly ceased. It returned once more to a merciful and serene Buddha statue. So this is what the Red sect used to massacre the city. What kind of evil creation is this? So terrifying. Buddhas should be merciful, yet they use it for such immoral purposes. Various sect disciples dashed forward with their swords. Instantly, a myriad of flying artifacts left glowing trails across the night sky. They congregated below a mist-covered mountain. Enshrouded in dense fog, looking up, smoke rolled down the entire mountainside, hiding any view of the top. No one dared proceed recklessly. The leading disciple of Lingyun's sect was a handsome young man, wearing a purple forehead band. He released a white dove into the thick mist. In moments, he closed his eyes, sensing the pigeon's trace, then addressed the crowd, "Dear Daoist friends, this formation here is intricate and unpredictable. Once entered, escape might prove difficult." A stern middle-aged man from Luyun's sect warned sternly, "We mustn't advance until the formation is resolved. The enemy is in hiding, while we're exposed. Caution is paramount. Cautious first." The leading elder of Jade Woman's sect, a white-haired woman priestess, signaled her disciples to set up their formation. "We'll investigate the situation on the mountain before moving forward." From Chongxian's sect, it was Jiang Jusi who insisted on leading the team to Mengxian City. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly tilted his head and stared at the colossal screen projected in the square by the All-Heaven Eye. Previously, there had been no one on the blank screen, going unnoticed. Now, there was a solitary figure on the screen. All sect disciples automatically tilted their heads, unanimously staring at the large projection. Li Lanxiu unraveled the moment of Gu Jingxing's greatest pain, causing the array that trapped him to fail. He reappeared in a lotus pond covered with leaves. Among the emerald-green lotus leaves, Illusion cautiously peeked out, keeping her eyes on his shadow below, "Your shadow." Li Lanxiu glanced down at the lotus leaves underfoot, though he couldn't see the shadow, he knew Gu Jingxing was nearby. "He's a friend of mine, don't worry. As long as you don't attack me, he won't make a move." Illusion clearly didn't trust him entirely, concealing herself among the lotus leaves. "Humph. Just now you said you didn't know anything. Men can't tell a single truth." Li Lanxiu chuckled softly, saying to her, "I haven't deceived you, I only discovered he was a friend of mine after entering the illusion." Illusion stared at him for a while before nodding somewhat hesitantly. "Even if I don't capture you, the other 3 envoys will come for you. Then let it be you who catches me." Li Lanxiu extended a hand to her, smiling casually, "Come, here's your chance to prove yourself." Illusion's delicate cheeks flushed faintly. Around the Red Sect, she had encountered only misshapen figures or lust-deprived Buddha sons who terrified any man into submission, rendering their capture and subsequent execution by her uninteresting. Now encountering such an engaging man like Li Lanxiu left her intrigued. She giggled, curiosity bubbling over as she asked, "Why should I be the one to catch you?" Li Lanxiu answered without hesitation, "Because you're certainly more likable than those 3. Illusion nodded, laughing, "That is true." After speaking, she still kept a watchful eye on Li Lanxiu's feet. Li Lanxiu gazed downward at the lotus pond, softly instructing, "Don't move her, leave her to me." Stepping lightly on the lotus leaves, Illusion walked close to him and paused. Ensuring no shadow emerged, she carefully stretched out a hand to grab Li Lanxiu's arm. In the next second, her wrist was unexpectedly grasped, and before she could react, she found herself embraced from behind, hearing a soft, lethargic voice near her ear, "Sister, would you bear it to hand me over to your Buddha son?" Illusion's cheeks burned even redder, turning away slightly to peer closely at Li Lanxiu. "The Buddha son wouldn't kill you. If you just obey quietly, he'll treat you well." Everyone had been entrapped in the gathering of grievances, except Li Lanxiu. Suspecting he had a special purpose, Li Lanxiu now felt more certain. Gently teasing a strand of her hair near her ear, he toyed with it between his fingertips, asking lightly, "Is that so? Will he truly treat me well? How could I deceive you?" Through her mask, she caressed his face, coquettishly laughing. "I'd never deceive you." Li Lanxiu gripped her hand gently, pinching her finger bones lightly, staring at her with half-lowered eyes, "Oh. What do you want from me that your Buddha son desires?" Illusion hesitated, her tear-filled eyes meeting his gaze, "This, I cannot tell you right now." As soon as these words were spoken, a cold fan handle pressed against her neck, the sharpness of the chilled iron able to break her skin with just another inch closer. Li Lanxiu lifted her chin with his fan, chuckling lowly as he coerced her, "Will you speak?" Her expression suddenly changed with fury, shouting angrily, "Truly, all you men are deceivers." Li Lanxiu seized her cheeks tightly, removing all traces of humor from his eyes, stating icily, "You belong to the demon sect, having killed mercilessly with your hands drenched in blood, why shouldn't I deceive you?" Illusion glared with teary eyes, her joy of moments ago turning misty. How quickly this man could switch from flirtation to coercion, making her heart heavy, "I will not say. Go ahead and strike me with your fan. If I survive, I'll take your life." After her words ended, the cold fan beneath her neck was suddenly lifted. Li Lanxiu cradled her face with both hands, tenderly wiping away the tears rolling down her cheeks, whispering softly, "Why cry? Can't I spare you?" Illusion opened her eyes wide, fixing her bewildered gaze on him, muttering, "Why would you let me go?" It seemed she momentarily forgot her cultivation level far exceeded Li Lanxiu's, leaving him incapable of harming her significantly. Wiping away her tears, Li Lanxiu lightly pinched her cheeks, raising his chin slightly as he spoke indifferently, "I like beautiful things. You are very beautiful. I will not harm you." Illusion had heard many people praise her beauty, either flattery due to some favor sought, or ignorance leading to boldness regardless of her identity. Yet, when Li Lanqiu uttered these words, they sounded entirely different. A pure form of appreciation free from any ulterior motive. Touching her own face, Illusion stared at him and asked, even if I am the envoy of the Red Sect, one who has killed mercilessly and committed grave sins, you will not slay me? Li Lanqiu shrugged carelessly, affirming with a nonchalant mainly because killing wasn't really within his abilities. Illusion stared at him for a while, then finally retrieved her chiming bell. With a flirtatious pout, she said, you're quite considerate. I'll let you leave the Lotus Array. Go quickly, the other 3 envoys are coming. What about you? Li Lanqiu asked conscientiously, as if he had a heart of gold. If he hadn't asked this question, Illusion would have hesitated a bit more. But with his words spoken, Illusion acted without hesitation. She glanced at him and shook her bell, saying, go. Don't worry about me. The Buddha's son won't blame me. The ethereal sound of the bell echoed across the lotus pond, causing the lotus leaves and flowers surrounding Li Lanqiu to rapidly dissipate. Layer after layer of emerald green faded away, revealing the stone tiles of an original Buddhist hall beneath. A bright and spacious room was filled with incense smoke. Cushions were scattered everywhere, and ashes of offerings littered the ground. There were obvious traces of panic throughout the place. Li Lanqiu stood at one end of the Buddhist hall, while at the other end sat a man whose hair was half black and half white, wearing a golden-yellow robe with an icy expression. He wasn't yet aware of the shock that just passed through the 4 disciples of the Taoist sects who had witnessed what transpired earlier. As soon as Illusion appeared, Zi of Lingyun's sword sect immediately recognized her, pointing her out and informing the group that she was one of the envoys of the Red Sect, bloodthirsty and unpredictable in mood, especially fond of killing men. Among the 3 major Taoist sects outside Chongxian sect, none of the disciples knew who Li Lanqiu was. Seeing him alone encountering the envoy from the Red Sect, they all guessed he wouldn't survive. Isn't this Illusion supposed to love killing men? Why is she letting him go? Who is he? Which sect does he belong to? How lucky can someone be to escape from Illusion's hands? I think he's very good at flattering women. He charmed Illusion into oblivion. His skills are unmatched. One of the priestesses from Yunna's sect recognized Yin Xuanzi and spread the information around the square. This man belongs to the Red Sect and his name is Yin Xuanzi. The Taoist sect disciples might not know Yin Xuanzi, but seeing his attire and demeanor, they understood he was no ordinary character. Everyone began to worry about Li Lanqiu. They were fellow Taoist practitioners after all, and none of them wanted him dead. Is he only good at charming women? What about men? That trick won't work here, so what will he do now? This old man probably won't fall for his tricks. Maybe his luck has run out. Of course, Li Lanqiu recognized Yin Xuanzi. He estimated the distance between them, it was approximately 20 meters. The old man sitting so far away made him suspicious, something was clearly up. After inspecting him once, Yin Xuanzi spoke calmly, you're truly skilled if you could convince Illusion to let you out. Li Lanqiu gave a light chuckle, turning his head slightly to glance at him. Before Li Lanqiu could speak, Yin Xuanzi continued composedly, there's no need to use your tricks. I'll let you go, provided you reach my side. Could it be that simple? Li Lanqiu scanned the floor of the Buddhist hall, covered entirely by square blue stone tiles. He took out a spirit stone and casually tossed it forward. The stone hit the ground but sank into it as if into water, vanishing completely. Yin Xuanzi watched him with confidence. Meanwhile, down the mountain, an array master among the group had already spotted some clues. He explained to everyone, Yin Xuanzi set up an array. Step incorrectly even once, and you'll be trapped inside his cage. Oh. Then which path is correct? Someone asked, puzzled. The array expert looked troubled and replied, I can't tell for sure right now. This array involves 5 elements, 8 trigrams, the yin-yang principles, and even mysterious gates. In summary, the arrangement of the array was incredibly complex. If no one could decipher which particular type of array Yin Xuanzi used, finding the correct path would be impossible. All the disciples of the Taoist sects observed Li Lanqiu with sympathetic eyes. Having escaped from one dangerous situation, he found himself in another dire predicament. What bad fortune. No one expected Li Lanqiu to crack Yin Xuanzi's array. Even the array experts present couldn't figure it out. How could an unknown, unremarkable cultivator break it within such a short time? It was pure wishful thinking. Li Lanqiu lazily eyed Yin Xuanzi and asked, is what you say true? Yin Xuanzi nodded, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his mouth, are you afraid? Such a short distance. Just cross it, and I'll spare you. But if you can't. He paused briefly before finishing, I'll hand you over to the Buddha Son. Li Lanqiu also nodded lightly. From his storage ring, he produced an ugly wooden doll. It came from Black Dragon True Immortal's chest, along with a drumstick. He had tested this ugly doll before and discovered it could find its way on its own. He wondered whether it could break Yin Xuanzi's array. Seeing the doll in his hands, Yin Xuanzi's curiosity grew, and the teasing smile deepened on his face. Li Lanqiu tapped the doll's head lightly with his finger, whispering softly, do your best. As soon as he tapped the back of the doll's head, it suddenly turned around and started walking to one side, clapping its hands while moving. The doll arrived in front of a stone brick, twisted back around and walked forward without incident, crossing over the bricks. Yin Xuanzi's teasing smile vanished instantly upon witnessing this scene. Afterward, the doll took several steps to the left, then several steps to the right, maneuvering deftly on the tiled ground, each step firmly planted. Li Lanxiu followed closely behind the doll, stepping where it had gone, gradually drawing nearer to Yin Xuanzi. Yin Xuanzi suddenly stood up, pointing at the wooden doll and asked, "What is this thing of yours?" Li Lanxiu, fully focused on following the doll's path, replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." The shadow beneath his feet recognized this doll. It was an item from the ghost realm. When Li Lanxiu finally reached Yin Xuanzi's side, Gu Jingxing quietly transmitted a voice inquiry, "Lanxiu, where did you get this guide ghost from?" Li Lanxiu gave a sideways glance at the shadow under his feet, deliberately stepping on it before replying slowly, "I thought you wouldn't speak." Gu Jingxing paused for a moment, "Sorry earlier for pulling you into my illusion." This doll is mine." Li Lanxiu picked up the doll that had completed its task, lightly tapping its head in reward. Gu Jingxing noticed he didn't answer and lowered his voice again, "If you obtain the guide ghost, there should be a drumstick paired with it, a Yin spirit drum. Do not use that drum." Li Lanxiu nodded, smiling faintly as he looked towards Yin Xuanzi and asked, "How about it?" Yin Xuanzi's face grew pale with fury. He waved his sleeve, dissolving the formation inside the Buddhist hall, glanced at him and said, "Of course I keep my word, but may you have good fortune." Saying this, he strode away from the Buddhist hall. Li Lanxiu followed after him, leaving the hall as well. The night was deep, with dense fog filling the mountain, causing him to squint and barely make out the silhouettes of trees. Everything was eerily quiet, as if everyone had disappeared completely. He speculated that the disciples of Taoism had already come to the White Pagoda Temple, ensuring the safety of the people below the mountain. But where had Chuyu gone? Without Chuyu following as his bodyguard, Li Lanxiu felt somewhat unaccustomed. He gave a cold hum at the heavy fog behind him and continued forward unhappily. Not long after, a bright blade broke through the mist, landing precisely against his neck with lethal accuracy. Follower Chanyue glared expressionlessly at him, the stoic Chanyue differing from the previous two envoys, who harbored more complex thoughts. With no hesitation, he simply said one word, "Go." Li Lanxiu lightly nudged the blade against his neck but Chanyue held it firmly without budging. Li Lanxiu raised his eyes, scoffing as he questioned mockingly, "Where did this blind dog servant come from? Treating the Buddha son's wife this way?" Chanyue's expression flickered momentarily as he retracted the blade, "You are the Buddha son's wife." Li Lanxiu's gaze swept over him once, sneering and saying coldly, "I possess the body of Luo Yin Chanu, the Buddha son wishes to practice dual cultivation with me. Won't I become the Buddha son's wife later?" Chanyue's earnest demeanor reaffirmed what he had said. Li Lanxiu sighed inwardly. Illusion had indeed divulged quite a bit of information. A person the Buddha son does not wish to harm, yet is immensely useful to him, would certainly lead to good times by following the Buddha son. The conclusion left only one possibility. He was the very body of Luo Yin Chanu that the Buddha son had been seeking all along. Chanyue stepped back slightly, bowing his head respectfully, saying, "I beg your pardon, lady." Li Lanxiu gave him a disdainful glance, still hanging around. "Haven't you left yet?" Chanyue hesitated in his steps, unsure whether he should take her away or not. Li Lanxiu turned and walked back toward the Buddhist hall, his voice floating in the fog, "Tell your Buddha son to come find me. I'll be waiting for him inside the Buddhist hall." Thinking of getting close to him. And without considering whether they even deserve such luck. Chapter 58. The green mountains were reflected in the mist, and the flying ships of the four great Taoist sects were densely gathered like clouds. Golden light, jade light, and sword light shone together, as if a river of stars had descended from heaven. Tens of thousands of Taoist disciples gathered in one place, all looking up at the vast screen in the night sky. Just then, Li Lanxiu effortlessly broke through Yin Xuanzi's formation, causing countless astonished voices to erupt from the crowd. With such powerful magical artifacts. Where did he get them? If we had such artifacts in our Flowing Cloud sect, wouldn't our formations be greatly enhanced? Which sect is he from? He faced two envoys of the Red sect without any fear. Such bearing truly makes him a remarkable person. A disciple of the Chongxian sect proudly told his companion, "He belongs to our sect, Li Lanxiu. Haven't you heard of him?" Currently, the Taoist disciples have not heard this name, but soon, by the end of today, this name will be known to all. In the heavy night, with foggy mountain peaks, Li Xianjing held a luminous stone, searching for a way down the mountain. He and Li Lanxiu arrived at the White Pagoda Temple almost simultaneously. Han Qian led the Lingyun sword sect disciples following Li Lanxiu up the mountain, while Li Xianjing lagged behind. As the sound of chanting from the giant Buddha resounded, he became lost in the Six Paths Lotus platform array. Not far away, a figure faintly appeared through the thick fog. Li Xianjing drew his sword. Seeing a familiar face, he slightly relaxed, "It's Master Wuji. Are you also lost in the fog?" Whether it was his illusion or not, Wuji appeared calm and composed. Clad in blood-red monk robes, they resembled a wedding garment for a grand celebration. Around his neck, a string of white prayer beads hung, the beads looked pale and bony, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Without acknowledging him, Wuji walked past him as if oblivious, moving through the fog with confidence. Pausing for a moment, Li Xianjing quickly caught up, closely following Master Wuji. Master, why don't you speak? Wuji stopped before a brightly lit Buddhist hall. Inside the grand hall, there sat a statue of Sakyamuni, the compassionate Buddha sitting upon a lotus throne, with a table of burning candles in front. Li Lanxiu sat on a cushion under the statue, idly playing with a ghostly wooden doll out of sheer boredom. Entering the hall, Wuji glanced at him and asked, "Did Crescent Moon say that you wanted to see me?" Lifting his gaze, Li Lanxiu glanced at him and retorted, "Didn't you want to see me?" Wuji's smile deepened further as he nodded and said, "You've made Illusion Girl lose her mind and infuriated Yin Xuanzi. You even dared to scold Crescent Moon." Following Wuji inside, Li Xianjing heard these names and instantly turned pale. These were the names of the envoys of the Red Sect. Quick, run. Wuji is the leader of the Red Sect. After speaking, he turned around to flee outside. In the blink of an eye as he approached the door, golden ripples descended from the heavens, perfectly blocking the entrance. The ripples flowed like a curtain of rain, dark gold scriptures flickering on and off, forming a protective barrier in the hall as if made of bronze walls and iron gates. Li Xianjing stood pale as paper, stuck uncertainly by the entrance. The leader of the Red Sect, a legendary figure in the cultivation world. No one knows his cultivation level, but everyone knows that no one from the Taoist sects has ever survived under his hands. His cruelty and bizarre behavior are unmatched. A man who slaughters entire cities as easily as cooking a meal, a man who kills cultivators like slaughtering pigs or dogs. Who would not be afraid when seeing him? Below the mountain, the Taoist disciples stared at the great screen, hearing those names, creating waves of uproar among the crowd. As Li Xianjing pointed out Wuji's identity, exclamations roared through the square like a tidal wave. This is the leader of the Red Sect. He never leaves survivors. The two friends might be doomed. Isn't the leader of the Red Sect supposed to never appear? Why is he on the screen? Could he not know about the all-seeing eye here? True immortal Dongchuan isn't here. None can save these two. Speculation spread throughout, yet everyone knew in their hearts that with the appearance of the leader of the Red Sect, the two Taoist disciples in the Buddhist hall absolutely could not survive. The faces of Chongxian's sect disciples showed signs of anxiety. Just a while ago, Li Lanxiu displayed extraordinary skills, bringing great honor to the Chongxian sect, making everyone proud. Now facing the leader of the Red Sect, everyone worried for Li Lanxiu's safety. The young man with the purple sash from the Lingyun sword sect restrained several people who wanted to rush up the mountain to rescue their fellow sect members. Senior brother Xianjing wouldn't want you to die trying to save him. Stay calm. Even if Xianjing is relatively well known in the Taoist sects, how could Li Lanxiu survive against the leader of the Red Sect? After all, none of the other disciples had ever even heard of him. What a pity. If this Zhongshuan sect disciple can survive, he will definitely become an outstanding figure in the future with his demeanor and bearing. I just hope this demonic monk can grant our friend a quick death without making them suffer. At that moment inside the Buddhist hall, Wu Jie's gaze swept over Li Xuan who was calm as ever, then took a few steps closer to ask, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Li Lanxiu sat cross-legged on the cushion, waving casually. Wu Jie leaned down to hear what he said closely by his ear, "Why should I fear you?" Wu Jie was slightly taken aback, instead trapped by Li Lanxiu's question. He felt his actions were all ordinary human behaviors, nothing to be feared. But the world and the Taoist sects had prejudices against him and the Red Sect. He nodded gently, looking at Li Lanxiu's crystal-clear and handsome eyes, "You are right. You shouldn't fear me, you're a perceptive person." Li Lanxiu's eye swept across Wu Jie's elegant face, then withdrew his gaze with a light smile. Being very close, his soft laughter seeped into Wu Jie's ears like gentle feathers brushing his eardrums, making one feel boneless and lost in thought. Wu Jie, emotionless and indifferent, had never explained his actions before, but inexplicably said now, "Everyone thinks I am bloodthirsty and irredeemable, yet the Buddha says all beings are equal. Humans slaughter pigs and cattle, isn't that bloodthirsty too? If humans slaughter animals and I slaughter humans, isn't this also equality among all beings?" Wu Jie stared deeply into his eyes, as if waiting for his recognition. The Buddha once said, if sentient beings fall into endless cycles of suffering and reincarnation, great compassion is needed to elevate them, to free them, leading them back to Pure Land. I have elevated tens of thousands of lives. Isn't this immeasurable merit? Li Lanxiu suddenly understood, he was facing a truly deranged individual. There is no true equality among beings in the world. If Wu Jie genuinely believed in equality, why massacre common people and not cultivate adepts? Wasn't it because ordinary folk couldn't fight back against the Red Sect while killing adepts would immediately catch the attention of renowned Taoist sects, putting the Red Sect at a disadvantage? He shrugged and replied, makes sense. Wu Jie smiled faintly, his finger touching the corner of Li Lanxiu's mask, stroking its cold, hard surface. We seem compatible. Even if your looks are ugly, it doesn't matter. Li Lanxiu reclined backward, leaning his back on the altar table, raising his chin slightly, revealing a secret scar below his jaw clearly distinct against his porcelain white skin. Do you want to see my face? Asked so nonchalantly, as if completely irrelevant. Upon hearing the transmission, Wu Jie nodded smilingly. Chuckling at his act of bargaining, it seemed as though his face was invaluable, demanding sincere feelings from Wu Jie before allowing him to see it. Li Lanxiu transmitted soundlessly to him, stating offhandedly, kill someone to prove your sincerity, then I will consider showing you my face. There was only one person left in the Buddhist hall that could be killed. Wu Jie looked at him for a few seconds, transmitting back, he insulted your appearance, are you going to take his life for that reason? Did he say I look ugly? Don't you know? Killing without any reason. Is it not allowed? Wu Jie was once again momentarily startled, sincerely appraising, cruel-hearted, capricious, you match me well indeed. Li Lanxiu didn't rush him, gazing lightly. Wu Jie couldn't help but chuckle, turning toward Li Xianzheng. Li Xianzheng had been listening to Li Lanxiu and Wu Jie's conversation all along, unexpectedly discovering Li Lanxiu's immense courage. Hearing the footsteps approaching behind him, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, turning around, gripping his sword tightly to counterattack. At the sight of Wu Jie, a thin hand reached out to him. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation run through his whole body, accompanied by a dripping sound in his ears. Drip. Drip. What was the sound? Bewildered, Li Xianzheng raised his head. In Wu Jie's hand was a black heart, dark red flesh and veins throbbed, pulsating vigorously. Blood dropped onto the ground drop by drop. Li Xianzheng slowly lowered his eyes, seeing an empty bloodied hole in his chest. Instinctively, he touched it and found sticky warm blood covering his hands. His eyes widened in astonishment, stunned as he stared at Wu Jie. Li Lanxiu stood up, undoing the golden hook behind his head with one hand, picking up the mask and tossing it casually on the table. His raven-black hair, neatly tied in a refined crown, a few strands floated by his crimson lips, subtly upturned corners resembling a blade dipped in blood. He had a face excessively favored by heaven, pale as if the purest snow. His pitch-black eyes shone brightly against each other, embodying beauty to its utmost splendor. Down the mountain, the Taoist disciples who were just murmuring fell into sudden silence. The serenity lasted 3 to 4 seconds, as if everyone were paying homage to a masterpiece of the heavens. Immediately following, a tidal wave of excitement surged through the crowd higher than when the leader of the Red Sect appeared. Whispers rippled across, asking about his name, his sect, whether he was a god detached from worldly dust or a fiend who feasted on human hearts. The three characters, Li Lanxiu, soon spread into every person's mouth. Countless individuals repeatedly mused over his name, as if it left a lingering aftertaste, unwilling to let go. Li Xuanzheng's gaze fixed upon his face, then his body toppled heavily to the ground. Staring straight at Li Lanxiu, refusing to break eye contact, Li Xianzheng painstakingly formed a talisman with his fingers to slow the loss of his vital essence. Do you remember me? He asked, breath faint and thin. At Wu Jie's momentary turnaround, his normally indifferent eyes suddenly sparkled brightly, like nails clinging tightly to Li Lanxiu's face. Li Lanxiu walked up to him, tilting his head slightly while gazing down at Li Xianzheng, are you talking to me? Li Xianzheng was on the verge of death, with just one last query remaining. He looked up at this face that had made his death seem worthwhile, struggling to ask, do you remember me? Li Lanxiu bent down slowly, pretending to take the question seriously, what did you say? I couldn't hear. Do you remember me? Li Xianzheng asked again. Li Lanxiu shook his head, his eyebrows knitting together in feigned difficulty, I couldn't hear what you said clearly. Exerting all his remaining strength, Li Xianzheng reached out and grabbed the edge of his robe, practically begging, do you remember me? Still can't hear, Li Lanxiu murmured softly, pity filling his gaze. Li Xianzheng struggled weakly to open his mouth but could not produce a single sound, blood seeping from his lips as his vitality dissipated quickly. And then, he was dead. Only after this did Li Lanxiu straighten up, exhaling two distinct words slowly, remembered. Of course remembered, always remembered, otherwise, how could you have died? Wu Jie's gaze clung to his face. With a flick of his finger, that Tong Tian eye atop his head disappeared. Had he known how stunningly beautiful Li Lanxiu would be, he never would have shared his beauty with anyone else. Holding the heart in his hand, he offered it gently to Li Lanxiu, involuntarily speaking in soft tones, my surname is Yin, my full name is Yin Wu Jie. They call me the Buddha's child, you may refer to me as Wu Jie. Li Lanxiu glanced at him coldly, bluntly questioning, Buddha's child? Then why haven't you taken ordination? Yin Wu Jie discarded the heart, yet there wasn't a trace of blood on his hands. Smiling warmly, he replied, because I'm emulating Shakyamuni. The Buddha once went beyond the world but returned to it, now is my time to enter the world. Oh. So are you truly a monk? Li Lanxiu inspected him thoroughly, a smirk laced with ridicule in his eyes. If others insulted his faith, Yin Wu Jie would instantly dismember them into pieces, but Li Lanxiu's inquiry did not anger him, instead, it brought him an indescribable sense of joy. He stated, you may continue calling me, dirty monk, as well. Li Lanxiu didn't want to call him anything, only for him to die far away. Yin Wu Jie turned toward the statue of Shakyamuni inside the Buddhist hall, gesturing a salute toward the Buddha. The giant statue disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only the empty lotus throne. Stretching out another arm, he encircled Li Lanxiu's slim waist with tender but taut muscle pressing against his own arm through the clothing, instantly igniting his ardor. The worries the four Dharma protectors had never even existed because seeing this face incited impure thoughts from the first glance. Li Lanxiu lowered his gaze to the arm hugging his waist, as Yin Wujie bowed slightly and lifted him by the knees, cradling him horizontally like a desperate lustful demon, leaping lightly onto the lotus throne. Chu Yu and his group broke through layer upon layer of fog, arriving before the barrier of the Buddhist hall, catching exactly this scene. Han Qian suddenly understood Jiang Jusi at the same instant. Is this Li Lanxiu? Jiang Zhuo squinted his eyes, staring intently at that figure within the hall. It seemed his elder brother had been doing quite well at Chongqian sect. Jing Mei confirmed, nodding her head. This is Li Lanxiu. Chu Yu focused on the arm wrapped around Li Lanxiu's waist and abruptly drew his black sword, cleaving down powerfully onto the barrier with one strong strike. The force vibrated through the sword and his arm, causing drops of blood to seep from his tiger mouth, fist grip. Blow after blow followed, each striking the forbidden barrier unceasingly and tirelessly. Chapter 59. In the Buddhist hall, a series of vermilion red candles were lit. The light shone on Lanxiu Li's cheeks, as if draping him with a bright and colorful thin veil. Wu Jiyin stared at him intensely, unwilling to look away even for a moment. He gently placed him on the sacred lotus pedestal, knelt down below, and supported his boot with one hand. Lanxiu Li. Lanxiu, the Buddha has truly been very kind to me. Lanxiu Li glanced distractedly at Yu Chu outside the door and immediately felt at ease. The foot he had pressed on Wu Jiyin's palm slightly exerted strength, as if stepping on garbage. Let go. Under the lotus pedestal, a dark shadow stood motionless. Jingxinggu had once had a brief, shocking glance at Lanxiu Li's side face, so when Lanxiu removed his mask, he did not look at him in amazement like everyone else. Earlier, the Tongtian Eye had announced Lanxiu Li's true appearance to the world. From now on, the top spot on the beauty rankings of the Seven Stars Tower would be filled by him, and no one would have any objections. Jingxinggu was very upset. This upset stemmed from the secret that belonged exclusively to him, the only secret about Lanxiu Li that he possessed, which had been made public. Now everyone could see Lanxiu Li's face. He was no longer the only person who had seen Lanxiu Li's real face. It all came down to Wu Jiyin, who had taken away what was exclusively his secret. Jingxinggu gazed at Wu Jiyin through the shadow for a while before taking down the emerald green bamboo flute hanging from his waist and playing a few soft notes. The prolonged flute music spread throughout the rear mountain of White Pagoda Temple. In a short while, numerous ghostly figures appeared around him. There were fierce ghosts with hideous faces and massive bodies, giggling brides dressed in wedding robes, kind and amiable old women. All of them were ferocious ghosts who had crawled out from hell. Jingxinggu did not understand formations, but he could kill those who set them up. If the person setting up the formation died, the formation would naturally disappear. He raised one hand, and the ghost seal on his thumb, pitch black, emitted a blood-red glow. The surrounding ghosts obediently lowered their heads. Jingxinggu gazed at the mist-covered mountain and said, "Find the 4 red sect Dharma protectors, and show them no mercy." The ghosts all replied in unison, "As you command." Then they vanished into the thick fog. At this moment in the Buddhist hall, Wu Jiyin firmly gripped Lanxiu Li's boots. Dust covered the soles pressing against his palm. This man, who usually cherished cleanliness above all, couldn't tolerate any filth, and preferred not to get his hands bloody even when killing. Yet he didn't mind Lanxiu Li stepping on his hand at all. He knelt half-bent under the lotus pedestal like a devout believer. "I won't let go." Lanxiu Li stretched out his leg and kicked a few times with force. Wu Jiyin just wouldn't let go. Finally, he let it stay there as is, asking coldly, "What do you want?" Wu Jiyin took off his boots, tenderly untied the laces of his socks. "Originally tonight, I wanted to give you more time, then we would ascend together like cloud-chasing immortals. But you invited people from the Tao sect. They severed my connection with Sabanyu." At this sentence, his tone turned cold, revealing a tinge of icy killing intent. But when the socks slid down, revealing a delicate and white foot carved as if from jade, graceful and beautiful, with smooth and round toes exuding a pearl-like sheen. Held in his hands, the bone structure and flesh were evenly proportioned, and its fine warmth felt akin to exquisite brocade, lightly drawing the touch towards its embrace in an irresistible manner. Wu Jiyin's thoughts of unleashing a murderous rampage instantly dissipated. He slipped off Lanxiu Li's other boot, holding both feet with both hands, barely swallowing some saliva. "I don't have much time left. I can't wait any longer. I need you now." The shadow of Jingxinggu was merely a puppet, possessing only part of his abilities. It could still intimidate the protectors, but it couldn't harm Wu Jiyin. However, upon hearing these words, the shadow suddenly erupted, leaping onto Wu Jiyin, locking onto his neck in an attempt to take his life. Wu Jiyin quickly pulled Lanxiu Li's foot into his arms for protection, retrieving an ancient prayer wheel. After spinning it several times, it emitted a golden light, accompanied by solemn sutras, like sunlight bathing the earth, lighting up the Buddhist hall, leaving nowhere for the negative forces to hide. Jingxinggu's consciousness hidden within the shadow dissipated, turning back into a small paper figure falling to the ground. The boundary around the Buddhist hall prevented entry, but the voices inside were clearly audible. Chu's rage led him to hack fiercely at the boundary marked by the golden ripple pattern. Blood streamed from his palms, yet he growled lowly, "Break. For me." With this roar, his internal spiritual power surged dramatically. The black knife transformed instantaneously into countless blade shadows, slashing furiously toward the boundary. The boundary trembled violently, water ripples undulated sharply, and the carved scriptures inside dimmed in light. At the same time, a piercing buzzing sound rang in Wu Jiyin's ears. The boundary he had established was begging for help from him. The guardians of Lanxioli never ceased, continuously seeking trouble for him, one after another. Yin Wujie couldn't help but raise his eyes as Li Lanxiu turned his head to look at Chu Yu. The profile of his face was sharp and clear, with relaxed eyebrows and an upward flick at the corner of his mouth. His smile broke through the coldness in his expression, revealing a touch of spring warmth, mesmerizing those who saw it. Seeing Chu Yu fight so hard for him, Li Lanxiu's mood was inexplicably very good. The more blood Chu Yu shed for him, the better he felt, unable to look away. This was Yin Wujie's special night with him. How could another man steal Li Lanxiu's attention? With both hands, Yin Wujie held one of his feet and devoutly began licking the warm, fine ankle. The soft aroma entered his nostrils, making him uncontrollably itchy. He raised his eyes and stared at that exceptionally beautiful face, his tongue slowly moving downward, licking over the skin which now shone with a wet luster. Li Lanxiu suddenly lowered his gaze, looking at him for a few seconds before stepping on his palm with some force, saying with a somewhat indifferent smile, "Lick clean." The suppressed evil fire in Yin Wujie flared up even more, carefully licking every part of the foot, not wanting to miss a single spot. The snow-white foot sole was covered in saliva, shimmering with a gentle light like a mermaid's foot, the delicate green veins showing more clearly against the slippery skin, tempting despite the attempt to hide it. Li Lanxiu remained calm and peaceful, quietly watching Yin Wujie. Even though his sole was licked until wet, he didn't have much reaction. Yin Wujie took into his mouth the pink-carved jade-like toes, gently sucking and nibbling on the small soft toe in his mouth. Li Lanxiu softly ed in his throat, slightly arching his body and involuntarily closing his eyes at the corners. Yin Wujie, feeling greatly encouraged, served his toes like luxurious delicacies, soaking all of them with wet saliva. Chu Yu angrily opened his eyes, reflecting bloodshot color. His handsome face distorted grotesquely, tightly clenched lips oozing a bit of blood. His palm centers were torn apart by the barrier, all the skin broken completely, only clinging to the knife handle with bloody flesh. Blood soaked his sleeves while he paid no heed, like a tireless beast continuously tearing at its prey. Break! A low, deep roar erupted from his throat. The barrier received blow after blow, buzzing violently inside Yin Wujie's mind. Several Lingyun sword sect disciples avoided their eyes, embarrassed by the sight inside the Buddhist hall, but now they were scared stiff by Chu Yu's appearance and kept far away from him. How was this supposed to be the leader of the Red Sect? Han Qian had heard about the Buddha Sun within the Red Sect, a person without desire or pursuit. Now, in front of Li Lanxiu, there was absolutely no sign of lack of desire, instead appearing more like a hungry ghost craving beauty. The scene was excessively stimulating. He also dared not look any longer, frowning and advising Chu Yu, "Young friend, calm down. This will ruin your hands." Jing Mei glanced inside, then looked at Chu Yu's anger-filled appearance, shook her head, and said nothing. Jiang Zhuo blushed red and pulled out his treasures, hitting the barrier one by one with full strength. Yin Wujie had no choice but to release Li Lanxiu's toe, glancing at the crazed Chu Yu, couldn't help but ask, "Who is he to you?" Li Lanxiu lifted his foot and without ceremony wiped off the damp spots on his chest, thoughtlessly replying, "My most favored servant." Yin Wujie supported his head, feeling pain, unable to bear Chu Yu's disturbance, standing up to say, "I'll go liberate him." Li Lanxiu turned his head towards Chu Yu. Chu Yu also gazed at him, black pupils with blood-red waves surging. He licked the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and displayed a grotesque and horrifying grin. He laughed lightly once, sitting up and watching Chu Yu. Yin Wujie leaped up and landed at the doorway, Chu Yu's gaze fixed on him, fiercely raising a blade to chop down, the barrier ripples shaking intensely. At this moment, the dense fog covering the mountain gradually dissipated, the night sky revealing a bright moon, illuminating the courtyard before the Buddhist hall where verdant green trees flourished lushly, and in front of the door, a massive bronze tripod burned incense releasing wisps of curling blue smoke. Several terrified civilians wandering aimlessly around suddenly came to a halt, joyfully cheering with overwhelming delight. Yin Wujie's expression immediately became solemn as the 6 Dao lotus platform formation disappeared abruptly, signifying that Yin Xuanzi was dead. The 4 Dharma protectors were close companions. If anyone wanted to kill Yin Xuanzi, the other 3 protectors wouldn't stand idly by. Thus, not only was Yin Xuanzi gone, but his 4 Dharma protectors were all lost in the small white pagoda temple. Each of the 4 protectors possessed unique skills, usually unbeatable by rivals, yet they met such quick and messy ends. There must be experts within White Pagoda Temple other than the shadow beside Li Lanxiu. Having followed Yin Wujie for hundreds of years, his relationship with the 4 protectors was profound. He sorrowfully closed his eyes, sighed deeply, then reopened them. Turning around, he looked at the figure sitting on the Buddha's lotus pedestal, the source of calamity. Li Lanxiu sat high up on the Buddha's lotus pedestal, slightly tilting his head as his ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with some strands casually falling over his shoulder, adding an air of carefree spontaneity. He gently lifted his hand, his pale and slender fingers resembling carved jade, lightly tapping against his lips with a radiant smile that was bright and captivating. He perfectly embodied the phrase, "a beautiful but venomous person." Yin Wujie felt a mix of pain and pleasure in his heart, never having seen such a beauty or suffered such a harsh loss. As Buddhist scripture says, when mortals seek love, it's like licking honey off a blade, at first taste, they come close to cutting their tongues. This couldn't be truer. Wujie reluctantly drew his gaze away, facing a pair of fiery red eyes coldly staring at him. Chu Yu's face showed throbbing red lines under the skin, curving toward the center of his forehead where they formed a mysterious symbol. The symbol was peculiar, with clear and straight lines, neither circular nor bent, its blood-red hue emitting faint golden light, exuding a divine aura tinged with evil. Wujie's pupils suddenly widened as he fixated on the symbol, murmuring, Garuda. The Sanskrit name for Garuda. In Buddhist legends, Garuda is a golden-winged bird born between heaven and earth, possessing innate divine strength and infinite power. Garuda once saved Buddha's life, who in return granted him 2 boons. 1. Garuda would live forever. 2. Everything on the ground would always be Garuda's food. In mythological scriptures, Garuda greedily ate all the creatures of the 5 lakes and 4 seas until he suffered immense pain, eventually burning himself to death. Wujie cast a deep glance at the enraged Chu Yu, then turned back to Li Lanxiu and softly said, Your Dao sect people are coming soon, along with your 2 friends. I must leave. Li Lanxiu looked at the flying boats approaching like clouds, surrounded by a network of traps, curiously asking, How will you leave? Wujie felt warmth in his heart, he cared about me, and retrieved the old prayer wheel from earlier. I have my ways, but I regret not completing the liberation of these lost souls. Li Lanxiu seemed to recall something, his expression coolly focused on him. Wujie twirled the prayer wheel in his hand, which emitted a strange blood-red glow as if releasing endless resentment. As his wrist flickered gently, ethereal recitations of Buddha echoed throughout. Down in the square below the mountain, the massive white pagoda trembled slightly in response to the chants. Suddenly, a crack appeared down the middle of the pagoda, expanding rapidly. From the cracks emerged eerie glows, followed by countless spirits surging forth like a tide. They varied in form, with grotesque features and eyes filled with endless hatred and fury. These tormented spirits screamed piercingly with grief, sending shivers down spines. Hundreds of thousands of spirits gushed out like a black flood, quickly covering the entire square. The sky above was swarmed with countless crows-like shadows, spirits everywhere, momentarily blanketing the sky over the white pagoda temple with dark clouds. Golden beams of spiritual energy emanating from the flying boats were minuscule against the boundless dark resentment. Terrified civilians in the square clung to their families, haunted by ghosts everywhere with no place to hide. Disciples of the Dao sect had no time to worry about those on the mountain, instead drawing their magical tools to battle the ghosts within the crowd. Though these ghosts, originally commoners killed by Wujie and transformed into spirits, could not harm the disciples of the Dao sect, their vast numbers overwhelmed them. Every sword swing destroyed one ghost, only for another to rise immediately, endlessly multiplying. Wujie recited incantations, breaking the seal in the Buddhist hall. A fierce slash came towards his neck, producing a shrill and piercing sound. Chu Yu's eyes were bloodshot, glaring ferociously at him. Wujie swiftly leapt towards the Buddhist hall while transmitting a message to Li Lanxiu, hurry and leave. Your Daoist companions won't last long. In the future, I will find you again. As the words fell, his figure moved rapidly, appearing as just a flash of blood red before vanishing into the mountain ravine. His body suddenly froze. A dazzling fan handle pierced through his abdomen from behind, like an arrow. Wujie slowly lowered his eyes, observing the elegant pattern engraved on this metallic fan handle, a refined orchid design revealed on the front end. He had been wary of Chu Yu, wary of the shadow, wary of others, but not of Li Lanxiu. He tightly gripped the front and forcefully pulled it out from his stomach, blood dripping onto the ground. Wujie clutched the fan handle, raising it to his lips for a soft kiss before whispering to Li Lanxiu, this is your personal fan, isn't it? Giving me the handle, don't you feel any sorrow? Li Lanxiu wished he would die immediately and thus didn't bother to respond. Wujie carefully wiped the blood off the fan handle with his palm and treasured it away, my little lotus, thank you for this parting gift. After saying that, he used his skills once again and vanished without a trace. Chu Yu rushed into the Buddhist hall in large strides, leaping onto the lotus pedestal in one bound. He stared at Li Lanxiu for a few seconds, then knelt down halfway, grabbing his snowy, naked foot with one hand and wiping it with a handkerchief. The skin was gone from his palm, exposing unclear bloody flesh and veins, and wherever he touched, there remained streaks of blood. Li Lanxiu's foot was smeared red in Chu Yu's grip, the redness partly concealing some pale white skin. Both top and bottom of his foot were drenched in Chu Yu's blood. Unaware of his own condition, Chu Yu looked up with a deep, unblinking stare and continued wiping from the foot back to the toes, his movements growing more forceful. Li Lanxiu furrowed his brows and softly said, it hurts. Chapter 60. Chu Yu's grip on the handkerchief gradually softened as he wiped Li Lanxiu's foot with the silk cloth soaked in blood, inch by inch of skin being stained red. All traces left by Wujie were now covered by his own blood, as if only through washing Li Lanxiu's feet with his own blood could he completely erase the scent of Wujie. Li Lanxiu gently stroked the top of his head, quietly comforting him. In Chu Yu's palm lay Li Lanxiu's foot dyed pink from the blood, crystal clear through the pink hue. He meticulously helped Li Lanxiu put on his socks, rested his foot on his knee, then softly slipped the boots over it. As he raised his eyes, his gaze was calm and serene. With a hoarse voice, he murmured, I want his life. Li Lanxiu moved his hand from the top of Chu Yu's head to his face, tenderly caressing his cheek, as if giving an award. Chu Yu grasped his wrist, staring straight at him, boldly brushing his lips against the wrist. Li Lanxiu pulled his wrist back intending to slap him, but Chu Yu suddenly gripped it tighter. Turning his face, he kissed his wrist, poking his tongue out to lick the pulse heavily. Seeing Li Lanxiu had properly worn his shoes and socks, a few others walked into the prayer hall and witnessed this moment. Several Lingyun sword sect disciples awkwardly turned their faces away. Han Qian blushed slightly, coughing lightly as he said, "Mr. Li, young friend Chu, will take our leave." Jiang Zhua stared blankly at Li Lanxiu's face, as if entranced, snapping out of it only after hearing Han Qian speak. Glancing sidelong at Chu Yu, he asked Li Lanxiu, "Are you alright?" Jing Mei stood by the door gazing toward the plaza, where a sea of vengeful spirits blocked out the sun like a dense cloud overhead. Faint glimmers of magical instruments could be seen flashing within the darkness from time to time. Chu Yu was fully focused on kissing Li Lanxiu's wrist, like a dog. His tongue licked repeatedly, making the slender bones slippery with saliva. He showed no sign of fatigue, savoring each moment. Li Lanxiu seemed to understand his thoughts, using his blood to eliminate Yin Wuji's essence, leaving behind his own smell instead. He let Chu Yu continue licking while quietly saying, "Xiaohei, behave a little." Hearing the long unspoken nickname, Chu Yu released his wrist, standing up and leaping down from the lotus platform to pick up the mask and hand it to him. Jiang Zhua and the others involuntarily stared at the mask, showing expressions of reluctant parting. Li Lanxiu's handsome face being hidden behind the mask truly was a waste. Shaking his head slightly, Li Lanxiu had already agreed to show his face for the 7-star tower, merely bringing the day forward by a few days. Henceforth, there would be no need for him to wear the mask again. Chu Yu tucked the mask into his embrace and stared deeply at his face, filled with worry. Of course, he knew that Li Lanxiu's face was very handsome, with some kind of vague figure formed in his heart. This face was even better looking than what he imagined. Even too pretty to be true. Pretty enough to attract countless people who willingly offered their affections, ready to die for Li Lanxiu without hesitation. The sight of Li Lanxiu shaking his head made everyone except Chu Yu happy. At the square below the mountain, things were worse than what Jing Mei described. Hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits were sealed under the Buddha bone stupa, enduring Buddhist light shining all day and night, much like being continuously roasted by flames, suffering endlessly. Their memories and awareness from when they were alive were obliterated completely, leaving behind only instinctual resentment for every living creature. Without any thought for their safety, these spirits rushed around killing people or possessing them, wreaking havoc everywhere. Tens of thousands of Taoist disciples spread across the large square, swords in hand protecting the civilians beside them. Wherever sword light flashed, encroaching vengeful spirits disappeared in ashes. But immediately afterward, the next wave of vengeful spirits would attack once more, surrounding them like crazed leeches, offering them no breathing space. A single misstep from the disciples, and these spirits would seize the opportunity to possess nearby civilians, laughing sinisterly as they attacked innocent passers-by unprepared. The common folk of Dream Fairy City couldn't fight back, so they fled helter-skelter, giving the spirits another chance. The square fell into utter chaos. Exhausted from protecting the citizens, the Taoist sect members began to feel helpless against an endless flood of vengeful spirits. The thick stench of blood wafted through the air, mingling with cries of pain and anguish echoing continuously. A picture of hell on earth unfolded before them. In the night sky, Lingyun sword sect unfurled its 10,000 swords formation. Disciples aboard flying vessels coordinated their magic gestures, unleashing a storm of golden swords like fierce winds and rain, descending onto the vengeful spirits. However, the vengeful spirits surged forward endlessly, like an unceasing tide that slowly consumed the radiant golden sword lights illuminating the sky. Female Taoists from the Yunus sect drew out their musical instruments, composedly playing together a soul-soothing tune. But the cries of the vengeful spirits drowned out the music, leaving insufficient power to completely suppress their ferocity. On the square, the Lushan sect cast a spiritual stone defensive array. Any vengeful spirit that touched it instantly disintegrated. Yet in the very next second, more spirits swarmed in from every direction. The luminous stones in the formation gradually dimmed, reducing the efficacy of the array. The defense was nearing its end and couldn't last much longer. The disciples of Chongxian sect gritted their teeth and swung their swords to protect the commoners around them, but faced with endless scenes of horror, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Daozong disciples were protected by their techniques, rendering them invulnerable to the vengeful spirits. However, the ordinary people of Mengxian city were mortal and fragile, like lambs slaughtered and preyed upon at will by these malevolent spirits. Jiang Jusi left all his disciples on the square, flying solo towards the mountain's Buddhist hall. Several disciples from Lingyun sword sect leapt off their flying vessel, stepping lightly on golden swords that flew gracefully through the air, blocking his way. Among them stood a young man wearing a purple headband, his expression grave and worried as he asked, "Friend, are you going to save Li Lanxiu?" Jiang Jusi nodded, gesturing for them to move aside. "He's my junior brother, of course I have to save him." He fell into the hands of the leader of the red sect. The youth paused briefly at the thought of the handsome face, sighing regretfully, saying quietly, "I'm afraid his fate might be even worse than Brother Xuanzhen. If you go, you'll only be retrieving his remains." His words were vague. While Li Xuanzhen had decent looks and still managed to get a relatively quick death from Yin Wuji. But a vibrant beauty like Li Lanqiu. Back in the Tong Tian'ai projection, Yin Wuji had stared unblinkingly at him, licking his lips, a sight Daozong's disciples remembered clearly. Such a charming beauty falling into the hands of the Red Sect Master. What kind of fate could await him? Likely already humiliated, and then killed by Yin Wuji. Jiang Jusi firmly shook his head and said, "You don't understand, Li Lanqiu will be fine." The youth with the purple headband had no response and instead turned to serious business. "Friend Jiang, I'd like to discuss something with you. Please wait a moment." "For how long?" Jiang Jusi coldly asked. The youth acted accordingly, looking behind him and bowing courteously. "Senior Su and Senior Qing, it is you two whom I summoned just now." Senior Su was the leader of the Lushan sect, asking, "Why did you summon me?" Senior Qing of Yunna's sect focused her gaze on the square where the disciples were fighting, absent-mindedly responding. Facing the three leaders of Daozong sects, the youth came straight to the point. "Our 10,000 swords formation can last at most another hour. The situation for our sect's disciples is similar. Once their spiritual energy is exhausted." Senior Su suddenly hesitated, but everyone understood his implication. Once their spiritual energy ran out, they would no longer be able to defend themselves using their techniques. At that point, Daozong disciples would be only slightly stronger than ordinary people and inevitably be harmed by vengeful spirits. Senior Qing comprehended their deeper meaning, furrowing her brows and directly questioning, "Are we simply abandoning the common folk of Mengxian City here?" The youth paused, answering in a low voice, "Saving a life is equal to building a 7-level pagoda. How can we abandon them? I've already sent word to True Immortal Dongchuan, who can arrive at White Pagoda Temple tomorrow. True Immortal has ordered me to ensure the survival of our sect's disciples, absolutely prohibiting any casualties among them. Let him deal with the spirits trapped within White Pagoda Temple." All the disciples of Lingyun's sword sect were naturally gifted cultivation prodigies. It would be truly regrettable if they were injured or killed by vengeful spirits due to exhaustion of their spiritual energy. Most disciples of Lushan sect were descendants of powerful cultivation families, precious treasures akin to pearls. Their lives were even more valuable than those of Lingyun's sword sect. Therefore, Senior Su said, "Fine, we'll follow your lead to retreat." Senior Qing, who was initially dissatisfied, hesitantly nodded after hearing True Immortal Dongchuan's command. Dongchuan, the master of Lingyun's sword sect, was regarded as the most skilled cultivator in Daozong sections. His stern and righteous character was deeply respected by all, making his word hold significant weight. During their brief conversation, the fates of thousands of commoners had been decided. Without the protection of Daozong disciples, vengeful spirits would rampage unchecked through the populace like wolves in a sheep pen, leading to massive casualties in Mengxian City. This decision, however, wouldn't tarnish the reputation of Daozong sections. Without their earlier intervention, the citizens of Mengxian City would have died unnoticed at the hands of the enormous Buddha statue. Yet another blood debt accumulated by the Red Sect. Ignoring all this, Jiang Jusi resolutely shook his head and declared, "I cannot leave, I must find Junior Brother Li." The other three exchanged glances, fully understanding his obsession with Li Lanqiu. Such a captivating beauty indeed could make one lose oneself without regard for life and death. The trio returned to their respective sect vessels, immediately dispatching orders for the disciples to board and withdraw. The 10,000 swords formation of Lingyun's sword sect disappeared first. Without the countless golden swords descending from the sky, the vengeful spirits surged forward like waves, attacking the unarmed civilians hiding within the sword formations, resulting in immediate cries of terrible anguish. The vengeful spirits had grotesque and terrifying faces, their eyes filled with overwhelming resentment. They flew onto the living, gleefully tearing into flesh and blood. If the previous scene was like a hell on earth, the current horror was truly the depths of hell. Panicked crowds surged like floodwaters, rushing about chaotically. Amidst this chaos, a little girl was pushed and shoved by the throng of people. Her shoes had somehow fallen off, and she ran barefoot across the blood-soaked ground. She was covered in dirt, her cheeks smeared with dust, yet her eyes remained wide open as she called out everywhere, "Mother! Mother, where are you?" Amidst the frenzied crowd, no one paid attention to where they stepped, and another passerby once again knocked her down. The little girl landed hard, sprawled over a corpse that had been gnawed to a bloody mess. She curled up next to the corpse, tears dripping incessantly, calling out, "Father, Mother, where are you?" Ah! Her cries were only met with heartrending wails. Clutching her fists, the little girl sobbed, praying, "Heavenly gods, please save my parents, save us all." At the very moment her plea ended, a streak of dazzling silver light descended from the sky like a meteor. It was a colossal iron fan, and standing on it was a man who looked as if he were a celestial being himself. The fan hovered at the center of the square, with countless vengeful spirits below him like thousands of ants. He took out a snow-white silver brush and swept his wrist high, forming elegant strokes in the air with fluid ease. As the final stroke completed, his hand holding the brush remained suspended in the air. The three golden characters, Zhu Xie Chui, exterminate evil spirits, suddenly grew larger, their strokes dramatic and graceful, as nimble as a dragon taking flight. A bright, blinding light burst forth from these three characters, like a rising sun, instantly illuminating the entire square. Everywhere the light reached, vengeful spirits howled shrilly and fell to their knees, suppressed by a holy power. Is that a god? The little girl whispered to herself. All the vengeful spirits bowed down, covering their heads with wailing cries, creating a vast sea of blackness across the square. Dream City civilians involuntarily raised their heads, gazing up at the figure standing on the fan. Golden light bathed his elaborate white robe, the edges of which shimmered with silvery purple silk, making him resemble a crescent moon hanging high and bright in the sky. Inside the floating cloud boats where disciples were setting up formations, everyone stopped their hands. On the square, those battling the spirits paused mid-strike, while others hovered motionless atop flying instruments. The disciples of the four great Tao sects were staring at him, 10,000 pairs of eyes fixated upon his figure. In the golden glow, he seemed carved from ice and snow, exuding an immaculate radiance from head to toe. Yet his face at this moment was deathly pale, devoid of any blood color. Spiritual energy rapidly flowed out from his hand gripping the pen. If he let go of the divine writing brush, the vengeful spirits in the square would awaken again. Li Lanxiu's expression remained icy cold, not glancing at anyone as he softly commanded, "Qi will protect me. Ming Changsheng will set up the formation. Jing Mei, Han Qian, and Jiang Zhua, kindly protect the civilians." With his order given, those who followed him dispersed immediately to perform their tasks. Chapter 61. Chu Yu stood below the hovering fan, sword in hand, his ominous aura radiating outward as malevolent spirits retreated far from him. He glanced with a narrowed gaze across the square, where families were torn apart and blood flowed like rivers. The fingers gripping the black knife tightened even more. Ming Changsheng quickly took out several top-grade ghost path spirit stones and placed cinnabar talismans on the ground covered with blood to form an array. As he began chanting the incantation, the surrounding ghostly energy rapidly gathered, forming a thick patch of dark mist. The inscriptions of the array faintly appeared within the dark mist, with the central spirit stone glowing with a deep blue light. Looking up at the void, he saw Li Lanxiu high above, untouchable. He patted the coffin behind him and said softly, "It's your turn, longevity." The top-grade ghost path spirit stones burst forth with brilliant blue light, instantly activating the entire array. A concentrated vortex of black mist formed in the center of the square, swirling powerfully as deep mists diffused outwards in all directions. As soon as the mists touched any ghostly soul, it would immediately draw them into the vortex, violently tossing them towards the center of the array where the souls would vanish instantaneously. Jing Mei, Han Qian, and Jiang Zhua swiftly mobilized their efforts to organize the townsfolk around them, leading their retreat to the edges of the square. Inside the floating vessel of the Jade Maiden sect, Elder Qing marveled aloud, what an impressive ghost path array. Could someone like this truly be Li Lanxiu's bonded slave? The side of Ming Changsheng's neck was marked with the bright sigil of slavery, signifying he belonged to Li Lanxiu. Elder Su from the Flowing Cloud sect had a strange expression on his face, muttering, "When did Jiang Zhua become so obedient?" Jiang Zhua, within the Flowing Cloud sect, respected only the sect leader and his own master, never looking up to anyone else. When did he ever follow another's orders so completely? Li Lanxiu's fingers, holding the Qin Ci pen, seeped with a subtle chill as spiritual essence rushed from his fingertips into the pen, stabilizing the three massive characters in midair that proclaimed, "Purge evil demons." Soon, his hand grew cold without sensation, the icy chill spreading through his arm, shoulder, enveloping his whole body as if plunging into a frosty cellar. His lashes quivered slightly, lips losing their vivid hue, showing pale weakness, yet his demeanor remained calm and composed, as though what he was doing was inconsequential. Chu Yu looked up at him and transmitted quietly, "Master, can you hold on any longer?" With little remaining essence left to answer, Li Lanxiu gave a slight glance towards Chu Yu. Taking a few steps forward, Chu Yu positioned himself directly under the fan and whispered again, "I'll catch you." Within the flying ship of the Soaring Sword sect, many pairs of eyes focused intently on Li Lanxiu, filled with admiration, astonishment, and various other emotions of fascination. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, shouting, "How can disciples of the Taoist sect disregard the safety of common people? Would we then be any different from those of the Red sect? We cannot leave. We must assist Li Lanxiu. No more nonsense, he won't last much longer. The 10,000 swords formation, activate." At the command, numerous disciples moved forward, simultaneously channeling their techniques as golden beams of light lit up the night sky. Myriads of swords soared, the scene grandiose. The disciples of Flowing Cloud sect joined in action, figures leaping off their vessel to fight side by side with the disciples of the Heavy Profound sect in the square. The holy maiden Jing Mei from the Jade Maiden sect was protecting the townsfolk, her disciples certainly could not hesitate. They put down their musical instruments and drew their blades, engaging the malevolent spirits head-on. In a corner of the square, relatively unnoticed, Gu Jingxing stood beneath a lush green pine tree, with a majestic hawk perched on its branch. Both man and bird stared fixedly at Li Lanxiu. The hawk anxiously jumped about, dislodging clusters of pine needles with a rustling sound. "Are you still not going to act?" Gu Jingxing brushed away the pine needles from his shoulder as the ghost ring on his finger flickered dimly and brightly. "The fates of mortals are already inscribed in the book of life and death. Rescuing them would violate the will of heaven." Earlier, behind White Pagoda Temple, Gu Jingxing encountered this peculiar hawk accompanied by several grotesque and misshapen demons. The hawk directed commands from atop one demon's head, who followed every order faithfully. In no time, they rallied together and fiercely attacked the four Red Sect protectors. Recognizing the hawk as Yun Kei, a close companion of Li Lanxiu, Gu Jingxing waved a hand to set his wrathful ghosts into action. The wrathful ghosts teamed up with the demons. On one side were tormented souls and wrathful ghosts, and on the other side were ferocious demons. Before long, all four protectors of the red sect met their demise. Leaping onto Gu Jingxing's head, the hawk yelled rudely, "You're useless. If I were here, I wouldn't let him get hurt at all." Gu Jingxing kept his unwavering eyes on Li Lanxiu and replied, "Would you? Unfortunately, you're not here." Furious, the hawk glared sharply with its eagle eyes. But indeed, Buying had no retort since it couldn't leave the heavy profound sect nor use its powers to protect Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu's fingers slightly trembled as he held the Qing Ci pen. His face was as pale as snow, devoid of any spirit, with only his pitch-black ink eyes remaining. His spiritual energy was almost entirely drained by the pen, causing his hand to shake, and the golden lacquered words gradually lost their luster. The remaining ghostly souls in the square looked up at him, like greedy hyenas, waiting for the moment when his spiritual energy would be exhausted. Gu Jingxing gripped his red umbrella slightly tighter, sighing inwardly over Li Lanxiu's stubbornness but couldn't help but curve a smile at the corner of his lips. He lifted the red umbrella with one hand, slowly opening it towards the sky. The surface of the umbrella was like a red flower blooming in the dark night. In an instant, ghostly chills spread everywhere, covering hundreds of miles. Drops of rain began to fall. The raindrops sprinkled on every ghostly soul. The restless spirits appeared like paper-made figures. As soon as they were touched by the raindrops, they faded rapidly, disappearing without a trace. The red umbrella held by Gu Jingxing became even redder, as if dripping with blood. In the blink of an eye, all the spirits in the square vanished, leaving only astonished and startled disciples of the Taoist sect, and frightened citizens of Mengxiang City. With his spiritual energy completely depleted, Li Lanxiu suddenly tilted forward, falling due to exhaustion. People from all around flew toward him simultaneously. Numerous beams of light from flying swords streaked across the sky, resembling swift meteors. Jiang Jusi stepped on his flying sword, stretching out his arms to embrace him. His younger cousin Jiang Zhuo raced alongside him, opening his arms as well, trying to reach Li Lanxiu first. An eagle flapped its wings high and soared past the rushing crowd, aiming to hold Li Lanxiu within its body. A fleeting green figure darted through the throng like a wraith, appearing beside Li Lanxiu. Ming Chongqing was nearby. Seeing the disciples of the Taoist sect rushing after Li Lanxiu, be it Lingyun Sword sect, Luyun sect or Zhongshuan sect, all distinctions between sects seemed erased, each stretching out arms to support the moon descending from the sky. Above the square, thousands upon thousands of shining sword lights sprang from the hovering boats toward Li Lanxiu. Common people surged forward like waves, countless arms extending, hoping to carry the god who saved them. Ming Chongqing instinctively rushed forward a few steps, then stopped abruptly, staring at Li Lanxiu who stood amidst admiration, unreachable. Changshu murmured behind him, "He is truly handsome, no wonder everyone wants to catch him. Why don't you go?" Ming Chongqing caressed the slave mark on his neck, replying vaguely, "People like us don't deserve it." Li Lanxiu only felt cold and dizzy. He fell into warm, firm arms that embraced him tightly. A familiar voice whispered near his ear, "I've caught you." Hearing this voice, Li Lanxiu suddenly relaxed, leaning against his chest and burying his cheeks into his shoulder, softly responding with a soft, Chu Yu firmly held him in both hands, meeting hundreds of envious glances as he lowered his head and said, "Let's go home." Li Lanxiu's chin slightly rubbed on his shoulder, which passed as a nod. Chu Yu, feeling his weak breathing, couldn't resist stroking his hair and stepped into the air, flying toward the boat of the Zhongshuan sect. Countless arms hovered awkwardly in the air before retreating like receding tides. Gu Jingxing gazed at Li Lanxiu until he disappeared into the night sky. Feeling a sense of loss, he stepped back and vanished. The hawk of Buying had flown too hastily and toppled to the ground, shocking the surrounding citizens with a scream. It shook its wings and flew again, relentlessly following Chu Yu. Jiang Jusi turned stiffly, staring at Jiang Zhuo's extended arm and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Zhuo hesitated, turning away muttering, "I don't know." Jiang Jusi stared unfriendly at him. Jiang Zhuo avoided his gaze, pausing for a moment before asking, "As an elder brother of Zitai Peak now, can I visit you on Zitai Peak?" "No," Jiang Jusi refused immediately. The commoners of Mengxiang City didn't understand their romantic relationship, but were filled with happiness of survival on their faces. They looked up and watched the savior far away. Someone sharp-eyed shouted loud, "Ah! He is the immortal who summons wind and rain. It's really him. I recognize that brush. The immortal said he would protect us, and he didn't deceive us." Among the Taoist sect disciples, those who did not know Li Lanxiu's name earlier learned it now. The disciples of Zhongshuan sect all looked proud and triumphant. Previously, many thought little of this Li gentleman. Now they told other Taoist sect disciples, "He is our sect disciple, Li Lanxiu. I'm his senior brother. Li Lanxiu has spoken to me." "What does it mean that he spoke to you?" A few disciples from Qianji Peak nearby were not impressed, boasting instead, "He even slapped us on the cheek and kept smiling at us." "Yes, exactly. He did it with his own hands, you don't know how soft his hands are." The Qianji Peak disciples boasted endlessly, and people around either envied or looked down on them. In the flying boat of Chongxian sect, there was a hot spring pool designed for aiding disciples in recovering their spiritual energy after battle. Chu Yu carried Li Lanxiu and directly pushed open the room's door. The hot spring pool was located in a closed stone chamber, with a glass screen at the entrance. Thick steam filled the air inside. A dim candle lit the stone pedestal, casting unclear light with its faint glow. Li Lanxiu was too exhausted to move even a single finger, his eyes closed and face as pale as paper. Chu Yu sat down on the steps leading into the pool with him in his arms, but Li Lanxiu slipped and ended up firmly sitting on his thighs. With his cheeks resting against Chu Yu's shoulder, Li Lanxiu opened his eyes slightly and glanced sideways. Chu Yu quickly undid his sash, taking off his outer robe. "Relax well, leave everything to me." Li Lanxiu shut his eyes again, peacefully leaning on Chu Yu's shoulder. In a lethargic tone, he asked, "Is your hand okay?" Chu Yu paused as he untied Li Lanxiu's inner garment, noticing the marks coated with spirit medicine had already formed scabs in his palms. He gently loosened the strings and peeled away the pure white inner clothing, revealing a snow-white, jade-like body underneath. Li Lanxiu's shoulders were slim and straight, with delicate collarbones clearly visible. The shoulder line shone smoothly under the weak candlelight. Chu Yu's gaze shifted downwards, beneath the pure white skin, pink flesh resembled peach tips, tempting and inviting. He licked his lips subconsciously. "It's fine." Li Lanxiu felt Chu Yu's hand sliding lower, gradually removing boots and socks, then hesitating while untying the string of his underwear. Chu Yu slowly pulled off his last piece of clothing, exposing inch by inch the body as white as snow and as smooth as jade. His body suddenly tensed, his hoarse voice whispering softly near Li Lanxiu's ear, "Master." Li Lanxiu supported himself using Chu Yu's arm, stepping calmly into the hot spring pool. Facing away from Chu Yu, his backline resembled a jade carving, distinct, smooth, and finely detailed. The deep hollows of his waist were prominently evident. He turned his head leisurely, lazily pulling out the hairpin inside his crown. His flowing ink-black hair cascaded down like a river, rippling in the water. Chu Yu stared at him intently with narrowed eyes, standing up slowly. "I'll wait behind the screen for you." Before he could take a step, a gentle yet cold voice sounded, "Take off your clothes and get into the hot spring pool." Without hesitation, Chu Yu grabbed his sash and swiftly removed his outer robe. Li Lanxiu didn't even glance at him, speaking coldly and bluntly, "Cover your eyes, you're not allowed to look. If you dare look at me, I will gouge out your eyeballs." Chu Yu didn't ask what Li Lanxiu intended to do. Instead, he tore a strip from his black robe and wrapped it over his eyes. "All right. I'll count to 3. If you haven't entered the pool by then, you must leave immediately." As soon as these words left his lips, Li Lanxiu began counting immediately, 1. Before reaching 2, someone leapt forcefully into the hot spring pool from behind, splashing water everywhere. Li Lanxiu curved his lips into a smirk, silently cursing, "Stupid dog." Chapter 62. Li Lanxiu removed his hairpin, casually tossing it onto the low table by the pool. His fingers lifted a strand of hair from his cheek and twirled it, playing with it absent-mindedly. He turned around, leisurely scanning Chu Yu from head to toe. Chu Yu's inner garments were soaked through, clinging tightly to his tall and slender body. The fabric outlined his firm and defined muscles. A black cloth covered his eyes, yet he stared directly at Li Lanxiu's direction. Facing Li Lanxiu, he continued to strip off his clothes with fluid grace, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. He stood naked in the water. The spirit spring pool water was crystal clear. A glance downward revealed everything clearly. The significant changes in Chu Yu's body were unmistakable. He made no attempt to conceal them, licking his lips with his tongue, and hoarsely murmured, "Master." Without warning, a slap landed on his cheek, causing Chu Yu's face to turn sideways, and a faint taste of blood appeared in his mouth. Li Lanxiu coldly asked, "Did I permit you to get excited?" Chu Yu turned his face back, staring at him again, and grinned as he said, "No, master, please forgive me." After this shameless apology, he heard the sound of water flowing, and another slap came toward his cheek. He raised a hand and caught Li Lanxiu's hand. Chu Yu tilted his head and gently kissed the delicate, moist palm, pecking it lightly. Slap. A crisp sound echoed, and another slap landed on the other side of his face, equally covering both cheeks with red finger imprints. After delivering 2 slaps, Li Lanxiu felt slightly better and softly commanded, "Let go." Having been slapped for no apparent reason, Chu Yu couldn't muster a smile as he released his wrist, remaining silent with a cold expression. Li Lanxiu caressed his damp palm, glancing at the astonishing sight in the water, and involuntarily raised an eyebrow. As if seeing something filthy that was unbearable to watch, he averted his gaze, biting his plump, vivid lower lip in thought. The 7-star tower had once mentioned the marvels of the Luo Yin Cha new body type. Dual cultivation with others could cleanse and refine one's meridians, greatly enhancing one's abilities and breaking the limits imposed by natural talent, achieving unimaginable accomplishments. This body type was both a blessing and a curse. The advantage was that his physique would grow stronger, his skills more refined, and reaching the gold core stage would be imminent. The disadvantage, just thinking about intimacy with another man made him feel sick to his stomach. While teasing him occasionally brought amusement, any physical closeness where skin met skin, facing that grotesque thing, would compel him to neuter someone immediately. Chu was the only man he considered getting close to without feeling nauseous, obedient and submissive, always following his commands without question. Currently, his spiritual energy was depleted, and he needed 3 or 4 days soaking in the spirit spring to recover. This sense of weakness and powerlessness was not enjoyable. Now was a good time for an experiment. If he could conduct a single session of dual cultivation to replenish his spiritual energy and restore his vitality, proving the authenticity of the Luo In Cha Nu body type. The spirit spring was filled with a misty white vapor, the sound of the water gushing echoing continuously, with a pervasive humid atmosphere. Chu took deep breaths, savoring the refreshing sweetness of Li Lanxiu's scent. His whole body surged with fervent heat, leading to an intense thirst as his hand shamelessly reached out for somewhere specific. Do not move, Li Lanxiu stopped him. Chu held still, his covered eyes intently focused, his voice dark and husky, saying, Master, I am uncomfortable. Li Lanxiu glanced sidelong at him, ignoring his discomfort, asking slowly, have you ever studied the art of the bedroom? He spoke the words very lightly, with a hint of suggestive ambiguity. The veins behind Chu's ears instantly tightened and then swelled with excitement, pounding vigorously. In a composed tone, he replied, the eunuch gave me several manuals of erotic paintings and a set of jade figurines, all quite interesting. He paused briefly, staring straight in Li Lanxiu's direction, lowering his voice and adding, one of the manuals depicted 2 men entwined together, exquisitely detailed and vivid, lying on a swing beneath a tree. In the stone chamber, shrouded in misty steam, his deep voice calmly narrated in meticulous detail, bringing these scenes vividly to life for Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu, her eyes gleaming with shifting light, looked him over while nibbling her lips, silent. Chu lightly licked his lips, speaking even quieter, that set of jade carvings was even more interesting, each one carved into different postures. The eunuch verbally explained the techniques of every position and how to bring comfort. If master is interested, I can show you. Li Lanxiu shook her head dismissively, indicating with a nod, there's no need, knowing that you've learned will suffice. Chu chuckled softly, master, even without learning, I know what to do. Li Lanxiu gave him another sidelong glance, coldly commanding, sit on the steps. Don't move. If you dare to move, I'll chop off your hands. Chu realized his temper was especially foul today, not knowing how he would toy with him. He retreated to the steps of the spirit spring pool, sitting down with his strong legs spread apart as warm water flowed up to his chest. Li Lanxiu stood in the misty steam, his skin appearing even more fair and delicate. His expression remained cold and composed as he walked over to Chu, placing both hands on his broad, resilient shoulders. Chu suddenly tensed his body, raising his head and staring intently through the black cloth over his eyes. Li Lanxiu's eyelids were closed, sinking down onto Chu's lap with a steady focus. Chu's ears picked up a faint spark-like sound, straining all his willpower to stay motionless. His fingers, trembling and pressed against the edge of the pool, could not suppress a heavy breath. Li Lanxiu frowned deeply, attempting repeatedly but failing each time as the slippery waters of the pool thwarted him. Chu stared at him without blinking, his prominent Adam's apple moving sharply beneath thin skin as he rasped out hoarsely, Master, this way you'll be in pain. Li Lanxiu slapped him hard across the face, calmly uttering, You're not allowed to speak. Chu couldn't move or speak, but his sense of touch could not be blocked out, softness and silkiness brushed by intermittently, creating a feeling akin to undergoing cruel torture, denying him the satisfaction he craved. Sweat beads dripped from the corners of his temples, his muscles strained to their utmost limit, the veins bulging in his arms pulsing rhythmically, while his cheeks turned red from the strikes they'd endured. Finally unable to bear it, he suddenly embraced Li Lanxiu tightly and began preparing him carefully. Li Lanxiu instinctively raised her hand to slap him, but stopped midway upon feeling something unusual. She slowly narrowed her eyes, allowing him to proceed unhindered, muttering, If you dare to move recklessly, you'll lose your hand. It's worth it, Chu replied without hesitation, gently continuing his meticulous movements. Li Lanxiu glanced down at him, considering his satisfactory service, deciding not to deliver the expected slap. Chu perspired heavily, his overstrained muscles trembling violently. His handsome face twisted with restrained agony, eventually concluding that the time had come, saying, Try again. Li Lanxiu scanned the dark stone room around her and sat up, stating, Back to the room, I don't want to do it here. Chu paused in his rapid breathing, reaching for the knot tied behind his head, murmuring affirmatively, All right. Li Lanxiu snapped her finger against his arm to stop him, Leave it on. Chu halted his actions. The lack of ability to look into her expression while doing this made it unbearably regrettable. Wrapping his arms around the slender figure in his embrace, he leaned close to her ear, softly panting and pleading, Master, let me see you. Li Lanxiu responded coolly, maintaining her calm tone, No. Chu breathed heavily near her ear, assuming she was torturing him through this method. Unable to see under the blindfold, Chu missed the sight of Li Lanxiu's white, pristine face flushed with a roseate glow, her elongated eyes resembling those painted with rouge, her moist and lustrous pupils gleaming. She, too, noticed his repeated explorations earlier and certainly wasn't unaffected. Using his spiritual energy to dry his clothes, Chu carefully dressed her piece by piece, hastily wrapping her cloak, then carried her horizontally in his arms, rushing out of the chamber with great strides. Li Lanxiu rested her cheek against his shoulder, guiding him, "We're here." Chuyu pushed open the door to the bedroom, cast an exclusionary seal with a flick of his fingers, and in a few large steps carried her to the bed, pressing her down eagerly. He nearly tore the sash off in his fervor, trying to steal a kiss from Li Lanxiu in his wildness. Li Lanxiu kicked his thigh, replying calmly, "Don't rush. First, kneel down." Breathing heavily, Chuyu's crimson eyes glared at her through the blindfold, enduring excruciating torment. He knelt down gradually, one knee touching the ground beside the bed. Li Lanxiu sat up slowly, leisurely loosening her sash, extending her toes and carelessly prodding at a sensitive spot. "Why did you have to grow into this form? Making her suffer like this?" Chuyu shifted forward on his knees, positioning himself for her to playfully tease him, speaking indifferently, "To please master." With half her clothes undone, Li Lanxiu arched an eyebrow disdainfully and chuckled, "If this displeases me, I'll beat you until my hand aches." "Slap yourself." Chuyu remained motionless on the ground, lifting his gaze to stare directly at her. Although Li Lanxiu couldn't see his eyes, she could feel the intense, brazen look directed at her, causing her discomfort. She lifted her leg and delivered a kick towards the sensitive area. Chuyu abruptly seized her ankle, rising like a famished wolf before pouncing and pinning her back onto the bed. With frenzied kisses along her cheeks, he murmured between bites, "Forgive me, master." Li Lanxiu could not forgive him. She yanked Chuyu's hair hard several times, and her urgent kisses grew increasingly ardent. He turned his face to let the kisses fall on his neck, softly cursing, "You dog." Chuyu really acted like a dog as he nibbled on her smooth, delicate neck, the taste fulfilling his long-cherished desire. The heavy darkness blocked his view, but his hands roamed, feeling Li Lanxiu's face, drawing in his mind her beautiful, exquisite features bit by bit. He touched this face with affection, kissing more passionately, nibbling on the white earlobe and asking softly, "Master, why do this?" Li Lanxiu's breathing was somewhat unsteady as she patted his cheek and murmured gently, "MMM. If you keep babbling, get off the bed." Without a word, Chuyu suddenly bent down to savor the desired peach tips. A bright moon hung at the edge of the sky, spilling silvery light like water. As time passed, the deep night colors gradually faded, the horizon revealing a touch of pale white, heralding the first rays of dawn. Li Lanxiu wore only a thin undergarment, her snow-white, delicate face rested against an arm built with solid muscle, dark ink-black hair covering most of it. A hint of inviting blush peeked out from beneath. She lazily lifted her finger, experiencing an unprecedented abundance of spiritual energy as a pure, constant flow coursed through her energy fields. After her meridians were cleansed, the stagnant cultivation prowess surged forward powerfully, ascending one step higher. Chuyu similarly felt the surging spirit energy, climbing in cultivation himself. Clutching tightly to Li Lanxiu's waist and cradling her in his arms, he now understood last night's event. "Master, you are." Li Lanxiu placed a finger on his lips, forbidding further speech, "Do not say it." Chuyu licked her finger and buried his face into the warm, fine curve of her neck, rubbing his nose around and exhaling scorching hot breaths. "Master, you treat me so well." After they had just finished that business, Li Lanxiu's body hadn't yet cooled down, tremors coursing through her ivory white skin when he rubbed against her. She raised her hand and slapped him, lazily saying, "Filthy dog." Chuyu caressed the stinging side of his face and grinned, reveling in the slap at such a moment. "Can this dirty dog call you Lanxiu? Are you planning a rebellion?" Li Lanxiu asked coldly. Chuyu still had the black cloth on his eyes, unable to see her expression. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Master, I've devoted myself to you, lost my purity. How could I possibly rebel against you?" Li Lanxiu chuckled unexpectedly, finding herself in a good mood this instant, lightly stroking the face she'd slapped just moments ago, privately, "Yes." Chuyu pressed his cheek against her palm, softly repeating, "Lanxiu, xiu." Chapter 63. Li Lanxiu responded with a withdrew his hand, and lazily propped up his cheek. The experience of the previous night was pretty enjoyable, almost too much so, comfortable and capable of enhancing one's cultivation. It seemed like a surefire deal. But he didn't like the feeling of his body being completely controlled by someone else. Just as he came back to his senses, he realized that his eye sockets were wet, seemingly from tears. "Lanxiu." Chuyu held his delicate and lustrous body in his arms, unable to resist caressing him all over, not missing an inch of skin, as if he were touching an extremely precious piece of jade. Just caressing wasn't enough, he extended his tongue and licked Li Lanxiu's jawline, slowly moving downward along it. Like an enthusiastic dog with excessive drool, he intended to lick every inch of his master's body. When he reached a subtle place, Chuyu began playing around with his tongue like a dog discovering a new toy. Li Lanxiu had yet to recover fully from the afterglow, and bone-chilling numbness surged up, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He straightened his leg and delivered a merciless kick. "Get off the bed and kneel." Chuyu released what he was chewing on, looked up, grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. He stepped down from the bed stark naked, picked up the clothes from the floor to put them on, when behind him, a hoarse and lazy voice said, "Why should a dog wear clothes? Stay naked." Chuyu dropped the clothes in his hands, kneeling before the bed, exposing a strong and handsome body. Blindfolded, he couldn't see but could hear the faint rustle of fabric rubbing against the skin and the jingle of the golden rings on Li Lanxiu's ankles as they collided with wood. His eyes squinted as sunlight streamed through the windows into the room, casting a blurred but elegant silhouette. That silhouette approached him, bent down near him, and warm, soft hands untied the ribbon at the back of his head. In front of Chu Yu appeared an exceedingly radiant face, with skin as white as fresh snow, and the corners of the eyes tinged with intoxicating red. Li Lanxiu stroked his already bright red cheek and asked with a low chuckle, "Beaten red like this, are you enjoying it?" Chu Yu stared straight at his face, slowly licking his lips. "Thank you, sir, I'm very comfortable. I've never been this comfortable," he whispered softly. Li Lanxiu glanced at him, sneered, and walked toward the door. Chu Yu hastily rose to put on his clothes, tying the belt while grabbing his black blade, then rushed out the door after Li Lanxiu. The golden glow of dawn fell onto the square of the White Pagoda Temple, where suspended flying boats surrounded in neat rows, light energy floating freely under the sun. Disciples of Daozong escorted the commoners of Mengxian City back home, leaving the vast square empty and spacious. Sparsely scattered figures cleaned up the corpses and bloodstains on the scene thoroughly, making everything spotless. Two disciples working together discussed last night's battle. "Our Lingyun sword sect's 10,000 swords formation is the greatest in the world, any evil ghost or demon has nowhere to hide." "Nonsense. Our Luyun sect has the strongest array techniques, we have 108 formations. 108 formations still can't match ours, last night our 10,000 swords formation slaughtered the most evil souls." "You even dare to boast, weren't your disciples from the Lingyun sword sect the first to want to flee last night?" "Ho ho, I see you're quite resentful towards our Lingyun sword sect. Why don't we spar? Come on." As they spoke, both drew their swords without agreeing on anything else. Surrounding people rushed over to mediate. Suddenly, a streak of silver light passed overhead, and a figure dressed in white leapt down gracefully from a fan. Just moments ago, these two disciples were arguing and fighting, now they simultaneously returned their swords to their sheaths and smiled respectfully at Li Lanxiu. The disciples clearing away the corpses immediately set down the remains, stood up, and gazed at him. A few disciples flying through the sky landed sequentially, their eyes fixated on him. Li Lanxiu strolled slowly towards the gold Buddha statue within the square that resembled Wuji greatly. With every step he took, someone immediately stood up and paid respect by fixing their gaze on him, regardless of their previous mood, everyone broke into smiles. Chu Yu followed behind Li Lanxiu, observing the demeanor of everyone around. Facing incomparable beauty, each individual wanted to please him. Passing by one smiling face after another flattering Li Lanxiu, Chu Yu couldn't help but smirk, his expression vividly brilliant. "Last night, Yin Wujie said, Dao sect disciples severed my connection with Suobapo." Li Lanxiu guessed that this particular gold Buddha was the Suobapo mentioned by Yin Wujie. He circled around the golden Buddha, the statue, painted all over with gold lacquer, had compassionate eyebrows and kind eyes, looking more amiable than Yin Wujie, and there appeared to be nothing unusual about it. But this eerie thing was a tool used by Yin Wujie to slaughter lives. Li Lanxiu unfolded the fan in his hand. The cold iron fan was missing one of its handles. He lightly stroked the fan, and one handle shot out like an arrow being released from a bowstring. Bang! The fan handle shot to the back of the Buddha statue, knocking out a huge hollow resonance, the echo spreading wave after wave. The inside of the Buddha statue was empty, as if something was inside. Chu Yu frowned and asked, "Should I go in and take a look?" Li Lanxiu shook his head, turned his wrist holding the fan, and the fan handle flew back into the fan. "Let's go, the thing inside is troublesome." Chu Yu glanced at the Buddha statue that resembled Yin Wujie, couldn't help but clench his fists, wanting very much to chop it down with a single slash. He took a deep breath and stared coldly at the Buddha statue. "Last night, that fiend said, Garuda, to me. I remember in the Buddhist scriptures, Garuda is a golden-winged great rock." Li Lanxiu nodded slightly and retracted the cold iron fan. "Humph, Garuda once saved the Buddha's life, and after the Buddha attained enlightenment, he granted Garuda two blessings. The first, Garuda shall never die. The second, everything on the ground can be food for Garuda." Chu Yu stood close to him. "I've only read one Buddhist scripture, which records that Garuda should have died. The stupid bird was greedy and ate so much that it burst itself." Li Lanxiu chuckled lightly and added a sentence. Chu Yu thoughtfully asked, "The Buddhist scripture has contradictions. If Garuda is forever immortal, why did it die from overeating at the end?" Li Lanxiu gave him a sidelong glance, sighed faintly in his heart, "Stupid dog. Garuda forever undying refers to the spirit not dying, not the flesh. The flesh will indeed perish, but the spirit would lie dormant in the cycle of rebirth, waiting for the opportunity to return to the world and make a comeback." Gu Zhengheng stood under the shade of a tree, lifting one hand into a fist as if gripping something within his palm, quietly gazing at Li Lanxiu. People passing by seemed not to see him, ignoring his presence. A few disciples dressed in the robes of the Zhongshuan sect approached Li Lanxiu. Each of them saw him, stared at his face until they turned red and stammered. Li Lanxiu's gaze swept over the few people. "What matter?" "Brotherly," one of them stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Do you still remember us?" Li Lanxiu shook his head gently. "Have we met?" Chu Yu relaxed and crossed his arms. He remembered these people crystal clear. The disciples' face reddened even more. "We are the disciples of the Qianji Peak. Brother Li, you met us at the immortal goods market, back then we were rather impolite. Li Lanqiu furrowed his brows, committing too many misdeeds, he really couldn't recall who the victims were. Seeing his completely clueless expression, the disciple became flustered and signaled the people behind him with his eyes. The several disciples behind started talking at once. That day, Brother Li even smiled at us. Right. That day, we conversed quite pleasantly, does Brother Li not remember? Brother Li even pushed me with a fan, do you really not remember? Li Lanqiu softly said, and looked at the few, asking, did I? The disciple panicked, struck by sudden inspiration, and lifted his hand to slap himself with a crisp slap. Does Brother Li remember me now? This felt very familiar indeed. Li Lanqiu chuckled out loud, nodding and saying, I do remember. Without the mask covering his face, his smile was even more captivating than before, like a jade mountain collapsing, beautiful to the point of being unmovable. Beside him, the other Qinji Peak disciples were not to be outdone and hurriedly slapped themselves on the face, just to get a simple, I remember, from his lips. Li Lanqiu laughed uncontrollably, leaning against Chu Yu for support, idly pointing at the few of them. You all are quite interesting. Seeing him laugh so joyfully and even praising them, those few Qinji Peak disciples were delighted beyond measure, slapping their own faces in a flurry. Chu Yu watched the disciples who would self-mutilate publicly just to get a smile from the beauty, and wrapped an arm around Li Lanqiu's waist. Li Lanqiu didn't know how secretly pleased Chu Yu was inside. Watching the Qinji Peak disciples slap themselves, he could barely keep up with all the commotion. Not far away, Gu Jingheng frowned and concentrated, his mood complicated. He revealed a crimson coral bead in his palm. It was the very bead that Li Lanqiu placed in his hand during their first meeting, having accompanied him for quite some time. Gu Jingheng fingered the coral bead and brought it to his lips, pausing suddenly. He looked up and saw, not far away, the beauty laughing, with rosy lips and dazzling teeth, radiantly charming. He deeply stared at Li Lanqiu, his lips touching the cold coral bead, and softly said, you know me and understand me, the ghost realm is eerie and cold. How about you becoming my queen? Bai Ying, who had witnessed this scene with him, stood on the Buddha statue like a hawk, her sharp eyes scanning those disciples, sneering with disdain. Then, her gaze fixed on Li Lanqiu's face, staring intently without wanting to move an inch. This calamity was indeed handsome. In the flying boat of Lingyun's sword sect, the disciples stood neatly on the deck, each one spirited and energetic, looking up to gaze at the horizon. Unlike the elusive Meishue Jinjuan in Chongxian sect, all the disciples of Lingyun's sword sect had seen Dongchuan Jinjuan, including outer sect disciples and laboring servants. Almost no one in Lingyun's sword sect didn't know him. Dongchuan Jinjuan was free-spirited, fond of singing and drinking, not bound by formalities, treating everyone equally, regardless of the elders, peak masters, or servants. He always wore the same grumpy face. If talking about the most elegant gentleman of the time, Dongchuan Jinjuan would claim second place, and no one would dare to claim first. The azure sky was dotted with wisps of white clouds, and a purple gourd pierced through the clouds heading straight for the Lingyun sword sect flying boat. On the gourd stood a young man dressed in white with loose hair, his features dignified and regular, not overly outstanding, but with an effortless elegance that set him apart. In his hand, he held a wine gourd, and another hung from his waist, his eyes scanning the empty square. Dongchuan Jinjuan landed on the flying boat stepping on a cloud cluster, sitting down on the mast of the sail and asked right away, where's the ghost? The purple headband stepped forward a few steps, bowed and said, Master, all the wandering souls have been utterly exterminated. Dongchuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze scanning the large square again, his divine consciousness expanding far away, taking in everything within moments, disciples of Chongxian sect. Li Lanqiu. The purple headband mentioned this name, his cheeks inexplicably blushing, thanks to him. Dongchuan closed his eyes, sorting through all the information perceived, nodding and saying, a hero emerges young, a very good child. The purple headband wanted to say more good things about Li Lanqiu. Dongchuan opened his eyes, interrupting him. Han Qian has been in the mountain's prayer hall, he should have witnessed the red sect's Buddha son and this child. Ask Han Qian to come see me. Yin Wujie, are you crazy or stupid, being so reckless without any regard? Or, have you found the legendary dual cultivation holy body? Chapter 64. Han Qian entered a room on the flying boat with his head bowed and took a few steps forward to bow respectfully, saying, this disciple greets the patriarch. Rise. Dongchuan, holding a wine gourd in his arms, opened it to take a sip of wine before asking nonchalantly, are you a disciple of Suling Peak? How many years have you been in the sect? Han Qian stood up and answered respectfully with downcast eyes, yes, I entered the sect 123 years ago. On that day, Patriarch was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, and we could see the lightning and hear the thunder from Suling Peak. Dongchuan looked at him and slowly nodded, this was my 7th attempt at overcoming the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. It seems we have a karmic connection. It's an honor for me, Han Qian answered humbly. Dongchuan stepped back and sat down in a chair, you've done well with your mission. Fortunately, thanks to your message, we were able to deal a heavy blow to the Red Sect. Han Qian looked up and said earnestly, I dare not claim all the credit for this accomplishment. Much of it goes to Li Lanqiu of Chongxian sect. He then recounted in detail everything that had happened over these days, how Li Lanqiu had suspected the purpose of the Red Sect and how he had discovered suspicious activity at White Pagoda Temple, telling it all faithfully as it had occurred. After listening, Dong Chuan nodded slightly and smiled, saying, according to what you've told me, I should thank him. Otherwise, all you young fools would have fallen at the hands of the Red Sect. That is indeed the case. If it wasn't for Mr. Li, I would have met the same fate as junior brother Xuanzhen, said Han Qian. Dong Chuan swung his wine gourd lazily and said indifferently, Xuanzhen encountering the Red Sect's Buddha Prince is something no one could save him from. It's destined to be his trial in life. How did Li Lanqiu manage to escape from the Buddha Prince? Han Qian's face turned red suddenly, and after clearing his throat, he said, when I arrived at the Buddhist hall, I only saw the Buddha Prince hugging a beauty, having removed his shoes and socks. Then. Dong Chuan looked at him calmly, where did this beauty come from? It was Li Lanqiu. He wasn't wearing a mask, but I recognized him by his clothing, Han Qian added. Dong Chuan tilted his chin, signaling him to continue. Han Qian hesitated and said awkwardly, I only saw the Buddha Prince licking and kissing Li Lanqiu's feet, acting like a lecherous ghost, enjoying it as if drinking fine nectar. Dong Chuan's expression became subtle as he fell silent for a moment before asking, and then? Afterward, the formation of White Pagoda Temple suddenly unraveled for some unknown reason, and the Buddha Prince fled, taking an arrow from Li Lanqiu as he left. Was he injured? True Immortal Dong Chuan asked abruptly. Han Qian detected a hint of concern in his tone and looked up in surprise. True Immortal Dong Chuan maintained a calm expression. He thought he must have misheard and continued, he should have been injured. Later, I found traces of blood on the cliff edge. He certainly has great luck, it seems he has escaped another peril. True Immortal Dong Chuan chuckled faintly, his eyes filled with deep amusement. Han Qian continued, there's one more thing, the 4 protectors of the Red Sect met a terrible end, seemingly killed by demons or malevolent spirits. Dong Chuan repeated the words, malevolent spirits, his expression turning grave. A little while ago, I heard it rained suddenly last night, causing all the wandering souls to disappear. This does indeed appear to be the work of ghostly arts. He paused, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter. The Buddha Prince's chaos is boundless, and enemies exist throughout the 3 realms. It wouldn't be surprising for all of them to die. But why would the Buddha Prince offend demons and practitioners of ghostly arts? Han Qian asked perplexed. Dong Chuan glanced at him coldly, how would I know? Han Qian laughed sheepishly. Dong Chuan picked up the wine gourd and drank heartily, then waved his hand to dismiss Han Qian, go. We will deliberate rewards when you return. Han Qian followed orders with bowed respect, closing the door behind him as he left. Dong Chuan stood up and pushed open the window, gazing pensively at the golden Buddha statue in the square that resembled infinite immortality, whispering softly, Wujia, it appears even your path to eternal life was incorrect. Heretical ways cannot grant everlasting life either. With no longer the blessings of Soapa to sustain you, your time is limited. As for Now Yuo Cha's form, it seems you lack the virtue to enjoy it. He suddenly smiled, wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, you, me, and Sanjiu once said we would share our blessings and stand together in adversity. Now that my end approaches, I'll partake in your fortune. You surely won't mind. Li Lanqiu returned to the flying boat of Chongxian sect, and Chuyu followed closely behind, never letting him out of sight. Wherever he went, Chuyu trailed right behind. Li Lanqiu entered the room, and the shadowy figure that had been following him slipped inside as well, brazenly making himself at home. Li Lanqiu turned around and raised his chin coldly, leave. Chuyu took a step back toward the door and flashed a bright, clear smile. A dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth, a very charming look. Li Lanqiu remained indifferent, casting a glance at him before saying, close the door. Chuyu closed the door and said softly through the wooden panels, I'll guard outside. Summon me if there is anything you need, young master. Li Lanqiu ignored him completely, pulling out a communication talisman from his storage ring. He toyed with it idly between his fingers. The talisman gracefully twirled between his pale fingers like a golden butterfly dancing around his hand. Gu Jingxing had been monitoring him using a puppet shadow the entire time, scheming to keep watch, but Li Lanqiu had noticed nothing at all. He still wasn't strong enough. By chance, the 6-path lotus platform array did him a huge favor, bringing him straight to Gu Jingxing's moment of deepest pain where he helped resolve the latter's inner conflicts. Now, Gu Jingxing must consider him as a confidant brother. Such was how male friendship began, seeing one another's most miserable moments would lead to a resonance of souls, an understanding akin to only this person in the world understands me. Li Lanqiu was happy to be friends with Gu Jingxing, having a ghost king as a little brother would be an incredible advantage. Chuyu crossed his arms, leaning against the wall outside the door, intently listening to the commotion inside. Suddenly, a chill ghostly energy wafted towards him, making the hairs on his neck stand up. He glanced around the empty corridor and, pressing his hand behind his waist onto the hilt of his sword, asked sharply, who's there? If you've come to see my young master, why not reveal yourself clearly? After he finished speaking, a slender figure dressed in green appeared before him, a handsome young man. Gu Jingxing recognized him as Li Lanqiu's little lapdog and said nonchalantly, please convey this message to Li Gongzi. Chuyu swept his gaze over the man from head to toe, unable to gauge his level of cultivation. However, the earlier ghostly aura and the black silhouette spying on Li Lanxiu were undoubtedly the same. Wait a moment, Chu Yu said with a slight smile. Straightening himself, he knocked on the door affectionately, saying, Lanxiu, your ghost sect friend has arrived. Invite him in. Chu Yu pushed open the room door to reveal a spacious and luxuriously decorated chamber. Li Lanxiu sat lazily on a couch by the window, resting his elbow on a small table while supporting his chin, his posture relaxed and languid. With the large windows wide open, the clouds of the sky cradled his thin profile as he cast a glance at Gu Jingxing, arching an eyebrow in pretended surprise. Chu Yu walked to his side, bending down to ask intimately, what tea would you like? Gu Jingxing paused mid-step, young Master Li, it has been a long time. Please take a seat, Li Lanxiu gestured for him to sit and pushed Chu Yu's face away lightly, saying, go play somewhere else. Chu Yu glanced sideways at Gu Jingxing, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured 2 cups of tea with practiced ease. He placed 1 cup on the side table next to Li Lanxiu and offered the other to Gu Jingxing, saying politely, please have some tea. Gu Jingxing took the teacup and placed it on the flower-decorated side table, looking expectantly for Chu Yu to leave. Chu Yu showed no such awareness and sat down beside Li Lanxiu instead. He behaved naturally, as though it were his own room, as though he shared it with Li Lanxiu. Gu Jingxing shot him a look, young Master Li, I have something important to discuss with you. Li Lanxiu guessed what Gu Jingxing wanted to say and that it might not be suitable for others to listen. He kicked Chu Yu in the knee lightly and nodded toward the door, signaling, leave. Chu Yu stared deeply at Gu Jingxing with a cold and sharp gaze. He stood up, brushed off imaginary dust from his knees, and strolled out slowly, shutting the door unhurriedly. In the quiet room, Gu Jingxing asked gently, how is your spiritual power recovering? Much better. That's good. I have a pill that can replenish spiritual energy, and I'll leave it to you. Thank you. I didn't expect to see you here. I should be the one thanking you. In the illusion. Their conversation abruptly halted in the room. Chu Yu's divine consciousness was blocked by a soundproof barrier. Unable to continue eavesdropping, his expression turned stern suddenly, a surge of irritation welling up within him. Gu Jingxing had erected the soundproof barrier and looked directly at Li Lanxiu, saying steadily, what we saw earlier. It was from 200 years ago. At the time, I was a disciple of Ling Yun's sword sect, and Dongchuan Jinjuan was my master. Li Lanxiu supported his chin lazily, nodding slightly, so you were a disciple of Ling Yun's sword sect. Gu Jingxing lowered his eyes and chuckled bitterly, I cannot claim that title anymore. The sect is ashamed to mention me because I practiced red sect sword techniques, ultimately deviating into demonism and slaughtering my fellow disciples. Hearing no reply from Li Lanxiu, Gu Jingxing raised his eyes. Li Lanxiu looked at him with piercing eyes and asked, you didn't kill them? Gu Jingxing nodded then shook his head, I used to be sure of it, but now I'm uncertain. Li Lanxiu tilted his head and smiled faintly, asking, why can't you even remember whether or not you killed people? Though it was an incredibly painful topic, Gu Jingxing couldn't help but laugh at Li Lanxiu's seemingly indifferent attitude, saying, ever since I began practicing those sword techniques, I often became absent-minded and forgot what I did. Li Lanxiu tapped his forehead lightly with his finger, listening attentively. Gu Jingxing stared at him, stroking the coral beads in his sleeve. The bizarre sword manual I found when Dongchuan and I destroyed a red sect stronghold. Obsessed with martial arts, I felt that the Dao sect's sword techniques had already reached their peak, so I was eager to explore the red sect's methods. Li Lanxiu said matter-of-factly, I guess Lord Dongchuan didn't agree. He must have told you to destroy the manual, but you couldn't resist your curiosity and secretly kept it. Gu Jingxing paused for a moment, then nodded, that is correct. Li Lanxiu sighed inwardly, finding himself at a loss for words. Gu Jingxing gave a faint smile and shook his head, changing the subject from the past. Where did you obtain that fine demon core? Suddenly, there was a loud crash outside the door. It sounded as if someone outside had accidentally collided with the doorframe. Li Lanxiu's lips curled slightly upward as he glanced toward the tightly shut door and began counting mentally. 1, 2. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Chu Yu rushed in, first glancing at Gu Jingxing before looking at Li Lanxiu and calling out, young master. The demon core, Li Lanxiu cast a look at Chu Yu and said while addressing Gu Jingxing, was given to me by someone important. Now, I've entrusted it to you. Chu Yu's expression remained calm, yet his voice deepened, turning gentle. The tea is hot, young master, please drink it later. Gu Jingxing raised an eyebrow slightly, the corners of his mouth curling just a bit. So, this thing means a great deal to you. Li Lanxiu tested the temperature of the teacup with his fingers, finding it perfect, then gestured subtly for Chu Yu to leave. Chu Yu mulled over the words he'd heard, stole another glance at Gu Jingxing, offered a faint smile, and stepped out of the room. With just one sentence, Li Lanxiu had cleverly won the favor of both men. He scrutinized Gu Jingxing, knowingly asking, are you ghost or human right now? Gu Jingxing cleared his throat softly and explained, I am a ghost, but I would never harm you. Li Lanxiu beckoned him closer with a wave of his hand. Gu Jingxing moved next to him, bending down much like Chu Yu earlier, allowing Li Lanxiu a closer inspection of his face. Li Lanxiu pinched his cheek, his fingers trembling at the icy coldness. How chilly. As a ghost king, Gu Jingxing's body naturally radiated bone-chilling ghost energy. With a trace of amusement in his eyes, he asked, "Does it feel cold?" Li Lanxiu withdrew his hand and gazed at him earnestly. "So cold, you must be freezing, aren't you?" Gu Jingxing suddenly pressed his lips together, his gaze piercing yet filled with profound meaning. Li Lanxiu had no clue what he was thinking, sitting up and patting his shoulder. "We may say we are fated. If I ever get the chance, I will help investigate the injustices you faced back then." To win over this younger brother, his sincere eyes sparkled clear and free of impurity. Gu Jingxing seized the hand resting on his shoulder, staring deeply into his eyes, his own dark and inscrutable. "How can I possibly thank you?" Li Lanxiu pulled his hand away and patted his hand gently. "No need to thank me. You owe me everything, including your life. It's only natural." Gu Jingxing nodded slowly, speaking in a hushed tone. "All right, from now on, you are my best brother, Gu Jingxing. Oh best brother, do you realize once a fierce ghost latches onto you, it will never let go?" Chapter 65. Gu Jingxing bid farewell to his best brother and walked out of the door. Leaning against the wall by the door was a tall figure. Chu Yu was waiting for him with his arms crossed. Chu Yu glanced at him from head to toe, straightened up and asked, "Are you done with your discussion, sir?" Gu Jingxing detected an intense hostility. Chu Yu guarded against him like he was a thief, not allowing him to be alone with Li Lanxiu. Not wanting to argue with the young man, Gu nodded and took slow steps forward. Chu Yu followed behind him. "I'll see you off on behalf of Lanxiu." Gu Jingxing arrived at the deck of the flying boat and threw a spirit stone backward. "Thank you for your trouble, no need to see me far away." Chu Yu reached out and firmly grasped the black, cold ghost path spirit stone, which was very similar to the one given by Li Lanxiu to Ming Changsheng. Sure enough, it was the master of that shadow. Haha, treating him as if he were Li Lanxiu's servant and giving him a tip. He tucked the spirit stone into his storage ring, and smirked, "Next time you come to see Lanxiu, there's no need to hide around so much." "What do you have to hide?" Calling Lanxiu repeatedly in a familiar manner. Gu Jingxing didn't want to deal with him but found the tone irritating, so he stopped and turned back. "All right, thank you for reminding me. I'll bother the young friend who guards the gate to notify you next time." Chu Yu crossed his arms, tightening his fists hidden in the dark. "Of course, if I'm not guarding the gate, you should still knock, so as not to." Cutting himself short, he closed his eyes and smiled ambiguously. "Your shadow must have seen this already. Lanxiu often plays with me, don't interrupt our fun." Recalling their play sessions, Gu Jingxing turned his back to him, wiped his finger, and a pale blue soul-devouring ghost fire sprouted at his fingertips. "Oh. Do you guys really enjoy playing like this often?" Chu Yu placed his hand behind him, lightly gripping the black knife, acting nonchalantly. "You've just met Lanxiu, so you might not know about him well. He always enjoys such playful moments with those close to him." Gu Jingxing noticed that Chu Yu wanted to draw his sword, while the other party also realized his intent to kill. Fresh in Chu Yu's mind were the immoral scenes of his interactions with Li Lanxiu. He stared at the sinister ghost fire on his fingertip. "Your sword is pretty good." Chu Yu let out a clever laugh, whispering, "A gift from Lanxiu, quite expensive, cost 5,000 spirit stones." Gu Jingxing understood how favored Chu Yu was. He extinguished the ghost fire at his fingertips and gracefully stepped onto the flying boat to leave. After watching his figure disappear, Chu Yu's smile instantly disappeared. Not knowing his background, but his current strength must surely surpass his own. Li Lanxiu sat on the soft mat in the room, leaning on his chin, looking through the window at the disciples of Ling Yun's sword sect tying ropes around the golden Buddha and working together to load it onto the flying boat. Staring at Yin Wuji's face inside the golden Buddha, he furrowed and relaxed his brows again. This brute had only brought him trouble. The 7-star tower discovered that Yin Wuji needed to practice dual cultivation to extend life, meaning that this information wasn't rock-solid known to everyone but rather only a select few knew about it. Among these select few, it was highly likely that someone could deduce his special constitution based on subtle clues. An innocent man commits no crime, but possessing a jade brings guilt. Someone wanted to take advantage of him. He heard the door behind him open, without even looking, casually gestured with his hand, "Come over." Chu Yu bent down next to him and looked out the window, asking, "What is master thinking about?" Li Lanxiu sat up, lightly patting his face. "Kneel." Chu Yu kneeled in front of the bed effortlessly, tilting his head upward to kiss his hand, muttering vaguely, "I'm sorry." No sincerity at all. Li Lanxiu raised his hand to prevent him from kissing, and kicked the knee propping him up. "Kneel with both knees." Chu Yu's deep, pitch-black eyes stared at him, his knees hit the ground with a thud, and he licked his lips expectantly, clearly expecting something. Li Lanxiu laughed despite being angered by his expression, pulled back his leg and rested it on the edge of the seat, leisurely removing his boots. "I'll help you." Chu Yu grabbed his boots, quickly taking off the boots and socks, and then gripped his small delicate foot, fondling it in his hand. Li Lanxiu lightly kicked his chest and smiled softly, "Like it so much? Take off my ankle hoop and I'll give it to you." Chu Yu supported his calf and easily removed the delicate gold hoop from his ankle. "Really giving it to me?" Li Lanxiu nodded slightly and opened his palm. "Let me put it on for you." Chu Yu played with the gold hoop that was approximately the size of his palm, lifting it close to his mouth for a kiss, glancing at him with a smirk. "Master's ankle hoops are so tiny, they wouldn't fit me." Li Lanxiu took it from his hand and lifted his long fingers, causing the gold hoop to spin in the palm, spreading light like water, gradually enlarging. Chu Yu grinned at the gold hoop until it became larger and larger, far exceeding the size of ankle or wrist hoops. He retracted his smile, whispering gently, "Master, this looks like a dog collar." Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow. This was the time when someone had some sense. "A gift from me, you don't want it?" Chu Yu nodded slightly and tilted his face up to go close, allowing Li Lanxiu to put the foot ring turned into a necklace around his neck. Li Lanxiu sat up, looked down at him and asked, "Do you like it?" "I like it." Chu Yu touched the golden ring on his neck, and his smile seemed to be hiding. "I really like it." After giving a sweet reward, Li Lanxiu was now going to hit with a stick. He hooked one white delicate finger onto the necklace and suddenly pulled it hard forward. Chu Yu was forced to tilt his face high, and he gazed at him directly and candidly. Li Lanxiu lowered his eyes and asked with a soft laugh, "You little beast, do you think that because you've been to my bed, I am yours and you can decide things for me?" Chu Yu held the finger hooking the necklace in his hand, massaging it carefully in his palm. "Dare not." Li Lanxiu saw that he dared, pointing at his nose and said, "If there is another next time." "Master, punish me as you wish." Chu Yu gave a low laugh. Li Lanxiu was angered by his fearless demeanor, and flicked his gaze downward with a sneer saying, "I'll stomp your thing until it breaks." Chu Yu's sharp Adam's apple trembled violently, and he licked his lips expectantly. Li Lanxiu watched all of this, patting his cheek softly and whispering, "Blackie, beyond saving you are, getting off on scolding you too." At the mere thought of that image, Chu Yu's blood rushed everywhere, not stepping on to break, just a slender white foot treading on his. He reached his hand under Lanxiu's robe, moving slowly upward exploring the rise and fall of the terrain. "Could master punish me? Please." Li Lanxiu turned his head and looked out of the window, leaning on his forehead, looking leisurely and unwilling to fan him away. When Chu Yu touched a certain position, he smiled faintly and whispered, "Master looks good here, beautiful outside and wise within, hollow and upright in essence." Li Lanxiu glanced at him, half biting her bright red lips and staying silent. Chu Yu plucked the strings like playing a harp through the thin fabric, then tightly grasped it in his hand and innocently asked, "I like it so much, could master reward this to me?" Li Lanxiu's body went limp as he steadied his breath and coldly replied, "Looks like you want to die." Chu Yu, wearing the shiny collar, leaned over with his chest against Li Lanxiu's knees and said earnestly, "Last time I didn't take good care of you, and you didn't feel comfortable. This is my way of compensating master." Li Lanxiu couldn't bear the strength, lifted her leg, and kicked him forcefully. Chu Yu pressed down on her struggling thighs with his arms, and his body dived between her parted knees, intensifying his attentions. Between pulling and resisting, Li Lanxiu's clear complexion turned pale red, and the crescent-shaped dent on his lower lip showed as he finally uttered faint words, "You're hurting me." Chu Yu paused slightly and immediately lightened the strength. "I apply such force to myself normally, I forgot master has tender skin and we should be gentler." Li Lanxiu covered his eyes, refusing to let him see his face, leaned back against the soft couch, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Chu Yu devoted himself wholeheartedly, savoring Li Lanxiu's changed breathing slipping through his teeth and the slight and exquisite trembling of the palm before his eyes. For a long time, Li Lanxiu's lips became moist and flushed, his tongue lightly trembling against his teeth, and muffled ums escaped vaguely from his throat. Just about to reach the peak, Chu Yu suddenly released his hands and pounced forward onto the snow-white robe. Li Lanxiu's body collapsed limply, she reached out to push the arching head but failed after several attempts. She heard the smacking sounds nearby, distinct in the quiet room, like tasting fine wine and delicacies. Chu Yu threw the robe above his head, stood straight up, and absent-mindedly wiped his lips with the back of his hand, "Thanks for master's gift." Li Lanxiu, soft and feeble, slapped him, her slender cheeks tinged with shallow pink beneath the snow-like whiteness, and said in a hoarse voice, "Stinking dog eating indiscriminately." Chu Yu stared at his face for a while, got up and bowed his waist, supporting himself with his arm beside his face, his tongue touching his palate and reminiscing his taste. "Really like this, master can only give it to me alone, right?" Li Lanxiu gave him a sidelong glance, and gently nodded. Ting ting ting. The silver bell indicating the imminent departure of the flying boat rang. The disciples on the deck were busy raising black sails, the oars flapping in the clouds like bird wings. One by one massive flying boats hovered in the air, emitting an atmosphere of solemnity. In Mengxian City, the disciples of Chongxian sect quickly returned to the square, preparing for their triumphant return. Chu Yu's suspended heart was finally relieved. That despicable lustful monk had said he would come back to find Li Lanxiu, so he didn't dare to leave Li Lanxiu's side. If he saw that scene again, he would lose control once more. He stood up, but before he could speak, Li Lanxiu had already said, "Go, and do what you should do." Chu Yu caressed his lips with his fingertips, licked them with his tongue once more as if savoring the taste. "I'll be back soon." It was time to avenge the blood debt owed by the Emperor of Danyue Kingdom. The deck of the flying boat was crowded with disciples from the 12 peaks of the sect. Everyone looked radiant, their faces glowing with unprecedented cheerfulness. Ordinarily, those prodigies of Lingyun's sword sect held their heads high, even looking down on Luchun sect, let alone Chongxian sect. Lingyun's sword sect never took the disciples of Chongxian sect seriously. However, now the situation had completely reversed, the disciples of Chongxian sect turned the tide single-handedly, enhancing their reputation. Those former aloof prodigies now warmly approached the Chongxian sect disciples, inquiring enthusiastically about Li Lanxiu's affairs. As long as a Chongxian sect disciple claimed acquaintance with Li Lanxiu and revealed some internal information, they would earn a significant amount of spirit stones. If it was a disciple from Zitai Peak, the spirit stones obtained could double, making everyone who saw these prodigies' flattering attitudes feel exceptionally pleased. Li brother actually spoke to me before, I'm not lying. I think the beauty list of 7-star tower needs an update, there must be a place for our Li brother. As the disciples were discussing Li, suddenly, a glint of golden sword light appeared in the distant sky. A Lingyun sword sect disciple flew over on his sword, the sharp light slicing through the sky as he quickly approached the Chongxian sect's flying boat. It's someone from Lingyun sword sect, someone exclaimed. The Lingyun sword sect disciple stopped beside the flying boat, solemnly asking, is Li Lanxiu here? From one of the windows of the multi-storied flying boat, the window slid open, and Li Lanxiu leaned against the frame, looking at him. The disciple's cheeks immediately reddened, and after coughing, he said, Dongchuan True Immortal invites you, please transfer to the Lingyun sword sect flying boat. An uproar spread through the crowd. As the first sect of Taoism, Lingyun sword sect held an esteemed position, and Dongchuan True Immortal being the first of Taoist sect personally inviting Li Lanxiu was an extraordinary honor. With no ripple in his tone, Li Lanxiu replied, I'm ill, I can't make it. Chapter 66. The disciple of Lingyun sword sect was utterly astonished. Even if one were on their deathbed, they wouldn't be able to resist an invitation from Dongchuan Jinjuan. Moreover, Li Lanxiu appeared clear-minded and healthy, with a refined demeanor, not looking like someone who was sick at all. The disciples of Chongxian sect remained silent, exchanging bewildered glances. The disciple's face turned red, staring at Li Lanxiu for a moment, opening and closing his mouth without knowing what to say, then left awkwardly. Li Lanxiu closed the window, leaned against it with arms crossed, and furrowed his brow in thought. In the story of the Son of Destiny, Dongchuan Jinjuan had very few chapters devoted to him. As the headmaster of the first sect under heaven, he was known for his stern moral backbone in the early part of his life, frequently stepping in to save others during crises. But fate was unjust, Dongchuan Jinjuan's cultivation had already reached the peak of Deshang realm, and ascension to immortality seemed imminent. However, every time he attempted to ascend, the 9 layers of thunder descended upon him as divine punishment, severely injuring him and causing his cultivation to regress repeatedly. Dongchuan, with unwavering determination, spent 100 years recultivating himself, restoring his power back to the Deshang perfection realm once more to face the thunder tribulations. Yet the second set of thunder tribulations was fiercer than the first, sending his cultivation plummeting yet again. After several such occurrences, trapped in this endless torment, how could Dongchuan view his naturally talented disciple who ascended so swiftly? An unbearable resentment naturally arose. Dongchuan cunningly orchestrated a trap, framing Gu Jingxing for harming fellow sect members and for patricide/matricide, ultimately forcing Gu Jingxing to take his own life. Through this scheme, he preserved the reputation of the Grand Master while effortlessly obtaining the coveted sword bone, achieving both objectives simultaneously. Unfortunately, even the stolen sword bone couldn't help Dongchuan survive the thunder tribulations, and in the end, this once-renowned master, driven by his quest for immortality, misled many and died under Chu Yu's blade. Now Dongchuan could still live for another century or so, and Chu Yu wasn't yet capable of killing him. This plot would unfold much later in the future. Li Lanxiu gently touched his chin with his fingers. Originally, he could have peacefully cultivated, trained some younger disciples, and enjoyed tranquility behind the scenes. But now that he possessed the dual cultivation saintly body, he had become desirable prey sought after by everyone in the cultivation world. He couldn't remain passive and indulge in peace. He needed to rapidly grow stronger and find a safe haven for his young disciples, eventually establishing his own base where he didn't need to depend entirely on Chongxian sect for everything. Li Lanxiu slightly smiled, his lips curling upward. Finding a refuge did not require personal effort since he already had a suitable candidate for this task. Ming Changxing resided in a well-furnished room on the flying vessel, clean and bright, rich with elegant furnishings, and everywhere exuding the sophistication expected of a sect's living quarters. The Chongxian sect disciples treated him courteously and warmly, greeting him with smiles despite his carrying around a coffin. Having never experienced such good fortune, Ming Changxing fully understood that it all stemmed from the slave mark around his neck, a gift bestowed upon him by Lord Li. Ming Changxing avoided touching the fine furniture within, choosing instead to lie in his hard coffin, eyes closed as he practiced cultivation. Suddenly, a dim, cold voice emerged, as Longzhou whispered into his ear, "Why did you return with him to Chongxian sect? Do you think a great sect would tolerate your presence? Lord Li may have saved you out of kindness, but why are you pestering him? What can you do for him back at Chongxian sect? There are countless talents within Chongxian sect. Now that Lord Li has revealed his true appearance, there must be numerous people eager to win his favor. Soon enough, they won't even remember you." Ming Changxing shouted fiercely, "Shut up." Longzhou chuckled coldly and fell silent. Carrying his coffin, Ming Changxing stood up and glanced towards the bronze mirror beside him. The reflection showed the strange silhouette of a freak, his hand touching the bright red slave mark on his neck, a self-deprecating smile spreading across his face. Deep inside, Ming Changxing knew it was true but refused to acknowledge it. Following Lord Li back to Chongxian sect meant that he would no longer be useful to Lord Li in any capacity moving forward. Lord Li was handsome and accomplished, extremely popular in the sect. If he wanted to see Lord Li again, he wouldn't even get a chance in line. Sooner or later, Lord Li would completely forget about him. At that point, if he wanted to preserve some dignity, he would have to leave Chongqian's sect quietly. But having witnessed the breathtaking visage of Lord Li, how could anyone ever move on from such a dreamlike encounter? Ming Chongqing closed his eyes, sighing deeply. Just as he was about to step out of the room for some fresh air, the bag tied around his waist suddenly trembled. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a communication charm, paused for a moment, and walked toward the direction of Li Lanqiu's room. Upon arriving at the door, a pleasant voice called out from within, "Don't knock, come in." Ming Chongqing pushed the door open and entered. Li Lanqiu sat before a desk adorned with inkstone, brush, and paper, writing something while bent over. "Master Li," Ming Chongqing said softly as he approached the desk. Li Lanqiu set down his brush and took out a brocade handkerchief to wipe the ink off his fingers. "I want to buy a piece of land. Besides paying money, what else needs to be done?" Ming Chongqing lowered his eyes, avoiding looking at Li Lanqiu's face. "If you wish to buy a piece of land, Master Li, you should go to the local government office, choose the land for sale, and once official documents are stamped, the transaction will take effect." Pausing for a moment, Ming Chongqing asked, "What do you plan to use the land for?" Li Lanqiu casually said, "To establish a sect and rule over the mountain like a king." Ming Chongqing suddenly raised his eyes, stunned for quite some time before asking, "You want to establish a sect?" Li Lanqiu nodded slightly, pinching up the written paper and blew on it. "Yes, what do you think about that?" "That's naturally a good thing." Ming Chongqing immediately nodded in agreement, a deep smile appearing on his cheeks. "Establishing a sect is a big deal. Do you have a place in mind?" Li Lanqiu was not familiar with the cities and farmlands of Zhozhou continent. "Not yet." Ming Chongqing, who had wandered all his life without a fixed home, thought for a while before saying, "Outside Wui City, there's a Yan mountain, abundant with spiritual energy, beautiful scenery, and an abandoned small Taoist sect on the mountain. The pavilions just need some repairs. However." Li Lanqiu lifted his eyebrows, indicating him to continue. Ming Chongqing hesitated and said, "The owner of that mountain demands a lot of spirit stones. All those who came by reputation were rejected." "How many?" 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Li Lanqiu picked up his Kunqian bag and dumped out a pile of dazzling upper-grade spirit stones he brought back from the Tsangming world. Ming Chongqing quickly said, "That's more than enough. You already gave me ghostly spirit stones, you don't need to give me any more." Li Lanqiu picked up the written paper and handed it to him, "Keep them. There will be many uses for spirit stones when establishing a sect." Ming Chongqing carefully received the paper with both hands. The paper was filled with a lean and strong handwriting listing things that needed to be purchased, spiritual medicines, treasures, and manuals of cultivation methods. These were just the most basic, indispensable items for a Taoist cultivation sect. If the sect wanted to grow and become renowned, it would also need exclusive cultivation techniques and traditions. Besides, there were countless large and small sects scattered throughout Zhozhou continent. For a newly founded minor sect to become famous was harder than climbing to heaven. Li Lanqiu leisurely took a sip of tea. These things didn't have to be rushed. First, the properties needed to be acquired and houses repaired, step by step. Ming Chongqing folded the paper and placed it solemnly in his chest clothing. "Have you thought of a name for the sect, sir?" "Lotus Sect." Li Lanqiu considered briefly and chose a low-profile name that wouldn't attract attention. Ming Chongqing softly repeated, "Lotus Sect." He suddenly smiled and asked, "Should I change my address and call you Sect Master now?" Li Lanqiu curled the corner of his lips into a faint smile, and calmly replied, "Not necessary right now. When the sect is established, everyone will call me Sect Master." Ming Chongqing nodded, hearing his tone. It seemed that Lotus Sect would have many people. "Apart from me and you, we should also have Brother Chu, anyone else?" Li Lanqiu just smiled at him, saying nothing. Ming Chongqing was perceptive and cautiously put away the high-grade spirit stones on the table. "I'll leave the flying vessel to handle these matters for you. After the Lotus Sect is restored, on the day the seal is hung and the plaque displayed, could you come and see?" Li Lanqiu nodded, "You can inform me. If I am free, I'll come take a look." Ming Chongqing stepped backwards to the door neatly, ensuring that the coffin on his back did not face Li Lanqiu, and as he was about to step out of the threshold, Li Lanqiu carelessly instructed, "Take care of yourself, understand?" Ming Chongqing vigorously nodded, his heart surging with overwhelming excitement. Being entrusted with such an important mission, his gloomy mood disappeared completely. Master Li started a sect. In the future, he could serve Master Li for a lifetime. On the day Chongqian sect's flying vessel returned to its main sect, countless people gathered on the dock waiting, tens of thousands of disciples united in eager anticipation. The dock was spread with a bright red carpet, with flags fluttering brilliantly in the wind on either side. Amidst the blue sky floated clumps of clean white clouds, above which stood the various elders and peak masters. Among them, a young man dressed in spotless white stood out, with silver hair bound elegantly in a prestigious golden crown, elegant brows and handsome features, cool and detached demeanor, precisely by whom Li Lanqiu hadn't seen for a long time. Behind him stood Su Shiyan. Su Shiyan was whispering strategies to him. I heard that Li Lanqiu revealed himself, causing male and female disciples of Mengxian City's sect to develop romantic feelings, wanting to meet him. If you don't act soon, aren't you worried about being beaten to the punch? Bai Ying had witnessed through his eagle eyes the infatuated state of those disciples, who looked as if they had never seen a beauty before. He smiled faintly. Am I not acting by coming to welcome him back to the sect? As for seizing the initiative, just find an opportunity to kill them off. Su Shiyan glanced at him and quietly suggested, all disciples within the sect have come to welcome him. If you wish to stand out, you need to be more proactive. Isn't my coming to welcome him back already a sign of being proactive? Bai Ying asked with a faint smile. Su Shiyan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The personal welcoming of a returning disciple by a true disciple of the sect was already a significant demonstration of favor towards that disciple. The elder peaks masters from nearby clouds occasionally glanced over here, investigating why Bai Ying had suddenly appeared. Was it related to Li Lanqiu again? Li Lanqiu's deeds in Dream Immortal City were reported back to the sect, where he stole the limelight at White Pagoda Temple, turning the tide dramatically, earning immense admiration from countless disciples of the Taoist sects. Moreover, his beauty was so captivating that anyone who saw him could never forget his face. Even the elders and masters of the sect were quite curious, considering Li Lanqiu's notorious reputation within the Zhongshuan sect, which everyone knew about. Li Yanbi's face turned deathly pale, anxiety-filled as he stared into the distant sky. Chu Xian stood beside him, his expression equally grim. The worst thing Li Yanbi feared in his life had happened, his son's mask had been ripped off. From now on, Li Lanqiu would live without peace, constantly surrounded by ferocious beasts. Who wouldn't worry if they were a father to such a son? In the far-off clouds came a deep rumble, as a huge, ornate flying vessel pierced through the sea of clouds, bathed in rain cleansing the dust of its journey, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. The flying vessel stabilized above the landing platform. The sails slowly retracted, and the wide gangway descended onto the dock. Disciples celebrating their triumphant return lined up neatly and stepped off the ship one by one. After waiting eagerly for what felt like an eternity, the crowd finally caught sight of a figure emerging, his appearance as exquisite as orchids and as elegant as a jade tree. Clad in bright red narrow-sleeved robes with a waist cinch adorned with golden thread embroidery of orchids at the collar and cuffs, he gracefully leaped down the gangway and directly flung himself into Li Yanbi's embrace. His partially tied-up black hair cascaded freely over his shoulders. A finely woven red rope delicately bound his brow like a delicate headband, falling lightly near his temples among the soft, dark locks, exposing tiny silver bells gleaming in the light. A beauty beyond compare. Li Lanqiu raised the corners of his lips with a soft smile, "Father." Instantly, Li Yanbi's anger dissolved, tenderly stroking his son's hair, saying, "This is fine too." Li Lanqiu grabbed his sleeve and pulled him forward. On both sides, the disciples naturally parted to make way for them. He walked past the crowded throngs as if no one else existed. No one dared look at him, as if looking at him even slightly would feel disrespectful to such beauty. At that moment, suspended high above in the cloud clusters, Su Shiyan softly said, "Master Bai, he ignored you." Bai Ying's hand inside his sleeves clenched abruptly but still wore a calm, indifferent smile. "It doesn't matter much." Su Shiyan earnestly urged, "You should quickly go to Zitai Peak to see him. If not, guests will soon gather at Zitai Peak today, and you won't have a chance to talk to him." "I'm not going." Bai Ying shook his head slightly, saying indifferently, "Let him come to me." Chapter 67. That night, the Zitai Peak was brilliantly lit. The palace windows cast shadows of countless figures, and inside, it was filled with guests. The sounds of music and drumming were lively and vibrant. Laughter and singing poured through the door cracks, clear as day in the quiet night. Behind the palace, in a bamboo grove, Bai Ying sat on a long sword with closed eyes, gazing at the bamboo shadows below. Misa's divine senses heard everything around and saw in all directions, everything within the palace was within her view. Li Lanqiu was having immense fun. In the hall, the disciples of Zitai Peak tried their best to please him one after another. He sat high above on a grand throne, his bright and distinct eyes observing the efforts of his fellow practitioners to flatter him, occasionally laughing until his shoulders trembled. Bai Ying could almost see his smile, his sharp lips curling up at the corners, revealing soft and red lips beneath, dark pupils lowly hung. The laughter that escaped from between his teeth was tender and melodious, charming enough to make anyone who heard it boneless and weak-kneed. "Humph." Bai Ying gave a disdainful chuckle. It was merely his handsome laugh that had enchanted everyone inside the hall. He plucked a sprig of bamboo leaves and idly played with it in his hand, looking at the bustling palace from time to time. The moonlight shone brightly in the sky. After waiting for several hours in the bamboo grove, he finally saw the guests by Li Lanqiu's side disperse. Bai Ying leapt down from the sword and walked leisurely toward the palace. Inside the palace, there was chaos everywhere. An overturned wine pot dripped liquor onto the floor, filling the air with its fragrance. Cups on the table lay scattered, shards of porcelain littered the ground, and several disciples, drunk beyond recognition, slept soundly resting their heads on the desks. Li Lanqiu sat lazily on the throne, leaning against a maidservant. Upon hearing someone entering, he didn't even flicker an eyelid. Miaosu, with a flushed face and hot ears, dared not look at him directly but felt relieved when she greeted the visitor. Immortal sir, you have arrived. Buying glanced briefly at Li Lanxiu and calmly said, I happened to pass by here and heard the commotion, so I came over to check. Li Lanxiu slightly lifted his eyelids and took a glance, then slowly sat upright. It's been a while since we've last seen each other, how has Master Bai been? Miaosu opened her eyes wide in surprise, only now realizing that the immortal guest who visited often was actually Master Bai. Buying casually sat into a chair and replied, of course my life is peaceful and pleasant, every day feels like being in paradise. Li Lanxiu patted Miaosu on the shoulder, signaling her to quietly exit the hall doors before nodding and saying, then that's good. Buying fixed his gaze on him and asked somewhat sullenly, I've heard you've made a great splash in Mengxian City, capturing many hearts. You must be enjoying your freedom and reveling in it without missing home, right? Li Lanxiu couldn't help but burst out laughing when Buying sounded like a housewife scolding her philandering husband. Isn't it clear to you, Master Bai, how my life goes? You are far away across thousands of miles, while I remain within Chongxian sect. I just hear about your deeds now and then. Buying looked serene but detached as he spoke, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Li Lanxiu chuckled inwardly and nodded lightly, I see. Buying picked up some leftover wine from the table, carelessly spilling it on the carpet, absently playing with the empty cup in his hand. After you left the sect, my infatuation phase passed quickly. It'll probably take another 100 years or so. Is that so? Li Lanxiu tilted his head to look at him and said, well, that's wonderful. Seeing that Li Lanxiu showed no signs of distress, Buying gave him a chilly stare. Master Li must have gained quite a lot this time, huh? Li Lanxiu answered calmly, not bad. I've heard Master Li also gained a pair of followers, Jiang, what was his name again? From the Luyun sect. They have both fallen deeply for you. Buying paused momentarily, adding coolly, surrounded by such amorous admirers, it seems that I no longer stand a chance. Li Lanxiu observed him knowingly and asked mockingly, oh. How did Master Bai know I had acquired 2 followers? Buying glared at him, itching to sink his teeth into his fine neck. Li Lanxiu decided he'd teased enough and lifted his wrist to wave lightly, come over. Buying rose reluctantly, walked over coldly, and asked curtly, what do you want? Li Lanxiu reclined backward, lazily propping himself against the armrest, and motioned for him to come closer with a slow finger. A slight smirk curled Bai Ying's lips as he bent down and inquired, what does Master Li need? Thank you, Li Lanxiu touched his cheek softly, speaking in a warm tone. Bai Ying's ears tinged slightly red, yet his voice remained cold, why thank me? As Li Lanxiu caressed his cheek gently, he noticed traces of demonic power on the bodies of the 4 red sect protectors. To wield such power over demons, Buying must have helped him secretly. He had once puzzled over why the Demon King would feel irresistible attraction towards him, leaping onto him to sniff uncontrollably. Now, after putting it all together, this must be what Elder Shen mentioned before, the most evident characteristic of a dual cultivation holy body, its aura held an immense appeal for demons and fiends. The old tree spirit, the fox spirit clan, and the black dragon from the Tsangming realm had all said he exuded a peculiar fragrance. Once they smelled it, they could hardly control themselves, wanting to crawl on him and take in the scent fully. This was originally a troublesome thing, demons were generally bloodthirsty and cruel, moody and unpredictable. However, if he could subdue Buying as his follower, then it might also be considered a good thing. As for the price, letting his subordinate sprawl on him to sniff and eagerly lick him thoroughly would suffice, as long as Buying wasn't like Chuyu, craving more after every meal and trying to crawl into his bed. Keeping the white dragon around like a pet dog could also be rather amusing. He remained silent, while Buying sniffed at the pleasant scent on his body. The faint redness on his ears deepened. He let out a slight snort and said, you don't need to thank me. It's not because I wanted to lend you a hand, but simply due to my grudge against the Red Sect. Li Lanxiu's eyes saw through everything as clearly as a mirror. His lips curved into a mocking and derisive smile. Buying became both angry and embarrassed. Without warning, he pressed Li Lanxiu down, coldly asking with his face close to his, what exactly are you laughing at? Do you have to make me admit that I care about you so much, miss you terribly, before letting me go? Li Lanxiu leisurely slapped his cheeks, his smile unchanged. And if I do, what of it? Staring at his too dazzling face, Buying gradually calmed his rapid breathing, leaned in closer, deeply inhaling his scent near his hair, and lowered his voice, saying, Li Lanxiu, I've become male for you. Raising his eyebrows curiously, Li Lanxiu asked, why? Sitting up slightly, Buying gazed at him solemnly, I want to protect you. I don't want to see you get hurt. If I appear as a female form, others will assume you're just someone who feeds off your wife's power. But if I look like a man, people will. They'll naturally regard me as yours, Li Lanxiu interjected without hesitation. Buying paused for a moment, falling silent for several seconds before responding, that can also be said. Touched by these words, Li Lanxiu patted his shoulder lightly, feeling somewhat moved inside, you have really thought of everything. After observing Li Lanxiu for a moment, Buying couldn't resist such a perfect opportunity, seriously asking, what if I don't want to be your person? Li Lanxiu instantly narrowed his eyes, frowning and questioning, if you don't want to belong to me, do you intend to be my enemy? Or perhaps you mean to put on airs as your disciple and suppress me with authority? A flicker crossed the corner of Bai Ying's mouth. He had been confined within the Chongxian sect, helplessly watching as mad butterflies surrounded Li Lanqiu. Whenever he encountered danger, Bai Ying was unable to help. That sense of restlessness and madness was something Bai Ying had never experienced before. It was certainly not simply because he wished Li Lanqiu to stay by his side during his passionate periods. Initially, Bai Ying intended to say, "I want to be your only spiritual companion." But after being interrogated by Li Lanqiu, what came out of his mouth was, "I want to be your sworn brother." Surprised momentarily, Li Lanqiu slowly sat up, looking at him and asking, "You want to be my sworn brother?" Bai Ying didn't know that someone else also believed in gradual improvement and that the way of sworn brothers had already been traversed by another person. With a light chuckle, he appeared graceful and said naturally, "Of course. What else can I do besides becoming your sworn brother?" Li Lanqiu already had one younger brother as his disciple. Honestly revealing, "I already have a good brother." Bai Ying's complexion slightly changed, guessing who the other person was. With a tone indifferent, he said, "I don't mind." Li Lanqiu's pale, jade-like fingers gently tapped against his chin. "Being my sworn brother is dangerous, involving life and death battles together. I will find a way to leave Chongxian sect," Bai Ying murmured softly. If he continued to remain trapped there, he'd completely lose any chance with Li Lanqiu. Pausing momentarily, he added, "With me by your side, you won't be in danger." Knowing full well his capabilities, Li Lanqiu, considering that Bai Ying could leave the sect, gaining another strong assistant by his side, pondered for a while and said, "Perhaps I'll acquire more sworn brothers in the future." To strengthen Lianhua sect, having useful disciples was essential. Grinning tightly, Bai Ying said, "I don't mind, the more brothers the better." Li Lanqiu wouldn't neglect the demands of any of his followers. "Besides helping you pass through your intense emotional phase, is there anything else you desire?" Bai Ying stared at him for a while, almost blurting something out but swallowed it back down instead saying, "Nothing. If you truly wish, you can give me a name." Demons originally had no names. His name was given by Master Meishue. Because he was a white dragon, Meishue found him in Yingzhou and named him Bai Ying. If he decided to leave the sect, he would sever ties with Meishue, and he wouldn't use this name anymore. Li Lanqiu glanced over him once, then lazily leaned back on the seat couch. With his fingers pressed against his cheek as he thought for a moment, he said, "How about Xiao Bai?" Bai Ying softly repeated to himself, "Xiao Bai." His eyebrows twitched slightly, instinctively sensing this name didn't quite sound like one that belonged to a person. This time Li Lanqiu was in a good mood, so he let Bai Ying take another whiff of him. Gently flicking his finger, he added, "Xiao Bai, come here." Bai Ying sat on the soft couch beside him, leaning down to bury himself in Li Lanqiu's smooth and lustrous neck crook, deeply inhaling the sweet fragrance wafting there. Chu Yu first slaughtered a few of the emperor's supporters in the imperial city of Dongyue Kingdom. Then he wielded his saber with ease, entering the palace as if it were second nature, and without much effort, killed the whole royal family. The court ministers bowed down upon seeing him, shouting, "Long live the emperor," 3 times. However, Chu Yu showed no interest in becoming an emperor. How could a kingdom ever compare to the importance of a beloved? But a country could not be without its ruler for long, so from among the royal family, he picked someone familiar. He wrote a letter passing the throne and handed it along with the mandate to the ministers. With all worldly matters settled, Chu Yu hastened day and night, not stopping for even a moment, until he finally returned to Chongxian sect. Chu Yu rushed directly to the magnificent palace on Zitai Peak. Upon landing not far from the palace, he straightened his travel-stained clothes, reined in his imposing aura, hoping to give Li Lanqiu a surprise. He took deep breaths before stepping into the door but suddenly froze. His dark eyes locked onto the suggestive scene unfolding inside. For a few seconds, almost unconsciously, he reached behind him, drawing out part of his saber from its sheath, crazed by the urge to cut off the head buried in Li Lanqiu's neck. But he couldn't do it. Chu Yu clenched his fists tightly instead, the veins in his wrist bulging one after another. Yet his lips curled up into a chillingly empty smile. "Young master, looks like I've come at a bad time." Upon spotting him, Li Lanqiu paused briefly. One of his hands was pinned under Bai Ying. Raising the other hand nonchalantly, he waved slightly. "You're right on time. Let me introduce you, this is Xiao Bai." Chu Yu stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. So, Xiao Bai must correspond to Xiao He. Internally, he chuckled coldly, "You sure know how to pick names." Chapter 68. Bai Ying noticed Chu Yu, who had concealed his presence, but remained entranced by Li Lanqiu's scent, making no sound. He buried his face in Li Lanqiu's neck, slowly turning it towards Prince Chu Yu, who was clad in dark robes. The collar revealed a golden necklace that glimmered under the dim light, while Chu Yu's deep and cold eyes stared back at him. The necklace seemed oddly familiar. Chu Yu leisurely remarked, "It's late. Shouldn't White Chinchuan return?" Ignoring Chu Yu, Bai Ying asked Li Lanqiu, "Is the one he wears your ankle ring?" Li Lanqiu's good mood evaporated at Chu Yu's intrusion. He slapped Bai Ying's cheek lightly. "It's not early. Go back and rest well." Chu Yu still stood there, with a faint smile. "White Chinchuan, shall I escort you?" Bai Ying stood as if nothing happened, nodding to Li Lanqiu, "We'll meet another day." He gracefully descended the steps, passing beside Chu Yu where he glimpsed the shining gold of the necklace again. Smirking mockingly, Bai Ying strode out forcefully through the door. In the pitch-dark night with its shadowy moonlight, all the mountains and valleys lay silent. Bai Ying stepped onto his flying sword, traversing mountain after mountain, piercing through descending water curtains, arriving at a peak deep within the Chongxian sect. Atop this peak stood a towering building, shrouded in swirling mists. Glimpses of silver-white eaves and pavilions hinted at a structure like one carved from jade and snow. This was the dwelling cave of Chongxian sect's master Mei Zuezhenjunjun, unvisited for years since the master had been away traveling. As Bai Ying landed on the blue stone bricks, a soft silver glow sprang beneath his feet, triggering the protective formation around the building. From his ring, he took out a jade stick, rubbing it thoughtfully before breaking it sharply in two. With a snap sound of shattered jade, a white butterfly flew out from the broken pieces, fluttering gracefully into the distance. Bai Ying watched the butterfly disappear, their agreed method of communicating with Mei Zuezhenjunjun. If Bai Ying wanted to contact Master Mei, he would visit this dwelling and break the jade stick. The butterfly would fly to wherever Mei Zuezhenjunjun was. Seeing it, the master would know that Bai Ying had something important to discuss. Li Lanqiu glanced at Chu Yu, his expression icy and gloomy, as he sat up, reaching high to grab the wine jug on the table. Tipping it back, wine poured into his half-open mouth. His red lips were moistened, and his loosely opened collar revealed smooth, defined clavicles. Throwing the now empty bottle aside, he lazily licked the remaining drops of wine from the corners of his lips, staring down at Chu Yu. Even if a mountain crumbled before him, his expression never wavered. Chu Yu gazed deeply at him, climbing the stairs steadily. Why did you look so unhappy after being so intimate with Bai Xinchuan just moments ago? Reaching the couch, he leaned close, studying Li Lanqiu closely, smirking slightly. Is it because you saw me? Slap. Li Lanqiu struck a harsh slap across his handsome face, the sound crisp and echoing. Gently massaging his own palm, he said irritably, you ruin my fun. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yu caught his hand, blowing softly on it. Does it hurt still? It hurts. Li Lanqiu gave him a sidelong glance, saying lightly, your stiff and cold face made my hand ache when I slapped it. Chu Yu extended his tongue, licking gently over the palm of Li Lanqiu's hand, every inch of it. His rough tongue moved nimbly over every corner of the delicate, pale pink hand, leaving it wet from repeated licking coated in saliva. Frowning, Li Lanqiu tried pulling his hand away, but Chu Yu grasped his fingers tightly, forcing them apart and lapping until the entire hand and fingers were damp. With his tongue wrapped around the fingers, Chu Yu murmured vaguely, if I lick it, it won't hurt. Li Lanqiu pulled his hand forcefully back, using a handkerchief to wipe off the saliva, laughing disdainfully, eating what shouldn't be eaten and licking people indiscriminately. I should teach you some discipline. Saying that, he discarded the handkerchief, standing and walking towards the sleeping quarters. Chu Yu wiped his lips, following closely behind. Passing through a room, Li Lanqiu picked up an elegant wooden box from the treasure shelf, cradling it as he entered the bedchamber. Inside, the lamps shone brightly, with layers of colorful drapes hanging around. Incense smoke coiled elegantly from the copper incense burner. The bed was wide and clean. Seating himself in the middle, he placed the box nearby, crossing his legs calmly. Come, kneel. Tightening his throat, Chu Yu lifted his robe and knelt at the bedside, looking eagerly at him. Li Lanqiu tapped the box lightly with his finger, prodding Chu Yu between the knees with his boot tip. Do you want me to punish you? Chu Yu walked forward a step, pressing tightly against his boot tip. Yes. Li Lanqiu's boot tip hovered in the air, swaying indifferently, and lightly kicked at an unspeakably sensitive spot. I've spoiled you too much. You're becoming disobedient. Do you know what I do to unruly animals? In the past, Chu Yu wouldn't have reacted so quickly, but after tasting his flavor thoroughly in recent days, that feeling of bliss had seeped into his bones. His eyes grew dim with desire as he asked huskily, how does master deal with it? Li Lanqiu leaned down to look at him, gently brushing his fingers across Chu Yu's eyebrows and smiling faintly. When I was a child, I had a little horse that was wild and untamed, refusing to let me ride it. My father said that this is the nature of stallions, only gelded horses become gentle and obedient. Out of kindness, I didn't want my little horse to be cut. So I tied its thing tightly with a rubber band. A few days later, the disgusting thing became engorged with blood and died, falling off on its own. Thinking about the scene made Chu Yu's expression suddenly change. Aishio, stop teasing me. Li Lanqiu was pleased by his reaction and gently stroked his cheek. Later, I put a bit in its mouth, and it became very obedient, bowing to my commands. I could ride it however I wished. He paused for a moment and whispered softly, Chu Yu, I really like you. I don't want you to go through that. Hearing those words, Chu Yu's expression softened as he held Li Lanqiu's wrist and pressed his cheek against it. Master can ride me any way you like, I can endure it. Li Lanqiu ignored the hidden meaning and opened the box on the bed. Inside was a leather bit, cleverly shaped to fit the contours of a human face. The front end had a small opening, allowing free breathing but preventing the tongue from extending outward. Next to it was a round elastic band, looking full of tension. With a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, he handed the box to Chu Yu. Pick one. I'll help you with the other. Without hesitation, Chu Yu took the bit, glanced up at him, and slowly placed it over his own face. The two leather straps went around his head and clicked together securely behind his ears. He tried to open his mouth but found his jaw locked tightly shut, unable to speak clearly. He looked just like an animal with a bit in its mouth. Not showing a hint of impatience, Chu Yu spread his knees wide and lifted his sharp chin boldly, staring aggressively at Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu picked up the rubber band from the box, stretched it between two fingers into a circular shape, and blew a light breath on it. You must not move recklessly. If I accidentally harm your progeny, don't blame me. Chu Yu grabbed his dark robe, revealing an indecent sight. Li Lanqiu knelt closer, calmly untying Chu Yu's sash and proceeding with deliberate movements with one hand. After trying several times, he realized the rubber band was too small. Or rather, it wasn't that the rubber band was too small, it was that the bastard was too large. Glaring coldly at Chu Yu, the latter responded with a soft laugh, intentionally brushing something delicate against his hand and muttering indistinctly, "Master's hands are so soft." Pretending to hear nothing, Li Lanqiu had no choice but to use both hands, letting them get brushed all over. Finally, after finishing his task, he slapped Chu Yu's cheek cleanly and mocked, "You filthy dog. Enjoy." Chu Yu felt parched, burning with desire all over, staring at him with a gaze that seemed intent on stripping him naked. Li Lanqiu pulled the canopy drapes around the bed, covering himself with a thin gauze curtain. He kicked off his boots effortlessly and lay down lazily. "I'm going to sleep now. If by tomorrow morning it's not still on you, you'll have to roam the streets like a stray dog." Having spoken, he closed his eyes and truly started resting. Kneeling before the bed, Chu Yu's knees pressed against the floor. At first, it was only mildly uncomfortable, but as time passed, the discomfort grew stronger. The delicate gauze curtain hid that stunningly beautiful face behind it, eyes slightly closed as if sleeping deeply. Close enough to touch, within arm's reach. Staring at Li Lanqiu, the frustration deepened along with the unbearable throbbing pain. 2 hours later, sweat soaked through Chu Yu's back, his temples dripping wet. The perspiration rolled down his smooth jawline, splashing onto the floor, making faint sounds. His whole body was tensely coiled, muscles unable to release the mounting pressure. His eyes gleamed as deeply and sharply as a wolf's in the dark night, his prominent Adam's apple rolling violently. With the bit tightly fastened around his mouth, he could only emit muffled, incomprehensible groans. Li Lanqiu kept his eyes closed pretending to sleep but stayed alert for Chu Yu's advances. He could hear every sound in the room distinctly. There was a trace of pity, for this was his favorite dog, nurtured from a young age, and he had even stooped to giving Chu Yu his body, an extraordinary display of favor. It truly showed their deep bond. But disobedience must be punished. The faint morning light filtered through the windows, spilling onto the floor, while the distant crane calls from Zitai Peak signaled dawn's arrival. Li Lanqiu lifted a corner of the bed canopy, placing one foot on the footstool as he lazily yawned. Kneeling before the bed, Chu Yu's cheeks were pale, his face drenched in sweat, his usually stern expression now disheveled. He stared at Li Lanqiu, breathing heavily. Li Lanqiu spared him a glance, satisfied with his obedience. "You can untie everything now." A few seconds after his words, he heard Chu Yu's breathing suddenly become smooth, gasping for air loudly, and at the same time, warmth spread across the foot resting on the footstool. Li Lanqiu abruptly sat up, lowering his head to inspect the mess on his foot. Chu Yu tore off the mouth gag, his face as pale as paper, admitting straightforwardly, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it." Li Lanqiu tossed him a handkerchief, "Clean it." Supporting his foot in both hands, Chu Yu's lowered gaze was dark and deep, his fingers gripping the handkerchief until they turned white. He barely restrained himself from pressing Li Lanqiu down onto the bed. He gently wiped the foot clean, then looked up with a smile, revealing dimples that made him appear innocent and virtuous. "I shouldn't have defied you. It's only right that you punish me, master." Have you seen reason?" Li Lanqiu eyed him skeptically. Chu Yu didn't answer this question but leaned closer, locking eyes with him. "There are so many people around, master, yet I am the one you favor most. You've even shared marital intimacies with me. I should feel content, shouldn't I?" Li Lanqiu didn't quite see it that way. Chu Yu being jealous was actually quite amusing. He just disliked Chu Yu trying to overstep his boundaries. After a brief moment of thought, Chu Yu's words weren't wrong. He gave a careless nod. Chu Yu suddenly lowered his eyes, smiling all the more docilely and harmlessly. "Now I understand, it's about knowing my place." Chapter 69. Li Lanqiu found it funny inside, pretending not to be dead. He reached out and lifted his chin, very obedient. Chu Yu's deep, dark eyes stared at him with a smile still on his face. "Can I stand up now?" Li Lanqiu pulled back his hand and nodded in agreement. "Get up." Chu Yu's knees, which had been kneeling on the ground, rose an inch, then suddenly there was a bang as he heavily knelt on the floor. His already pale complexion became paler. Lowering his head, he breathed deeply, as if enduring great pain. Li Lanqiu felt a jolt in his chest, thinking that he had played too rough, immediately leaned down close and asked, "What's wrong?" "No problem." Chu Yu raised his eyes to glance at him and said inaudibly while closing his eyes, "It just hurts a bit." Li Lanqiu tenderly touched his face and asked softly, concerned, "Where does it hurt?" Chu Yu hesitated to speak, his deep gaze glancing at him once more. Li Lanqiu understood the meaning but was slightly confused. Following Chu Yu's physical endurance, they only played for half the night. He couldn't tell if it was genuine or fake, pinching Chu Yu's cheek and saying, "You're not being obedient, you deserve it." Chu Yu softly consoled, "It's all right. It will be fine after a few days of rest. Li Lanxiu extended his hand to grasp his, I'll help you up. Chu Yu slowly stood up, his brows gradually furrowed, and his lips slightly trembled as he said, thank you, sir. Li Lanxiu's tightly gripping hand indicated that it wasn't just a bit painful, but very painful. Do you even have hands? If it hurts, don't you know how to untie yourself? The sir said, if I don't let you have your way, the sir would discard me. There was a trace oath in Chu Yu's voice. Li Lanxiu stood up and stroked his cheek. Regardless of whether he was acting, he really liked this act of trying so hard to please him. What's there to dislike about someone working so hard to flatter him? Very obedient. Chu Yu curled his lips into a smile, is the sir happy? Li Lanxiu was in a good mood, holding both his hands together as he lightly pecked Chu Yu's lips, stupid dog. Chu Yu was surprised and touched his lips, staring deeply into his eyes, this is the first time Axia kissed me. Li Lanxiu chuckled, pushing his face aside, go apply some medicine when you get back. Don't overdo it, understand? Chu Yu's mouth corner carried a smile after being kissed. He nodded and slowly walked out of the door. At the moment of stepping outside, the smile disappeared from his lips. The next day at Beiyuan of Zhongshuan sect, the disciples of Yanchuotang were cleaning when a streak of golden light suddenly shot across the sky. An uninvited flying artifact intruded, causing the sky defense array to light up, rippling water-like patterns revealing talisman characters. Everyone abruptly looked up, seeing a purple gold gourd floating in the air, with a white-robed cultivator standing on it, leisurely sitting atop, tilting his head back to drink wine generously. He displayed a certain poise. All the disciples instinctively grabbed their sword hilts. One disciple spoke aloud, who might you be? Why don't you enter through our main gate? Those who come from outside must follow the proper procedure by passing through the mountain gate and upon verification are permitted to enter. But the white-clad cultivator acted as if he hadn't heard, wiping his mouth with his sleeve from the alcohol traces, is Shenrong here? Who is Shenrong? Is there such a person in Yanchuotang? A disciple quietly remarked, seems to be Elder Shen's real name. It turned out to be a friend of Elder Shen, thus the disciples exchanged glances. Instantly, someone went to inform Elder Shen. Before that disciple could reach the hall's entrance, Elder Shen leapt out astride a sword, vigorously waving his sleeves and smiling broadly, Trujun Dongchuan. It truly is you. Elder Shen quickly waved his hands to make the entry prohibitions vanish, quickly, please come in. Trujun Dongchuan descended gracefully onto Yanchuotang, placing an arm around Elder Shen's shoulders, patting them lightly, we haven't seen each other for many years, yet you're stronger than ever. Elder Shen burst into laughter praising, Trujun Dongchuan's demeanor remains unchanged. Trujun Dongchuan boldly stepped into the hall, tossing his wine gourd to Elder Shen, naturally, go fetch a jug of your Baihua liquor from the Zhongshuan sect. Elder Shen handed the flask off to a nearby disciple and approached, Trujun Dongchuan, why did you not send us a message beforehand? The sect leader has not been within the sect these past days. Sitting down, Trujun Dongchuan replied, I'm actually not here looking for your sect leader. If not for that, then why? Asked Elder Shen. Trujun Dongchuan glanced towards the dumbfounded disciples outside the door, withdrawing his gaze as he responded, just happened to pass by on my travels. Thought I'd stop by for a drink. The disciples had never seen the top figure of the Taoist world and began whispering amongst themselves. In no time, the news of Trujun Dongchuan's arrival spread throughout half the sect. People from within the sect scrambled to Yanchuotang's exterior, all wanting to catch a glimpse of Trujun Dongchuan. On the summit of Zitai Peak, Li Lanxiu was meditating in his quarters when a maid entered gracefully and whispered, young master, there's a visitor. Li Lanxiu opened his eyes slowly and asked, who is it? The maid paused before answering, it's a gentleman in green robes, holding a red umbrella. He looks very handsome. Of course not as handsome as you, young master. Recognizing a good friend at once, Li Lanxiu got up from his bed and wiped the fine sweat off his face with a handkerchief. Please lead him in. The maid quietly stepped out, and he calmly adjusted his attire, walking to the reception hall. Gu Jingxing sat leisurely on a chair, dressed in a casual green robe with long hair tied high, and gave him a slight smile upon seeing him, it's been a few days since we last met. How's your spiritual energy recovery going? Li Lanxiu sat on a chair beside him, separated by a small table. I'm already fine. Gu Jingxing glanced around the hall, surprised not to see anyone trailing after Li Lanxiu, what about your? He's practicing under my father. Li Lanxiu sipped tea while mentioning that Chiyu had become a disciple of Li Yanbi, so naturally, he would follow his master for cultivation training. Gu Jingxing nodded slightly, getting straight to the point. After parting ways in Mengxian City, I've been searching for Wuji's trail. Li Lanxiu cared deeply about this issue, Yin Wuji had vowed to come back for him. As they say, a thief stealing things can be avoided, but one who keeps thinking about you cannot be ignored. Until Yin Wuji was dead, Li Lanxiu could not live peacefully. Have you found him? I've tracked down some clues. The Red Sect followers are spread across all 9 states. Every time he arrives in a city, someone helps him hide. Gu Jingxing hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Lanxiu, saying, however, I heard that Wuji doesn't have much longer to live. His life expectancy might only be 3 or 4 months, so you just need to stay within your sect for a few months. Chongxian sect has a protective great array, and countless Taoist disciples. If Yin Wuji dared intrude, he would have no way out. Li Lanxiu let out a thoughtful and tilted his head toward Gu Jingxing. Did you come here specifically to tell me this? Gu Jingxing, meeting his clear, beautiful eyes, slightly stunned for a second before replying, I thought you were worrying about this matter, so I came to inform you. A light smile curved Li Lanxiu's lips. Thanks. When Li Lanxiu smiled, it was bright and dazzling. Gu Jingxing felt a bit uneasy and turned away, gazing outside. I saw earlier that your sect's disciples were all heading to a certain peak. They said that True Jun Dongchuan has arrived. Aren't you going to take a look? Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, True Jun Dongchuan came to Chongxian sect. Gu Jingxing turned his face, seeing Li Lanxiu's astonished expression, couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle softly. Aren't you curious to meet the first person of the Daoist world? Nope, it's boring. Li Lanxiu replied indifferently, pausing momentarily, then asked lightly, and you? Aren't you going to see him? True Jun Dongchuan was once Gu Jingxing's mentor. Before plotting to kill his beloved disciple, they shared a deep bond, like real father and son. Even afterward, when True Jun Dongchuan attempted to kill Gu Jingxing, it was because the latter did not heed warnings, and thus deserved it. There was absolutely no fault to be blamed on True Jun Dongchuan. Gu Jingxing sighed faintly, I saw him that day in Mengxian City. Li Lanxiu silently followed with a sigh, indirectly prodded, do you hate him? Gu Jingxing suddenly lifted his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then said, I was confused back then, hating him for judging without understanding. He paused briefly, leaning closer to Li Lanxiu, now I don't hate him anymore. True Jun Dongchuan has treated me as kindly as a parent and as closely as family. It was me who acted foolishly. Li Lanxiu nodded his chin approvingly, matching exactly what he had guessed, what if someone wants to kill him? Gu Jingxing furrowed his eyebrows and asked, who wants to kill True Jun Dongchuan? What if it's me? Li Lanxiu played with the words carelessly, as though he were making a joke. Gu Jingxing, startled for a second, replied, True Jun is like my father. If you want to harm him, you must get past me first. Li Lanxiu twirled his wrist supporting his cheek and gently pushed his face aside with a smile playing on his lips, oh, look how scared you are. Could I even kill him? The flirtatious demeanor revealed an allure that Gu Jingxing had never felt before, stirring a peculiar itch within him. For a moment, his gaze became intensely focused on him, are you always this close with people around you? Li Lanxiu, puzzled, turned his head and asked, is there anything inappropriate about it? Gu Jingxing straightened up, putting some distance between them. The faint scent of cool fragrance diminished with his breathing, your behavior goes against moral standards. What kind of decorum is this? Li Lanxiu burst out laughing at this, teasing that true brothers are really heterosexual men. He leaned over, stretching his arms to touch Gu Jingxing's cold face, so what if I do? Gu Jingxing fixed his eyes on him intently. Li Lanxiu released his grip and leaned back in the chair, lifting his eyelids mockingly, challenging, if you find my actions disrespectful, feel free to apprehend me. After speaking, he chuckled softly, his laughter melodious and pleasant to the ears. Gu Jingxing felt at a loss, unsure of what to do with him. He sighed inwardly, truly a troublemaker. At the same time, on the other side of Zitai Peak, a silver waterfall cascaded down from the sky, its splashing water droplets swirling like a thin curtain of gauze enveloping the entire training ground. The disciples were lined up neatly. As the leader's command rang out, they all swung their long swords in unison. The gleaming sword blades cut through the air, producing clear metallic hums. Li Yanbi stood with his hands behind his back on a raised platform. Among the crowd, Qiyu held his black knife, moving swiftly and decisively as he slashed through the mist around him with powerful strokes. He nodded and called out loudly, Qiyu, come up here. With one flick of his wrist, Qiyu neatly sheathed the black knife and climbed the steps to stand by his side, addressing him, Master. Li Yanbi, satisfied, looked him over carefully and asked, how is your practice of the techniques I've taught you? Qiyu bowed his head respectfully and replied, the technique you taught me is profound. I've only managed to master the 3rd level. Li Yanbi had already known about Chuyu's exceptional talent but was still astonished by his comprehension, so he patted his shoulder approvingly and said, you're stronger than I was when I was young. You should go challenge the trial tower of 7 stars building. Chuyu seemed slightly bashful being praised, lowering his head and smiling lightly, it's because Master teaches well. Curiously, Li Yanbi asked, what has Lanxiu taught you? Much, Qiyu lifted his head, with an embarrassed smile spreading across his face, too much to describe in a few words. As Li Yanbi looked at Chuyu's youthful demeanor filled with admiration, could he not already guess why? Sighing deeply, he then asked seriously, did Lanxiu run into any trouble in Mengxian City? Seemingly misunderstanding his subtle meaning, Qiyu smiled without hesitation and answered, Master made a great display of his abilities in Mengxian City, and no one dared to cause trouble for Master. Moreover, I was always by Master's side, ensuring he would not be wronged. Of course, Li Yanbi already knew these facts that were common knowledge within the Chongxian sect, and his expression revealed prideful amusement, saying indifferently, my son has always been extraordinary, there's nothing unusual about it. Pausing for a moment, he came straight to the point, asking directly, I'm asking if after Lanxiu removed his mask, did anyone in Mengxian City cause trouble for him due to lustful intentions? No, Chuyu replied straightforwardly, but then his expression suddenly froze, biting his lips as though feeling awkward. Li Yanbi became instantly alert, asking sternly, is there something you can't tell me? Shaking his head, Chuyu said resolutely, I will fully inform the master of everything. Formally looking at him, Li Yanbi pressed, was there really no one in Mengxian City who lusted after Lanqiu? Nodding, Chuyu negated Mengxian City, clenching his lips even tighter, seemingly unable to find the right words. Thinking carefully, Li Yanbi mused, if it wasn't Mengxian City, then perhaps aboard the flying vessel or within our sect, could it be that beast Jiang Jiushi? Startled momentarily, Chuyu quickly responded, this has nothing to do with senior brother Jiang. Carefully observing Chuyu, Li Yanbi could not think of another person in the sect daring enough to offend Li Lanqiu, if not him, who else? Unbothered, Chuyu closed his eyes and lowered his head, replying solemnly, Master, I do not mean to hide this, but the person involved holds a special identity. They have constantly pursued Lord Li, using their authority to oppress him, leaving Master with no way to refuse. From the hints given, Li Yanbi, with his sharp intuition, quickly caught onto the essence, so the one behaving improperly towards Lanqiu is Bai Ying. Chuyu remained silent. And that was the best response. Instantly grimacing, Li Yanbi scolded icily, no wonder he came to take Lanqiu back to the sect, originally intending to scheme against my child. That lecherous old bastard. The corners of Chuyu's mouth slightly curled up, and he said solemnly, Master, please don't be upset. I will stay by Master Li's side to prevent any unforeseen issues. After cursing the lecher silently in his heart for a while, Li Yanbi slapped Chuyu's shoulder and said, help me keep an eye on Lanqiu. If Bai Ying comes again to harass him, tell me. I'd like to see how he dares use his power to bully people next time. Understood. Chuyu nodded, Master, rest assured. I will closely watch over Lord Li. Chapter 70. The disciples of Yunshui Hall presented Baihua liquor. Elder Shen was temporarily unsure of Dongchuan Jinjuan's purpose, so he laughed heartily and asked, is the Jinjuan not here to look for the patriarch but instead to meet my old bones? Dongchuan removed the stopper from his wineskin, sniffing close to it to smell the fragrance of the 100 flowers, what is there to see in your old man? After taking a sip of wine, he closed his eyes and savored it. I was just passing through Weicheng and remembered hundreds of years ago, traveling with Meng Sanju. Back then, we were merely Jin Dan cultivators, carefree, and extremely joyful. Others did not know who this Sanju was, but Elder Shen had an understanding and let out a profound sigh. All sects thought that the master of Chongxian's sect was respectfully called Meishue Jinjuan because he was as pure as plum blossoms and snow, dignified and unbending, unblemished by worldly dust. In reality, it was only because Meishue Jinjuan's secular name was Meng Sanju, meaning the coldest part of the year, which was also the time for snow appreciation and plum viewing. The name Sanju clearly belonged to someone from humble beginnings, unsuitable for grand settings. Hundreds of years ago, people avoided using his names directly, thus they gave him a refined title, which has been used ever since. Dongchuan Jinjuan took another drink, closing his eyes and softly reciting, in those days the white jade hall, now only green pines remain. Hearing his sentimentality, Elder Shen smiled and advised gently, Jinjuan, why feel sorrow? In each generation talents emerge, yet you and the master remain steadfast, are you not comparable to the pines? Talents emerge in each generation. Dongchuan scoffed, saying, our sect's disciples are all stubborn fools, hardly considered talents. But I've heard about a few young disciples in your sect. Elder Shen paused slightly, does Jinjuan refer to Chuyu from Jitai Peak? Dongchuan cast a meaningful glance at him, perhaps. This lad is young, extraordinarily gifted, truly a rare genius of ancient and modern times, said Elder Shen. Dongchuan smirked, raised the flask, and drank heartily, tell me about your young disciples. Upon hearing that he seemed to want to point out something, Elder Shen immediately began detailing the young talented disciples within the sect. Among the younger generation of the sect, only a few were the most famous. Li Lanqiu wasn't originally among them, but after the Battle of Dream Fairy City, his reputation skyrocketed, placing him at the forefront. Surely, Jinjuan must have heard of Li Lanqiu. As Elder Shen mentioned this name, a smile couldn't help but form on his face. He's now one of the hottest figures in the cultivation world. Those who come to visit him are almost trampling our mountain gate. Dongchuan nodded, pondering, to seek an audience with him. To learn from him. Elder Shen chuckled meaningfully, they claim they're learning from him, but in fact, they're coming to see him. Dongchuan, slightly startled, couldn't help but laugh, coming to see him. There's something you don't know, Elder Shen lowered his voice mysteriously, Li Lanqiu has a very beautiful appearance. Dongchuan knew this, Han Qian had once mentioned that Li Lanqiu was an exceptionally handsome beauty. But he didn't care much about it. After living for so long, what kind of beauties hadn't he seen? They were all eventually mere bones under their flesh. Beauty cannot replace pills, nor assist in cultivation. In the cultivation world where strength is revered, judged solely by prowess, being good-looking was one of the least significant advantages. So Dongchuan discarded any thoughts of Li Lanqiu's looks, completely forgetting about this detail. Amused, he looked at Elder Shen, with the look on your face, are you implying he's some heavenly immortal? Elder Shen appeared flustered but still truthfully said, though I'm unaware of what heavenly immortals look like, when I saw Li Lanqiu, it was like enlightenment dawned upon me. I now understand why Chuyu would serve him. Previously, Elder Shen had mentioned Chu Yu, a heaven's favorite due to his pure essence body. Though capable of becoming the second legitimate disciple, he willingly degraded himself to become Li Lanxiu's servant. Dong Chuan furrowed his brows and questioned, why? Elder Shen cleared his throat and spoke earnestly, because while cultivation opportunities may be countless, such extraordinary beauties are exceedingly rare. Being by his side, even as a servant, is a desirable task. Dong Chuan snorted, bluntly saying, isn't this simply being base? Elder Shen hesitated to speak further, and could only say smilingly, Chu Yu is young and lacks willpower, how can he compare with Jinjuan who possesses vast knowledge? That's enough. Dong Chuan patted his shoulder, swept up his sleeve, and stood up, I feel well today, so let me meet your sect's disciples. Elder Shen revealed a delighted expression, stood up, and informed the head of Yunshui Hall. When he returned to the hall, Dong Chuan Jinjuan was nowhere to be found. A nearby disciple nodded and said, Senior True Lord Dong Chuan just entered your study room, set up a soundproof barrier, and gave orders to see people one by one. Elder Shen nodded, feeling some indescribable strangeness. Senior True Lord Dong Chuan hadn't been to the Chongxian sect for hundreds of years, so why did he suddenly visit today? The officer of Yunshui Hall issued an order, and soon dozens of young disciples from within the sect arrived at the hall, including those familiar with Li Lanxiu like Brother Lian, Jiang Jusi, and Su Shiyang. Li Lanxiu entered together with Chu Yu, sitting in a chair upstairs while holding a teacup. Calmly and leisurely, he took a sip of tea. Chu Yu stood behind him like a black gate deity. Some came later. Jiang Jusi met Senior True Lord Dong Chuan inside the main study room. Su Shiyang eyed Li Lanxiu, unexpectedly meeting Chu Yu's cold gaze, causing a sudden chill down her neck. At this moment, Senior True Lord Dong Chuan was seated behind heavy curtains, completely concealed from view. As Jiang Jusi stepped into the room, he heard a haughty voice from inside saying, Stay at the door, don't move. It seemed Dong Chuan was drinking wine as the rich fragrance spread throughout the room. Are you good at swordplay? Jiang Jusi nodded and replied, I'm skilled with the sword. Dong Chuan said listlessly, demonstrate one of your sect's sword techniques, let me see. Jiang Jusi reached back, swiftly drawing his sword, its cold gleam shining instantly. Before he could begin, Senior True Lord Dong Chuan interrupted him, your Taoist heart is unstable, your talent mediocre. Next. Jiang Jusi had never been criticized so harshly as a genius and retorted discontentedly, True Lord, I've only used one move. One move is enough to see through you. Senior True Lord Dong Chuan snorted disdainfully. With a pale face, Jiang Jusi left the room. Outside the door, Elder Shen saw everything clearly. Every disciple who entered looking happy would come out shortly after with a grayish-white complexion, disheartened and dispirited. All the disciples received similar treatment to Jiang Jusi. Until Li Lanxiu walked in. Senior True Lord Dong Chuan gently murmured, Li Lanxiu, how is your illness? Li Lanxiu squinted his eyes slightly, staring at the heavy curtains, no problem. Dong Chuan paused, on your path of cultivation, have you encountered any bottlenecks? Unaware of the previous disciples' situations, Li Lanxiu couldn't detect any different treatment from Senior True Lord Dong Chuan, not yet. After a moment of silence, Dong Chuan's tone carried a hint of mockery, I heard from Han Qian that you met the Red Sect's Buddha son in Dream Fairy City, and he doesn't seem to harbor good intentions towards you. Upon mentioning Yin Wuji, Li Lanxiu curled his lips lightly, asking firmly and reasonably, isn't it normal for someone from the Devil's Sects to be full of lustful intentions? Dong Chuan burst into laughter at Li Lanxiu's tone and casually asked, Does the Buddha son want to dual cultivate with you? Who knows? Li Lanxiu replied nonchalantly. After a brief pause, Dong Chuan, aware of his own status as the perfect body for dual cultivation, teased, the sacred maiden of Yuvan sect is also in Dream Fairy City. If the Buddha son is lustful, why does he only approach you? Lifting his chin slowly, Li Lanxiu said calmly, because he overestimates himself, a smelly frog stretching his neck trying to swallow the moon. Giving him a slap is lenient already. Dong Chuan found it rare to have nothing to say, having never encountered such an arrogant person who kept embellishing their own worth. Yin Wuji, the leader of the Red Sect, whose cultivation was unfathomable, a shared nightmare for all disciples of the Taoist sects, sounded like rotten fish and shrimp in Li Lanxiu's mouth. Unable to suppress his amusement, Dong Chuan asked, with your temperament, has no one beaten you? Beaten me? Li Lanxiu laughed lightly, his voice like pearls falling on a jade plate, who can do that? Even during Dong Chuan's most flourishing times, he was not as reckless as Li Lanxiu. He curiously asked, don't you have any enemies? After some thought, Li Lanxiu replied, none. Dong Chuan naturally didn't believe it, teasing sarcastically, is it because you are too beautiful, making others unable to hate you? Seeming not to understand the mockery, Li Lanxiu simply nodded, perhaps. He agreed easily, as if it were entirely natural. Dong Chuan suddenly became interested and wanted to see what kind of beauty allowed him to be so audacious, come closer, let me take a look at you. Li Lanxiu looked at the layers of curtains, showing absolutely no respect to the number one person of the Tao sect, Senior True Lord, please preserve dignity. Laughing uncontrollably, Dong Chuan said, this is your territory in Chongxian sect. What can I possibly do to you? I just want to see what you look like. Li Lanxiu still stood there motionless, slim and elegant like bamboo, sparing words without saying a thing. Dong Chuan stood up and lifted the first layer of curtains, his hand pausing for a moment. You're quite clever. Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow, his turn to mockingly ask, did the true lord just realize that? Dong Chuan, who had reached the pinnacle of great accomplishment, naturally had keen insights and intelligence, observing the indistinct figure behind the curtains. You pretend to be arrogant and overbearing, making me curious enough to want to see what you look like. Li Lanxiu wasn't pretending to be arrogant or overbearing, everything he said earlier was sincere, though he intentionally presented it with earnestness. Dong Chuan sized up his silhouette, catching a whiff of a clean and sharp fragrance. He scoffed, saying, aren't you afraid it'll backfire? What if I meet you and think you're just putting on airs? How will you deal with that? Li Lanxiu gave a faint chuckle, if you don't come out soon, I'll leave. Dong Chuan, having seen through his intention, lost all interest. He retracted his hand from the curtain and sat back down, saying, go then, use your cleverness in cultivation later. Li Lanxiu didn't hesitate, turning around and leaving the room. The moment he stepped outside, the smile on his lips faded, replaced by a furrowed brow and an expression of evident irritation. The old man must have guessed his constitution. Chapter 71. Li Lanxiu liked smart people. Because smart people were easier to deal with than ordinary ones. If it were an ordinary person, they would have simply pulled back the curtain and come out to see him without thinking about so many questions. Smart people relied on their intelligence for success, so once they encountered a problem, they steadfastly only trusted their own deductions. If one wanted to toy with an ordinary person, it required reasonable persuasion and effort to eliminate doubts. But with a smart person, it wasn't necessary. As long as you let them think they were right, manipulating them would be easy. Just like Master Dong Chuan, in Dong Chuan's eyes now, Li Lanxiu should be nothing more than someone who looks beautiful but isn't very clever with a stove constitution. In the courtyard stood a fruit tree laden with bright red little immortal fruits, heavy fruits bending the branches down. He reached out and twisted off one of these fruits. The immortal fruit spun slowly on his pale, slender fingertips, its fresh red skin contrasting sharply with his snow-white fingers. One or two people didn't know what they were made of, yet they wanted to climb into his bed. Then all of them could die together. Li Lanxiu took out a handkerchief, wiped the fruit in his hand, then bit into it at the edge of his lips, juice seeping into his mouth, sweet yet tinged with a bit of sourness. In the hall of the Yunshui Hall, Chiu leaned against a pillar, straightening up when he saw Li Lanxiu walk out, saying, Master. Humph, I'm going home first. Li Lanxiu threw away the half-eaten fruit casually, drawing a vivid arc through the air before rolling onto the dish on the table. A few disciples in the hall instinctively stared at the fruit, their eyes glaring with desire, swallowing their saliva. Chu Yu glanced at the fruit once and left behind him. Not long after they left, Master Dong Chuan lost interest in seeing his disciple, and stepping outside, tossed the gourd to Elder Shen, saying, fetch me a pot of 100 flowers brew, I'll return to my sect. Elder Shen handed the gourd over to a nearby disciple with a smile and said, Master has not seen Chu Yu yet. Dong Chuan clearly had no interest in this talented disciple of Zhongshuan's sect, there's no need to see him. After seeing Li Lanxiu, I already know that his insight is too shallow, his Taoist heart unstable. Elder Shen did not understand and took the gourd filled with wine by a disciple, sending him through the hall. The disciples in the hall didn't seem to know what they were fighting over, each one flushed with anger, their decorum lost. One disciple held a fruit in his hand, stating firmly, this was given to me by junior brother Li. You're talking nonsense. You just snatched it from me. It's mine because I got it first. As this disciple lunged forward, reaching for the fruit in the other's hand. The disciple holding the fruit leapt up and ran out of the hall in a panic. People around him pursued him like wolves, all wanting to seize the fruit in his hand, as if it weren't just a normal immortal fruit but a miraculous drug that could bring the dead back to life and allow immortality. Before Master Dong Chuan, such absurdity caused Elder Shen to lose face, and he rebuked, stop. At the sound of this command, those disciples' cheeks flushed instantly, hanging their heads obediently where they stood. Seeing that the fruit had been bitten into slightly, Elder Shen frowned even more deeply, if you want to eat immortal fruits, there are plenty in the sect. Why must you make yourselves appear so ridiculous? Dong Chuan's gaze swept over the bite marks on the fruit, a subtle smile crossing his features upon thought. How handsome was Li Lanxiu? An uneaten fruit could cause such disputes. It was the first time in his life that he became interested in the appearance of a man. Li Lanxiu was contemplating ways to kill people and returned absent-mindedly to Zitai Peak. As soon as he entered, Miaosu came forward and said, young master, White Zhen is waiting for you in the flower hall. When did he arrive? Li Lanxiu headed towards the direction of the flower hall to meet his sworn brother. Miaosu replied, he just arrived. Chu Yu followed Li Lanxiu a few steps further before pausing, speaking gently, it wouldn't be convenient for me to follow. I won't disturb your meeting. Li Lanxiu glanced at him, nodding with a smirk. He exactly had some questions he wanted to discuss with Bai Ying. Master Dong Chuan had deduced his body type from trivial details regarding the incident at the White Pagoda Temple. This was surely due to his deep familiarity with Yin Wujie. Only by thoroughly understanding what kind of person Yin Wujie was, could one analyze from Yin Wujie's attitude and actions towards him, that he was the miraculous medicine that saved Yin Wujie's life. After visiting Zhongshuan's sect, Dong Chuan understood Li Lanxiu to the root, but Li Lanxiu knew very little about Dong Chuan. To take out a person, first, one must know oneself and know the opponent. Among the people in the world, the person most familiar with Dongchuan should be the sect leader of Zhongshuan sect, Master Mei Shui. Bai Ying stood gracefully by the window, a colorful bird perched on his shoulder. Its feathers were lush and round, giving it an adorably chubby appearance. Upon hearing Li Lanqiu's footsteps, he turned around, gently extending his hand forward. The little parrot landed in his palm, fixing its gaze on Li Lanqiu and chirping brightly, "Young Master Li, good day." The parrot's voice had been specially trained by Bai Ying to sound like a 5- or 6-year-old child, making it incredibly endearing. Li Lanqiu couldn't help but chuckle as he flicked his finger lightly against the parrot's head, saying, "Good for you." The parrot ruffled its feathers and puffed out its round chest, responding proudly, "Thank you, young Master Li." Li Lanqiu flicked it again, laughing, "And what exactly did I give you?" The parrot responded with great seriousness, "Your smile is my reward." Li Lanqiu picked up the parrot from Bai Ying's hand, and the little bird nestled docilely into his palm, rubbing its fuzzy little head against his fingers. Intrigued, he held it playfully between his fingers, remarking, "What fun." Bai Ying, possessing the bloodline of a demon king, had one ability called enlightenment, which allowed him to instantly transform unintelligent animals into demons, sparing them 100 years of unnecessary trials. This sacred power was used by Bai Ying solely to please Li Lanqiu. He smiled faintly and said, "I'll give it to you as a companion." Li Lanqiu fiddled with the parrot like a toy in his hands, his red lips curling into an attractive smile as he said, "Little white, how thoughtful of you." Bai Ying stared at his dazzling smile and looked away, commenting, "If you like, I have even more interesting things." "What?" Li Lanqiu asked curiously. Bai Ying remained composed and casually stated, "Whenever my consciousness touches demons, I can establish a mental connection, allowing them to obey my commands." Li Lanqiu relaxed in his chair, stroking the little parrot's head while asking lazily, "Is that so?" "Show me." Bai Ying hesitated slightly before replying, "Apart from the parrot in your hand, there are no demons in our sect. If you want to see, wait until after I leave the sect." Li Lanqiu studied him for a moment and tilted his head, asking, "Why can't you leave the sect? Is it because you're the white dragon?" Bai Ying crouched by his knees, gazing up at him and said, "It's related." After a brief pause, he began to recount the reason slowly and calmly. Bai Ying had never spoken about his past to anyone else, not even Su Shirin knew about it. Li Lanqiu was the first. This story began long, long ago, when he was still a dragon egg, hatched far away on an island at the very edge of the 9 continents, a place named Yenzhou, situated beyond the sea where waves crash endlessly, desolate and barren. When consciousness arose within the dragon egg, it inherited the will of the ancient dragon lineage, understanding that this was a threefold realm of humans, demons, and ghosts, and that he was destined to be the naturally born king of demons. But the destined king was confined within a dragon egg, watching daybreaks and sunsets in Yenzhou, stars shifting and seasons changing. Day after day passed with no difference. Bai Ying had no concept of time, unable to remember how many years had gone by. Until one day, a young man in white arrived in front of the dragon egg, speaking the first words Bai Ying would ever hear, "Yenzhou, white dragon, henceforth you shall be called Bai Ying." That young man was true immortal Mei Shui, who often went by the name Meng Sanjiu back then. Meng Sanjiu took the dragon egg with him onto his flying boat and each day buried it beneath his clothing like a mother hen, incubating it with his body heat. After a long time, Bai Ying broke free from the shell. At that time, his true form was only as thick as an arm, weak and frail, easily capable of being strangled by a mere hand. Meng Sanjiu, having never raised a child before, had no idea how to nurture a baby dragon. A wet nurse fainted at the sight of Bai Ying. With no other choice, Meng Sanjiu wrapped him around his neck and fed him piece by piece with milk cakes. In this manner, Meng Sanjiu nurtured Bai Ying in a secluded realm of the Chongxian sect, teaching him literacy and arithmetic just like raising his own son. As a member of the dragon clan, Bai Ying was naturally endowed with extraordinary intelligence. From the moment he opened his eyes, he realized that Meng Sanjiu harbored countless secrets. Yenzhou was deep within the ocean where huge waves roared incessantly, on the outermost edges of the 9 continents. No one had visited for hundreds of years, so how did Meng Sanjiu know the route to Yenzhou? As Bai Ying grew older, the questions surrounding Meng Sanjiu increased. As the master of one of the 4 great Taoist sects and an unparalleled figure in history, how could someone who didn't recognize many characters possibly achieve such profound cultivation? Moreover, Meng Sanjiu frequently muttered strange phrases about heavenly destiny, their trio, retribution, bad people receiving their due punishment, and everything being predetermined by heaven. Whenever Bai Ying asked about it, Meng Sanjiu evaded the topic entirely, refusing to answer and forbidding further inquiries. He faintly sensed that Meng Sanjiu's achievements might be due to something he had done hundreds of years ago with 2 others, violating the natural order and obtaining unimaginable celestial powers. The path to Yenzhou and his status as the White Dragon were both obtained through this. What did he do? Suddenly, Li Lanqiu interrupted Bai Ying and asked seriously. Bai Ying paused slightly, turning his head to rest his cheek on Li Lanqiu's knee. Closing his eyes, he said, "I don't know, but I do know he wasn't a bad person." Li Lanqiu gently twisted the silver hair falling from his shoulders, lost in thought. Could there really be a way to grow powerful so quickly in this world? Bai Ying smelled the clean scent emanating from him, gradually calming down. He continued, on the day he left the sect, we had a big argument. He hoped I would use my thoughts to control demons and make them serve him. Li Lanxiu glanced at him. You refused. Bai Ying looked up and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Your father is coming. Li Lanxiu's eyebrows lifted slightly. Unhurriedly, he patted his face. Get up first. Bai Ying stood up, dusting off his snow-white sleeves before standing upright beside him. Li Yanbi stormed into the room, his keen gaze sweeping over Bai Ying with evident annoyance. Why didn't you tell me that Bai Zhen was summoning you to Zaitai Peak? Bai Ying shot a fierce glare at Chu Yu following behind, then smiled slightly. I came to see Lanxiu, I won't disturb Director Li. Chu Yu walked to Li Lanxiu's side, composed as ever. He bent down and whispered softly, Master, I couldn't stop him. Li Lanxiu smacked him hard on the cheek, the incorrigible dog. Putting down the parrot, he stood up and approached Li Yanbi. Father. Li Yanbi grabbed his wrist and led him out the door to the next room, setting up a soundproof barrier. He then worriedly asked, Tell me, has that old thief bullied you? Though Bai Ying was now more than 300 years old, he could call Li Yanbi an old thief without being overly impolite because of his age. Li Lanxiu hugged his arm and smiled brightly. No, who would dare bully me? Li Yanbi was still uneasy, sneaking a glance at the adjacent room. Humph, is it true that old thief likes you? I and Xiao Bai are good brothers. Li Lanxiu chose a less straightforward word, though little brother might fit better. Li Yanbi hesitated for a moment, then realized who Xiao Bai referred to. Pointing at the wall, he asked incredulously, Are you and Bai Ying good brothers? Li Lanxiu quietly nodded. In the dining hall just across the wall, the atmosphere grew heavy. Bai Ying stared at Chu Yu and scoffed mockingly, using lip movements to say, Watchdog. Chu Yu ignored him, leaning down to observe the parrot on the table. The little parrot, unaware of their relationship, cooed flatteringly, What a handsome man. It's no wonder someone around Master Li is so extraordinary. Bai Ying glared unhappily at the parrot. Shut up. Chu Yu poked the trembling parrot, realizing immediately its significance. Associating it with the bird that had always followed Li Lanxiu in the Dream Fairy City, he said to the parrot, So, you're the gift sent by Bai Zhen to Master. The little parrot nodded its small head. Chu Yu smirked faintly and lightly laughed, not bad luck for a parrot. At our master's place, people come and go constantly. Some even want to be watchdogs but can't manage it. Bai Ying naturally couldn't miss his insinuating words. He sneered coldly at the parrot, This is your predecessor. You should learn from him how to please Master Li, but don't imitate. Being overconfident just because your master favors you. Chu Yu stroked the parrot's head, smiling and saying softly, What's wrong with being a dog? To be pampered and loved by one's master, listening to barking from other dogs, it's quite entertaining, isn't it? Bai Ying walked beside the parrot, mocking, Don't corrupt my parrot. Dogs remain dogs, they can't become humans. Once a dog, always a dog. Does Bai Zhen have something against dogs? Chu Yu straightened up, tapping his chest while frowning and asking incomprehensibly, Or does he have something against me? Bai Ying wiped the smile from his face and looked at him steadily, calmly saying, Of course it's about the dogs, I despise these creatures most. They wag their tails every day, begging pitifully. They think they're great after getting a few favors, and they love tattling behind others' backs. Don't you find that disgusting too? By what Bai Zhen says. Chu Yu raised his eyes and grinned widely, showing white teeth, This dog must be thoroughly spoiled by his master. Dogs are ruined by being spoiled. This perfectly explained the phrase, overreaching due to someone else's power. After mollifying Li Yanbi, Li Lanxiu arrived at the door and heard all sorts of talk about dogs and continuous barking inside. As soon as he stepped through the door, Bai Ying walked a few steps to his side and said coldly with a face full of resentment, Li Lanxiu, it must be him who complained to your father. Chu Yu was slightly surprised. Complained? What makes Bai Zhen say so? Bai Ying restrained the impulse to stab him with a sword and lowered his voice as he spoke to Li Lanxiu, You make him go away quickly. Chu Yu frowned and murmured, So the dog Bai Zhen was talking about earlier has been me all along. Li Lanxiu acted as if he had heard nothing from either side, instead he immediately picked up the little parrot and sat lazily on the highest throne. His pale and slender fingers gently stroked the little parrot's head. His eyes were closed, with long black eyelashes forming a dark shadow over his cheeks, and a warm smile lingered at the corner of his lips. A moment passed in silence without hearing any argument, and he retracted his smile, looking down at the two people from high above. He raised his chin, revealing fleeting red marks hidden in his snow-white neck, and said indifferently, Continue. He didn't care who was right or wrong, or who was, he just wanted to have some fun by watching the show. Chapter 72. The onlookers don't mind the chaos. The two people below the hall remained eerily silent for a while. Bai Ying coldly snorted and stared at Chu Yu, who was pretending to be innocent and pitiful. He once again silently said with a dismissive tone, A dog relying on its master's strength. Chu Yu glanced at Li Lanxiu who was keeping his distance from the matter and innocently said, Is elder by talking nonsense? Oh. What did I call you? Bai Ying deliberately teased him, wanting to hear him say that word. Chu Yu paused, pronouncing every word clearly, Elder by called me a dog. This sentence was intentionally said for Li Lanxiu to hear. Bai Ying also glanced at Li Lanxiu. Beating a dog in front of the master, he mockingly asked, "Aren't you?" "I am of the dog zodiac, but I'm indeed a human." Chu Yu replied fluently. "Aren't you?" Suddenly, an elegant and pleasing voice rang out. Li Lanxiu tilted his head to stare at him, his lips curving into a teasing smirk. Bai Ying's lips curved upward into a faint smile, as he lightly sneered and inspected Chu Yu. "Are you really a dog?" Chu Yu crossed his arms and turned to Li Lanxiu, his cold and stern face showing no friendliness. He spat out one round and clear word, "Woof." An incredibly standard bark. Li Lanxiu couldn't help laughing heartily, leaning against the couch, his dark eyes moist and exceptionally bright. "Xiaohei. Bark a few more times." Chu Yu remained very calm, lowering his voice like a fierce hound growling and barking, "Woof, woof, woof." Li Lanxiu put aside the small parrot he had just obtained, clapped his hands lightly, and laughed brightly. "That sounds so good." The smile at the corner of Bai Ying's mouth disappeared. "Isn't it that you, brother, are truly a dog?" Chu Yu looked at him calmly and politely asked, "Elder Bai, should I escort you out?" Bai Ying coldly glared at him and asked their high and mighty master, "Should I punish him on your behalf?" Li Lanxiu propped his finger against his nose, suppressing his laughter. "Xiaohei, go out first, we're not done discussing." Chu Yu nodded serenely, pausing briefly as he passed by Bai Ying before quickening his pace and walking out. As soon as he left, Bai Ying raised his hands, with the flicker of spiritual light at his fingertips setting up a soundproof barrier. He spoke softly, "You truly spoil him." Li Lanxiu let out a mocking laugh, stroking the parrot in his hand without addressing this comment. Who wouldn't like a dog skilled in pleasing its master? Bai Ying cast a glance at the tightly shut door, feeling slightly better. "Do you still want to hear about Master Meishue?" Li Lanxiu nodded and asked the most important question, "How did Master Meishue and Master Dongchuan meet?" Bai Ying truthfully said, "I don't know. All I know is that they were friends, but Master Meishue has never mentioned Master Dongchuan to me." Li Lanxiu thoughtfully stroked his chin. "When will Master Meishue return to the sect?" Bai Ying hesitated for a moment, pondering before saying, "I've sent messages to him for several days now. He has a transmission ring in his possession which allows him to return to the sect at any time. I speculate that he doesn't want to come back to see me." Li Lanxiu's fingers pressing on his chin moved to his lips, gently tapping them. "He doesn't want to see you." Bai Ying rarely sighed softly, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his lips. "He can't control the demonic force and fears that I'll leave the sect and bring disaster to all beings. Master Meishue's consideration isn't without reason. Someone like Bai Ying, a great demon fiend, if he ever leaves the sect and becomes uncontrollable, would be like a tiger among sheep. The Taoist cultivators would have no means to fight back." Li Lanxiu slowly sat up, smiling pleasantly. "Do you know where he is? Let me help convince him. If the mountain won't come to him, then he'll go to the mountain." Bai Ying was stunned, his cold face softening like ice melting. "Do you really want to help me escape my troubles?" Li Lanxiu nodded slightly. More importantly, he was very interested in how Master Meishue became strong. Bai Ying took a deep look at him, turning his face away and said, "I don't know where he is, but the butterfly carrying the message flew toward the northwest." The northwest region of Zhongshuan sect was vast, with hundreds of towns scattered across and countless immortal shops. Also, the cold kiln mines of the sect were located in the northwest border. Li Lanxiu contemplated thoughtfully. Bai Ying coughed lightly, a hint of smile on his lips as he calmly asked, "Would you dare leave the sect for me and not fear that lecherous monk coming after you?" Li Lanxiu retracted his thoughts from a distant reverie. Once he leaves the sect, not only will Yin Wujie come looking for him, but Master Dongchuan likely will too. "I'm not afraid. Good brothers protect each other." Bai Ying looked at him, his eyes shining with deep emotion, and he smiled saying, "Your goodwill I appreciate immensely, but there's no need for you to do this." Li Lanxiu seriously said, "You're my sworn brother, this is what I should do." The smile on Bai Ying's lips froze, as he lifted his gaze and stared deeply at him. Before leaving, Bai Ying sincerely asked, "Do you really not want me to help you deal with your dog?" Li Lanxiu lightly smiled, "No need, I will discipline him myself." Chu Yu leaned against the doorframe waiting. As soon as Bai Ying stepped out of the door, Chu Yu said politely, "True transmission master Bai, I won't see you off further." Then he turned around and walked into the flower hall. The hall was empty, Li Lanxiu and the parrot were nowhere to be seen. There was no ripple in Chu Yu's heart from the barks earlier, he endured humiliations for the sake of being a man. The door of a nearby room opened, and Miao Su gracefully walked out. Seeing Chu Yu, she smiled and said, "Master has gone into meditation, he wants you to meet him in the bedroom tonight." Chu Yu touched the golden collar around his neck, gently sliding his fingertips over the cold metal, sensing that he would be punished again. That night, Chu Yu walked into the brightly lit sleeping chamber. The bright room was bathed in a warm golden glow. Li Lanxiu sat in front of an exquisite dressing table. His red clothes were untied at the waist, loosely draped over his slim shoulders, revealing his spotless undergarments. Miao Su stood by his side, holding a gold-lacquered comb, carefully untangling his hair bun. Chu Yu stood not too far behind him, looking at the face reflected in the mirror. Li Lanxiu gently patted Miao Su's wrist, then turned around on the chair. "Chu Yu, come here." Miao Su curiously glanced at Chu Yu and then left, closing the door. Chu Yu approached him in a few steps, leaning down close and asking, "Master, what do you need of me?" Li Lanqiu lazily reclined against the dressing table, his red robe slipping carelessly onto his arms like a bright bud supporting the pristine white figure within. He slowly moved his fingers. Chu Yu felt his blood rushing to his head, thud, kneeling before him, gripping his hand and planting a kiss, "Asiu." Li Lanqiu caressed his cheek, feigning gentle words, "Does it still hurt?" Chu Yu sniffed the fragrance from his fingertips, "It doesn't hurt anymore." He paused, his dark eyes staring at Li Lanqiu, "Is master not angry?" Li Lanqiu pinched his face hard, "I'm not angry, why should I be?" Chu Yu's cheeks, held tightly in his hands, struggled to lift the corners of his lips in a forced smile. Li Lanqiu patted his cheek, slowly giving orders, "Take off your clothes." Chu Yu had long been accustomed to this routine, unhurriedly removing his outer garments and underclothes, exposing his strong collarbone and broad, firm chest. He continued undoing his undergarment, his narrow waist taut and defined, the abdominal muscles clear and distinct, every inch radiating strength. All revealed before Li Lanqiu's eyes. Li Lanqiu's gaze only lingered on his face, softly saying, "Keep going." Chu Yu planted a kiss on his finger, standing up and unfastening his belt, revealing his long, strong legs. His black, lustrous eyes stared at Li Lanqiu, laughter hidden in them. Li Lanqiu's gaze swept over him, then looked away, put on the gag and kneel by the bed. Chu Yu knelt decisively and easily by the bed, his knees pressed wide open against the floor, shamelessly reacting with an aggressive stance facing him. Before putting on the gag, he huskily asked, "What is master going to do?" Li Lanqiu wanted to punish him. He took out a celestial chain from his storage ring, deftly handling the ends of the restraining chain, like holding a coiled steel whip ready to strike. Chu Yu's pitch-black leather mouth gag covered most of his face, accentuating his sharp and stern eyebrows, making his usually refined nose appear more pointed, revealing a rarely seen rebellious wildness. Li Lanqiu lightly flicked the celestial chain across his chest, "Close your eyes." Chu Yu closed his eyes, licking his lips. He felt his collar being lifted, followed by a snap, as the celestial chain securely locked onto the collar. He couldn't see, but he could hear, Li Lanqiu tying the other end of the celestial chain to the bedpost, then said, "Open your eyes." Chu Yu opened his eyes, seeing the tight celestial chain fastened to the collar around his neck like a shiny leash tethering him to the headboard while completely naked. Li Lanqiu bent down to look at him, icily saying, "You should think quietly about how to act like a good dog." Chu Yu's eyes met his lips that opened and closed, their flowing desires glowing dimly. Li Lanqiu stood up, pushing aside the sliding sleeve, taking it off and throwing it over his face, covering him thoroughly. Chu Yu saw nothing but a dim red haze, smelling the delicate fragrances, his hands immediately hugging his legs, burying his face between his knees and inhaling forcefully. Li Lanqiu pushed away his enthusiastic head, "Not so fast, I haven't rewarded you yet." Chu Yu narrowed his eyes to look at the blurry shadow, licking his lips, muffledly asking, "What reward?" Li Lanqiu lightly tapped his nose with his fingertip and asked in a low voice, "What do you think?" Chu Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his already clear reaction became even more distinct. Li Lanqiu saw this but pretended not to notice, leisurely walking towards the door. "I'm going to bathe at the spiritual spring pool. Wait for me here." Much later, the lights in the sleeping chamber gradually dimmed, leaving only a faintly swaying, feeble lantern light. Chu Yu had knelt by the bed until his legs and feet went numb, his anticipatory excitement slowly fading away. The burning passion waned, yet his mind became clearer. He pulled hard on the celestial chain, producing a crisp sound as it was tightly bound to his collar. There was no sign of loosening. Li Lanqiu was playing with him. Chu Yu pulled with all his might, instantly breaking the celestial chain into two pieces. He removed the mouth gag he wore, methodically dressed himself, and made his way to the room with the spiritual spring pool located deep within the palace. But there was no one inside. Subsequently, he headed toward the sleeping chamber direction. Miao Su stood guard outside the sleeping chamber. Seeing him, she smiled and said, "The master is not in the sleeping chamber, he has been out for quite some time." Chu Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly while maintaining an amicable attitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Miao Su." He paused and asked, "Where did the master go?" Miao Su answered thoughtfully, "I'm not sure, but the master left with a friend." Chu Yu's smile froze, squinting his eyes as he asked, "What kind of friend?" Miao Su replied honestly, "A young man in green robes, very handsome. He waited for the master at the palace entrance, and after seeing you, the master left with him." Chu Yu abruptly turned and rushed toward the door. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Which direction did they go?" Hard to see clearly due to the deep night. Miao Su shook her head, noticing his urgent manner, then thought about it further and added, "The master should be traveling far away." Before leaving, he instructed that if the peak master were to look for him, say that he's meditating. Chu Yu turned his gaze toward the vast night sky, a smirk creeping onto his lips revealing sharp teeth. "Li Lanqiu, you want to get rid of me? It won't be that easy." Earlier that day, Li Lanqiu had crushed the communication charm he shared with Gu Jingxing, informing this good brother to come to Zitai Peak at midnight. After fooling Chu Yu around, with a small parrot perched on his shoulder, he casually arrived at the ferry dock of Zitai Peak. A figure clad in green stood at the ferry dock. Gu Jingxing's mouth carried a faint smile imbued with calm serenity, looking behind him and asking, "Where's your servant?" Li Lanxiu glanced around and didn't spot his flying fairy artifact. He pointed to the parrot and said, "Isn't this him?" The parrot, fully understanding the situation, stated, "I am willing to offer my services like a horse or carriage for Master Li." The other servant remained composed. Gu Jingxing deeply scrutinized the parrot, the enlightening power of the Demon King actually used for this. He took out a pitch-black palanquin from his ghost head ring, tossing it into the air whereupon it suddenly grew larger, transforming into an ordinary black palanquin. Bowing respectfully, he opened the curtain saying, "Lanxiu, please step in." Li Lanxiu entered the palanquin, a cold and bone-chilling atmosphere rushing towards him as if plunging into an icy cellar. The interior was surprisingly spacious, with just a single white bone-carved throne at the center. The appearance of the throne resembled an enormous skull, with hollow eye sockets glowing with a fresh red light. Seated comfortably in its open mouth, Li Lanxiu seemed rather at ease. Hanging on the walls were several ghost fire lanterns, casting flickering, ethereal blue flames, projecting strange shadows. On the ground lay dark red silk, appearing bizarre as if soaked in blood. In front of him stood a table made from white bones, bearing several large black books, along with a pitch-black ghostly seal. Li Lanxiu wasn't aware that this was the royal ghost sedan chair used by the Ghost King during travel, with invisible ghosts carrying the palanquin and ghost officials blowing music nearby. If Li Lanxiu knew, he would have played happily with the ghost seal and book of life and death. Gu Jingxing humbly walked into the palanquin, sitting cross-legged beside the Ghost King's throne, asking, "Where do you wish to go?" Li Lanxiu pointed in a certain direction with his finger, "We're heading to the northwest." Gu Jingxing tapped the palanquin, causing those unseen hundreds of ghostly spirits Li Lanxiu couldn't see to crawl sinuously. The pitch-black ghost sedan swiftly darted through the night. After rummaging through his storage ring, he retrieved a palm-sized bronze incense burner, placing it on the table. Li Lanxiu eyed the ancient and exquisite little stove, noticing four corners hanging with strings of copper coins resembling ingots. "What is this thing?" Gu Jingxing blew a breath toward the little stove, igniting blazing flames inside. "You seem cold, so I'll warm you up a bit." "Thanks." The palanquin was indeed freezing, but as soon as the little stove ignited, Li Lanxiu felt warmth washing over him. He glanced at the stove and reclined comfortably in the throne. Behind the ghost sedan followed rows of ghost officials with pale faces, their ghastly complexions reflecting the flickering light of the flames, each one bearing expressions of agony and ferocity, as if being tormented by the burning fire. In the chilling and gloomy underworld, there was no firelight, no warmth. The only source of warmth within the entire ghost realm was the treasure transformation furnace, in Li Lanxiu's hand. During festivals, the common folk would burn paper money for the deceased, and those burning papers would fall into the ghost realm, gathering into the many treasures stove held by the Ghost King. What burned inside the stove wasn't ordinary flame but rather the collective willpower of people throughout history, making it the most young object in the world, thus naturally warm and comfortable. Such an extraordinary treasure, the Ghost King offered it to Li Lanxiu to keep warm without any hesitation or feeling of impropriety. Chapter 73. Outside the gates of Chongxian Sex Mountain, under the moonlight shrouding the emerald green hills, a bay of lake water rippled with turquoise waves. At the lakeside dock were moored several small boats. In the quiet of night, only one boat had its candle lit. Leaning on the prow was a pale and handsome young man. He clutched a string of prayer beads in his hand, murmuring Buddhist scriptures as he turned them. Under the silver glow of the moonlight, his face was ashen and lifeless, without a trace of blood color, appearing like someone terminally ill, on the brink of death. In the dim night, shadowy figures emerged from all directions. Several black figures rushed forward, clad in crimson robes, wearing monks' hats. All at once they knelt before the ship and loudly proclaimed, "Greetings, Buddha's disciple." The young man was precisely Yin Wujie, whom Li Lanxiu had been trying to avoid. Yin Wujie had waited patiently here for many days. Yin Wujie stopped his chanting, still turning the beads in his hands as he raised his eyes and asked, "What is your report?" One of the group spoke first. "We have been guarding every direction around Chongxian sect, yet we've seen no sign of Li Lanxiu leaving. Should we disguise ourselves and infiltrate Chongxian sect to capture him and bring him to you?" Yin Wujie sighed deeply. "It's unnecessary. If he hides within Chongxian sect, it must be because he doesn't wish to see me." "But Master's body," one disciple hesitated but did not finish. Yin Wujie tightly grasped his prayer beads. "Don't worry, I won't die that easily." The disciple wore a complex expression, continuing, "Although we haven't discovered Li Lanxiu leaving the sect, just now, a servant of his left, heading towards the northwest. A highly skilled Taoist cultivator was following behind." "A servant? Who?" Yin Wujie inquired, evidently interested. The disciple meticulously explained, "A young man in black carrying a blade. The Taoist cultivator following him we do not recognize. However, this cultivator concealed his aura, disguised himself, and attempted to remain hidden, seemingly planning to attack Li Lanxiu's servant." Yin Wujie thoughtfully recalled Chu Yu, then mused aloud, "This boy refuses to leave Little Lotus for even a moment. If Little Lotus is in the sect, he wouldn't go. It appears Little Lotus is not in Chongxian sect." Having said this, he slowly stood up, faintly smiling as he remarked, "Little Lotus cares deeply for me and has traveled far to find her husband." The disciple looked pleased and asked, "Shall we go look for the lady?" Wujia nodded, gazing toward the northwest. Let's see where this boy is first. If he dies, there will be no one left to lead us. Several disciples clasped their hands together, muttering spells which conjured a sedan chair appearing upon their shoulders. Wujia leapt onto the sedan chair and sat down as the disciples lifted him into the air, their forms blurring as they quickly raced off toward the northwest. At that moment, within the verdant bamboo grove, a thin, dark silhouette floated, Chu Yu, riding his black sword as the wind fluttered the edges of his robe, showcasing his tall and handsome figure. Half an hour ago, he had gone to Qianji Peak to find Su Shiyan. After explaining the reasons, Su Shiyan brought him before Bai Ying's cave dwelling. Li Lanxiu had left the sect without notice after finishing his discussion with Bai Ying, and Bai Ying definitely knew something about it. As expected, Bai Ying did not care for him at all and refused to share any information. However, when Bai Ying heard that Li Lanxiu had left along with his Ghost Realm friend, Bai Ying decided to temporarily set aside their differences and revealed Li Lanxiu's destination. After all, compared to the unremarkable Chu Yu, Bai Ying disliked Li Lanxiu's Ghost Realm companion much more. Chu Yu rapidly maneuvered his black sword through layers of dense bamboo groves, and suddenly, the valley before him opened up. With a bright moon and sparse stars above, the narrow valley path led to a tea house by the road. Inside the pitch-black tea house sat a cultivator, wearing a black veil hat covering their face entirely. Chu Yu's movements paused momentarily as he hovered outside the tea house and gently landed on the ground. He moved his hand slightly, and the black sword returned to his grasp. He eyed the cultivator and asked, "Why have you been following me, senior?" Being sensitive to spiritual energy due to his pure spirit body, Chu Yu had faintly detected someone secretly tailing him since he left Chongxian sect. However, with his focus entirely on pursuing Li Lanxiu, he ignored it. But now, blocked by the person, he couldn't help but pay attention. The cultivator held a spirit stone between their fingers, intending to knock him off his sword but was momentarily surprised to see him land willingly. He immediately rose and said, "Young Taoist, do you believe in fate?" His voice was raspy and hoarse, likely altered intentionally. Chu Yu appeared slightly impatient, asking, "Does my belief matter to you?" The cultivator chuckled softly and took a few slow steps out of the tea house. "I possess a book of geomancy, able to foretell 500 years ahead and know 500 years back. Do you know your own destiny, young Taoist?" Chu Yu, with his hand resting behind his back, subtly gripped the hilt of his sword and asked quietly, "What do you mean, senior?" The cultivator stopped a few steps in front of him, seemingly sizing him up. "I divined for you more than half a year ago." Chu Yu's eyebrows arched. At that time he had just arrived in Weiqing and did not know any of the Zhongshuan sect members. "Do you know me?" The cultivator laughed again and took out an ancient book from his sleeve. "The divination shows you to be the one chosen by heaven, unmatched throughout history. None in the cultivation world can compare with you. In the future, you will dominate the 3 realms, creating storms at your whim, and all of the 9 states continent will be under your control." Facing such grand words, Chu Yu gave a light laugh. "Your divination is quite accurate." The cultivator also laughed, lowering his voice and coaxing gently. "The divination foretells that you shall found a sect, surpassing the 4 great Taoist sects, having countless followers. Your name on this continent will be known by everyone." Chu Yu looked at him smilingly and asked, "What's your point, elder?" "You will have many beautiful lovers," the cultivator said, his voice hoarse and incredibly seductive. "With great romantic luck, you'll be surrounded by beauties, enjoying endless blessings." Chu Yu's smile faded, his expression becoming cold as he said, "If you don't state your purpose soon, I won't hesitate to be impolite." The cultivator took a step closer, lowering his voice even further. "A few days ago, I divined for you again, and your destiny." "It hasn't changed much," interrupted the cultivator, "except that originally, you were the brightest star in the heavens, the Big Dipper, but now you've become an attendant star. Someone has taken your brilliance and trampled over you. As for your beautiful lovers," continued the cultivator, "they have all vanished into thin air. You will have no offspring." A subtle smile curved on Chu Yu's lips as he asked with his eyes closed, "Who took my brilliance?" The cultivator waited for this question and loudly declared, "Li Lanxiu from Jitai Peak." The arc on Chu Yu's lips deepened as he lifted his eyes and asked, "Is Li Lanxiu my destined partner in the future?" The cultivator was startled by his question and let out a heavy sigh, saying in frustration, "I said your brilliance has been taken by Li Lanxiu. He has stepped over you. All of your beautiful lovers have vanished. Haven't you understood?" Chu Yu narrowed his eyes, staring at the vague face behind the veil, maintaining his smile. "Are you implying that Li Lanxiu altered my fate?" The cultivator sighed in relief and earnestly stated, "Finally, you understand. Li Lanxiu somehow discovered you are the son of heaven, enslaving you, deceiving you, manipulating you in the palm of his hand. How can you indulge in beauty and continue serving the enemy masquerading as a friend?" Chu Yu nodded thoughtfully for a moment and quietly said, "I should thank Ashio." The cultivator was stunned again and puzzled, asking, "What are you thanking him for?" Chu Yu raised his head and stared at him, casually stating, "Being the top person in the 9 states with countless followers and beauties around me would be an extremely dull and tasteless life. How could it possibly match my current state?" The cultivator glanced at him critically, mocking him sarcastically, "And what is your current state? Now aren't you just Li Lanxiu's servant?" Chu Yu nodded in agreement, smiling pleasantly. The cultivator burst out laughing in anger, suddenly lifting his veil and revealing his true face. "I once thought my disciple Jiang Jus was the maddest person in the world, but compared to you, he falls short. You're crazy. Scholar Su, Chuyu said without surprise, in Zhongshuan sect, only Xue Wujin of Qianji Peak excels in geomancy. Xue Wujin sneered several times and straightforwardly asked, I love talented individuals. Here's another chance for you, do you wish to kill Li Lanqiu? Chuyu shook his head slightly and slowly drew out the black knife behind his back, no need for more chances, my answer will not change. Xue Wujin stared at his face, you must be clear, if you don't repent, I'll kill you. In the dead of night, outside Zhongshuan sect, disguised and hidden in shape, clearly intending arson or murder. Chuyu understood completely, curving his lips slightly and giving a small laugh, Scholar Su says I am the son of heaven. But how does Scholar Su know whether it is I who dies or if it's you? Xue Wujin scoffed a few times and extended his arm, a chilling sword appearing in his hand, son of heaven or not. Right now, you're just a golden core cultivator. I can kill you like a piglet. As he spoke, a streak of frosty light cut across the pitch-black sky, flying towards Chuyu's neck like a meteor. Ting! A prolonged resonant sound, akin to the reverberation of a struck bell. The black knife held firmly blocked the long sword. Xue Wujin is currently at the early stage of divine transformation, and a single strike is like moving mountains and overturning seas. The tiger mouth of Chuyu's hand holding the knife cracked open with blood seeping out, his fingers trembling violently. His well-defined hands gripped the knife tightly, flashing aside from a blow and immediately retaliating with a swift cut toward Xue Wujin's life gate. Xue Wujin hadn't expected Chuyu to dare retaliate. Unable to dodge in time, his sleeve was slashed open. He laughed coldly all at once, refusing to step back an inch, pressing each attack relentlessly. Chuyu leaped onto the roof of the tea shop, taking a moment during his evasion to ask lightly, do you know how Black Python Immortal met his death? Xue Wujin neither knew nor cared. His agility far surpassed Chuyu's, sending several cuts in quick succession that tore across his flesh. With a derisive twist, he mockingly shot back, you desire Li Lanqiu as your partner, have you two enjoyed each other's company already? The question dripped with lewd jesting. A dense wave of killing intent seeped through Chuyu's pitch-black eyes as he wordlessly swung the blade down on him with great force. A streak of blood appeared on Xue Wujin's shoulder from the impact of Chuyu's blade intention, but his smug demeanor remained unchanged. Looks like I hit the mark, he said without variation, no wonder you're so loyal. It's truly matriarch Li's good fortune to have such a son. This enraged Chuyu who clenched his teeth hard, his eyes locked firmly onto Xue Wujin like a wolf or tiger's glare, aiming every strike directly at lethal points. In mere moments, Chuyu's body was riddled with close-set wounds, while sharp sword intentions relentlessly attacked him. Despite being overwhelmed, Chuyu went berserk, disregarding everything, giving no quarter. Likewise, Xue Wujin wasn't much better off, suffering wound after wound until blood drenched his robes. Xue Wujin had underestimated him. Merely a core formation cultivator had somehow managed to injure him. A trace of regret flickered through his gaze, how lamentable it was for such an extraordinary talent to serve only Li Lanqiu. Without further hesitation, Xue Wujin held his sword to block Chuyu's descending black blade with one hand, while extracting another sword from midair with the other. Its momentum roared like a thunderbolt. With a sickening sound, the blade plunged deep into Chuyu's chest. Chuyu stared at him with lifeless, dark eyes. In them there was not a shred of terror but instead something incomprehensible, a trace of laughter. Xue Wujin judged him a true madman and yanked out the sword with disdain, sighing, I never asked you to kill Li Lanqiu, I'll do that myself. Would you trade regret for your life? Blood dribbled out from Chuyu's mouth corners. The arm that wielded his sword trembled violently, yet his obstinance knew no end, his eyes mocking in ridicule. Xue Wujin granted him the release he sought, showing no mercy as he drove another two blades into him. With the extraction of his final stroke, Chuyu collapsed to his knees with a dull thud, leaning forward, arms propping himself up on the ground. Blood erupting from his chest dyed large patches of earth crimson. Xue Wujin sheathed both his swords and gazed at his head that refused to bow, dying for Li Lanqiu, surely this should satisfy you. Alas, I'll kill him too. Satisfied with this, Xue Wujin chuckled a few times and turned to walk along the mountain stream trail, muttering, if simply killing him is too merciful, considering he stole my chances and harmed my beloved disciple, I'll rip apart his face first, keeping him alive for a year or two before I kill. Gulp. Gulp. A clear and peculiar sound broke the stillness of the dark night, as though some giant creature were swallowing saliva. Xue Wujin froze suddenly, spreading his awareness detecting no abnormality. However, that sound of saliva swallowing drew closer, accompanied by hungry guttural grumbles almost whispering near his ear. Despite having seen many strange phenomena, even Xue Wujin shuddered with fear, his scalp tingling. He unsheathed his sword and hacked backward, but met nothing. It seemed everything might be an illusion. Defying logic, Xue Wujin turned around and unexpectedly collided face-to-face with an apathetic and merciless countenance. Blood veins writhed like living things around the forehead, merging into a bizarre symbol that glimmered faintly with gold light through its red hue. The eyes contained absolutely no emotion, devoid of any vitality, wooden and vacant, akin to those of beasts. Chuyu curled his fingers into a fist and pushed through as if breaking paper effortlessly, entering his stomach cavity where viscera juggled audibly amid blood-soaked sounds. Excruciating pain enveloped Xue Wujin entirely. Attempting to gather energy for resistance, he found his meridians completely immobile, feeling powerless like a commoner. What devilry is this? His terrified query was answered by a sudden constriction of the heart as if clutched by unseen hands. Desperate to break free, Xue Wujin could not move an inch, helplessly watching as his own heart was dragged out, leaving behind streaks of bloody residue. Then came the last sight he'd ever witness, also the most unforgettable. Chu Yu sank his teeth in, hot and scorching flesh and blood spurting everywhere, resembling a long-starved famine victim indulging with wild abandon, devouring hastily with no pause. In moments, every last bit disappeared. Those ghastly eyes rested on him once more, inspecting his chest as though contemplating what next to consume. As Xue Wujin collapsed, in his final instant, he understood exactly how Black Python True Immortal had perished. Yin Wujie arrived just in time to witness the scene, a lone black figure standing amidst the night, while Xue Wujin lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Several disciples descended, with Yin Wujie seated comfortably on a sedan chair carried on their shoulders. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest as he observed curiously, intriguing. What exactly are you? Chu Yu's attention was entirely focused on his meal. At the sound of this familiar voice, his ears twitched, and he slowly turned around. In the dim light, the face staring back was alarmingly recognizable. A frown creased his emotionless face, revealing unmistakable disdain. Although without consciousness, an abhorrence for this man burned deep within him. Yin Wujie continued to watch. Suddenly, the black shadow sprang forward like a plummeting hammer, striking the sedan chair with a resounding crack. The disciples carrying it were thrown violently to the ground. Balanced effortlessly on the ends of the chair, Qiyu drove his fists toward Yin Wujie's abdomen. Reacting faster than Xue Wujin, Yin Wujie deflected the attack with an outstretched arm, followed by a bone-chilling crackle of splintering bones. Hot blood splattered onto Yin Wujie's face as he realized the insignificance he'd just felt beneath him now clutched something, his own arm. For a brief moment, Yin Wujie hesitated before fully comprehending that the severed limb was his own, torn off cleanly at the shoulder, as easily as ripping through paper. He had never faced such a horrifying situation. Despite attempting to fling the attacker away, he was utterly powerless, feeling like a helpless lamb about to be slaughtered. Still, as the leader of the Red Sect, even losing an arm did not strip him of his composure. He immediately offered, "Spare my life, and I'll give you endless spirit stones and techniques." Chu Yu showed no reaction to the plea, sniffing the jagged end of the severed arm as if deeming it unpalatable. A chill ran down Yin Wujie's spine. He quickly blurted out, "I know of a secret realm filled with infinite energy and treasures, capable of propelling your cultivation exponentially." Chu Yu discarded the arm as though it were trash, refocusing his crimson gaze on Yin Wujie's chest. His bloody fist extended again towards his prey. The instant the fist pierced through his chest, inspiration struck Yin Wujie, who managed to utter three distinct words, "Li Lanxiu." Chu Yu froze momentarily, his unfathomable eyes fixated on Yin Wujie's face, seemingly trying to decipher the meaning behind these words. And why they suddenly halted his movements. Yin Wujie exerted all his remaining strength to retrieve an iron tablet, flinging it into the night sky with his sole remaining arm. The iron tablet gleamed coldly in the darkness, revealing an engraved bundle of blossoming orchids, the fan handle belonging to Li Lanxiu. Chu Yu leapt instinctively, grasping the fan handle as if magnetically drawn. Lacking all human awareness, he merely sensed this object was more appetizing than anything else. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Wujie frantically urged, "Hurry! Flee!" Yet Chu Yu, holding onto the fan handle, remained transfixed. Chapter 74. Li Lanxiu traveled in a ghost sedan chair, heading northwest for 3 to 4 days until one day he arrived at the well-known Tianke City. As the sedan entered the area of Tianke City, an abundance of spiritual energy rushed to them. Li Lanxiu lifted the curtain and saw countless floating islands in the azure sky. These emerald-green islands were adorned with exquisite pavilions, bridges over flowing water, and wisps of clouds swirling like heavenly mist. At a glance, it resembled celestial palaces in the heavens. There were countless flying boats of all sizes, unevenly hovering in the sky. Glancing down, they looked like migrating birds partially obscuring the sky. In Tianke City, there were tall towers and wide streets, where passing cultivators used various flying artifacts to dart through the streets. In the 9 continents, sects stood side by side. Besides the 4 great Taoist sects, there were tens of thousands of large and small sects as well as countless wandering immortals. These sects and wandering immortals lacked the favorable conditions that the 4 great Taoist sects had, making it hard for them to independently possess a cultivation treasure land rich in spiritual energy and resources. This Tianke City was originally a cultivation treasure land but was divided among the cultivation families, who built fairy markets and workshops. Over time, it became a gathering place for mid to small sects and wandering immortals. All visitors here were cultivators, ordinary people couldn't enter. Li Lanxiu had never been to Tianke City before, so he looked around curiously and asked, "Have you been to Tianke City?" Gu Jingxing patted the sedan, and the ghost sedan slowly landed on an arched bridge in the city. He said, "Yes, but the city wasn't this crowded in the past. There must be some kind of event going on." Li Lanxiu pulled open the curtain and stepped out of the sedan. On both sides of the arch bridge stood rows of dazzling stalls, offering a kaleidoscope of items, flowers, lanterns, talismans, painted paper dolls, and more. Breathing in the abundant spiritual energy, his head spun slightly as if unable to handle alcohol. He rested a moment, supporting his forehead. Gu Jingxing turned his head and gazed at his pale face, asking, "What's wrong?" Li Lanxiu shook his head, feeling no physical abnormality but just extreme fatigue. "I'm tired." Gu Jingxing said, "There is an inn I know nearby. It's not far from here." Li Lanxiu walked shoulder to shoulder with him, looking around while taking slow steps. Not long after, behind them, a loud voice called out, "Please wait, honored immortals." A clever-looking young cultivator held green oil lamps in his arms, intending to say something. However, upon seeing Li Lanxiu's face, he suddenly froze, his cheeks flushing deep red as he stared blankly. Li Lanxiu was accustomed to such reactions. In front of him, he snapped his fingers sharply. "What is it?" The cultivator, snapping back to reality, stuttered, "Honorable immortals, may I ask why you have come to Mengxian City?" "We didn't come for anyone specifically, just stopping by," Gu Jingxing said indifferently. Li Lanxiu nodded slightly. The cultivator, startled at first, then showed a pleased smile. "You haven't come for the 100 Flowers Assembly?" Li Lanxiu softly hummed, "What's the 100 Flowers Assembly?" Gu Jingxing's expression suddenly became subtle. He glanced over at Li Lanxiu's face, which was as fair as snow and jade, lips moving silently as if wanting to say something but stopped. The cultivator was delighted he hadn't heard of the 100 Flowers Assembly and smiled radiantly. "Has the immortal heard of the 7 Stars Tower beauty ranking?" Li Lanxiu nodded again. The disciples of the 7 Stars Tower in Mengxian City had mentioned the beauty ranking to him. The cultivator cheerfully said, "In 10 days, it will be the annual unveiling day of the beauty ranking by the 7 Stars Tower, and the 100 Flowers Assembly is the grand celebration hosted by Tianke City." Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "100 Flowers Banquet? Is it fun?" The cultivator was standing too close and smelled the aromatic scent coming from Li Lanxiu's body. Feeling somewhat awkward, he stepped back a few paces, looking down toward the river under the bridge. He said, "There is nothing more fun than the 100 Flowers Assembly. In Tianke City, from the ferry shops down to the black market, all betting pools are set up around the beauty ranking." "What do you bet on?" Li Lanxiu asked. The cultivator smiled brightly and replied, "Of course, it's betting on the ranking of the beauty ranking. If the honored immortals are interested, you could place a bet on Fairy Qianqian ranking in the top 10. If you find it inconvenient." He spread his arms wide, displaying the green lantern in his embrace. Then, he somehow took out a few sprigs of dark green xianqiao flowers, saying, "You can also buy these lanterns and flowers. As long as you carry these items on your person, the 7 Stars Tower would know you support Fairy Qianqian entering the ranking list, contributing to her position." Li Lanxiu chuckled. This was no different from voting in modern times. The 7 Stars Tower was truly good at business. If the 2 honorable immortals don't fancy flowers or lanterns. The cultivator then pulled out exquisitely crafted green dolls and talismans of the same color, and these as well. "It doesn't matter if you don't buy from me, as long as you purchase a sprig of xianqiao flowers in Tianke City, it counts as contributing your support to immortal Qianqian." Li Lanxiu had barely stood there for a while when the passers-by on the bustling bridge stopped to look at him, jamming the entrance of the bridge so that water couldn't flow through. One pair of eyes after another stared straight at him without restraint. He, however, remained calm and composed, asking leisurely, "Are all the people in the city here to attend the 100 Flowers Feast?" True immortal Mei Xue was unlikely to be interested in the 100 Flowers Assembly, so it was highly probable she wasn't in Tianke City. The cultivator gathered up the green items in his arms, shyly saying, "That isn't entirely correct. Many venerable immortals in the city are here to participate in the Golden Core Grand Competition held a month later and have come ahead to gather information on the participants from various sects at inns." Upon hearing the words, Golden Core Grand Competition, Li Lanxiu's eyes lit up. He rested his chin on his arm, which he propped up with his hand, musing over something idly. More and more cultivators surrounded him, their infatuated gazes fixed upon Li Lanxiu. Gu Jingxing involuntarily frowned, whispering, "We should leave." Li Lanxiu pulled out a cold iron fan and tossed it forward. The fan fell into the river below the arch bridge, instantly unfurling into a massive fan face like a mythical blackbird ready to spread its wings. He lightly stepped on the railing of the bridge, gracefully leaping into the air in a poised manner before turning around. His red robe flapped audibly in the wind. He beckoned Gu Jingxing playfully with a finger. Seeing him leaning backward instinctively, Gu Jingxing darted forward hastily. The red robe fluttered wildly in the night breeze, highlighting his snow-white complexion, making him resemble a stunning ghost emerging from the depths of hell. The crowd gathered on the arch bridge thronged with heads bobbing about, and the banks of the river were filled with noisy voices. Numerous gazes followed him as he descended onto the fan. Gu Jingxing somewhat empathized with Chu Yu's sentiment, the uneasiness of clutching a treasure, perceiving everyone else as potential thieves. He landed onto the cold iron fan, and the two glided across the sky like streaks of light in the night, heading toward the highest inn in Tianke City. As the cultivator mentioned earlier, gambling booths for the 100 Flowers banquet were set up in all the large and small inns throughout the city. The moment they entered the inn, the spacious hall displayed a variety of floral arrangements, colorful blossoms emitting a strong fragrance that filled the air. A large hanging painting draped down from the ceiling of the inn like a waterfall. Written on it were predictions of the names of the immortal maidens who would enter the ranking list, along with their representative flowers and colors, as well as the current betting odds in the final column. The hall was filled with boisterous chatter. Groups of cultivators crowded around each gambling table, fiercely arguing on behalf of their favored beauties. The odds for Miss Yen from Chongqian sect are 1-to-1. What does the house mean by this? Is she again predicted to be the top-ranked beauty? How dare the house underestimate my miss? Why is her chance 1 in 20? I don't care. I bet on Master Yuzhen to make it into the top 10. I've already purchased all the witch hazel flowers in the city. Li Lanxiu glanced briefly but felt no interest. After using his spiritual power to manipulate the fan, his feeling of fatigue grew even stronger, leaving him with no strength to speak. Gu Jingxing looked him over worriedly and handed him a jade tablet marked for the top room. Are you alright? Li Lanxiu took the jade tablet and climbed the steps upward. I'll be fine. I just need a night's rest. Gu Jingxing followed behind him. Just as they reached halfway up the staircase, an argumentative voice from the lobby caught their attention. You're anxious about odds of 1 in 20. But the least someone from Chongqian sect has odds of 1 in 100. I still placed a spirit stone on him. If he makes it into the top 10, I'd earn 100 spirit stones. Instead of wasting your spirit stones, why not place them on our Master Yuzhen, who has never dropped out of the top 10 for 3 years consecutively? Are you talking about Li Lanxiu from Chongqian sect? Never heard of him. How did he manage to get into the 100 Flowers Assembly? He's the young master of the Jiang family from the Four Seas Commerce Guild. It seems the white magnolia representing him was personally selected by young Master Jiang, who spent a hefty amount to force him into the 100 Flowers Assembly. Li Lanxiu had become renowned in the 4 great Daoist sects. A fleeting encounter in the Dreamland City left everyone knowing he was a peerless beauty. But the 9 continents were vast, and disciples from the 4 great Daoist sects rarely came to Tiankei City. Thus, apprentices from smaller sects and various wandering immortals naturally didn't know much. Gu Jingxing ascended slowly. Arguments in the lobby escalated increasingly. It's a waste of spirit stones to bet on someone like this. Such people aren't worth any attention. We should focus more on our Master Yuzhen. What's Li Lanxiu compared to our Master Yuzhen? He doesn't even compare. I guess he has an attractive face, but isn't everyone on the beauty ranking list beautiful? To only rely on a handsome face to expect to make a name for oneself in the 100 Flowers banquet is indeed laughable. Gu Jingxing's expression suddenly turned cold, his hand holding the red umbrella slowly caressing the handle as a chilling aura spread through the hall. The people involved in the argument suddenly felt a cold chill and forgot what they were about to say. Li Lanxiu returned to his room, concentrating on sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, breathing steadily and meditatively. A lingering sense of weakness persisted in his body, as if a subtle coldness was creeping out from his marrow. The sensation of dizziness, fatigue, and exhaustion grew stronger. He decided to stop circulating spiritual energy and lay down for a short rest instead. His consciousness became increasingly hazy, the noise around him gradually faded, replaced by an encompassing serene darkness. The next day, after finishing a small errand, Gu Jingxing knocked on Li Lanxiu's door. Inside, there was silence, no response. He frowned, his expression tightening as he disappeared into the wall and entered the room. Li Lanxiu lay on the bed, his face pale, his colorful lips losing all their blood color, damp strands of black hair sticking to his emaciated cheeks, his eyelashes resting motionlessly against his face. His appearance was pitifully sickly. Gu Jingxing walked over to the bedside, lightly touching his forehead. The icy chill from his skin transferred through his fingertips. He slowly knelt down on one knee, his cheek pressing against Li Lanxiu's open palm as he whispered softly, "Lanxiu, I was happy when I received your message talisman." Pausing, his eyes darkened with unspoken words hidden at the tip of his tongue. "Unfortunately, you don't know that due to the division between humans and ghosts, my current form is purely yin. The longer you stay with me, the less yang energy you will have. I didn't want you to leave me, so I intentionally didn't tell you. Would you accompany me in the ghost realm?" Turning his face, Gu Jingxing pressed the other side of his cheek against Li Lanxiu's palm, lifting his eyes to gaze deeply into them. The ghost realm is pitch black and frozen for thousands of miles, snow and harsh winds everywhere. As he spoke, his voice grew softer, almost talking to himself. "Do you like it?" Standing up, he leaned close to Li Lanxiu's face, closely staring at this long-thought-of face, smelling the warm allure of its fragrance. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. "You can be my queen, I will never leave you, giving you endless happiness every moment." In his sleep, Li Lanxiu slightly furrowed his eyebrows and murmured faintly. Gu Jingxing suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled lightly. "You wouldn't like the ghost realm. You are afraid of the cold, and ghosts are very cold." With one hand under Li Lanxiu's knees and the other supporting his back, he gently picked him up from the bed. Li Lanxiu's face fell limply onto his shoulder, weakly leaning against him. Never having held anyone before, Gu Jingxing wasn't sure if everyone felt as light as he did. Not daring to apply any force, he carefully carried Li Lanxiu downstairs. Several gossipy people had just died in the inn, and the cultivators went to the back courtyard to inspect the bodies. The spacious hall was empty. A tall, dark figure rushed into the hall, halting upon seeing the person in Gu Jingxing's arms, then leaping swiftly up the stairs. Chu Yu stood motionless, staring at Li Lanqiu's pale face, carefully raising his hand to touch his cheek. What happened to him? The skin he touched was icy cold, and his fingers immediately clenched into a fist, glaring icily at Gu Jingxing. Their eyes met briefly. Gu Jingxing closed his eyes while looking at the person in his arms, saying, "He's deficient in yang energy. I'll take him to see a celestial doctor." Chu Yu slowly unclenched his fists, extending his arm forcefully and pulling Li Lanqiu from Gu Jingxing's embrace with an unwavering tone of frostiness. "Stay away from him. I'll take him there." Gu Jingxing tightly embraced the well-proportioned body in his arms one last time, then gradually released his grip, letting Chu Yu snatch him away. Chapter 75. Li Lanqiu didn't sleep soundly. In an unfamiliar city and inn, he couldn't completely let down his guard. A thread of his consciousness remained alert to the surrounding sounds. His body felt extremely tired, as if he were walking alone in a long, snowy night. The dark night seemed endless, the fatigue and cold coming in waves. His consciousness gradually became hazy. He had never felt this exhausted until he was embraced by a warm, solid pair of arms. A familiar scent and embrace comforted him like a lamp lit in the snow, signaling the arrival at his destination. He withdrew that thread of awareness and fell into a deep sleep with peace. The medical hall was ancient and tranquil, with green pines shading its courtyard. A young apprentice squatted in front of a small stove, from which wisps of blue smoke curled. In Tiankei City, the best physician was an old Taoist priest with white hair and beard. After finishing a pulse examination, he stepped out and asked, "Which of the two immortals shall make the decision?" Gu Jingxing stood beside him, his eyes fixed on the flame in the medicine furnace, silent. Inside the room, Chu Yu sat sideways on the bed, holding Li Lanqiu who was drowsy, without looking up said, "I am his person, my word counts." The doctor coughed lightly a few times and said, "Insufficient yang energy, it's not a major illness. One pill and a short rest will awaken him." Chu Yu gently caressed Li Lanqiu's cheeks, sniffing the fragrance from his ink-black hair. "All right, thank you, Master Doctor." The doctor paused, glancing at him then Gu Jingxing and said, "Though he can wake up, his yang is still insufficient. He needs several days of rest and must not come into contact with yin-cold substances anymore. Supplement more yang energy, and he'll be cured soon." Gu Jingxing nodded slightly. He won't touch yin-cold things anymore. After the doctor left, Chu Yu lifted his eyes to stare at the figure outside the door, his deep and pitch-black eyes cold as frost. "Won't you leave?" Gu Jingxing turned around and looked at Li Lanqiu in his arms. "I'll leave when he wakes up." Chu Yu covered Li Lanqiu's face with his sleeve, not letting him see. "Do you still have the nerve to look at him? If it weren't for you, would he end up like this?" Gu Jingxing hesitated, slowly lifting his gaze. "Yes, it's me who caused him harm." Chu Yu's expression turned even darker, enunciating each word. "You're looking for death." Gu Jingxing chuckled faintly. "I'm already dead, but you are still alive. Dare you let him know what you've done?" Chu Yu stared at him unblinkingly, his eyes deeply shadowed. "You came rushing here, yet still found time to bathe and change your clothes." Gu Jingxing pointed his finger at the bridge of his nose and spoke leisurely. "Even so, the heavy smell of death on you cannot be concealed. In these past few days, haven't you killed many people?" Chu Yu smirked coldly. "My business has nothing to do with you." Gu Jingxing nodded. "Indeed, your matters are none of my concern, nor do I care whether you live or die, but you are dangerous to Lanqiu while you're around him." "Am I not dangerous?" Chu Yu held Li Lanqiu's soft hand, gently pinching his pale, thin fingers, lifting them for him to see clearly. "I've never harmed him, but you've hurt him." Gu Jingxing looked away, avoiding Chu Yu's intimate gesture. "I worry about Lanqiu, he shouldn't be with you." These words grated on Chu Yu's ears, as though Gu Jingxing shared a closer relationship with Li Lanqiu. Lifting his chin, he scoffed and questioned, "Lanqiu, can Sir be a bit more restrained? Stop calling him so affectionately." Gu Jingxing also smiled, casually asking, "If a servant can call him Lanqiu, why can't I?" Chu Yu cast his eyes down, looking at Li Lanqiu's black-haired head, his smile growing deeper. "Sir hasn't recognized your place. In my master's heart, a servant holds more importance than a friend." Gu Jingxing knew it was true. Li Lanqiu favored this servant but disapproved of his arrogance. "Is that so? Then why didn't he take you along?" Chu Yu fell silent for a moment, then spoke icily, "It's none of your business." Having repressed his arrogant demeanor, Gu Jingxing didn't say any more and waited quietly for Li Lanqiu to awaken. After swallowing the pill brought by the doctor, Li Lanqiu opened his eyes not long after. The unfamiliar bed came into view. A warm, firm embrace held him, easing the chill in his body. Still groggy, he instinctively snuggled further into the warmth behind him, muttering lazily, Gu Jingxing." The body embracing him stiffened noticeably. A familiar face appeared before him, allowing him to see clearly. "Master, it's me." Li Lanqiu glanced at him, raising his hand to press on the back of his neck. Chu Yu followed the soft gesture, lowering his body almost nose to nose with Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu scanned his face, lips parting slightly to exhale a fragrant breath. "So it's you, little scoundrel." Chu Yu enjoyed being teased by him from the start, relishing this intimacy. "Are you feeling better, master?" "What's wrong with me?" Li Lanqiu vaguely remembered Gu Jingxing muttering a bunch of things beside the bed. Chu Yu's gaze deepened slightly, softly saying, your yang energy is insufficient. The doctor said you've been around evil substances for too long. The evil substance walked in, observing their intimate stance and coolly stated, Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu looked at him, raising an eyebrow as he narrowed his eyes suspiciously at him. Agreed to be brothers who take daggers for each other, why stab your brother twice? Gu Jingxing leaned down to look at him, enduring Chu Yu's gloomy stare intentionally ignoring it. Sorry, I forgot about this, strangers cannot stay with me for too long. Li Lanxiu patted his shoulder, weakly saying, it's fine, just let me know next time. He was magnanimous, not making it a big deal, but Gu Jingxing gazed at his pale delicate face, feeling even more guilty. Closing his eyes lightly, he gave a faint smile and said, rest well. Li Lanxiu nodded slightly, unaware of the storm brewing inside him. Gu Jingxing stood upright. In life, he was a prodigy of a prestigious school, unparalleled under heaven. After death, he became the ruler of the ghost realm, wielding the power over life and death across the 9 continents. Truly a hero in life and a valiant ghost after death. He had his days of success, looking down on the world, avenging and slaughtering, experiencing all the hardest emotions to swallow. Yet he never imagined that one day facing someone would make him feel so humble. This sensation, akin to a crow draped in black fog flying high above the celestial court, dazzled by the neon lights of the human world. Despite being full of resentment, in a moment, he was illuminated by that brilliance completely. What does it matter if one holds the power over life and death across the 9 continents? What does it matter to be the master of a realm? His hands, filled with icy ghostly energy, soaked in blood from killing too many people, how could they possibly deserve such a beautifully splendid person? Gu Jingxing took another look at Li Lanxiu, this likely being their last meeting. He couldn't focus on Li Lanxiu anymore. His gaze missed Chu Yu's cold face, even though he decided not to see Li Lanxiu again, he couldn't let Chu Yu succeed. Whispering secretly to Li Lanxiu, he said, beware of Chu Yu, he is very dangerous. Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow. How did you two end up gossiping about each other? Gu Jingxing left the medical hall, concealing his form as he moved forward toward the most famous tavern in Tianke City. At noon, the tavern was bustling with voices, lively and extraordinary, packed to the brim with music flowing melodiously. In the center of the main hall was an elevated platform with tables and chairs. The storyteller sat on the chair, passionately narrating, dear listeners, Yuzhen not only looks beautiful, but also has a kind heart. He once saved a woodcutter from a tiger's mouth. The tavern was full of cultivators participating in the 100 Flowers meeting, all craning their necks listening with great interest. In the cultivation world, a storyteller's mouth was a powerful tool for spreading news. Few among those present had seen the beauties on the 7 Stars Tower's beauty list, and all the stories and legends were heard from the storyteller's mouths. If it were merely because of someone's beauty that one placed bets, then it would be too shallow, wouldn't it? Therefore, telling stories was indispensable on the beauty list. Cultivators might not bet on beauty alone, but they would surely bet on a kindly-hearted beauty. The storyteller got excited, bang, striking the wooden gavel and standing up, but suddenly paused, staring straight ahead. Today, I will tell you about Li Lanxiu from Chongxian sect on the beauty list. The storyteller abruptly changed the subject. And it begins in the Dream Fairy City of Dongyue Kingdom. The storyteller recounted Li Lanxiu's deeds in Dream Fairy City, without exaggeration, telling of how the Buddha son of the Red sect fell for him, Li Lanxiu averting disaster to save the common folk, and how disciples of the Tao sect vied for his favor. Below the stage, the cultivators listened entranced, holding their wine cups forgotten in their hands, feeling as if they were there themselves, seeing that moonlike beauty falling before them. When the storyteller finished, he struck the wooden gavel again. The audience below was still unsatisfied, asking questions like, is Li Lanxiu truly perfect in every way? Did he really single-handedly fight against the 3 major Tao sects and save the common folk of Dream Fairy City? The Buddha son of the Red sect is infatuated with him. Doesn't he deserve the top spot on the beauty list? Chu Yu carried Li Lanxiu back to the inn. Li Lanxiu's arm hooked around his neck, his cheek resting on Chu Yu's shoulder as he closed his eyes and rested all the way. The room was filled with the scent of incense, wisps of smoke curling lazily in the air. The bed was soft and luxurious. Chu Yu placed him gently on the bed, where Li Lanxiu lay lazily, one leg hanging over the edge while the tip of his boot hooked onto Chu Yu's knee. Help me change, he ordered. Kneeling by the bedside, Chu Yu untied Li Lanxiu's robe with deliberate slowness, his fingers tracing from the slender, delicate shoulders down his arms as if savoring every inch of skin. Li Lanxiu shivered under his touch, a mix of heat and ticklish sensations running through him. With a playful glint in his half-lidded eyes, he pushed Chu Yu's hand away, casually pulling up the inner garment draped over his arm. How did you find your way to Tianke City? Chu Yu fixed his gaze on the gleaming white column of Li Lanxiu's neck, his voice deepening. I questioned Bai Zhen. He told me your destination. The journey must have been tiring. Li Lanxiu roughly estimated they hadn't seen each other for about 5 or 6 days. Leaning back against the bed frame, he looked at Chu Yu and asked, how is your composure now? Chu Yu nodded slightly. I accept all the penalties you gave me. He hesitated, then leaned closer, looking up at Li Lanxiu in an intriguing pose that seemed almost like an inspection. If you want me to obey you in everything, don't you think it gets boring sometimes? Li Lanxiu locked eyes with his handsome face, lifting a hand to caress his features. Where's the boredom? His touch was light and tender, but Chu Yu knew any wrong answer would earn him a slap. It gets dull only between the sheets, Chu Yu admitted with a smirk. Li Lanxiu slowly narrowed his rounded eyes, his finger tapping Chu Yu's nose. You're scheming against me. Chu Yu captured his finger, planting a kiss before whispering close to his ear, the doctor said you need to replenish yang energy, and I've got plenty of it. With closed eyes, Li Lanxiu paused in thought. A moment later, he peeked open his lids, giving Chu Yu a sidelong glance. Well then, take good care of me. Chu Yu's eyes brightened instantly. In a few quick motions, he stripped Li Lanxiu bare, exposing his pale and lithe body that glistened translucently under the sunlight, its smooth sheen glowing invitingly. As night deepened, the pitch-black room buzzed with sultry vibes, accompanied by blush-inducing sounds becoming clearer with every passing moment. Moonlight filtered through the window grills, casting over the bed where a naked arm hung over the edge. The arm, whiter and more delicate than the moon itself, revealed faint green veins beneath the skin. Clearly defined wrist bones protruded, and loose fingers rose and fell with the rhythm. With the movement intensifying, the arm turned over, its fingertips gripping the edge of the redwood bed tightly, the once pink nails whitening under force as fine knuckles bent weakly from exertion. Li Lanxiu's other hand pressed over damp eyelids, occasional moans spilling from his parted lips. Ah, little rogue. His soft, honey-drenched voice acted as a trumpet call in Chu Yu's ears. Chapter 76. The day after the beauty ranking was revealed, the streets were filled with the scent of yulon blossoms as passers-by, all cultivators, wore a white yulon flower at their collars. Stalls on the roadside sold nothing but white yulons, and everyone was celebrating the top beauty of this year's ranking. Yin Wujie strode leisurely down the street in a blood-red monk's robe, his right sleeve empty, having lost an arm. His expression was calm as his spiritual senses spread out in search of Li Lanxiu. In Tianke City, where everyone practiced cultivation, finding Li Lanxiu by spiritual sense alone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, just as Yin Wujie heard someone say, I regret not betting on Li Lanxiu to make it into the beauty ranking. 100-fold return, what a loss. Here we are talking about beauties and spirit stones, isn't that vulgar? That's the first beauty of the cultivation world. Has anyone seen him? Is he truly beautiful and kind-hearted, a bodhisattva incarnate? I've seen him, I tell you, he's on the flower barge under the Yulon lanterns. Just his shadow makes one know he's a great beauty. I've also heard that the leader of the Red Sect is so smitten with him they'd lose their wits. Yesterday, at the Qixing Tower, Li Lanxiu of Zhongshuan sect topped the beauty rankings, and the tales of the first beauty of the cultivation world echoed everywhere in Tianke City. To extract useful information from the cacophony was almost impossible. Yin Wujie approached a group of cultivators and said with a faint smile, the leader of the Red Sect isn't just smitten with Li Lanxiu, they would serve him faithfully, even die for him. The cultivators, unfamiliar with him, assumed by his kindly appearance and clear features that he was a peculiar disciple of the Taoist sect who hadn't yet been ordained. The one who had mentioned the Red Sect earlier blushed at his words, that's what the storytellers say. If you don't believe me, go ask them yourself. Yin Wujie smiled gently and asked, what is this flower barge you speak of? The 100 Flowers Feasts barges. For every beauty on the list, Tianke City builds a barge, inviting the beauties to tour the city. Yes, Li Lanxiu represents the White Yulon. Right now, he's on the barge, you might catch a glimpse of his shadow if you're lucky. Yin Wujie nodded gratefully, thank you. He moved toward the densest crowd, where layer upon layer of people crowded along the riverbanks. Every bridge, inn, and tavern window was packed with spectators. As Yin Wujie passed, nearby cultivators instinctively made way for him, chilled by an inexplicable aura. The riverside scenery was breathtaking. One by one, flower-laden boats floated slowly along the river, each adorned with various flowers, resembling immense blooms scattered on the water. Among them, the white Yulon barge led the way, its bow gracefully raised, silver-white silk ribbons fluttering in the wind. Clusters of Yulon lanterns hung from the railings, flickering lights dancing upon the river surface, creating countless sparkling points like stars in the night sky. In the center of the barge stood a flower pavilion, surrounded by white silk curtains. Illuminated by the lanterns, these curtains cast a slim shadow inside. Mysterious and inviting, stirring imagination. Yin Wujie, here for Li Lanxiu, couldn't wait any longer now that the beauty was so close. He leaped gracefully, his crimson robe drawing a bloody arc through the night sky. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowds on both banks, he landed silently on the deck. Such an act was undoubtedly a provocation to Tianke City. The gathered masses burst into indignation, fingers pointing and voices rising in anger, how impolite. Daring to board the flower barge without permission, what insolence. Where does this wild cultivator come from? Does he even know the rules of Tianke City? Gu Zhengheng stood tall on the rooftop of an inn, narrowing his eyes at Yin Wujie. With a snap of his fingers, ethereal blue ghost flames sprang to life, ready to claim a life. When suddenly, a familiar figure descended from the heavens. Dressed in spotless white robes, Dong Chuan's flowing sleeves flared elegantly as he landed effortlessly on the white Yulon barge, directly blocking Yin Wujie. Many among the crowd didn't recognize the red-robed monk, but plenty recognized this white-robed cultivator, gasping aloud, "It's Dong Chuan of Lingyun sword sect. Is this the first among Taoists? Is he heroically saving the beauty? It's true, beauties attract heroes. Even the first of the Taoists is captivated by this beauty." To the common people, Dong Chuan's move was clearly an act of heroism, stopping the monk from rudely intruding on the beauty. And Gu Zhengheng saw it the same way. Focusing his gaze on Dong Chuan's figure, memories of fatherly kindness and filial piety flooded back. He sighed softly, saying, "My master's righteous nature has never changed, he still loves righteousness and protecting others." As he spoke, his icy gaze shifted to Yin Wujie, the blue flames at his fingertips intensifying. Dong Chuan's cultivation far surpassed that of Yin Wujie's, and Yin Wujie knew he stood no chance against Dong Chuan. However, if Yin Wujie dared harm Dong Chuan, who was akin to an adoptive father and his only remaining family in this world, he would not hesitate to kill Yin Wujie in defense. On the flower boat, the two figures faced each other with determination. A soundproof barrier enclosed them within a private space. Yin Wujie, noticing someone approaching, instinctively reached for the prayer wheel in his hand, ready to activate it, but upon recognizing Dong Chuan's familiar face, paused. He then set aside the prayer wheel and let out a soft sigh as he stared at Dong Chuan. Dong Chuan scrutinized his empty sleeve and frowned, concerned, asking, "Little monk, what happened to your hand?" Yin Wujie gave a light laugh and said, "I encountered a fiercely protective dog." "No matter. You truly give big brother endless worries," sighed Dong Chuan shaking his head, "over 500 years old, yet you can still lose an arm to younger ones." Yin Wujie, unwilling to revisit that night's experience, softly replied, "Big brother, you needn't worry, I have my own plans." Dong Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Of the three of us brothers, you are the kindest-hearted. Though your nature may seem gentle, you are actually the most determined. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen into the path of demons," Yin Wujie slowly replied, then added with a faint smile, "How many centuries has it been since we've seen each other?" Dong Chuan remembered clearly, nodding and saying, 410 years. "Ever since you deviated from righteousness, causing quite a commotion throughout the 9 continents, I have never laid eyes on you again." "Brother has such a clear memory," said Yin Wujie, gazing at him deeply. The three friends had met during their humble beginnings, growing from unknown soldiers to renowned warriors over the course of 500 years. Today, 2 were masters of the 4 great Taoist sects, while 1 remained unnamed alongside them. Rarely did Dong Chuan reveal a self-deprecating smile. "We once vowed as brothers to share both hardships and happiness, but it seems we could only endure hardship together, never share joy." Yin Wujie closed his eyes and reminisced about the past, the bond of brotherhood vividly imprinted in his mind. "Though we could not share happiness, big brother and third brother have always remained in my heart, never forgotten." "And am I any different?" asked Dong Chuan, scanning the crowd along the riverbanks with his gaze before speaking. "The entire realm knows I have good friends across all lands, but among them, you and third brother are the only ones close as flesh and blood." "Big brother. Second brother." The two called out to each other, imbued with deep emotion that stirred the heartstrings. Yin Wujie looked towards the flower pavilion behind Dong Chuan. Behind the silk curtain flickered a slim figure. Suddenly, he focused and asked, "Big brother, why have you come to Tiankei City?" Dong Chuan glanced back at the shadow before smiling and looking at Wujie. "Among brothers, should there not be shared fortune and shared adversity? You don't plan to enjoy the dual cultivation holy body all by yourself, do you?" "What does big brother mean?" Yin Wujie narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly rising. Dong Chuan maintained a straight face as he said, "Perhaps we should allow him to serve both of us." Yin Wujie once again directed his gaze towards the motionless figure behind the curtain. Lost in thought momentarily, he broke into a sudden smile and said, "I would not mind sharing with big brother, but there must be a principle of priority. After all, some things follow the order of coming first or later." Dong Chuan pulled out a wine flask, took a swig, wiped his mouth, and sneered, "You and I, brothers as close as kin, why talk of who came first or last? Then please proceed, big brother." Yin Wujie stepped back slightly, his smile filled with inexplicable meaning. Dong Chuan arched an eyebrow in surprise at his unexpected modesty. Curious about the appearance of Li Lanxiu, he turned around and lifted the silk curtain to take a look. Sitting in the flower pavilion was a young man adorned with cosmetics, looking delicately pretty but bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the reputed top beauty in the cultivation world. Upon seeing Master Dong Chuan, the young man fell backward onto the floor in fear, crawling backward behind a pillar like a frightened rat. Master Dong Chuan stared at him with an expression full of subtle implications. His hopes greatly dashed, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you Li Lanxiu?" The crowd along the riverbank saw him lift the curtain and enter the flower pavilion, and bursts of excited exclamations erupted. Could it be that even Master Dong Chuan had taken a fancy to Li Lanxiu? From the inn rooftop, Gu Zhengheng's complexion abruptly changed, exclaiming aloud, "Old villain." He concealed his presence and quickly approached the Yulan flower barge in the middle of the river. The blue flame on his fingertips burned increasingly brighter, the life of the old villain hung in precarious balance. Inside the flower pavilion, the young man stammered nervously, "I am not. I received spirit stones from the 100 flowers meeting to impersonate Li Lanxiu." True Master Dong Chuan unconsciously exhaled in relief. Now it was clear why Yin Wujie had unexpectedly displayed humility. It seemed that Yin Wujie had long suspected the person in the flower pavilion was an impostor. Stepping out of the pavilion, he remarked, "Little monk, you're really unethical." Inside, Yin Wujie coldly laughed, thinking, is robbing others of their love ethical then? But his expression remained serene. "I didn't expect an impostor either, big brother. My apologies for disappointing you." Dong Chuan chuckled instead. No disappointment. He would have been truly disappointed if Li Lanxiu had actually been the person inside the flower pavilion. Gu Zhengheng naturally overheard the young man's confession as well. He stood on the river like it was flat ground, dumbfoundedly staring at the ghost flame on his fingertips before finally realizing. He had just intended to kill Lord Dong Chuan, whom he revered like a father. Fortunately, Li Lanxiu wasn't aboard the flower boat, or it might have become a tragic tale of a son slaying his father. Yin Wujie called out from behind the silk curtain of the flower pavilion, "Do you know where Li Lanxiu is?" The young man trembled in fear, carefully replying, "Master Li left Tianke City long ago with his servant. No one knows where they've gone." Li Lanxiu spent several days lounging around the inn, never even leaving the bed. Night after night, he stayed in bed. Chu Yu pampered him with all sorts of attentions, like a repentant concubine committing every sin conceivable to avoid being thrown out, going all out in their private affairs to please his master. Li Lanxiu's yang energy was replenished adequately, and his spirit within the dantian was thriving. He had finally reached the peak of the golden core stage, sensing faint calls to form a spirit embryo. But the parrot given to him by buying was almost starved to death. On the day they departed Tianke City, Chu Yu gently bathed him and dressed him, taking meticulous care as he put on each piece of clothing, shoes, socks, combed his hair into a proper coiffure secured by a hairpin. Li Lanxiu hadn't seen any sign of Gu Zhengheng, and time waits for no one, so he left a message for Gu Zhengheng. The two mounted their respective flying instruments and flew away from Tianke City, heading northwestward. After only a few days, they arrived at one of the assets of the Zhongshuan sect in the northwest, the famous Cold Kiln Mine. The mine was situated among towering mountains, covered in snow year-round. It was frigid and desolate, looking like a vast white wilderness. The cold iron mined here was extremely hard, requiring powerful spiritual energy to extract, making the mines a place of punishment for sect disciples. Depending on the rules broken, the punishment might be mining for 5 to 6 years or even up to 100 years. Mining under such harsh conditions with sparse spiritual chi available for cultivation, most of the sect's disciples preferred taking floggings from the law enforcement hall rather than working in this bleak cold kiln mine. Li Lanxiu landed on the dock near the mine. His bright red attire stood out starkly against the icy backdrop. Chu Yu followed behind him, presenting his identity badge to the guard. This wretched place was considered unlucky by everyone in the sect, rarely visited by others. The guard inspected their badges and said, "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll inform the overseer of the mine." Lifting his gaze, Li Lanxiu saw a tall snowy mountain reaching into the clouds, steep and majestic. Miners clad in tattered prisoner garbs carried massive baskets, crawling upward toward the summit like tiny black ants. Black smoke billowed from the summit, where fiery furnaces likely smelted the cold iron ore. Chu Yu showed no interest in these sights but leaned close and asked, "Are you cold, my lord?" Snowflakes drifted down through the air, the cold biting fiercely. Indeed, Li Lanxiu felt a chill. Glancing sideways at Chu Yu, he asked, "What are you hiding? Haven't you prepared something for show?" Chu Yu chuckled softly, having been found out. He pulled out a white fox fur coat from his storage ring, draped it over Li Lanxiu's shoulders, and tucked it snugly around his neck. "I heard you were headed northwest, so I prepared some warm items just in case." "You really are attentive," Li Lanxiu praised quietly, then added casually, "You'll make someone happy when you settle down." Chu Yu's smile faded as he responded seriously, "I will not settle down." Li Lanxiu recalled how all of Chu Yu's former female companions had vanished. It wasn't entirely Chu Yu's fault, he himself brought it upon him. Fixating more intently, Chu Yu pressed on, "Will you, my lord, settle down?" Li Lanxiu glanced at him again, his eyes gleaming with amusement and mockery. The meaning was clear, "You won't settle down, and you're implying I shouldn't either." Chu Yu fell silent for a moment before asking softly, "What kind of woman does my lord prefer?" Without hesitation, Li Lanxiu lazily replied, "Any kind." Chu Yu took both of Li Lanxiu's hands in his, warming them with his strong, nimble fingers. "That's fine. When my lord marries and has children in the future, I will serve as your concubine." Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow. Normally, those words would provoke a sarcastic tantrum, yet the usually unruly Chu Yu now wore such a humble demeanor. There must be something fishy in his mind. At that moment, the mine overseer rushed over, holding a thick stack of ledgers, laughing loudly. "Esteemed Masters Li and Chu. What a glorious honor to receive your presence. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier." Li Lanxiu merely nodded slightly at him and got straight to the point. "No need for formalities. How many people are there in this mine?" The overseer was prepared and handed the ledger to Li Lanxiu, who didn't move at all. Chu Yu took one hand out and received the ledger. "There are 30 iron smelters and about 1,000 miners. Everyone is listed in the roster, please review it, Masters Li and Chu." The overseer thought they were sent from the sect to check the mine's operation. Chu Yu held the ledger in front of Li Lanxiu, and with his long fingers flipped a page open. Master, please review. Li Lanxiu glanced over and said, I want to see the records from last year until now. True Master Mei Shui had left the sect almost 2 years ago. If he came to the cold iron mine, it should have been within the past 1 or 2 years. Chu Yu turned to the last few pages filled with over 100 names. Li Lanxiu skimmed through them briefly. There were too many names. Why has so many disciples been punished in these 2 years? The overseer gave a dry laugh as he replied, in recent years, the sect's rules have become stricter. Many disciples would be sent here for the slightest infringement. Li Lanxiu nodded slightly, signaling Chu Yu to close the ledger and return it to the overseer. The overseer asked, would the two masters like to inspect the mine? Li Lanxiu disliked cold places. The mines were not only freezing but also dark, dirty, and repulsive. He shook his head lightly. No need. Gather these 100 or 200 people here. I'll wait for them. Upon receiving the order, the overseer hurried off. Chu Yu looked out at the vast snowy mountains. Who is master looking for? You'll know soon. Li Lanxiu continued moving northwestward without finding any trace of true Master Mei Shui. It was very possible that Mei Shui was inside the cold kiln mine. He was curious about the purpose behind true Master Mei Shui's visit. Was it out of guilt and self-punishment, or was he disguised as a common person to experience life? For a sect leader to work hard labor at the cold kiln, it could be attributed to no more than these 2 reasons. Moments later, a group of thinly dressed disciples crawled out of the deep mine. Their faces were pale from the cold, their bodies emaciated. Heavy chains bound their wrists and ankles, clinking with every step they took. The overseer ordered them to stand in several rows like slaves waiting to be selected, facing Li Lanxiu. Hard daily labor had stripped away the pride of these former prodigies. When they saw visitors from the sect, they obediently bowed their heads. No one dared to raise their eyes to look at the red-clad beauty. Li Lanxiu had little patience and spoke faintly. Look up. The disciples slowly lifted their heads, staring at the godlike figure on the platform. The overseer respectfully introduced, these two are sect Elder Li and Elder Chu from Purple Terrace Peak. Li Lanxiu gave them a cursory glance. The miners' faces were covered in dirt, making it impossible to tell if there was anything unusual. He pulled out a jade hairpin from his crown and idly played with it between his delicate fingers. Do you all want to return to the sect? He asked nonchalantly. Silence fell over the crowd. All eyes gazed upward, most too afraid to answer. A small voice eventually whispered, yes. Immediately, murmurs spread through the crowd, with louder voices chiming in affirmatively, growing stronger and higher with each response. Until the overseer brought out a whip, silencing the noise gradually. Li Lanxiu fiddled with the jade pin, his white fox fur covering his red robes. His black hair contrasted against his snowy skin, creating an exceptionally vivid and beautiful appearance. He smiled, revealing perfect teeth, I am generous and cannot bear to see my fellow sect members suffer. If any of you can retrieve my jade pin, I shall take you back to the sect. As he spoke, he casually tossed it, and the white jade hairpin shot like a silver arrow toward the mine's abyssal darkness, vanishing immediately. The assembled disciples first stared in shock, understanding clearly that the pin would likely end up in the deepest part of the mine. Searching for such a small item in complete darkness was akin to fishing in the sea for a needle, potentially at the cost of one's life. Still, no one could resist the temptation of returning to the sect. In haste, they rushed into the mine like fish darting forward to gamble on an unreachable dream. The previously orderly lines quickly disintegrated, leaving only one person standing still. It was a handsome youth with ragged clothes, matted hair. A white butterfly rested atop his head, resembling snow at first glance. Li Lanxiu appraised him thoroughly. Despite his wretched appearance, his eyes sparkled brightly. Chu Yu's pitch-black pupils narrowed as he squinted suspiciously at the young man. The youth dragged his heavy shackles forward and cast a fleeting glance at the parrot perched on Li Lanxiu's shoulder before speaking coldly, You're truly cruel. The pin is already in your hand. Chapter 77. The overseer of the mine wore an unfriendly expression, pointing at the young man and loudly reprimanding, Meng San. How dare you speak disrespectfully? Chu Yu stood behind Li Lanxiu, glancing at his hanging arm concealed under the wide sleeves. In the fleeting moment just now, it was too fast to clearly see, yet the youth had so decisively confirmed that the hairpin was in Li Lanxiu's hand, a remarkable insight. His gaze slightly softened as he thought of Bai Ying, vaguely guessing the youth's identity. Li Lanxiu slowly raised his arm, revealing the hairpin in his hand like a piece of jade. With a sneer, he said, I'm not someone from the enforcement hall, so I have no authority to pardon disciples who are punished. Jumping into the mine shaft without thinking shows how stupid you all are. The young man's expression grew colder as he took a few steps forward and said, How can someone with a heart like a scorpion still act so arrogantly? You have such a kind heart, why didn't you stop them before? Li Lanxiu looked down at him condescendingly. The youth paused in his cold demeanor and stared at him silently. Li Lanxiu casually placed the hairpin back in his jet-black crown, calmly saying, Even if you had spoken, no one would have believed you anyway. They'd only think you were trying to snatch the chance to return to the sect. The youth remained silent for a moment, proving by his silence that Li Lanxiu was right, and even so. That doesn't justify your deception. Li Lanxiu's bright eyes saw through everything, laughing lightly, my sect master, I tricked them for a day, you tricked them for a whole year. Ah. Sect master. As soon as the words fell, the overseer gasped in astonishment. It was indeed Mei Shuizhenjuan. Chu Yu raised his eyebrows and appraised the youth below the high platform. The youth's eyes became sharp, his hunched back gradually straightening, instantly changing his presence completely. A transcendent air, like a sage or immortal, emanated from him. The tone of his voice was no longer that of a youth but rather deep, gentle, and refined. Why have you come? Li Lanxiu answered straightforwardly, at the request of a friend. Mei Shui glanced at the parrot on his shoulder and immediately knew who his friend was. He chuckled lightly, you want me to lift the sect's great formation and set him free? Li Lanxiu nodded, wanting to also learn about Mei Shui's relationship with Dongchuan. You wishful thinker, Mei Shui slowly scanned him over once more, saying somewhat sarcastically, he was found by me and raised with great hardship. Now you intend to kidnap him away. Li Lanxiu was amused by this father-like protectiveness, laughing until his thin shoulders shook and his cheeks turned rosy like the brushstrokes of spring mountains. Don't rush to refuse. I can fulfill your wish. Mei Shui's wrist flickered lightly, breaking the shackles off his hands and feet. Smiling humorously, he asked, what is my wish? Go ahead and tell me what this lord's deepest desire might be. The overseer was long since stunned. The diligent Meng San was actually the leader of the Chongxian sect. This newcomer, elderly, wasn't showing any respect for the sect master, daring to make deals with him. Chu Yu had grown accustomed to this side of Li Lanxiu, he treated everyone equally, whether as a person or otherwise. Therefore, there was nothing surprising about his actions. Mei Shuizhenjuan's eyes locked onto Li Lanxiu, filled with ridicule unaccompanied by malice. An accomplished gold core cultivator speaking to one of the four major Daoist sect leaders about fulfilling a wish? Wasn't that statement and action incredibly laughable? Until Li Lanxiu parted those soft lips, uttering two clear syllables, kill, people. The mockery vanished instantly from Mei Shui's eyes, who began to solemnly evaluate him once again. He asked with a slight smile on his lips, kill. Who do I need to kill? Who in the world does the sect master not have the power to kill? Why should I need your help? Li Lanxiu smiled again, asking leisurely, does the sect master truly want me to reveal those two names? At first, he wasn't sure whether Mei Shuizhenjuan's true wish was murder. He had merely inferred based on Mei Shui's desire to control Bai Ying's demonic strength. As Mei Shui stated, one of the four great Daoist sect masters, with extraordinary power, wouldn't have anyone they couldn't eliminate. Yet risking public censure and taking a mighty demon as a disciple indicated the presence of someone stronger than himself who made him feel threatened, someone he could not remove by himself and thus required outside force. Mei Shuizhenjuan's reaction confirmed this fact. In the entire world, there were very few people stronger than Mei Shui, and coincidentally, Li Lanxiu knew two individuals closely related to Mei Shui. Mei Shui stared deeply at him, seemingly trying to understand how Li Lanxiu had uncovered his hidden wish. Li Lanxiu curled the corners of his lips upward, smiling even more joyfully. Slowly, he spoke, if the sect master refuses to answer, I shall say it then, Enough. No need to say it. Mei Shui interrupted him, turning around and walking through the snow-covered ground towards a direction. You two follow me, let's discuss this somewhere else. The living quarters of the mind disciples, barely called rooms, were actually caves dug into the mountain, with flickering candlelights inside that emitted a chilling, sinister glow. Inside the cave, rows of beds lined up side by side, the damp fabric was moldy, releasing an unpleasant smell of mold that hit the face. Li Lanxiu furrowed his eyebrows, covering his nose with one hand as he disdainfully followed Mei Shui from behind. Chu Yu took down a lamp from the wall and held it in his hand to illuminate the path underfoot. The deeper the cave became, the colder it got, with icy walls all around, and long-standing icicles hanging overhead like sharp blades. Mei Shui stopped at the deepest part, turning around to look at Li Lanxiu and asked directly, how do you plan to kill someone I couldn't? Li Lanxiu moved his hand away from his nose and truthfully said, I haven't thought it out yet. Mei Shui was almost amused by his calmness, laughing out, are you playing with me? If I had a perfect plan, why would I come to you? Li Lanxiu still hadn't figured out how to deal with Yin Wuji and Dongchuan, Chu Yu's sealed power better be left alone if possible. That, Garuda, was far too dangerous. The force of an ancient god wasn't something easily controlled. When the seal first broke in the Tsangming realm, he was confident enough that he could help Chu Yu snap back to his senses right then and there, breaking free from Garuda's nightmare. If it happened again, he wasn't sure whether he'd be able to stay by Chu Yu's side and rouse him from Garuda's nightmare in time, lest Chu Yu gets manipulated by the ancient god. Mei Shui was rendered speechless by his question and sat leisurely on the edge of a bed while asking, what is it that you want to know? Li Lanxiu calmly responded, everything you know. You're truly greedy, Mei Shui gave him a glance and said meaningfully, I can tell both of you, but can you handle it? Li Lanxiu narrowed his eyes, thinking for a moment before lightly smiling and countering, is there anything I can't handle? Mei Shui found his words quite reasonable, nodding in agreement and saying, you're ruthless, lacking any compassion. You can endure it, but what about him? He glanced at Chu Yu, who stood quietly holding the candlelight, his calm demeanor betraying his deep, dark gaze fixed only on Li Lanxiu, seemingly interested only in Li Lanxiu. He can also bear it. After speaking, Mei Shui raised his hand, with silvery light glowing at his fingertips, the memories drawn out by soul extraction. Take a look yourself. Li Lanxiu gently lifted the fox fur robe, bending over slowly. Mei Shui touched his forehead with his finger, and suddenly, Li Lanxiu abruptly opened his pupils wide as a stranger's memory surged into his mind like floodwaters. This wasn't Mei Shui Jinjuan's own recollections but belonged to a person Li Lanxiu had never met. His unfocused eyes remained steadfastly staring ahead, the crystalline bright pupils trembled slightly, much like two glass balls freshly washed. For a long time, they gradually refocused. Li Lanxiu's cheeks felt faintly warm and wet. He reached up to touch them and only then realized a tear had unconsciously rolled down. Straightening up, he frowned in distaste and muttered, "You're really disgusting." Mei Shui just nodded, looking toward Chu Yu and asked, "And what about you?" Chu Yu lightly brushed his forehead, his expression subtle as he shook his head, saying, "Young master already knows, so there's no need for me." Mei Shui stood up, pulling out a luminous jade ring from his pocket. It was a teleportation ring. He caressed the ring and said, "I'll go back to the sect now to deactivate the sect formation, henceforth having nothing more to do with Bai Ying." Li Lanxiu closed his eyes to adjust his breath, not even sparing him a glance, saying, "I will keep my promise." Mei Shui tossed the jade ring into the air, where it spun and released a gentle wave of light. The light spread like ripples, gradually forming a transparent gateway of light. Through the light gate, a vague sight of another space could be seen, the inner chamber of Chongxian sect, the core of the array. Just before stepping through the gate, Li Lanxiu raised his eyes and asked, "Were you digging here as penance?" Mei Shui turned back, giving him a self-mocking smile and said, "According to the sect rules I established, indiscriminate killing warrants 100 lashes and a century mining at the cold kiln mine." Li Lanxiu saw that he wouldn't have the chance to repent by mining anymore and playfully slapped Chu Yu's cheek, saying, "Little black, let's go." Chu Yu glanced at Mei Shui Jinjuan walking through the light gate and walked behind Li Lanxiu, asking, "What did young master see just now?" Li Lanxiu answered without hesitation, "A story of a loyal hound biting its master." "I will never harm you, young master." Upon hearing these words, Chu Yu immediately swore his allegiance. Li Lanxiu lazily uttered an, and slowly walked out of the cave, stopping to gaze at the snowflakes swirling across the sky. Chu Yu leaned closer, inquiring with apparent eagerness, "Master, are you returning to the sect or continuing your journey?" Li Lanxiu glanced sideways at him, flicked his wrist, and a cold iron fan flew out, hovering midair with its massive surface. "We won't return to the sect yet, I'll take you somewhere first." Hearing they wouldn't return, Chu Yu seemed to relax and leapt onto the fan, shielding Li Lanxiu from the biting wind and snow. Sitting on the edge of the fan, Li Lanxiu rested his chin on one hand, absent-mindedly twisting the end of his hair while idly passing time. Having seen in the memories about Dong Chuan and Yin Wuji's relationship, he felt disappointed. It appeared as if neither Dong Chuan nor Yin Wuji would survive without dying for him, leaving no action required on his part. Truly unbearably dull, it was all so boring. A few days later. Outside Wui City, there had recently emerged a Taoist sect located at the Yan Mountain just outside the city walls, seemingly called Lianhua sect. The identity of its master remained unknown, but its business affairs were conducted by a peculiar man carrying a coffin. There were only 3 minor sects nearby that had long dominated this region, each claiming talented individuals from surrounding cities, coexisting harmoniously within their own territories. Now this unexpected emergence of the Lianhua sect disrupted the tripartite balance. With abundant resources, the man carrying the coffin renovated the Lianhua sect into a grand structure exuding ancient elegance and grace, recruiting disciples en masse. The leaders of the other 3 sects became uneasy and held private discussions. On the day the Lianhua sect formally hung its emblematic seal, the 3 sect leaders jointly paid a visit to assert dominance over the newcomer. The entrance gate of Lianhua sect soared majestically into the clouds, adorned with elegant blue bricks and white tiles that evoked a classic ambience. Above the gate hung a golden sign engraved with Lianhua sect in vigorous brushstrokes, radiating an air of divine charm. Within the sect grounds stood pavilions interspersed amidst misty mountains, gracefully arranged. Constructed mainly of bamboo and wood, the buildings were simple yet refined, permeated by a tranquil atmosphere. Several ponds dotted the landscape filled with lotus flowers whose fragrance wafted around lush greenery, creating an ethereal beauty like heaven itself. Deep within the sect lay the master's residence, a magnificent palace nestled among boundless lotus fields, forming an awe-inspiring view as if floating above the clouds. At that moment, the master had just finished bathing, lounging lazily beside the window in a thin robe, observing the vibrant green leaves of the lotuses outdoors. Chu Yu carefully gathered his damp ink black hair, running his spirit-infused hands over it, drying the locks quickly as he whispered close to his ear, "Master, are you prepared to greet our guests?" Upon arriving yesterday, Chu Yu instinctively changed from addressing him as young master to master of the sect. Li Lanxiu's arm dangled outside the window, picking a lotus flower casually. "Wait a little longer. Don't get too close. You smell too good, master, I can't resist." Chu Yu sniffed at the fragrant scent behind his ear, then extended his tongue for a teasing lick. Li Lanxiu retracted his hand and tossed the cold lotus straight into Chu Yu's face with a crisp slap. "You beast, put my shoes on." Kneeling down, Chu Yu cradled Li Lanxiu's foot in one hand, meticulously putting on the socks and shoes, a task he performed effortlessly after many tries, completing the process swiftly. Just as Li Lanxiu was about to stand up, a long, strong hand slid under his thin robes and firmly gripped. Chu Yu raised his eyes, maintaining steady movements, earnestly questioning, "Since I do this for the master, could you perhaps reward me with a position as guardian?" Li Lanxiu abruptly tilted his head back, exhaling softly, his delicate Adam's apple moving under his pale skin. His hoarse voice asked, "Just for this, you want to be a guardian?" Chu Yu edged closer, asking eagerly, "Then what must I do to become the master's personal guardian?" Li Lanxiu didn't glance at him but forcefully pressed his head down with one hand, his lips barely moving as he responded carelessly, "Use your mouth." Chapter 78. Chu Yu pulled up his robe and buried himself inside, the head of the sun of heaven thus rising and falling under Li Lanxiu's robe. Li Lanxiu leaned against the window frame, his dark hair trailing down outside the window sill, swaying gently with his trembling body. His cheeks flushed in waves, the snow-white skin glowing faintly red. The sensation was too intense, he reached into the robe to slap Chu Yu but ended up softly patting the puffed cheek, as if offering encouragement. Chu Yu became even more attentive, devouring hungrily with a slurping sound. Li Lanxiu's whole body trembled slightly as he strained to tilt his head back. His moist lips parted slightly, unconscious breaths escaping them. The delicate veins on his neck turned bluish, fine beads of sweat appearing. The scar that resembled a love bite had turned particularly red. Suddenly, his hand lifting from Chu Yu's face pressed at the nape, forcing deeper contact down his throat. Chu Yu obeyed him effortlessly after moving a little, continuing to care for him. Afterward, Li Lanxiu gazed at the ceiling with wet eyes and pushed his face away, ordering in a low voice, "Swallow it all, don't spit it out." Chu Yu didn't waste a single drop, standing up and leaning down to peck at his swollen, wet lips. Li Lanxiu's flushed cheeks burned bright, yet he maintained an expressionless face, closing his lips tightly so as not to let Chu Yu kiss him. "Step away, you're disgusting." Chu Yu stared at his confident appearance for a moment, picked up the cup on the table to rinse his mouth, then wiped his lips with his fingertips, still wanting more. "Not disgusting, I like it. If you like it, take more." With a cold, hoarse voice, Li Lanxiu said offhandedly, leaning against the window frame while standing up, his soft body still immersed in the remnants of their intimacy. "Help me change clothes." Chu Yu fetched clothing from the rack, wrapping one hand behind his slim waist, their bodies pressed tightly together without any gap. He helped lift his arm to put on the outer robe, asking, "Is the sect leader satisfied? Can I be the protector?" Li Lanxiu couldn't ignore the prominent part against him and slapped his cheek. "When did you rise?" "While attending to the sect leader with my lips." Chu Yu buried his face in the crook of his neck, rubbing it hard, murmuring indistinctly, "The sect leader is really good to me." Disgusted by his clingy manner, Li Lanxiu yanked his hair, pulling his head up. "I'm about to meet guests. If the protector acts this way, it'll embarrass you if others see. So don't let others see." Chu Yu went along smoothly, passionately licking over his white, jade-like earlobe. "Sect leader, help me." Li Lanxiu knowingly asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Chu Yu focused on his soft, full lips. Being closer to Li Lanxiu made his reaction even stronger. The kind of help he wanted was obvious, yet what he said was, "Just seeing the sect leader is enough." Li Lanxiu appreciated his wisdom. Had he dared to make that demand, there would have been no shortage of slaps on the mouth. Pushing the arms around his waist away, he sat back gracefully in the chair, resting his chin on his hand, eyes closed to rest. After some time, Chu Yu loosened his belt, lifted a corner of his robe, and stuck his hand under his clothes to indulge himself openly. Much later, Li Lanxiu regained composure from the lingering effects of ecstasy and waited idly, lazily glancing at Chu Yu. Those deep eyes of Chu Yu looked straight at him, as if ready to strip him of his robes with his gaze alone. Li Lanxiu's supporting hand moved slightly, a thin finger propped beneath his lower lip accentuated its beauty and allure as if unconsciously tempting him. Chu Yu's stern face tensed, blood rushing through his veins, his deep gaze fixed unflinchingly upon him. In a cold voice, Li Lanxiu commanded, "Harder, harder." Following his orders, Chu Yu moved faster and harder, his breathing heavier and chest rising and falling, evidently growing even more excited. Looking at his burning desire-filled form, Li Lanxiu slowly inquired, "Do you want me to help you? Does the sect leader wish to help me?" Chu Yu asked in a rough, raspy tone. Li Lanxiu nodded faintly, then whispered, "Your tail is so high, are you excited to see your master like this?" Chu Yu's sharp Adam's apple rolled violently, nodding silently without words. "Are you a mute dog?" Li Lanxiu asked coldly, forcing him to admit aloud. Rarely forced, Chu Yu's face flushed red again, and he finally admitted, "No." Li Lanxiu sneered, showing no mercy as he ordered, "Speak clearly." Chu Yu closed his eyes and tightened his lips, his cheeks tensing as he struggled with embarrassment. After a bout of inner conflict, he reluctantly admitted, "My tail is up because I'm excited to see my master." Li Lanxiu turned his head to look at him and asked mockingly, "Wasn't the little male dog so proud just now? Why are you shy now?" The overwhelming sense of shame mixed with a strange sensation of pleasure surged through Chu Yu, making his breathing more rapid and his voice hoarse. "Stop saying it. Does a dog know shame?" Li Lanxiu's lips curved slightly, his eyes gleaming darkly as he slowly spoke, "Do you think you're despicable? My few words can make you feel good." After a brief moment, Chu Yu hastily finished this embarrassing assistance, quickly tying his belt and tidying up properly. Ming Changxing waited in the pavilion outside Li Lanxiu's cave residence. When he saw Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu come out, he greeted them respectfully. Longxing pays respects to the sect leader. Li Lanxiu patted his shoulder. Lotus sect had been managed meticulously by Ming Changxing beyond his expectations. You've done a great job. Ming Changxing wanted to smile at being praised but immediately held back and seriously said, the sect leader must be tired from the journey. Have you rested well? Li Lanxiu nodded and glanced at Chu Yu. I'm feeling quite relaxed. Chu Yu crossed his arms, tilted his head slightly, and smiled faintly. So was he. Ming Changxing took out a small book and presented it to Li Lanxiu with both hands. Sect leader arrived too late yesterday for me to introduce the situation of the sect. Would sect leader like to tour Lotus sect? Li Lanxiu accepted the book and flipped through a few pages while walking. Isn't there a guest in the sect? Ming Changxing paused momentarily. Today we hung the insignia and suspended our plaque. The 3 sect leaders along with their disciples from the Yanlan mountain nearby visited us. Seeing their intention wasn't good, they seemed to be here to provoke a fight. Sect leader doesn't need to bother. Before Li Lanxiu could reply, Chu Yu seized the opportunity. Sect leader, let me deal with them. Go ahead. Li Lanxiu nodded in agreement and waved at Ming Changxing. Come with me, tell me about the sect situation. Walking behind him orderly, Ming Changxing said, I recruited 40 apprentice disciples who currently reside on the left peak. There are also 3 foundation establishment complete phase scattered cultivators. In the bustling small plaza of Lotus sect, the leaders of the 3 sects had gathered with their prized disciples. Everyone wore an unpleased expression filled with dissatisfaction. Guided by a disciple, they reached the small square where they were waiting. But after half an hour, no one had shown up. How was this proper guest treatment? There was unrest in the crowd, and just as someone was about to lose patience and venture further into Lotus sect for inspection, a handsome youth in black robes stepped out. Among the 3 sect leaders, the oldest was the master of Yulong sect, an elegant old Taoist. He stroked his beard and coughed lightly, asking, Are you the sect leader of Lotus sect? Everyone present scanned Chu Yu. A full-circle Golden Dan cultivator dared to establish his own sect in Wui City. What a reckless decision. Standing before them, the black-robed youth coolly responded, I am the protector guarding the sect leader. Hearing this, the Yulong sect leader was stunned. His face turned even more unpleasant, and he forced out a grin without showing any sincerity. We heard Lotus sect is hanging the insignia today, and we specially came to congratulate with heavy gifts. How dare your sect leader avoid seeing us? The sect leader isn't in the sect currently. We appreciate your goodwill, Chu Yu politely replied. The Yulong sect leader scrutinized him again. Our visit today is specifically to see your sect leader. Do you think one protector can dismiss us? If Chu Yu had any concern, he showed none. Calmly he pointed toward the distant Grand Palace. If you wish to meet the sect leader, please wait inside the hall. In 10 or 15 days, the sect leader should have time to summon you. Summon. The Yulong sect leader mulled over these 2 words and chuckled coldly. 10 or 15 days. Chu Yu nodded with composure. All trace of pleasantness disappeared from the Yulong sect leader's face, and he brandished his whisk. Let's go. This sect leader of Lotus sect is utterly arrogant. Not worth meeting. As he turned and walked away, a large crowd followed him. However, a low-pitched voice from behind called out, if you've prepared such precious gifts, please leave them before leaving. The Yulong sect leader, who had already calmed down, suddenly changed expression. How audacious of Lotus sect. Pausing abruptly, he turned to face the elegant young man and laughed in rage. You want our precious gifts? Chu Yu nodded again without a hint of shame. If you don't leave anything, the sect leader will consider me incompetent. The Yulong sect leader patted the shoulder of his nearby disciple, a tall and sturdy man who pulled out a brocade box and held it up. The sect leader said, Good. If you can exchange 3 moves with my beloved disciple, we will leave this gift here. The other 2 sect leaders also chimed in, if you can fight our disciples, you deserve to receive our gifts. With that, 3 disciples holding the brocade boxes stepped forward from the crowd. All were at the Golden Dan full circle stage, and pillars of their respective sects. The Yulong sect leader smiled faintly as he looked at Chu Yu. You're quite young, so I won't bully you. Please call your sect leader out, and I'll give you a break. Chu Yu casually drew an inch of the black knife from his waist, leisurely saying, Please all step up together, my time is tight. After a short moment, a group of people walked along the path out of the mountain dejectedly, completely losing their initial arrogance. The 3 disciples were bruised and bloodied, carried down the mountain by their fellow sect disciples. The Yulong sect leader's thoughts were hazy, walking like in a daze, muttering, What a fast blade. Everyone with him had the same expression, dazed and unclear about what happened. The kick-the-den battle ended before they knew it. That ink-shirt man was extremely ruthless, not acting like sparring, more like trying to kill. Employing such an unblinking killer as a guardian, was Lotus sect a Taoist sect or a demon sect? As the group was about to reach the gate, they saw a silver-haired man in white robes flying on a sword, handsome beyond compare, gracefully landing in front of them. He leapt off the sword and scanned the group, asking, Where am I? Buying did not conceal his cultivation level, and upon the Yulong sect leader's perception sweeping over him, his face changed instantly. This was a division period cultivator. He respectfully answered immediately, Senior, this is the Lotus sect in Wui City. Bai Ying nodded in acknowledgement, having found the right place, and walked into the Lotus sect without any expression. The crowd exchanged glances. If the protector's strength was terrifying, the sect leader's must be even higher. That ink-shirt Grim Reaper said earlier the sect leader wasn't in the sect. Senior, please wait a moment, the Yulong sect leader spoke up. Bai Ying paused, turning back to look at the group, asking, what is it? The Yulong sect leader grinned, we heard the Lotus sect hung its insignia today, so we specially came to congratulate. We apologize for our earlier impertinence, please let the sect leader know. I'm not the sect leader. Bai Ying shook his head coldly and continued striding towards the gate, you've mistaken me for someone else. The Yulong sect leader was confused, raising his voice to ask, Senior isn't the sect leader. Then what position does Senior hold in Lotus sect? Bai Ying paused once more, gazing at the pavilions and towers concealed in lush greenery, frowning and muttering to himself, what am I? Can the sect leader assign me a protector position? If I can't be his protector, being a hall master would do. The originally silent crowd grew even quieter, an eerie silence spreading. Were they dealing with something heavenly? A merciless black Grim Reaper and now a White Division stage protector, had their sect leader recruited Yama's helpers. As Bai Ying entered the gate, the Yulong sect leader sighed deeply, saying helplessly, from now on, nobody is allowed near the Lotus sect. Stay as far away as possible. All Bai Ying wanted was to see Li Lanqiu, but in the small plaza, he first met Chu Yu, asking indifferently, where is your master? True transmission disciple by graces us with his presence, we didn't expect you, Chu Yu slowly walked down the steps, evading his question. Bai Ying had no interest in arguing with him and took out a communication talisman between his fingers, ready to signal Li Lanqiu when Chu Yu looked at him and laughed lowly, why has true transmission by left the sect? What does it matter to you? Bai Ying detected mockery in his laughter, feeling quite annoyed. Chu Yu moved closer until he stood next to him, equal in height. They faced each other in defiance, didn't Plum Snow Jinju and tell you I'm with Xiulong? What does my business have to do with a dog? Bai Ying, without needing to pretend politeness since Li Lanqiu wasn't present, scrutinized him mockingly. Chu Yu erased the smile from the corner of his lips, staring at him steadily, since true transmission Bai has so much confidence, why don't you just leave the sect yourself? Why wait for a hero to save the beauty? No, it should be a beauty saving the hero. Pausing for a moment, he laughed again, harmlessly toward both human and beast, true transmission Bai isn't a hero either. So, what is he? Word by word, jealousy dripped heavily. Bai Ying harbored guilt towards Li Lanqiu and didn't want to hear this statement the most. Staring immovably at him, dark pupils flickered with angry red waves, a strange light appearing momentarily. The temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped a few degrees, and the sounds of flying insects and birds fell silent in an instant. Li Lanqiu walked into the small square and saw the fated protagonist glaring at his supposed love interest from the original book. Both looked like they wanted to stab each other with their swords. Ming Changxing held his breath and quietly reminded him from behind, Patriarch, it seems like they're about to fight. Li Lanqiu had of course noticed, lightly tilting his chin as he asked, do you also want to watch the commotion? Ming Changxing suddenly paused, confused. What did this also mean, Patriarch? Chapter 79. The two people on the small square sensed Li Lanqiu's arrival. Chu Yu closed and reopened his eyes, and in an instant, his cold expression turned into a perfect smile, Master of the sect, your timing is impeccable. Bai Zhen and I were having a wonderful conversation. Bai Ying turned towards Li Lanqiu, hiding the blood-red hue in his eyes beneath a deep blackness. Walking to stand not far from Li Lanqiu, he nodded slightly with a grin, Master, indeed sounds better than young master. Li Lanqiu gave him an appraising look before kindly patting his shoulder, little Bai, did you have a smooth journey? Bai Ying glanced deeply at the long, jade-like hand resting on his shoulder before raising his gaze. All went well, thank you. Between brothers, no need for formalities. Li Lanqiu then playfully pinched his cheek with greater intimacy, did true Lord Jin give you any trouble? Chu Yu narrowed his eyes while watching their interaction, swiftly descending the steps to stand between them, rather inconveniently saying, Master, I've already seen off the guests. They won't be coming back. Ignoring Chu Yu's presence, Bai Ying lightly brushed his fingers against Li Lanqiu's hand, lowering his gaze with a complicated smile, no, but how should I thank you? Li Lanqiu, still fondling Bai Ying's exceptionally pleasant-to-touch face, teasingly laughed, if you insist on thanking me, pledge yourself to me. Truly. Bai Ying raised his surprised eyes, a sudden gleam appearing within. Without changing expression, Chu Yu interjected, of course Master means it. Little Bai, hurry up and show gratitude. Little Bai. Bai Ying bit down forcefully on the corner of his mouth as if trying hard to suppress his emotions. Ming Changxing felt bewildered. When he first met Chu Yu in Dream Immortal City, he had just considered Chu Yu to be a capable guard by Li Lanqiu's side, never hearing about Chu Yu's reputation. Only after arriving at Wui City to recruit disciples for the Lianhua sect and meeting several wandering cultivators did he learn from these travelers about the unparalleled genius of Chongxian sect, Chu Yu. In the cultivation world, where respect was given only to the strong and power ruled, everyone loved geniuses. The stories told about Chu Yu were almost mystical, a timeless unsoiled spirit body, fighting off the black dragon, ranking top of his sect. In all the tales recounted, that young genius was described as cold and reserved, possessing a wisdom beyond his years, completely devoid of sentiment. which was far removed from the ambivalent and sharply critical person in Ming Changsheng's eyes. Ming Changsheng didn't know Bai Ying but had heard Qiyu addressing Bai Zhen as a true disciple of Plum Snow True Lord from Chongxian sect, who now seemed like a newly wedded daughter-in-law being tested. With reverential admiration, Ming Changsheng glanced toward Li Lanxiu's back figure. This visit to Lianhua sect truly was worthwhile. How could Li Lanxiu possibly know their individual thoughts? Acquiring Bai Ying as a mighty warrior had put him in an excellent mood, so he nodded and chuckled. Indeed, what I said is true. Bai Ying blinked slowly, feigning incomprehension. So, am I yours from now on? Before the one asked could respond, Qiyu twisted his intentions with a half-laugh. From now on, Little Bai belongs to Lianhua sect. Our master has acquired a fine general, truly a joyous event. Li Lanxiu shot him a glance, again patting Bai Ying's shoulder. If you wish, stay here. Silently, Bai Ying nodded, gently grasping his hand, feeling the delicate warmth of the palm skin. Your grace is impossible to repay. Henceforth, Little Bai offers himself to you. After speaking, as if bashful, he inclined his head. When it came to acting, demons surpassed humans in pretending. Qiyu glared coldly at his hand movements, narrowing his eyebrows while pursing his lips tightly. Retrieving his hand, Li Lanxiu stood there, calm amidst the overt and covert contention of these two gifted ones. Changsheng, take Little Bai around the sect. Stepping forward, Ming Changsheng carefully chose his words. All right, Bai. You can call me White Protector. Bai Ying selected a position closest to Li Lanxiu, then turning his head with a cheerful smile. Master, may I serve as your protector? Li Lanxiu readily agreed with a nod. Staring at Bai Ying's affected demeanor, Qiyu inexplicably lifted his hand to touch his lips, the motion akin to evaluating the taste of food. Congratulations, White Protector. Instinctively sensing an unnerving chill, Bai Ying narrowed his eyes at Qiyu, courteously telling Ming Changsheng, I'm in your debt. Ming Changsheng gestured invitingly, leading him forward to tour the Lianhua sect. As soon as the two left, Qiyu snatched Li Lanxiu's hand, took out a handkerchief to tenderly wipe his palm that had touched Bai Ying, pressing it against his own cheek. Master, does Little Bai feel better or do I? Li Lanxiu gave him a not-so-light slap, finding it undignified for someone destined for greatness to speak such meaningless words. Qiyu greatly enjoyed this intimacy. The overwhelming jealousy was much better than a simple kiss on his hand. I want to do some things for the sect master. To show that he was more useful than Bai Ying. Li Lanxiu took the opportunity to lift his determined and handsome chin, playing with his soft, long white fingers. Do you want to be famous all over the world? Qiyu looked into his eyes, not hesitating to ask, for sect master. Of course. Li Lanxiu was pleased with his understanding. A well-trained dog always had its master in mind. Qiyu skipped past the agreement and directly asked, what does sect master want me to do? Li Lanxiu calmly said, participate in the Jindan competition in Tiancai City and win first place. When he was in Tiancai City, he had heard about the Jindan competition, recalling this highlight from the original book where the destined son excelled among the crowd at a young age, like a sharp blade emerging from its sheath, its cold light illuminating the land. It was also during the Jindan competition that Qiyu met his best brother in the future, the young master of the Four Seas Chamber, Jiang Zhuo, becoming an honored guest of the Jiang family. Li Lanxiu did not know what had gone wrong, but Qiyu and Jiang Zhuo did not get along in Mengxian City, making it impossible for them to be brothers. However, this high-profile plot to make a name for themselves across the was indispensable. Qiyu nodded calmly, saying, I will win first place for a Zhou, letting everyone in the world know about Lianhua sect. Li Lanxiu loved his cleverness, patting his cheek and saying, we will go to Tiancai City in 3 days. You should cultivate well these few days and must not slack off. Qiyu excitedly nodded, eager to let the whole world know that he was Li Lanxiu's dog. But there was a more urgent problem to solve right now. He escorted Li Lanxiu back to his room, then quietly came to the kitchen warehouse of Lianhua sect late at night. The errand disciples in the sect had not yet reached the stage of abstaining from food, and the warehouse was filled with large vats of rice, cages with fat chickens and ducks, and the fish pool outside the door contained fish delivered up the mountain that day. There were mountains of meat and rivers of wine, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. He forcefully pushed open the door of the warehouse, his face hidden in the dark shadows as his eyes slowly swept over the live animals inside. His Adam's apple could be seen subtly moving. A ethereal and indistinct voice sounded, coldly spitting out a word, hungry. Qiyu held his stomach due to hunger pain, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, saying, shut up. This voice had no distinction between male or female, old or young, as if hundreds of voices merged together, possessing a sacred and distant divine nature. Hungry, need to eat. Qiyu clenched his fingers into fists until his knuckles turned white, and walked heavily toward the table full of raw meat, closing his eyes, picking up a piece of meat and shoving it into his mouth, chewing mechanically without emotion. The greasy stench of raw meat spread throughout his mouth, and the instinctive urge to vomit arose, but he forcibly swallowed it down. That voice was highly dissatisfied and repeated, gods do not eat garbage, gods only eat humans, alive. Shut up, Qiyu harshly rebuked, chewing bite by bite on the difficult-to-swallow raw meat, suppressing the intolerable surging hunger. The voice completely ignored what he said, like a child just learning to speak with imperfect language, only self-centeredly expressing its own intentions. Do not eat garbage, need human flesh, body, give me. Your body, belongs to me. Gods do not eat garbage, gods only eat living beings, humans. Chu Yu ignored it, swallowing another piece of raw meat, but the feeling of hunger in his stomach became stronger. His hanging fists tightened even more, and he closed his eyes, breathing deeply. After encountering Xue Wujia that night, having been hit by 3 swords on his chest, he lost consciousness completely and remembered nothing that happened. He regained consciousness 3 days later, his wounds healed, sitting alone on top of a mountain of corpses, greedily eating some unknown meat. Beneath him lay a pile of dismembered bodies, blood flowing everywhere. At that moment, his numbed brain had only one thought: if Li Lanqiu discovers what you've done, can he accept you? This terrifying thought chilled Chu Yu to the bone. He endured nausea as he examined the eaten-up corpses. Their clothing and accessories revealed most to be members of the Red Sect hiding near Chongxian Sect, but there were a few who were merely innocent passing cultivators. Chongxian Sect would never tolerate such actions, nor would Li Lanqiu forgive him. It was at that time that he heard for the first time the unfamiliar voice resounding in his mind: Garuda, am a god. Your body, is mine, my shell. This so-called ancient god named Garuda stumbled through a joke for him. Garuda's spirit was sealed within his body, making him merely a shell to hold the spirit. The ancient god wished to use his body to be reborn again. To be more precise, the ancient god would share this body with him. The ancient god would grant him the most powerful abilities in the world, unmatched strength. In return, he had to continuously feed and nourish the famished and greedy god. Chu Yu craved to grow stronger and become the only one for Li Lanqiu. He immediately agreed to the ancient god's conditions. But the ancient god was not satisfied with human food. The ancient god wanted only humans. Under the bright sun, where could he find people for the god to eat? That ethereal voice sounded again, coldly saying, "Here, plenty of food. If you don't eat, I will wake up." Here referred to Lianhua sect, full of people everywhere. Chu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils gradually becoming calm and deep as he picked up a dipper of water to rinse his mouth. Will you go on a killing spree if you awaken? Hungry, need to eat. The ancient god didn't consider it a killing spree. Chu Yu wiped the oil from his fingers, calmly saying, "Bai isn't simple, he should suit your taste. If you awaken, go and eat him." Without pausing, he continued, "Except for my master, you can eat anyone here. If you dare to harm him, I will commit suicide by slicing my throat." The ancient god fell silent for a moment, seeming displeased, coldly asking, "Are you threatening me?" Chu Yu swiftly drew his black knife, decisively pressing it against the artery under his neck, his voice steady. "If my head is gone, can you save me? Don't eat him, stop." The ancient god immediately halted him, its spirit parasitizing within this body, sensing that Chu Yu would definitely carry out his threat. Chu Yu returned the knife to its sheath, quietly advising, "Be compliant. Eat whatever for now. Once we reach Tianke City, I'll find people for you to eat." Chapter 80. In a small pavilion nestled among the verdant mountains, a bronze brazier on the table bubbled with sound, boiling spring water in the purple clay teapot, filling the air with swirling steam. Li Lanqiu absently stirred the emerald green tea in the pot with a silver spoon in one hand. Ming Changxing entered the pavilion and bowed his head, saying, "The master's travel gear is all ready. I've arranged for 3 labor disciples to accompany you tomorrow." Li Lanqiu responded with a faint fiddling with the delicate tea set. Seeing that Ming Changxing hadn't left, he asked casually, "Is there anything else?" Ming Changxing looked up at him, then lowered his gaze and said, "May I ask when the master plans to return to the sect?" "You're asking me when I'll come back before I've even left." Li Lanqiu poured himself a cup of tea and placed it on the edge of the table. "Come over and have some tea. It doesn't matter whether I'm here or not, I trust you completely with sect affairs." Ming Changxing carefully picked up the teacup. "The master is the backbone of the sect. Without you here, I dare not make final decisions on matters within the sect." Leisurely sipping his tea, Li Lanqiu bypassed the question about his return. "If I'm not here, you will be acting as the sect master. All matters within the sect will be decided by you." Stunned and honored, Ming Changxing hesitated momentarily and promptly declined, "I cannot take on." "Whatever I say you can handle, you can," Li Lanqiu interrupted sharply. Meeting his clear and discerning eyes, Ming Changxing was momentarily speechless, then quickly replied, "All right, I shall shoulder this heavy responsibility." Satisfied, Li Lanqiu nodded and teasingly said, "What are you afraid of? Drink your tea before you go." Ming Changxing slowly finished his tea, then returned the cup to the table with both hands. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "There's also a minor issue within the sect." With an easygoing gesture supporting his chin, Li Lanqiu raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. Ming Changxing pondered if this trivial matter deserved mentioning and carefully chose his words. "Recently, quite a lot of meat has gone missing from the kitchen warehouse. Also, all the fish in the pond are gone, leaving behind a pool of blood." He paused and nodded briefly. There was no response from Li Lanqiu, leading Ming Changxing to think perhaps his master wasn't interested in such trifles, but when he looked up, he noticed a contemplative expression on Li Lanqiu's face. Sitting up straight, Li Lanqiu furrowed his brows and questioned, "When did this happen?" "Within the last few days. I assume wild beasts invaded the kitchen at night." Pausing slightly, Ming Changxing continued, "I've already instructed disciples to place animal traps around the kitchen. If the beast is smart, it probably won't return." Gradually smoothing out his furrowed brows, Li Lanxiu shut his eyes for a moment in thought before stating, "Let it be. Let it eat whatever it wants." Now it made sense why Chuyu had been so anxious. This must have been what he had been hiding. Following his command, Ming Chongqing nodded again and replied, "Understood. I'll have the disciples remove the traps." Just as he was about to leave, Li Lanxiu casually said, "Tell Chuyu to come see me." Before long, Chuyu arrived swiftly flying with his dark blade, still visibly stained with blood, his hands dripping crimson. He rushed into the pavilion exclaiming, "A show." Glancing at the bloodstains on his clothes, Li Lanxiu raised his chin and asked, "How did you get all this blood?" Chuyu wiped his bloody hands with a cloth, sat next to him, and displayed his unharmed hands with a low laugh. "It's not my blood. I just helped the labor disciples catch a fierce tiger. This creature was sneaking into the kitchen warehouse for food, and I caught it red-handed." While speaking, he nervously watched Li Lanxiu's expression. Unfazed, Li Lanxiu picked up the teacup and took a light sip. "There's the protective sect array established by Ming Chongqing. How could a tiger infiltrate the sect grounds?" Caught off guard by the question, Chuyu visibly tensed. "Isn't that so?" Looking at Chuyu, who was clearly alarmed, Li Lanxiu couldn't help but chuckle internally. The fearless child of destiny, bold enough to gamble with the ancient gods, had now become timid from a mere sentence. Entertained, Li Lanxiu adopted a cold tone to scare him further. "Of course it's true. Are you unaware?" Taking a deep breath, Chuyu wiped away his smile, responding earnestly, "Relax, a show. I will investigate this matter." Though not yet satisfied, Li Lanxiu continued teasingly, "Good. Before I leave the sect tomorrow, find the culprit. I want to see who dares cause trouble in my territory." Chuyu stared at him silently for a while, his lips tightly pressed together before letting out a weighty word, "Fine." Li Lanxiu examined his handsome face, the tight muscles caused by tension, and the pale lips, so fascinating indeed. He didn't like disobedient dogs, but a dog scared stiff from hiding something was entertaining indeed. Li Lanxiu, feeling gratified, decided to let him off for now. "Not necessary. It's a trivial matter, wasting your time." Chuyu relaxed his tightly pressed lips but remained anxious. "A show, don't you want to find out why?" "The Golden Core competition is approaching. Your focus should be on the competition." Li Lanxiu put down his teacup and stretched out his hand, placing his palm on Chuyu's nape and patted gently. "Do you understand?" Chuyu leaned closer to him, looking unconcerned. "I'll follow the sect master's order." Li Lanxiu pressed his nape, making Chuyu lean even closer obediently. Gently stroking his nape lazily, he called him, "Stupid dog." Chuyu smelled the pleasant scent on his body, gradually relaxing under his caress. "Apart from me becoming the champion of the Golden Core competition, what else does a show want?" Li Lanxiu paused as he stroked his nape, then spoke with an indifferent tone. "Of course it's mastering the strongest power in the world, controlling the fate and life or death of others." Chuyu looked at him with bright black eyes and said seriously, "One day, I will certainly make your wish come true." Li Lanxiu pinched his cheek, saying that stupid dog was truly becoming a real dumb one. Clearly what he had meant was, mastering the strongest power in the world. Not, being the person who mastered the strongest power in the world. The difference between the two was obvious. Chuyu leaned in to kiss the corner of his lips lightly, raising the tip of his lips slightly in a mischievous smile, like a sharp and bloody knife point. However, the kiss was warm, soft, and breathy, sweet beyond belief, as if naturally designed to enchant anyone. Li Lanxiu gently touched his cheeks absent-mindedly, allowing Chuyu to kiss and press against his lips freely. Chuyu closed his eyes and kissed passionately, his tongue exploring inside his lips instinctively trying to pry open the clenched teeth. He took a deep breath and whispered hoarsely, "A show." Li Lanxiu half opened his mouth, quite casually letting his tongue probe into his mouth, while his gaze stayed fixed on Chuyu's face, observing his lost in passion expression. Once given permission, Chuyu immediately began panting heavily, holding his cheeks with both hands, and his tongue became extremely forceful, licking wildly within his mouth without restraint. Li Lanxiu's tongue was tossed around uncontrollably in the storm, yet he stayed still, his handsome eyes cold and detached, as if reviewing everything. This was Chuyu's first proper kiss with him. After chaotically licking around heatedly, he instinctively sucked Li Lanxiu's tongue, smooth and slick, as if trying to swallow it entirely. Li Lanxiu's fingers lightly combed through his black hair, his cheeks blushed red from the kiss, breathing slightly unstable, yet he kept staring into his eyes. As if admiring an artwork meticulously crafted by himself, indulging in the sight of him losing sanity under his control. The Lianhua sect flying boat was carefully selected by Ming Chongqing. The whole boat was white like jade, shaped like a budding lotus flower. Although not as grandiose as Zhongshuan sect's flying boat, it exuded a unique elegant charm of the Jiangnan style. For this trip to Tiancai City to participate in the Golden Core competition, the two Dharma protectors were accompanying the sect master on both sides. After a few days, when Li Lanxiu arrived at Tiancai City, after finishing his meditation cultivation, he walked out of the room and leaned on the railing to overlook the city. The city was filled with people, more cultivators than during the 100 Flowers Assembly, not just small and medium-sized Dao sects and independent practitioners, but also the pride of the four major Dao sects. Countless flying boats were suspended in the sky, like migratory birds, covering the entire sky without end. Leaning on the railing, he watched Tiancai City. Unbeknownst to him, he himself was someone else's landscape. Some keen cultivators on nearby floating boats saw him and started whispering among themselves. In no time, the news that the top beauty of the Seven Stars Tower had arrived in Tianke City spread throughout the city. Li Lanxiu wore a dark hooded hat so he could walk normally in Tianke City. Chu Yu and Bai Ying walked on either side of him, one black and one white, one green and one young, all equally tall and handsome, the three of them drawing a great deal of attention. The Golden Core competition would start in 3 days. This day was the last day for registration. Capable cultivators had already registered long ago. Only those lacking ability, hesitating until the last moment, came to sign up after analyzing various heroes. The registration spot was a tall building in the city. The room was simply furnished, with 3 immortal masters sitting behind a long table, and black stones for detecting cultivation level on the table. When Li Lanxiu's group entered the room, the immortal masters routinely scanned over everyone. Upon seeing Bai Ying, their eyes suddenly lit up. A transformation stage cultivator. In the Jiuzhou continent, there are fewer than 10 great ascension cultivators and no more than 100 spirit transformation cultivators. In the 4 major Dao sects, they can serve as either peak masters or personal disciples of the sect master. Each one of them is a well-known figure with a resounding reputation. How could someone like this appear in Tianke City? The 3 immortal masters rose without prior agreement to welcome him, one smiling and asking, "Master, where do you come from?" Bai Ying scanned the room indifferently, saying calmly, "Lianhua sect." Li Lanxiu focused entirely on the posted registration details. The competition would use an elimination system, consisting of 3 rounds in total. Chu Yu glanced at Bai Ying and tapped his finger lightly on the table. "Excuse me, I'd like to sign up." The attention of the 3 immortal masters was all on Bai Ying. They had never heard of the Lianhua sect. Regaining their senses, the immortal master said, "Please test your cultivation level first." Chu Yu placed his hand on the detection black stone. The fluctuations on the stone rose continuously until it reached the full stage of gold core. A full gold core in Tianke City was not unusual. Taking out the register, the immortal master started recording while asking, "Your cultivation has reached the full stage of gold core. Are you from the Lianhua sect?" Chu Yu slightly nodded, answering nonchalantly, "Chu Yu." The name sounded familiar to the immortal masters. The immortal master recording couldn't help but smile. "Your name is the same as the young prodigy from Chongxian sect. I've heard that within a month, he completed his foundation establishment phase and soared into the purple platform peak of Chongxian sect." The 2 other immortal masters also chuckled and said, "Not only that. He's with Li Lanxiu. Wow, he's always taking advantage of every opportunity." A faint smile curved Chu Yu's lips. "It's not a coincidence of names, that's me." "You are Chu Yu." The immortal master was surprised again, abruptly standing to examine him carefully. Chu Yu remained silent, nodding. The 3 immortal masters were utterly confused. This previously unheard of Lianhua sect concealed dragons and tigers. There was a spirit transformation cultivator, and now a world-famous young prodigy. "Dare I inquire about the sect master's name?" An immortal master assumed and respectfully asked Bai Ying with both hands clasped. Seizing the chance to curry favor with Li Lanxiu, Bai Ying moved next to Li Lanxiu and tilted his head while asking, "Sect master, may I tell them your name?" Li Lanxiu perused the rules of the grand competition casually, patting Bai Ying on the shoulder without hesitation. "Sure, go ahead." The expressions of the immortal masters were filled with incomprehension. This spirit transformation cultivator wasn't the sect master of the Lianhua sect. In the realm of cultivation where strength was respected above all, a spirit transformation cultivator showing subservience to a gold core cultivator, a scene beyond reason, stranger than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Bai Ying turned around to face the group, unhurriedly explaining, "This is our Lianhua sect master, Li Lanxiu." So that was how it was. Upon hearing this thunderous name, the 3 immortal masters instantly gained clarity, reaching enlightenment and resolving all confusion that had seemed unexplainable before. Chapter 81. 3 days later. Above Tianke City, a colossal red platform stood tall against the wind, its base supported by vast clouds that made it look like a blooming red flower. The spacious red platform was covered with red carpets, and at the end of the red carpet stood a towering red gate, which was the entrance to the first secret realm of the Jin Dan Great Competition. Before the gate hung an immense waterfall from the sky, projecting lush forests inside the red gate before it was opened. Directly opposite the mirror floated a splendid small floating island where the examiners' seats could be faintly seen. With the red platform of the Jin Dan competition as the center, flying boats spread out in ripples across the sky above Tianke City. The flying ships of the 4 great Daoist sects were parked in the inner circle closest to the red platform. The decks were crowded with disciples watching, their white robes like snow, all gazing at the high platform. Lianhua sect's flying ship was further out, lined up alongside smaller sections. Chu Yu leaned against the railing, his ink-colored long robe flowing freely, his long hair tied high, his handsome young face distinct. "Sect leader, the drums will sound soon." Li Lanxiu adjusted his collar and patted his shoulder saying, "Take it easy during the competition." Chu Yu lifted his wrist, disregarding Bai Ying's presence beside him, brushing his cheek against Li Lanxiu's hand. "As long as sect leader keeps watching me, I will be at ease." Bai Ying turned away, ignoring him entirely. Li Lanxiu couldn't endure Chu Yu's affectionate antics and pulled his hand back to ask, "Are you ready with everything you need?" Chu Yu straightened up, seriously answering, according to the rules of the great competition, only 3 bottles of intermediate healing medicine, 1 weapon, and 3 treasures can be brought. I have them all. Li Lanxiu trusted him not to make mistakes, turning to look at a lavish flying ship in the sky, white walls adorned with gold and pearls shimmering brilliantly. It was a flying ship from Luyun sect. He casually asked, is the communication mirror from Luyun sect still with you? 3 days ago, upon seeing this familiar ship, he remembered Jiang Zhuo giving him a Tongxin mirror in Mengxian City. It could communicate with all disciples of the Luyun sect. Chu Yu accepted the gift for him, he might use it these past few days. Does sect leader want the Tongxin mirror? Chu Yu took out the communication mirror from his storage ring, the palm-sized mirror delicate and exquisite, extending it toward him. Does sect leader wish to contact Jiang Zhuo? Li Lanxiu took the Tongxin mirror and put it away, responding indifferently, I'll just play with it. Dong! A grand drumbeat echoed through the skies above Tianke City, deep and powerful, as if originating from the 9th heaven, reverberating through the heavens, never fading. Following that, drumbeats followed each other rapidly, like thunder rumbling, shaking the entire Tianke City. Just as the 9th drumbeat sounded, ripples appeared on the water curtain before the red gate. As beams of light swirled, the water curtain slowly began to open. The towering red gate also opened wide, revealing a brilliant glow from within that illuminated the entire red platform. Behind the door, the secret realm revealed a lush forest, appearing as an isolated mysterious space separate from the world. At the same time, countless figures in white robes rose into the air, akin to dancing snowflakes, rushing toward the radiant red gate. The Jin Dan Great Competition officially begins. An authoritative voice boomed from the platform, resounding through the heavens. The red gate was fully open, inviting all participants into the secrets of the realm. Chu Yu glanced at the red gate, it would take 10 days to finish the 3 rounds of matches. Leaning closer to Li Lanxiu, he moved his lips silently asking for a kiss. Li Lanxiu pushed his cheek aside, refusing rather heartlessly, we'll talk when you come out. Chu Yu grabbed his wrist and placed it atop his head, letting him caress his hair, sect leader mustn't go back on your word. Have I ever lied to you? Li Lanxiu gently caressed him a few times, then pushed his head, go now, be careful. Chu Yu, contented, nodded at him, stepping onto the dark knife flying towards the wide-open red gate on the high platform. Such a highly watched occasion as the Jin Dan Great Competition naturally wouldn't miss the participation of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and 7 Stars Tower, who sent several flying ships for betting and gambling among cultivators. The popular top contestants were all featured on the gambling board, where disciples of Lingyun Sword Sect occupied 6 seats. That man with the purple bandana whom Li Lanxiu had met in Mengxian City was named Ling Hui. According to predictions by 7 Stars Tower and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Ling Hui had the highest chance of taking the first place in this contest. Next to him were people like Jiang Zhuo of Luyun Sect, Jing Mei of Ibna Sect, and Su Shiyang of Chongxian Sect. As for Lianhua Sect, being a fledgling minor sect, only 1 disciple was participating, and if it weren't for Chu Yu's already famous name, they wouldn't have even qualified for the betting board. Even so, compared to the bookmakers' odds of 2-1 for Ling Hui winning the grand competition, Chu Yu's odds to become the champion were as high as 10-1, seemingly making Ling Hui a sure bet for this title. Li Lanxiu took out 5,000 spirit stones and handed them to an errand disciple, go, place a bet on Chu Yu becoming the champion. Setting up his sect had already cost him all his spirit stones, and here was a chance to make more, why not take it? Bai Ying coolly asked, Master, are you that confident in him? I trust you too. Li Lanxiu replied offhandedly. Bai Ying gave a faint smile and stood shoulder to shoulder with him by the railing, watching the water curtain projected on the high platform. The first trial of this great competition was the treasure hunt battle, where within the secret realm, 108 golden beads were hidden. Whoever could find these beads first would enter the next round preparation area. It seemed simple enough, but the beads were hidden deep in traps or inside demons. To obtain the qualification for the next round required overcoming numerous dangers, or there was a simpler way, just snatch others' golden beads. In the tranquil, uninhabited mountains and valleys shrouded in fog, peaks upon peaks loomed, while bird and insect calls echoed through the ears. All contestants stayed close to their sect disciples, very few going solo. Among them was Ling Hui, who didn't join the group of Lingyun Sword Sect and instead acted alone. No one knew how complex Ling Hui's feelings were at the moment. Just yesterday, Dongchuan True Immortal appeared in Tianke City and straightforwardly said to him, I've heard that Chiyu also entered the competition, do you have confidence that you can beat him? Ling Hui did not regard Chiyu highly and truthfully answered, he is unworthy to mention, the championship of the Jin Dan competition must be ours, Lingyun Sword Sect. Dongchuan chuckled ambiguously, saying, be careful, during each Jin Dan great competition inside the secret realm there are no restrictions. Once you step into the red gate, it becomes a place beyond law. Do whatever necessary without hesitation, even if it includes killing, it doesn't matter. Ling Hui immediately understood what he was implying, with an order from the master, there was no choice but to comply. But why would Dongchuan True Immortal, always upright and noble, command his disciple to kill a golden elixir stage cultivator inside the secret realm? Dongchuan simply wanted to pluck a flower, but the thorns around the flower made things complicated. While thorns cannot directly kill someone, they're still a nuisance, so he decided to remove the thorns first before picking the flower. At the moment inside the secret realm, Qiyu cleanly cut down a wolf demon with one swing of his dark blade, wiping the blood stains off the blade. He then coolly asked, "Why have you been following me?" Hearing this, Ling Hui revealed himself. As Dong Chuan had suggested, it was easy to concoct a reason for killing within the secret realm. Pointing at the wolf demon, he said, "You can leave now, the golden bead inside its belly belongs to me." Qiyu scanned him from head to toe, his stern face devoid of emotion. "We have no enmity between us, why provoke me? I only want the golden bead inside its stomach. If you hand it over obediently, I'll let you live." Saying this, Ling Hui drew the sword strapped behind his back. Its sharp gleam appeared instantly, and he sneered mockingly, threatening, "You'd better know your place. It isn't worth losing your life over one golden bead." This scene was projected onto the water curtain on the tall platform, seen clearly by all disciples of Daoist sections. Though Ling Hui's actions might seem despicable, the competition itself was brutal. Inside the secret realm, any means were justified as long as they brought success. Ling Hui is after all a disciple of Ling Yun's sword sect, having received personal guidance from true immortal Dong Chuan. What does Qiyu rely on to fight against him? I want to see if his reputation as a prodigy is exaggerated or not. I can't believe that nonsense about achieving the foundation establishment in a month. Besides, based on his disloyalty to Master Li, he doesn't appear very smart. Who talks about betrayal? Qiyu has always been disciple of Elderly, and Elderly himself seems unconcerned. Why should a non-related person care so much? Stop arguing, Ling Hui is about to act. That lapdog of Li Lanqiu is dead meat this time. Qiyu remained silent, focusing on Ling Hui, gracefully spinning his wrist, holding the black blade steady in front of him. Ling Hui coldly observed him and couldn't help admitting, this boy's appearance and posture were exceptional and outstanding. It was no wonder he became the #1 beauty in the cultivation world's watchdog. Humph, how enviable. He initially felt hesitant, but as soon as he thought about Li Lanqiu's radiant face, a sudden urge to eliminate Qiyu arose in him. His slight hesitance came from the idea that Li Lanqiu might cry when her watchdog dies, but such outcomes were inevitable. What he hadn't expected was that the person who could serve as the beauty's watchdog for so long possessed formidable strength to be selected from among the crowd. Because Ling Hui hailed from the world's most prestigious sect, under a famous teacher, treated generously by the sect master, he never put heavy importance on Zhongshuan sect. After all, Qiyu was participating under the obscure name of Lianhua sect. Ling Hui paid even less attention to him. He twirled his sword into a fierce pattern, reflecting on Dongchuan Jinjuan's advice and making his own plans. If I kill him in one move, it would make my intention to kill too obvious, which could harm my reputation. I should focus on seizing the golden bead, during the struggle, unintentionally, killing him. I need to kill quickly and cleanly. The more gruesome his death, the more others will fear me. The title of this great competition will then be mine for sure. Exactly, that's what I'll do. In an instant, Ling Hui thought it through, carrying his sword as he flew forward. Everyone saw only the snowy white robes of Ling Yun's sword sect and the dazzling light of his sword. Qiyu single-handedly gripped his black blade, steadily and ruthlessly slashing forward. A sudden flicker of blood appeared on the water curtain before anyone could react, and they saw Ling Hui's body split in two, with his legs falling apart in opposite directions. Qiyu hesitated slightly, frowning in disbelief. Are golden elixir cultivators really this weak? The watching Daoist sect disciples were silent for a few seconds, as Ling Yun's sword sect's prized disciple, the overwhelmingly favored champion of the competition, just vanished. Most had not seen clearly how, in the blink of an eye, his head was separated from his body, dying like a joke. One slash. He killed Ling Hui with one slash. What kind of strength is this? And what cruelty? No hesitation in killing, not even leaving the corpse intact. Qiyu glanced at Ling Hui's corpse, then turned to look at the empty mountain forest, earnestly explaining, "Master, I didn't mean to kill, it was he who deliberately chose to die." Seemingly fearing Li Lanqiu might get angry, he sheathed his black blade, like a vicious dog hiding its sharp fangs, speaking submissively, "Master, can you forgive me? I'll try not to act recklessly next time." Whether the master forgives him or not was unclear to everyone, but this obedient demeanor was completely different from the person who had just executed Ling Hui in a single stroke. Li Lanqiu chuckled sarcastically. How could he fail to see through Qiu's small intentions? Qiu was publicly declaring his loyalty to all the Daoist sect disciples present. If only there was Li Lanqiu's slave mark on his neck, then there'd be no need for all this effort to prove to everyone he belongs to Li Lanqiu. On another side, aboard Ling Yun's sword sect's flying vessel, in the finest cabin atop it all, Dongchuan Jinjuan witnessed Ling Hui's grim death and after some contemplation, immediately pieced everything together, asking, "Your arm, it was lost to this boy, right?" Yin Wujie stood by his side, steadily gazing at Qiu's figure in the water curtain. On normal days, he wouldn't match me, but something about him feels strange. Stay away from him. Dongchuan smiled without comment. How could the top person of the Daoist sect possibly place any importance on a mere golden elixir cultivator? He chuckled indifferently. You said there are two people by Li Lanqiu's side. Yin Wujie, though having never met the two by Li Lanqiu's side, vividly remembered the deaths of the four protectors of the Red Religion. One is a ghost cultivator, the other a great demon. Dongchuan laughed again, patting him on the shoulder. So they're just a ghost and a demon. Why are you so hesitant, unwilling to make your move against Li Lanxiu? Yin Wujie nodded, raising his hand to gently touch the wound left by the fan handle on his abdomen, saying nothing. Dong Chuan saw through his thoughts, sneering, "Little monk, you're quite greedy, not just wanting the person, but also their heart. If not for that, wouldn't it be boring?" Yin Wujie raised his eyes and asked softly. Dong Chuan hadn't expected him to be so infatuated, scrutinizing him as if he'd never known him. "You've been practicing Buddhism and lost your mind. Do you still wish for eternal life?" Yin Wujie made no explanation, merely calmly stating, "If you ever meet Li Lanxiu, you'll understand why I'm like this." Back then, he had also been like Dong Chuan, believing himself beyond emotions, yet upon meeting Li Lanxiu, his thoughts turned evil. Me? I've long reached the state of Taishan Wanjing, absolute emotionless. Dong Chuan laughed unconcernedly, taking Yin Wujie's words lightly. Yin Wujie raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Big brother has already achieved Taishan Wanjing?" Dong Chuan nodded calmly. Taishan Wanjing, it was the highest realm of mental state for Tao cultivators, neither sad nor happy, free from sorrow or joy, unaffected by any worldly emotions. Thus, Ling Hui's ghastly death before his eyes had caused no ripples in him, as if a stray dog had died on the roadside. Yin Wujie couldn't help but ask, how did Big Brother achieve absolute emotionlessness? Dong Chuan smiled faintly, looking out at the endless flying vessels in the window, slowly replying, by seeing enough, killing enough, until the heart grows tired and powerless. Naturally, one becomes emotionless. Yin Wujie nodded seemingly understanding, and quietly asked again, Big Brother came to Tiancai City for Li Lanxiu, when do you plan to take action? Dong Chuan paused momentarily, a well-thought-out plan forming in his mind. He responded with a counter-question, given your understanding of Li Lanxiu, would he willingly obey our commands and serve us as we dual cultivate? Yin Wujie couldn't help but smile, replying in low laughter, with his temper, if you dared to suggest this idea to him directly, he'd certainly slap you. From his tone, Dong Chuan detected a hint of longing and couldn't help glancing sideways at him. You wish to be slapped by him? Yin Wujie smiled faintly and said, I seek it eagerly. You truly are. Dong Chuan was unsure how to describe him, clearing his throat as he turned to his own plans. According to what you've said, Li Lanxiu has two extraordinary individuals by his side. If we want to taste their favor, there's bound to be a bitter battle. Tiancai City is full of spies. Yin Wujie immediately understood his meaning. Brother wants to save all sentient beings. Dong Chuan, as the head of Ling Yun sword sect, engaging in fierce combat for a beauty could damage propriety, such talk spread would be most improper. No, merely eliminating witnesses through killing, Dong Chuan proclaimed openly. Yin Wujie frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that he was being too cruel, gazing toward the endless flying vessels outside the window. Tiancai City is full of cultivators. Even if we killed day and night for 10 days, we still wouldn't finish them all. Besides, if we start fighting, people in the city will scatter everywhere, and inevitably some might escape. This was something Dong Chuan had foreseen already. He tapped his finger lightly on his storage ring, saying calmly, your Shaba lies here, harboring hundreds of thousands of ghosts. When the time comes, you'll lead tens of thousands of these ghosts, slaughtering indiscriminately. A flicker of enlightenment flashed across Yin Wujie's eyes, then after a brief thought, realizing there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Tiancai City, these ghosts would surely not stand a chance. Is there any other plan from brother? Dong Chuan smirked confidently and patted his shoulder, implying deeply, did you think I returned empty-handed when you acquired the Shaba from the sealed immortal realm? What did brother gain from the sealed immortal realm? Yin Wujie squinted his eyes, scrutinizing him closely. Dong Chuan revealed nothing more, coming straight to the point, an artifact that can command all demons and fiends under heaven. At that time, Yin Wujie instantly comprehended his meaning, narrating slowly for him, people will be killed by demons and malevolent spirits, and how does that concern brother? Brother heroically saves the situation on the verge of collapse, capturing all demons and fiends single-handedly. It won't be easy. Dong Chuan took a large sip from his wine gourd, implicitly accepting what was said. At this moment, on the high platform celestial canopy, Chiyu was the first to enter the second round of the arena battles. 10 arenas appeared inside the celestial canopy, where the top 10 finalists guarded their respective platforms while later arrivals challenged them. Currently, among those mounting the platform to challenge, none could withstand Chu Yu's single strike. Yin Wujie looked at the scene within the celestial canopy, furrowing his brow and asking, when does brother intend to make your move? Dong Chuan's affairs were always meticulously planned. After estimating the preparation time, he replied, in 10 days. 10 days later. Chu Yu's name became renowned. If before the Golden Elixir contest, the Taoist sect still had some dissent regarding this fledgling genius, after observing him over these 10 days, they could only marvel, wholeheartedly convinced. For a time, this young genius gained unparalleled fame. An uncountable number of people came to the flying vessel of Lotus sect, one after another, to present gifts. Li Lanxiu handed over these matters to miscellaneous errand disciples and remained alone in his room, sitting in meditation and cultivating his energy. On this deep night, with the moonlit sky clear and bright, silver radiance illuminated a region. As guests dispersed and disciples swept the deck of the vessel, suddenly a gentle breeze blew past, bringing two unexpected visitors descending from the heavens, a young monk missing an arm dressed in monk's robes, and a man draped in white, with loose hair exuding a distinguished aura. The duo landed gracefully onto the deck. The white-robed immortal waved his sleeve and asked, "Where is your sect master?" The disciple inspected them once, nodding and replying, "Our sect master has waited for quite some time in the pavilion upstairs. Please ascend, both of you." Dong Chuan was somewhat taken aback, looking up toward the small pavilion atop the boatshed tower. "Oh. Does your sect master know who we are?" Yin Wujie smiled meaningfully, inwardly knowing that Li Lanxiu awaited him. The disciple repeated the words Li Lanxiu had taught him, "The master says all who come do so with requests." Dong Chuan, hearing this, snickered, mockingly casting off a line, merely grandstanding. Thereafter, he rose through the air, landing lightly outside the small pavilion. Around the pavilion hung ethereal silk veils which swayed gently with the wind, lifting a corner to reveal someone seated within. Upon laying eyes on him, Dong Chuan instantly recognized him as Li Lanxiu without a doubt, for only someone with such grace could make Yin Wujie lose his composure. Li Lanxiu held a delicate writing brush in his hand, concentrating on painting a fan with intricate patterns. Lazily raising his eyes, he shot a glance at Dong Chuan, then uninterestedly lowered his gaze back to continue his work. That single glance was light and ordinary, but it made Dong Chuan's heart skip a beat, leaving him spellbound as he stared at Li Lanxiu. The silver moonlight enveloped the beauty like a pearl cleansed of its dust, each inch of skin radiating clarity and transparency, white as fine snow and glowing with a subtle sheen. His slightly upturned eyelids exuded sharpness, adding a natural edge of provocation. It seemed like he was looking down upon anyone as if they were just a dog, yet without any trace of hostility. Instead, there was a refined and captivating allure. For some reason, his shadow appeared darker than usual, as if two shadows had overlapped. Scattered across the desk were inkstones, brushes, paper, and standing upright was an elegant small mirror, reflecting Li Lanxiu brightly within. Yin Wujie alighted just behind Dong Chuan outside the pavilion. No matter how long he had yearned for this face, upon seeing Li Lanxiu again, he was still momentarily stunned. After setting up a sound-blocking barrier, he spoke, "Little Lotus, it's been too long." Li Lanxiu lifted his eyes and gave him a cold look before bluntly replying, "I don't want to see you. Go away." His voice was always light and melodious, each word seemingly caressing through his teeth. Despite the scolding tone, when said by him, it carried an air of suggestive intimacy. Yin Wujie felt his ears tingle in pleasure and took several steps into the pavilion. "If you didn't want to see me, why come to Tiankai City? You knew I'd seek you. I thought you were dead." Li Lanxiu scanned him with a gentle flick of his eyes, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "You can lose an arm and still survive, you've got a hard life." Seeing his raised lips form an even more beautiful smirk, Yin Wujie couldn't help laughing, saying whatever he said was a form of praise. He smiled, not angry but amused. "I haven't seen my little Lotus yet, so I can't die yet." Li Lanxiu threw him a cold look, unsatisfied, and retorted, "Now you've seen me, why won't you die? Of the 4 sentences you said upon seeing me, 3 revolve around death." Standing beside him, Yin Wujie inhaled deeply, smelling the fragrant scent of him, and murmured wistfully, "I really want to kill you with one palm strike." Li Lanxiu's translucent, beautiful eyes glared at him, narrowing into a black slit. "Whom do you plan to hit?" Despite the disparity in strength, for some reason, Yin Wujie felt a bit afraid of him, unwilling to anger him further. He immediately altered his words and replied, "To hit myself." Li Lanxiu finally nodded slightly, turning his head to look at Dong Chuan outside the pavilion and asked knowingly, "Why bring a friend along to meet me?" Dong Chuan slowly walked into the pavilion, his composure stronger than Yin Wujie, calm and composed, replying, "We met once at Chongxian sect." Hearing his voice, Li Lanxiu pretended to understand. "Oh, so it's true, immortal Dong Chuan." Saying that, he frowned delicately, observing these one good and one evil figures before him, seeming to grasp that they should not be appearing here together. Dong Chuan chuckled softly, seating himself leisurely in the chair opposite him. He picked up the fan Li Lanxiu had painted earlier and admired it, a vivid depiction of bamboo reflections. Stroking the surface, he remarked, "You're an intelligent person. Surely, you've guessed why we are both here." Yin Wujie followed suit, sitting down while gazing at Li Lanxiu and also glancing at true immortal Dong Chuan, revealing a subtle grin. Li Lanxiu furrowed his brows, pondered briefly, and then gently touched his fingertip against his lips, suddenly laughing lightly. "You want to cultivate with me simultaneously." Caught off guard by his laugh, Dong Chuan momentarily froze, unsure why he felt boneless, and asked him, "Are you not afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Li Lanxiu returned his question with another, lazily straightening up, stretching his slender, graceful waist, and in a leisurely voice, questioned, "Had you met me first, would you share me with Yin Wujie?" The answer was self-evident. Dong Chuan wasn't a fool, such a beauty would naturally belong solely to him, regardless of what kind of friendship might intervene. Realizing Li Lanxiu's implication, he turned his gaze toward Yin Wujie. From start to finish, Yin Wujie never intended to share, now exposed by Li Lanxiu. Thus, he calmly admitted, "Big brother, little Lotus was mine first. If you regard me as your third younger brother, please don't take away what I love." Gazing complexly at him, Dong Chuan faced a choice between their early bond as brothers and a great beauty who could extend his life. Feeling the fire of their argument wasn't hot enough, Li Lanxiu added fuel to it by nodding slightly, seeming to agree with Yin Wujie's words. The complexity Dong Chuan felt toward Yin Wujie dissipated instantly. Turning back to Li Lanxiu, he stated coolly, he doesn't have much time left. If you practice dual cultivation with him, beware of him dying during the process. Yin Wujie's expression shifted slightly as he too looked at Li Lanxiu and said, Little Lotus, he doesn't have much time either. He's done too many wrongdoings in his life, so the heavens won't let him ascend through tribulations. Even though he has endured 7 thunder calamities, he is now nothing but a spent force. Really? Li Lanxiu curiously glanced at Dong Chuan. Dong Chuan was not pleased to have his deepest secrets exposed by his supposed good brother, retorting coldly, I've done too many wrongdoings. Why don't you ask how many people he has killed? What if I've killed them? Yin Wujie showed no mercy, slowly continuing his accusations, everyone I've killed deserved it. I've never harmed my own disciples, never coveted their sword bones, never colluded with our red sect to scheme against my beloved disciples. In a place unseen, Li Lanxiu's pitch-black shadow suddenly trembled, as if greatly shocked. Not to be outdone, Dong Chuan also revealed Yin Wujie's dark past to Li Lanxiu, he massacred entire cities. The two men who had just come together as sworn brothers were now ready to stab each other in the back for the favor of Li Lanxiu. Chapter 82. At the same time, on the flying boat of the Flowing Cloud sect, tens of thousands of disciples, mind-connecting mirrors, simultaneously received a message from Li Lanxiu. At first, he was sitting alone in a pavilion, calmly painting a fan surface, and everyone thought he didn't know how to use the mind-connecting mirror of the Flowing Cloud sect, mistaking it for an ordinary mirror. But his face was pleasant to look at, so no one wanted to turn off their mind-connecting mirror. Pair after pair of eyes just watched him paint the fan. Until East River Xinjuan and Yin Wujie appeared in the mirror at the same time, the crowd finally realized what Li Lanxiu's intentions were. The master of the #1 Taoist sect in the world, the first person in the Taoist sects, widely respected, and as elegant as fair weather, East River Xinjuan, was actually brotherhood with the infamous and evilful Buddha's son, the leader of the devil sect. What a shocking and earth-shattering scene. The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect stared with their mouths agape. After hearing the shameless words exchanged, the discussions on the flying boat sounded like wild waves crashing. What a hypocrite. Colluding with the red sect's leader to harm his own disciple, truly beastly behavior. The Buddha's son calls him big brother, their relationship is not shallow. I wonder how many people they have colluded to harm. How could such a hypocrite and villain be worthy of being the first person in the Taoist sect? Beastly filth. Most of the disciples were admirers of East River Xinjuan. Now, realizing they were deceived by their idol, they felt indignant and wished they could jump into the mirror and strike East River with a sword. However, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect remained very calm. He sat on a cushion, holding the mind-connecting mirror, watching the two big shots being manipulated by Li Lanxiu. The elder sighed softly, this Li Lanxiu is truly clever. A nearby disciple also looked at the foolish expressions of East River and Yin Wujie and nodded in agreement. He had already anticipated that East River and Yin Wujie would come to him, so he deliberately set up this scheme for us to see East River's true nature. The elder smiled and waved his hand, standing up and saying, you only see the surface level. If he wanted to expose East River's true face, there are many ways. Why did he choose our sect's mind-connecting mirror? The disciple shook his head, puzzled and asked, why? The elder smiled knowingly and said earnestly, because he is clever. If he had used the water curtain of Tian-K City to expose East River's true face, once East River and Yin Wujie appeared together. The old fogies of Ling Yun's sword sect would immediately send disciples to cut off Li Lanxiu's connection with the water curtain. Where would we get to see such an amazing scene? The elder speaks the truth, the Ling Yun sword sect would cover up the disgrace of its master. The disciple nodded, admiring deeply, and then couldn't help but ask curiously, then why did Li Lanxiu choose our sect? As a disciple of Zhongshuan sect, why didn't he choose Zhongshuan sect? The elder chuckled again, let me ask you, among all the Taoist sects in the land, which sect disagrees most with Ling Yun sword sect? Which one wants to replace the Ling Yun sword sect's position most? Of course, it's our Flowing Cloud sect. The disciple finished and immediately understood, sighing, he really is smart. The elder slowly stroked his white beard with a smiling face and said, haven't you gone to fetch my great mirror yet? Let all the Taoist sects see the true face of this old man East River. The disciple took out the elder's treasure, which appeared to be an unremarkable mind-connecting mirror, but it glowed brilliantly with a soft spiritual energy. The disciple quickly ran to the deck, holding the mind-connecting mirror in both hands, chanting magical incantations, injecting spiritual power into it. As the incantation activated, the mind-connecting mirror suddenly detached itself from the disciple's hands, soaring toward the sky. In the night sky, the mind-connecting mirror was like a bird gliding, tracing a graceful arc, flying toward the high platform of the Golden Dan competition. During its flight, the mirror's surface began to expand rapidly, as if stretched by some invisible force. Initially just palm-sized, the mirror kept growing bigger while spinning in the air, smooth and radiant with divine light. As it continued to rotate, the mirror grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into an enormous round mirror, several zhang wide. In the center of the mirror, the small pavilion of the Lianhua sect's flying boat gradually appeared, where Li Lanxiu was manipulating the leaders of both righteous and evil factions. At this moment, wherever people in Tian-K City were, as soon as they looked up, East River's true face was exposed without any escape. In the mirror, Li Lanxiu rested his chin on his hand lazily, watching the two brothers revealing each other's secrets. Yin Wuji accused East River of seizing the sword bone, framing Gu Jingxing, and killing his whole family, while East River accused Yin Wuji of practicing wicked skills, massacring countless people, and committing unspeakable evils. To win favor from a beauty, neither of them would back down, completely exposing the dirtiest secrets to Li Lanxiu. East River calmed down first, suddenly standing up and sneering at Li Lanxiu, "You're truly clever. No wonder you've got my third younger brother so bewitched that he'd even go against me for your sake." That was really an unfair statement. Li Lanxiu had never intended to confuse Yin Wuji, he avoided it whenever possible. He flicked his eyes towards Dong Chuan and continued to fan the flames. "Have you given up?" Dong Chuan bent down, staring closely at this strikingly beautiful face with a faint smile, saying, "Your little tricks can manipulate other men, but for me, your skills are too amateurish." Li Lanxiu remained expressionless, pushing his face away. "Stay away from me." Dong Chuan grabbed his delicate, clean wrist and rudely leaned in for a kiss. The more Li Lanxiu tried to pull back, the tighter he held on, eventually stretching out his arm to firmly embrace him, feeling the resilient and taut body in his arms. Li Lanxiu frowned with disgust, slapping him. If Dong Chuan wanted to block this slap, he would have to let go of the body in his arms. He didn't want to give up this wonderfully charming figure. Thus came a crisp sound as the slap landed fully. How could Yin Wuji tolerate such a scene? He rose sternly, coldly commanding, "Let him go." Dong Chuan only tightened his embrace, disregarding Li Lanxiu's struggles. Looking at the mind-connecting mirror on the table, he lightly chuckled, "Yin Wuji, you're truly stupid. This snake charm beauty has been calculating against us from the beginning." He used the flowing cloud sex mind-connecting mirror to broadcast our conversation to their disciples. Yin Wuji looked at the mind-connecting mirror in shock, disheartened, muttering, "So you weren't waiting for me." Li Lanxiu was forcibly embraced by Dong Chuan, yet his shadow beneath his feet couldn't help but reveal impatience. With a cold face, he whispered, "Calm down." Dong Chuan expanded his consciousness, sensing no one nearby, raising his eyebrows to ask, "Who are you talking to?" Li Lanxiu gave him a sideways glance, thinking, "You'll know soon enough," heavily patting the arm on his shoulder, "Let go." Not wanting to anger Yin Wuji further, Dong Chuan released him and stood up, resuming the unfinished talk, "So I say you're clever, but these small tricks are too juvenile for me." Li Lanxiu took out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped his wrist where he had been kissed. Dong Chuan's cold gaze turned towards the mind-connecting mirror, mockingly asking, "Li Lanxiu, you're so smart, so guess again. Why didn't I stop you when I knew you were using the mind-connecting mirror?" Li Lanxiu suddenly raised his eyes, his bright and perceptive eyes unwaveringly staring straight at him. At that moment, countless cultivators simultaneously guessed the correct answer. He wants to silence everyone. Amidst an oppressive silence, some cultivators screamed hoarsely. As soon as those words escaped Dong Chuan's lips, some realized the situation was wrong and recklessly fled the city using flying swords. The night sky was filled with fleeing cultivators, each riding various flying tools like meteors rushing through the air. In an instant, the night sky was illuminated as if it were daytime. Unknown to all, the surrounding walls of Tian-K City descended into thick black fog. This black fog spread like a spider's web, enclosing the city completely. Vast amounts of black mist churned and surged, appearing as if living creatures lurked within. Various pairs of strange eyes became visible, cruelly shaped vertical pupils, goat-like square pupils, completely black pupils without whites. Countless pairs of eyes flashed in the black fog, greedily eyeing the cultivators, while audible swallowing sounds echoed loudly. Gulp. Gulp. Some fell from their flying devices, pointing at the eyes screaming, "Demons, they are demons." This did not need saying, as demonic chi surged violently. Chaos erupted within the city, fear spreading like floodwaters. Everywhere were frantic cultivators seeking to escape. Dong Chuan drew out a pitch-black compass from his long sleeves. Around its rim were embedded crimson pearls which rotated slowly, emitting faint red lights, akin to beating hearts. He fondly stroked the compass, looking at Yin Wuji and said, "Third brother, I won't fight you for this person anymore. Given the current situation, unless every person inside this city dies, neither of us will survive." Yin Wuji doubted his words but understood the situation. Taking out his prayer wheel, he glanced tenderly at Li Lanxiu, "Little Lotus, I'll be right back." Seemingly still unclear about the situation, Li Lanxiu frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Dong Chuan gestured for Yin Wuji to act, chuckling meaningfully, "Massacre them to cover our tracks." Li Lanxiu nodded calmly, picking up the brush from the table, continuing to draw on the unfinished fan face attentively. Staring at him unmoved despite knowing that a building was collapsing before his eyes, Dong Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you not afraid of death?" "You won't kill me." Li Lanxiu replied nonchalantly. Dong Chuan was startled again, amused to ask, "Everyone in the city is going to die, yet you still have the leisure to paint." Li Lanxiu raised his eyes and gazed at him, calmly saying, "Because after this, I will no longer be a free man. Of course, I should enjoy this last bit of freedom." "You really are." Dong Chuan sat by his side, eyeing him with interest. "Interesting, you're the most interesting person under heaven." Li Lanxiu thought to himself, go to hell, and casually put down the brush, coldly asking, since we're all going to die anyway, you don't need to pretend anymore. Tell me about how you framed your disciple. Dong Chuan took a sip from his wine gourd, sighing deeply, do you want to hear about it? I had no choice but to kill him out of necessity. He sighed heavily again, the curve at the corner of his lips seeming like a smile, or perhaps mockery, blame the heavens for being unfair. Each time my celestial ascension trials failed, do you know what it's like to endure 9 stages of thunderous calamity? Without waiting for Li Lanxiu's reply, Dong Chuan scoffed and continued, it was too painful, more painful than being cut into 1,000 pieces. But what hurt even more is that every time I failed the ascension trial, my cultivation regressed by 100 years. Why? Why could my disciple rise straight to prominence without enduring the pain I did? Dong Chuan stared intently at Li Lanxiu and laughed suddenly, this isn't fair, the heavens have treated me unfairly. So I killed the entire Gu family, ruining his reputation, letting him live in infamy forever, then stripped him of his sword bone. Alas! That sword bone couldn't help me through the celestial tribulations, so I fed it to the dogs. Li Lanxiu's shadow beneath his feet trembled violently as he lightly pressed his boot tip against it, signaling to bear it a moment longer, responding on behalf of Gu Jingxing, you're truly a beast. Dong Chuan threw back his head and laughed heartily, rolling with laughter, the heavens have been unjust. I upheld justice and supported the crumbling heavens. Why couldn't I ascend to immortality? Perhaps you've done too much evil. Li Lanxiu responded rather seriously. Dong Chuan suddenly stopped laughing, staring into his deep eyes, what do you know? Before my first celestial trial, I had never done anything bad, having done countless good deeds. How many people in this world have benefited from my favors? Li Lanxiu met his gaze without fear and slowly asked, if you haven't done any wrong, why can't you ascend? Dong Chuan narrowed his eyes slowly, seemingly recalling past events, muttering, I may have killed someone. He paused for a moment, standing up to look at Li Lanxiu's face, laughing again involuntarily, you belong to me now. Li Lanxiu had already found the answers to his questions and lightly tapped the desk, come. Dong Chuan snickered, guessing that even if Chuyu wasn't around, there was still someone replacing Chuyu and guarding. He held the heaven demon disc which commanded myriad demons, treating everyone as nothing. Suddenly, the shadow beneath Li Lanxiu's feet stirred, rising like a pool of black water. The shadow grew tall and familiar, revealing an unforgettable face as the heavy black water dissipated. Gu Jingxing stood motionlessly, his eyes filled with freezing murderous intent, spitting out 2 words that carried unbearable hatred, master. Dong Chuan immediately realized he'd been played by Li Lanxiu and immediately shook the compass, manipulating demons to guard around him. Step by step, Gu Jingxing approached him. The crimson pearls inside the compass rolled frantically, making loud noises, shaking Dong Chuan's hand until it became numb. Yet, not a single demon appeared. It seemed as if the demons were suppressed by some greater presence, unable to budge an inch beyond the city walls, leaving them unable to come to his aid. Li Lanxiu glanced at him with amusement, unable to suppress a chuckle, casting a brilliant light everywhere, HM. Have you figured out my trick yet? Dong Chuan shot him a glance, hating him so much he wanted to slash his throat, but seeing that face, his anger mysteriously diminished by half. Truly, an utterly venomous beauty. Chapter 83. Dong Chuan wisely set aside the compass and drew a dazzling sword, Jingxing, it's good to see you. Gripping the handle of his umbrella, Gu Jingxing slowly tightened his fingers. The veins on his wrist stood out distinctly as he stared silently at Dong Chuan with a deep and intense gaze. Show me whether your swordsmanship has grown lax or not. Dong Chuan's voice was calm and composed, seemingly without worry. Because of studying the Red Sect's sword techniques, which had once led him into dire straits, Gu Jingxing no longer wielded a sword. He raised his arm holding the red umbrella and said politely, Master, please make the first move. Dong Chuan ran 2 fingers along the blade of his sword, smearing blood onto it. The sword glowed with an eerie crimson light, its yang energy strengthened immensely by the infused essence. The distance between them was mere inches. With a swift upward flick, Dong Chuan aimed the tip of his sword straight at Gu Jingxing's chest. The blade pierced through Gu Jingxing's body 16 times in an instant, but it was as if these strikes were absorbed by nothingness. Gu Jingxing remained unscathed, lifting his gaze as he simply stated, now it's my turn. Dong Chuan didn't fully comprehend what he was witnessing. Even the strongest vengeful ghost would disperse instantly upon being struck by a sword imbued with essence, so he asked in confusion, what kind of magic is this? Before Dong Chuan could finish speaking, a red umbrella lightly landed on his shoulder. This seemingly ordinary umbrella felt like it weighed thousands of pounds, causing Dong Chuan's complexion to pale immediately. The wails and screams of countless malevolent ghosts echoed in Dong Chuan's ears, filled with boundless resentment and despair. It was as though sharp blades pierced through his eardrums. If it were just the sounds of ghosts, they wouldn't have shaken Dong Chuan in the slightest, yet his soul began to be gradually drawn outwards by the red umbrella, pulling him toward the ghost realm. Dong Chuan shut his eyes tightly, using spiritual power to stabilize his soul. A chilling cold swept over him in overwhelming waves. Suddenly, Gu Jingxing lifted the red umbrella from Dong Chuan's shoulder, unwilling to give him an easy death. It would be too much of a favor to let you die so easily. Li Lanxiu shared his sentiments, smiling warmly and saying, let me see all your tricks. Test them on him. Glancing back at Li Lanxiu, the deep hatred in Gu Jingxing's eyes melted away. Seeing him so lively and endearing, Gu Jingxing couldn't help but smile gently. He touched the ghost head ring on his finger and pulled out several treasures belonging to the Ghost King. There were plenty of things in the realm of the supernatural that could torment people. Indeed, the 18 levels of hell were well deserved. First, he took out a pitch-black token. The 1,000 Blades token can make its victim feel excruciating pain as if cut by 1,000 knives, yet their body will remain unharmed. They will be unable to die or survive. The heart-devouring nails, there are 7 of them. Inserted into the 7 orifices of the victim, ghostly energy will erode the soul of the victim, causing extreme mental and physical pain. This is the blood-refining mirror. Once the mirror draws its victim inside, they enter a world within it where a day passes there equals 100 years in the human world. No matter what method the victim uses, they cannot escape. He carefully explained one by one to Li Lanxiu, who listened with great interest. Meanwhile, Dongchuan's face grew increasingly pale. Realizing he was no match for Gu Jingxing, he suddenly moved, shooting like a beam of snowlight towards outside the pavilion. Li Lanxiu sat there motionless, casually issuing orders, pin him down. Throwing forward the heart-devouring nails in his hand, Gu Jingxing sent 7 nails chasing after Dongchuan. Just as Dongchuan was about to leap off the flying boat, the nails penetrated into his body. Red stains appeared on Dongchuan's white robes, his figure violently trembled, and with a thud, he knelt on the deck of the Lianhua sect's flying boat. Li Lanxiu stood up and stretched lazily, saying, "Go ahead, take your revenge." Gu Jingxing slowly walked to the side of his former revered master. Dongchuan looked up, revealing black nails protruding from the 7 orifices of his face, a horrifying sight. 2 streaks of crimson tears streamed down his cheeks. He looked towards Li Lanxiu, whose tongue, trapped by the heart-devouring nails, couldn't speak. His mind transmitted a mocking sound. Your friend may have incredible powers, able to subdue 10,000 demons, but can he subdue the 10,000 spirits released by Yin Wuji? Dongchuan couldn't see Li Lanxiu's expression but heard faint laughter escaping his throat. That laughter exuded ease and confidence, as if everything was under his control. In the Tianke city, the crowd was chaotic and frenzied. People desperate to leave the city were packed together in front of the city walls, various kinds of magical transport tools brushing shoulders, leaving little breathing room. An anxious atmosphere spread through the air, as if the entire city were taking short, shallow breaths. Around the city walls, thick black fog churned incessantly. This fog seemed alive, wriggling and spreading ever closer to the walls. Eyes within the mist gleamed intermittently like ghostly flames in the darkness. Upon east turning the compass, the demons within the black fog received some sort of instruction. They jumped out of the fog like dumplings being thrown into boiling water, hurling themselves towards the crowd. The various demons were grotesque and terrifying. Some were covered in scales, others with furry animal heads. They fell into the crowd like wolves into a flock of sheep, tearing and biting until blood and flesh splattered, causing bone-chilling screams. Amidst the leaderless chaos and terror, everyone suddenly heard a deep roar. Shen. This roar was low and prolonged, akin to the resonant clash of weapons, echoing in everyone's ears. The ferocious demons, each with their bloodthirsty maws, simultaneously ceased their actions as if on cue. Those with tails clamped them tightly, those without, shrank their ears against their shoulders. All of them looked up at the night sky. The people in the city also looked toward the sky and saw a silver-haired man in white robes descending from the heavens, hovering at the center of Tianke city. His arms raised high, his snow-white sleeves fluttered in the wind, as if he were commanding the horde of demons. He is from Lianhua sect. I recognize him. He's the protector of Lianhua sect. Bai Ying had been following Li Lanxiu for some time, and anyone who'd seen Li Lanxiu remembered this elegant-looking protector at his back. But everyone wondered why this mere protector of Lianhua sect could command all the demons in the entire city. Soon afterward, it became clear to all. The monsters were restless under the lure of the compass held by Dongchuan, involuntarily inching towards him. It seemed that the silver-haired man could not fully suppress all the demons through his mere presence. In one swift motion, a brilliant flash of silver light in the night sky transformed him into an enormous white dragon. A dragon. It's a dragon. Some people were so terrified they lost control and fell off their magical conveyances, pale-faced and shouting in alarm. The strangely shaped demons and cultivators might have encountered such creatures before, panic-stricken by their overwhelming numbers, which posed quite a challenge to deal with immediately. But none had ever laid eyes on a dragon from legend. Even the dullest person knew that dragons were among the greatest demon beasts in the world. Compared to this white dragon, the demons in the city were insignificant. A single breath from the white dragon could consume nearly 100 people. If it chose to harm lives intentionally, not a soul would escape from Tianke city. Bai Ying was too busy executing the tasks given by Li Lanxiu to comfort the frightened crowd. Snowy white strands of hair danced around his temples as the colossal mouth capable of swallowing heaven and earth opened once more, emitting another dragon's roar. In an instant, 10,000 demons fell silent. An ancient force of suppression caused these demons to kneel consecutively, creating a dense sea of black figures stretching beyond count, bowing to the king of demons. The voice emitted by the dragon was solemn and melodious, its unyielding tone chilling. Go away. Could the precious artifact compass in Dongchuan's hand possibly compare to a direct royal order from the demon king himself? Without concern for Dongchuan's fate, the demons fled en masse, vanishing back into the thick black fog within moments. As the black mist gradually faded, revealing the mountainous landscape outside the city, a crescent moon reappeared suspended gracefully in the sky. The painstaking efforts of Dongchuan to lure in these demons had thus been effortlessly undone. The form of the white dragon suddenly contracted, transforming once again into human shape. Bai Ying descended through empty space, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall, his expression stern. All surrounding people hastily retreated, clearing a wide circle leaving him standing alone in the midst. A vast throng of people surged restlessly, yet complete silence reigned, no one dared to utter a sound. Endless wary eyes fixated on him intently. Many secretly drew out their treasures, hiding behind their backs in case of sudden attack. Monster! A distinct and piercing voice broke the stillness, voicing the fear and aversion harbored within every heart. For a long time, the cultivation realm upheld a stance where humans and beasts couldn't coexist. Everyone bore witness to the cruel greed of demon beasts, and practitioners harbored deep-rooted hatred toward them. Even though this demon beast just now saved their lives, it could not erase deeply ingrained prejudices. The moment Bai Ying revealed his original form, it sealed his destiny. From then on, the mortal world of Jojo continent would never tolerate him. After a short silence, fear transformed into anger, and resentful voices began to rise amongst the crowd. Go away! You monster! We don't need you to save us. Who knows what your intentions are? You beast, are you trying to devour our Lianhua sect master? Curses rained down endlessly, as if the crowd found a release for their fears, shouting insults loudly. Return to your nest. Monsters should never tread on human lands. Monsters will always be monsters, you don't belong here. What gives you the right to stand among us? Get out. Having anticipated the reactions of the crowd, Bai Ying maintained a composed and tranquil demeanor. With a flick of his sleeve, he effortlessly deflected several attacks aimed at him. Walking calmly along the streets, he ignored the disdain and curses directed at him. Go away. Back to your den. Some grew braver, stepping closer, wielding their magical tools in hatred-filled faces. Bai Ying paused in his steps, turned around, and with a swift motion, tore off a fresh head, holding it up to swing twice before casually tossing it into the crowd. The cries that had just erupted suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at him, mouths agape. As Bai Ying's gaze swept over the terrified faces, he let out a faint sigh. You should all thank Li Lanxiu. I have to win his favor and can't massacre freely, otherwise. I truly want to eat every last one of you. After saying this, he licked his lips, crimson blood surging in his eyes. At that moment, everyone clearly recognized that this was an authentic great demon. The beautiful Lotus Sect master lived day and night with this monstrous being, wasn't he afraid? Meanwhile, atop a tall tower in Tiancai City, Yin Wujie stood on the spire, repeating an old trick by shaking his prayer wheel. From deep within the city, the countless shades hidden by Dongchuan spilled out like a tidal wave. But the situation went beyond his expectations. The skies suddenly started drizzling fine rain, the drops nourishing everything, evenly soaking the spirits. These spirits were like writing on paper, once touched by the raindrops, their features blurred, gradually dissolving in the drizzle until they vanished without a trace. Yin Wujie stared silently. He had already told Dongchuan long ago, the people around Li Lanxiu are not to be trifled with, yet Dongchuan didn't believe him. Now, both of them were destined to die in Tiancai City. Facing death, Yin Wujie showed no fear. Death was inevitable. He only wished to die by the hands of Li Lanxiu, offering his life for the crown of Li Lanxiu. But fate did not comply. Just as Yin Wujie returned to the high platform for the gold core competition, the sound of drumbeats resounded, and the red gate dramatically opened. The gold core competition had concluded. A figure emerged that filled Yin Wujie with indescribable dread, a tall youth dressed in black silk, his cheeks smeared with blood from combat, walking surrounded by admirers. This was Chu Yu, the champion of this gold core competition. Striding through the red gate, his gaze fell upon the massive mirror of the flowing cloud sect. In the mirror sat Li Lanxiu at a table, engrossed in observing the tortured Dongchuan true master. Beside him stood a familiar green-robed figure. Around the high platform, the four major Daoist sects flying boats were thrown into disarray, figures darting about everywhere. Half of them fled desperately for their lives, while the other half remained delusional, including many disciples of Lingyun's sword sect who refused to see Dongchuan true master suffering. One after another, they drove their swords towards the flying boat of Lianhua sect, attempting to rescue Dongchuan true master from Gu Jingheng. Chu Yu's gaze swept over the chaotic crowd and instantly locked onto Yin Wujie. His dark pupils suddenly contracted as he leaped into the air, drawing his sword and charging toward Yin Wujie. It seemed like a vicious hound spotting its greatest enemy, he wouldn't rest until he bit him to death. With one arm already lost to Chu Yu, Yin Wujie immediately turned to flee through the air, unwilling to die by his hands. Chu Yu relentlessly pursued him, clinging tightly to his shadow, swiftly returning to the flying boat of Lianhua sect. Without hesitation, Yin Wujie rushed into a pavilion where the red-clad beauty he so desired lounged idly, chin propped on her hand. Upon seeing him, her eyebrows slightly lifted. Yin Wujie fell to his knees beside her without a word. Before he could speak, Chiyu caught up, his gaze cold and menacing as he fixated on Yin Wujie by Li Lanqiu's side, his fingers tightening around the black blade in his hand, hesitant to make a move. Li Lanqiu glanced down at Yin Wujie, feigning ignorance. What's wrong? Little Lotus. Yin Wujie looked up at his face, closing his eyes briefly before speaking softly. I want to die in your hands. Li Lanqiu nonchalantly patted his cheek, lips curving into a mocking smile. Do you even deserve it? He then looked at Chu Yu and asked lightly, Blackie, haven't you killed him yet? Yin Wujie grabbed his hand gently. As the notorious great devil who ruled for centuries, he had never begged anyone for anything, yet now he coaxed softly, Little Lotus, will you kill me? I only wish to die in your hands. Li Lanqiu withdrew his hand without mercy, nodding to Chu Yu to wait, and condescendingly gazed down at Yin Wujie. If you want to die in my hands, what benefits will you offer me? Was there such nonsense in this world? Murdering someone's life and still demanding rewards, it sounded like dying at his hands would be a privilege beyond dreams. But Yin Wujie accepted it willingly. Stunned for a moment, he pulled out the prayer wheel from his storage ring and handed it over. This is the tool that controls the Saha realm. Do you desire this? Chu Yu fixed his gaze on the back of Yin Wujie's neck, his fingertips slowly caressing the hilt of his knife, longing to sever his head right now. Li Lanqiu had no use for such an evil artifact, and dismissed it with a flick of his hand. Disgusting, I don't need it. Yin Wujie then took out a bright red token and handed it to him. The emblem of the Red Sect leader, obeyed as if seen in person. Would you desire to rule over the Red Sect? Li Lanqiu stared at the token with a slight interest for a few seconds, then looked away and said indifferently, boring, I don't want it. Yin Wujie was once again surprised. He naturally understood that Li Lanqiu's patience indicated there must be something on his person Li Lanqiu desired. These two items were the most precious things he owned, yet Li Lanqiu dismissed them both without a second glance. Suddenly, an idea struck Yin Wujie like a flash of insight. He realized what Li Lanqiu was truly after, and asked astonished, You've met my second brother. The elder brother Dongchuan Jinjuan, the younger brother Yin Wujie, so naturally the second brother must be Plum Snow Jinjuan. Li Lanqiu slightly nodded, the bright light flickering in his pitch-black eyes. Yin Wujie turned to glance at the blood-soaked Dongchuan Jinjuan and took a deep breath, pulling out a jade plaque from his storage ring. This jade plaque was as thin as cicada wings, entirely translucent and emerald green, inscribed on its front with two majestic characters, Fengxian. It was precisely the key to opening the sealed immortal realm. In the past, it was because they had seized this jade plaque that the three brothers entered the sealed immortal realm, gaining an unparalleled celestial destiny beyond imagination, which now granted them such fortune. Carefully holding the jade plaque with both hands, Yin Wujie tenderly gazed at Li Lanqiu and nearly pleaded, Little Lotus, do not let me die by someone else's hand. Li Lanqiu leisurely picked up the jade plaque and played with it idly in his hand. With his desired object finally secured, he immediately showed his true colors, cold and mercilessly ordering, Blackie, kill him. Chapter 84. Yin Wujie couldn't help but laugh, for this was the Li Lanqiu in his heart, even if you were willing to die for him, he wouldn't even notice you. His figure suddenly transformed into a cloud of red mist, dodging a strike from the knife behind him. Chu Yu remained expressionless, his steps light and graceful, staying close within a foot of the red mist and giving Yin Wujie no chance to catch his breath. On the other side, Ling Yun's sword sect disciples surrounded the flying boat of Lianhua sect. Gu Zhengheng had no choice but to set up a barrier to block wave after wave of rescue attempts. Dongchuan had been struck by soul-eating nails in all 7 orifices. Kneeling on the ground, his body violently trembling, his consciousness brushed against Yin Wujie's presence, making his already ashen face turn even paler. Li Lanqiu stood up and walked over to him, leaning down with a smile and asking, True Lord, did you guess my tactic? Dongchuan hated him to the extreme, suddenly charging at him without thought for himself. Gu Zhengheng unleashed the 1,000-blade edict from his hand, causing Dongchuan to fall back onto his knees again. The excruciating pain of 1,000 cuts and the soul-eating nails intertwined on his body. Ugh, Aya. In unbearable agony, Dongchuan let out an anguished cry. Li Lanqiu softly made a hiss sound, glancing toward Gu Zhengheng and asking, Have you dealt with all the Yin souls in the city? Gu Zhengheng calmly nodded and replied, I've opened the umbrella and gathered the souls, the people in the city will be fine. Li Lanqiu fiddled with the jade token in his hands and gave him a faint smile, You've worked hard. Gu Zhengheng's lips slightly moved, wanting to say something but ultimately stopping himself, whispering, It's nothing. Seeing that Dongchuan was nearing his end, Li Lanqiu lost interest and glanced toward Chu Yu who was chasing Yin Wujie on the other side, lazily urging, Don't play around anymore, kill him quickly. Chu Yu cast a glance at him. Without the power of Garuda, his current movement could barely keep up with Yin Wujie. Yin Wujie didn't want to die at his hands nor fight with him, fearing the nightmare would replay. He carried Chu Yu in circles on the flying boat. Under the contrast of the red umbrella, Gu Zhengheng's fingers appeared deathly pale, slightly trembling. He suddenly closed his eyes, as if enduring unknown anguish. A burning yang energy surged within him, each inch of his skin feeling scorched and exquisitely painful. No one could see through his suffering except true Lord Dongchuan, who knew him best. Why bother? For such a venomous beauty who cares nothing for you? Dongchuan weakly transmitted his voice. Gu Zhengheng ignored it, pressing his hand down. The soul-eating nail completely sank into Dongchuan's 7 orifices. In extreme pain, Dongchuan groaned deeply, yet still couldn't resist transmitting his voice with a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, you're even stupider than Yin Wujie. Ridiculously foolish. The thousand-blade edict in Gu Zhenghang's hand suddenly accelerated, leaving Dongchuan too pained to speak, finally closing his mouth amidst the severe agony. This burning sensation of yang energy, Gu Zhenghang had once endured it in Dream Fairy City. As the lord of the ghost domain, he could kill but not save lives, especially saving thousands upon thousands of living beings. The souls originally belonging to the ghost domain escaped due to his interference, but the ghost domain had lost tens of thousands of living souls without cause. Being the master of the ghost domain, defying its rules, the burning yang energy punishment was the mildest he could endure. Gradually, Yin Wujie noticed something was amiss. Last time, they had met face to face where Chu Yu ripped off one of his arms, and he had been unable to defend himself at all. This time, after chasing for some time, he actually couldn't keep up. Recalling the seal that had revealed itself on Chu Yu's forehead inside the White Pagoda Temple, he finally realized what was going on. He immediately turned around, sneering, "So that's it, you think you can kill me?" His disdain showed clearly in his words. Chu Yu remained solemn, not uttering a word, swiftly swinging his blade cleanly. Yin Wujie was unarmed, but being the leader of the devil sect, he simply reached out and grabbed the blade. The contact between his flesh and the black blade emitted a boom collision sound. It sounded like metal clashing. The indestructible body forged by the Vajra Dharma, if it weren't for encountering a patriarch of Buddhism like Garuda, with the strength of a golden elixir stage cultivator, he would not be able to inflict any injury on him whatsoever. Chu Yu focused intently and swung his sword forcefully towards Yin Wujie's neck. Having only one arm, Yin Wujie wasn't quick enough to grab the rapidly moving blade. With a loud reverberation, a thin streak of blood appeared on his neck. He touched the blood seeping from his neck, realizing then and there that this wasn't an ordinary golden elixir stage cultivator before him. If it continued for a few more blows, he really would die at Chu Yu's hands. At once, Yin Wujie reached out toward his chest, aiming for a heart-to-heart exchange. Chu Yu's hand holding the blade suddenly shifted sideways, blocking his attack with his wrist. Yin Wujie tightly grabbed his wrist with a force that elicited a crisp snap, the sound of shattering bones causing teeth to grind. Drops of blood trailed down Chu Yu's wrist, splashing onto the deck. Li Lanqiu furrowed his brows and turned to Gu Zhenghang, saying, "You should help him." Just as Gu Zhenghang was about to move, Chu Yu, as if devoid of any sensation of pain, coldly stated in a deep voice, "There's no need. His life belongs to me." After speaking, he loosened his grip on the handle of the knife, effortlessly catching the wudao with his other hand, and without another word, slashed hard at Yin Wujie's neck. The impact tilted Yin Wujie's body, adding a thin streak of blood on his neck. He couldn't help but ask in anger, "What enmity or grudge do I have with you?" Chu Yu swung his blade relentlessly, hacking repeatedly at Yin Wujie's neck, icily questioning in return, "What do you think?" In an instant, Yin Wujie understood, bracing his arm against Chu Yu's incoming wudao blow while sparing a glance at Li Lanqiu. "You and him." Bang, Chu Yu struck a ferocious blow across his head, interrupting whatever words were about to come out. A streak of crimson blood ran down from Yin Wujie's forehead. Even a statue would feel some wrath. Immediately, he threw a punch toward Chu Yu. Chu Yu stepped back abruptly, casually wiping blood from his lips with the back of his hand, darkening his intense gaze on Yin Wujie. Frustrated by Chu Yu's demeanor, Yin Wujie snorted with derision, mocking, "He has so many people around him, each stronger than you. Do you know where you rank?" Chu Yu's arm hung loosely at his side, droplets of blood trailing down his wrist, distinct finger joints clenching into a tight fist. "He doesn't care for you, you're nothing but a fleeting toy to him." With unrestrained laughter, Yin Wujie continued disdainfully, "Once you become boring, he will cast you away sooner or later." Chu Yu's face grew darker with every word, gripping the wudao tighter until the iron handle groaned audibly. "You've served him, yet cannot even comprehend what's truly in his mind." Yin Wujie inspected him carefully before asking with a smile, "Do you honestly think killing me will make little Lotus yours?" Each word struck deep like needles. Indeed, worthy of being the leader of the devil sect, each sentence targeted Sam Yu's deepest, unspoken secrets. Sam Yu roared low and lunged forward in the next moment, veins bulging as his hands reached toward Yin Wujie's chest. Reacting instinctively, Yin Wujie raised his arm to block, but it was sharply pulled aside, and scorching blood splattered forth. Outside the clear transparent boundary of Lianhua sect's flying boat, Lingyun Sword sect disciples watched this scene and immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Yet more shocking events occurred right before their eyes. Chu Yu tore out a vividly throbbing red heart, veins still pulsating and sticking to the flesh. It seemed as though it was an emaciated beggar encountering delicious food, impatiently stuffing it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. With a stunned look, Yin Wujie lifted his head, watching the struggle of pain etched on his face, as if reluctant. Wasn't the one being gutted himself? Why such agony then? Was all this circling for naught? Even before understanding, Chu Yu finished eating his heart in a few bites. The same strong hand extended with a strange power into the torn opening of Yin Wujie's chest, stirring with a gurgling sound, withdrawing another piece of dark red flesh. Helplessly, Yin Wujie stared at Chu Yu as he greedily devoured it bite after bite, and then extended his hand once more into Yin Wujie's chest to dig for more meat. It was as if Chu Yu considered him an inexhaustible barrel of flesh, determined to eat every bit clean. On his deathbed, he strained his neck to throw one final, lingering glance at Li Lanxiu nearby. Li Lanxiu fixed a concentrated frown on Chu Yu, obvious worry clearly reflecting in his eyes, a kind of anxiety Yin Wujie had never seen there before, genuine concern for someone. As the night wind brushed past Yin Wujie's ears, accompanied by Chu Yu's greedy swallowing, it sounded akin to ghostly messengers summoning his soul. The disciples of Ling Yun's sword sect could only helplessly watch, their orderly formation breaking into chaos in an instant. Eyes widened in fear and shock, filled with disbelief and terror, unable to comprehend the horrifying scene before them. Is he eating a person? That's the Buddha son's heart, and he tore it out raw and ate it. One disciple's complexion turned deathly pale, his sword slipping involuntarily from his trembling hands, already completely overwhelmed by the sight before him. What is the protector of Lianhua sect? Is he a monstrous creature? Unable to resist the urge, one whispered in horror, slowly stepping backward despite their reputation as experienced combatants who'd faced life and death countless times, none had ever witnessed such a terrifying display. At the moment, rescue thoughts for Lord Dongchuan were forgotten, faces blanched as they retreated step by step. What Chu Yu presented now defied all their previous understandings of the cultivation world, transforming into a fiendish ghost from the depths of hell. What kind of place is this Lianhua sect? A guardian is a demon king, another one is a monster, and there's even a ghost king. Where did Li Lanxiu find all these people? Isn't he afraid at all? I don't see any fear in him. These people listen to him, haven't you realized he's the mastermind behind everything? After hearing this reminder, all the disciples realized that everything that had happened today was orchestrated by Li Lanxiu. While everyone was discussing, a tall and snow-white figure came riding on a sword. Bai Ying floated on his flying sword, his robe fluttering with the wind, presenting the grace of an immortal far from the mundane world. Gu Zhengheng glanced up, formed the hand seals, opened a crack in the boundary, and let him enter the Lianhua sect's flying boat. Bai Ying lightly landed on the deck, casting a serious look toward Li Lanxiu, master of the sect, we should leave. Behind him, countless flying instruments darted like clouds through the sky, making the night sky of Tianke City shimmer like countless stars, bright as daylight. Countless cultivators surged forth like a tide, full of arrogance and might, but they maintained a certain distance. The massive crowd surrounded Lianhua sect's flying boat layer upon layer, so tightly packed no wind could pass through. Sword lights flickered, killing intent billowed, yet they dared not take a step forward. Witnessing such a scene, Gu Zhengheng sighed lightly, Lanxiu, we must go. Chu Yu couldn't bring himself to look at Li Lanxiu's expression. He hastily finished eating a few pieces of meat and fixed his dark, icy gaze on the critically injured Dongchuan Jinjuan. Li Lanxiu's eyes swept over the crowd, giving a slight nod, we truly should leave. His pale and jade-like fingertips held a green jade token, caressing the characters Feng Xian with his finger pads gently. This jade token was the key to open the Feng Xian realm, only the holder of this jade token could enter it. In the memories transmitted to him by Mei Shuizhenjuan, he saw the secrets of these three brothers. All their fortune and opportunities originated from the Feng Xian realm. Li Lanxiu channeled spiritual energy into the jade token with his fingertips, causing the words Feng Xian to light up instantly, emanating a gentle emerald glow. He casually threw the jade token upward, whereupon the light spread like flowing water ripples, forming a golden portal. Through the portal, one could faintly perceive the view of another world, a mystical realm filled with divine charm, lush mountains, and clear waters, cranes gracefully dancing, peaceful and tranquil. Li Lanxiu slowly approached the portal, dressed in red with jet-black hair, his beauty breathtaking, focusing intently on the world beyond the portal as if completely unaware of the commotion caused by this action. Bai Ying, standing nearest, reacted first, suddenly rushing several steps forward, blood surging in his pitch-black eyes. Where are you going? Li Lanxiu stopped before the portal, turning to look at him with a chuckle, the Feng Xian realm. Lanxiu. Gu Zhengheng's pupils contracted abruptly, attempting to step forward and stop him. But after taking a few steps, he hesitated, speaking sharply, you can't leave. Li Lanxiu took a step into the portal, feeling the abundant essence of qi welcoming him. His eyes swept over the two of them, his lips curling higher, revealing derisive laughter dripping between his teeth. Aren't we good brothers? Do you miss me, your good brother? Chu Yu staggered forward with large, clumsy steps, wiping the blood streaks carelessly from his cheek, murmuring in panic and disarray, Xiu, I didn't mean to hide anything from you. You can punish me however you want. His voice was urgent and trembling, the son of destiny who had never appeared flustered, almost stumbling towards the portal. Li Lanxiu tilted his head to stare at him, truly reluctant to lose such a loyal hound. I won't punish you. Just take care of yourself. Bai Ying and Gu Zhengheng were deathly pale, their carefully concealed bond of brotherhood revealed. There was nowhere left to hide their intentions. After uttering those words, Li Lanxiu did not linger further, walking decisively toward the center of the portal, his figure gradually enveloped in the light, as if blending into the Feng Xian realm. Gu Zhengheng and Bai Ying rushed from different directions, both intending to follow him into the Feng Xian realm. Chu Yu reached out to grab him but ended up grasping a cold void, looking bewilderedly up as Li Lanxiu suddenly turned around and extended a hand toward him. That hand looked like translucent white jade, its tips faintly pink, the joints delicate and graceful, mesmerizingly beautiful. His fingers lifted slightly upward, as if calling for him. Chu Yu's heart leapt as Li Lanxiu smiled at him, the warmth in his brows and eyes like melting spring snow on lofty peaks, extraordinarily charming. Xiao. Right as Chu Yu was about to touch his fingertips, suddenly his neck felt lighter as the golden ring around it flew into Li Lanxiu's hand. Li Lanxiu, holding the golden ring, clicked his other fingers decisively. The green light instantly faded, and everything around returned to normal. Chapter 85. Li Lanxiu walked along a lush green stone brick path as the surrounding energy of essence came gushing towards him. Within this realm, the spirit essence was so concentrated it was almost tangible, like flowing water slowly moving through the air. In one hand he idly fiddled with a golden ring, lightly brushing it across his wrist and fingertips until it transformed into a bracelet that encircled his wrist bone. A luminous bird, its tail adorned with brilliant colors, flew past above him. Its elegant plumage sliced gracefully through the sky, leading the way in a specific direction as if guiding him. Phoenix. Li Lanxiu wasn't overly surprised. The memories transferred to him by Plum Snow True Lord weren't originally hers, they were from a female Taoist. It was a story of Mr. Donghua and 3 ungrateful individuals. The female Taoist was a descendant of an ancient great power, but when the family lineage reached her, it had dwindled to just a few talented members. From childhood, she learned some basic Taoist techniques. However, her ancestors left behind a piece of green jade plaque for her, which was the key to a hidden celestial domain reserved for her descendants. 500 years ago, Dongchuan, Yin Wujia, and Plum Snow True Lord were once 3 poor boys who toiled from sunrise to sunset, living their lives around their fields with no prospects for change. This female Taoist selected the 3 of them, accepting them as disciples despite their illiteracy. She painstakingly taught them characters, cultivation methods, and the principles of conduct and morality. These 3 simpletons unexpectedly stumbled upon an incredible opportunity, becoming disciples of the Taoist sect, learning literacy, and perhaps even achieving immortality one day. But human greed knows no bounds. The green jade plaque in the hands of the female Taoist brought her misfortune, planting the seeds of ambition in these 3 individuals who had been exposed to the splendid world of cultivation. Even while injured during a battle with her enemies, the female Taoist still remembered to protect her 3 disciples and ensure their escape. Yet, the 3 conspiring together seized the moment to end her life and steal the ancestral jade plaque. The tear Li Lanxiu shed before Plum Snow True Lord came from the realization that in the final memory, the female Taoist had intended to take these 3 disciples into the sealed immortal realm for cultivation, revealing its secrets to them. Her good intentions became her undoing. To backtrack, the sealed immortal realm was a heavenly sanctuary reserved by an ancient great power, located amidst cloud seas and above the 9 heavens. Finding phoenixes there wasn't particularly strange. The phoenix landed atop a grand palace standing at 100 feet tall, as those celestial beings overlooked the mundane world. It stopped on the roof, staring blankly with what seemed to be no consciousness or ability to speak. Li Lanxiu gently brushed his fingers over the gold ring on his wrist, feeling the warmth lingering on Chu Yu's neck. He sighed softly, his mood inexplicably unpleasant. He ascended the steps, pushing open the heavy temple doors, instantly illuminated by spiritual light, the brilliance blinding enough to prevent anyone from opening their eyes. Throughout the vast and boundless hallways floated countless genuine intent jade slips like floating Kongming lanterns. Millennia-old medicinal herbs, rare magical materials, and ancient divine weapons all sparkled with radiant glory in front of him, sketching out an enviable depiction of an immortal paradise. All traces of Li Lanxiu's discomfort vanished instantly. Smokelawn Mountain, Lotus Flower Sect. At midday, the sun shone brightly, mist swirled on the crossing platform, and white cranes chirped low as a flying boat slowly descended. Ming Changxing led several disciples and, seeing the suspension ladder lower from the boat, could not help but take a few steps forward, glaring straight at it. A young man in white robes with silver hair descended the suspension ladder, his face showing an austere coldness that hinted at a sinister quality not typical of such an elegant appearance. With forceful steps, Bai hurried down the ladder as if rushing to reclaim a debt. Ming Changxing didn't see Li Lanxiu on the deck, so he couldn't help but ask, "Guardian Bai, where is the sect leader?" Bai halted for a moment, glancing at him with a chilling gaze before striding briskly into the mountain gate. Ming Changxing looked behind him, spotting a dapper man in green descending from the boat. This man appeared lost in thought, listlessly drifting as if his soul had already wandered inside the sect gates. Ming Changxing detected something was amiss and immediately went up the suspension ladder, only to be blocked by Chu Yu walking downward. Chu Yu stepped down the suspension ladder carefully, holding a bandage in one hand and methodically wrapping it around his wrist, saying indifferently, "The sect leader isn't on the flying boat." Considering the bizarre expressions of the previous 2, Ming Changxing feared something might have happened to Li Lanxiu, but Chu Yu's calm and composed demeanor settled his heart. "Where did the sect leader go?" he asked. Chu Yu looked up at him, speaking calmly with 3 words, "Sealed immortal realm." Ming Changxing hesitated briefly and asked again, "Where exactly is the sealed immortal realm?" Chu Yu's gaze hardened as he stared at him, shaking his head slightly before striding toward the main gate of Lotus Flower Sect, neither too fast nor too slow. Ming Changxing vaguely sensed that something monumental had occurred. Bai pushed the door open and entered Li Lanxiu's palace as if he were a bandit breaking into a house. He pulled out the drawer, spilling its messy contents, and checked each item one by one in his mouth. Gu Jingxing sat on the soft mat by the window, looking around at the luxurious and elegant furnishings in the room. Ming Changxing followed Qiyu closely and, seeing what Bai was doing, discontentedly asked, "Why are you rummaging through the sect leader's belongings?" Ignoring him completely, Bai proceeded to open the wardrobe and check through the clothes and shoes inside. Ming Changxing stepped forward to block him. "Protector Bai, even though the sect leader isn't here, you can't be so reckless." Bai had no patience to explain, brushing Ming Changxing aside with a flick of his sleeve. "Get lost." Ming Changxing knew he was no match for Bai, but he still firmly stated, "The sect leader said that when he is not here, I am the acting sect leader. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for being unfriendly." Chu Yu was wrapping a piece of gauze around his wrist carefully and lifted his eyes indifferently. "You needn't look any further. He won't leave any traces." Bai paid no heed and continued inspecting the clothes while searching for any sign Li Lanxiu might have left in the room. Ming Changxing could feel his anger bubbling up, ready to rush over and stop him, when a servant disciple suddenly rushed in anxiously. "Master! Master!" The disciple shouted joyfully, "Someone from the 7-star tower just delivered a great number of spirit stones." Ming Changxing turned around and asked, "7-star tower? Spirit stones?" The disciple beamed and said, "They're from the sect leader's winnings." The sect leader bet on Guardian Chu taking first place, winning a total of 50,000 spirit stones. It was precisely the time to found the sect using spirit stones, and this large sum undoubtedly solved the pressing issues of Lianhua sect. They wouldn't lack spirit stones for at least 100 years. Ming Changxing's anger eased slightly, smiling approvingly, "The sect leader truly has foresight." "Did he ever say you were the acting sect leader?" Chu Yu suddenly interjected calmly. Unsure of what to answer, Ming Changxing truthfully replied, "Before leaving the sect leader mentioned it doesn't matter whether he is present or not, he trusts me with sect affairs." Chu Yu stared intently at him for a few seconds. "What exactly did he say?" "I asked the sect leader when he would return." Ming Changxing recalled the scene before the sect leader's departure and continued, "The sect leader then entrusted me as the acting sect leader." Chu Yu nodded slightly, his voice mysteriously deepening. He avoided answering and handed the sect to you to manage. Ming Changxing paused briefly. "Indeed, it happened just as you described." The fingers of Bai stopped caressing the garment, slowly curling into fists as he lowered his head and spoke coldly, word by word, "The sect leader truly has foreseen all this. First appointing a diligent and willing acting sect leader and then preparing an ample amount of spirit stones for Lianhua sect. Who could say that Li Lanxiu didn't have foresight?" Gu Jingxing, who had been silent all along, took out a blood-red coral pearl from his sleeve and clutched it tightly between his fingertips. "His goal is to reach the sealed immortal realm. I'm merely a convenient tool in his hands." Was Bai any different? His heart felt like being cut by a knife as he spun around and walked away, laughing cruelly, and saying, "And who among you isn't a toy for Li Lanxiu? He has no heart, you've all been played by him." Chu Yu closed his eyes deeply, his laughter echoing faintly, as if everything was absurdly funny. Gu Jingxing raised his hand, staring unblinkingly at the coral pearl, as if seeing through it to look at that person. "He was well aware of my feelings towards him, yet treated me like a fool, deceiving me mercilessly." Ho! Bai laughed bitterly, speaking words incredibly cruel, because he doesn't care. No matter what thoughts you have, you're merely useful tools in his hands. Hearing their words, Ming Changxing's face gradually turned pale. Were they planning to kill Li Lanxiu in revenge? He lightly approached Chu Yu, the only one seemingly normal, and asked earnestly, "Guardian Chu, what happened in Tiankai City?" Chu Yu appeared calm, patting his shoulder comfortingly, "You'll know soon." In a few days, news would spread throughout the 9 realms continent from Tiankai City, and everyone would know the name of Lianhua sect. Ming Changxing couldn't let go of his worry. Looking at the 2 men in the room who seemed low-pressured, he silently asked, "They won't harm the sect leader, will they?" Chu Yu glanced at him and shook his head, "Don't worry, they won't." On the other side of the room, Gu Jingxing twirled the coral pearl on his fingertip, staring at it intensely. "It's simply that he has no feelings for you." Bai looked displeased and retaliated coldly, "Do you understand anything? Of course, he has feelings for me, otherwise, why would he stay with me during the heat period?" Gu Jingxing kept his eyes on the pearl, muttering softly to himself, "Regardless of whether he tricked me or not, without him, how could I take revenge with my own hands? And how could I experience the feeling of being alive?" Bai Ying's expression darkened, retorting icily, "Do you know anything? He definitely cares about me, otherwise why would he spend time with me during my passion phase? Even if it feels like being torn apart, the taste of being alive is extraordinarily vivid and beautiful." Bai Ying wanted to mock him but suddenly sneered in self-deprecation instead. "You deserve it." It was as if he were talking about himself, yet at the same time about Gu Jingxing. Ming Changxing was completely confused. Just a moment ago, those two looked like they hated Li Lanxiu to death, longing for his demise, so how had they adjusted so quickly? Chu Yu leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, maintaining his calm composure. "You've had your say, now it's my turn." Bai Ying was annoyed with him, disregarding Chu Yu with mockery. "Listen to you." Chu Yu turned his head towards Bai Ying, not arguing like he usually would, unusually calm. If you want to see Li Lanqiu again, then listen to me. Buying pressed his lips tightly, narrowing his eyes and glaring viciously at him. What method do you have? Chu Yu retracted his gaze and casually said, search. No matter where in the world, even if I have to search through all 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will find him. With that, he turned around and strode out, a dark blade slung on his back, leaving behind a carefree and solitary figure. Only then did everyone realize how strangely calm he was. It was as if all his emotions had been stripped away, leaving only reason holding back an uncontrollable madness. Ming Changsheng looked at Chu Yu's determined back and called out loudly, when will Guardian Chu return to the sect? Chu Yu's steps did not pause. His voice rippled faintly throughout Lianhua sect. On the day I find Li Lanqiu. Chapter 86. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. At noon, in a tavern in Lingyi City. Li Lanqiu entered the tavern with a black gauze veil hat on his head and a snow-white pen dangling from a golden buckle at his waist, walking leisurely. The spacious hall was divided into 2 sections, with guests sitting on either side, leaving the middle part of the hall empty. No one spoke, the atmosphere heavy and tense, as if swords were already drawn. Yesterday, he had just emerged from Fengxian realm, flying with his brush for half a day until he spotted a city. He was now looking to ask a fellow cultivator about some news. On the left side of the hall sat over 10 young disciples, none of whom Li Lanqiu recognized, but they all wore the white robes of Chongxian sect, which looked very familiar. On the other side were a group of men in black, their collars embroidered with a red lotus. The quality of their black robes was exceptional, faint traces of bloodlight shimmering through. Each one carried themselves with cold severity, looking down arrogantly. Occasionally, a few would slightly turn their heads, glancing at the Chongxian sect disciples as though they were mere ants. Li Lanqiu took a seat at a table right in the center, casually saying, "Bring me a flask of wine." He then waited for the argument between the 2 groups to ignite. Sure enough, the black-robed man seated at the head of the table stood up and said to him, "This is not a place you should be." From the Chongxian sect, a spirited-looking man also rose to his feet and retorted, "Taverns in the city are for commoners too, so if we cultivators can come, why can't commoners?" The black-robed man picked up the sword by his table, sneering as he said, "I'm just worried that when the fight breaks out, it will harm innocents." Infuriated and indignant, the spirited man wanted to say something but was held back by his disciples. Swallowing his anger, he said, "You bully others with your power. This mission was ours first, yet you don't even allow us to enter the city lord's mansion." Li Lanqiu tilted his head, gazing through the veil hat at those haughty black-robed men. After 100 years of absence, were the Chongxian sect disciples really so incompetent? Being bullied by an unknown sect? You're simply incapable. A task like capturing this demon is far beyond your abilities. You'd only cause trouble inside the city lord's mansion, the black-robed man stated frankly, utterly humiliating them. The spirited man turned crimson with rage, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Who is incapable?" The black-robed man smiled mockingly and said smugly, "I'm not saying you Chongxian sect disciples are incapable, I mean all 4 major Taoist sects disciples are inept. Neither you nor they are allowed into the city lord's mansion. We treat everyone equally." Too arrogant, the spirited man could clearly bear it no longer. The black-robed man grinned insincerely, raising his hand to beckon his masked followers while striding away and declaring, "This fox demon capture case has been decided to be ours. You'd better get back to Chongxian sect sooner rather than later. Don't waste time here." Every single disciple of Chongxian sect looked grim, clenching their teeth and wanting to say something but holding back. Finally, the spirited man lost all patience, grabbing a sword from the table and rushing out, shouting, "Don't think you can escape. Let's see if you've got any skill." Li Lanqiu's divine sense had reached its peak, and upon entering the tavern, he instantly perceived the enormous difference in abilities between the 2 factions. The black-robed man was indeed not boasting aimlessly. Lifting his wine glass in one hand, he lazily pulled aside the black veil hanging from his hat, sipping wine calmly. Seeing a disciple of his own sect being bullied, he naturally couldn't stand idly by. Stopping mid-step, the black-robed man glanced at him with a mocking smile, saying, "Good. Come and fight me. If you lose, every disciple of Chongxian sect must call me father and bow 9 times upon seeing me." The spirited man scowled darkly, pointing at him and cursing, "Situ Rui, aren't you just a lapdog of the Wu Emperor? Why act so high and mighty?" Situ Rui didn't seem upset, pressing further with, "Do you dare to fight me or not? If you don't, leave Lingyi City immediately, and stay out of our fox demon capture mission." The spirited man, gripping his sword, was about to rush forward for a duel when suddenly, Li Lanqiu, seated at the center of the tavern, lightly flicked his sleeve. His wine cup was elegantly flipped over, spilling emerald green liquor onto the ground. The moment the liquor touched the ground, a faint aura of spirit energy rose up from the surface, followed by a crisp, pure essence of immortality spreading instantaneously throughout the entire tavern. The originally tense atmosphere was disrupted by this spiritual force, causing everyone's movements to momentarily pause. Li Lanqiu carelessly placed the empty wine cup on the table without even sparing anyone a glance. "All right, let's see if I'm up for it." Situ Rui scrutinized him carefully. Wearing the veil made his face unclear, but when his spiritual perception probed, it was as if touching water that absorbs mud, unable to detect his cultivation level. So, both sides assumed earlier that he was merely a bold commoner. Hesitating uncertainly, Li Lanxiu showed no sign of impatience, lazily urging him, if you're unwilling to fight, then call me father and scram out of Lingyi City. The Chongxian sect disciples didn't know his cultivation level, but spilling wine to conjure spirit energy was no ordinary feat with a powerful backer. They jeered, do you dare to compete? If not, call him grandfather right now. Situ Rui, you're just a bully with your strength. You've disgraced the Wu Emperor. You'd better kneel down and apologize immediately, maybe he'll forgive you. Situ Rui smiled as he surveyed the crowd, then walked up to Li Lanxiu and said, all right, I'll challenge you. If you lose, fight. Li Lanxiu cut him off mid-sentence, lifting the wine jug in one hand and leisurely pouring another cup. He had no intention of standing up and remained seated as Situ Rui hesitated, growing furious before drawing his sword. A piercing streak of light hurtled toward Li Lanxiu's veil hat. Li Lanxiu took a sip from his wine cup, lowering his head slightly while his other hand moved effortlessly, swirling his snow-white sleeve gracefully. That arm darted like a shadowy water snake, and all Situ Rui could see was blurred movement of his sleeve. In an instant, a hand carved like jade appeared directly before him. Li Lanxiu already held the hilt of Situ Rui's sword, its sharp edge pressing against his neck, slicing a thin line of blood. In mere seconds, it was done seamlessly. No one in the tavern even noticed when he'd taken the sword away from Situ Rui. Cold sweat trickled down Situ Rui's temple, and his knees buckled, falling heavily to the ground as he stammered, we will leave Lingyi City and withdraw from this fox demon mission. Li Lanxiu spun his wrist and tossed the sword aside, pulling out a handkerchief disdainfully to wipe his hands. You haven't fulfilled our wager yet, you think you can just walk away. Situ Rui's face turned pale instantly, even more terrified than when the blade was at his throat. Elder, I have some treasured artifacts, I'll offer them all to you. Li Lanxiu simply wanted to hear someone call him father, he had no interest in those artifacts, and shook his head dismissively, no thanks. Situ Rui glanced back at his disciples, who exchanged nervous glances. Turning around again, he offered, all our treasures and spirit stones will be presented to the elder. Hearing this, the Chongxian sect disciples couldn't help but feel gratified. Who would have thought that the overbearing Situ Rui would humiliate himself so thoroughly? The spirited man raised his eyebrows, looking triumphant as he teased, how many treasures do you carry? Bring them out to present to the elder. Ecstatic at the prospect of sparing himself, Situ Rui reached for the artifacts in his storage ring when Li Lanxiu suddenly intervened, not calling me father today. Then don't even dream of leaving. You, Situ Rui's complexion drained further, unsure whether from rage or fear. Kneeling beside Li Lanxiu, he murmured, don't make this difficult for me, elder. If the Wu Emperor hears I called you father, he will surely expel me from the sect. Li Lanxiu hadn't heard of the Wu Emperor nor cared to grant favors. He lightly tapped the table with his elegant fingers without comment. Seeing his silence, Situ Rui mustered courage to stand up. Immediately, Li Lanxiu lifted his hand and pressed downwards remotely, forcing him back to his knees. The black-robed men grew pale-faced, exchanging uneasy looks, whispering about what to do next. The spirited man sobered, approaching Li Lanxiu gravely and trying to reason with him, elder, let the matter rest. Situ Rui is under the protection of the Wu Emperor. If he really calls you father, you may cause yourself serious trouble. Overhearing these words, Situ Rui puffed out his chest confidently, believing the person in front would heed the advice. But Li Lanxiu shook his head lightly, exasperated, saying, call or I'll rip out your tongue. Situ Rui stood speechless for a moment before resigning himself, better to live another day. Through gritted teeth, he begrudgingly cried, father. It sounded ugly and unpleasant, offering Li Lanxiu no amusement at all. Frowning, Li Lanxiu waved lazily, go away. Leading his group of black-robed figures out of the inn, Situ Rui stopped at the door and, like a typical villain, couldn't resist throwing a threat over his shoulder, just wait and see. Li Lanxiu burst into laughter at this childishness, amused after being bored for 100 years and hoping earnestly for some trouble. Once the black-robed figures vanished, the spirited man bowed deeply and introduced himself respectfully, I am Ling Tian of the Chongxian sect. Thank you, elder, for standing up for us. There's no need to thank me, Li Lanxiu's gaze swept over him briefly before moving on to business, nodding. I have a few questions for you. Ling Tian felt honored, standing straight and bowing formally. Elder, please ask anything. I will answer fully and truthfully. Li Lanxiu lightly touched the golden bracelet around his wrist and asked softly, where is Chuyu now? Ling Tian hesitated visibly, completely confused, replying, Chuyu? Who's that? Li Lanxiu paused slightly at the question. According to the original book's plot, after 100 years, Chuyu should have reached the maximum level by now, and there shouldn't be anyone in the world who doesn't know him. You don't know this name. The Chongxian sect disciples shook their heads collectively, utterly baffled, as though they'd never heard this name before. Li Lanxiu slowly narrowed his eyes, feeling curious despite himself. Stupid dog, what have you been doing all this time? How could you end up like this? Ling Tian cleared his throat lightly and asked, Elder, do you have any other questions? Aside from this one, Li Lanxiu had nothing else to inquire about for the moment. He let out a light sigh and said nothing more. Ling Tian exchanged glances with the Chongxian sect disciples behind him and bowed again. If the elder does not object, would you care to join us on a visit to the city lord's residence to investigate the whereabouts of that fox demon? Li Lanxiu asked, what fox demon? The Chongxian sect disciples began chattering, competing to explain the situation to him. It turned out that a major event had occurred in the city some days ago. The city lord's wife was pregnant for 3 years and gave birth to a fox, which scared the midwife to death on the spot. According to rumors, the lady had been violated by a fox demon, which led to the birth of the fox. Given the sensitive and disgraceful nature of this scandal, the young fox was naturally doomed, strangled by the city lord and buried in the mass grave. But since that day, the city lord's household staff often spotted the shadow of a fox wandering around at night. All the chickens in the house were killed overnight, and the lady became delirious, muttering incomprehensible nonsense all day long. The story grew increasingly exaggerated as it spread. With matters concerning demonic disturbances being so serious, several major sects dispatched disciples to exorcise the demon. Our purpose this time is to subdue the fox demon, but we ran into those people from the heretical sect. Had it not been for the elder, we probably wouldn't have made it into the city lord's mansion. Thank you, elder. Li Lanxiu stood up and stretched lazily, walking lightly towards the exit of the tavern. Alright, I'll come with you to take a look at this fox demon. Ling Yun hurriedly caught up, respectfully asking, may I inquire about the elder's esteemed name? Li Lanxiu saw no reason to remain anonymous and casually replied, Li Lanxiu. Ah, it turns out it's elderly. My apologies, my apologies. Though Ling Tian flattered him with a compliment, his expression remained calm. It was the first time he'd heard this name. The Chongxian sect disciples following behind also smiled politely and chimed in, thank you, elderly, for your help earlier. May I ask which sect elderly hails from? Another disciple asked curiously. Every single face among the group of Chongxian sect disciples bore warm smiles, showing no recognition of the name or associating it with any legendary stories. This truly stirred something in Li Lanxiu's heart. It was strange indeed. Chapter 87. The City Lord's Residence of Lingyi City. The reception hall was spotless, its seats arranged neatly. Disciples from the major Taoist sect sat upright, discussing in earnest tones the plans to capture the fox demon. Li Lanxiu walked into the hall alongside a group of Chongxian sect disciples, with Ling Tian at his side giving introductions. Immortally, you've traveled far. Allow me to introduce them to you. The female adepts in the room are all from Ivna sect. The ones with cloud embroidery on their chest belong to the Luyun sect, and those carrying golden swords are from Lingyun sword sect. Li Lanxiu chose an empty seat and surveyed the unfamiliar faces gathered around. Every generation brings forth talented individuals, but none of these young disciples were familiar to him. Ling Tian sat beside him, whispering cautiously, Immortal, be careful around the disciples of Lingyun sword sect. Don't inquire about their sect leader. Why? Asked Li Lanxiu. Ling Tian weighed his words carefully before whispering back, because Lingyun sword sect currently doesn't have a sect leader. All matters are handled by the elders. Li Lanxiu gave a slight nod to indicate he understood. Ling Tian had been prepared to share some juicy gossip, but it remained unspoken. After a light cough, he asked instead, Immortal, wouldn't you like to know why Lingyun sword sect no longer has a sect leader? Li Lanxiu leaned against the armrest, letting out a soft chuckle without replying. A middle-aged man strode into the hall. He was tall and imposing, clearly not a cultivator but radiating an aura of dignity. This was the city lord Jiang. Jiang swept his hands in greeting, courteous yet dignified, saying, Esteemed immortals, I am truly grateful for your visit to my humble abode. Li Lanxiu glanced at him once more, an ordinary human, devoid of any demonic aura. There wasn't even a trace of such energy anywhere in the entire mansion. Lord Jiang signaled the servants to bring tea and took his place at the main seat, then after a pause announced, I imagine all of you immortals have heard the rumors. My wife, she bore a fox cub, which is indeed disgraceful, but as the city lord of Lingyi, I cannot afford to overlook such disorder, for the well-being of our people depends on it. Rumors regarding fox demons infiltrating the city lord's residence had already spread widely among the various disciples present who'd come to subdue the demon. Didn't we hear that the fox was killed right after it was born? Then how could it still cause chaos in your household? Do fox shadows appear in your home at night, as the rumors claim? Did it bite your chickens? Where did your wife become pregnant? And when exactly was this fox born? As a barrage of questions arose, Lord Jiang calmly replied, everything you've heard is true. 3 years ago, my wife returned home for a family visit and encountered nothing unusual, but shortly thereafter, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant for 3 whole years. I thought it was my child. As for these fox sightings, rest here for a few days and see for yourselves. A disciple from Lingyun sword sect stood up and proclaimed, rest assured, city lord. We disciples of Lingyun sword sect will ensure peace in your household. Some disciples of Luyun sect frowned unhappily at this, scoffing silently without speaking. Lord Jiang also rose to his feet again, bowing deeply to the assembled guests. You immortals are all righteous cultivators of immense skill. I can never fully express my gratitude for your help today. If you could eliminate this fox demon, you would not only save my wife's life but also grant an immense favor to the people of Lingyi. On behalf of all, I thank you deeply in advance. With sincere humility, the city lord bowed low. Beside Li Lanxiu, Ling Tian sighed, it's always the good people that these demons torment. Li Lanxiu spared him a glance and thought of Bai Ying, his friend who happened to be a demon, was Bai doing well? Hardly had City Lord Jiang left the hall when a Luyun sect disciple lost patience and openly confronted the Lingyun sword sect apprentice. Things aren't what they used to be. Lingyun sword sect isn't the top sect in the world anymore. So stop acting so arrogantly. If you fail, it'll just embarrass you. We may not be the #1 sect anymore, but are you implying that Luyun sect is? Shot back the disciple from Lingyun. Infuriated, the Luyun sect disciple snorted with a forced smile, we're not claiming to be the #1 sect either, we just don't appreciate your arrogance. Being the #1 sect used to be Lingyun sword sect's claim, said the Lingyun sect disciple stubbornly, adding maliciously, since you're not the #1 sect, neither are we the top sect. Could you possibly be implying that the evil sect should take the top title? I didn't say that, came the retort. But if you keep calling others heretics while being trounced by the Wushang Emperor and his forces entering your sect like their own backyard, well, you sure don't seem like the top sect after all. This evil sect sounds quite formidable, capable of going head-to-head with Lingyun sword sect, mused Li Lanxiu, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Even though Dongchuan Jinjuan had died and the sword sect's reputation had been disgraced, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. In merely 100 years, how could the sword sect have fallen to such a sorry state? He asked with great interest, is Emperor Wu the leader of the evil sect? Ling Tian looked at him helplessly, as if everyone already knew the answer, which was obvious. Emperor Wu is not the leader, but he has close ties with the evil sect. Li Lanxiu slightly started, raising his eyebrows higher, this person calls himself Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu is the respectful title given by peers in the cultivation world, Ling Tian said with a strange expression, lowering his voice as he sent a private message, we call him Fiend behind his back. Call him Emperor Wu to his face, Fiend behind his back, the mark of a true gentleman is knowing when to yield and when to stand firm. Li Lanxiu's finger propped up his chin as he nodded thoughtfully. The two disciples in the hall were arguing loudly, so Ling Tian stood up, walked between them, and clasped his hands respectfully saying, the two elders should not quarrel. At this time, we must unite against evil forces. How can hearts be divided over trivial verbal spats? The most urgent matter now is resolving the fox spirit problem to bring peace to the common people. The two disciples both stopped their argument for a moment and turned to look at Ling Tian. Seeing this, Ling Tian continued saying, all of us are followers of righteous cultivation. It is our duty to take on the responsibility for all living beings. As ancient wisdom says, save the world, cross over sentient beings. Righteous cultivators should always bear this in mind. Upon hearing the 4 words, save the world, cross over sentient beings, many changed expressions, looking at Ling Tian with subtle warmth. Li Lanxiu took it all in. This disciple Ling Tian of Zhongshuan sect was no simple character. As the sun gradually disappeared, Jinwu sank westward. Jiang, the city lord, arranged accommodation for the immortals. Everyone awaited the appearance of fox shadows at night. After returning to his room, Li Lanxiu didn't wait long before a disciple who followed Ling Tian knocked on the door and respectfully said, elderly, Ling's senior brother invites you to discuss something in his room. This was expected by Li Lanxiu, so he put on a veil cap and opened the door asking, what's the matter? That disciple bowed his head and tremblingly said, you'll know once elderly goes there. Li Lanxiu followed the guiding disciple, crossing winding corridors. Ling Tian's room was brightly lit, the window lattice revealing shadowy figures, indicating that many were sitting inside. Soundproof barriers divided the world into 2, Li Lanxiu couldn't hear anything from within. Upon entering, he found dozens sitting inside, including disciples from the 4 great Taoist sects. When he strolled leisurely into the room, the face of today's disputing disciple from Lingyun sword sect changed. Who is he? Is it proper for him to be here? Others looked discontented at Ling Tian, awaiting an explanation, seemingly thinking Li Lanxiu shouldn't be here. Ling Tian walked to Li Lanxiu's side, coughed, and said, elderly, please take your seat. He then turned towards the others inside, speaking respectfully yet confidently, friends, please rest assured. I personally vouch for elderly. He is definitely not a spy sent by the fiend. He knows nothing about the fiend or the evil sect. Moreover, he beat the evil sect disciple Situ Rui. Were it not for this, I wouldn't have invited him to participate in this meeting. Under the unfriendly gaze of the crowd, Li Lanxiu nonchalantly sat down, genuinely curious about their intentions. Ling Tian intentionally invited Li Lanxiu to join, candidly stating, elderly, have you heard of the World Saving Alliance? Li Lanxiu sincerely shook his head. After only 100 years, how come there were so many new organizations in the cultivation world? What is the World Saving Alliance? Mentioning the 3 words, World Saving Alliance, everyone in the room smiled, proud and honored, as if joining the World Saving Alliance was an extremely glorious thing. Ling Tian realized that he had no knowledge of cultivation world affairs and thus earnestly stated, since elderly hasn't heard of the World Saving Alliance, let me introduce it to him. In today's turbulent situation in the cultivation world, small and large sects find themselves unable to live in peace. Therefore, our World Saving Alliance has emerged as a response to the times. With the code, Save the World, we unite all righteous individuals and make every effort to eliminate evils. Li Lanxiu curiously asked, is the evil you speak of the same Emperor Wu? Ling Tian said solemnly, not exactly. There are currently 3 evils in the cultivation world today. Li Lanxiu paused slightly, raising his eyebrows, asking, isn't anyone handling them? Aren't the old men of the Taoist sects managing these matters? Elderly might not know. Ling Tian sighed at this point, everyone in the room appearing serious and feeling deep empathy. Ling Tian walked to the center of the room, standing among the crowd and said, the first evil we need to eliminate is a powerful demon king. It's rumored that his original form is a white dragon, possessing immense powers and acting as the king ruling over all demons. The demon king leads a vast demon army, often sneaking into the secret realms of various sects to plunder. Although no lives have been taken, such actions are akin to those of bandits. If we do not eliminate him, the disciples of the Taoist sects will never have a day of peace. Li Lanxiu's finger lightly tapped his temple as he smiled helplessly, and the second one. Ling Tian continued, the second fiend is the master of the ghost realm, known as the Ghost King. The sect leader of Lingyun's sword sect died at his hands. The Ghost King commands millions of ghost soldiers who travel between the realms of Yin and Yang, frequently causing trouble in the cultivation world. Many Taoist disciples have encountered him in multiple secret realms. The Ghost King leads an army of ghosts to search these realms. Wherever they pass, nothing remains alive. This man's crimes are unforgivable, and he must be eliminated. As Ling Tian finished speaking, everyone in the room chorused, unforgivably sinful. He must be eliminated. Li Lanxiu's fingers propped up his chin as he remained silent for a while. Ling Tian paused briefly, taking a deep breath before saying, Senior Li, the last one is the fiend, Emperor Wu. At the mention of Emperor Wu, it was as if a chilling spell had been invoked. The previously noisy room fell silent instantly, the sound of swallowing saliva becoming clearly audible. Ling Tian steadied his emotions before continuing, we don't know his name, but we do know that he has close ties with the evil sect. Situ Rui is one of his followers. With the foundation set by the previous 2 figures, Emperor Wu's identity wasn't difficult to guess. Li Lanxiu thoughtfully asked, Is this Emperor Wu the one who wears black, rarely speaks, and carries a black sword on his back? Ling Tian hesitated before answering, the fiend indeed wields a blade, though his is blood red. When I saw him, he wore white. This fiend actually likes laughing, but when he laughs, blood follows. Li Lanxiu tapped his temple thoughtfully, wondering if he had mistaken the person. Could there be someone else masquerading as Emperor Wu? Ling Tian's face turned noticeably pale as he coughed a few times, as if trying to build up courage. The fiend is a certifiable madman. A few years ago, he single-handedly broke into the forbidden area of Lingyun's sword sect, challenging the elders of the sect, defeating them left and right. Yes, a lone man stormed our NVU sect. He claimed to enter our sect's secret realm despite warnings from the Sacred Maiden. He fought the sect leader, using some sort of dark magic. Our leader almost died at his hands and was forced to let him into the secret realm. As for your luckier NVU sect, the demon clans in other territories willingly gave him access to their secret realms, yet unknowingly angered him somehow. He wiped out their entire clan, leaving rivers of blood behind him. I've already said this fiend is a lunatic. He broke through our Lu Yun sect's formations. Knowing his reputation, our leader offered him 10 top-tier magical treasures. He tossed them aside like trash and only demanded access to our sect's secret realm. After hearing their accounts, Ling Tian sighed bitterly and glanced at Li Lanxiu, smiling ruefully, Senior Li, you just asked me why no one manages these matters. Tell me, who could possibly handle these 3 fiends? Who among us can control them? It's only us in the World-Saving Alliance. Chapter 88. Li Lanxiu fell silent for a moment, at a loss for words. The devil in Ling Tian's mouth should be Chu Yu. Ling Tian walked to his side and asked earnestly, Immortally, would you consider joining the Jishur Society? Together with us, we can fight against the 3 evil devils and restore peace to the cultivation world. Li Lanxiu glanced at the dark night outside the window and stood up, saying, I will think about it. This is a major matter, Immortal. You should seriously consider it. Ling Tian waved his hand to signal the guards to open the door and accompanied Li Lanxiu outside as he tirelessly said, as cultivators, we are born between heaven and earth, and we should naturally shoulder the responsibility of helping the world and ensuring the people's safety. Nowadays, with the rampant evils causing suffering to the masses, this is precisely the time for us to step forward and turn the tide. Li Lanxiu thought about why Qiu had become the martial emperor, and Ling Tian's words made him stop in his tracks. He turned back and said, courage is commendable, but strength falls short. If you wish to eliminate the 3 evil devils you speak of, first figure out a way to enhance your own capabilities. Ling Tian paused for a moment, thoughtfully watching his slender and upright figure disappear into the night. Inside the room, the fellow members of the Jishur Society whispered among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with what Ling Tian had done. The Jishur Society carried a heavy responsibility, its secrets untold, without a fixed base, and most members didn't know each other. Such a secretive organization, yet Ling Tian let a complete stranger come and go as he pleased. Yuan Ji, a disciple of Ling Yun's sword sect, seeing Ling Tian enter the room, stood up and said, Brother Ling, this person's origins are unclear. He already knows about our Jishur Society news. How could you let him leave? Immortal Li is absolutely not a bad person. You don't need to worry, Ling Tian replied confidently. Yuan Ji snorted derisively and said, Brother Ling is truly naive. If he were a spy sent by the devil, our lives would all be ruined because of Brother Ling. Ling Tian's face turned red from being criticized, yet he remained calm and said, Please rest assured, my Taoist friends. I will stake my life on this. Immortal Li will not harm us. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I couldn't discern Immortal Li's cultivation level, but that Situ Roy is no weakling, yet he was subdued by one move from Immortal Li. This shows that Immortal Li's cultivation and power are unfathomably deep. That's why I invited him to participate in our meeting. If he could join the Jishir Society, it would be a great boost for us. Yuan Ji shook his head, dissatisfied with his words, Brother Ling, you're mistaken. Those 3 evil devils have boundless magical powers, each one isn't easy to provoke. Would adding just one more person allow us to effortlessly eradicate the 3 evil devils? Then what purpose does our Jishir Society serve? Yes, if we want to get rid of the devils, we must unite as one, and how can we rely on just one person? Brother Ling, next time don't bring people with unknown backgrounds into the society again. Our Jishir Society doesn't need to rely on anyone. As long as we stand united, do we need to fear those 3 devils? The crowd grew more impassioned as they spoke, washing away the earlier terror that had left their faces deathly pale. Ling Tian shouted a few times for calm, but his voice was drowned out in the clamor. No one paid attention to the legendary abilities of Immortal Li in his mouth, believing that resisting the devils depended on themselves. The night in the city lord's mansion was deep and heavy. Due to the fox demon disturbance, the mansion was sparsely populated. Blood-red lanterns hung under the upturned eaves of the roof, casting flickering shadows onto the walls. In the quiet of the night, occasional insect chirps sounded as the disciples of the Tao sect wandered around, all hoping to catch a glimpse of the rumored fox shadow. Li Lanxiu didn't intend to involve himself in the demon-catching affairs. He strolled along the path of bluestone bricks leading back to his room. Chuyu had caused a ruckus across the cultivation world just to find him, which was completely beyond his expectations. Because in the original book, the fated protagonist had thin feelings, countless enemies, and naturally regarded losing a wife as an everyday occurrence. Every time a wife died, he could release the Garuda inside him and massacre his enemies. Following the principle that the old one must go before the new can come, in the next chapter, he encounters someone new, promptly forgetting the dead wife. So, Li Lanxiu expected Chuyu to stir things up for a few years, gradually accepting reality, putting aside this emotional knot, and gradually becoming the most powerful existence in the Jojo continent. By the time Li Lanxiu returned from the sealed immortal realm, he would gain a loyal dog that had waited for him for many years, once again becoming the master of the fated protagonist. Unexpectedly, the turmoil lasted for 100 years. According to Ling Tian and others, the martial emperor is now an invincible presence on the Jojo continent, with his nature and habits entirely transformed into something unfamiliar to Li Lanxiu. He gently massaged his temple, pondering how to respond. He. A light, hollow laughter rang out behind him. Li Lanxiu calmly grasped the Qingxi pen at his waist and turned around. Under the glow of the lantern, the red corridor was empty of people. Suddenly, a hurried set of footsteps rushed past him as if invisible children were laughing and running. Li Lanxiu narrowed his eyes slightly and his gaze fell on the stone bricks of the long corridor. Originally dry, the stone bricks suddenly bore a trail of wet footprints. These prints were small and irregular, clearly bearing scratch marks that were obviously not human. The claw marks extended along the corridor, leading to a lit room. The door of the room was wide open, with a disheveled woman sitting on the front steps. In her arms, she held a rag doll, gently humming, "The moon is high, the wind light, little baby close your eyes, mother guards by the window." Behind her hung a lantern, casting their shadows on the ground. The woman's shadow was thin and small, but the doll in her arms had a shadow with pointed ears, moving around coquettishly in her embrace. It was evidently the shadow of a fox. Li Lanxiu didn't detect any demon aura, his divine senses would not err now. The thing in the woman's arms should be a fox ghost. As soon as the woman looked up and saw him, she hugged the doll tighter, fumbling backward hastily, still patting the doll soothingly, saying, "Don't be afraid, darling. Mama's here." Li Lanxiu took light steps closer to her, leaning down and half-squatting before the steps to look at the woman's face. She had clean skin and a beautiful appearance, but her disordered clothes were made of fine quality, revealing traces of past glory. The woman seemed quite afraid of him, lowering her head and burying her face in the doll while whispering softly, "Mama is here, don't be afraid, dear." It was not hard to see that this was the city lord's wife. Though Master Jiang claimed he didn't mind her being defiled by the fox, Li Lanxiu judged from the lady's state that she had been neglected for a long time. He lifted the black veil of his hat, placing it against the brim, revealing a pale and thin face. Human and ghost belong to different paths, separated by life and death. Holding on to it will deplete your yang energy. Startled by his appearance, the lady clutched the doll tighter. "Baby, don't worry, there's nothing to fear." Li Lanxiu could sense her wavering consciousness, she had become entirely mad. Frowning lightly, he whispered, "If you continue holding it, you'll die. Do you understand?" The lady gave an uncertain shake of her head, embracing the doll tightly in her arms, humming by herself, "Be good, my treasure, stop crying, when dawn breaks, we'll see father and mother." Since communication was impossible, Li Lanqiu wasted no more time and picked up his Qingxi pen, rising to write the character, Zhu, annihilate, smoothly in midair. With his wrist suspended high, his pen tip flowed downward gracefully until he abruptly paused while writing the two characters for evil spirit. The lady tenderly stroked the doll, completely unaware of what he was doing, continuing to hum a child-soothing nursery rhyme. Li Lanqiu let out a soft sigh, and the Zhu disappeared with a flick of his wrist. Instead, he fluidly wrote the three characters, pacify evil spirit. The doll in the lady's arms trembled suddenly. The fox ghost was suppressed within the rag doll, and without employing celestial methods, the fox ghost would not be able to come out to terrify others. After putting away his pen, Li Lanqiu leaned forward, placed his index finger lightly on the center of her brow, and spun his wrist with a soft gleam of light emerging from his elegant white fingertips. He touched her forehead. Awake. Her lifeless eyes jolted awake immediately, shaken from her dazed state and bewilderedly staring at the person before her. Having stabilized her perilous mental condition, Li Lanqiu gestured toward the doll. I've confined its essence inside the doll. It won't be able to create chaos anymore. The lady slowly lowered her head and clutched the doll even tighter, sobbing and choking back tears as she said, "Thank you, immortal master." Li Lanqiu put down the black veil covering the brim of his hat and turned into the night, having effortlessly resolved the disturbance caused by the fox spirit at the city lord's residence, but his mood wasn't very good. Not long after he left, faint wisps of bluish smoke seeped out of the dark corners. As the smoke spread, the blurry figure of a ghost officer gradually appeared, murmuring words, to report to the Ghost King, "I have found him." The rumor about the Lingyi City fox spirit had become widely known, and the initial group of disciples from the Tao sect stayed at the city lord's residence for several days. No one had seen the fox spirit, leading them to suspect that the story was baseless gossip. However, City Lord Jiang insisted the fox spirit remained within the premises. Every night, he dreamed of the fox seeking vengeance, prompting him to issue numerous hero proclamations, inviting all sorts of disciples from the Tao sects to capture the demon. This day, the city lord's estate was bustling with guests, a constant flow of visitors arriving. Among them were two people whom City Lord Jiang referred to as fox hunting experts. Li Lanqiu had never heard of such a profession, so naturally, he was curious. He came to the flower hall to check out these two fox hunting experts. Ling Tian sat in the adjacent chair, the main hall filled with students from the Tao sect who all gathered just to spectate. City Lord Jiang stood in the hall, rubbing his hands in anticipation of the esteemed guest's arrival. Esteemed masters, last night my ancestors visited me in a dream and told me that there are two extraordinary demon hunters in this world who could save us from the fox spirit's plight. They sent these demon hunters to assist me. Ling Tian was utterly confused and leaned closer to Li Lanqiu, asking quietly, "Masterly, with your extensive knowledge, have you ever heard of demon hunters?" Li Lanqiu lounged lazily in his chair and chuckled sarcastically, "Never." Ling Tian contemplated for a moment and said, "And dreams as messages? Could they be frauds from the martial arts world?" None of the Tao sect disciples in the hall had ever heard of demon hunters before. City Lord Jiang cleared his throat a few times but couldn't hide his growing excitement. "My ancestors said these two demon hunters possess incredible abilities. One is Bai Wuchen, a master swordsman who has slain countless demons. All demons bow down and submit upon seeing him. The other one is Gu Wuying, a mysterious ghost cultivator who owns an umbrella of unknown origin. They say when he opens it, no malevolent spirits can escape its reach." Li Lanqiu arched an eyebrow, finding this amusing, and couldn't help but burst into soft laughter. If these two truly were old acquaintances, then what City Lord Jiang had said wasn't entirely incorrect. "Why does Master Li laugh?" Ling Tian asked, puzzled. Just at that moment, footsteps sounded outside the hall, and two young men entered the flower hall, one following closely behind the other. The man leading the way was a youth with silver hair and dressed in white, carrying a long sword at his waist. He strode confidently into the hall, towering elegantly and majestic. Casting a deep glance at Li Lanqiu with slightly lowered eyes, he raised his chin and declared, "I am Bai Wuchen, and I'm here to relieve City Lord's worries." Behind him stood a man cloaked in black, whose dark robes revealed glimpses of a green garment beneath them. Even though it was a bright day, he carried a red umbrella. He trailed slowly after the young swordsman, keeping pace steadily. His face was hidden beneath the cloak, making it impossible to see, yet Li Lanqiu suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down his neck as if a penetrating gaze of icy coldness was staring at him. Gu Wuying positioned himself beside Bai Wuchen and spoke solemnly and deliberately, "I am Gu Wuying, here to solve the city lord's problems." Recognizing the familiar faces, Ling Tian turned pale immediately and whispered urgently, "Masterly, something's not right. Find an opportunity to leave quickly." Though Li Lanqiu wanted to retreat, given the current situation in front of him, he realized leaving wouldn't be possible anytime soon. Chapter 89. Jiang Qingzhu revealed a look of joy on his face and strode over to the two people. "Thanks to your help, immortals, Jiang is deeply grateful." Bai Wuchen's expression was composed and serene, appearing as an otherworldly sage, "You don't need to thank us. Demon hunters are entrusted by heaven's mandate to safeguard peace and never allow demons to wreak havoc in the human world." Jiang Qingzhu's expression faltered for a moment, about to express gratitude again when Gu Wuying slightly nodded his head, "Lord of the city, take us to see the fox demon." The two immortal masters, please follow me, said Qingzhu with utmost respect, indicating with his hand for them to follow him forward. Bai Wuqian stood still where he was, fingers caressing the sword at his waist as if sensing something. Immediately, he frowned and spoke up, the demonic energy here is unusual, this fox demon should have 300 years of cultivation. 300 years of cultivation. A disciple from the Taoist sect exclaimed in amazement. Jiang Qingzhu's face tightened instantly, quickly asking, Immortal Master, have you already seen the fox demon? Bai Wuqian slowly nodded, closed his eyes, and quietly muttered, this fox demon originally descended from the Qinghua clan, cultivating in the demon realm for more than 300 years. I do not know why it has come to cause chaos in your residence. What shall we do? Jiang Qingzhu humbly asked for advice. There were many disciples from the Taoist sect in the flower hall, but only a few recognized the true identities of these two individuals. The rest genuinely believed the two were demon hunters. Hearing about a 300-year-old great demon, they all inquired anxiously, a 300-year-old powerful demon, can the two of you subdue it? The two immortal masters, do you require our assistance? Bai Wuqian opened his eyes and looked at everyone, lightly nodding and said, if you can help me, capturing the demon will be more secure. He paused briefly and furrowed his brows saying, your large numbers may disturb the fox demon. I merely need one person's help. His gaze swept around the crowd and settled on a man wearing a veil hat. His hand on the hilt of his sword unconsciously tightened as he softly asked, would you be willing to assist me? Gu Wuying lifted her eyes toward that man, squinting, as if trying to peer through the black veil and examine the face beneath. All the spectators' eyes turned toward the man. The veil hanging from the hat obscured his face, but the hand resting on the chair back caught every eye. Contrasted against the dark wood railing, that hand appeared like snow jade formed, its joints showing a delicate pink hue. Just looking at that hand, one could imagine the face beneath the veil must be exceptionally handsome. Li Lanxiu leaned casually back in his chair and calmly deliberated before responding, all right, I'll help you. When old acquaintances reunite, it ought to be a delightful event, no reason to hide and evade. Ling Tian urgently whispered a warning through telepathy, elderly, those two are the same evil demons, how could you agree to their request? Li Lanxiu stood up, patting his shoulder to indicate calmness, I'll return shortly. Ling Tian wanted to say more but hesitated, watching him anxiously. Every member of the Jishu assembly present felt the same unease. These two lords from another realm, what great figures, would not come to the Spirit Crane City without reason. Besides, they concealed their identities and infiltrated among the Taoist sect disciples, which indeed raised alarming thoughts. Bai Wuqian gazed steadily at the brim of Li Lanxiu's hat and coolly acknowledged with a slight nod, follow me. Jiang Qingzhu led the way ahead, guiding, while the two demon slayers followed closely behind, keeping their eyes straight ahead, undistracted, as if their hearts were entirely focused on hunting demons. Li Lanxiu followed leisurely at the back. As Jiang Qingzhu led the trio through the mansion while introducing it, Li Lanxiu had long scouted out using his divine consciousness. There was no trace of demon energy within the residence, the fox demon had been dead long ago. When Bai Wuqian passed by a small courtyard blooming with flowers and willows, he suddenly stopped and asked, what is this place? Jiang Qingzhu was startled for a moment, then laughed and replied, it's my study. Could we possibly go inside and have a look? Bai Wuqian fixed his gaze on the study's door and asked. Without hesitation, Jiang Qingzhu pushed open the study's door. Inside was an elegant and ancient room filled with the fragrance of ink. Landscapes adorned the walls, and rare antiquities were displayed in the multiple treasure cabinets. Please enter, all of you. Li Lanxiu stepped into the room and his gaze fell on a decorative piece lying on the desk, a fox carved from black jade. The posture of the fox resembled deep slumber, its fluffy tail draped across its body like a blanket. Its eyes were half closed, yet two blood-red gemstones could be seen underneath the eyelids, creating a lifelike sculpture. Though devoid of any demon aura, it gave him a peculiar sensation. Gu Wuying stretched the red umbrella in her hand to block Jiang Qingzhu who intended to enter the room afterwards, we wish to discuss matters concerning demon hunting. Jiang Qingzhu glanced at the statue on the desk, his expression subtle as he nodded with a smile, all right. If the three of you need anything, please let me know. Upon hearing the door to the study close, Li Lanxiu slightly raised his eyebrows and calmly stared at the statue in front of him, ignoring the burning gaze on his back. The two demon hunters walked to either side of him, flanking him in the middle, all three standing shoulder to shoulder gazing at the fox sculpture on the table. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Bai Wuqian slowly turned his face, his eyes fixated on the indistinct face behind the black veil as he asked darkly, word by word, have you ever seen this statue, friend? Li Lanxiu remained calm, extending his hand to stroke the smooth sculpture, feeling its cold surface like icy iron, never seen it before. Gu Wuying watched his hand moving across the statue, closing her eyes to say, this is a soul vessel, don't touch it. Li Lanxiu lifted his hand, brushing off his palm curiously, asking, what's a soul vessel? A soul vessel is an object used to contain a soul, Bai Wuqian explained without taking his eyes off him. Li Lanxiu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, staring at the soul vessel. Bai Wuqian flicked a finger against the fox statue, muttering faintly, in folk culture, there are commoners who build statues and temples for demons and spirits. These beings lodge their souls within these statues, continuously receiving offerings of incense, gradually gaining some power, able to fulfill small wishes for the common people. Li Lanxiu rested his finger on his chin, grasping the crux of the matter. So this statue was originally part of a temple. Bai Wuqian nodded, turning his gaze elsewhere. It was originally the fox spirit invited by Lord Jiang. Li Lanxiu tilted his head, pondering, how could the soul of the fox spirit cause a lady to conceive? Even if a highly skilled fox spirit had its physical form destroyed, it would be impossible for it to make a woman bear its child. Bai Wuqian did not answer this question but instead turned to face Li Lanxiu directly. Friend, rather than being concerned about the lady, perhaps you should concern yourself more. Li Lanxiu arched an eyebrow knowingly, asking, What do you mean? Hearing that you've offended Emperor Wu, I'm kindly reminding you, Bai Wuqian said casually. Li Lanxiu didn't expect to hear the words Emperor Wu from him. Bai Ying always held disdain for Chu Yu and never took Chu Yu seriously. Gu Wuying stepped in to fill in for Bai Wuqian. They say you offended one of Emperor Wu's lackeys. Li Lanxiu cast him a glance, leisurely crossing his arms. Is this serious? Bai Wuqian chuckled lightly, then slowly continued, I have a great demon friend who once had a grudge against someone. Over 100 years later, when they met again, he severed my friend's dragon horn, roasted it, and ate it in front of him. Li Lanxiu looked up at his scalp, obscured by dark hair where nothing could be seen. Bai Wuqian avoided his gaze, continuing, this person is vengeful, holding on to grievances, and should you meet him, based on your past history, you'll be in big trouble. Gu Wuying lifted her hand to reveal a handsome but marred face beneath her cloak. A terrible scar ran along one cheek, penetrating deep into the bone, indicative of deep hatred from whoever inflicted it. Her heavy eyes silently locked on Li Lanxiu, speaking volumes without words. Li Lanxiu sighed silently and pushed open the study door. Friends, follow me. Let me see if I can treat this injury. Bai Wuqian and Gu Wuying followed behind him as the trio headed toward his quarters. Passing through the main courtyard crowded with people, disciples incessantly poured out of the flower hall, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, the sky darkened. In an instant, clear blue skies were replaced by pitch-black clouds, catching everyone by surprise. The bustling chatter faded away as all eyes instinctively rose to the heavens. The light between heaven and earth seemed to be crushed under immense pressure, turning the midday brightness eerily dim like dusk. Only a streak of dazzling gold split through the clouds, bright as thunder. 9 flying swords emerged simultaneously, breaking through the clouds. Their golden blades glimmered beautifully and radiated unmatched might. As the sword tips passed through the air, there came a low resonant hum, as if whispering to the unfathomable strength. 8 accomplished cultivators surrounded the largest sword among them in a star formation. Hovering upon it was a tall young man in white, with a pure and striking countenance. His demeanor exuded clarity and vigor, undeniably gallant. His face had become sharper than what Li Lanxiu remembered, shedding all signs of youthful innocence, now fully grown into a man. Wu Emperor. A startled cry erupted from the crowd, quickly spreading a wave of shock. At the sight of the rumored strongest individual in the Jiuzhou continent, the sound of swallowing saliva rang out clearly. Some trembled with fear, others gazed in admiration and envy, while still others wore looks of utter confusion, unsure why the Wu Emperor would appear in Lingyi City. Li Lanxiu stood with his arms crossed, not moving an inch since there was nowhere to hide. He squinted his eyes as he watched the flying sword descend slowly. The flying sword landed in the center of the crowd, causing everyone to scatter like waves. They lowered their heads wisely, too afraid to look directly at this extraordinary person. Chu Yu's gaze swept past Li Lanxiu's figure before he gracefully jumped off the flying boat and landed on the ground without a change in expression. With a light raise of his hand, a thud echoed as Situ Rui's face went deathly pale, and he knelt beside Chu Yu, evidently realizing the calamity that had befallen him. Chu Yu patted Situ Rui's head while his gaze remained fixed on Li Lanxiu. His tone remained calm. Young sir, my subordinate has offended you. It is due to my lack of discipline. I will leave him in your hands. What punishment would you like to mete out? Before Li Lanxiu could speak, Bai Ying grabbed his wrist and pulled him behind for protection, cautioning, be careful. Gu Jingxing also blocked the other side of his body, shielding him entirely from harm. Chu Yu's dark eyes suddenly flickered, and a soft laugh escaped his throat. The smile carried an eerie chill. Li Lanxiu patted Bai Ying's arm reluctantly, creating some space between them as he stepped out calmly. There is no need to hand him over to me, I've already avenged the offense against me. Chu Yu gave a sly smile as he patted Situ Rui's head. The young master is generous. You should thank him immediately. Situ Rui crawled forward on his knees until he reached Li Lanxiu's side. With a loud knock of his head, he shouted, thank you, father. Li Lanxiu widened his clear eyes and couldn't help but burst into amused laughter, his smile lazy yet charming. You're a good boy. He had only ever said this to one other person before. Chu Yu placed his hands behind his back casually, though his fists tightened slightly. His eyes, calm like icy pools, stared unblinkingly at Li Lanxiu. Chapter 90. Situ Rui stood up, nodded, and retreated back to Chu Yu's side. As he looked up, he caught sight of the Wu Emperor's half-smiling face. His eyes were cold and gloomy, making Situ Rui's neck feel icy. Was it wrong to call him father? Everyone in the gathering exchanged bewildered glances, their thoughts varying. All had heard plenty about the Wu Emperor. Though they could not outright call him a great demon master, because the Wu Emperor rarely killed disciples of the Taoist sects, he stole their wealth instead. He had scoured all the secret realms of the Jojo continent. No one knew how many magical tools and divine weapons he had pilfered. With his iron-fisted methods, his domain was oppressive. He was certainly no good person. Because a subordinate had offended a cultivator, he personally brought his people to apologize. But none present were fools. No one believed that his motive was so pure. There must be hidden intentions. Lelancio lifted a hand and lightly pressed on the edge of his curtain hat, which saved him from quite a bit of trouble, sparing any embarrassing encounters with enemies who might recognize him. Ling Tian hurriedly walked over to his side, glanced at the crowd surrounding the Wu Emperor, then nonchalantly asked, "Elderly, are you well?" Lelancio replied with enthymem, calmly chatting as he said, "We just found the spirit weapon of a fox fiend. We were about to go ask Lady City Lord." Ling Tian let out a light sigh of relief and immediately said, "I'll go with you." Lelancio coolly held Chu Yu's gaze before turning around. Bai Ying and Gu Zhengheng naturally followed, walking shoulder to shoulder with him. In broad daylight, Chu Yu stepped forward, chuckled, and asked, "Young master, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The words, "young master," came from his mouth heavy with suggestive tenderness, carrying undeniable flirtation. Lelancio kept his eyes forward, stopped in his tracks, and said indifferently, "To catch demons." Chu Yu slowly approached him, neither too fast nor too slow, like a rattlesnake shaking its tail as it neared its prey. The crowd spontaneously cleared a path for him. Bai Ying quickly moved to block Lelancio from Chu Yu, but Lelancio gripped his arm and quietly said, "There's no need." A hand akin to fine jade rested gently on Bai Ying's arm, causing Chu Yu's gaze to lazily sweep over, whereupon he smiled faintly and said, "Catching demons is my specialty. Xue Qing, come take a look at the fox fiend with me." Xue Qing was a young man with clear eyebrows and bright eyes. He strode over with a carefree laugh. "What kind of tricks does a fox fiend have? Our master could make it reveal its true form with just a slash of his sword." Chu Yu kept his focus on Lelanccio's retreating figure and asked with a neutral tone, "Does this young sir mind if we join you in catching the demon?" Lelancio gave no definitive answer, simply saying, "If you wish to come, then come." After speaking, he continued walking slowly. If Chu Yu wanted to fight, with his current strength, Lelancio might very well hold his own against this martial emperor. Ling Tian walked between the group, feeling as if thorns pierced his back, chilled throughout. It was a lifetime misfortune to meet even one of the three world-afflicting great evil beings. Now that all three had appeared in Lingyi City together, there would surely be much death and bloodshed. Lady Jiang, the city lord's wife, resided in a secluded courtyard. In one night, she had recovered from her madness. Although she still carried a doll as if it were her child, her mental state was now clear, no longer muttering nonsensically. Her treatment was significantly better than before when no one paid attention to her. In the courtyard, servants swept while maids went in and out cleaning. Lord Jiang sat in a small pavilion chatting with his wife. Seeing the group arrive, he stood up with a smile and asked, "How have your discussions been going, esteemed immortals?" Lelancio casually walked into the pavilion and sat down, saying, "There are still some matters I'd like to ask both of you." Lady Jiang recognized Lelancio, shyly leaning close to her husband and whispering something, every word clearly reaching the ears of the visitors. "Husband, he is the immortal master who healed me, so elegant and fair he resembles a deity. For so long, I felt as if living wasn't worth it, until his divine finger touched my forehead, restoring my sanity." Lord Jiang turned to Lelancio, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Jiang owes much thanks to this venerable immortal. Gu Zhengheng and Bai Ying had already been walking shoulder to shoulder with Lelancio, smoothly settling into chairs beside him. To the left and right, they protected him like door gods. Bai Ying watched vigilantly with narrowed eyes, ready to draw the sword on his hip at the first sign of attack against Lelancio. Standing tall and handsome outside the pavilion, Chu Yu smirked half-heartedly, saying, "Esteemed young master truly has a Buddha's compassion." At hearing the term, young master, from Chu Yu, Lelancio felt a subtle undertone of mockery, avoided his gaze, and addressed the couple. "In the study, we saw a statue of a fox. Do you remember where it came from, city lord?" Swallowing slightly, Lord Jiang laughed and answered, "That statue is from a long time ago, and I don't recall its origins." Lady Jiang gently patted him and scolded in a teasing tone, "You're truly muddled. That fox statue was brought here 3 years ago from the Fox Immortal Cave." Mayor Jiang hesitated, then suddenly realized with a laugh, the lady has a better memory. This statue was indeed brought here 3 years ago from the Fox Immortal Cave outside the city. "May I ask, Master Exorcist, is there anything unusual about this statue?" "Exorcist?" Chu Yu repeated the title softly, glancing at Bai Ying and Gu Zhengheng, "So you two are exorcists?" Bai Ying scoffed irritably, "Is the Wu Emperor unfamiliar with exorcists?" Lelancio lightly patted Bai Ying's back, signaling for him to calm down and not to argue. Chu Yu watched their intimate gestures, his eyes gleaming, his lips curving into a deeper smile. "I haven't heard of it. If immortal masters are exorcists, have they ever slain a white dragon? How does the taste of dragon horns compare?" Bai Ying stared at him expressionlessly. In the midst of this potential conflict, Lelancio remained composed, saying calmly, "Mayor, do you not know that the statue is a spirit tool? The spirit of a fox immortal is sealed within. Mayor Jiang, an ordinary man unaware of the Wu Emperor's renown, still managed to sit still, asking, I invited the Fox Immortal to ensure my political success, never knowing its spirit was sealed inside. Had I known, how could I have brought such an evil thing into my residence? Lady Jiang reflected thoughtfully, looking cautiously at Li Lanxiu. Does this statue really contain the soul of a Fox Immortal? Li Lanxiu merely nodded slightly with an, Furrowing her brows, Lady Jiang seemed hesitant, eventually expressing in an odd tone, no wonder. Gu Zhengheng, hundreds of years older than Chu Yu, showed no interest in arguing with Chu Yu, instead asking, why what? Lady Jiang looked at Mayor Jiang, seeing he appeared normal, before speaking, 3 years ago, my husband was just a lowly official in Lingyi City. Ever since he invited the fox statue, his career skyrocketed, until he became mayor. And even, those who opposed my husband would meet tragic ends. Li Lanxiu asked curiously, So this Fox Immortal is a great benefactor to your family, why would it harm you? Lady Jiang shook her head in confusion, murmuring to herself, could I have borne the offspring of a Fox Immortal? Seated directly opposite Li Lanxiu, Qiyu smiled as he gazed at him, saying, young sir should be asking the mayor. Meeting his gaze, dark as ink, Mayor Jiang felt an unexpected chill run through him as if falling into an icy abyss, forcing himself to say, Fox Immortals are unpredictable beasts, merciless and devoid of emotion. Please, esteemed immortal masters, subdue this fiend and help me avenge the death of my son and the dishonor done to my wife. Chu Yu loosely supported his chin with one hand, staring intently at Li Lanxiu. That statement isn't far from the truth. Demons and spirits are unpredictable beasts. Bai Ying's expressionless face grew colder, about to speak when Gu Zhengheng suddenly unfurled a red umbrella, its crimson surface knocking against the table to block Chu Yu's piercing gaze. He then spoke steadily and calmly, young friend, being young and naive about the intricacies of life leads you to believe that being unbeatable gives you free rein, but there's always someone stronger out there. Even if you're currently the strongest in the cultivation world, there will come a day when you fall, so don't let arrogance consume you. Unbeatable in the world. Through the blood-red umbrella, Qiyu repeated, narrowing his eyes at the person behind the umbrella, not exactly, I've lost completely once to someone. Li Lanxiu subtly arched his delicate eye-tail, as expected, everything matched his speculation perfectly. The chosen child's intense desire to win had driven Chu Yu to traverse the entire Jiuzhou continent seeking him, all to prove that, don't underestimate a poor youth. Once, Qiyu toyed with and trained someone like a slave, now that same individual, having become the famous Wu Emperor, couldn't return home in glory without making sure Chu Yu saw his transformation clearly. Glancing at Li Lanxiu, Gu Zhengheng said evenly, if you find satisfaction in accepting defeat, consider it a lesson learned. Ignoring his advice, Qiyu slowly stood up, his lips curling, why is young sir silent? You fraternize so easily with these two exorcists, exchanging laughter and stories, yet you remain quiet when you see me. Could it be that young sir knows me? Before Li Lanxiu could respond, Ling Tian, unable to restrain himself any longer, spoke up on behalf of justice, Immortal Master Li has no grudge or enmity with you, everything concerning C2 Rui was my fault. Don't press too harshly. A low laugh escaped Chu Yu's throat as he slowly surveyed Ling Tian, this gentleman never seems lonely, always surrounded by a sea of people, countless followers. Li Lanxiu understood clearly in his heart that with everyone around them, Chu Yu found it inconvenient to act, otherwise he would certainly attack, battling fiercely until Chu Yu was thoroughly defeated. Ling Tian could not help but retort, Immortal Master Li and you have no grudges, but everything concerning C2 Rui happened because of me. Do not bully others endlessly. Chu Yu emitted a low laugh, slowly sizing up Ling Tian, this young master surely knows how to gather a crowd around him, always accompanied by countless hangers-on. Just now, City Lord Zhang's face had turned as pale as paper after just one glance, his head covered in cold sweat streaming down. His wife held a handkerchief, carefully wiping his sweat. She was utterly confused, unable to understand the grievances between these immortal masters, so she asked City Lord Zhang, dear husband, what is wrong with you? Li Lanxiu stood up, one hand holding the brim of his hat, and gazed at Chu Yu, asking, are you Emperor Wu? I do not know Emperor Wu. Indeed, he didn't. After speaking, Li Lanxiu turned around and faced the wife with a gentle smile, asking, do you not want to know why you conceived the child of a fox immortal? City Lord Zhang's face turned even whiter, and he tightly gripped his wife's hand, lamenting, Xionyang, it's all my fault. I thought I invited a deity who could bless my official career, but unexpectedly, it was a lustful demon. It was me who brought the wolf into our home, making you be violated by the fox immortal. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang shivered all over and looked at him in a daze. Swallowing his pain, City Lord Jiang hugged his wife and consoled her, I truly didn't expect it. 1,000 mistakes are mine, Xionyang, you have suffered too much. Mrs. Jiang buried her face in his shoulder, tears welling up, gripping the handkerchief and sobbing brokenly, completely forgetting the question Li Lanxiu had asked earlier. City Lord Jiang patted his wife's back apologetically, saying, one shouldn't air family dirt in public, the esteemed immortals, forgive me for this. Li Lanxiu, seeing their deep affection, once again gently guided, Madam, do you not wish to know why you became pregnant with the fox immortal's child? Lifting her head from City Lord Zhang's shoulder, Mrs. Jiang looked astonished at him and asked, what do you mean, honorable master? City Lord Jiang said with a disapproving look, "Esteemed master, though I appreciate your kindness toward my wife, I have already tolerated your disrespectful behavior towards her once. Why do you keep bringing up her wounds?" Pausing briefly, his eyes swept over everyone with varied expressions before finally resting on Chuyu, and said respectfully but firmly, "I heard them address you as Emperor Wu. You're the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world. Can you please judge this matter? This immortal repeatedly spoke obscenities about my wife and lusted after her beauty. Is such a person who betrays righteousness for beauty worthy of being called a cultivator?" He spoke with righteous indignation, and yet that Emperor Wu merely raised an eyebrow, smiling at Li Lanxiu and asking, "Master, did you flirt with someone else's wife and lust after her beauty?" The itch in Li Lanxiu's palm grew unbearable, and despite the urge, he resisted striking him, choosing instead to turn away and ignore. Chuyu immediately spoke softly, "Though this is our first meeting, this young sir is certainly not the person you describe. Why do you slander him?" Just as City Lord Jiang prepared to defend himself, suddenly his body froze, then collapsed like a melting candle onto the chair. Accompanied by a soft his flesh and blood mingled together, red flowing along the green stone bricks. In no time, the entire small pavilion was covered in the remains of City Lord Jiang. Ah! His wife was terrified, losing all strength and falling to the ground, retreating to behind a pillar using both hands and feet. Ling Tian had never seen such cruel and horrifying killing methods, and stared wide-eyed at the pool of blood, overwhelmed with a sense of post-traumatic fear, muttering, "Why did you kill him?" Chuyu said nonchalantly, "One devoid of emotion and who betrays true feelings deserves death." Chapter 91. That was how City Master Jiang died. Li Lanxiu's hand slipped into his veil hat, his fingertips lightly tapping his temple as he had sealed the fox spirit's soul in the doll of the lady. He originally planned to use the blue word pen to summon the spirit and ask for grievances. Baiying had mentioned earlier that the long-term incense offerings by the common people gave spirits some semi-demon, semi-deity powers, enabling them to fulfill small wishes for the common folk. City Master Jiang had invited back this more powerful fox spirit who could help him advance smoothly in his career, eliminating all obstacles ahead. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. None of the spirits were pushovers. Being able to consume their own magic power to do so many things for City Master Jiang meant that Jiang must have promised the fox spirit a greatly desired benefit. What did a disembodied soul, parasitic in a spiritual vessel, want most? Of course, it was a mortal body. The mistress wasn't carrying the child of the fox spirit but the spirit itself. City Master Jiang had promised the fox spirit a body, and his own wife was the most suitable carrier. According to rumors in Lingwu City, once the fox spirit was born, City Master Jiang broke his promise and strangled the baby fox. Now that he had already become the city master, the fox spirit was useless to him, and naturally, he had to eliminate all traces of its existence. No wonder the fox spirit turned into a wandering ghost, pacing day and night in the city master's mansion. With such grievance, it didn't turn into an evil ghost. Li Lanxiu found it unbelievable. With the culprit already dead, there was no need for summoning and questioning the spirit. Li Lanxiu took out a white embroidered handkerchief and knelt down to offer it to the lady trembling in the corner. The lady had already been frightened out of her wits by the bloody and terrifying scene, her bewildered eyes gazing at him. Li Lanxiu closed his two fingers, gently tapping her between her eyebrows, startling her awake from the nightmare. Upon seeing the floor covered with blood and flesh mush, her face instantly paled, her body violently trembling. "The scoundrel who harmed you is dead, you should be happy," said Li Lanxiu cold-bloodedly and heartlessly. He lifted the handkerchief in his hand and gently covered her eyes. The lady took the handkerchief from him, covering her face while sobbing quietly. By now, it was clear that it was City Master Jiang who had wronged her. She wiped away a few tears, steadied herself with the column behind her, spat on the ground covered with scattered blood and flesh, then decisively walked out of the courtyard step by step leaving blood footprints. Chuyu calmly said, "Sorry, I went too far, making your trip for nothing." Baiying, truly annoyed with him, sneeringly replied, "Not for nothing, we watched a good show." The pervasive smell of blood hung in the air. Li Lanxiu pinched his nose with his fingers, annoyed as he raised his eyes, only to unexpectedly meet Chuyu's gaze. Chuyu wore a serene smile, his handsome face catching everyone's attention. "With all the matters here settled, where shall the young sir go next?" Of course, Li Lanxiu wanted to return to Chongxian sect first to see Li Yanbi, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He avoided answering the question. Because of his lack of response, several people had vast room for interpretation. Baiying immediately said, "If the friend is very interested in our exorcist journey, why not come with me to practice in the demon world? It's quite fun there." Guz Hengxing's realm of ghosts, managed by Gu Jingxing, wasn't suitable for tourism. After a pause, he said, "I wish to travel around after leaving Lingyi City. If the friend is interested, we can travel together." Ling Tian snapped out of the miserable state left by City Master Zhang's death, and upon hearing these words from the two demons, felt extremely uneasy. He quickly said, "Master Li, go back to Chongxian sect with me." Chuyu seemed to have anticipated their reactions and chuckled softly, "I see this gentleman appears wind-tossed and dusty, perhaps on the way home for a family visit." Li Lanxiu deftly rubbed the palm of one hand against the other, as if suppressing some hidden impulse. Chuyu scrutinized his pale, translucent hands, his gaze fixed from the long finger joints all the way to the shiny pink nails. Seeing those jade-like fingers rubbing back and forth against the palm, his Adam's apple subtly rolled, his eyes darkening faintly. I'm busy with affairs and cannot stay long. Should you have spare time, we'll meet again soon. After speaking, he slowly shifted his gaze, calm and composed. Li Lanqiu idly played with his own fingers and scoffed lightly, see you soon. Chu Yu turned and left, and behind him, Xue Qing's endless praises followed, all sorts of eulogistic remarks like, our lord is wise and brave, removing hazards for the people. After walking for a section, Chu Yu halted his steady pace, glancing sideways at the incessantly talking Xue Qing, that's enough. Xue Qing paused and asked, Lord, are there any instructions? Chu Yu flicked his sleeve, causing the heavy sword hovering above the city master's mansion to descend before him. He stepped onto the flying sword, no one needs to follow me. Recognizing the moment, Xue Qing bowed respectfully and excused himself, retreating for now. Chu Yu flew with his sword into a secret realm, where a vast expanse of snowy mountains and icy seas stretched endlessly. In this world covered in white snow, not a single person was to be seen. This was a blessed land he had accidentally discovered after many years of exploring the secret realms of the 9 continents. Deep within the ice cave lay a jade ice pool. Cultivation for water element cultivators here was twice as effective. The transparent barrier at the entrance of the ice cave emitted a faint luminescence, only allowing Chu Yu to enter. Others who approached would be injured by the formation's barriers. Chu Yu familiarly entered the barrier, and candlelights on the walls lit up instantly, extending all the way to the deepest part of the ice cave. It was an obsidian cold pool, as black as inkstone jade, its waters completely still. The cold from the pond formed a delicate mist. The water in the pool was chillingly frigid, penetrating deep into the bone marrow. He entered the jade ice pool fully clothed, leaning against its edge while waiting for the sudden reaction to dissipate calmly. He took out a fan handle from his storage ring. The cold iron fan handle had been polished through years of constant use to shine brightly. It was the only thing Chu Yu had received from Li Lanqiu. His slender and strong hands slowly caressed the fan handle, then suddenly there was a bang sound, and the fan handle snapped in two under his grip. He held the broken fan handle in his hands, and with a flicker of spiritual light, it was restored back to normal. Then, accompanied by another crisp sound, the fan handle was again broken into 2 pieces by him. His actions were unhurried, patiently breaking the fan handle over and over again, and restoring it each time. Until the unexpected reaction from his body had subsided. Within Lingyi City, Li Lanqiu carefully inspected the facial injury of Gu Jingxing. It was unclear what kind of weapon Chu Yu had used, but it was powerful enough to severely wound the Ghost King. Gu Jingxing paid little attention to the injury, instead focusing intently as he asked, when will you return home, Daoist friend? Li Lanqiu had brought out quite a number of spiritual treasures from Fengxian realm. He handed over a pure white jade veil to Gu Jingxing. Try this, it should work. Pausing briefly, he smiled gently and teased, do you already not want me to leave since our first meeting, Daoist friend? Gu Jingxing's ears turned red upon hearing the jest, silently nodding his head lightly. Li Lanqiu's smile stretched longer as he turned to face Bai Ying, lightly tapping one side of his hat brim, let me see your injury. No need, Bai Ying refused resolutely, turning his face away and looking aside, we're strangers, no need for your concern, Daoist friend. Li Lanqiu walked out of the room, snapping his fingers to conjure a flying sword from thin air. He leapt onto the long sword gracefully. Bai Ying, with a stiff expression, walked to the door and quietly reminded, be careful, Daoist friend. As to whom Li Lanqiu needed to be careful around, the answer was obvious. With matters settled in Lingyi City, Ling Tian was about to return to Chongxian's sect to report. Li Lanqiu accompanied him back to their long-lost sect. 100 years had passed swiftly, yet the verdant green hills remained lush and vibrant. Wisps of clouds drifted continuously as rain washed the dust from the skies, creating a colorful rainbow that spanned the heavens. Eagerly, he rushed to the Zitai peak, jumping off his flying sword and removing his veil hat in one motion. He stood before the cave dwelling of Li Yanbi. The door to the cave was wide open, with a handsome youth holding peach blossoms, inserting them into a vase. When he saw Li Lanqiu, he was momentarily stunned, junior brother. Li Lanqiu walked into the cave, smiling and asked, senior brother, where is my father? Chu Xian stepped back a few paces, staring incredulously at him, unable to tear his eyes away from the person standing before him. After a century of separation, Li Lanqiu's appearance had not changed at all, still those thick dark eyes, still his bright lips and perfect teeth, but his aura had become entirely different. Once, he resembled a celestial god in the heavens, now he had transformed into a high and unattainable divine being inside and out. After a century of practice, the mundane aura around him had dissipated, leaving behind an elegant demeanor, akin to having the clarity of autumn water and the refinement of jade bones. Chu Xian stared at him without blinking, muttering, junior brother has returned. Li Lanqiu scanned the empty cave, detecting an atmosphere unused for a long time, frowning slightly as he asked, where is my father? Regaining his senses, Chu Xian hesitated with a strange expression for a moment before asking, where did junior brother go for 100 years? All the juniors miss you. Would you like to catch up with everyone? We can catch up later. Li Lanqiu approached him closely, observing him intently. Chu Xian averted his face to avoid Li Lanqiu's insightful gaze, sighing deeply, the master isn't in the sect, he went to the Hehuan Palace. Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise, forcibly turning his face to look at him. Hehuan Palace. Is my father planning to marry again and find a stepmother for me? Chushuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, helplessly saying, a junior brother was captured by the demon women of Hehuan Palace to serve as a furnace cauldron. The master went there to rescue him. Li Lanxiu sensed that he wasn't telling the full truth, so he thoughtfully questioned, how long has my father been gone? A month, said Chu Xian before closing his eyes, his expression filled with heavy worries. The name of the Hehuan Palace was familiar to Li Lanxiu from the original book, a sect in the cultivation world that lay somewhere between good and evil. The disciples of the palace wouldn't kill people, but when they encountered someone to their liking, they would capture them to serve as a furnace cauldron. In the original book, the disciples of the Hehuan Palace were all extraordinarily beautiful. If one merely engaged in dual cultivation with them, losing some cultivation essence wasn't considered too great a loss. However, finding a handsome and durable furnace cauldron was extremely rare, and the disciples of the Hehuan Palace were generous, often sharing the benefits of such dual cultivation with others. Such debauchery greatly challenged the moral values of the old fossils of the Taoist sects, and over time, the Hehuan Palace became known as a den of depravity. With the abilities of Li Yanbi, entering the Hehuan Palace was like walking into a no-man's land. There were no opponents within that depraved place who could match him. It should have only taken him 3 or 4 days to return along the same route. Yet, Li Yanbi had been gone for an entire month and still hadn't returned to Chongxian's sect, causing Li Lanxiu to frown again. Have you told the sect leader? Chu Xian looked at his face intently and hesitated before saying, young brother may not know, but our master has been traveling around these past years, searching for your whereabouts. His absence from the sect is something we've grown accustomed to. Li Lanxiu was momentarily surprised, asking softly, father often went out looking for me. Chu Xuan's gaze filled with worry as he nodded and said, young brother, do you remember Chu Yu? Li Lanxiu remained silent, and upon seeing this, Chu Xian understood already. Continuing, he said, for the past 100 years, Chu Yu, in search of you, has ventured through every major and minor sect on the 9 continents, treading through all secret realms, causing chaos throughout the cultivation world. What does this have to do with my father? Asked Li Lanxiu. Chu Xian paused for a moment, his expression carrying an unhidden grievance. Young brother, since your return, have you noticed that no one knows you? Li Lanxiu inclined his chin slightly, reflecting that 100 years wasn't long in the cultivation world. Back then in Tianke City, he had killed the head of the first great sect as well as the leader of the devil sect, yet Ling Tian and his companions had never heard of his name. Chu Xian whispered sorrowfully, this is because Chu Yu forbids anyone from speaking about you. His informants are spread across the lands. Haven't you ever been to his Zhurong Island? Before Li Lanxiu could answer, he revealed a peculiar smile and spoke in a low voice, there is a wall on Zhurong Island. It is rumored to be 100 feet high, and it hangs full of human tongues. The tongues are countless, densely packed together. Young brother, can you guess whose tongues they are? Li Lanxiu slowly lowered his eyes, his expression cold and aloof, remaining silent. Chu Xuan's smile deepened slightly. Nowadays, under the heavens, no one dares to mention your name. The cultivation world knows Chu Yu as nothing less than a complete lunatic, yet none can do anything about it. Young brother. We all know how much he detests you, to the point of even possessing your name. If he finds you first. How could master let that happen? Li Lanxiu's eyes softened slightly as he murmured lightly, I sent a message to father before I left. Chu Xian sighed, saying, master knew you were going to seclude yourself for cultivation, but he was still uneasy. This time, when he went to Hehuan Palace, he left me behind on Zitai Peak, to wait for your return. Without hesitation, Li Lanxiu turned and walked towards the cave entrance. Chu Xian followed, asking, young brother, are you heading to Hehuan Palace? Li Lanxiu summoned the flying sword Du Fu, gracefully leaping onto it. If father isn't at Hehuan Palace, there must still be traces he left behind. Chu Xian gazed upwards into the bright sky, contemplating for a while before saying slowly, young brother should know, the informants of the martial emperor are everywhere. If you stay within Chongxian's sect, your life might still be safe, but once you leave, he will surely find you in an instant. Li Lanxiu slightly lowered his eyes, his expression calm and distant, having fully comprehended. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, inevitably, there would be a battle between him and Chu Yu. Since this was the case, it should be concluded sooner rather than later. He lightly smiled, curving his lips but remaining non-committal, saying, Chu Yu's strength has certainly grown. If he dares to come looking for trouble, Hehuan Palace will be the place where he meets his utter defeat. Young brother. Chu Xuan's expression was subtle as he looked at him, hesitating and saying, I feel Chu Yu doesn't intend to fight you to the death but instead aims to. He didn't finish the sentence before Li Lanxiu stepped on the flying sword and shot off into the air, leaving behind a brilliant streak of white light. Causing chaos. Chapter 92. Li Lanxiu glided gracefully through the cleansing rain, a flying boat darting swiftly behind him. Ling Tian stood on the deck, waving his arms enthusiastically to greet him, Immortal Li. Immortal Li. What is it? Li Lanxiu adjusted his hat brim slightly, the speed of the flying sword beneath his feet gradually slowing until it moved alongside the flying boat. Ling Tian said, I have just reported to my master, and I was just about to look for Immortal Li. Would you like to tour the Zhongshuan sect? Li Lanxiu had no time to chat idly with him, so he replied briefly, not necessary, then his flying sword sped past the boat. Before Ling Tian finished speaking, he hurriedly took large steps to catch up. Immortal, please wait a moment. When Li Lanqiu paused, he saw an acquaintance on the deck, a woman dressed in purple standing alone with her sword, Su Shiyan's detached demeanor resolute apart from worldly dust. Su Shiyan frowned as she looked at him, hesitating whether to say something or not. Ling Tian's cheeks flushed slightly, and he spoke solemnly. Immortal's words on that day were truly enlightening. If the Jishu sect wants to eradicate the 3 evil demons, we cannot simply shout slogans, we must practice diligently and wait for the right opportunity. Li Lanqiu nodded slightly, then drove his sword forward. Is there anything else? Where are you going, Immortal? Ling Tian asked, looking back at the confused junior disciples behind him. We will be going out to practice our skills. Could you possibly join us? Ling Tian was no fool. The 3 shocking great evils within Lingyi City, any one of them could shake the 3 realms by stomping their foot, yet their attitudes toward Li Lanqiu were intriguing. If he wanted to gather intelligence on these 3 great evils for the benefit of the Jishu sect, he should try to get closer to Li Lanqiu. Li Lanqiu flicked his sleeve, retrieving his flying sword before leaping onto the deck of the flying boat, Hepalace. Ling Tian paused, immediately overjoyed, and turning to the nearby younger brother said, Tell the helmsman, we're heading to Hepalace. Su Shiyan examined Li Lanqiu, whispering privately to Ling Tian, How do you two know each other? The favor shown by Lady Yan, Ling Tian responded openly, telling her everything that happened in Lingyi City. Su Shiyan wasn't interested in Wu Emperor and Ghost King. Hearing Buying pretending to be a demon hunter made her smile slightly, asking, Why do you think the Demon King pretended to be a demon hunter? Ling Tian pondered for a while, replying, I don't know, but there must be some untold secrets. Su Shiyan let out a faint sigh, saying, I know. Why? Ling Tian immediately became fully focused. Su Shiyan glanced towards Li Lanqiu standing not far away, her figure slender like bamboo, mysteriously saying, Because the person he cares about is in Lingyi City, this person with whom he is both loving and hateful, for whom he is willing to give up everything without hesitation. Ling Tian listened with a strange expression. Even such a great demon has feelings. Not only does he have feelings, Su Shiyan's voice carried a hint of excitement, as if meeting a true friend when listening to beautiful music. He betrayed his sect, went against his master who raised him, and created chaos in Tianke City. Only the disciples of the Zhongshuan sect have seen Bai Ying's true face, the true inheritor disciple within the sect being a great demon. This earth-shattering scandal naturally would not be broadcasted. Ling Tian, who entered the sect recently, knew nothing about it, completely stunned while listening. Su Shiyan got more and more excited, her eyes gleaming with unusual light. After 100 years, affection still unchanged. He hates him but can't let go of him. If not disguised as a demon hunter, he couldn't come to see him. Ling Tian suddenly understood, curiously asking, So it turns out, the person Demon King is concerned about is who? Su Shiyan enigmatically smiled slightly, seriously asking Ling Tian, Do you think they are real? Ling Tian honestly answered, According to what the immortal lady says, they should indeed have sincere emotions. Su Shiyan smiled even more contentedly, showing a touch of bashful joy in her expression. I knew they were genuine. The immortal lady hasn't answered my question yet. Ling Tian was only concerned about what kind of person could make the Demon King behave like this. Su Shiyan looked at Li Lanqiu's veil hat and replied, You will know later. A few days later. The flying boat hovered in front of an endless marsh wetland. The lush forest with ancient towering trees was entwined with vines like snakes around thick trunks, dangling strands of green-bearded beards. These trees grew in bizarre shapes, their grotesque appearances making the disciples of Zhongshuan sect flush-faced and ears red. Ordinarily, those body parts could only be seen under pants and skirts, now they appeared openly before everyone as tree forms. Women might have been alright, but men had all sorts of sizes and shapes. Each one was vividly portrayed, extremely lifelike. Since entering the forest, Su Shiyan had closed her eyes to meditate, choosing purity through sightlessness. How dare this palace be so shameless? Ling Tian was furious and angry as he shouted, turning his head to see the celestial senior Li casually looking at those lewd trees. He said, Senior, don't look, don't dirty your eyes. Li Lanqiu's gaze examined the trees, and he smiled lowly, saying, This is the Sun Moon Hall of the Hehuan Palace. The Sun Moon Hall was a palace of Zhongshuan sect, dedicated to venerable ancestors who had contributed greatly to the sect. The expressions of the disciples of Zhongshuan sect became even stranger. Even Su Shiyan couldn't help but open her eyes, looking at the shamelessly exposed trees in the forest. Could those venerated ancestors who made great contributions to the Hehuan Palace receive such commemorative honors after death? Truly worthy of being the acknowledged den of licentiousness in the cultivation world. Hehuan Palace was located at the center of the marsh, with its grand mountain gate tightly closed. In front of the gate was a flat blue stone square. As soon as they entered the square, Ling Tian sharply scolded, Lewd palace. Compared to the unsightly sights in the square, the strangely shaped trees were merely an appetizer. Li Lanqiu walked with interest to the nearest statue, which looked more like real people, a man and a woman half-dressed, their bodies entangled together in a peculiar position. The statue was incredibly lifelike. One could see the delicate uniformity of the woman's blush, and the greedy look in the man's eyes, as if capturing a couple in a frozen moment. There were 18 such statues in the square, each different in form and position, displayed openly before everyone. They weren't the only ones visiting Hehuan Palace, there were masses of people around the mountain gate. All were blocked by the tightly shut stone door, unable to take a single step further. Suddenly, Ling Tian turned pale and quickly moved beside Li Lanxiu, saying, "Wu Emperor." Li Lanxiu turned his head to see Chu Yu accompanied by several disciples in dark robes carefully examining a nearby statue. He lightly nodded, saying, "I've seen it." Ling Tian looked at him with complex emotions, wanting to say something but holding back. Su Shiyan went to investigate and returned, saying, "All those gathered before the mountain gate are disciples from various Taoist sects here to rescue friends or relatives captured by Hehuan Palace." Li Lanxiu arched his eyebrows slightly, the situation wasn't quite what he'd imagined. Did Hehuan Palace capture many people? Su Shiyan's expression was subtle as she replied, "About dozens. Entering Hehuan Palace is like mud sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace." Li Lanxiu asked again, "Is the array at the mountain gate hard to solve?" Su Shiyan calmly said, "There's no array, just one question. If the question is answered correctly, the mountain gate will open." Upon realizing that she didn't elaborate on the specific question, Li Lanxiu immediately understood that it must be a very embarrassing one. "What's the question?" Ling Tian curiously asked. Su Shiyan paused for a moment, glancing at him briefly, "If you want to know, go see for yourself." Li Lanxiu patted Ling Tian on the shoulder and slowly walked towards the mountain gate. "Come, let's take a look." Ling Tian hurriedly followed behind him. On the other side, Chiyu leisurely folded his arms, intently staring at the sculpture before him, seemingly completely unaware of the commotion in the square. Situ Rui cautiously asked, "Since Senior Li is also here, should we go greet him, my lord?" Chu Yu coldly glanced at him, his side face stern as ice, remaining silent. Xue Qing also joined in, teasing, "The Senior Li that makes our lord go to so much trouble must be quite an interesting person. If our lord likes, why not just abduct him back to the island? Being someone our lord chooses is the good fortune of 3 lifetimes for him, how could he possibly refuse?" Chu Yu sneered mockingly, then turned towards the mountain gate. "All of you come along, let's go take a look." In front of the mountain gate, there was a dense crowd, all angrily condemning the misdeeds of Hehuan Palace. Suddenly, an unknown voice among them quietly exclaimed, "Wu Emperor." The clamor disappeared instantly. In the cultivation world, strength was revered above all else. Even though Chu Yu's reputation wasn't good, in the eyes of these Taoist cultivators, he was the strongest cultivator, making his past misdeeds seem trivial. Everyone spontaneously stepped aside, making room in front of the mountain gate, their eyes filled with admiration and envy, water-like gazes sweeping across. The heavy stone gate was seamless and pitch black, like a meteorite from the heavens blocking the entrance securely. Unexpectedly, a pair of bright red lips sprouted on the rock, luscious and seductive, opening and closing as they spoke. "If you wish to enter Hehuan Palace, first answer my question. What kind of mating posture do my palace's disciples favor the most?" Li Lanxiu thoughtfully squinted his eyes, seriously contemplating this question. Ling Tian's face turned crimson, repeatedly muttering, "Shameless, too shameless." Su Shiyan approached, her expression calm as she said, "You won't need to try anymore. These days, they have tested all possible answers." The stone only said this one sentence. The Tao sect disciples couldn't wait around idly and began speculating on the answer based on the statues in the square, yet not a single response could make the mountain gate open. Li Lanxiu patted Ling Tian's shoulder lightly, softly chuckling with a relaxed voice, "Kneel down." Hearing these 2 familiar words, Chiyu instinctively lifted his robe sleeve with one hand and bent his knee slightly to kneel down, as if it was an automatic reaction that he couldn't control. The moment his knee started bending, his tall figure suddenly paused, forcibly suppressing the urge to kneel down further, slowly straightening up while maintaining a cold, enigmatic expression. Situ Rui and Xue Qing standing beside him exchanged a subtle glance. They keenly detected Chu Yu's momentary abnormality. Wu Emperor seemed truly willing to kneel down. Although surrounding disciples didn't dare to directly stare at Chu Yu, their peripheral vision still caught Wu Emperor's brief peculiar movement. All the disciples looked at each other in confusion, wide-eyed and speechless, none daring to utter the common question on everyone's mind. Ling Tian followed Li Lanxiu's instruction and knelt before those red, alluring lips. The red lips on the stone door quivered faintly, then displayed a strange smile as if extremely satisfied with Ling Tian's action. The red lips slowly opened and uttered a voice full of an ambiguous tone, "Congratulations, your answer is correct." As the voice resonated, the surface of the stone door gradually became transparent. The black stony texture dissipated like mist, revealing an intricately carved golden gate. Surprisingly, Ling Tian looked at Li Lanxiu and asked curiously, "Why?" The people around were even more puzzled because they had tried the kneeling posture before, which appeared most frequently in the statues, but the stone remained unmoved. Li Lanxiu cast an indifferent glance at him and said nonchalantly, "It only has a mouth, no ears, it can't hear what you say." "But why?" Ling Tian was about to say the stone had no eyes, when he suddenly realized, though it lacked eyes, it did have sensation. Those who had been waiting outside the stone gate for many days gazed at it resentfully. Was it really this simple? Just imitate the pose. Creak, with a soft sound, the center of the large gate slowly split open, revealing a snow-white, plump arm. Soon after, a girl dressed in a hairpin-ornamented dress walked out. Her beauty was breathtakingly attractive, mesmerizing anyone she faced. She paused before the crowd, bowed gracefully, and her voice rang out clear and melodious like a yellow oriole chirping. "Welcome esteemed guests to Hahuan Palace. Delicacies and fine wine are already prepared, awaiting your arrival." Before her words faded away, musical notes from silk and bamboo instruments were already heard from within the gate, a place of tenderness and gentleness. She stretched out her arms signaling the crowd to enter and smiled warmly, "Please follow me, your visit will not be fruitless." Naive youths rushed in without a second thought, but the girl frowned disapprovingly, saying apologetically, "One may not enter alone. Hahuan Palace strictly follows its rules, only honored guests accompanied by their partners are allowed inside." "Why does a den of debauchery like yours have such rules?" someone bluntly questioned. The girl giggled heartily and then replied solemnly, "To prevent you from stealing our furnaces. If you bring your partner, they might be able to keep an eye on you, otherwise, could you bear it?" After speaking, she turned around and walked back into the door, leaving behind her intoxicating fragrance that lingered in the air. 2 Hahuan Palace disciples followed shortly, also strikingly handsome and guarded the entrance left and right. The disciples stared blankly at each other. In a vast group, only a few of them came with partners, while the rest were lone wanderers. But solutions always outnumber difficulties. Someone immediately came up with an idea. Hahuan Palace required a partner to enter, but it did not specify whether the partner must be genuine. In an instant, people teamed up with acquaintances. They embraced shoulders and faked intimacy. After registration by the gatekeeper, they entered without any trouble. Li Lanxiu observed everything with a cold eye, remaining emotionally unflustered, pondering how to infiltrate Hahuan Palace. Though he had no intention, the others were eager to move forward. Ling Tian blushed furiously, hesitatingly looking at him. Suddenly, a long, strong arm unexpectedly encircled his waist. Li Lanxiu felt his lean waist tighten firmly. Chu Yu's expression remained calm and composed, unruffled, "My partner." Chapter 93. Li Lanxiu maintained a calm expression, not even sparing him a glance. His silent attitude seemed to imply a tacit acceptance of the statement. A brief silence fell around them. The name of Emperor Wu commanded great respect across the 9 continents, yet no one had ever heard any rumors about his romantic affairs. There were whispers once that he might favor men, and today's encounter suggested that these rumors might not be baseless after all. The gatekeeper gave Chu Yu a jade token after appraising them both, "Please proceed inside." Ling Tian's look of shame froze on his face as he blankly stared at them. Chu Yu calmly accepted the jade token in one hand, while with the other, he casually embraced Li Lanxiu's waist. The soft skin under the clothing concealed underlying tension. He instinctively tightened his grip, pulling Li Lanxiu closer. Li Lanxiu glanced at the hand placed on his side and smoothly took a step forward into the door of the Palace of Union. A faint smile flitted across Chu Yu's lips before disappearing. Built along the mountainside, the journey deeper into the dark forest was dimly lit by a few lanterns painted with sensual imagery, floating in the darkness to guide their esteemed guests. They moved forward together, the outline of a grand hall gradually becoming clearer ahead, brightly lit within with music and dancing. Chu Yu slowly withdrew his arm, keeping his composure as he said, "That was just an expedient measure. Please forgive me, sir." Li Lanxiu grabbed the jade token from his hands. On its surface was carved the likeness of a benevolent goddess, quite resembling the child-giving deity often found in temples. After examining it for a moment, he tossed it carelessly towards Chu Yu's chest. "Why have you come to the Palace of Union?" Chu Yu skillfully caught the token mid-air with ease, "To find someone." "Oh. Who?" Li Lanxiu looked at him knowingly but feigned ignorance. Chu Yu focused his gaze beneath the black veil draped over his hat, asking silently, "Do you truly wish to know?" Li Lanxiu lost all interest in playing games, casting him a cold glare as he stepped up the stairs into the palace. Outside the mountain gates, as soon as they entered the Palace of Union, those guarding outside realized something: spiritual partners could be of the same gender. Su Shiyan approached a graceful female Taoist who had been entranced by the retreating backs of Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu. Her brows furrowed, filled with concern. Only when Su Shiyan drew near did she snap out of her daze and turn her head toward him. Both then exchanged a knowing nod and entered the palace doors side by side. Su Shiyan introduced himself, Su Shiyan, of Chongxian sect. Jing Mei, of Ivna sect, responded Jing Mei with mutual courtesy. This group had not come for the fine wine and exquisite dishes offered by the Palace of Union. As soon as they stepped inside the grand hall, they surrounded the young guide who led them there. Though encircled, the young woman remained composed with a calm smile, unbothered by the situation. One after another, fierce voices shouted. "Where have you hidden my junior brother in this den of ice? Quickly bring my junior brother out, or your life will be forfeited. Who cares about your wine? Isn't my disciple hidden here in your den of debauchery? Give me an explanation. You dirty place. I don't want to stay here another moment. If anything happens to my senior brother, none of you in this palace will escape consequences." Other cultivators around joined in, each with looks of anger, voicing loud complaints and accusations. "Dear guests, please do not get so upset," the young guide calmly replied. "In the Palace of Union, we have always treated our visitors with utmost respect. If a disciple from your sect is missing, it is certainly not our intention. We kindly ask for your patience, as the master of the palace will personally explain everything tomorrow. Do not insult us with false pretenses. Everyone knows that your disciples specialize in luring people here for licentious pleasure. One person scoffed derisively. The young guide kept her composure despite the reproach, stating straightforwardly, Mother Earth bestowed upon us these bodies for the purpose of enjoying the wonders of union between yin and yang. Our licentious pleasures are the highest form of hospitality we offer here. Dear guest, if you're dissatisfied, what more would you expect? Infuriated, the speaker pulled out a sword, shouting angrily, I'll kill you, you shameless demoness. Unmoved, the young woman stood her ground, saying boldly, if you kill me, neither of the two palace masters will spare you. Her companion quickly intervened, grabbing hold of the man very helplessly, what exactly do you intend to do? The hour is late, dear companions. Enjoy the fine wines and delicacies with your respective consorts tonight and rest well. Tomorrow morning, the master will surely provide explanations to all of you. With that, she lightly clapped her hands. A procession of beautiful men and women emerged, carrying trays full of fine wine and delicious food. Turning to leave, the young woman suddenly stopped as a freezing sharp edge pressed against her neck. One more step and her head would roll. She turned back and saw sitting behind a nearby table were two men. One mysterious, wearing a pitch-black veil. The other famous across the land, known as none other than Emperor Wu. The man in the lazily rested one arm on the table, holding a jade tablet between two fingers, as if giving her a faint smile. Emperor Wu sat expressionlessly beside him, gazing at her. The young girl approached gracefully and curtsied, asking, what do the two noble guests want with me? Li Lanxiu set down the jade tablet he was holding and glanced at her, asking, what's your name? The young girl smiled brightly, answering in a clear voice, I'm called Yunv. After speaking, Yunv couldn't help but become curious about Li Lanxiu. She softly asked, and you? Li Lanxiu beckoned to her gently with one finger, and Yunv obediently knelt by his side. Li Lanxiu leaned slightly and whispered his name softly in her ear. Chu Yu gave him a brief glance and then scanned Yunv out of the corner of his eye, faintly smiling. Yunv sighed, your name sounds so beautiful. Li Lanxiu let out a low chuckle, like someone who understood Yunv deeply, do you dislike your own name? I do. Yunv answered straightforwardly, laughing again soon after, it was given by the East Palace Master because I'm as pure and white as jade. Li Lanxiu made a soft, tisk sound, not behaving like the nobles who usually came to the Hehuan sect, making crude jokes upon hearing this statement. Instead, he said indifferently, no wonder you don't like it. Yunv's eyes brightened slightly, becoming more curious about him. Boldly, she reached out to touch the brim of his hat, why are you wearing this? Li Lanxiu pressed his hand over her nape, forcefully pushing her under the black veil of Hishit. At an incredibly close distance, he nonchalantly asked, understood now? Yunv turned beet red instantly, understood. Chu Yu gave them a slanted glance, taking in their intimate stance before lightly smiling, young sir is truly an expert in matters of love and desire. Could you teach me a trick or two sometime? Yunv, hearing his voice, suddenly snapped back to reality and hastily pulled herself out from under the hat, flustered, he's your spiritual partner, I would never dare. Li Lanxiu's hand brushed against Yunv's face, which had turned ghostly pale, am I not teaching you right now? Follow along carefully. Then, he looked at Yunv tenderly and softly asked, tell me, what exactly is Mother Earth? Yunv glanced at him and then at Emperor Wu who was grinning slyly on the side, Mother Earth is simply Mother Earth. Explain further, Li Lanxiu had never heard of Mother Earth. Even Chu Yu, who had traveled across the 9 continents, had never heard this title. Still, he maintained a calm demeanor as he watched Yunv. Yunv explained devoutly, Mother Earth is the flower grandmother goddess. If you're partners, how could you not know about Mother Earth? When you join together in passion, the goddess watches you both. Now, Li Lanxiu grasped roughly that this goddess oversaw the act of union, and it wasn't surprising that such a deity was worshipped in the Hehuan sect. He asked another question, do you have 2 palace masters? Yunv nodded, saying, East Palace Master and West Palace Master. Both masters are needed for the balance of yin and yang. If there were only one, self-indulgence would occur, which is considered our sect's ultimate sin. She paused for a moment, composing herself seriously, you two must absolutely avoid indulging alone within our palace. Li Lanxiu didn't have any such worry. He patted her cheek and said, understood. You can leave now. Chu Yu gave Yunv an intricate glance, remaining silent. Not long after Yunv left, the guide disciple came to escort them to their room for rest. The disciple held a lantern and led them through a long mountain corridor until they arrived at an elegant pavilion. Tonight, you'll stay here. Tomorrow morning, the East Palace Master will meet all the distinguished guests. Just as Li Lanxiu was about to push the door open, the disciple suddenly handed him the lantern with a subtle smile, inside, we've prepared a small gift to enhance your experience. Please enjoy it well tonight. Chu Yu took the lantern in one hand, raising his eyebrows slightly, then quietly pushed the door open. As the door slowly opened, the sight inside made his eyebrows arch even higher. The walls of the room were covered with various erotic paintings of couples engaging intimately, every single figure was male, naked, revealing every detail unashamedly. Wherever the bright light of the lantern shone, the paintings seemed to come alive. Lifelike figures floated mid-air, performing scandalous acts. In no time, the room was filled with vivid images of couples in different suggestive poses, like a sea of lustful pleasures. Frowning deeply, Li Lanxiu closed his eyes in distaste, muttering, "How disgusting." Chu Yu extinguished the lantern, plunging the room into complete darkness. As darkness fell, the lewd paintings disappeared from sight, leaving behind an eerie silence. Li Lanxiu opened his eyes. In the dark, a tall shadow moved towards him. Calmly, he gripped the green word pen tightly, waiting for any sudden attack. Chu Yu's fingers gently lifted the black veil of his hat, his deep voice breaking the silence. "They are waiting outside to see if we are truly lovers." Li Lanxiu stared at the shadow approaching in the darkness, asking indifferently, "So what?" As soon as the words faded, a sudden warmth touched his lips. Chu Yu leaned over and kissed him, boldly sliding his tongue over Li Lanxiu's soft, plump lips as if savoring a delectable delicacy, thoroughly licking every inch of them. In the night, Li Lanxiu's eyes shone bright and translucent, unmoving as he let Chu Yu drench his lips with wetness. Chu Yu's breath grew heavy and scorching hot. His forceful tongue pried open Li Lanxiu's teeth, invading his warm, soft mouth with aggressive sweeps. His breathing became labored, audible, his chest rising and falling dramatically. One hand stroked Li Lanxiu's raven hair, pulling his head back for an even deeper kiss. Li Lanxiu detected the outsiders had left, but Chu Yu still entangled their tongues deliberately, leaving him unable to speak. With a casual shove on Chu Yu's shoulder, Li Lanxiu complained listlessly. Chu Yu remained unfazed, his half-closed eyes still suctioning onto Li Lanxiu's tongue. His throat groaned with damp, fervent breaths, and his chest heaved powerfully, as though his heart might burst from excitement. The solid, heated body pressed against Li Lanxiu was unbearable. Pushing Chu Yu's shoulder forcefully, Li Lanxiu murmured lazily, "You're too heavy." Unfazed, Chu Yu nipped at Li Lanxiu's lips again, rasping hoarsely, "Heavy." Apparently amused by Chu Yu's deeply absorbed state, Li Lanxiu let out a faint chuckle full of mockery. The laughter was gentle yet pleasant, akin to soothing tones, but it felt like cold water being poured down over Chu Yu. Opening his eyes, Chu Yu's gaze regained some clarity. He took a slow step back, smirking as he asked, "Prince, do you find my current state amusing?" His question echoed deeply and slowly, resembling the hiss of a venomous snake. Li Lanxiu snickered, his fingers caressing his crimson-kissed lips. "You bruised me, isn't it reasonable that I laugh?" Chapter 94. Chu Yu paused slightly and said indifferently, "The 7 emotions and 6 desires are the common feelings of human beings." Li Lanxiu sat on a chair in the room, took out a handkerchief to wipe the saliva at the corner of his lips. "Is that so?" "You are indeed a man of many affairs, with every person you meet, your feelings arise." "It's not quite like that," Chu Yu said mildly, as if lifting a veil over his head, his long and strong fingers explored his cheeks. "I don't act frivolously like master. One person is enough for me." He touched gently and tenderly, as if he were wiping the dust off a precious pearl or jade, as if he were afraid of hurting him even with the slightest force. Li Lanxiu slapped his hand back and said calmly, "Which person?" Chu Yu's hands wandered more wantonly over his cheeks, delicate and fine face looking small and beautiful under his thick palm. It easily provoked the desire to torture. He said slowly and unhurriedly, "My master, who treats me kindly, and all I have today, are all due to master." Li Lanxiu simply left him alone, lifting his chin and said, "Then you should well repay your master." Chu Yu spoke softly in a hoarse voice, "I'm always thinking about how to repay my master." As he finished speaking, he suddenly tightened his fingers, gentle touch containing a sense of pressure. "First, I wanted to imprison him in a place only I know, letting him look at me day and night, and having only me in his eyes." He paused, then let out a low sneer. "Later, I thought it wouldn't work. He's an unfeeling person, even if so, he would never care for me. You tell me, what should I do?" He bent down, staring at Li Lanxiu through the black gauze, his dark and profound eyes smiling faintly. Li Lanxiu pushed his face aside, slowly and deliberately saying, "You want to fight him to the death, make him become your underling, to ease the hatred in your heart." Chu Yu fell silent slightly, his fingers continued to wander on his cheeks, sliding from the cheekbones to the chin lightly, stopping at the soft moist lips, or lock him between the sheets, night after night, making love together, so that he has no mind to deceive or toy with others. Li Lanxiu was about to open his mouth when 2 long and strong fingers entered his mouth, stirring at a direct frequency, causing clear wet sounds from his hot tongue and lips. That subtle rhythm made one feel restless and fantasize. He immediately lost his teasing mood, forcefully pushing Chu Yu's hand away, cursing irritably, "Disgusting." Chu Yu grabbed his wrist firmly and asked softly, laughing, "So disgusting already?" Li Lanxiu frowned, unwilling to play along, reluctantly pulling his wrist back. Chu Yu squeezed harder, suddenly leaning closer to his face, his warm breath sprinkling on Li Lanxiu's nose tip. "It gets worse, I'll pin him beneath me, forcing him until he cries and begs me to stop. I'll lick every inch of his skin, from his neck to his chest, and then..." His breathing became hotter, like a suffocating heat enveloping Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu could not stand those vulgar words, pulling his tightly held wrist, and during the tugging, Chu Yu felt a thin cold bracelet around his wrist. His words stopped abruptly. The familiar sensation made his actions suddenly freeze, his fingertips involuntarily stroked the golden ring, the corner of his lips curving softly. He released Li Lanxiu's wrist, slowly stood up, his voice suddenly becoming low and gentle. "Sorry, I lost my composure." You resemble my master too much, seeing you makes me lose control. Li Lanqiu massaged his wrist, ignoring him completely. Chuyu knitted his brows and asked, did I hurt you? Li Lanqiu listlessly counter-asked, else what? Chuyu stepped back half a step, increasing the distance between them, it's my fault. If you hadn't provoked me, it wouldn't have come to this. Li Lanqiu glanced at him, spreading his arms pointing outside the door, go squat outside, don't let me see you. Chuyu stared deeply at him for a moment, then turned and walked out the door. In the pitch black surrounding Li Lanqiu, he supported his chin, eyes closed, pondering over the crazy talk Chuyu had just said. Chuyu actually didn't want to compete against him, but rather. Filthy thing, dreaming pretty dreams. The next morning, dawn broke. Disciples of the Happy Palace came to invite their 2 distinguished guests to the Grand Hall, where the master of the East Palace was waiting in the Grand Hall for all distinguished guests. The Grand Hall had only one entrance door, dim inside, the shadows flickering ambiguously with the dim glow of brass lamps. Not ordinary lamp oil burned in the lamps, but a special incense, its sweet odor spreading in the air. The master of the East Palace sat in the center of the hall, her light and thin attire revealing a graceful and charming figure. She had a face that was exquisitely beautiful. Indeed, she was beautiful, but more captivating was her naturally sensual grace, as if she were a seductive sprite who fed on people's vitality. The palace master's gaze swept over the crowd in the hall, pausing momentarily on Chuyu, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. As all the distinguished guests had arrived, each glared at her with ill intentions. The master of the East Palace slowly spoke, why have our noble guests traveled from afar? You seductress, deliberately asking what you already know. You should quickly hand over our people. Exactly. There isn't a single clean place in your immoral den, we can't bear to stay even one moment. Voices rose in chorus against her. Li Lanqiu calmly appraised the master of the East Palace, sensing a subtle anomaly. This East Palace master was beautiful like, a beauty imagined by men who had never seen the world. With a delicate waist and slim shoulders, yet still curvaceous and full, even her voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate, melodious and enchanting, from head to toe, born for desire. Chuyu stood shoulder to shoulder beside him, nodding gently and chuckling softly. The East Palace master raised her willow-like eyebrows as if just realizing why everyone had gathered. Ah, I see now, my esteemed guests are here to find believers of Mother Earth. All this nonsense about lords and ladies is heretical. You may fool ordinary folk, but don't think it works on us. The group waiting nervously throughout the night had run out of patience. Words unrelated to the issue caused further anger, so many moved closer to the palace master. By the East Palace master's side, the disciple guard smiled calmly, standing perfectly still, confident that no one would dare harm the master. Why does this noble guest react so violently? The East Palace master stood up, her coquettish voice resembling playful flirtation. You accuse me falsely. Your relatives and friends haven't been imprisoned by us, they've chosen voluntarily to stay in Lady Earth's temple to chant scriptures and burn incense for her highness. If you don't believe me, feel free to come and see. Lady Earth's door has always been open. Any person wishing to leave may do so freely. These words stirred diverse expressions among those present. Who would believe the lies of a seductress? Mockery and derision immediately erupted, nonsense. You must have used some vile method to keep them in your palace. My disciples have steadfast Taoist hearts, how could they chant scriptures or burn incense for any lady? Stop fabricating such tales. Li Lanqiu slightly narrowed his eyes. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Chuyu leaned towards him subtly whispering, she tells the truth. Li Lanqiu had similar thoughts. Turning his head slightly to look at Chuyu, he asked, have you ever heard of the Mother Earth deity? I have not. Chuyu's eyes stayed fixed on the East Palace master, his tone calm, ordinary people worship countless deities. Most are spirits of animals, their titles revealing their origins, such as Three Flowers Lady, whose origin is a three-flowered cat. Li Lanqiu pondered aloud softly repeating, Mother Earth. Mother Earth, the mother of the earth and the creator of all living things, how audacious to crown oneself with such a title. The East Palace master stepped down from the platform, her gown dragging lightly on the carpet with graceful bearing. Lady Earth has boundless compassion and never forces anyone. If someone insists on leaving, our joyful palace will absolutely not obstruct them. If you do not believe, let us visit Lady Earth's hall and verify. You all belong to prestigious righteous sects, surely you're not afraid of our immoral den. With that, she giggled while covering her mouth, the followers of the joyful palace behind her laughing loudly. The crowd, having traveled thousands of miles to the joyful palace, wouldn't be scared by such heretical tricks, so angrily followed behind the East Palace master heading to the hall of Lady Earth. Li Lanqiu and Chuyu walked close behind them, encountering 2 elegant figures walking closely together. It was Su Shiyan and Jing Mei. Seeing women originally meant for others become companions made Li Lanqiu smirk faintly. Chuyu also noticed the two, glancing sidelong at Li Lanqiu, the smile at the corner of his lips somewhat enigmatic. Unbeknownst to them, Jing Mei and Su Shiyan were discussing something directly relevant. Jing Mei seriously analyzed, Lady Earth must be a divine entity managing the balance of yin and yang, quite in tune with the philosophy of the joyful palace. Just the harmony of yin and yang, without a trace of sentiment, isn't that similar to animals? Su Shiyan frowned coldly, then paused before continuing, moreover, there is more in this world than just the harmony of yin and yang, even two yang beings can form Taoist partners. Jing Mei nodded in agreement, her brows and eyes showing hints of joy. Isn't the martial emperor and his partner a perfect example? Su Shiyan stopped abruptly, turning serious and stern. They merely formed a temporary partnership out of necessity, they are not true partners. That Senior M might have another destined partner. How do you know it's only temporary cooperation and not genuine partnership? Jing Mei questioned. Jing Mei grabbed her sleeve and continued walking forward, saying as they went, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Emperor Wu was this Senior Li's servant when he was young, already harboring ill intentions towards Senior Li back then. After 100 years, those ill intentions must have been fulfilled by now. Su Shiyan firmly stated, you must be mistaken. Senior Li's partner is certainly not Emperor Wu. The Empress Hall wasn't far from the main hall. In the distance, incense could be seen swirling around. A grand and majestic palace hid beneath emerald tree shade, its doors wide open. Inside the hall were mats full of people, exactly the Taoist sect disciples who had gone missing for many days. Each one sat with an earnest and devout expression, their heads raised straight at the man inside the hall. He was a sturdy and tall man, with a dignified appearance, passionately explaining something. A faint murmur of his voice reached everyone's ears. The reason men have roots is because they are born for copulation. If they don't engage in it with others, it's just idling, which goes against the will of heaven. Li Lanxiu couldn't help but secretly chuckle inside, wondering how such absurd words could mislead the Taoist sect disciples. The man continued, masturbation is a desecration of heaven and earth, an immoral act against one's yang essence. Remember, yang essence is the greatest treasure of heaven and earth, how can it be wasted so easily? He slapped the scroll in his hand, his tone becoming more intense. Since ancient times, the joyful palace has regarded the harmony of yin and yang as the Tao. All matters should prioritize harmony. If someone cannot copulate with another person, it is a desecration of the grace of heaven and earth. Within our palace, whether with men or women, pigs or dogs, one must not masturbate. Hearing this, Li Lanxiu involuntarily let out a faint hum and chuckled. Chu Yu stared coldly at the man, his face expressionless. As the group approached the entrance of the hall, seeing their long-lost family and friends, everyone called out excitedly for their senior brothers and sisters and hurried into the hall to embrace and greet their loved ones. The believers seated inside remained calm, showing no signs of mental instability. Seeing their fellow practitioners and relatives, they smiled joyfully and spoke up, younger brother, I am doing well here under the protection of the lady. Her care has greatly improved my cultivation. In just a few short days, I've broken through the bottleneck that had persisted for many years. Master, my internal energy grows ever fuller. Previously, I always felt stuck during practice, but now everything flows smoothly thanks entirely to the grace of the lady. Another believer showed great excitement, as if he'd gained the greatest treasure in the world. Really? Is everything you say true? The cultivators who came to search were half believing and half doubting as they asked. Of course it's true. One after another responded without hesitation, their voices firm and unwavering. Li Lanxiu stood at the doorway, noticing a familiar figure in the corner, Li Yanbi dressed in a grey robe, head bowed, eyes cast down on the floor, muttering something silently, unknown prayers perhaps. Sensing the gaze upon him, he looked up and caught Chu Yu's chilling glare, commanding respect even without anger. His gaze then shifted to the hooded man beside Chu Yu, hesitating briefly. Li Lanxiu noticed his father slowly blinking and finally relaxed, confirming that these low-level sinister practices had indeed fooled him. Inside the hall, chaos reigned. The East Palace Master walked over to the two people, her manner alluring and charming. She made a gentle curtsy, your arrival at our joyful palace, your Majesty Emperor Wu, is truly an honor for me. Chu Yu glanced over at Li Lanxiu examining the East Palace Master, noncommittally replying, no need for formalities. The East Palace Master's eyes scanned them both, smiling brightly and saying, Lady Earth has formed an instant bond with the two of you and has specifically instructed me to invite you to tonight's banquet. Before Li Lanxiu could speak, Chu Yu decisively intervened, coldly rejecting the invitation before him, we don't need it. Li Lanxiu was curious about the joyful palace's banquet and cast an annoyed glance at Chu Yu. The East Palace Master widened her eyes, surprised that anyone would refuse. Again she gently said, this is the highest level of hospitality in our palace. You may enjoy our furnaces fully. If you take a liking to any of our disciples, you may also perform dual cultivation with them. No one in the palace is forbidden. What if I fancy you, Palace Master? Li Lanxiu took slow steps toward her, casually asking the question. Chu Yu's lips curved slightly in a deeper smile, revealing subtle dimples and a somewhat sinister air, calmly staring at the East Palace Master. Chapter 95. The Eastern Palace Mistress had a charming and flirtatious look, laughing and saying, of course I can, but... Sir Immortal, can you? She lightly rested one jade-like hand on Lanxiu Li's arm, her bright red nail polish was testing the man's self-restraint. Lanxiu Li glanced at her hand. Since the Palace Mistress has personally invited me, how can I refuse? The Eastern Palace Mistress' fingertip softly caressed his arm, inching upwards toward the black veil of his hooded hat. Then both you, Sir Immortal, and Martial Emperor must come, my palace will be ready to welcome you. Alright, Lancioli grasped her hand firmly, giving it a not too light nor too heavy squeeze. Palace mistress, perhaps you're too eager. The Eastern Palace mistress gave him an alluring glance before pulling her hand back, saying, It's all Yuna's fault, that little wretch told me the martial emperor's consort is beautiful as a celestial fairy. Lancioli chuckled quietly without responding. Yu Chu crossed his arms, looking at his profile and saying, I do not like others calling me the martial emperor. The palace mistress hesitated for a moment, smiling and asking, Why don't you like this title? Everyone in the cultivation world knows your unparalleled bravery akin to the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This title reflects respect for your great fame. Oh. Knowing that he is my consort, you still wish to practice dual cultivation with him. Where's the reverence? Yu Chu's gaze shifted towards her, his lips slightly curling into a mocking smile. The palace mistress was startled, frightened out of her wits, not even managing to defend herself before Lancioli patted Yu Chu's nape and reprimanded coldly, Don't go around slandering people. Yu Chu slowly pressed his lips together, those pitch-black eyes looking indifferently at the Eastern Palace mistress. Her delicate face turned ghostly pale as she took a few steps back, stunned. Could the revered martial emperor of the cultivation world actually be so obedient? Lancioli looked at her and said, He's always like this, please forgive him, palace mistress. Whether she could bear or not, she laughed as if nothing happened and said, You two are probably here searching for relatives. I won't bother you then. We'll meet again tonight. Yu Chu watched her retreating figure, half laughing while asking, Did I ruin your good thing, sir? Lancioli narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and said, Her hands were very soft. Yu Chu glanced at him briefly, the intense joy nearly spilling over from his eyes. Lancioli raised his hand, gently stroking his fingers, reminiscing about the sensation from earlier. Gentle, smooth, fragrant jade, perfect in every way. Still lingering? Yu Chu asked softly. Lancioli shook his head slightly, feeling an even stronger oddity about the Eastern Palace mistress. He pondered for a moment before asking, Do you feel any demonic aura here? Yu Chu's divine awareness had already scanned over the entire blissful palace and now looked at the statue of the kindly Mother Earth deity inside the hall. There is no trace of demonic aura here. Neither Lancioli detected any demonic aura either. It was similar to what they experienced in Lingyi City. These beings nurtured by offerings and faith from countless believers are rarely considered demons anymore. Inside the Hall of the Lady, chaos erupted like a pot of boiling porridge, confirming the Eastern Palace mistress' words, all who remained in the blissful palace were followers of the deity. Some disciples achieved enlightenment under the guidance of the Mother Earth deity, greatly improving their cultivation levels. Others instantly grasped difficult teachings after long periods of confusion, realizing profound truths. Meanwhile, someone else finally fulfilled their lifelong wish, gaining a stunning consort. All these devotees personally witnessed the divine power of Mother Earth deity. No matter how they tried to reason with them, none would believe that the deity practiced dark magic. The fanaticism in their eyes grew more fervent, not allowing anyone to question the deity's divine powers. How dare you talk about our goddess this way? The goddess has made us understand the great way and granted infinite blessings. You are blasphemous. Do not say such nonsense about our goddess, or we will cut off all ties with you. The hall immediately erupted in uproar as the believers rallied in agreement. To them, standing opposite were not friends or family, but enemies who desecrated their beliefs. Lancioli gazed at Yenbili sitting in a corner, then swept his eyes over the myriad expressions in the hall, sighing faintly. Master, do you believe that this Mother Earth deity is truly a divine being? Yu Chu asked slowly. Lancioli replied, I don't believe in ghosts or gods, I only believe in myself. Yu Chu nodded lightly, I am the same as Master. Ling Tian and Shiyang Su weren't originally here to find someone, they merely came for an outing to train themselves. When they saw this absurd scene, they walked toward Lancioli one after another. Shiyang Su frowned lightly, anxiously asking, what exactly is this Mother Earth deity? How could it possess such extraordinary abilities? Master Li, these people are completely spellbound. No matter how much we try to dissuade them, they insist on staying here and refuse to return. Ling Tian helplessly shook his head and sighed. Lancioli tilted his chin slightly and whispered, it's not hard to understand. If there was someone who could make your cultivation skyrocket overnight, wouldn't you regard him as a deity? Ling Tian slightly startled, his gaze swept towards Chu Yu as he spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, Immortal Elder, these evil heretical doctrines deceive the hearts of people. How can we just stand by and do nothing? Chu Yu then asked, what do you want me to do about it? Though Ling Tian did not mention Chu Yu's name, Chu Yu being the first among cultivators naturally had the hope for eliminating demons and upholding justice placed upon him by others. Chu Yu paused slightly, I cannot suddenly make their cultivation skyrocket either, how then can I make them leave the blissful palace willingly? Ling Tian murmured in rebuttal, as disciples of the Taoist sect, it is our duty to uphold righteousness and eradicate evil. Knowing that something is wrong here, how can we let them be trapped so deeply without lending a helping hand? How do we lend a helping hand? Should I topple the statue of the Empress Goddess and force them to abandon their faith? By that time, they would regard me as an enemy, and I'd just kill them all. Chu Yu chuckled indifferently. Li Lancio shot him an irritated glance. The sneer at the corner of Chu Yu's lips disappeared, and he silently stood to the side, no longer saying anything. Ling Tian certainly understood the reasonableness of what he said, but the words came off aggressively, and the high and mighty attitude pressed heavily on him. Su Shiyan's investigative gaze swept between the two, and after they left, he seriously asked, "Younger brother, do you think they are a good match?" "Huh? Li Immortal and the Martial Emperor?" Ling Tian puzzledly said, "Aren't they just pretending to be lovers?" Su Shiyan solemnly stared at him, "You only need to tell me if they're a good match or not." After thinking for a moment, Ling Tian said, "They should be a good match." Su Shiyan deeply exhaled with apprehension and softly said, "So they really are together." That night, the disciples of the Blissful Palace invited Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu to a banquet. In the dimly lit grand hall where the boundary between day and night was completely erased, the spring palace lanterns emitted a hazy light, casting on the pale faces and adding an air of ambiguity with the swaying lamp shadows. Men and women dressed in light clothing were seated on the ground in groups of 3 or 2, whispering softly to each other. Li Lanxiu smelled the sweet and cloying fragrance that was even more intense than during the daytime. He covered his nose, furrowing his eyebrows lightly and coughed. The Eastern Palace mistress warmly greeted them, reaching out to grab his sleeve, but upon seeing Chu Yu behind him, she immediately behaved herself properly. "The 2 esteemed guests have finally come." Chu Yu glanced at Li Lanxiu's movement. "What kind of incense is this?" "Spring desire incense." The mistress closed her eyes, indulging in a deep breath. "It has an aphrodisiac effect. Do the 2 of you dislike it?" Chu Yu covered his nose with a finger. "Extinguish it." The mistress whispered into a disciple's ear, and unwillingly, the disciple extinguished the aromatic smoke in the hall. She clapped her hands gently, and all the men and women who were cuddling nearby stood up, smiling mysteriously as they looked at the 2 of them. The mistress walked to their front and slightly bowed, saying, "The 2 immortal lovers have traveled from afar, so it would be rude not to treat you well. I invite both of you to drink a cup of wine." Li Lanxiu's eyes scanned the area. There were neither tables nor chairs in the empty hall. The mistress noticed his thoughts and giggled, "Someone, bring forth the tables and chairs." 4 beautiful and graceful disciples emerged from the crowd. 2 men smiled pleasantly and knelt before them, propping themselves up with their arms to become 2 human chairs. The 2 female disciples giggled, undoing their clothes to wear nothing but thin, bright red belly bands. They arched their chests to serve as the table. Li Lanxiu pulled the skirts of the 2 ladies to cover the exposed skin, stepped back, sat on the 2 chairs, and calmly said, "Mistress of the palace, you are too kind." Chu Yu furrowed his brows slightly and looked at the Eastern Palace mistress. "Remove them." The mistress waved her hand, and the 2 female disciples, confused expressions on their faces, stepped down. Then, the mistress meaningfully said, "Bring the wine." Upon seeing the setup with the table and chairs, Li Lanxiu had already guessed that the so-called wine wouldn't be ordinary. From the side chamber, a pair of handsome twin youths walked out with empty hands. One approached him, tilting his head to kiss him. Chu Yu stood still like a statue. As the youth pounced onto his arm, he was violently pushed back several steps, tumbling to the ground and spitting out the mouthful of wine he had contained. Li Lanxiu calmly pushed the man away, saying, "Let's skip the formalities. Mistress, let me see your spiritual furnaces." The mistress helped the youth on the ground up, clearly dissatisfied with their lack of chemistry, yet she coyly smiled, "Fine." She clapped her hands again, and several disciples of the blissful palace filed in, carrying a luxurious jade bed adorned with tassels at its 4 corners that swayed gently with their steps. On the bed lay a person used as a spiritual furnace. Their clothing was almost non-existent, nearly in a state of nudity. Uncovered areas of their skin were covered with countless names. Some were carved with a sword, some pricked with needles, some burned with firebrands. It was as though every inch of this body had been marked with the names of blissful palace disciples. There was no real difference between this and a doll, with a deathly pale face, closed eyes, and shallow breathing. It seemed like a lifeless object lying there. The palace master lovingly stroked the furnace's cheek and said to Li Lanxiu and Chu Yu with a smile, "This is the top spiritual furnace of our blissful palace. It's a rare body type known as the Luo Yin Cha Nu. After countless rounds of nurturing and cultivation, it has long broken free from worldly constraints. No matter how you play with it, it won't be harmed. You 2 are honored guests of the Earth Mother Empress, who graciously allows you to carve your names on its cheeks." As she spoke, the palace master grabbed the hair and pulled the person up like a dead fish, its eyelids not even flinching. Chu Yu's fingers slowly tightened on his armrest, his knuckles whitening visibly, a Luo Yin Cha Nu body. Li Lanxiu tilted his head and chuckled lightly, seemingly intrigued as he inspected the spiritual furnace. The furnace seemed to feel his gaze and opened its eyes slightly, giving him a deadened glance. The palace master proudly nodded with a satisfied grin, pulling the furnace off the jade bed to show them like a piece of merchandise. Since she couldn't see Li Lanxiu's expression, she observed Chu Yu instead. "How dare I deceive the martial emperor? He is a one-of-a-kind Luo Yin Cha Nu, carefully nurtured for 10 years to ensure the balance of yin and yang within his body. Now, he's at his peak perfection. One coupling with him will surely elevate both of your cultivations to the next level." At her words, 4 disciples steadied the jade bed next to Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu placed one knee on the edge of the bed and leaned down, gently stroking the thin, bony face of the furnace. "Why raise him so skinny? Can he handle both of us?" Hearing the first sentence, the palace master furrowed her brows, but then burst into joyous laughter at the second one. He can handle it. Chu Yu's dark gaze slowly swept over the inscriptions on the furnace's body. This look held special meaning in the palace master's eyes, and for a moment she felt relieved, her tone becoming even softer. Since you two have already received the Empress blessing, why bother worrying about those annoying trivialities in her hall anymore? Why not just enjoy the spiritual furnace? If you feel the time isn't enough, I can arrange for you to stay longer in the palace, indulging in endless pleasures. Li Lanqiu lazily leaned against the edge of the jade bed, lifting the chin of the spiritual furnace with his finger and playing with it. I don't like doing things in front of so many people. Wash him up and send him to my room. Chapter 96. The Eastern Palace Master had gone all out, offering the top-ranking cauldron of the Joyful Union Palace for their enjoyment in exchange for their non-involvement in the affairs of Mother Earth. It was a very favorable deal. The believers in the Ladies' Hall were now impossible to reason with, good or bad they couldn't be differentiated. Unless tied up and physically carried away, no one could take them away from the temple. An encounter with Luo Yin's female body that occurs once every 1,000 years was freely given to them to enjoy for a few days. Such an opportunity would be unreasonable to refuse. The Eastern Palace Master offered such a generous condition, confident that they wouldn't turn it down. Not long after Li Lanqiu and Chu Yu returned to the pavilion, the disciple of the Joyful Union Palace brought the cauldron. The cauldron was washed clean and wrapped in a thin silk robe. A tall disciple carried the person on his shoulder and tossed them onto the bed. Bowing politely, he said, "The cauldron has been delivered, please enjoy slowly, exalted immortals." Li Lanqiu's gaze swept over the unmoving figure on the bed and he tossed a spirit stone as a tip to the disciple. The disciple clutched the spirit stone joyfully and enviously looked at him, saying, "Thank you, exalted immortal. You are truly a distinguished guest." Usually, only the East and West Palace Masters, along with their personal followers, can enjoy such things. Chu Yu snapped his fingers, detecting something subtly wrong, and lightly flicked it. Instantly, the sound inside the room was cut off, plunging it into a silence akin to falling deep into the sea. Li Lanqiu smiled faintly and said, "Then I am indeed fortunate. I won't interrupt your enjoyment." The disciple left without waiting for further instructions. Li Lanqiu walked to the side of the bed where the slight form of the cauldron sank into the embroidered mattress, even more fragile looking. Closed eyes lay motionless, only breathing proving they were alive. This pitiable little thing evoked no sympathy from him as he leisurely sat by the bedside and patted the cauldron's cheeks. "If you're not dead, get up." Chu Yu leaned against the window watching him thoughtfully. The cauldron opened an eye to glance at Li Lanqiu, its gaze like still water showing no ripples. Li Lanqiu gently caressed his face, "Still have some spirit. I like your fiery nature, you're much more interesting than those spineless ones." The cauldron closed its eyes, still silent, resisting in silence. Li Lanqiu chuckled softly, "This act doesn't work on me. Don't think your resignation can stop me from opening your mouth." The cauldron had seen all kinds of perverts and didn't fear him, lying there motionless. Li Lanqiu showed no interest in torturing his body but spoke calmly, "You're not too old. Your parents must still be alive. If they see you, are you going to do it or not? Why so much talk?" The cauldron finally opened its mouth, his throat dry from lack of use. Li Lanqiu smiled faintly and said, "Too polite. I'm not interested in men. Working hard and sweating isn't as appealing as lying down being served." The cauldron's pale lips trembled, "What do you want from me then?" Li Lanqiu lightly pinched his cheeks, his elongated fingers glowed enticingly pink under the light as he looked down at him from the canopy hat. "I simply like teasing people. The more others suffer, the more amusing I find it." His fingers tightened around the cauldron's cheeks while the cold, clear fragrance filled their shared breaths. He wanted to speak but Li Lanqiu placed a finger on his lips, stopping him. Li Lanqiu sighed softly, "Unfortunately, none of them are very entertaining. Utterly boring." Chu Yu chuckled lightly, mocking Li Lanqiu's blatant wickedness. Li Lanqiu bent down slowly, approaching the pale-faced cauldron inch by inch, saying word by word, "You are my new toy. I'm just thinking how to play with you." Suddenly, the cauldron started struggling, using both hands to try and pry Li Lanqiu's grip loose. However, his emaciated fingers proved ineffective against the master's strength. Li Lanqiu watched him struggle with great interest. "I've heard demons can smell the odor on your body, making them drool. Is it true or not?" The cauldron stared blankly, understanding what he intended to do, and struggled more fiercely, thrashing both hands and feet. Li Lanqiu was compelled to extend an arm to restrain his hands, holding him firmly so he wouldn't hurt himself. "Don't you want to try? I will strip you naked and toss you among the demons to see if they'd rather take you or eat you." Terrified, the cauldron's face turned deathly white. Just imagining the scene sparked immediate resistance. His open mouth attempted to bite Li Lanqiu's fingers. Li Lanqiu chuckled and loosened the grip on his cheeks, causing him to bite air instead of Li Lanqiu's fingers, snapping loudly onto his own teeth. "Stupid." Watching the cauldron's miserable expression, Li Lanqiu couldn't help laughing. Embarrassed and enraged, the cauldron's face flushed red. With trembling hands, he fumbled in his clothes for a small knife stolen from the disciple earlier and, without a word, swiped at his neck. Li Lanqiu had anticipated this move. With a flick of his finger, the small knife flew into his hand. He idly twirled it, you have the courage to harm yourself but not the guts to kill your enemy. Who else deserves to be bullied if not you? The cauldron glared at him with surging hatred, tears streaming down from his wide-open eyes, splashing onto the bed. Li Lanxiu discarded the knife and took out a snow-white handkerchief. Leaning over, he carelessly wiped the tears off the cauldron's face. Why are you crying? His aura was clean and cool, the black veil of his hat swaying gently. The cauldron saw his face clearly and wept even more fiercely, soaking the handkerchief with his tears. Li Lanxiu turned his face away roughly, using the handkerchief to gently wipe the cheeks. Crying will make your eyes swollen like a rabbit's, which is quite ugly. Terrified by his unpredictable behavior, the cauldron sniffed and asked, what exactly do you want to do? Nothing. Li Lanxiu dried his tears, lifting his chin to scrutinize the handsome face. You actually look pretty cute. The cauldron stared at him helplessly, unsure whether to cry or not. Nothing. Li Lanxiu stood up straight, leisurely wiping his wet fingers with the handkerchief. Since I feel sorry for you, I'll casually rescue you from the mire. The cauldron looked at him with suspicion, cautiously asking, you want to save me? Li Lanxiu chuckled lightly, would you really believe that? The cauldron relaxed slightly, letting out a long sigh, knowing there was no such thing as a free lunch, and no one would let go of a double cultivation holy body without touching it and still save him. Then the cauldron's question was cut short when a clean blanket was thrown on him. Li Lanxiu turned to walk towards the door. Rest well. I'm going out for a while. He will be outside guarding. The cauldron held the spotless blanket tightly, the celestial fabric smooth like silk. He touched it softly, raising his eyes and staring blankly at the closed door. What was going to happen next? Chu Yu walked behind Li Lanxiu, his dark gaze revealing a penetrating understanding. Master truly has remarkable skills, playing with him in the palm of your hand. Li Lanxiu paused, turning back with great interest to look at him. Is that so? Chu Yu smiled faintly, slowly saying, why be modest, master? Your skill in manipulating hearts is impressive. A few words made him willingly follow your lead. Hearing the deep meaning in his words, Li Lanxiu said, oh. Chu Yu nodded slightly, his lips curling into a smile. Master's techniques might need updating. The implication being, I've seen through all your tricks. Li Lanxiu lightly raised an eyebrow, leisurely replying, I am not as you think. If there were absolutely no sincerity, even the stupidest person could see through. To make someone believe, there must be 3 parts falsehood and 7 parts truth. 7 parts true. Chu Yu repeated thoughtfully. Li Lanxiu nodded and continued, at least I have 7 parts sincerity for a dog. Chu Yu's eyes flickered with a gleam, his lips curving into a mocking smile. Dog? Obedient and listens well. Haven't seen him for 100 years, yet somewhat miss him. Li Lanxiu said absent-mindedly. Chu Yu's lips curled upward slightly, striding close to him. Truly. Li Lanxiu enjoyed playing games, mockingly said, of course it's fake. Do you really believe that? Chu Yu instantly erased his smile, his handsome face returning to calmness. I didn't believe it. Just playing along with master. Li Lanxiu snorted with laughter, truly a dumb dog, still couldn't completely see through him. Under a pine tree in the side hall of the joyful Union Palace, Li Yanbi stood hands behind his back, anxiously gazing at the misty night scenery in the mountain ravine. Until the soft sound of footsteps broke through the silent night, he abruptly turned around as a tall figure lunged into his arms, warmly shouting, Father. Li Yanbi was jolted, swiftly pulling off the person's veil to reveal a familiar face. He finally sighed in relief, his eyes brimming with heartfelt joy and concern. Were you bullied when you weren't by father's side? Are you doing all right? Moved despite himself, Li Lanxiu tightened his grip on his father's hand, speaking gently, Father, I am fine. No one dares to bully me. Li Yanbi scanned him thoroughly, finding his complexion excellent and his expression composed. He calmed down somewhat but then suddenly furrowed his brows. I saw you together with Chu Yu. Have you suffered any losses? Li Lanxiu couldn't tell him what happened last night, only saying, Father, don't worry, he won't get the better of me. As he spoke, a faint pressure radiated from his body, his cultivation fluctuating and permeating the surrounding air. Li Yanbi's eyes brightened as he reached out to pat his son's head. My son has already reached the spirit transformation stage. You are on par with your father now. As soon as these words left his lips, his expression suddenly turned somber, and he let out a deep sigh. Lanxiu Li shook his hand in his father's grasp. Why are you unhappy, father? Li Yanbi gently stroked his raven hair with the other hand, sighing deeply, you've grown too fast. In the future, I won't be able to protect you anymore. Lanxiu Li suddenly hugged his neck like a child, burrowing into his chest. I'll protect you, father. Your old man doesn't need your protection. Who in this world can harm me? Li Yanbi said comfortingly as he embraced him tightly, laughing heartily. Lanxiu Li smiled slightly, curious about something else. Why do you stay here, father? Even combined, the 2 palace masters of Joyful Union Palace would be no match for his father. If Li Yanbi wanted to leave, they couldn't possibly stop him. Li Yanbi glanced toward the direction of the temple. I originally came here to save someone but didn't expect this mother goddess to be so extraordinary. Lanxiu had heard about the so-called miracles mentioned by the disciples, how the goddess could dramatically enhance one's cultivation. However, his father was not the type to cut corners or take shortcuts. With doubt flickering in his gaze, Li Yanbi said almost incredulously, in my dreams, I actually see your mother. As long as I stay inside the hall of the mother goddess, I can see her every night in my dreams. Lan Xiu's mother passed away early, leaving only faint memories of his parents being an admired pair of celestial lovers. Li Yanbi was noble and upright, disdainful of scheming and shortcuts. Nothing could deceive him, except perhaps his unrelenting memories of his late wife. The goddess had perfectly hit at his core vulnerabilities by granting him such dreams. Closing his eyes briefly, he composed himself, saying, of course, I know it's just a dreamlike illusion. But... Lan Xiu gently patted his father's hand as a gesture of comfort, softly replying, I understand, father. Taking a deep breath, Li Yanbi resumed his normal composure and continued, during my time in the hall of the mother goddess, I did discover some issues. Usually, the scriptures are preached by the Western Palace master in the hall, do you remember him? Lan Xiu had a vague impression, a tall and imposing young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, who looked much coarser compared to the breathtaking beauty of the Eastern Palace master. I found that this Western Palace master. Li Yanbi paused for a moment before continuing thoughtfully, appears rough and prefers showing off strength and bragging. He often utters grandiose and boastful words meant to exalt male virtues. Lan Xiu immediately understood what his father implied, the Western Palace master embodied a stereotypical man, encapsulating all the traits the world recognized as masculine, essentially, a man's man. As for the exquisite Eastern Palace master, she represented all stereotypical perceptions of femininity, stunningly beautiful, graceful, charming, and enchantingly captivating. These two palace masters seemed almost deliberately crafted according to the most standardized images of men and women, making them so emblematic they felt somewhat unnatural. Chapter 97. The soundproof barrier in the room blocked out all sounds, making it so quiet that it felt like being in a paradise. The furnace hadn't slept so peacefully in a long time. When he woke up, the daylight was already bright. He sat on the bed, hugging the blanket and spacing out, not understanding what the handsome immortal intended to do. Li Lanqiu entered by pushing the door open, and the furnace instinctively shrank back a little, looking at him with both fear and curiosity. The handsome young man followed Li Lanqiu, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his expression indifferent but his gaze sharp as he looked at the furnace. Li Lanqiu sat by the bed, taking a look at this scrawny little thing, pinched the thin arm of the furnace, and slightly furrowed his brows. Does your palace master not feed you? Having experienced last night, the furnace dared not remain silent anymore, and truthfully replied, I can't eat. Li Lanqiu fell into silence for a moment, then casually asked, what's your name? Yin Nu. The furnace answered softly. This title should have been given to the furnace by the East Palace master. The disciple called Yin Nu received this title because of her skin white as jade. Li Lanqiu glanced at the faint burn marks exposed at the neck opening of the furnace, and understood in his heart, I'm asking about your original name. The furnace was startled, his voice almost too low to be heard, Zhou He. Li Lanqiu softly repeated his name, leaned against the bed rail, his posture relaxed. Where are you from? Zhou He meticulously answered his questions. Li Lanqiu casually asked a series of common questions like age, how many people were in his family, etc., and Zhou He gradually let down his guard, his tense body slowly relaxing. When did you come to the Huanhe Palace? Li Lanqiu finally got to the main point. Zhou He seriously thought back for a moment, frowned, and said, about more than 10 years. Li Lanqiu sighed inwardly, lifting his hand to gently caress his cheek. Have you seen Empress Mother Earth? Zhou He suddenly widened his eyes, suddenly realizing, so you want to know about Empress Mother Earth? Of course. Li Lanqiu placed his hand on the back of his neck, pulling him close, and looked down at him, saying, do you want to stay here forever? The brief joy disappeared from Zhou He's face as he struggled to retreat. The lady is a deity, you cannot defeat her. Who knew that the amiable Li Lanqiu just moments ago suddenly tightened his arm, pressing him to his chest, and unexpectedly pulled apart his sash, revealing a large patch of pale flesh. If you move again, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Lanqiu gripped his jaw tightly, his tone filled with threat. Zhou He was both angry and anxious, but dared not offend him, could only grit his teeth and lay his head on his arm. Just now, he thought he was a good person, but who would have known he was no different from those bad people. Chu Yu's features showed a slight sign of irritation, glancing towards the tightly closed door. Knock knock knock, the knocking sound rang out simultaneously, and a voice outside said, the two immortals, the palace master instructed me to bring fine wine. Li Lanqiu calmly said, come in. That disciple pushed the door open with the wine tray in hand. The first thing he saw was the two of them on the bed. Seeing their ambiguous stance, he grinned, is everything satisfactory, immortal elder? Li Lanqiu played with Zhou He's cheek, his voice carrying a bit of impatience, put down the wine, and get out. The disciple wisely put down the tray, smiling broadly as he exited the door. Li Lanqiu released the hold on Zhou He's arm, touching the red cheeks he had pinched, and softly asked, does it hurt? Zhou He was lost and bewildered, staring blankly at him. Was this person really planning to save him? Slowly, he realized it. Each breath made him smell the pleasant fragrance from the other, making his face gradually heat up, recalling the dazzlingly beautiful face beneath the curtain hat. Li Lanqiu flicked his finger lightly between his eyebrows, laughing lightly. Why are you staring at me? Scared stiff? Zhou He's face burned even more. He slowly sat up. It doesn't hurt, you're a good person. Li Lanxiu shook his head amusingly, a good person. I'm not a good person. Saying this, his divine consciousness detected a group of people coming their way nearby, and stood up, saying, lie down and rest, we have things to do. Zhou He bit his lips, wanting to say something but stopped, seeing him walk to the door. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, mustering his courage to make a desperate move, she is not human. Li Lanxiu turned around and looked at him, the clear and bright eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow, slowly straightening his body, and asked, what is it then? Zhou He closed his eyes tightly and blurted out in one breath, the lady is a unisexual couple tree that has been worshipped with incense offerings for 1,000 years to become a deity. Her powers are boundless, you can't imagine how powerful she is. Li Lanxiu had once seen a fox spirit in the Lingyi city that was worshipped by the common people. It was merely a 100-year-old spirit but was able to help Mr. Jiang achieve his wish for promotion. This 1,000-year-old spirit must have been worshipped by countless people. Except for lacking a divine nature, Earth Mother almost equated to a god. Li Lanxiu approached him and asked in a low voice, how did you know this? A wave of unspeakable shame flashed across Zhou He's cheeks as his body slightly trembled, I am the lady's chamber pot. These last two words were spoken so softly they could barely be heard. Li Lanxiu gently stroked his hair in wordless comfort. Zhou He felt his clean, cold breath and summoned the courage to continue, my physical constitution is extremely rare in the world. Dual cultivation with others greatly enhances my own cultivation level. Therefore, the lady arranged for disciples in the palace to, with me, rape. He refused to use the term, dual cultivation, and instead chose an extremely precise word to describe it, rape, it happens non-stop. Chu Yu's deep, turbulent emotions surged within his eyes while the fingers on his arm lightly tapped. Li Lanxiu continued to gently stroke Zhou He's hair, his touch lighter than before. Zhou He tried hard to bite his lips, closed his eyes, and continued, after every time, I feel abundant spiritual energy, my cultivation improves. The Eastern and Western Palace Masters take me down to the Hall Crypt and will, forcibly absorb my spiritual energy. After each time my spiritual energy is completely drained, my body weakens, and my cultivation gradually fades away. I become more vulnerable and find even simple practice difficult to sustain. He opened his eyes, striving to remain calm and composed, the two Palace Masters are the incarnations of the lady. The lady said I am her urinal, only used to receive and transfer spiritual power for her to absorb. Li Lanxiu raised his hand and slowly said, you're really stupid. Zhou He looked at him in confusion, dumbly asking, why? Li Lanxiu leaned close to Zhou He, articulating clearly and calmly, because you didn't realize that the Earth Mother relies on you to draw strength, using your cultivation to nurture itself. The Earth Mother depends on you to survive. You are its master. He laughed softly, his voice laced with mockery and disdain, yet sounded extraordinarily pleasant, as if imbued with a spellbinding charm, making one naturally believe what he said. Zhou He was stunned, his cheeks flushing deeper red, gazing at him with admiration, Masterly speaks the truth. Chu Yu closed his eyes with a slight smirk, Masterly was magnetic and charming, who wouldn't like him? There came a cautious knock at the door, and Suda Rui's voice echoed through, tinged with respect, my lord, everyone wants to see you. Chu Yu walked to the door, his sleeve flicking lightly, and the door swung open accordingly. What was originally a group walking in with grandeur now all appeared as withered eggplants, each person looking sorrowful and disheartened. Seeing Chu Yu walk out the door, the crowd strained to manage smiles and spoke miserably, I've run out of ideas. My senior brother is determined to stay in Lady's Temple. Can you help persuade him? I pleaded day and night for 2 days, speaking until my lips were parched. My disciple actually wants to betray his master. Can you possibly intervene in their affairs? You are the strongest practitioner in the cultivation world. How dare these demons and ghosts cause trouble in front of you? Isn't that kicking against the goad? Ling Tian joined the group and upon hearing their pleas, indignantly addressed the crowd, friends, why beg him? Do you not know who he is? A man with a heart of stone, merciless and bloodthirsty. Would he care about your lives? All present knew what Ling Tian said was true. If they hadn't run out of options, they wouldn't have begged this martial emperor for help. With eager eyes, all fixed their gazes on Chu Yu. Chu Yu descended the steps leisurely and said calmly, from now on, this matter is under my charge. None of you need get involved. Suda Rui and Xue Qing both blinked in surprise. Their lord never interfered in divine matters, so why did he involve himself in something unrelated this time? Everyone's spirits immediately brightened, each stepping forward to bow in gratitude one after another. Ling Tian was speechless, confusedly asking, the other day when I asked you for help, you clearly said. Chu Yu said coldly, I have personal grievances with the Earth Mother, none of which concern you. Suda Rui and Xue Qing exchanged glances, confusion filling their hearts. Their lord was always open and straightforward, never concealing anything, yet they wondered how the Earth Mother had managed to offend him in just 2 days since arriving at the joyful Union Palace. In the pavilion, after calming Zhou He's emotions, Li Lanxiu stepped outside and sent a telepathic message to Chu Yu, the old tree spirit's roots are in the Hall Crypt. Zhou He just told me how to enter it. Chu Yu, having heard this, glanced at Xue Qing and Suda Rui by his side, you too, follow me. Li Lanxiu turned to Ling Tian, waving casually as he bluntly said, Ling Tian, I have something to take care of. You guard the entrance, no one is allowed in. Ling Tian nodded anxiously, anything entrusted by Master Li, I will fulfill without hesitation. Li Lanxiu noticed he seemed hesitant to say more, so he whispered through mental communication, what's wrong? Ling Tian's expression tightened, his eyes darting back and forth between them, whispering low, Master Li, Emperor Wu is unpredictable and hard to fathom. His two subordinates are disciples of the evil sect. Being around them is like entering a dragon's lair or tiger's den. Li Lanxiu chuckled lightly and replied, he just lost his master, so he's feeling down. It's not that he's being moody. Ling Tian paused momentarily, processing the unbelievable information, who on the 9 continents would dare be the master of such a great demon? After a brief silence, Ling Tian reiterated, the disciples of the evil sect are ruthless and cunning, dangerous people all. Please take extra caution. Li Lanxiu looked at Suterui, whose demeanor immediately became docile and seemingly harmless. Beside him, Xue Qing smiled brightly, showing a mouth full of white teeth while maintaining an impeccable level of courtesy, as if knowing exactly how to please others. Ling Tian, observing their behavior, found himself speechless with disbelief. Master Li, I'm speaking the truth here, these evil sect disciples are arrogant, notorious for stabbing others in the back. You must beware. Li Lanxiu had heard the name evil sect mentioned a few times before, silently marveling at how a sect less than a century old could wield such power and mischief. If he had time, he'd certainly need to rein them in. Casually glancing at Suterui, Li Lanxiu asked aloud, who is your sect leader? Our sect leader is always modest. Please forgive me, but I cannot divulge this, Suterui responded, adopting an air of pride when mentioning his sect. Suddenly, Chiyu let out a low chuckle for no apparent reason. Li Lanxiu turned to face him, meeting his black eyes filled with amusement. With an intrigued look, he pressed further, what sect do you belong to? Suterui proudly puffed up his chest. Sunlight illuminated the crimson lotus pattern hidden in his garment, emitting a blood-red luster that radiated an unsettling strength. I am a disciple of the Xuani Peak from the Lotus sect. I too am a disciple of the Lotus sect, Xue Qing followed quickly, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance and a proud demeanor. As if their sect were renowned across the cultivation world, illustrious enough to overshadow even the Lingyun sword sect. People nearby couldn't help but cast envious looks, eyeing their uniforms with covetousness. Ling Tian gritted his teeth in frustration, transmitting soundlessly to Li Lanxiu, Master Li, as you see, these evil sect disciples are so overbearing. You must be cautious. Li Lanxiu never imagined that the Lotus sect, which he had founded under the purest intentions, had become a notorious evil sect. This was indeed interesting. He softly curved his lips into a faint smile, gazing toward Chuyu standing some distance away. Chuyu shrugged innocently, pretending it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 98. The main hall of the Hehuan Palace was empty late at night, but the guards at the entrance stood alert, chanting scriptures in praise of Mother Earth. A streak of brilliant silver cut through the dark night, and the guards all collapsed at once. Suterui and Xue Qing caught their bodies from either side to prevent them from hitting the ground and alarming the distant guards. Li Lanxiu pushed the door open and entered. The vast hall was pitch black. He slightly narrowed his eyes, scanning theme-bedded on the walls around, the way to open the underground palace is a bit special. You'll have to assist me in a moment. Chuyu glanced at him, his gaze falling on the luxurious large bed in the center of the hall. How should I assist? According to what Zhou he had told Li Lanxiu, the underground palace was originally the tomb for each successive master of Hehuan Palace. To enter the tomb, one only needed to come to the main hall at midnight. Then on the walls would suddenly come to life, starting an unusual performance. These paintings were the essence of dual cultivation techniques by past masters. A couple must lie down on the bed and carefully observe them in order to fully memorize the teachings passed down by their predecessors. No matter how fast or slow the little figures in them moved, they would all reach their climax at the same time, and this very moment would be when the gate to the underground palace opened. Li Lanxiu lightly bit his lower lip and said indifferently, don't ask too many questions, follow my instructions. Suterui and Xue Qing quickly hid the bodies, summoned 2 puppets to stand guard at the door, and then entered the hall after finishing their task. Li Lanxiu bluntly ordered, let them wait outside. No one is allowed to enter without orders. Chuyu waved his hand with a slight gesture, understanding, the 2 stepped out and closed the door. His gaze lingered thoughtfully on the bed. At the stroke of midnight, on the walls flickered, and the colors became vivid and lively. The previously still pictures seemed to awaken as living beings, slowly moving. The people in the paintings came to life, men and women in various stages of undress, performing an array of positions, accompanied by continuous moans that made one blush and palpitate. Li Lanxiu acted decisively, grabbing Chu Yu's sleeve and pulling him towards the bed. He furrowed his brows, recalling the method Zhou he had mentioned, the lovers needed to act like a genuine couple and certainly couldn't lie straight and rigid side by side. Li Lanxiu didn't want Chu Yu pressing him beneath, allowing the brute free rein, so he pointed at the bed and said, lie down. Chu Yu's faint smile disappeared, and he leaned back, lying flat on the bed with his head propped on his arm and his long legs sprawled widely apart at the edge of the bed. Li Lanxiu's gaze swept over the space between his legs, kicking his boot aside. Close your legs. Chu Yu compliantly brought his legs together, calmly asking, "Young master, how do you wish me to assist?" The moaning sounds gradually intensified, the intimate panting seemingly echoing directly in their ears. Li Lanqiu took no immediate action, deliberately lowering his body slowly, like a playful cat teasing a mouse. His hands lightly pressed on Chu Yu's shoulders, feeling the warm and firm texture beneath his touch. "Just keep quiet." As he spoke, his body lowered inch by inch until it was completely pressed upon Chu Yu's. His legs straddled his abdomen, looking down at him from a height. In this intimate posture, Chu Yu could feel the fullness of his rounded buttocks, the soft weight causing an uncontrollable distraction. The fine black gauze of the veil softly brushed against his face, its fresh scent tickling his nose. He extended his tongue to taste the gauze, then unexpectedly reached to lift Li Lanqiu's veil. Slap! A sharp and loud slap resounded across his cheek, leaving clear, slender finger marks on his white skin. Li Lanqiu delivered the slap and grasped both of his wrists, pinning them high above his head. "Do not move." Chu Yu, having endured the slap, did not appear angry but rather as if he'd finally become comfortable. "Young master, are you going to force yourself on me?" Rather perceptive, Li Lanqiu shot him an irritated look. "Shut up. I'm waiting for them to finish." Continuous cries, low and high alike, continued incessantly. Chu Yu listened closely for a while. There should be another 15 minutes. Li Lanqiu released one of his arms, using the freed hand to pinch Chu Yu's cheeks and asked coldly, "Stupid dog, how do you know so much?" "Huh?" Chu Yu wrapped an arm around his graceful waist, pulling him upwards a few inches, away from that mysterious spot on his abdomen. "In my search for young master, I once accidentally wandered into a painting called Raksha's Amorous Skeletons, where I unintentionally observed some scenes of carnal pleasure for a few days." Li Lanqiu didn't need further explanation. It was merely a jest from before. Through the black gauze thin as cicada wings, his cherry-red lips parted, and he mischievously blew a puff of warm air onto Chu Yu's face. "Oh. How long has it been since you last masturbated?" Chu Yu, catching the scent of moist warmth, maintained an expression of serene detachment. 3 years. Li Lanqiu's eyes widened in surprise, then a malicious grin spread across his face. "If you haven't used it for so long, does it still work?" Chu Yu's obsidian gaze darkened, staring straight at him. Li Lanqiu felt the taut body pressed against his stiffen, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap. He idly tapped Chu Yu's nose with his fingertips and said indifferently, with every mention of, "Your lord, you dirty slave, are you always thinking about your lord masturbating?" Chu Yu's Adam's apple rolled slightly as his breathing deepened, and his voice became hoarse. "Yes." Li Lanqiu hadn't expected him to confess so boldly, looking down at him disdainfully. "You wretched dog." The arm wrapped around his waist suddenly tightened with immense force, as if trying to crush his entire frame. Chu Yu surged forward abruptly, flipping them over in one swift movement, pressing Li Lanqiu beneath him. Through the black gauze veil, fervent kisses rained down upon Li Lanqiu's face. Lying on the soft bed with Chu Yu's tall and imposing figure firmly pressed against him, Li Lanqiu struggled in the narrow space, unable to evade the storm of kisses. It was like a shower of scalding raindrops falling on his cheeks. A damp sense of suffocation overwhelmed him, and he arduously lifted his leg, driving his knee toward Chu Yu's sensitive spot. "Get off." Chu Yu held his knee down with one hand, forcing it away while his lips trailed wet kisses along Li Lanqiu's face. His voice rasped low, "Stop moving. I'm already erect. Do you want to cripple me?" Hearing this, Li Lanqiu remained motionless, letting Chu Yu's hot and sticky kisses land on his cheek and neck. The urgent kisses gradually softened. Chu Yu tenderly kissed his fine, smooth skin, licking inch by inch from his lips to his chin, finally arriving at the bright scar beneath his neck. Itchiness and tingling sensations mixed with a humid heat coursed through Li Lanqiu's body, causing him to shiver slightly as he murmured incoherently, "Mm." Chu Yu's eyes darkened further, intensifying his kisses even more. Like savoring an extraordinary delicacy, he persistently licked that scar without restraint. Overwhelmed by this fierce ardor, beads of sweat formed on Li Lanqiu's snow-white forehead. He pushed Chu Yu's shoulders with both hands, resisting the uncontrollable passion coursing through him. "Get up." But Chu Yu seemed not to hear, continuing to kiss him passionately. At this moment, the mighty martial emperor who dominated the world and remained invincible appeared to have lost his senses, eyes closed, fully devoted to these fiery kisses. His delicate lips gasped for breath, his handsome face clouded with lust, a low and hoarse voice pleading with irresistible desire. "Give it to me, Xiu, give it to me." Li Lanqiu grew limp under his passionate kisses but remained lucid. Where were they? This wasn't a place for their licentious behavior. Slapping Chu Yu's face lightly, his weary voice carried undertones of desire. "Filthy dog, wake up." Though not severe, the slap was like a bucket of cold water dousing Chu Yu's head, instantly restoring his thoughts. Face to face, behind the soaked black gauze veil lay a pale and beautiful face. Those sharp vermilion lips curved slightly in amusement, watching him mockingly and laughing derisively. Unbeknownst to them, the lascivious sound surrounding had ceased, and the figures in Thura frozen in gestures, pointing to something. In the direction indicated, a wall slowly rotated, revealing a pitch-black entrance leading to the underground palace. Chu Yu rose from atop Li Lanqiu, leisurely tidying his robes while speaking with calm dignity. To activate the mechanism, there was no choice. Please forgive me, master. Ignoring his words, Li Lanqiu retrieved a handkerchief and carefully wiped his moistened cheeks and neck. Chu Yu shifted his gaze toward the closed door and snapped his fingers sharply, nonchalantly. Situ Rui and Xue Qing entered the room to see the gaping dark opening of the underground palace. Xue Qing eagerly praised, "Our lord truly excels in speed. It took only a quarter of an hour to unlock the underground palace of this Hehuan palace. Is there any mechanism in the world that can withstand our lord's palm?" Situ Rui sincerely added. As the two exchanged compliments, they moved closer to Chu Yu, who stood silently. Instantaneously, they froze dumbfounded. At that moment, they cursed themselves as practitioners with piercing vision. Even in the dim and lightless hall, they could clearly see the traces of fingerprints on each side of Chu Yu's face. Li Lanqiu tossed aside the handkerchief and walked silently toward the entrance of the underground palace. Chu Yu cast a glance at Situ Rui and Xue Qing before issuing a deep command. "Scout ahead." Like receiving a pardon, the two quickly rushed into the entrance of the underground palace. A long stone staircase extended into an impenetrable darkness, with a faint cold wind blowing from the cave entrance, carrying a sickly sweet aroma as if honey were mixed with some exotic fragrance. Li Lanqiu, upon detecting this aphrodisiac incense, felt his body slightly tingle and weaken. He cast a cold glance at Chu Yu, forcing himself to calm down and block out the distractions caused by the scent. Chu Yu's expression remained serene, not betraying a single detail, except for the blood vessels behind his ears which throbbed visibly due to excitement, subtly pulsating. The two pathfinders didn't keep them waiting for long. Moments later, golden glimmers emerged from the dark depths, flickering faintly deep within the underground palace. Maintaining a distance between them, Li Lanqiu and Chu Yu descended the steps one after another, entering the crypt. Situ Rui and Xue Qing took out all their lighting stones and placed them around a spacious, circular burial chamber. At the center of the chamber lay a lavish crystal coffin, quietly resting there. The coffin was draped with silk brocade, surrounded by several stone platforms. On these platforms, there were arranged a collection of scandalous and grotesque objects used as burial accessories, various obscene devices. Li Lanqiu lightly adjusted his bamboo hat, calmly surveying each doorway in the room. "Why are there so many doors?" Situ Rui replied, "We just explored a few of them. Each leads to the tombs of former palace masters, but they're interconnected like a maze." Li Lanqiu scanned the peculiar structure of the tomb again, furrowing his brow as he pondered how to find the roots of the Earth Mother Goddess. Xue Qing noticed the subtle atmosphere between Li Lanqiu and Chu Yu, teasing them with a joke, "My lord, we don't know whether the person in this coffin is male or female, but why so many of these, Mr. Angles? Did they even use them down there?" Chu Yu gently rested his hand on the coffin lid and briefly perceived its essence, responding succinctly, "Male." "Male?" Xue Qing gasped in surprise, picking up a small object from the stone platform with distaste. Was this meant for his own use? Isn't that too extreme? Curious, Situ Rui leaned in, looking at the item and asking, "What is it?" Xue Qing's face showed embarrassment as she whispered her explanation, "It's a rubber ring, used to fit around, well." Situ Rui widened his eyes, turning pale at the revelation, "Is this really comfortable?" Li Lanqiu glanced at Chu Yu, his lips curling slightly into a sarcastic smile, "It must be uncomfortable. Follow him." Chu Yu fixed his gaze on the object, his expression unmoved, then turned and walked towards one of the doors. Chapter 99. Xue Qing and Situ Rui stared blankly at his retreating figure, exchanging puzzled glances. Li Lanqiu chuckled silently. Teasing dogs was always fun, endlessly entertaining. But there were important matters to attend to now. He picked up a lighting stone and walked toward the nearest doorway. "Come." The two followed behind him. Situ Rui asked curiously, "What's troubling the master?" Xue Qing laughed and said, "The master is profound and unfathomable, how can we possibly guess? Indeed, I have never understood the master's thoughts. Who among ordinary people could guess what the master is thinking?" Xue Qing glanced at Li Lanqiu's elegant figure and indirectly inquired, "When did you meet the master, immortal sir?" They entered a new burial chamber where the two mourners' offerings were even more extravagant than the last one, with numerous trinkets arranged on the stone table. Li Lanqiu picked up a thin book and flipped through it while holding it in his hand. 100 years ago. Xue Qing paused slightly, respectfully saying, "I see. So you are an old friend of the master." Li Lanqiu leisurely flipped through the pages, indifferent as he replied, "Not an old friend." "Is the master your close confidant?" Xue Qing subtly asked if they were not very familiar. Li Lanqiu gave him a sidelong glance, "Do you want to know about my relationship with your master? Why don't you ask him directly?" Xue Qing chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head and saying, "The master forbids us from prying. Could you please enlighten us?" Situ Rui eagerly looked at Li Lanqiu, waiting for the answer. Li Lanqiu briefly summarized, "Master-servant." Xue Qing suddenly understood, bowing deeply with respect, "Ah, so you once served the master. Forgive me for being abrupt." Situ Rui also bowed towards Li Lanqiu, "If you are our senior, then please pardon us for any offenses earlier." Li Lanqiu maintained a calm expression, replying noncommittally, "Let's continue exploring the path. It's getting late." Xue Qing followed behind him, earnestly asking, "The master is wise and valiant, dominating like mountains and rivers. 100 years ago, he must have been a great hero, right? Li Lanxiu, out of consideration for Chu Yu, avoided answering this question. It would be inappropriate to say that 100 years ago, the valiant master was just a little dog by his side, always kneeling down pitifully. Situ Rui said, naturally. I once heard tales of the master breaking into Lingyun's sword sect alone. Truly invincible. That was 20 years ago, but even then I was already serving under the master. Xueqing boasted casually. Situ Rui excitedly asked, I've heard the tale of the master slicing through the 10,000 sword formation of the sword sect. Is that true? Xueqing remained silent for a moment before replying, it's true. But, it's not as simple as the rumor suggests. He paused before continuing, have you ever seen the 10,000 sword formation of Lingyun's sword sect? Lingyun's sword sect's 10,000 sword formation was known as the greatest array in the 9 lands of the continent. Each sword in the formation was consecrated by the blood and effort of generations of disciples, forming an array where, once activated, tens of thousands of swords erupted together, creating a field of unstoppable sword chi that made it impossible to evade. Situ Rui answered knowledgeably. Xueqing nodded, his expression showing some awe and anxiety. People only know that the master single-handedly broke through the array, but few know that the master attempted 7 times to do so, breaking through only on the 7th attempt. The first 6 attempts. On the first attempt, the master's protective true essence was instantly shredded, surviving by the grace of heaven. On the second attempt, the master suffered wounds from thousands of piercing swords and recuperated for half a year. The third, until the 7th time. Li Lanxiu's fingers lightly gripped the lighting stone, his face cold and distant, thinking, truly a foolish dog, stupid beyond measure. Situ Rui listened intently, solemnly saying with reverence, the master's perseverance is a model for all of us. Xueqing sighed bitterly, indeed, the master persevered. What treasures are hidden in Lingyun's sword sect's forbidden zone? Situ Rui couldn't suppress his curiosity. Something that had compelled the warrior emperor to risk his life 7 consecutive times must be extraordinary indeed. Xueqing's expression stiffened momentarily, sighing, in the forbidden zone were only ancient remains. The master went there alone merely to find an answer. Situ Rui asked confusedly, what answer? I don't know either. Xueqing sighed deeply again, the master never answers that question. As Li Lanxiu exited the pitch-black corridor, his vision suddenly opened up, revealing a huge stone room ahead. On the 4 walls of the stone room were intricately carved patterns, winding and intertwining like vines reaching high to the dome. There were several narrow doors on the wall. Nude men and women were intricately engraved on the doors, entwined as if sleeping in each other's arms. Xueqing strode ahead of him, pushing open one of the stone doors. Inside, a cabinet for antiquities held stacks of neatly arranged scrolls that exuded a faint sweet fragrance. He was tasked by the master to scout for Li Lanxiu, so he entered the stone chamber and explored one by one, picking up a scroll and handing it over to Li Lanxiu, saying, there are no traps in this stone room. Li Lanxiu took the scroll and flipped through a few pages. It was a record of the 2 moners' daily life, noting each day's imperial activities, along with some scattered messages. On one page, there was a detailed account of a story about the couple tree. One day, I accidentally obtained a strange object, called the couple tree. This tree comes in pairs, with roots intertwined and branches interlaced, like a perfect match from heaven. Upon receiving this wondrous object, I ordered artisans to plant it at the temple, seeking protection for marriages. Once established in the temple, the couple tree indeed became remarkably efficacious. Pilgrims came continuously to pray for matrimonial blessings. The common folk all say that whoever burns incense and pays homage beneath the tree shall have their wishes fulfilled, achieving happy marriage outcomes. Furthermore, infertile couples found that after the wife spent a night praying under the tree, they would be granted a child. Li Lanxiu turned a few more pages, reading further praise for the effectiveness of the couple tree, which answered every prayer and was proclaimed as the sacred tree of the joyful palace. This should be Lady Earth Mother's rise to fame, a millennium-old deformed tree discovered and worshipped by the master of Joyful Palace, absorbing incense offerings from commoners until it eventually formed into a spirit monster. He handed the scroll back to Xueqing, calmly stating, there should be more clues here. Separate and search carefully. The two bowed respectfully to accept their orders and departed. Li Lanxiu walked into another stone room. The murals were becoming even bolder, featuring naked figures with tails hanging between their legs, while others had horns on their heads. It seemed the two-moner had a rich palette, including demons among his companions. With interest, he inspected the murals. His eyes met the gaze of the only woman depicted in them. She was exceptionally beautiful, smiling as radiant as springtime sunshine. As he locked eyes with her portrait, her eyelids flickered gently, her expression instantly becoming lively. Mwahaha. A light-hearted laugh rang in Li Lanxiu's ears, seemingly coming from all directions yet also possibly emanating from the woman in the mural. Simultaneously, the stone door behind Li Lanxiu, boom, slammed shut with a heavy sound, trapping him inside the stone room. He lifted his gaze, asking slowly, what does the two-moner mean? The voice returned near his ear, measuredly stating, this is my palace sanctuary. Only paired cultivation can free you, otherwise, your entire life will pass without seeing daylight. Li Lanxiu glanced around the small stone room, knowing well but still asking, only I am here. Who do you expect me to cultivate with? Mwahaha. Her breath soft and delicate against his ear, cooing, "I'm ready to assist immortal sir," with full effort. She wanted to switch things up from her usual ghostly tricks. Li Lanqiu lightly grasped the chintzy pen, smirking and asking, "Have you forgotten that I could make your soul disintegrate entirely?" The two-moaner could sense that the pen in his hand wasn't an ordinary object. The figure in the mural quivered slightly, responding, "If I disintegrate, you won't get out either." "Why not? The mechanism was set during my lifetime, to ensure I'd have fun even after death. My unfulfilled hedonism before death would naturally continue afterward." "That's an interesting idea, but I don't fancy female ghosts." "Immortal sir, my mechanism is foolproof. If you forcibly break it, it will trigger the collapse of the underground palace, and the tree root you're searching for will vanish." Li Lanqiu's expression hardened as he narrowed his eyes on the woman in the mural, so meticulously planned. "What if I refuse?" The two-moaner let out a low seductive chuckle, "Then stay here and accompany me. I just adore young men like you." Li Lanqiu sat down on the stone bed in the room, closing his eyes to ponder a plan. An icy current circled around him, like a cold hand brushing against his neck, accompanied by soft whispers. The ghost's voice lingered close to his ear, tempting, "Why remain aloof, immortal sir? Why not indulge with me? Am I meant to be your dinner or merely a companion for bliss? Why do you deny it?" After murmuring flirtatiously for a bit, the two-moaner suddenly giggled, "Today is truly my lucky day, immortal sir. Another man is approaching shortly. Should you keep refusing, I'll choose him instead." Upon finishing her sentence, a slight noise echoed from the top of the stone room. Li Lanqiu raised his eyes and saw a section of the stone room's ceiling suddenly become loose. Then, a dark figure rapidly plummeted down, landing precisely at the other end of the stone bed. It was a young man dressed in snow-white robes, his jet-black long hair tied with an ink jade crown. His handsome face looked clean-cut and composed. Upon seeing Li Lanqiu, he arched an eyebrow in mild surprise. Li Lanqiu lazily gave him a sidelong glance, wondering why the chosen ones of fate always descended dramatically at such critical moments. The female ghost giggled nearby with delight, "He's not bad-looking either. Lord Immortal, you must decide quickly, will you practice paired cultivation with me or watch me enjoy myself with him?" Chuyu cut her words short, asking calmly, "Are you planning to practice paired cultivation with her?" Li Lanqiu slightly shook his head, "I don't fancy female ghosts." "Hey, this pretty latecomer," the female ghost cooed seductively, "would you like to join me in ultimate bliss?" Chuyu kept his composure and said blandly, "I prefer male companionship." The female ghost paused for a moment, her painted face in the mural glaring fiercely now, all hints of coquettishness gone from her voice. "I don't care if you two are paragons of virtue or lovers of same-sex pairings. No paired cultivation means no one leaves." Li Lanqiu shrugged nonchalantly as if confirming the situation. Chuyu cast a deep look at him, then rose to inspect the surroundings of the stone room. The female ghost laughed arrogantly, "Save your effort. If you destroy my tomb chamber, you'll never find the tree root." Chuyu's palm traced the stone wall, searching for mechanisms, and asked coldly, "Do you not fear disintegration of your soul?" "If I disintegrate?" Her voice hung close to Li Lanqiu's ear, sweetly enticing, "Lord Immortal, would you practice paired cultivation with this one who has a preference for men?" Li Lanqiu brushed aside the breath against his ear, lightly curling a finger carved like jade snow, "Come over here." Chuyu stepped beside him, lowering his gaze to inquire faintly, "What do you need, sir?" Li Lanqiu abruptly grabbed his collar. Chuyu slowly bent closer, his forehead touching the brim of his hat, his mysterious eyes peering through black gauze. He gently patted Chuyu's cheek, condescendingly saying, "Let me reward you with a bone to chew on." Chuyu tightly grasped his wrist, rubbing it with his fingertips, and leaned forward swiftly, pinning Li Lanqiu onto the stone bed. Completely overshadowed by his towering figure, only the sleeves of Li Lanqiu's robes were visible hanging over the side, revealing that there was someone underneath. The female ghost froze for a few seconds before screaming shrilly, "You two are both into male-male relationships." Chuyu hooked Li Lanqiu's calf with his strong arm, lifting it to rest on his lean waist while deftly undoing the belt. Pressed beneath him, Li Lanqiu struggled for breath as he felt the movements of the belt loosening. A fierce slap echoed across the air, striking Chuyu's face sharply. "Slap dash," resounded clearly in reply. "Do you dare to indulge openly in front of me? Are you aiming for even greater liberties?" Chuyu's face was slapped to the side but his lips neared Li Lanqiu's ear as he breathed heavily, "You'd have more strength using those hands to squeeze than to scold." Li Lanqiu vaguely felt a heated object pressing through the fabric, repeatedly nudging against the weakest point of his body. His black pupils dilated, while a faint flush of anger bloomed across his usually pure white cheeks. Without another word, he swung another slap across Chuyu's face. "Filthy dog." Ignoring the sting of the slaps, Chuyu grunted low in his throat as his weight pressed harder, finally finding relief where he had long been constrained. Li Lanqiu lifted his hand once more, delivering resounding smacks, slap slap slap, striking repeatedly until his palms went numb after 7 or 8 hard slaps before finally stopping. Blood trickled from the corner of Chuyu's mouth, his cheek red from the beating. He moved rhythmically against Li Lanqiu, his tongue excitedly licking his lips while his pitch-black eyes burned with blood-red arousal. So comfortable. Chapter 100. Li Lanqiu didn't want to say a single word, let alone hit him. A slight sting made him frown, his snow-white teeth biting his red lips, his dark eyes glaring fiercely at Chu Yu. The excitement in Chu Yu's expression became even more intense. The cold and handsome face took on a sinister look of excessive excitement, like a wild dog in heat who cared for nothing. Li Lanxiu was unable to move under him, waves of discomfort from the forced molestation washing over him, his waist inexplicably feeling weak, like a puddle of water without any strength. There was a subtle strangeness in his body, the faint blush on his cheeks extending to his earlobes. Biting his lips, he cursed, "Little beast. Scoundrel." If it were a normal day, his foul language would have been very intimidating, but now, his voice was slightly hoarse, the trembling words soft and weak, only making one's lust grow fiercer. Chu Yu smirked as he lowered his head to peck Li Lanxiu's lips which opened and closed repeatedly. Li Lanxiu turned his face away, only to be forced back and kissed through the black gauze thoroughly. This kiss was unlike the stormy one in the great hall moments ago, this one gently sucked his tongue as if savoring the most delicious thing in the world. Li Lanxiu subconsciously wanted to slap Chu Yu, but that numb sensation spread from his lips throughout his entire body. His hand slapped Chu Yu's cheek lightly, his lips producing wet, unclear sounds, mm. Chu Yu wouldn't let go of his tongue, sucking audibly while both hands and other parts moved rhythmically. Li Lanxiu's breathing gradually became rapid, his rosy cheeks charmingly beautiful. His beautiful eyes were misty, his red lips forcibly pressed together, alluring beyond measure. Finally, a long, strong hand slid toward the edge of his clothes. Chu Yu leaned close to his ear, lowering his voice to ask, "Does my lord like it?" Li Lanxiu kept his cold face without any expression, struggling harder but only tightening Chu Yu's grip on him. Tilting his head high, shallow moans escaped from his lips, giving up resistance. The scars on his neck exposed unguarded, fine and delicate white skin looking like snow melting and flowers blooming, mesmerizing. His body was so limp, just like a drunk cat, lacking all strength. Chu Yu looked at his face intently with bloodshot eyes, his dry throat prompting him to lick his lips, becoming even more forceful. Li Lanxiu couldn't hold out, the corners of his damp eye showing a faint redness, clutching onto Chu Yu's collar and pulling him closer, "Stinking dog." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yu became even more excited, not retreating but moving forward to shower his face with kisses and licks. When had he ever dared before? Li Lanxiu didn't even have the strength to hit him anymore. After a long time, Li Lanxiu lay limply on the pitch-black, ice-cold stone bed, eyelids closed, pure white skin exuding fine, crystalline sweat beads, wet red lips opening unconsciously, exhaling warm and mature fragrance. The black gauze covering his face was gently lifted, a passionate kiss landed straight on his lips without obstruction, a broad hand caressing his cheek, "Xiu, ah Xiu." Chu Yu softly repeated his name over and over, as if those two characters were the most magical spell in the world. Li Lanxiu opened his eyes, his glossy dark pupils moist and red, their captivating charm fully revealed, holding the gaze of anyone. Chu Yu stared blankly at him, startling suddenly when Li Lanxiu kicked him forcefully in the stomach and coldly ordered, "Get down and kneel." Chu Yu pushed aside his robe and knelt beside the stone bed, his wolf-like eyes fixed intently on him. Li Lanxiu sat up with a serious face, taking out a handkerchief and gently wiping his hands, "Kneel closer." Chu Yu followed the command, kneeling closer on all fours and lifting his face to look up at him, all traces of earlier harshness and cruelty vanished. Li Lanxiu slapped him randomly across the face, "Do you feel good?" Chu Yu responded without hesitation, licking his lips slowly, "Feels good." Li Lanxiu supported his jaw with one hand while using the other to strike left and right, asking after each slap, "Do you feel good?" Chu Yu's cheeks reddened under the slaps, layer upon layer of finger marks piling up, looking somewhat disheveled. But no matter how much he got hit, his answer remained the same, "Feels good." Li Lanxiu slapped him over a dozen times and finally managed to ease his anger, landing the last slap on his cheek, "Do you feel good?" Chu Yu gazed into his darkened eyes, his Adam's apple moving slightly, "Feels really good." As the words faded, there was a thunderous sound. The tightly shut stone doors opened, bringing daylight back into the stone chamber. Two subordinates of Chu Yu were deep in thought outside the door, trying various methods to find the mechanism. They suddenly witnessed this scene, both of them stunned momentarily, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight or a lightning bolt from a clear sky. Li Lanxiu sneered a few times, truly perverted. He lifted the veil of his hat and threw it aside, standing up and walking towards the stone room exit. The two moaner, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up faintly, "The roots of the marital tree are at the deepest altar in the underground palace. You can exit from the southeast gate, go straight westward, and you will soon see its roots." Chu Yu stood up composedly and looked at the two moaner in the mural, "Are your words true?" "Ho ho, could I deceive you?" The two moaner gritted his teeth, "You two with unnatural inclinations, quickly leave the underground palace. Just take it as my plea." The eerie voice of the female ghost echoed in the stone chamber. Chu Yu tidied his sleeves leisurely and walked past the two subordinates, "Follow me." Xue Qing and Si Tu Rui exchanged glances, seeing turbulent emotions in each other's eyes. They dumbly followed him while deep in thought. Li Lanxiu changed into a clean set of clothes, following the two moaners' indication to arrive at the sacrificial altar in the underground palace. A strong, pungent odor hit his face immediately. He covered his nose, throwing the light-emitting stone on the tall platform made of bricks. The instant the golden light lit up, something resembling a coiling dragon came into sight. The altar itself was almost completely swallowed by some monstrous presence. What was seen was a mass of intertwining giant tree roots that were like spiraling dragons, entwined around every inch of the altar's stones, forming a suffocating scene. The tree roots were as thick as sky-reaching stone pillars, covered in dark brown mosses and soil. The unseen branches and leaves emitted a fishy and foul smell. Having traveled through the 9 provinces, Chiu had never seen such a big tree. Standing beside Lilanxio, he said, "There's no trace of demonic energy here. Mother Earth truly is a half-fairy." Lilanxio glanced sideways at his flushed and pale face, then asked in good spirits, "When did you figure out it was me?" Chuyu paused briefly and replied, "Your 2 old friends traveled thousands of miles to reach Lingi City, their purpose was obvious enough." If you already knew they were my old friends, why did you bully them? If they weren't your old friends, would I even bother battling with them? As they talked ahead, Si-Tu Rui and Xueqing, who were closely following behind, exchanged secretive looks and whispered amongst themselves. After a moment, Xueqing stepped forward, bending respectfully to bow deeply to Lilanxio, more cautious now than his earlier overtures. "Sage, it's about to get light. Shouldn't we head back?" Lilanxio observed the massive entity and smiled lightly. "Since we've come, let's play with it properly." The first rays of dawn broke through, a streak of gold casting onto the red eaves. In the spacious Empress Hall, incense smoke swirled around, and solemn chants echoed mysteriously throughout the vast space. In the hall, countless believers sat densely packed on the ground, their expressions devout and reverential, all their gazes focused forward toward the statue of the benevolent Mother Earth deity. The statue was dignified and solemn, holding a lotus flower, her gaze lowered as if looking down upon the world, or perhaps showing universal compassion. The palace masters from both eastern and western regions were seated on either side of the deity. Although the couple's trees were once joined as one, sharing thoughts and sensations seamlessly without speaking, just through a flicker of thought. The East Palace master seemed quite satisfied and laughed lightly, "Rest assured. Those 2 are indulged in liquor and pleasures, leaving no time for our matters. The martial emperor is nothing special. How dare a mere mortal intrude on our territory and assert power?" The West Palace master held an exaggerated sense of superiority and dismissed him disdainfully. The East Palace master slowly licked his lips and sighed wistfully, "I quite admire his partner, but alas, he does not favor women." The West Palace master, being the quintessential man among men, detested those inclined towards male companionship, thus he cursed loudly, "Hopeless sodomites." Just as the East Palace master was about to respond, he suddenly froze entirely, his beautiful face instantly turning pale. A mysterious heat rose from his feet. The other half reacted the same way, a subtle burning sensation growing stronger until it felt like stepping barefoot on hot embers. Both gazed at each other, eyes full of uncertainty. The East Palace master realized first, as if she caught on to something alarming, "Not good. Someone is burning our tree roots. That pair with unnatural preferences." The West Palace master pinpointed it accurately, abruptly rising in fury, "How audacious of these ordinary mortals. To desecrate divine gods." Empress Earth Mother gave Lilanxio and Chuyu plenty of respect, providing fine wines and delicacies, offering them holy bodies for double cultivation. Yet, they brazenly dared to offend their foundation. This was utterly reckless. Both the East and West Palace masters exchanged glances and understood what strategy should be employed next. The East Palace master stood gracefully, scanning the believers within the hall, and when her soft voice opened, it was indistinguishably gender-neutral. "The Empress Mother embodies great compassion, bestowing boundless blessings. Do you all still remember who helped you achieve your long-held wishes? Who enlightened you with divine wisdom? And who bestowed healing powers when you were sick?" As they recalled the Empress's grace, the disciples in the hall became deeply moved, their eyes blazing with fervor. "You once vowed that no matter what happened, you would spare no effort for the Empress. Now that she faces a great calamity, how dare these commoners defile her roots? The Empress shows mercy and does not wish to punish. Instead, she grants you an opportunity to prove your loyalty." The West Palace master fanned the flames with a voice neither clearly male nor female. "Will you fight for the Empress? Make sure those who defy the gods have no way out." The believers in the hall rose one after another, responding passionately in unison, "We are willing." A sea of people surged toward the exit, each looking spirited and determined to capture the blasphemers. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, a dazzling streak of sword light split the sky like thunder, scattering icy beams in an instant. It was as if the heavens had been sliced apart, immediately freezing the raucous crowd in place. Li Yanbi stood firm with his sword, his figure majestic and immovable like a mountain. His sword intent erupted like surging tides, sweeping through the entire area and leaving everyone awestruck. His gaze sharp as lightning, he declared forcefully, "You pretenders, how dare you claim the name of divinity? Pathetic. Today, I Li Yanbi stand here, anyone who dares to take a step beyond this boundary is my enemy." His overwhelming presence struck terror into all present, silencing the great hall completely. The East Palace master laughed coquettishly, but by the time she spoke, her voice had transformed into a man's deep tone. "Why hesitate? Don't you know to first kill this traitor on behalf of the Empress?" Chapter 101. Li Yanbi was the master of a renowned school, and his hall was full of inexperienced juniors. He had no intention to kill, yet with a wave of his hand, the intimidating sword intent forced back the disciples rushing at him. You vile creature, neither male nor female, erecting a temple for yourself and calling yourself the Earth Mother, you deceive the world and trick these young ones into fighting for you. You have lived for hundreds of years but are nothing more than a useless pair. The Western Palace Master, short-tempered, leapt off the high platform in anger, hands waving as thick vines flew out of his sleeves like long snakes, heading directly for vital spots. Seeing him attack, the Eastern Palace Master immediately pulled apart his collar, taking out a green branch from his bosom. With a wave, the leaves turned into emerald flying daggers slicing through the air. Li Yan parried with his sword, the sword chi crisscrossing and cutting the vines and leaves into pieces. Is this all you've got? The two palace masters remained silent, their attacks relentless, the husband and wife tree's mental connection displayed perfectly, one hard and one soft, their coordination impeccable. Attacks surged continuously like waves, yet Li Yanbi showed no signs of fatigue, managing effortlessly with ease. Knowing fully well he was stalling for time, yet they were powerless against him. Now truly in a situation like having their behinds on fire, they had no mind to battle. Almost making a decision at the same instant, the Western Palace Master suddenly turned around. Those originally attacking vines towards Li Yanbi, turned like large whips towards the unprepared believers within the hall. These juniors, with shallow cultivation, could be easily killed by the 1,000-year-old tree demon's whip, body parts flying everywhere. The Eastern Palace Master flicked the green branch, its leaves suddenly swelling up, transforming into countless sharp emerald flying daggers, slashing through the air toward the other cultivators within the hall. Li Yanbi had no time to continue sparring with the two, these enchanted disciples were indeed foolish, yet their crime did not warrant death. His form moved, instantly turning into a streak of sword light, blocking before the believers. With a sweep of the long sword, a barrier of sword chi protected everyone, repelling both the vines and the flying daggers completely. The two palace masters seized this brief moment to unleash their fatal strikes. Empty-handed, Li Yanbi's fingers clenched in mid-air, and in an instant the long sword appeared, deflecting their attacks amidst floating sword light. His gaze was sharp. In this intense moment, a sudden piercing pain erupted. Without warning, a cold gleaming short sword pierced into his back. The man wielding the sword had a face red and distorted with fanaticism, shouting madly, "Protect the Earth Mother." This strike couldn't kill Li Yanbi, but it made his complexion pale, severely injured, leaving him unable to defend against the two palace masters' assaults. Good job. You've slain him, the lady will grant you anything you wish. The Eastern Palace Master clapped her hands and laughed loudly, pointing at the man. Hearing the lady's reward, excitement flooded the man's face with crimson, his eyes glinting with green light as he violently yanked the sword out. My lady, may you live forever. As the word forever left his lips, his head was lopped off mid-air. Hot blood spurted from the neck wound, splashing onto others' faces, akin to a sudden shower of red rain. Chu Yu held his blade with one hand, casually swiping the blade across the falling man's shoulder. Turning around respectfully, he said, Master. Li Yanbi could hardly accept this title, looking grimly at the entrance of the hall. Li Lanqiu removed the veil, revealing his face, dressed in magnificent white robes. In his hand, he idly held a fan, striding leisurely through the throng. Seeing him, the Eastern Palace Master's pretty face turned grotesque. I treated you so kindly, yet you destroyed my foundation. Why? Li Lanqiu gave no explanation, scanning the two palace masters with his gaze. Lifting his chin slightly, he said, cut him down. Shoo. Chu Yu abruptly soared, a fiery red blade chopping downward. The Eastern Palace Master roared in anger, her voice now distinctly male. A water sleeve waved, releasing deep green vines that blocked the fatal blow. Synchronized with her action, the Western Palace Master waved his hands, numerous vines bursting from the ground, flying high into the sky, causing sand and stones to fly about with shrill, chilling cries piercing through the air. Chu Yu swiftly moved, splitting through the dense cover of vines as if cleaving the sky, ascending into thin air to take the Eastern Palace Master's head. The Eastern Palace Master didn't panic, smiling faintly as she prepared to merge her body with the Western Palace Master. However, her body suddenly stiffened, standing rooted in place, unmoving. Amidst the emerald vines, flashes of intangible dagger chi sparkled silver, slicing through the vines like cutting melons or chopping vegetables. An intense chill enveloped them, as if invisible giant hands simultaneously clamped around the throats of both palace masters. The blade split open the beautiful face of the Eastern Palace Master, revealing dark roots beneath the skin. Interwoven branches formed an exceptionally hideous face underneath. You dare to desecrate our deity. Her dry lips moved up and down, angrily reprimanding from a high place. West Palace Master exhausted all his strength to break through the intangible blade chi in the sky. The invisible blade chi darted back and forth within his body, making a sound like pu, turning him into a blood-soaked gourd. He managed to rush towards East Palace Master as he wished. In an instant, the two bodies intertwined like two flexible snakes, merging into one. Their half-male, half-female form rose up from the ground. Their independent limbs gradually joined together, their faces sticking together like kneading dough, forming a giant human-like creature. Standing side by side with the statue of Earth Mother inside the hall, it had a compassionate face with bowed eyebrows, holding a pure lotus in its hand, lovingly overlooking all beings. The group of believers who had been scared out of their wits earlier stared blankly at this ugly, monstrous thing, unable to believe it was the true form of the Earth Mother. Chu Yu raised his eyes to take in the scene, lifting his arms slightly upwards. A sky full of silver light seemed like 10,000 swords being fired at once, meteor-like falling towards the Earth Mother. Lady Earth couldn't feign divine power anymore, not being a match for the strong stuff of the First Realm, her massive body shrinking rapidly, soon transforming back into a half-male, half-female bizarre creature. Chu Yu stepped forward with his knife, wielding a powerful slash across the lady's shoulder, blossoming forth branch-like blood. Ah! The lady screamed in agony, desperately grabbing the edge of the knife, her expression both painful and grotesque, shouting, "I am a semi-god. How dare you offend me?" Chu Yu showed no change in countenance, pressing down his knife lightly and easily. The lady fell to her knees with a "Pu Tong," her face whiter than white. "He is going to kill me. Hurry and save me quickly." The surrounding disciples of Hechuan sect trembled with fear, the believers watching this scene helplessly. One by one they hesitated, unsure whether to move forward and rescue the Earth Mother from this predicament. Someone clenched their teeth and shouted, "What's there to be afraid of? We are all disciples of the Taoist sect, they won't dare hurt our lives." "Right. Just like the person before, risking death to save us, let's go together. Go together. Even if the Emperor of Martial Arts is here, so what? If he kills all of us today, how will he stand in the cultivation world later?" As they spoke, a swarm of believers drew their swords and rushed toward the Earth Mother. A cold glow appeared out of nowhere. Like a gentle butterfly skimming across the neck of the one rushing in front, the perfectly intact head tilted backward, rolling down like a ripe melon. Everyone was shocked. Li Lanxiu leisurely held the fan handle with a hand white as snow jade, unconcernedly hitting it in his palm. Accompanied by a faint crack, another head fell off. The crowd hastily retreated, staying far away, realizing that this stunningly beautiful woman was mercilessly ruthless, not someone ordinary. They dared not act recklessly anymore. Lady Earth trembled with fear, losing all spirit, looking up at the indifferent young man beside her pleading, "Don't kill me. I'll give you." The knife slicing across its neck slowly lowered, elegant and composed, almost severing its entire head. The lady lost all bearings, this emperor of martial arts who could summon wind and rain, intimidating all around, what else could he possibly lack? Enlightened, she smiled wildly saying, "The body of Luo Yin Cha Nu." Chu Yu didn't hesitate and decapitated it. Accompanied by a piercing cry echoing through the heavens, he skillfully put the knife back into its sheath, walking over to Li Lanxiu with a slight nod. "It has been executed according to the law." Li Lanxiu remained emotionless, raising his hand to stroke his cheek as a reward. "Good." In the silent crowd, pairs of eyes suddenly widened in shock, staring disbelievingly at the incomprehensible scene. A disciple wiped his eyes forcefully, stammering, "I haven't seen wrong, right?" "You haven't," replied another firmly. Even more outrageous scenes unfolded afterward. That invincible emperor of martial arts gently grasped the beauty's wrist, bringing his face close to rub against the palm of her hand. The same face that was cold and indifferent while mercilessly slaughtering others, showing no mercy in worshipping the Earth Mother, now only laughed flirtatiously when touched on the face. Xue Qing and Situ Rui exchanged a look, seeing sympathy in each other's eyes. Xue Qing secretly transmitted, "If I had known Master Li looked like this, I wouldn't have mistaken him for someone who used to be a servant of my lord. Have you ever seen the lord like this? I thought he had forgotten emotions completely." Situ Rui sighed in admiration. Xue Qing nodded in agreement, carefully choosing his words, "The lord appears around Master Li like a..." Situ Rui signaled him to stop with his eyes. "We know each other well, tacit understanding works just fine, we mustn't say it outright." Li Lanxiu walked over to Li Yanbi's side, supporting his arm, frowning and asking, "Father, how are you?" Li Yanbi placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling calmly, "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." "Are you sure everything's fine?" Li Lanxiu glanced at the blood-soaked wound on his abdomen and coldly said, "He's dying too easily." Li Yanbi lightly patted his shoulder and sighed, "These people are blinded by a single leaf, lost in the wrong path. Lady Earth has done much harm." He paused for a moment, with an odd expression and subtle tone saying, "Lanxiu, honestly tell your father, what about you and Chu Yu?" Li Lanxiu tilted his head toward the distance, where Chu Yu was instructing his subordinates to handle Lady Earth's corpse. Sensing this question through his awareness, he quietly lifted his eyes toward Li Lanxiu. The dark calm eyes remained steady without blinking, intently waiting for his reply. Li Lanxiu couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, leisurely stating, "He, alive is mine, dead is my ghost." Chu Yu maintained a serene look, slightly nodding his head, a shadow of profound laughter flickering in his eyes. Li Yanbi looked between Chu Yu and Li Lanxiu, roughly understanding in his heart, sighing deeply with a complex expression. Xue Qing and Situ Rui dismembered Lady Earth's corpse, finally retrieving a perfectly round inner pearl deep within the dense network of roots. This pearl resembled a massive gemstone, its entire body presenting a deep purple-black color, emitting a cool mysterious light. Lady Earth was no longer a demon, and her inner pearl bore no trace of demonic aura. Instead, it carried a faint ethereal divine essence. No one present had ever seen a 1,000-year inner pearl before, all curiously observing this extraordinary treasure. Xue Qing wrapped the inner pearl in a brocade handkerchief, carefully presenting it to Chu Yu, "My lord. Chu Yu casually took the handkerchief, pinching it in his palm as he approached Li Lanxiu, revealing his open palm to him, "Master." Li Lanxiu softly murmured a indifferently taking the pearl to play with it in his hands. Chu Yu turned toward Li Yanbi, gently asking with concern, "Master, are you well?" Li Yanbi hadn't spoken a word to this rebellious disciple in 100 years. If it weren't for Chu Yu's world-renowned fame, he might have forgotten about this disciple altogether, bitterly laughing with an iron-blue face. Facing the challenge directly, Chu Yu boldly stated, "Master, 100 years ago I caused some trouble in Tiankei City. All the Dao sects viewed me as a monster, everyone feared me. At that time, Master was of high virtue and noble character, like wind calming the moon shining brightly. With my infamous reputation back then, I did not wish to be associated with Master." Li Yanbi's expression softened somewhat, solemnly saying, "How could I care about gossip? Even if Master didn't mind, but I did." Chu Yu's voice was steady and composed, calmly adding, "Master is a man of virtue and righteousness, a famed sword hero, I could not taint Master's good name. If someone else were here, hearing such sincere admiration from the martial emperor would have made their bones lighter, floating on air with joy." Only Li Yanbi remained unperturbed, his gaze complex as he observed him. Li Lanxiu put away the inner pearl, sweeping his eyes over the desolate mess inside the hall. "Father, we should return to the sect." Chu Yu silently stared at him, whispering low, "Is Master leaving?" Li Lanxiu had many things to attend to, escorting his father back to the sect, finding a place to settle Zhouhe, returning once more to the now different Lianhua sect, but there was one thing ahead of all others. His hand delved into his sleeve, gently caressing the golden ring on his wrist, lifting his chin and commanding, "Kneel down." In broad daylight, Chu Yu did not hesitate, hooking the corner of his white robe and kneeling down on one knee before him. If the previous scene had been bizarre, making jaws drop, this moment felt like a tidal wave crashing over them, a bolt of thunder splitting the skies. Even Li Yanbi couldn't help but show surprise, looking at this master-servant pair with astonishment. All cultivators respectfully called Chu Yu the martial emperor, signifying the ultimate power and status. But compared to being admired, evidently more people feared him. Throughout the century, countless rumors about him had circulated. Everyone knew he was nothing short of a martial madman, causing chaos all by himself across the cultivation world. At this moment, the martial emperor willingly knelt under Li Lanxiu's feet, gazing up at him with undivided attention, completely unfazed by the horrified stares of others. Li Lanxiu removed the golden ring from his wrist, held it in his hand and spun it lightly. The slender golden ring slowly grew larger in his palm. Chu Yu's composed expression never changed, his eyes flashing dimly while his tongue inexplicably licked the corner of his mouth, as though unable to wait. Li Lanxiu unhurriedly placed the golden ring around his neck, lightly stroking his cheek, "Get up." Chu Yu slowly touched the collar around his neck, stood up gracefully, and softly said with a light smile, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 102. Silence spread like the tide, leaving the grand hall utterly still. Such a scene would be hard to believe if recounted. How could it be that the mighty martial emperor, who instilled fear in all quarters, now knelt before a beautiful woman in full public view, willingly accepting a dog collar around his neck? The woman was undeniably beautiful, with striking eyebrows, luminous eyes, and red lips over pearly teeth. Her lean cheeks were suffused with a captivating peachy blush, and when she smiled, it seemed as though even the most stable of men would crumble at her feet, unable to look away. Beautiful as she was, her cruelty matched her beauty. She had been ruthless, not blinking an eye while killing moments ago, coldly and cruelly beautiful, much like the venomous femme fatale of legend. Knowing the martial emperor was peerless in the world and universally feared, she still compelled such a man to kneel publicly for her, a cruelty so blatant and unrestrained, yet somehow devoid of malice. This dangerous beauty, paradoxically, didn't evoke hatred but instead stirred something deeper within onlookers, a tumultuous heart, akin to a burning flame. Even knowing how perilous and heartless she was, one still longed to approach, risking being scorched just to touch this fire. Situ Rui softly transmitted, "No hero can pass the beauty test." Xue Qi nodded in agreement, replying with a subtle expression, "Our lord doesn't seem like a dog before elderly, he is undoubtedly one." Having finished his most important task, Li Lanxiu turned and supported Li Yanbi's arm. "Father, let me take you home." Chu Yu absently adjusted his neck's golden ring, pushing it under his white collar, only exposing a hint of its gleam. Li Yanbi nodded with complex emotions and smiled at Li Lanxiu, "You haven't returned home for some time. Your juniors and seniors from Mount Zitai want to catch up." Li Lanxiu gently led him, slowly walking through the crowd's silent gaze towards the exit. Chu Yu stood with hands behind his back, calmly asking, "When will you reunite with me?" Li Lanxiu glanced back at him, finding him truly bothersome, and replied, "Wait patiently. Your turn will come." Chu Yu's eyes followed his retreating figure, from near to far until it disappeared from sight. He slowly closed his eyes, hiding the deep currents beneath. Stillness reigned in the grand hall. Everyone, tacitly understanding each other, silently retreated out of the hall. Seeing everything settled, Xue Qin stepped forward and asked with a bow, "My lord, how should we handle the disciples of the Huan Palace?" Situ Rui rounded up his students hidden among the crowd, keeping the handsome men and beautiful women confined inside the hall, waiting for judgment. Chu Yu raised his eyes, gazing in the direction where Li Lanxiu had departed. "Interrogate them one by one. Those who have engaged in dual cultivation with the Luo Yin Cha body must be dealt with mercilessly due to their grave sins. The rest, strip them of their cultivation powers. Some of the disciples' faces turned pale with fear, their reactions like startled birds admitting guilt without needing any prodding. After speaking, Chiyu left the palace gate, as cries of anguish resounded behind him. Simultaneously, a derisive laugh echoed in his ears. You refuse to be the martial emperor adored by countless people, yet choose to become a dog for Li Lanxiu. Truly, lust clouds your judgment and wastes all your talents. Without uttering a word, Chiyu maintained a cold demeanor, continuing his steady stride with sleeves fluttering in the wind. The mysterious voice angrily scolded him, how foolish. If you desire him so much, why not abduct his father? Wouldn't Li Lanxiu then submit obediently? Chu Yu said emotionlessly, shut up. The voice responded with a cold laugh, sharing my form with someone as disgraceful as you is truly a calamity. For 100 years, Kalavinka traveled the southern and northern realms with Chu Yu, traversing the vast expanse of the 9 continents. Initially speaking only a few garbled words like a child, he now conversed fluently like an ordinary person. From time to time, Chiyu sought out exceptionally wicked individuals to serve as food for Kalavinka, and over the past century, they had coexisted peacefully, hardly ever speaking to each other. But then Li Lanxiu appeared. As a former celestial deity whose divine essence remained intact despite his current form, Kalavinka could not bear Chu Yu's behavior which he saw as self-debasement. Deeply distressed and critical of him, Kalavinka felt compelled to intervene and guide Chu Yu to repentance and righteousness. Li Lanxiu safely returned his father aboard the flying vessel of the Chongxian sect. Sending his disciple to fetch Zhou He, shortly after Ling Tian and Zhou He both boarded. Upon hearing that Mother Earth had passed, Zhou He was ecstatic, rushing into the hall to confirm her corpse as indeed the root cause of his misfortunes. He furiously slashed with his sword at the rotten woodpile until, at last, his great vengeance was exacted. Ling Tian had gathered more information. Now, seeing Li Lanxiu's face unveiled beneath the veil, he understood what had been troubling him. The answer to why the martial emperor was so affectionate towards Li Lanxiu was revealed. The martial emperor was a vassal beneath Li Lanxiu. Their foremost adversary in Jishir Union, indulging in carnal pleasures, had effortlessly been subdued. Now, only those 2 evil demons and the evil sect known as Lianhua sect remained. Several days later, the flying boat returned to Mount Sitai. Li Lanxiu placed a slave mark on Zhou He's neck, allowing him to cultivate among his fellow disciples. Having helped someone, he would help them all the way. Thanks to Li Lanxiu's protection, Zhou He was now ensured a peaceful life ahead. After staying at home for a few days and waiting for Li Yanbi's wound to recover, Li Lanxiu announced his intention to leave for a trip. Li Yanbi fully understood that this time his son was going to meet Chu Yu. With children grown up and leaving home, Li Yanbi silently agreed. Upon hearing that Li Lanxiu intended to visit Wui City, Ling Tian volunteered to accompany him. The Wui City was the stronghold of the heretical sects, fraught with peril, with dangers lurking everywhere. Inside the city, wide streets were paved with white jade tiles, flanked by shops and taverns selling rare medicinal herbs, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques. Crowds of cultivators continuously came and went, bustling and lively. In the sky above, from time to time, flying swords and spirit boats passed through, ripples of spiritual energy spreading in the air. Li Lanxiu strolled down the streets like a passerby observing curiosities, stopping occasionally to admire new and interesting items. Ling Tian followed behind him, his divine awareness scanning alertly around. Is it your first time visiting Wui City, senior? Once, 100 years ago, Li Lanxiu replied while walking, recalling, back then, this place was desolate and uninteresting. Ling Tian paused, gazing upward at the towering peaks reaching into the clouds, since the evil sect established its base here, that Empress of Martial Arts, Chiyu intimidated all directions. Her intricate relationship with the sect made this place famous, and over time, Wui City became one of the heavenly capitals of the cultivation world. Following his gaze, Li Lanxiu saw a majestic mountain gate shrouded in mist atop the grand summit, its magnificence evident against the vast sea of clouds. A long staircase of white jade spiraled downward from the peak, resembling the Milky Way descending from heaven, leading directly to the depths of the mountain gate. At the entrance stood several impressive rainbow bridges, all formed with spiritual energy, shimmering with flowing lights. The travelers walking on these bridges had their robes fluttering gracefully, some flying on swords, others piloting flying boats, presenting an image worthy of a celestial sanctuary. Hugging his sword, Ling Tian sneered and asked, do you find this Lianhua sect's grandeur impressive, elderly? Li Lanxiu simply smiled and said nothing. It was no wonder why the Lianhua sect struck fear into the hearts of the entire cultivation world, who knew how many secret realms they had plundered, becoming rich enough to rival even the Flowing Cloud sect. Lowering his voice, Ling Tian complained indignantly, golden pavilions, jade palaces, everything was seized. Though their exterior glitters, this is actually just a den of bandits. Glancing sideways at the head of the bandits, Li Lanxiu patted Ling Tian's shoulder to comfort him. Clenching his teeth, Ling Tian continued, 32 peaks, hundreds of thousands of disciples, all are vicious marauders. Li Lanxiu raised his eyebrows. Ming Changqing's competence surpassed his expectations. To be limited to ghost Taoism truly wasted such talent. Let's go see it for ourselves. Startled, Ling Tian hesitated briefly but quickly followed behind. The Lianhua sect's rainbow bridges have restrictions. If you're not one of the inner disciples, you won't be able to step on them. Li Lanxiu lightly smiled and instantly took off, flying toward the rainbow bridge. He landed precisely on the centermost bridge, encountering an exceptionally beautiful unfamiliar face. The eyes of bystanders turned to him. Ling Tian was about to warn him that non-disciples attempting to walk the bridge would trigger its retaliation, when Li Lanxiu already stepped onto it. Suddenly, the previously calm bridge trembled slightly, releasing an even more dazzling light. Ethereal melodies began to play softly, the sound of harps and zither harmoniously blending. With composed steps, Li Lanxiu moved forward, each footfall causing the bridge surface to transform into rippling water. Within these ripples, lotus flowers gradually blossomed. The lotuses bloomed under his feet, fading gracefully behind him, seemingly growing solely for him. The surrounding disciples, never having witnessed such strange changes in the bridge, all halted in surprise, casting astonished gazes at Li Lanxiu. Stunned, Ling Tian watched as Li Lanxiu walked across the bridge without issue, his every step blooming lotuses beneath him. Turning around, Li Lanxiu calmly asked, "What's wrong?" "Follow me." Ling Tian recovered and tentatively stepped onto the rainbow bridge. Strangely, there was no reaction from the restriction system nor any unusual phenomena as earlier. Amidst the misty cloud-shrouded mountain gate, Ming Chongqing stood at the forefront. Behind him were 32 peak masters of the sect, along with various hall masters and elders, standing orderly in front of the mountain gate. Although Chu Yu disliked Li Lanxiu's former acquaintances, she got along well with Ming Chongqing. Days before, she had informed Ming Chongqing that Li Lanxiu would return to Lianhua sect, so Ming Chongqing had been waiting for quite a while. Each of the peak masters stood solemnly, commanding their respective regions with power, yet they appeared somewhat restless during this moment. One of the blue-robed peak masters hesitated and asked softly, "It has been hundreds of years since the patriarch last returned. Will he have objections to matters within the sect?" Ming Chongqing kept his gaze fixed on the rainbow bridge, and with a composed demeanor said, "Just greet him respectfully, the patriarch will make decisions accordingly." The ethereal melodies from the rainbow bridge grew louder as the figure in red drew nearer. Ming Chongqing recognized his face, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply, announcing loudly, "This subordinate Ming Chongqing respectfully greets the patriarch's return." As he performed the bow, all the peak masters behind him knelt down together, their loud voices echoing across the mountain gate, "Respectfully greet the patriarch's return." Ling Tian suddenly turned pale with shock, looking left and right anxiously for the figure of the missing patriarch of Lianhua sect who had been gone for 100 years. Beside him, Li Lanxiu lightly smiled and lifted his hand, saying, "There's no need for such formality, everyone." Ming Chongqing straightened up, his gaze steady as ever. Moving closer, he respectfully spoke, "With the patriarch's return, all within the sect revere you. All sect affairs are in order and we await your commands at any time." "There's no need for such formalities," Li Lanxiu patted his shoulder and calmly said, "Keep things simple. You can just accompany me around." Ming Chongqing paused briefly and lowered his voice, "The patriarch's 2 old acquaintances are waiting for you inside the sect. Would you like to see them first, my lord?" Li Lanxiu thought about it for a moment as Ming Chongqing continued, "My lord, Qiyu will arrive today. He has never liked your acquaintances. If he sees you together with them, I will see them." Li Lanxiu did not hesitate, finding it endlessly amusing to tease like this, always interesting and never tiring. Ming Chongqing sighed worriedly, unable to do anything but say, "Patriarch, please board the flying boat." A floating lotus throne-like spirit boat hovered mid-air, elegant and otherworldly, emitting a faint scent of lotuses. As Li Lanxiu stepped onto the deck of the flying boat, he realized that his follower had disappeared. He lazily rested his arm on the railing of the boat, watching Ling Tian stand there dumbfounded, and lightly beckoned him with a finger, "Come over. This master gives you a chance to infiltrate into the inner circle of the evil sect." Chapter 103. Upon these words, all the peak masters and elders showed a change of expression. A new official starts with 3 fires. The sect master has not yet returned to the sect gates but has already given everyone a forewarning by calling them an evil sect. Only Ming Chongqing had a helpless expression, wanting to say something but holding back. The sect master has always been playful. According to the nature of the sect master, who knows how much he might like the title of evil sect. Ling Tian woke up as if from a dream, with complex emotions stepping onto the suspended staircase of the flying boat. The flying boat slowly landed on Xianin Peak, the highest peak of Lianhua sect. A vast sea of mist held up a palace of white jade and gold. Under the sunlight, its splendor shone brightly, majestic and grand. Ming Chongqing smiled slightly and introduced while pointing at the palace, "This is the residence of the sect master, called Xianin Hall. There is a spirit liquid pool at the back mountain which serves as the sect master's seclusion and cultivation site for nurturing vital energy." Li Lanxiu nodded slightly and dismissed the gathered peak masters and elders, entering Xianin Hall only with Ling Tian. Inside the spacious and luxurious hall, there sat 2 old friends on either side. Upon seeing him enter, Bai Ying stood up leisurely, "I heard that the sect master traveled thousands of miles with Emperor Wu to rectify Hequan Palace. Together, they decapitated the palace master for all to see, truly making quite a show of authority." Gu Jingxing wasn't skilled in sarcastic remarks, standing up to smile faintly at Li Lanxiu. After experiencing the earlier shock, upon seeing these two evildoers cohabiting under one roof, Ling Tian merely felt slightly astonished. Now, even if someone were to tell him that Li Lanxiu was a divine immortal descended from heaven, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. Li Lanxiu chose a chair to sit down on. Little White certainly has his ways to stay informed. Bai Ying narrowed his eyes, gazing at him indifferently. Nowadays, whose name doesn't resonate with the fame of the sect master? Emperor Wu kneels before you, and this fact spreads so widely that no one fails to know it. Li Lanxiu picked up the teacup, gently sipping tea while his lips brushed the cup's rim, closing his eyes lightly with a soft laugh. Rumors say that the Earth Mother of Hepales is a 1,000-year-old spirit, Gu Jingxing began, hesitating briefly before asking, were you injured? No, she's nothing more than a deceitful con artist. Li Lanxiu set down his teacup. How could the sect master be hurt when the emperor stands by his side? Any monster would crumble instantly under the might of the emperor, Bai Ying said coldly. Even slow-witted Ling Tian noticed the tension between this demon king and the emperor. Each word dripped with sarcasm, focused solely on the emperor, as if holding some deep-seated vendetta, like mourning a dead father or losing a wife. Li Lanxiu chuckled, adding fuel to the fire, what you said is correct. Gu Jingxing gave a meaningful glance, indicating that Bai Ying should stop irritating Li Lanxiu. But Bai Ying ignored it, laughing coldly, of course what I say is correct. I understand Emperor Wu better than the sect master, or rather, Chu Yu. You still think of him as the past Chu Yu. Whatever form he transforms into, whatever title he bears, he belongs to me alone, said Li Lanxiu. After all, the dog had been raised by him, thus, only he truly understands the nature of the beast. Unwilling to bear it any longer, Bai Ying gritted his teeth and spoke plainly. Years ago, under everyone's watchful eyes in Tian K City, Chu Yu consumed human flesh. Disciples of the Taoist sect viewed him as a real-life monster. Ordered by various Taoist sects to hunt him down, he ought to have kept a low profile, hiding carefully. But he feared no death. He openly sought out secret realms. By now, Ling Tian furrowed his brows and asked, why is Emperor Wu so greedy for wealth? Bai Ying glanced at him but avoided answering, continuing instead, his location was soon revealed. That group cornered him inside a secret realm, demanding to find out exactly what he was. He paused briefly, his expression growing colder as he smiled again. After a fierce battle, they managed to capture him. They didn't believe he was human and decided to peel his skin off to investigate thoroughly. Peel the skin. Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. Li Lanxiu remained serene, staring quietly at Bai Ying. Meeting Li Lanxiu's gaze head-on, Bai Ying calmly replied, peeling the skin. Make a cut from the back, tear open the skin to examine the inside. Those people, upon seeing blood and bones, lost all interest. He was half dead, barely clinging to life, a pure spirit body without blemish, too valuable to waste. Therefore, they planned to take him back for refining elixirs. And there the story ended abruptly. Ling Tian waited for more and furrowed his brow further to inquire, what happened next? Bai Ying smirked faintly, what happened next? Even I don't know, because, those people disappeared completely, not even bone shards remaining, and from then on, I never saw them again. Recalling the previously mentioned eating of humans, Ling Tian appeared shocked. Li Lanxiu sneered lightly, questioning humorously, since they are all dead, how do you know this information? I was in the same secret realm as him. Bai Ying paused briefly, smiling wryly as he said, if he had begged me, I would have saved him. But since he refused to beg, why should I bother extending my hand to save him? Li Lanxiu closed his eyelids halfway, his lips curling into a faint smirk as he said, stupid dog. Obstinate and unworthy of mercy, he deserves his suffering. Such idiocy makes his death almost insignificant. Gu Jingxing's expression became subtle, his gaze fixated pensively on Li Lanxiu. Bai Ying chuckled lightly and continued, this man was indeed obstinate. He once fought over a secret realm with the Devil Sect from Blood Shadow Island. Although his power surged, the Devil Sect could not overpower him and decided to probe his background instead. In order to retaliate against him, the Devil Sect slaughtered everyone in Dongyue Palace, leaving no one alive. They dug up the bones of his parents, pulverized them to ashes, and then set fire to the entire palace, turning it to dust. Ling Tian was stunned, muttering under his breath, so this is why he massacred the Devil Sect. Bai Ying's eyes pierced into Li Lanxiu, as you can see, Emperor Wu eradicated the Devil Sect in a rage, sparing no one. But what good did it do? His parents were turned to flying ashes, leaving not a trace behind. He paused briefly, exhaling a heavy sigh before saying seriously, Li Lanxiu, I only know one or two things about what he has gone through. Can you guess how much resentment he harbors toward you? Li Lanxiu wiped away his smile, his face cold as he said, what does that have to do with me? The little bastard reaps what he sows. If he were here, I'd kill him instantly with my sword. Bai Ying heard his complete lack of sympathy for Chu Yu and felt inexplicably lighter, arching an eyebrow and laughing, would you really bring yourself to do it? What wouldn't I do? Li Lanxiu raised his eyes to glare at him, his voice icy cold, a stupid dog like him deserves even more pain. It would be too merciful for him to die by my blade. His words were heartless and merciless, unmoved by Chu Yu's past sufferings. Gu Jingxing's expression shifted subtly, as if realizing something. With a self-deprecating laugh, he sighed helplessly, so that's what's inside your mind. Swallowing his unfinished words, Gu Jingxing gave a light sigh laced with both resignation and understanding. What are you talking about? Bai Ying looked puzzled. Without further explanation, Gu Jingxing merely shook his head slightly. Gazing at Li Lanqiu, his eyes revealed a complex mixture of sentiments. Now that you've returned to the sect, there are many affairs awaiting you. I won't disturb you further, we'll catch up another day. Li Lanqiu shifted his gaze to Gu Jingxing, still maintaining a cold demeanor. Apologies for not seeing you off. Leaving with a swirl of emotions, Gu Jingxing walked out of Xianyin Hall. By the white jade balustrade stood a tall and imposing figure, Qiyu in resplendent robes, his arms crossed casually, his gaze fixed on Gu Jingxing with a hint of a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Gu Jingxing flinched momentarily, having not noticed his presence, unsure how long he had been listening. Why didn't you go in? Why should I go in? Qiyu tilted his head, a sneer playing at the corner of his lips. To listen to him humiliate me? Gu Jingxing looked at him and let out a deep sigh. Young friend, you're the only person in this world I truly envy. Qiyu lifted his eyes, his mocking smile deepening. Do you envy me for drinking poison to quench my thirst, for chasing futile dreams? Gu Jingxing smiled faintly. I envy you for possessing the treasure I seek all my life but never achieve. Qiyu arched an eyebrow, gauging the so-called worldly treasure in his storage ring. The purple sash. Gu Jingxing shook his head, chuckling softly. He wasn't wrong when he said you're obstinate. After speaking, he offered no further guidance to his enemy, waving his sleeve and floating away gracefully. Ha ha ha. This humble master thought you'd grovel at his feet, tail wagging pitifully, seeking favor from him at least. Jialoyuo's bizarre voice slithered around Chu Yu's ear like a venomous snake. But turns out, you're not even worth being called a dog. All your scheming amounts to nothing, making you indistinguishable from the underlings surrounding him, except perhaps worse, far more lowly. Chu Yu's darkened eyes narrowed, pressing hard on his throbbing forehead. Shut up. Jialoyuo pressed on further, his tone growing colder. You're merely a stepping stone for his glory, devoid of dignity, a worthless piece of flesh. While he shares pleasantries with the white dragon, you dare not confront him, standing here like a shadow. Chu Yu clenched his teeth, remaining silent as waves of despair churned in his eyes. Because deep down, you know he speaks the truth, don't you? You'll never win his heart. Pain seared through Chu Yu's head as though something in his brain were stirring wildly. He pressed harder against his temple, gritting his teeth harshly. Leave. Just then, the door to the palace creaked open. Bai Ying happened to hear the outburst and hesitated mid-step. Is this your domain? I come and leave as I please. Chu Yu glanced sharply upward. Jialuro, who existed as a parasitic spirit within him, had always kept a respectful distance until today. Uncharacteristically urging him, he whispered seductively, why struggle so much? Close your eyes and take a rest, let me handle this situation for you. I'll ensure his submission without question. Ignoring the entreaty, Qiyu shot a cold glance at Bai Ying before calmly walking back into the Xianyin Hall as if nothing had happened. Li Lanqiu lounged lazily on the desk, his chin resting in his hand, utterly bored as he idly played with the spirit bead between his fingers. Upon sensing a familiar aura, he didn't even glance up, growing colder instead, absorbed in his own play. Chu Yu approached his desk and leaned forward for an up-close view. Axio was chatting so happily with an old friend and looked so pleased. Why don't you smile when you see me? Li Lanqiu dropped the spirit bead and thrust a jade-like finger against Chu Yu's nose, pushing him away. Why would I ever bother to smile at someone as dull and dim-witted as you? Chu Yu stood back further, saying with sincerity, you're the first person to ever call me stupid. Li Lanqiu's gaze swept over him before asking irritably, are you moving far away because you're afraid I might eat you? Chu Yu leaned in close again, replying softly, I'm afraid I might eat you, my lord. Li Lanqiu reached out to stroke his cheek tenderly, one finger brushing slowly, his delicate brows furrowing as if struck by some unexpected silence. Chu Yu stared into his eyes, those clear and cold, gem-like pupils resembling ice and jade. At this moment, they carried an incomprehensible emotion that weighed heavily in their depths, as if, perhaps pitying me. This illusion was shattered by a sharp pain in his cheek, Li Lanqiu suddenly slapping him while muttering disdainfully, stupid dog, you deserve every bit of your suffering. Chu Yu slowly caressed his stinging face, responding ambiguously with a scoff. Li Lanqiu hooked the collar around his neck and yanked him close enough to press cheek to cheek. His tone turned icy. Were you mocking me? I was mocking myself, Chu Yu said, his breath catching heavier as his nose grazed closer toward Li Lanqiu's face, then withdrawing slightly. Annoyed, Li Lanqiu released the collar but pointed toward the door sharply. Get out. Chu Yu firmly grasped his hand inside his large, warm palm, gently kneading it. Why does your mood change so quickly, my lord? Li Lanqiu surveyed him coolly, answering deliberately, because you annoy me. Stupid dog, go ahead and die from being so dumb, he added dismissively. Chapter 104. Chu Yu measured his delicate white fingers inch by inch, as if gauging his thoughts. Master, you're said to be cold-hearted and devoid of emotion, yet you seem troubled. The stench is too strong, it's reaching me. Li Lanqiu didn't want him to toy with his hand like this, feeling it was akin to a venomous snake flicking its tongue near his ear. He gently pulled his wrist back. Chu Yu pressed further without giving an inch, lightly raising his brows. I see the master is delighted, reveling in happiness. Pausing briefly, he spoke with a faintly mocking smile. Otherwise, how could one tolerate insubordination? Seeing that white dragon made the master exceedingly happy, didn't it? As he spoke, his eyes were fixated on a hidden mole under the sleeve that Chu Yu raised Li Lanqiu's hand. A pale white, slender arm was exposed, revealing a small mole on the inside. With his gaze fixed on that concealed mole, Chu Yu stared intently. The palm of Li Lanqiu's other hand itched, resisting the urge to slap him. Initially intending to amuse himself by teasing him like a dog, his mood had soured now, leaving no interest in such antics. Did you come here to reminisce with me or just provoke my anger? What memories would the master prefer to hear? Chu Yu lightly pinched his sleeve edge, concealing his fair and tender arm. Hasn't the white dragon told you everything already? Li Lanqiu gave him a contemptuous glance, curling his lips into a lazy smile. I'd like to hear how you longed for me, and how your heart ached as if pierced by a knife. Chu Yu suppressed his emotions and calmly stated, during the first 3 years after the master left, I thought night and day about what I did wrong that displeased you, making you leave me behind. I searched through every secret place south and north of the Yangtze River, all to find any trace of the master so I could ask you face to face, what mistake of mine drove you away? Li Lanqiu watched him intently, his smile deepening at the edges of his lips. Go on. Painstaking longing, heart-rending pain. Chu Yu softly recited these words, staring deeply into him as his grip on his wrist tightened gradually. Such phrases are lighter than a feather. When pain reaches its peak, one ends up seeking life through death. At that moment, numbness becomes the only state, making the pain seem like an unattainable pursuit. He paused abruptly, his lips slightly curling upwards. Because pain is the sole thing that connects you to me. If even that pain can no longer be felt, then you truly disappear. Li Lanqiu stared at him with unwavering focus, a light laugh escaping from his throat, wiping away all previous unease. Chu Yu suddenly released his wrist and slowly stood up. These are but old tales, and I've already let go. Li Lanqiu lazily tilted his head, the mischievous smirk on his lips betraying a confident assurance of victory. Chu Yu couldn't help but take several extra looks at his adorable expression, calmly stating, last time we were forced to get intimate, I hurt your tender skin. Your essence covered my hands, so we're considered settled. How dare he bring that up? Suppressing his smile, Li Lanqiu snorted coldly. You're vulgar. Chu Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Had he not been so ruthlessly indifferent just moments ago, the person before him would be unbearably adorable right now. If the master drenches my dirty hands with your essence, you sound more like a pampered little kitten. So what kind of person is the master? Unable to stand hearing such things, Li Lanqiu picked up the inner elixir on the table and tossed it at him carelessly. Do not compare me to a cat. It hit directly in the center of Chu Yu's chest. He hissed slightly as he put down the pill. Oh. Then what should I compare the master to? Of course, after a moment of consideration, Li Lanqiu blurted out, a mountain lord. After observing him once, Chu Yu found it hard to imagine this finely skinned person resembling a tiger, suppressing laughter. This smile irritated Li Lanqiu, who lightly beckoned him closer with a finger. As Chu Yu leaned close, lowering himself near him, before the harsh slap could fall, he unexpectedly moved closer. His mouth suddenly enveloped those soft, full lips. Li Lanqiu startled slightly, his raised palm descending without hesitation. Just as it was about to land, Chu Yu seized his wrist and pressed it against his cheek, transforming the anticipated slap into a caress. He leaned forward, thoroughly kissing the lips that spewed nothing but cold remarks. His tongue explored them bit by bit, savoring their soft warmth. Subsequently, catching Li Lanqiu off guard, he bit down, his sharp teeth nipping at the lip, grinding his teeth lightly. This action bore a striking resemblance to a wolf holding a piece of succulent meat in its mouth. Eyes wide open, Li Lanqiu stared at him, struggling to retreat backward. Chu Yu wouldn't let him go, refusing to release the captured lip, one hand propped on the table, cleanly flipping over it. Both hands cupped his cheeks, delivering another passionate kiss. Chu Yu's attention was particularly focused, as if conducting a sacred ritual. Licking inside his mouth, he tangled with his tongue intermittently, sucking lightly sometimes and firmly others. As the kiss continued, Chu Yu couldn't help but close his eyes, his breathing becoming heavier. The fervent kisses increased in intensity, and his tall body gradually tensed up like a drawn bow ready to unleash its force. Li Lanqiu was pressed on the couch, being kissed passionately. Observing Chu Yu's expression, Li Lanqiu became instantly intrigued, staring at him without blinking. Suddenly, a slightly cool hand landed on Chu Yu's cheek, unexpectedly gentle. The tips of the fingers carried a faint, icy fragrance as they tenderly caressed him. Chu Yu indulged in this tenderness, exploring with lips and tongue before trailing down along the jawline to kiss the pure white neck, completely absorbed in the moment, almost losing himself. Just as he was lost in ecstasy, an elegant and pleasant voice rang above him, how pitiful. The words were pronounced slowly, as soft as the hand that had been stroking him, imbued with warmth flowing like a gentle stream. It seemed less about pitying him for getting lost over a kiss than for his buried past miseries. Startled, Chu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze swirling with waves of rage, mixed with an ambiguous smile as he asked, You feel sorry for me? Li Lanqiu gently nodded his chin and sighed, how pitiful. Those 3 simple words ignited a fire like sparks landing in a dry grass field. Instantly, it turned into a roaring blaze, burning everything in sight. Chu Yu, clutching his aching head, suddenly rose, hearing the relentless mockery of Kalavinka near his ear. Look how you've degraded yourself, needing pity. Your master shows compassion by granting you a mere chance to taste her grace, and you should express gratitude. I said earlier that he treated you with no shred of sincerity, but I underestimated your value. There is still pity left. You truly are pathetic, as am I for letting things reach this point. Each word felt like poisoned nails piercing deeply into his skull, their sound reverberating increasingly loud in his mind, screaming like an angry ghost. The blood in Chu Yu's eyes surged, and his pupils shrank. Fine red patterns appeared faintly on his cheeks, glowing ominously in dark red hues, as if some force was gradually breaking free. Chu Yu pressed his fingers hard against the excruciating pain deep within, taking a few steps back, maintaining a composed demeanor. Master, you have many important tasks ahead, so we'll meet another day. With those words, he turned and ascended into the air, taking a few strides away from the Xianin Hall, carrying the danger far off. Li Lanqiu sat up, narrowing his eyes to focus on the now empty entrance of the hall. After some time, he muttered under his breath, "Stupid dog, don't be deceived by the old monster. He wants to seize your place." The ancient spirit sharing the same body as Chu Yu could perceive what Li Lanqiu said. As a result, there was little direct way to combat it, and Chu Yu would need to break free on his own. Finding a secluded spot on Xianin Peak, the severe pain was almost shattering his rationality. Unable to focus his spiritual power enough to summon a flying sword and leave Lianhua sect, Chu Yu paused here to recover. Kneeling on one knee due to pain, he held his forehead, his knuckles turning bluish-green as beads of cold sweat rolled down his sharp jawline. The incessant chatters of Kalavinka abruptly stopped, yet the anguish brought by the ancient deity grew more intense, rising like surging tidal waves, each stronger than the last. So much so that someone approaching remained entirely unnoticed by Chu Yu. Until Ling Tian carefully asked, "Are you all right?" Chu Yu looked down at the ground, shaking his head silently, having no time for conversation. Seeing his silence, Ling Tian hesitated for a moment before mustering courage to speak. "Today, I heard a demon talk about your past, realizing perhaps our prejudice towards you has always been wrong." Pausing briefly and swallowing hard, Ling Tian continued, "We always thought you were a ruthless devil who hurt others without reason, even treating you as an evil entity. But today, hearing those stories, I realize, perhaps there were reasons behind your actions." Breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, Chu Yu croaked out one word, "Leave." Ling Tian's voice trembled slightly, yet remained resolute, "I will persuade others to stop opposing Wu Huang." Furrowing his brows, Chu Yu caught certain keywords. "You, plural." Ling Tian took a deep breath and openly replied, "Jisher Guild calls upon disciples of all sects to resist the 3 demons. You are the top target among them." Chu Yu's eyes had completely turned crimson, his face contorted in agony, gritting his teeth while refusing to engage further. Ling Tian looked at him with complex eyes, sighing softly, "Masterly taught me to improve my skills through constant practice, aiming to become strong enough one day to oppose you. Now, I strive to become stronger for the common people, not just to eliminate you." For reasons unknown, the kneeling emperor of martial arts let out a chilling low laugh that sent shivers down the spine. Immediately afterward, his body fell forward with a loud thud, and the martial emperor lay motionless on the ground. Ling Tian froze for a moment, then squatted down to support his arm. Upon touching Chu Yu, a chilling and bone-piercing coldness rushed over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Chu Yu was clearly still alive, yet the aura emanating from him resembled that of an ancient lifeless entity. Despite his discomfort, Ling Tian struggled to help him up. At that very moment, a strange and frigid sensation overwhelmed him again, and without warning, he met a pair of blood-red, malevolent eyes. Chu Yu rose, spreading his arms wide as if admiring this body. He nodded approvingly, "This vessel chosen by your sovereign is truly excellent." The voice was undeniably Chu Yu's, but it lacked its usual stability and indifference. The tone rose arrogantly, filled with overbearing superiority. Ling Tian understood only part of the situation, his face paling slightly. You. Chu Yu turned his gaze toward him, slowly curving his lips into a cold and mysterious smile. "Your sovereign owes you gratitude, you delivered the final blow to him, something even I couldn't accomplish." Even if Ling Tian were slow-witted, he now realized something was terribly wrong. Panicking, he stepped back a few paces and unsheathed his sword, pointing it at the figure while asking, "Who are you? Where has the martial emperor gone?" Chu Yu adjusted the non-existent dust from his sleeves with both hands before stepping into the air, towering above Ling Tian with disdainful superiority as if looking at a mere insect. "I am the ancient god. And as for where he has gone, a place where he was destined to end up, a world originally meant for him." Chapter 105. Lord. In the vast and silent palace, a loud voice echoed. Chu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The dome made of black stone was expansive and majestic, darkly pressing down on him. He pressed his slightly aching forehead and sat up. Steps stretched downward in front of him, approximately 100 levels, extending to the enormous hall. At the foot of the steps stood a handsome man, dressed in elaborate robes, smiling while looking at him and said, "My lord, I knew you were hiding here for peace." Chu Yu narrowed his eyes, examining him from head to toe, as if he seemed familiar but could not recall who he was. He pressed harder on his aching forehead, which began to ease. Not only could he not remember who this man was, but he had forgotten everything about himself too. The man's smile carried a subtle meaning. I truly admire how Lord managed to win the goddess of Yaotai. She has willingly chosen to share her husband with another for your sake. Chu Yu remained unperturbed, ignoring it. The man tooted and continued saying, You're taking some leisure time, my lord, but the goddess has been badly bullied by your concubine. She's currently looking everywhere for you to seek justice for her. Chu Yu showed no interest and directly asked, Where am I? The man paused for a moment, then replied, Ingzhou. Who am I? You are, of course, the strongest being in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, the revered monarch worshipped by all heroes, and the executioner who breaks countless hearts. Chu Yu raised a long, strong hand. This indeed was his body, filled with a familiar sense of power. He slowly clenched his fist and chuckled softly, Interesting. The man observed his expression. Does my lord have anything else to ask? Chu Yu looked at him and asked, Who are you? The man hesitated again, dryly laughing, I am your most capable subordinate, Jiang Zhua, and also your brother-in-law. Chu Yu fell into silence for a moment without speaking, then rose and took steady strides, jumping down the steps. Jiang Zhua, come with me for a walk. Clouds swirled around towering peaks, resembling a celestial palace. Amidst the mountains, streams cascaded as waterfalls, the vegetation was lush and verdant. Everywhere, one could see elegant cranes flying and gentle deer wandering leisurely. On a platform paved with white jade halfway up a mountain, an entire group of white-clad Taoist cultivators knelt in perfect unison, numbering in the thousands. They kneeled motionlessly on the platform. Chu Yu stopped, looking at these people and asked, Why do you kneel so persistently? Jiang Zhua joked, They are the elders and disciples of Ling Yun's sword sect. After a pause, he added, The master of the sword sect killed one of your good brothers. Lord got furious, thoroughly massacred the sword sect. They are here to apologize and make amends. Chu Yu nodded slightly. It was appropriate to avenge his friend, then continued forward through the air, riding his flying sword. Jiang Zhua followed behind him, introducing Ingzhou Island one by one. Numerous cultivators, both above and below the skies, bowed their heads upon seeing Chu Yu, kneeling and kowtowing deeply in respect, not daring to show the slightest negligence. No one dared to look up at him even once, as if he was not human but rather a fierce demon. Chu Yu's flying sword moved faster, swiftly crossing above them, giving him a clear view of the entire island. Jiang Zhua grinned and said, Lord governs over Ingzhou, earning admiration across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples on the island, each a powerful figure within the cultivation realm. All these symbols represent Lord's dominance over the world and his intimidation across the universe. Chu Yu was silent, speeding ahead continuously as he thoughtfully gazed down at everything on the island. Jiang Zhua almost couldn't keep up with his flying sword and couldn't help but ask, What is Lord searching for? Chu Yu's figure hesitated momentarily, frowning lowly, questioning himself, What am I looking for? Jiang Zhua said, I just saw Lord racing rapidly. You must be looking for someone or something. Everything on the island belongs to you. If you desire something, simply stating it would suffice. Chu Yu placed his hand on his brow, closing his eyes in deep thought. I seem to have lost a treasure. What is it? Jiang Zhua curiously asked. Chu Yu remained composed, his memories completely blank. Subconsciously, he searched around the island until Jiang Zhua's question made him realize that he should be looking for a specific treasure. An important treasure. He lightly touched the finger against his temple, letting divine consciousness probe into his mind to try and recall what he had lost. But his consciousness vanished like a bull entering the mud, disappearing without a trace. Seeing him stay silent, Jiang Zhua spoke again, Why doesn't Lord give an order? Let everyone help you retrieve the lost treasure. Chu Yu's divine consciousness had already scanned the entire island and firmly said, The treasure isn't on this island. Jiang Zhua wanted to say something, but Chu Yu didn't hesitate, riding his flying sword across surging sea tides, leaving Ingzhou Island far behind. This island was perfect, with power, beauty, and the admiration of thousands, even gods bowing down to him, but it lacked the treasure he had lost. Though unable to recall what it was, an overwhelming restlessness filled his mind. It was as if his soul were driving his actions, telling him that without recovering the treasure, he would never be at peace. The sea stretched endlessly beneath a vast sky, layer upon layer of mist reflecting boundless void. Jiang Zhua helplessly followed behind him and said, In this great universe, extending for miles in all directions, why does Lord not tell me what it is? Let us search together. I do not know. Then how shall Lord find it? I will know when I see the treasure. Chu Yu spoke with certainty and determination. Jiang Zhua had nothing more to say and quietly followed. Within a few days, Chu Yu had visited over a dozen cities. Everyone bowed their heads and knelt, shouting out prayers for his health and long life, yet there was no sign of the treasure. One day, he came to a rural area where autumn harvest was in full swing. Farmers bustled around, working hard in their fields. A group of lively children ran past a field path, each one holding slingshots, laughing and shooting at bird nests in trees. Chu Yu stood above on the clouds. His consciousness spread in all directions up to hundreds of miles away, capturing every sound. A young child with clear features and mischievous nature failed several times to hit the nest, causing bursts of laughter from companions. Out of spite, the boy deliberately shot a stone at the companion who laughed loudest, making him burst into tears. These trivial disputes among children held no interest for Chu-yu. Parents came out of the fields, hugging their children comfortingly. The injured child sought love in the embrace of his parents while the offender also cried pitifully, acting as though greatly wronged. The parents indulged excessively, mothers gently patted backs while fathers hurriedly wiped away tears. After much coddling, the mischievous child finally stopped crying and pleaded, "Daddy, tie my shoes." The father immediately knelt down to comply, delighting the child beyond measure as he giggled continuously. Chu-yu gazed thoughtfully at this contented family scene, slowly crossing his arms. Jiangjua observed his interest and asked nearby, "Would Lord like to discipline this naughty child?" Chu-yu gave a faint mocking laugh. He committed the error first. Why does he act so justified? Maybe he is naturally mischievous. If it offends you, Lord could certainly give him a lesson. Jiangjua smiled. Chu-yu slightly shook his head. I just can't understand. He hurt others and showed no remorse, yet he dares to ask for parental sympathy. He either has a natural disposition for mischief or is utterly cold-hearted. Something compelled Chu-yu to add this sentence. Finishing, he paused, tapping his fingers lightly against his arm as he pondered where these words had come from. Jiangjua appeared startled, astonished, asking, "What do you mean, Lord?" At this time, the naughty child's parents, carrying their proud son, moved toward the village. The heavens suddenly dimmed, and a tall figure descended from above. An elegantly handsome man stood firm in immaculate white robes, the faint glow of golden rings visible from the collar. He placed his hands behind his back, gazing intently at the child with composed eyes. Seeing the heavenly being, the surrounding villagers knelt down in reverence. The child's parents trembled violently, descending painstakingly to kneel as well. Chu-yu approached the pair. Covered in cold sweat, they pushed the child forward saying, "Treasure, hurry and apologize to the Celestial." Little Treasure fell to the ground with a loud thud and sincerely admitted, "Immortal, I have erred." Chu-yu appraised him slowly and leisurely asked, "Where did you err?" "I shouldn't have bullied my playmate." Little Treasure, wise to the situation, showed no arrogance now, obediently behaving. The kneeling farmers carefully interceded, "Immortal, Treasure is just mischievous, his parents will certainly discipline him more strictly in future." Chu-yu remained unmoved, pressing a finger to his chin, asking calmly, "You sinned first, yet dared to flaunt your advantage. Why?" Little Treasure looked up unhesitatingly, "Because I know my parents love me." "Love you?" Chu-yu murmured these two words, curling his lips mockingly. "Someone genuinely cares for you, yet you manipulate their affection for endless gain." Unintimidated by divine presence like adults, Little Treasure saw only a handsome big brother before him and felt no fear. "Immortal is unjust. You wrong me. I often make my parents angry. My father has a white porcelain bowl he picked up, and he liked it so much. Yesterday, I smashed it on purpose, but instead of scolding me, he asked if I was hurt. So, I was very happy." Chu-yu looked at him with cold eyes, slowly rubbing his fingers, resisting the urge to kill him with a single palm. Bao leaned closer to his father's embrace and said seriously, "This proves that my father loves me. I wouldn't misbehave unless I knew he truly cared about me. It's only when I take endless advantage of their affection that I can truly feel they love me more than anyone else in the world." Jiangjua couldn't help but laugh, then turned to Chu-yu and said, "This kid has wisdom." Chu-yu narrowed his eyes sharply and stared intently at the child. "Why do you think so?" Bao nestled comfortably in his father's arms, smiling sheepishly, "Because I love my father and mother as well." Chu-yu frowned deeply, seemingly having trouble comprehending this simple statement. The father held Bao and shyly smiled as he said, "Immortal, if he did not love us, how would he care whether we loved him back? If he did not love me, how would he care whether I loved him?" Chu-yu suddenly froze, his black pupils contracting abruptly as if struck by lightning, bringing a strange sense of clarity bubbling up from his chest. This clarity surpassed the joy of attaining immortality or acquiring treasures, like something sought after for so long, day and night, until one day awakens and realizes the treasure was already within reach all along. The feeling was wonderfully serene. His lips curled upwards uncontrollably, and he whispered softly, "So this is how it is." Chapter 106. Ling Tian stumbled into the Xianin hall, his face deathly pale. "Master Li." Li Lanqiu saw Ling's ghastly look and his brows furrowed as he glanced behind him. Ling was trembling in terror, muttering, "The martial emperor has been." Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling aura came from behind him. In an instant, it felt as though he had fallen into a freezing pool, his throat froze solid and he couldn't utter a single word. Chu-yu walked into the hall calmly adjusting his sleeves, smiling brightly as if everything was fine. "Young master, I have been captivated by the beautiful scenery of the Lotus sect, unable to tear myself away." Li Lanqiu carefully looked at him up and down before nodding slightly. "If you like it, stay for a few more days." "Would a few days be enough?" Chu-yu leisurely stepped onto the platform, looking directly into his face. "Such beauty never gets old." Ling's colorless face twitched with horror as he stared towards the intruder, gesturing repeatedly toward Li Lanqiu with frantic eyes. Li Lanqiu leaned forward while holding onto the chair's backrest, smiled faintly, and asked, "Oh. Is it that good looking?" It is. Chu Yu walked next to him, leaning closer, taking a deep breath, inhaling the sweet cold scent from his body, then exhaled contentedly as if feeling refreshed, radiantly charming, matchlessly beautiful. Li Lanqiu lightly tapped his cheek. Seems like you've grown wings now. Chu Yu paused momentarily, tightening his jaw, revealing a flicker of anger. How much do you enjoy using dog analogies on people, my lord? Li Lanqiu's insightful gaze swept over his face, slowly articulating, I like dogs. Chu Yu smirked disdainfully. What's so great about wagging tails and bending knees? Worthless things. Li Lanqiu chose not to argue but replied plainly, dogs are loyal and reliable till death. Chu Yu lifted his chin forcefully with one hand, examining this face of celestial charm closely. Then what should my lord do if his beloved pet goes astray? Li Lanqiu raised his eyes to meet his, maintaining his composure. A loyal dog will find its way home no matter how far it's been abandoned. Chu Yu studied him thoughtfully, moving his hand lower into the collar and touching smooth skin akin to silk beneath his palm. Though able to share sensations while parasitically residing in Chu Yu's body, there was nothing like personally caressing this snow-white jade-crafted body. He murmured softly, no wonder. Li Lanqiu suddenly pressed his chest-stroking hand, defining the outline under his thin robes, that clearly visible big hand making one lost in fantasies. Are you tired of having hands? Chu Yu grabbed his wrist, forcefully lifting it, further intruding under the robes boldly. It would be better if you were mute. So irresistibly enchanting, yet with this sharp-tongued mouth, the only flaw amidst all the allure. Li Lanqiu slightly knitted his brows and without mercy gathered power in his palm, striking abruptly. The strike roared like a violent surge, as though a massive mountain pressing heavily onto Chu Yu's chest. Chu Yu, caught off guard, experienced a shock through his chest, retreating half a step while clutching his sore chest where moments ago he had touched Li Lanqiu. You vicious woman. Do you want to murder your own husband? Li Lanqiu tightened his loose collar, snickered and retorted, do I even have such a husband as you? How could you not? Chu Yu took a few steps back, casting lecherous eyes scanning him from head to toe. We shared a bed with intimacy, we are practically married. Do you think yourself honorable enough to have been married with your old friends too? Li Lanqiu's face turned cold immediately, clear eyes glaring with ice-cold disdain. Are you seeking death? Chu Yu deduced from his reaction, laughing triumphantly, seeing you act so frivolously, I thought you were flighty. But who knew you were actually chaste and pure? Li Lanqiu frowned deeply in disgust, feeling nauseous. Don't let that face talk such vile words. Chu Yu startled momentarily, examining himself from head to toe, finding no telltale signs of exposure. Have you recognized me? Li Lanqiu glanced at him briefly. From the moment you entered, I knew exactly who you were. Chu Yu turned his head towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian glared at him with clenched teeth, frozen in place. If he wasn't restrained, he would have rushed forward to split him with a sword. Is it because of him? Li Lanqiu closed his eyes briefly. Just now when Chu Yu heard the term poor, a burning fire surged inside him, leading to some hidden place to nurse his wounds. Given his knowledge of Chu Yu, he wouldn't show up in the Lotus sect for the next several days. For someone to recover this fast, return composed and offering servitude, this was certainly not Chu Yu. Jiaoluo, having been found out, decided to be straightforward. This was originally my body, he's taken it from me for far too long. It's time I had it back. Li Lanqiu clearly understood, there was no such thing as an invincible ability, it was just a small favor granted by the ancient god before his soul snatching. Satisfied, Jiaoluo stroked his own arm, finding the sensation of having a physical form wondrous and delightful. I've been dead for 3,000 years, finally finding a satisfactory body. Unfortunately, my soul is sealed, preventing me from fully occupying it. I have to stay hidden in his spiritual sea. Only during his moments closest to death when emotions run highest does the seal loosen slightly, allowing me to come out and indulge myself once. Speaking, he narrowed his eyes, licked his lips with his tongue, like a glutton with an appetite opening wide. I don't have to starve anymore. Li Lanqiu chuckled lightly, if you dare eat people within the Lotus sect, I will make you disintegrate into ashes. I am immortal. Jiaoluo grinned without taking him seriously. The smile on Li Lanqiu's lips deepened, your spirit might be immortal, but this body of yours. Jiaoluo's face turned grave as he interrupted, I am the greatest in the world. Do you have what it takes? You can try. Li Lanqiu remained calm, looking at him, to follow the way brings help from many quarters, to go against it leaves you without support. And I have quite a few friends. Jiaoluo thought of his old friends, suppressing his arrogance. I won't eat people. What do you want? Li Lanqiu slightly lifted his jaw, indicating a seat, and uttered one word, wait. Jiaoluo lounged comfortably on the couch nearby, asking arrogantly, wait for your dog to come back. Do you even know where he went? Li Lanqiu stayed silent. In the original book, Chu Yu's soul had wandered into the ancient chaos illusion, forgetting everything about his past life. But his strong sense of self could not bear to lose control over himself. Lost in the illusion for 3 years, he clung only to the memory of his name. This persistence drove him to tirelessly search everywhere, sniffing around like a hunting hound across the world until he finally remembered his name, causing the chaos illusion to crumble into dust. Jiaoluo succeeded in seizing Chu Yu's body after tremendous effort. However, even before celebrating this victory, he was driven out by the son of fate's powerful and resolute soul, once again forced into a never-ending sleep. Now, full of pride, Jiaoluo stroked his chin, saying, "Your dog has gone to a world that truly belongs to him. He's living freely and happily there. Why would he bother thinking of you?" Li Lanqiu said calmly, "He'll come back." Jiaoluo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Do you really trust him? What if he doesn't come back?" Li Lanqiu had already told him, a loyal dog will always find its way home, no matter how far it's abandoned. Jiaoluo, slowly stroking his chin, began to realize, you only have a marital relationship with him, yet you trust him so much. He is someone you care about deeply. Li Lanqiu nodded without hesitation. Not only was Jiaoluo, who had initially questioned this, surprised and speechless, Ling Tian standing dumbfounded was also left utterly shocked. Seeing this beauty favoring Chu Yu, Jiaoluo couldn't help but feel somewhat jealous, wondering what made Chu Yu likable. Li Lanqiu smiled gently, lifting his hand and slowly counted off with fingers pressed down one by one, clumsy, foolish, wicked. Jiaoluo didn't think Qi was clumsy or stupid, anyone chosen by him naturally had to be 1 in 10,000, impeccable in every aspect. It must be because of the bias from love, producing a toad. After counting these 3 traits, Li Lanqiu closed his eyes, with a soft and gentle smile that revealed hints of affection, rarely seen on his face. Looking at him like this, Jiaoluo liked this shell more and more, not only were the conditions perfect, but the fate was also unparalleled. At this moment, the fortunate Chu Yu just parted with Baoer's parents and flew quickly through the skies riding a flying sword at Qingyun Peak's height. Jiang Zhua, noticing his bright and cheerful mood, curiously asked, "Have you recalled what the treasure was?" Chu Yu shook his head lightly, with a faint curve at the corner of his lips, "No. If you haven't, then why?" "I suddenly realized something." "What did you realize?" "I don't know." Though Chu Yu's memory was a blank slate, the feeling of sudden enlightenment was undeniable. The indescribable joy surged inside him, akin to a peacock preparing to spread its tail feathers. Jiang Zhua had nothing to say further and kept quiet. Chu Yu pursued the wind and chased lightning all the way, searching throughout most of the 9 continents of China at the fastest speed possible, covering all directions, north, south, east, west, up, and down, leaving no place unturned. But that treasure seemed to vanish into the vast ocean, becoming traceless in the expanse of heaven and earth. Wherever the Holy Lord appeared, everyone bowed in worship, and no one dared to offend him. His path was always smooth, except for one reckless swordsman who attempted a stealthy attack. Chu Yu stood motionless, while Jiang Zhua stepped forward with his sword drawn, effortlessly subduing the foolish swordsman. A handsome young man knelt on the ground under Jiang Zhua's pressure, glaring fiercely at Chu Yu. "You despicable Chu! May you die an agonizing death." Jiang Zhua seemed accustomed to such situations. "My lord, ignore this ignorant fool." Chu Yu stood there with his hands behind his back, coldly examining the youth. "Who are you? What have I done to you?" The young man's fair face turned red with anger as he struggled to rise, but Jiang Zhua shoved hard against his back, pressing his face into the dirt. Facing Chu Yu, the man said, "I recognize this person, he is Li Yanbi's disciple, his name seems like Chu, something." Halfway through, the name of some minor character escaped him. Jiang Zhua stepped on the man trying to get up and harshly yelled, "My lord is asking you a question. Why don't you answer?" With a face covered in dust, the man looked wretched as he glared furiously at Chu Yu. "Despicable Chu! You killed my junior brother and my master. I'll take your life." Chu Yu softly repeated, "Li Yanbi," which sounded familiar, seemingly closely related to his treasure. "You are unworthy to speak the name of my master." The man roared angrily, suddenly struggling violently to his feet, nearly breaking free from Jiang Zhua's control. He cursed, "Despicable Chu! Dare to fight me?" Jiang Zhua spoke, "My lord, why waste time on this kind of person? Would it not be better to strike him down and reunite him with his junior brother?" Chu Yu lightly tapped his temple, trying to recall, "Did I kill his junior brother and master?" Jiang Zhua's expression turned subtle as he coughed lightly and said, "Not quite, his junior brother was a shameless rogue and lecher. My lord acted on behalf of heaven, turning him into fertilizer." Upon hearing that, the man suddenly broke free of Jiang Zhua's grip, holding his sword and rushing towards Chu Yu. Chu Yu narrowed his eyes, standing still as if rooted to the spot. Before the man reached him, he was struck again by Jiang Zhua's palm, falling to his knees and spitting out blood. "Give me back my junior brother. Give me back my master." The man clenched his bloody teeth in utmost hatred. Chu Yu turned to Jiang Zhua and asked, "Where is Li Yanbi?" Jiang Zhua replied without hesitation, "In the Jinxian Tower beneath the black water pool." Chu Yu brushed his sleeve and stepped onto his flying sword, leaving behind these words, "No need to follow me. Release him." Deep within the black water pool stood a towering Jinxian tower in silence. Its body had been immersed in the dark pool water for 1,000 years, revealing an immeasurably deep blackness. The tower had 9 floors, each side of its body tied with massive chains extending from the sides of the tower down to the bottom of the pool, as if connected to the underworld. The guard seeing Chu Yu all kneeled in unison and exclaimed, "Long live the Holy Lord." Chu Yu scrutinized the Jinxian Tower, detecting with his sweeping awareness the high cultivation level of those imprisoned inside. After many unknown years of captivity, they were at their last gasp. Is Li Yanbi among them? The guard respectfully replied, rest assured, Holy Lord. This evildoer has been detained here for 100 years, with absolutely no chance of escape. Chu Yu slightly furrowed his brow and ordered, open the tower. A row of guards worked together to retract the iron chains binding the tower's body. With muffled sounds, they pushed open the doors leading into the tower. Inside was pitch black, as if stepping into the depths of the sea. The guards lit lamps and followed Chu Yu to illuminate the surroundings. Soon after, Chu Yu saw Li Yanbi, the once glorious swordsman now bound by several iron chains on his hands and feet, looking like an insect caught in a spider's web. The light fell upon his face, and after a while, Li Yanbi recognized the visitor, instantly clenching his teeth in fury, laughing coldly aloud, are you here to see if I'm dead? Chu Yu approached him directly and asked, have you seen my treasure? Li Yanbi lunged at him but was abruptly pulled back by the iron chains, shaking them with loud rattling sounds. You beast! Restore my son's life. Chu Yu furrowed his brows and lowered his voice earnestly, asking, Elder, have you seen my treasure? Li Yanbi stared at him furiously for a moment, then his expression gradually turned puzzled. You're not Chu Yu. Who are you? As Chu Yu was pondering about who he really was, Li Yanbi suddenly roared, Beast! Why do you wear my son's gold ring on your neck? Is this your son's? Chu Yu touched the gold ring on his neck, which felt so familiar it seemed an inseparable part of him. This item belongs to me. Li Yanbi wasn't confused to the point where he couldn't recognize the gold ring. He spat at him and cried out, I gave it to him when he was born. Could I possibly be mistaken? Chu Yu's expression became serious as he stared at him and asked in a deep voice, what is your son's name? Li Yanbi's rage came to an abrupt halt, his expression becoming strange. The gold ring had been enchanted. If it wasn't removed willingly, cutting off hands or feet would cause the ring to self-destruct. He hesitated before saying, Li Lanxiu. Li Lanxiu. Chu Yu furrowed his brow and softly repeated the name. As soon as he spoke it aloud, his pitch-black pupils suddenly widened in surprise as he murmured, my treasure. Chapter 107. Gu Dong. The sound of swallowing saliva was crystal clear in the silent hall. Garuda licked his lips hungrily, marking the 7th day of possessing this body. Li Lanxiu had made a bet with him on whether Chu Yu could escape the chaotic illusion, and his patience had been completely exhausted under the torment of hunger. In the past, when he was parasitizing Chu Yu's body, food would be occasionally provided. If no extremely wicked person could be found temporarily, some rare beasts would be fed to fill his stomach. Never had there been 7 days without tasting meat. Garuda pressed his trembling abdomen with one hand, his gaze swept around the hall and fell on Ling Tian, who looked dim-spirited, and the sound of swallowing saliva grew louder. At this moment, Ling Tian was not a human, but a large piece of juicy meat hanging in front of the starving tiger. Garuda turned away. Before he could speak, Li Lanxiu seemed to know everything beforehand and said faintly, not aloud. He has graced me with kindness, I will leave him a life. Garuda stated it as if it was only natural, I will just eat his 2 arms, and he won't die. Li Lanxiu slightly shook his head and still said, not aloud. Garuda was extremely annoyed. When had ancient gods ever been so restricted? He stood up abruptly and asked, what if I must eat him today? Li Lanxiu also stood up, took out the Qing Ci pen and placed it lightly on the desk. I have told you, if you dare to eat people inside Lianhua sect, I will make your physical form be utterly destroyed. Garuda treasured the hard-won physical form, narrowed his eyes and asked, cannot eat people? Li Lanxiu glanced at him once, coldly said, if you want to eat something else, see if you have that ability. Garuda flew out of the hall like a streak of snow cutting through the air, instantly disappearing without a trace. The pressure on Ling Tian's body was lifted, his limbs went limp, and he, Pu Tong, knelt down helplessly, breathless saying, elderly, how could you let him leave the hall? Li Lanxiu walked down the steps, extending his hand as white and smooth as jade, if I didn't let him leave the hall, he would definitely eat you. Ling Tian couldn't bear to take his hand, staggered to stand up, if the great demon eating me can satisfy his hunger, the tens of thousands of disciples of the respected sect can be saved, isn't that worth it? Li Lanxiu gave him a glance, slowly walked to the door of the hall. The mountain ravine cloud rolled and changed, presenting a peaceful and auspicious scene. Garuda is not Chu Yu, that old demon would go on a killing spree in Lianhua sect if pushed too far. Not long after, a messenger disciple came by flying sword, face paler than usual after what appeared to be some ordeal, rolling and crawling up the long staircase all the way, shouting, Master! Master! Li Lanxiu stepped out of the hall and calmly asked, what's the matter? That disciple looked fearful, tremblingly said, Emperor Wu and White Attendant are fighting in front of the mountain gate. It seems Emperor Wu wants to. Do not panic. Li Lanxiu gracefully spun his wrist, summoning a golden glittering flying sword, and smiled gently, activate the great defensive formation of the sect, Emperor Wu and White Attendant are here to test its sturdiness. That disciple hesitated for a moment, breathed a sigh of relief and said, disciple understands. Li Lanxiu mounted the flying sword, and rode towards the direction of the mountain gate. Under his control, beams of light from various array eyes rose in the sect's entrance gate, gradually converging into a golden ocean of light, tightly encircling the entire mountain gate. The golden light undulated like water waves, layer upon layer, yet unbreakable. Each beam of light contained countless formation runes. These runes wove into a sky curtain, each ring connected to another, forming an airtight heavenly net. A dragon as bright as silver coiled high in the sky, with its massive body twisting left and right. Its roar thundered deafeningly. In front of the mountain gate, many disciples gazed upward at the sky in bewilderment. There were hidden rumors within the sect, that white attendant was the king of demon world, originally being a white dragon. This dragon covered the sky and concealed the sun. With every twist and turn, it stirred up fierce winds that caused nearby disciples to sway uncertainly. The roaring dragon sounds chilled the body and frightened hearts, making many disciples cover their ears. And yet, on this exceptionally valiant white dragon's back, there was a rider. The rider appeared so minuscule as if they were just a single scale among the dragon's scales, but sat steady as a rock on the dragon's back. Emperor Wu swung his knife, cutting off a piece of dragon flesh, grabbing the bloody piece, hastily shoving it into his mouth, chewing it greedily with obvious relish. That pure and handsome face was splattered with fresh red dragon blood. His eyes showed a chilling dark red, while the action of chewing made his cheeks move rhythmically, revealing a terrifying grimace. It was as if a devil from hell had crawled onto the shore. This situation startled those present deeply. Ming Changsheng, seeing Li Lanxiu come, quickly advanced and asked worriedly, "Sect leader, hurry up and stop him." Li Lanxiu patted his shoulder, calming him down and said, "I can't persuade him. Activate the great defensive formation to protect Bai Ying's life first." Ming Changsheng paused for a moment, then whispered to the disciple beside him, "The great defensive formation locks on target, Emperor Wu." In an instant, beams of light rose from all around, golden light cascaded like a flood, as if the Milky Way had burst its banks, pressing heavily down upon Chu Yu. The golden light transformed into countless golden swords falling from the sky, layer upon layer, covering every inch of space around Chu Yu and trapping him firmly within. Since the establishment of Lianhua sect, the disciples had never seen the great defensive formation. They were awestruck by this immense force, holding their breaths while gazing at that magnificent figure riding high in the air atop the dragon. Garuda was unhurried, grasping the white dragon's mane as if it were a horse rein with one hand. This body, though used modestly and sparingly by Chu Yu, rarely exhibited the full strength of the world's top warrior before the public. Now that he had infiltrated, there was no way he would stick to old rules. With a swing of the knife in his other hand, in the blink of an eye, the surrounding golden swords fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, disintegrating into wisps of cloud smoke. Then, he concentrated a force into the red blade in his hand and fiercely slashed toward the core position of the formation. Bang! It was as if a colossal firework had burst, the rune lights exploded into countless golden fragments, scattering across the sky, extraordinarily splendid. Everyone present was stupefied, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Seeing him, Chu Yu cut chunks of flesh from the white dragon and chew them raw again. Ming Changsheng hesitated for a moment, then turned to ask Li Lanxiu for approval. "Grandmaster, since the great defensive formation has failed, should we let the disciples join forces to hold back Emperor Wu?" Li Lanxiu's brows furrowed slightly, nodding gently. At this point, every second they could delay was valuable. Ming Changsheng channeled his spiritual energy into the communication talisman around his waist, which immediately emitted a faint glow, spreading his voice throughout every corner of Lianhua sect. "All disciples heed my command. Unite in attack, hold back Emperor Wu." The vibrations from the talisman spread out as invisible sound waves quickly reached all directions. Disciples who were still watching now rose into the air, brandishing their swords and weapons. Sword light shone like stars, surrounding Chu Yu from all sides. Garuda suddenly became excited, his handsome face covered in blood exuding a sinister aura. He plunged his blade deep into the white dragon's back and twisted the hilt forcefully. Painful roaring, the white dragon shot upward, tearing apart the net woven from sword light. Garuda drew out his blade with a swift slash, sweeping away all nearby disciples like paper fragile before his blade edge, sending them flying through the air like petals scattered by the heavenly maiden. He casually waved his blade once more, transforming the blade light into fierce shards that forced nearly 1,000 Lianhua sect disciples to retreat like a tide. Against the azure sky, only he remained, riding his white dragon and holding the crimson longsword, looking down upon everyone else with disdain. Ming Changsheng had known Chu Yu was strong, but did not expect him to be terrifyingly powerful. His expression heavy, he requested permission from Li Lanxiu. "Grandmaster, let me step forward." Li Lanxiu glanced at him. With Garuda in this agitated state, he might tear Ming Changsheng limb from limb alive. Reflecting, he said softly, "Let me try." Ming Changsheng looked worriedly at him as he rose with the sword, his red robe flowing gracefully, unarmed, alone flying towards the vast sky. Falling disciples struggled up one after another, gathering around him saying, "Elder Ming, please let us protect Grandmaster. How can Grandmaster possibly match such horrifying power?" Ming Changsheng gave no answer, anxiously staring at the sky. Garuda felt the surging force inside this body, exhaling contentedly, closed his eyes, and placed a piece of dragon meat thin as cicada wings into his mouth. Tasting it delicately on his tongue as fresh fish, completely ignoring the dragon's angry howls. "Xiaohe." Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted his temporary indulgence. Garuda opened his eyes, arching his eyebrows with a smile, asking, "Who is Xiaohe?" Li Lanxiu stood poised on the tip of the sword, stretching an arm towards his direction, beckoning his fingers as if calling a dog, Xiaohe. Garuda looked down at his own body, pointing to his chest and said, "Is Xiaohe calling me?" He couldn't help laughing uncontrollably, almost being thrown off the dragon's back. He clutched the snow-white, slender hair tightly, remounting the dragon's back, laughing loudly, "Xiaohe, what a ridiculous nickname. Can you call him back?" Li Lanxiu ignored him, lowering his voice softly and lazily, akin to whispering sweet nothings between lovers, "Xiaohe." Garuda's laughter froze abruptly on his face. The soul suppressed within his body began to stir. Chu Yu's spirit was actually responding to this nickname. The divine soul that had been dormant for many days awakened gradually, like a wild beast stirring in the dark night, breaking free from the shackles that bound it as Li Lanxiu called out. Li Lanxiu noticed the change in his expression and finally relaxed, softly calling out again and again. How could Garuda, who had worked so hard to gain this body, let go easily? He gathered his strength to suppress the awakening soul, but it rose with power, forcefully pushing him out of control of the body. How could this be possible? Garuda's brows furrowed tightly, panic rarely seen on the face of an ancient god. How did you manage to do this? Li Lanxiu chuckled gently, asking in a warm voice, has he found his way home? Nonsense. Garuda roared angrily, his ferocious look terrifying, I am an ancient deity. Do you think one mortal can make me fall into eternal sleep? With that, he wielded his knife and leaped forward, charging towards Li Lanxiu with a fearsome momentum. But Li Lanxiu stood still, calmly staring at him, Xiaohe, come back. Garuda froze mid-motion, his hand holding the knife suddenly lost control and dropped the handle as Chu Yu had taken half control of the body. Chu Yu was now forcibly taking back the body with lightning speed. The destined sun's immense spiritual force could not be contained by even an ancient deity, every struggle against it was futile. He glared furiously at Li Lanxiu, bloodshot eyes glaring, only now realizing how underestimated this great beauty's influence over Chu Yu had been. But the tide had already turned. Garuda had been locked into slumber for millennia. Not knowing when he might awaken next, unwilling to leave alone, he pooled all his remaining strength and surged toward Li Lanxiu. In the moment before reaching Li Lanxiu, the fierce expression on his handsome face disappeared, returning to calm restraint, ripples fading. The red light in his eyes dissipated, replaced by deep blackness. Chu Yu then embraced Li Lanxiu fully, his arms gripping tightly around the thin waist, pulling a tangible warmth close to his chest. Feeling the trembling frame pressed against him, Li Lanxiu looked down, moved by emotion, and smiled gently, lifting a hand to tenderly pat his head, good boy, Xiaohe. Chu Yu tightened his arms around the slim waist further, bending his head to bury his face in the fragrant neck crook, hoarsely whispering, Xiu. Li Lanxiu gave a soft and felt the damp heat there, momentarily pausing his caress before slowly patting Chu Yu. Chu Yu's voice was deep and muffled, I thought I would never see you again. Li Lanxiu teased him, didn't we just meet? And here you are crying. That day I spoke falsehoods. I have never let go. Lifting his head from Li Lanxiu's neck, Chu Yu's eyes rimmed slightly red, focusing intently as he declared firmly, my loyalty to master remains unchanged, and I would die 1,000 deaths without regret. Li Lanxiu felt content hearing this, enunciating each word with ease, you truly are a good dog. Chu Yu lowered his head, drawing near to Li Lanxiu's lips, Chu Yu is willing to forever be master's dog. Thousands upon thousands of Lianhua sect disciples watched silently, and the masters and elders who had come to reinforce them were even more silent. Bai Ying transformed into human form, her snowy white robe spotted with blood, bruised all over, irritably asked, why is he crying? All others shared her confusion. Just moments ago, Qiu had been akin to the greatest war god of history, riding the white dragon, fighting fiercely against the crowd, turning Lianhua sect upside down. In the blink of an eye, there he was hugging the sect master quietly shedding tears, looking pitifully helpless, a stark contrast from before. With such formidable strength, why was he crying? Chapter 108. Li Lanxiu landed gracefully at the mountain gate, and the surging crowd naturally retreated to the sides. He looked composed and calm as he glanced at Ming Zhongxing and said, this sparring session between Chu Yu and White Hufa was to test if our Lianhua sect's protective array is sturdy enough. After speaking, he surveyed the surrounding disciples, although you were repelled, your courage is commendable, worthy of commendation. Each of you will be rewarded with a bag of spirit stones. Hearing this, the disciples sighed in relief, bowing respectfully one after another. Chu Yu followed behind him, his expression serene, yet his eye sockets bore a faint redness from recent tears, creating an incongruous look on his stern face. No one dared to look at him directly. Only Bai Ying stared intently at him. Li Lanxiu examined the blotches of blood on Bai Ying's attire and lightly frowned, saying softly, apologize. Facing Bai Ying, Chu Yu said, White Hufa, weapons have no sentiment. Please forgive me. It was the first time Bai Ying heard an apology from his lips, so he turned his head away, scoffing silently. Li Lanxiu took out a bottle of precious medicine from his storage ring and handed it over to Ming Changsheng, instructing that it should be delivered when Bai Ying's mood improved. Chu Yu walked side by side with Li Lanxiu, holding their swords, returning unperturbed to the palace on Xianin Peak before everyone. The moment Li Lanxiu stepped into the door of the sleeping hall, he was embraced from behind by someone. A tall and handsome figure hugged him tightly, calling softly near his ear, Axiu. Axius. Chuyu wrapped his arms tightly around him, as though he was a lost treasure reclaimed, destined to vanish without a trace should he let go. Li Lanxiu, with patience, turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Chuyu placed his chin lightly on his shoulder, black pupils fixatedly staring at him. "In the illusion, I heard you call me." Li Lanxiu raised an eyebrow. "Did I call you?" "Axius." Chuyu moved closer, deeply inhaling the familiar scent off him. "I heard you call me Xiahe, and only you would call me that way." Li Lanxiu's mouth slightly opened before responding. Suddenly, Chuyu got closer. He blocked Chuyu's impending kiss with the palm of his hand, smirking, "You're filthy beyond belief, yet you want to kiss me?" Chuyu didn't inch closer. "In the illusion, I saw a world without you. I do not wish to live such a life." While speaking, his thin lips grazed Li Lanxiu's warm and delicate palm, breathing out hot breath against it. Li Lanxiu, interested, asked, "What kind of life?" Chuyu licked a bit of his palm, murmuring faintly, "Supreme ruler of the world, all wishes granted, possessing everything imaginable." Li Lanxiu's palm became itchy from the licking, pressing harder on his lips, "Flawless. Why wouldn't you want it?" As Chuyu opened his mouth, it filled with warmth and fragrance, emitting a muffled sound, "A world without you isn't flawless." So straightforward, unexpected, Li Lanxiu gazed at his wet hand heart, lightly biting his lips. Chuyu looked steadfastly at him, "My heart for you surpasses all else." Suddenly, Li Lanxiu's eyes flickered up, coldly withdrawing his hand to wipe it with a handkerchief. "When exactly did I give my heart to you?" "Master probably knows better than I do," Chuyu replied gently. Li Lanxiu casually threw the handkerchief at him and nonchalantly said, "There's only the great way in my heart. How could there be room for you?" Chuyu calmly gazed at him, asking more straightforwardly, "Even if my heart is solely for you?" Li Lanxiu glanced at him with a flicker in his eyes, smiling sideways, "Whether you have me in your heart or not has nothing to do with me. Those who are infatuated with me are spread across the land. What number are you?" Had it been before, Chuyu wouldn't have pursued further due to Li Lanxiu's despicable attitude. Now, with confidence, he said composedly, "I'm the first." And these words were quite appropriate, he was already the first under heaven. Li Lanxiu glanced at him again, snorted, and said, "Regardless of what number you are, there's no place for you in my heart." Chuyu retracted his arm hugging Li Lanxiu's waist, pulling him close, and repeated with downcast eyes, "None." Li Lanxiu confronted his eyes directly, provocatively laughing mockingly, "None." Chuyu squinted at Li Lanxiu for an instant, then suddenly and unpredictably bent over, picking up Li Lanxiu horizontally. In an instant, Li Lanxiu felt the sky and earth turn upside down. Before she could even slap him, she had already landed securely in his arms. Warm arms encircled her waist, strong and unyielding, giving her no chance to escape. Carrying her, Chuyu looked at her fierce expression, unable to resist laughing low as he strode toward the depths of the sleeping palace. How could Li Lanxiu not know what he intended? She immediately gave him a slap, "Let go." Chuyu treated being slapped by him as an everyday occurrence, almost missing it if he didn't get one every few days. "Master said I'm dirty, right? There's a spirit liquid pool at the rear peak. After I wash up, may I have the honor of kissing you?" Daydreaming. Li Lanxiu was as sparing with words as ever, his face as clear as the full moon nestled against his chest, but coldly staring at Chuyu. Chuyu stepped forward, carrying him and flying towards the spirit liquid pool at the rear peak. This pool was specifically installed on Xianing Peak, having been obtained from elsewhere. Surrounded by towering pines and cypresses, clouds drifted in the air around the summit's rear peak. The tranquil white waters exuded calmness, with ethereal currents rippling on the surface. Ripples of spiritual power gently swayed through the air, and all plants around them shone brightly, drenched in refined energies. It was a scenery akin to a fairyland disrupted only by Chuyu's hurried footsteps as he broke the tranquility. He looked down at the person in his arms and asked, "Would my lord bathe together with me?" Li Lanxiu cast a glance at him, her mind filled with lofty ideals, "Go die." Chuyu couldn't help laughing and gently placed him down before wordlessly removing his clothing and entering the spirit liquid pool. Li Lanxiu settled himself onto a mat by the edge of the pool, glancing at him surreptitiously. Once, the lean youth had a balanced body with perfect musculature, now transformed into a full-fledged man, broad shoulders and a solid chest clearly marked, radiating raw strength. The water barely covered his firm, narrow waist, the muscle definition of his abdomen faintly visible beneath the surface. It was like looking at a coiled beast brimming with unspent energy. Li Lanxiu's gaze briefly flicked downwards below the waterline, then immediately retracted. Disgusting. Chuyu wiped his cheeks clean of dragon blood, gargling away the metallic taste. Hearing Li Lanxiu's insult, he smiled slightly and said, "As long as my lord isn't disgusting, that's fine." Li Lanxiu didn't refute because it was indeed true. Chuyu stepped out of the spirit liquid pool completely naked, grabbing a robe to wrap loosely around his tall and solid frame, walking over slowly. Li Lanxiu sat unmoving on the mat, awaiting Chuyu who knelt in front of him. Lifting his elegant, handsome eyes, Li Lanxiu declared imperiously, "Use your mouth." Chuyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, bowing before him and carefully undoing his belt, pulling aside his robes while lowering his body into intimate contact. Li Lanxiu never engaged in such activities by himself, it was pitiable, would soil his hands, and utterly unworthy. In the last 100 years, there had been only one instance of release, in the Happy Union Palace amidst complete darkness, under the eyes of a female ghost, a fleeting experience far too brief to savor. Moreover, back then, Chiyu harbored deep resentment and handled him with deliberate harshness, causing it to end far too quickly without allowing for any proper appreciation. How could manual stimulation compare to oral service? His body leaned back gradually, both hands bracing behind him as he supported the softening structure. His breathing pattern became scattered and chaotic. After a little while, his pale and flawless face flushed with crimson, appearing much like peach blossoms blooming fully, a mesmerizing allure of decadence. Just as he was about to reach climax, Chiyu suddenly pulled back, his fingertips brushing his own wet lips, holding a part of Lilancio firmly. Does Master have me in his heart? Unable to withstand the abrupt pause, Lilancio abruptly bent forward, arching his aching back as he gasped heatedly, urging, continue. Does Master have me in his heart? Chiyu repeated, fixatedly watching him. Lilancio's dark pupils shimmered with moisture, his voice cajoling and pleading, it hurts so much, continue already. Chiyu lightly licked his lips, a shadow passing across his eyes. Does Master have me in his heart? At the same time, he increased pressure with his hand, forcing Lilancio to hover in limbo until he spoke those words aloud. Lilancio tilted his head back to take a deep breath, the veins in his delicate neck slightly prominent, and with his eyes closed, said, yes. Chuyu's features instantly brightened, pushing further, what does Master have in his heart? You. Lilancio opened his eyes, lightly biting his vivid lower lip. Ask again, and I'll take your dog's life. With utmost satisfaction, Chiyu resumed the incomplete act from before, pressing closer to his lord. The spring water of the spirit pool flowed gently, occasionally echoing through the vast valley with the clear cries of cranes. All was silent around them. Lilancio lazily straightened up, tying his waistband with weakened fingers as a tall dark figure loomed over him, descending fiercely and pressing him back onto the mat. Chiyu leaned forward, repeatedly pecking the red and luscious lips of Lilancio. As he got absorbed in kissing, a sharp pain shot through his jawline unexpectedly. Lilancio bit into his chin, speaking afterward while licking blood from the tip of his tongue, young beast. Chiyu had even more bestial intentions still unfulfilled, easily tearing apart his robes like stripping gold paint off a statue, revealing this form as radiant and pure as a piece of jade. Axiu. Lilancio narrowed his eyes, his face cold as he considered whether to reward Chiyu. In the meantime, a guest arrived at the front peak's sleeping palace. The powerful aura of the cultivator was unmasked, and only Buying from the Lotus sect dared to act so brazenly within their territory. The spirit liquid pool on the rear peak was where the sect leader secluded himself, protected by a divine awareness prohibition. Buying was unaware that they were indulging in such improper activities here. Chiyu stared intently at Lilancio, lowering his voice, Axiu. Surprisingly, Lilancio detected a pitiful undertone and couldn't help but crack a smile, pushing him lightly on the shoulder, get up. Chiyu shot a chilly glance towards the direction of the front peak, then stood up and began putting his clothes back on, one piece at a time. Lilancio quickly tidied his robes into perfect order, saying, you injured him today. He won't want to see you. Don't follow me. Master intends to hide me here. Chiyu finished dressing neatly and said casually, go and return soon, Master. Lilancio stepped out using his flying sword, leaving the spirit liquid pool behind. He sighed in relief and smiled faintly once more. Stupid dog, smelly dog, bad dog, daring to force him like that, served him right for self-stimulation. Buying hadn't seen any trace of him in the Xianin hall and was about to leave when Lilancio walked through the door looking refreshed with peach-like red cheeks. Sect leader, are you well? Buying examined him thoroughly. Lilancio saw no traces of blood on him, concerned, asking, I'm fine. What about you? Did you use all the medicine? Buying nodded slightly and asked seriously, isn't he Chiyu? Lilancio raised an eyebrow, confirming Bai Ying's suspicion. Bai Ying said, although we don't get along, I wouldn't go as far as attempting to kill him, besides. He has always been behaving and fawning in front of you, how could he dare to put my life at risk in your presence? Lilancio hummed, succinctly replying, he is not Chiyu, and it's been dealt with. He won't appear again. Bai Ying didn't pursue the matter further. Recalling their amicable interaction earlier, he sneered and asked, have you reconciled? Lilancio nodded silently. Bai Ying fell silent for a moment, finally understanding why Gu Zheng's behavior was so peculiar that day. Unwillingly, he questioned, aren't you afraid he'll lose control? As long as I'm around, he won't, Lilancio said indifferently. Without him, the dog would be biting others recklessly, but now that its master was present, it enjoyed a leisurely and comfortable life with no time to wander around biting people. Bai Ying didn't expect him to trust Chiyu so much. Sighing deeply, he said, I don't think he is a good match for you. You should find someone who can carry you across the 4 seas, travel all over the 9 states, and seek the great Tao together. There's someone in my heart, Lilancio stated offhandedly. Bai Ying's expression froze. What kind of person was Lilancio? A charming beauty whose smiles could be rarer than encountering demons. And yet he had just uttered such heartfelt words. Bai Ying had lost completely, utterly defeated. With mixed feelings swirling in his chest, Bai Ying boarded his flying sword and departed from Xianin Peak. Drifting clouds filled the sky, much like the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. As he arrived at the rainbow bridge of Lotus Sect, a familiar figure leaned against the railing. Chu Yu gazed at him, smiling wryly. Guardian Bai, care to stay a little longer? Bai Ying's gaze fixed on the bite mark on Chu Yu's jawline, narrowing his eyes piercingly. Chu Yu absently stroked the fresh bite mark inside, carelessly angered a pretty kitty, got bitten. My apologies. Chapter 109, Final Chapter. Bai Ying frowned and said irritably, You've had a great fortune. Chu Yu retorted without hesitation, Indeed. Bai Ying eyed him from head to toe, If I had known you would come to this today, I should have killed you 100 years ago with one sword strike. Chu Yu chuckled softly, There is no foreknowledge in the world, Guardian Bai will regret this for a lifetime. Bai Ying rode his flying sword forward, the blade darting past a brilliantly shining rainbow bridge. Glancing back at Chu Yu with an air of dissatisfaction, he asked, I wonder why he has you in his heart. Chu Yu slightly started, taking a few light steps to catch up with Bai Ying's flying sword. How do you know he has me in his heart? Bai Ying did not wish to answer this question, so as not to fill Chu Yu with pride and satisfaction. Without a word, he flew away on his sword toward the Lianhua sect. Chu Yu leapt ahead, blocking his path and smiling brightly as he questioned, Did a Xiu tell you? This statement was like salt on an open wound. Bai Ying's expression darkened further. He forcefully gripped the sword on his waist. Even if he said it, what difference does it make? His feelings might change tomorrow, nothing worth being surprised about. Chu Yu gently stroked his jawline, noting the faint smile lingering on his lips, bashful as though recalling youthful infatuation. With just one glance at Chu Yu, Bai Ying felt a chill throughout his body and turned away, unable to bear looking any longer. He then swiftly flew off on his sword. Chu Yu returned to the palace of the sect leader, full of joy. Along the way, many disciples looked on, never having seen him so happy. Li Lanxiu sat before a mirror as a maid combed and adorned his hair. Through the reflection, Li Lanxiu saw Chu Yu grinning victoriously and asked, What's brought you such good cheer? Chu Yu quickly moved behind him, extending a long and strong hand towards the maid, the best news ever. The maid hesitated with the comb in her hand, but after Li Lanxiu gave a slight nod, she handed the comb to Chu Yu and left the room. After some thought, Li Lanxiu arched his eyebrows. Have you comprehended the supreme mental technique? Chu Yu softly combed through Li Lanxiu's glossy black hair, reluctant to reveal the reason why, the once-in-a-thousand-years night-blooming Sirius flower on Zhurong Island has blossomed. Would Lord Li be willing to accompany me back to the island to admire the flowers? Pausing momentarily, Chu Yu leaned closer, near Li Lanxiu's ear and whispered, I've heard everyone envies my kneeling before you and yearns to meet you. Li Lanxiu raised his hand to caress Chu Yu's cheek, gazing at their affectionate gestures reflected in the mirror, no rush. Let us first return to the Chongxian sect. Chu Yu's brows slightly furrowed, and then slowly said, I am deeply concerned about my master's injuries. It would be wonderful if we could visit the master together. With his current status, returning to Chongxian sect would undoubtedly cause a commotion. Since his name became infamous, everyone in the realm quaked at the mention of Martial Emperor. A sudden return now would surely throw the whole Chongxian sect into unease, perhaps even causing some to assume he was there to rob. He smirked bitterly, mocking himself, I bet the whole sect thinks I'm here to steal treasures, only adding trouble. Li Lanxiu patted his face lightly, if you do not wish to go, then forget it. I want to. Chu Yu was too elated to endure separation. Satisfied, Li Lanxiu nodded. If they were to spend a lifetime together, it was necessary to inform his father and set his mind completely at ease. Chu Yu carefully arranged his crown, his gaze fixed on the jade-like beautiful man in the mirror growing darker, the unsatiated feeling from the earlier encounter on the rear peak surged within him, a show. Li Lanxiu avoided his gaze, stood up, and said, Let's go back to the sect, we'll discuss this another day. Although he was satisfied, Chu Yu hadn't yet tasted his nectar, glaring hungrily like a starving wolf pup. Pretending not to notice, Li Lanxiu called upon the disciples to prepare the flying boat. If he dared to look at Chu Yu again, he would risk setting himself alight. A few days later. The flying boat sliced through the misty rain that cleansed all dust, enveloped in clouds and mists, where the palaces and towers appeared faintly through the haze. The disciple on guard stood high above, exactly at noon, when the guards were changing shifts. Suddenly, a flying boat emerged, breaking through the clouds. The entire vessel shone brilliantly white, clearly a treasure of the celestial kind. As it passed, spiritual energy permeated the area. But when the disciples recognized the emblem of a lotus flower aboard the ship, they immediately changed expressions drastically. The Lianhua sect. That's Lianhua sect's flying boat. Lianhua sect. Could it be, the Martial Emperor has arrived? The Martial Emperor is attacking. Hurry, alert the master and elders. The disciples promptly beat the drums to relay the message. The deep sound of war drums echoed through the valleys, spreading out like ripples. All members of the Chongxian sect knew of the Martial Emperor's reputation. This person who once made all cultivators tremble with fear simply showing up outside their door caused them great shock. A slender figure leapt from the flying boat, his hand wielding a brush that flicked with grace, sealing off the war drums and chaotic messages in an instant. Many of the disciples recognized him as Master Li from Zitai Peak. The Martial Emperor was under his command. The gate-guarding disciples snapped out of their astonishment and hurriedly paid respects. Greetings, honored sage. Li Lanxiu put away his chingxi brush and nodded lightly, there's no need to beat the drum. He is my father's disciple, and we've come for a family visit. The guarding disciples turned their gaze to the black llama following behind him, trembling with nervousness but dared not utter a word. Chu Yu leisurely crossed his arms, softly chuckling, I thank you for clarifying on my behalf, young master. From now on, I understand my place well. Li Lanxiu gave a derisive smirk as he glanced at Chu Yu before gracefully leaping back onto the flying boat. How fortunate, taking pride in having a dog-like servant. Although he had stopped the drum alarm promptly, the news of the martial emperor's arrival had already spread like wildfire. The sect fell into unease, sending disciples from all peaks to investigate why the martial emperor had set his eyes on Zhongshuan sect's treasures. Chu Yu arrived once again at the familiar Zitai peak where Li Yanbi had long known about their visit. He prepared a feast to welcome them. Li Lanxiu entered, heading straight to Li Yanbi's side, Father, I'm home. Li Yanbi sat at the main seat of the banquet, flanked by two capable disciples, Chu Xian, his eldest disciple, and Jiang Jusi, whom Li Lanxiu hadn't seen for years. Both were fixated on him, entirely ignoring Chu Yu's presence. Chu Yu hooked up his snow-white robe with one hand and kneeled before Li Yanbi, a rare air of solemnity and apology evident in his expression, Master, your disciple has returned. Li Yanbi gazed down at him, his expression complex, silent without a word. Chu Yu lifted his eyes, gently saying, It has been a century since we last met. I have failed to fulfill my duties as a disciple, truly unworthy of Master's kindness. Blame me for being greedy for cultivation, traveling far and wide. Now, I wish to return to our sect with humility, asking for your severe punishment. As he spoke, he took out from his storage ring a cold and gleaming iron whip, presenting it respectfully with both hands to Li Yanbi. Li Lanxiu had never known he could be so composed and proper, pleasing to his father's taste. Li Yanbi picked up the heavy iron whip, casting a glance at Li Lanxiu before exhaling softly, Stand up, I forgive you. Chu Yu humbly rose, earnestly saying, Thank you, Master. Your kindness will always remain in my heart. Li Yanbi motioned for him to sit down. Chu Yu picked up a porcelain teacup with both hands, leaning forward to present it respectfully, his deep voice slow yet steady, Master, please have some tea. Li Yanbi scrutinized Chu Yu's manner carefully. This devotion didn't seem fake, yet, he felt as if the title Master might as well mean father-in-law. He accepted the cup, took a sip, and patted Chu Yu's shoulder, Sit down. Chu Yu seated himself next to Li Yanbi, creating a subtle tension with Li Lanxiu at either side of their host. Li Yanbi seemed to find Chu Yu increasingly likable, but there were still questions that needed answering. Clearing his throat gravely, he asked, Have you really built a Zhurong island with tens of thousands of cultivators serving under you? These rumors are simply about my neighboring cultivators. Oh. Among these tens of thousands, are there any concubines or lovers? Never. I have always only had you, young master, Chu Yu replied decisively without hesitation. Li Yanbi gradually relaxed, glancing sideways at Li Lanxiu. He whispered with a smile, faithful and steadfast, I hereby approve him entering the Li family gates. Li Lanxiu closed his eyes, giving a faint smile, feeling his father still too lenient, allowing such a foolish dog to sneak into the family. After 3 rounds of wine, the sky outside darkened while inside the hall lit brightly. Chu Yu accompanied Li Yanbi glass after glass, bringing joy to both host and guest. As the hour grew late, Li Yanbi ordered Chu Xian and Jiang Jusi to escort them back separately. Chu Xian escorted Li Lanxiu to the front of his chamber, conveniently following him indoors, Young master, watch your step. Li Lanxiu turned around and questioned, Why do you follow me? Chu Xuan's pale face flushed red, stuttering nervously, We haven't seen each other for a long time, young master. Aren't you interested in some fun? Though tempted to play around, Li Lanxiu remembered he now had a ferocious guard dog watching closely. Thus, inviting strays home would be unwise. He chuckled dismissively and entered his chambers. Chu Xian stood rooted, sighing deeply, envying Chu Yu's fortune. Night descended. A towering shadow stealthily sneaked into Li Lanxiu's quarters, silencing the maid on guard duty, then quietly made his way to the spirit liquid pool deep in the corridor. Li Lanxiu lay lazily by the corner of the spirit liquid pool, his pitch-black hair partially scattered over his snow-white and lustrous back. With one hand supporting his chin and the other holding a chess piece, he was absent-mindedly playing against himself. Ding! The jade chess piece fell onto the board. His peach-pink tinged fingertips lightly pressed against his lips as he contemplated his next move. It seemed like he hadn't noticed at all that someone had silently sneaked into the room. Suddenly, a large hand covered his eyes and a raspy voice whispered in his ear, I've come to abduct your beauty. Li Lanxiu moved his hand slightly, trying to pry away the large hand covering his eyes and said calmly, And who exactly are you? Bold enough to abduct someone's beauty on Zitai Peak. The intruder nibbled on his earlobe and exhaled heated breaths, saying, I've heard Master Li's beauty is peerless, hence, I came for it. But if my purpose is clear, why would I tell you my name? Do you know who my servant is? Li Lanxiu gave up on moving the unyielding hand covering his eyes. The man licked his tender, icy earlobe while mumbling, the martial emperor. Li Lanxiu tried to turn his head away from the sticky licks but was forced back, with his earlobe trapped between hot, wet lips, making squelching sounds. Unable to escape further, his body trembled, and his breathing became labored as he asked, "If you know he's the martial emperor, how dare you abduct my beauty?" There was a pause in the man's actions before he chuckled lowly. His hand freely roamed Li Lanqiu's face, the calluses on his palm rough against the delicate, smooth skin, rubbing until his cheeks turned faintly red. "A beauty such as you, locked away by him, isn't that a waste of heaven's favor? Let me keep you company on his behalf." Before Li Lanqiu could reply, there was a splash of water behind him. A tall, sturdy figure seamlessly embraced him from behind, pressing him against the edge of the pool so that he couldn't move. The warm water soaked through the man's clothes, making the clinging garments nearly akin to nudity. The sensation of their bodies touching was alarmingly clear. Li Lanqiu ignored the obvious sensations and lightly bit his lip, asking, "Are you not afraid to die?" The man's wandering hand slid lower, becoming more brazen, his voice close to Li Lanqiu's ear now decadent and lewd, "To die under the peony flower, being a ghost has its own pleasures too." Chapter 110, Final Chapter. Li Lanqiu raised his hand and swung it backward. Before the slap could land on the man's cheek, the man grabbed his wrist and began stroking his delicate, fine-skinned arm inch by inch, saying, "What a fiery temper. If you dare to be so disrespectful, I'll chop off your hands." Li Lanqiu gently pulled his wrist, but being restrained in this manner was something he was not accustomed to. The man didn't let go of his wrist one bit, instead holding him even tighter and pressing him firmly into his embrace. He kissed the palm of Li Lanqiu's hand and said, "This is what you call disrespect? For a beauty like you, master, I'd want to lick every inch of your body." Li Lanqiu closed his hand and coldly said, "You're nothing but a lecher." The man released his hand only to suddenly grab his jaw and turn his face around. Those bright, soft lips had their corners slightly turned up, as if mocking others all the time. Li Lanqiu felt warm breath hitting his face, then a slippery tongue diving into his teeth, exploring his mouth wildly and thoroughly, completely chaotic. This irrational kiss wasn't aimed at kissing but rather devouring his saliva, as if insatiably drawing out all sweetness regardless of everything. His eyes were covered, unable to see how vulgar the scene was, but the man saw clearly. His thin cheeks bulged with effort, his exquisite mouth struggled to accommodate two tongues. The saliva made his lips glisten enticingly. After a while, the man reluctantly let him go, saying, "Young master, how does a degenerate saliva taste?" Li Lanqiu's lips stung slightly, and he gently touched his swollen lips. Again, the man held his wrist and pulled it away, starting to kiss his flushed and moistened face repeatedly, murmuring, "Seeing you like this makes me uncontrollably itchy." Not just itchiness, it was unbearable. Since clinging to his spine, Li Lanqiu had felt an unusual sensation in his lower back. Energized and poised to act, the man wouldn't leave him alone for a moment, chasing after his lips and brazenly untying his own sash to bare himself completely. With seduction on the mind, what followed became clear. A lantern swayed lightly by the poolside, its shadow dancing endlessly across the ripples of the spirit spring pond. Layer after layer of water waves spread outward, accompanied by the splashing sound of water echoing distinctly in the quiet room. Li Lanqiu's chest pressed against the cold edge of the pool while heat surged from behind, making him feel like fire and ice collided within. His jet-black hair was scattered in disarray, the hairpin falling into the water at some point. Wet strands clung to his cheeks, his eye rims moist from the touch of that fiery hand, whether they were tears or sweat was unclear. "Hm." Small moans escaped his lips, his delicate hands gripping the chessboard tightly beside the pool, rounded and glossy fingertips whitening under pressure, as if enduring an indescribable torture. The hand clutching the chessboard grew increasingly forceful until there was a sudden splash, overturning the board, scattering the pieces everywhere. Much later, the dawn broke bright. Li Lanqiu's legs went weak beneath him, sliding down the pool edge. Strong arms circled his waist, lifting knees beneath his buttocks to provide a chair-like support. Master Li has more than a beautiful appearance, this body is also fresh and full of vitality. As the man spoke, his knee nudged upward suggestively. Li Lanqiu softly rested his arms on the pool edge, took a light breath, and asked, "Let go." The large hand obstructing his vision loosened, revealing wet-rimmed eyes and matted eyelashes, a sight indicating he'd been mercilessly abused until tears streamed down. Chu Yu leaned in close to examine his side profile, narrowing his eyes intently focusing on him. Li Lanqiu patted the knee pressed between his legs, signaling Chu Yu to lower his leg. Turning around without a word, he delivered a swift kick toward Chu Yu's knee. The feeble strike did little, and Chu Yu enjoyed it with a low, embracing him again, his husky voice muttering, "Feels good." Li Lanqiu pushed back against the approaching face, maintaining an expressionless demeanor despite the flush covering his dampened face. "I'm tired. Carry me back to rest." More than willing, Chu Yu bent over, scooping him up horizontally, leaving the spirit liquid pool, drying him off, and dressing him carefully piece by piece. Throughout the process, he couldn't help but indulge in a few bites of tender tofu, resulting in receiving 2 well-earned slaps from Li Lanqiu. Lying on the opulent bed inside the palace chamber, his body worn out, Li Lanqiu closed his eyes to gather strength. A certain dog that had just finished eating meat appeared spirited, spontaneously kneeling on one knee beside the bed, propping his chin on the bedside as gleaming black eyes stared fixedly. Annoyed by his gaze, Li Lanqiu turned away, facing the inside of the bed. Chu Yu swiftly hopped onto the bed, collapsing sideways before him, still supporting his chin as he lazily stared at him. Li Lanqiu lazily yawned, if you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Master Li, the first time we met, you wanted to gouge out my eyes. Chu Yu remembered clearly, chuckling softly, my eyes survived only because of Master's kindness. With his eyes closed, Li Lanqiu was too lazy to open them, letting out a contemptuous scoff. Chu Yu gently stroked the ink-black hair sprawled across the bed, twirling a lock in his hand as he played with it. That's when I knew Master was beautiful. Li Lanqiu opened a narrow slit of his eye, making a soft, sound. With Master's behavior and manners, if not for celestial beauty, how could one grow up without incident? Chu Yu had never seen someone so arrogantly domineering. Unpleased, Li Lanqiu coldly slapped him on the face, you little beast, stealing my fiancée, you deserve this hit. Rubbing his cheek reddened from the slap, Chu Yu leaned close, does Master like that woman so much? Whether or not I like her isn't important, what is important is that you can't steal her. Li Lanqiu realized his memory was good, remembering old matters clearly. Chu Yu's tightened heart loosened as he looked at him, saying, I stole Master's fiancée and gave back a groom. What dissatisfaction does Master have? Li Lanqiu sneered and turned his face away, saying, go far away. Who would want to be a cultivation partner with you? Chu Yu tilted forward following his face, lowering his voice slightly, since the moment I understood my heart, I've known Master is my lifelong goal. I must become someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with Master, protecting Master worry-free forever. Li Lanqiu raised an eyebrow, asking involuntarily, when did you realize your heart? Chu Yu hesitated for a moment, calmly saying, I don't remember. Li Lanqiu narrowed his eyes suspiciously, staring at him intently. Chu Yu spoke solemnly, continuing, I've waited for this day for too long. Whether Master will be my cultivation partner isn't important, as long as Master has me in mind, all is sufficient. Li Lanqiu's dark gaze flashed slightly, lightly stroking his red cheek. Chu Yu grinned faintly, holding his hand, placing it beside his body, rest now, Master. I will stay by your side through the night. Li Lanqiu closed his eyes, yet that gaze still lingered on him, as though he were a treasure that might vanish upon blinking, requiring constant attention. It wasn't quite so annoying to him anymore. The news of Martial Emperor invading Chongxian sect was a false alarm. He indeed came to see the Master, and the information about visiting the Zitai Peak had been obtained by elders and masters from various peaks. The mighty Martial Emperor bowed and offered tea to Li Yanbi again and again, just like a new daughter-in-law, using all means possible to please her father-in-law. Given his current status, the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world, commanding hundreds of thousands of cultivators, even Chongxian sect should not fear him. His earnest treatment towards Li Yanbi showed exactly what was on his mind. In Yunshui Hall, disciples exchanged colorful expressions and lively discussions. It seems the rumors are not exaggerated. The Martial Emperor truly follows Li Lanqiu's every word. Not just follows orders, he calls himself Li Lanqiu's little servant. If calling himself a servant were enough, the little makes it even more peculiar. For such a proper man to behave this way is truly astonishing. Elder Shen smiled, stroking his beard, having witnessed all kinds of waves in cultivation world 100 years ago. At that time, the Martial Emperor was more dog-like than now, it was nothing strange. He smiled and said, now with Li Lanqiu at his side, the Martial Emperor doesn't have time to take our treasures. Everyone should rest and recuperate, preparing for a formidable enemy. The clerk nearby curiously asked, a formidable enemy? Is there anyone left to challenge us? Elder Shen gazed into the distant sky, precisely where Wui City lay. I heard recently that the sect master of Lianhua sect emerged from seclusion. For years they have acted lawlessly, how could their sect master be a righteous person? As soon as this sect master emerges, the cultivation world will suffer another calamity. All major sects are on high alert, and we must prepare for a formidable enemy attacking us. Upon hearing this, all the disciples responded loudly in agreement. Li Lanqiu spent several days with his father, putting plans to return to Zhurong Island with Chu Yu on schedule, curious to know what the doghouse looked like without its master. One early morning, Li Yanbi personally escorted him and Chu Yu to the mountain gate of Chongxian sect. The flying vessel of Lianhua sect hovered before the ferrying platform, with gazes from all around tightly fixed on Chu Yu. Li Lanqiu lightly held his father's hand, reminding him, though your injuries have healed, you need over a year to fully recover. Do not leave home for half a year to seek justice. I'll listen to you, said Li Yanbi helplessly, glancing at Chu Yu beside him, whispering, this fellow has good character, and genuinely treats you well, he's a worthy match. A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Lanqiu's lips. Li Yanbi added, father has agreed for you to officially marry him and bring him into our home. It's too early to talk about this. Li Lanqiu glanced at Chu Yu, thinking how unworthy he was of such beauty. Chu Yu held the communication token, sensing it slightly before saying, Xue Qing and C2 Roy will arrive shortly, we'll return to the island together. Li Lanqiu nodded and continued talking intimately with his father. Not long after, Xue Qing and C2 Roy came flying on their swords. Xue Qing, originally Chu Yu's subordinate, wore a simple Taoist robe that didn't draw much attention. But C2 Roy's black robes, with an intense dark red lotus blooming on his chest, clearly indicated he was from Lianhua sect. Having heard Elder Shen's warning, disciples hidden in all directions were tense, as if ready for battle. Upon seeing C2 Rui, Li Yanbi gripped Li Lanxiu's hand tightly, transmitting worriedly, Lanxiu, Chuyu is a good child, but Lianhua sect is not someone to be trifled with. You must not get too close to these people. Li Lanxiu hesitated slightly, wanting to say something but stopped, unsure of how to tell him. Subject pays respects to the sect master. C2 Rui knelt down beside him, bowing heavily, his voice loud and resounding. Disciple hears of the sect master's return to the sect and couldn't personally receive you, feeling truly frightened. I have specially come to ask for forgiveness. If the sect master wishes to punish, would accept any sentence without hesitation. Suddenly, an oppressive silence fell over the area. Li Yanbi froze for a moment. He stood next to Li Lanxiu, meaning that if not kneeling to him, then the one being kneeled to was none other than Li Lanxiu. The dumbfounded disciples quickly came back to their senses, exchanging looks of confusion before whispering amongst themselves. Could it be that young Master Li is the sect master of Lianhua sect? No wonder Martial Emperor submits to him like a vassal, originally. Who could have guessed? This seemingly harmless great beauty was actually the sect master that made cultivators across the world tremble with fear. Li Lanxiu gave C2 Rui a cold glance and casually waved his hand, stand up. C2 Rui rose and deeply bowed to him, saying solemnly, thank you, sect master. Li Lanxiu wished he could sew C2 Rui's mouth shut. Could he please avoid mentioning sect master in front of his father? Li Yanbi took a deep breath, pressing his son's shoulder as he asked, Lanxiu, are you the sect master of Lianhua sect? Please rest assured, father. In the future, I shall supervise strictly. Li Lanxiu implicitly acknowledged his role as sect master of the evil sect. Li Yanbi's expression was complex, both surprised and delighted, finding himself speechless. For his son to establish his own sect, founding Lianhua sect capable of claiming a share against the prestigious orthodox sects, it was indeed a matter of bringing honor to the family and a source of great pride. Still, this Lianhua sect. Seeing this scene, Xueqin questioned Chuyu quietly, puzzled, why did you order C2 Rui to act this way? It seems excessively ostentatious. Chuyu's gaze slowly swept through the crowd around, who instantly fell silent, no longer daring to stare at Li Lanxiu. His face remained calm as he said indifferently, they not only need to know I'm Axiu's dog, they also need to know just how powerful the master of this dog is. Xueqin paused slightly, understanding though still surprised, Lord, you really announced it so openly. Chapter 111. Zhurong Island lies on the farthest east of the Jiuzhou continent, in the boundless eastern sea, where a majestic and beautiful island stands tall on the sea surface. The pavilions and terraces are built along the mountain's contours, their green tree shades partly covering them, exposing eaves and upturned corners, looking like celestial pavilions in fairylands. A grand spiritual spring cascades from the mountaintop, crashing into a massive spring pool. The splashing mist rises to 10 zhang high, while surging spirit chi ripples powerfully through the air. The flying vessel of Lianhua sect stopped at the ferry terminal. Chuyu immediately grabbed Li Lanxiu's hand without further ado and pulled him off the ship. Axiu, let me introduce you to my subordinates. Li Lanxiu walked down the suspension ladder shoulder to shoulder with him. On the white jade platform stood 7 or 8 cultivators, all curiously staring at him. Chuyu introduced each of them to Li Lanxiu. Those present were the hall masters of different halls on the island. They had followed him for years. There were swordsmen with impeccable sword intent, talisman masters skilled in array setting. After introducing his subordinates to Li Lanxiu, Chuyu tightened his grip on Li Lanxiu's hand and grinned brightly, this is my Axiu. Upon hearing this name, the hall masters couldn't help but stare in shock, their gazes toward Li Lanxiu carrying more respect. Axiu, these two characters were the tacit secrets among the hall masters, only ever heard from their lord when he was injured severely, in pain and half-conscious. Their lord swept thousands of secret realms for him, collecting countless treasures and stacking them in a treasure hall on Zhurong Island, as if it were a golden mountain and a jade sea, shining brilliantly everywhere. It was enough to see what kind of person this was. Li Lanxiu nodded slightly at them, glancing at the pavilions and terraces in the mountains. Chuyu took his hand and stepped onto the flying sword, eager to say, Axiu, let me take you to a place I'm sure you'll like. Knowing just how to please him, Li Lanxiu indeed liked it very much. He pushed open the doors of the treasure hall, and an overwhelming wave of spirit energy greeted him. Inside the hall, treasures piled high like mountains dazzled the eyes, spirit energy flowed, intertwining into a colorful light sea, splendid and dazzling. He strolled through the corridors in a cursory manner, occasionally picking up something to play with in his hands. Chuyu crossed his arms loosely and chuckled lightly, whenever I come across anything interesting, I bring it back, thinking one day it could be used to win your favor. Li Lanxiu gave him a sidelong glance and gently curved his lips, what kind of interesting trinkets do you have? As soon as these words came out, it was as if they triggered some mechanism within Chuyu. In an instant, he leaped up, landing on the small mountain made of spirit treasures. From it, he drew a purple ribbon belt and gracefully leapt back to Li Lanxiu's side, young sir, here is the purple sash immortal belt. Li Lanxiu picked up the luminous immortal belt, sensing its full capabilities, an extremely rare top-tier magical artifact. Chuyu's pitch-black eyes lit up, and he once again leaped onto the treasure mountain. There's another one. Axius, look at this. With excitement, he returned with a snow-white bone fan, a phoenix bone fan. I thought it suited the young sir well, so I brought it back. Just as Li Lanxiu reached out to take the fan, Chiyu vanished into the treasure mountain like an arrow. In no time, Chiyu retrieved a gourd from somewhere, happily tossing it over. "Young sir, this is a treasure from Dongchuan." Li Lanxiu only had 2 hands, which were now completely occupied, leaving no space for more treasures. Before he could speak, Chiyu set down the gourd and dove into the treasure pile once more, turning it upside down in search of more interesting items. Li Lanxiu couldn't help but smile softly as he leisurely watched this dog-like figure fetch each of his favorite toys to him one by one. Chiyu enjoyed this endlessly, gathering piles of treasures around Li Lanxiu. He stared intently at him, his eyes shining with hope. If he had a tail, it would be wagging furiously at this moment. Li Lanxiu swung open the bone fan and said lazily, "I've had enough. Let's go see your dog den." Chiyu put down the treasures in his arms, squeezed his hand, then led him out of the door. Compared to the treasure hall, the bedroom was extremely shabby, merely an empty room with a stone bed. Only the nearby many treasures pavilion neatly displayed a line of boxes. The wind blowing in through the window felt cold and desolate. Li Lanxiu looked around and snorted lightly. "So this is your dog den." Chiyu scratched his nose, coughing lightly. "I rarely stay here usually. If you like anything, we can move it in." Li Lanxiu headed straight for the many treasures pavilion and casually opened a box, his gaze falling upon neatly arranged medicine bottles inside. He slowly extended his hand, pinching the bottle containing the medicine that stops bleeding and heals wounds between his fingertips. Chiyu instantly gently grasped his wrist, silently preventing him from taking it. "These are quite dull. How about we go and watch the night blooming series together?" Li Lanxiu's eyebrows twitched as he pulled open another box beside him, only to find more medicinal pills and wound-healing medicines inside. Chiyu quickly pushed the box back in place, pulling Li Lanxiu into his arms while saying gently, "Axiu, I occasionally get injured. If you don't like these things blocking your view, I can throw them away." Li Lanxiu ceased looking further, slapped his face hard, and said coldly, "Stupid dog." Chiyu tightened his arm around Li Lanxiu's body and smiled happily. "I won't be foolish anymore from now on." Li Lanxiu was satisfied with this response. With an embrace so tight it made it hard for him to breathe, he patted the arm around his waist. "Didn't you say we were going to watch the night blooming series?" Chiyu reluctantly let go, stepped out of the hall, summoned his flying sword, and carried him toward the highest peak of Zhurong Island. On the mountain summit, a crimson pavilion stood half hidden in mist. Just outside its railing grew the 1,000-year-old night blooming cereus Chiyu had spoken about. The cereus was planted in the crack of a cliff, at this moment just a white bud radiating a glossy luster. The flower hadn't yet opened, but the strong floral fragrance already wafted in the air. Li Lanxiu sat on a stone stool beneath the railing, leisurely leaning forward with his chin resting on the railing, observing how magical this flower could be to have left such an impression on Chiyu. Chiyu casually sat against the railing, one leg hanging by Li Lanxiu's side. "Have you heard the legend of the 1,000-year-old night blooming cereus?" Li Lanxiu gave him a lazy glance, urging him to speak without further ado. Chiyu nodded with a faint smile. "When I was young, I heard tales in the market that when the 1,000-year-old night blooming cereus blooms, it is the time of most potent natural essence, and if a loving couple can witness this, they will last forever, never parting." Li Lanxiu couldn't help but laugh. "Do you actually believe that?" "Yes." Chiyu answered resolutely, extending his arm to lightly graze over Li Lanxiu's cheek. "If you don't believe, wait for thousands or 10,000s of years, then you'll know." Thus, Li Lanxiu fixed his eyes on the night blooming cereus, preferring to err on the side of believing in its effectiveness rather than dismissing it outright. What if it really worked? While he admired the flower, Chiyu observed him, finding him ever cuter. Though Li Lanxiu appeared outwardly dazzling and sharp-edged, in Chiyu's eyes, he looked like a kitten staring hungrily at fish jerky. "Axiu." Chiyu caressed his cheeks affectionately, lowering his voice. "You asked me before when I realized my own feelings." Li Lanxiu smirked, not even glancing at him, willing to tell now. Chiyu nodded slightly. "In the illusion mist forest of the Tsangming realm, I saw you." "You saw me? What was I doing?" Li Lanxiu asked curiously. Chiyu paused for a few seconds, then truthfully replied, "You were taking off your clothes." Li Lanxiu chuckled, placing an arm on the railing and lazily beckoned him closer with a finger. "Come here." Chiyu leaned in closer, and predictably, there was a loud smack as he received a ringing slap across the face. This slap, Li Lanxiu withdrew his hand, shaking his wrist lightly while saying indolently, "is repayment for the one owed back then. It was absolutely worth it." Chiyu straightened up, rubbing his slightly sore cheek. "Before I met you, master, I watched others get slapped and thought those people deserved unspeakable humiliation. But after getting slapped by you, master, I realized the beauty of it all." As he spoke, he suddenly seized Li Lanxiu's hand, wantonly kneading it. "Axiu's hands exude intoxicating scents, cool and delicate like jade. After being slapped by you, I feel aroused and can't stop thinking about it." Li Lanxiu burst out laughing at his antics, gently withdrawing his hand. "Stop fooling around, or I'll never hit you again." Chiyu immediately calmed down and solemnly focused on the night blooming cereus about to bloom. Gradually, the night fell, revealing stars dotted across the sky. All was quiet except for the gentle sea breeze brushing through the mountaintop. A streak of silver light emanated from within the flower bud as the pure white petals quietly unfurled. In an instant of blooming, the surrounding essence abruptly gathered, as if infusing the entire essence of heaven and earth into this flower. Chuyu whispered softly, Axiu, the flower has bloomed. Li Lanxiu gazed at the flower intently, the floral scent in the air became denser and filled every corner of the atmosphere with purity. Chuyu moved to stand next to him, extending his arm to encircle his shoulder, whispering close to his ear, forever together, never apart. Today, Master and I jointly witnessed this event, so we will no longer separate. Who says I want to stay with you forever? Li Lanxiu turned her head away with a warm smile, appearing unbothered. Chuyu tilted his head, glaring at him intently, leaning closer to ask, not willing to stay forever, but maybe willing to never leave. Li Lanxiu gave him a sidelong glance, seeming to seriously consider it for a moment, then said, depends on your performance. Which aspect of my performance? Chuyu grinned mischievously. Li Lanxiu turned his face and lightly touched his nose with a finger, all kinds of performances. Chuyu asked earnestly, maintaining a calm composure, does the performance between the sheets count? Li Lanxiu answered without hesitation, it counts. Chuyu gradually moved his face closer to Li Lanxiu's, breathing warmly as he said, whether in or out of bed, from now on I will always attend to you properly, Master. Just as Chuyu was about to kiss him, Li Lanxiu leaned back, deliberately dodging the kiss, and laughed leisurely. Chuyu slowly leaned forward once more. His lips gently brushed against these fresh and soft ones, briefly touching and then pulling away. A pair of translucent and pure eyes stared at Chuyu, the beauty wrapped in moonlight shimmered with silver frost, luminous and jade-like. Unable to resist that look, Chuyu couldn't help but move close again to steal another kiss. One kiss followed by another until Li Lanxiu became irritated. He suddenly bit down hard on Chuyu's lip, not letting go until blood trickled out. Chuyu licked the sweet, slightly salty taste of blood on his lip and looked deeply into Li Lanxiu's eyes, saying simply, I admit defeat. Li Lanxiu slowly came closer, asking with deliberate slowness, do you enjoy anything, you animal? This sentence made me feel good, Chuyu replied calmly, truthfully admitting it. Li Lanxiu hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help laughing softly. The shoulders trembled as that radiant face sparkled under the moonlight, mesmerizingly beautiful and captivating. You little scoundrel, truly. Chuyu sealed his lips with another kiss. The serene evening breeze gently swept by, carrying floral fragrances far and wide. The 1,000-year-old night-blooming Sirius bloomed for a fleeting moment, its snowy petals gradually falling. May heaven bless this loving couple forevermore, never to be apart. The end.